Chapter 1 Awakening Ceremony. Ning Bai, why are you still sleeping here? The awakening ceremony is about to begin. A slightly fat boy with a lot of acne on his face walked in from outside. A boy with delicate features, sleeping on the table, looked up at the sound and said helplessly to the newcomer, I know, Zhao Hao, why are you so anxious? We can't awaken the talent of a controller anyway. The boy's name is Ning Bai. He is a time traveler and has been in this world for half a year. Although this world is also a modern world, it has undergone major changes due to the revival of spiritual energy 100 years ago. The creatures around the world have undergone earth-shaking changes. The former animals and plants have become huge and possessed powerful strength. What's more, some of them can even match human wisdom and transform into human form. They trample on the former overlords, humans, enslave them, and use them as food. Human survival faced huge challenges. Fortunately, humans soon awakened their abilities with the help of the revival of spiritual energy. A profession called weapon spirit came into being. In that era when humans were like ants, the emergence of weapon warriors officially sounded the clarion call for the rise of mankind. With the heroic efforts of countless human weapon warriors, a place for human survival and reproduction was finally laid. That's right, now humans only live in 108 base cities, huddled in a corner of the world. The entire blue planet is a paradise for monsters. If 108 weapon spirits had not taken strong action and risked their lives, these 108 base cities would not have been successfully established, and humans would have continued to flee in the wilderness every day, living a miserable life one day at a time. The 108 base cities were built by 108 weapon spirits and their weapons at the cost of their lives. Each base city has the ability to suppress king-level ferocious beasts. There was a time when 2 king-level ferocious beasts joined forces to attack a base city, but they returned empty-handed. After the 2 king-level beasts returned, they died due to severe injuries. After the news spread, all the beasts that wanted to attack humans were shocked. They were afraid, so humans had nearly 100 years of breathing time. After so many years of development, mankind has finally figured out a training and growth system for weapon warriors, and technology is constantly developing, reaching a higher level than before. Everything is moving towards prosperity. Ning Bai, even if we can't awaken the talent of a controller, we can still become a spiritualist. A spiritualist can also go out of the city and explore the world. Ning Bai rolled his eyes. This guy has a really good character, but he is also very grateful to this good friend for always being by his side. In this world, aptitude is tested at the age of 12. Ning Bai and the boy named Zhao Hao in front of him both have inferior talents and basically do not have the talent to become a device controller. The two of them had appreciated each other and became good friends in high school. Now, both of them were only at level 2 in spiritual power. The ones with better talents had reached level 8 in spiritual power, and even the ones with less talents had reached level 4 in spiritual power. Some of the gifted ones had even completed the spiritual power conversion process and became true spiritual users, who could learn rare spiritual skills. Then Ning Bai and Zhao Hao came to the playground, which was full of students. They were also shocked by the spectacular scene. The school was surrounded by people and there were troops patrolling. Before the two of them could come to their senses, a voice pulled them back to reality. Ning Bai, Zhao Hao, you two are the only ones missing. What are you hesitating about? Come and line up, a middle-aged man wearing glasses shouted. Here I come, Teacher Zhou. The two were startled and hurriedly ran towards the classroom. You two, do you want me to loosen up your muscles? How dare you be late for the awakening ceremony? Looking at Teacher Zhou's dangerous gaze, the two men's legs went weak and they immediately admitted defeat. Teacher Zhou, this was an accident. Please don't mess with us. Seeing the two people's frightened expressions, Zhou Ming finally showed a satisfied expression. Then he patiently explained to the two of them, okay, although you two don't have good talents, you must take it seriously. Even if you don't have the talent of a controller, as long as you work hard, you can become an outstanding spiritualist. Got it, Teacher Zhou, we will work hard. Ning Bai and Zhao Hao said gratefully. Suddenly, a fairy-like man in white clothes fell from the sky, then stood on the awakening platform, took out a complex machine out of thin air, and placed it on the awakening platform. Yi-Chen, why are you walking so fast? No one can catch up with you. A beautiful woman in red with a hot body also fell from the sky. If you turn into the red flame sword, you can catch up with me, the man said jokingly with a smile. I don't want to turn into a sword. It's so boring. Being a human is more comfortable, the woman said with a pout. The man in white nodded lovingly. I know, as long as you're happy, but don't cause any trouble for me during today's awakening meeting. The woman nodded hastily in agreement, but her eyes showed that she hadn't listened at all. I declare the awakening ceremony of Anhui High School officially begins. Then, people from Class 1 of Grade 3 slowly began to walk towards the stage. It was a thin boy. He came to the machine with a nervous expression, and then put his hand on the machine. A white light appeared on the machine, and then the boy walked off the stage with a lonely look on his face. As a group of 5 people flashed white light in succession, even Fengyi-chen and Yushi on the side frowned, because those who came on stage were all of average talent, and none of them were awakened controllers. Finally, as the 6th student came on stage, the machine finally showed a hint of green, no talent. Everyone at the scene breathed a sigh of relief. The boy was also extremely excited and jumped up happily. Although the bronze level did not have any talent bonus, he was still a serious device controller after all. Soon, the test was completed for a group of boys. Only a few of them had the talent for controlling weapons, and there were only 5 of them. Among them, 4 were bronze, and only 1 reached silver and received the talent bonus of 5% bonus when using spiritual weapons. Don't underestimate this 5% data bonus. It's a bonus to all aspects of strength. The difference is still huge. In the hands of a high-level spirit weapon owner, this 5% can determine life or death. Inside a spacious hall, there was a large display screen hanging on one wall, which was showing the awakening ceremony. A burly man sat in the middle, with people sitting on both sides of the table. Judging from their attire, it was clear they were no ordinary people. An elderly man suddenly spoke up. This year's awakening ceremony was so poor. Only so few people in a class successfully awakened. Last year, there were 8 people in a class, but this year, there were only 5. The others were also discussing the matter. The burly man in the main seat suddenly raised his hand, and the people below stopped talking. A powerful voice rang out. The spiritual power conversion process of these children is too slow. The highest in the class is only level 5. Feng Tian, your salary will be reduced by 50% this year. An obese man stood up with a cold sweat on his face. Yes, City Lord. The awakening continued, and soon it was Ning Bai's Class 8's turn. As usual, about 1/5 of the students in the previous classes had awakened. There were 50 people in a class here, and they were evenly matched 25 boys and 25 girls. Most of them were bronze, a few were silver, and there was no gold at all. Fengyi-chen and Yushi, who were in charge of awakening, looked at each other and shook their heads. They know that the City Lord is going to be furious again. In the previous room, the sound of a glass breaking could be heard. It was the City Lord crushing the glass with his bare hands. Do you still want me to make a fool of myself last year? Don't you think Anhui Bay City is embarrassing enough? Everyone kept their heads down in silence, fearing they would get into trouble. Only a proud middle-aged man suddenly spoke up. City Lord, our son Huang Jing has reached the 7th level of spiritual power, and this time he will definitely reach gold. Okay, Master Huang, as long as your son awakens his golden talent, there will be a big reward. The City Lord's brows finally stopped frowning, and his expression relaxed. Huang Xiaoxiong thanks the City Lord, then he looked at everyone present with pride and sat down. Although everyone despised him in their hearts, they were also very envious of him for having a good son, and they only hated that their own sons were not ambitious enough. It was finally Ning Bai's turn to go on stage. He looked at the machine calmly. He had no hope. After all, his spiritual power was only level 2, and it was impossible for him to awaken successfully. The people present and those watching in front of the screen did not take him seriously. They just hoped that he would wake up quickly and wait for the next one. However, surprises and accidents always appear unexpectedly. Chapter 2 Special Talents. Ning Bai simply placed his hand on the awakening machine. He felt relaxed all over and his consciousness seemed to be in a warm ocean. Suddenly, a colorful light rushed towards him, and Ning Bai screamed in fright. Then Ning Bai's consciousness returned to reality. Looking at the silver white light talent on the machine, Ning Bai's eyes were dull. The people in the audience were also surprised. After all, Ning Bai had a low-level spiritual talent, only a level 2 spiritual power loser. Fengyi-chen and Yushi on the stage looked at Ning Bai for a while, then looked away. After all, he was just a silver talent and not worth making a fuss about. Little brother, you have completed the test and can go down now. Yushi, who had a hot body, walked over lightly and nimbly, and said to Ning Bai in a lazy and soft voice. Ning Bai finally came back to his senses and looked at the charming beauty in red in front of him. Ning Bai's old face turned red. After all, he was only in his 20s. Seeing a beauty who was much more beautiful than the former world-famous internet celebrity talking to him, Ning Bai's heart beat fast unconsciously. Sorry, I'm so happy that my talent has been awakened. I'll go down now. Ning Bai bowed to the two of them to express his apology, then hurried downstairs. Looking at the high school boy running away, Yushi covered her mouth and laughed. Fengyi-chen, who was standing by, saw this scene and shook his head, then continued his awakening. Ning Bai had an ecstatic look on his face when he returned to the class team. Everyone else thought that he was happy because he had awakened his silver talent, but little did they know that he was shocked by the power of his 7-color special talent. As we all know, talents are divided into spiritual power talents and device control talents. Ning Bai's spiritual power talent is a mess. When he was tested at the age of 12, he only had low-level talent, and now he is cultivated to the 2nd level of spiritual power. The talent for controlling equipment is awakened through the spiritual power level, so the talent for controlling equipment can only be awakened when the spiritual power level reaches 2 or above. The higher the spiritual power level, the easier it is to awaken a high-level talent for controlling equipment. Ning Bai's awakening of the silver talent was already a great achievement, but he awakened a special talent by chance. Although he didn't know what level the 7-color special talent was, it was definitely not simple. Colorful special talent. The controller can ignore the talent gap and contract spiritual weapons. The number increases with the level. Strengthen your own ordinary talent bonus for every spiritual weapon contracted. The bonus increases by 10%, currently 5% bonus, and you can share half of the spiritual talent of the spiritual weapon. It perfectly solves the defects of low talent and slow spiritual power cultivation speed. As long as you continue to contract spiritual weapons, the speed of your spiritual power cultivation will be brought up by the spiritual weapons, and low talent will no longer be a problem. Ning Bai calmed down and thought to himself, I must not reveal my talent. It's too shocking. I can only be extravagant when I'm truly powerful. I'll see if there's a spiritual weapon that suits me. I must quickly contract a spiritual weapon. My cultivation is too slow. The awakening ceremony for boys has been completed for the most part, with only Class 10 remaining. This class consists of descendants of high-ranking officials in the base city, so at this moment more people are paying attention to the final awakening. The first boy who came on stage held his head high and walked towards the awakening platform proudly. This was the sense of superiority of their Class 10. In the City Lord's Hall, the City Lord was still sitting in the seat of honor with an expressionless face, while the people below were looking at the big screen with hope, because it was finally the turn of their descendants. The first boy quickly completed his awakening and gained silver talent, which aroused the envy of other students. Everyone began to look forward to the students who came after him. After all, the first one was silver. As the awakening progressed, 20 people had already completed it. Most of them were silver, with only a few bronze, and no one failed to awaken. The teacher of Class 10 nodded, feeling very proud, with a glow on his face. The principal, who was fined his salary, gradually looked happy, and then everyone looked at the City Lord carefully. Unfortunately, the City Lord had no expression on his face, and it was impossible to tell what his current mood was. Next, it was Huang Jing's turn. Everyone in the room was nervously watching the screen. Even the usually calm City Lord had his eyes on the screen. Soon, the machine emitted bursts of golden light, and words appeared: gold level talent, using spiritual weapon talent bonus 10%. Everyone at the scene cheered and was proud of Huang Jing. Because of the competition among each base city, winning glory for the base city was deeply rooted in people's hearts. This first student who awakened a gold-level talent inspired everyone. Good. Huang Xiaoxiong, your Huang family has produced a genius. Grant him a spiritual skill. The City Lord stood up at this time, a smile on his face, and praised Huang Xiaoxiong. Thank you for the reward, City Lord. It is my honor to serve you in Anhui City. Huang Xiaoxiong answered modestly, but the raised corner of his mouth betrayed him. A group of people looked at Huang Xiaoxiong with envy and jealousy. This was a spiritual skill. You should know that there were no basic spiritual skills in the entire Anhui. None of their families had spiritual skills. Only the City Lord mastered the spiritual skills, and they never passed them on to others. The spiritual skill just bestowed upon the Huang family was a copy of spiritual power, which evolved directly in the brain and could not be passed on to others at all. The next 3 people have awakened to silver, and they are no longer eye-catching. After all, they have already produced gold before them. The last person appeared. He was dressed in blue, had a handsome face, and his eyes sparkled like stars. Fengmi-chan and Yushi beside him gave him an encouraging look. The boy took a deep breath, nodded to the two of them, and then placed his hand on the machine. Then a burst of purple light burst out, more dazzling than the previous golden light. Then the machine showed the result: epic talent, using spiritual weapon talent bonus 20%. Everyone was excited at this moment. It had been many years since Anhui had produced a purple epic talent. This was considered a gifted talent in those top-ranked base cities. At this moment, the city lord could no longer control his expression. He stood up excitedly and said, "It has been so many years since I, Anhui, have produced an epic. God bless me, Anhui. City lord, your old relatives are still producing geniuses as always. Before, there was Fengmi-chan, a talented Huang family man, and now it's even more amazing. They've produced Feng Xiang, an epic level talent. It's still you, city lord, who has a keen eye for talent. Yeah. Congratulations, city lord. You've got another genius." Hearing the praise from a group of people, the city lord couldn't help but curl his lips, and at the same time, he also felt a sense of heroism, who said that Anhui can't produce geniuses. At the awakening ceremony, the controller's awakening is over. Fengmi-chan adjusted the machine and prepared to start the awakening of the spiritual weapon. A large group of female students began to line up and wait, and each girl looked at the awakening machine nervously. Ning Bai in the audience was looking at them nervously, hoping to find his first contractor. Chapter 3: Golden Spiritual Weapon appears. There were also 10 classes of girls lining up. The first class of girls finished the test quickly and found that 10 of them had no talent for spiritual weapons, 12 were bronze, and 3 were silver. This was much higher than the awakening rate of weapon controllers. Just when Class 5 was awakened, a golden light emerged, and finally the first gold-level spiritual weapon appeared. This was the class beauty of Class 5. She was wearing a white dress, with a graceful figure and a blush on her fair and flawless face. She was quite excited at this time. She had awakened her golden talent and she did not disappoint her parents' expectations. The girl's family was also cheering. Their daughter had awakened her golden talent, and everyone's face was filled with happy smiles. The girl's name is Wang Yu. She is from an ordinary family. She originally had a medium talent and level 5 spiritual power, but she awakened the golden talent, which is really rare. A large group of people outside began to take action. They kept watching the awakening ceremony and prepared to recruit some good seedlings. Of course, they didn't dare to think about the gold level, as these were the objects of the city lord's attention. They just wanted to recruit a few silver seedlings. An awakened spirit weapon user is stronger than a weapon controller, and a weapon controller is a little stronger than an unawakened spirit weapon user. The strongest is a weapon spirit user who is a combination of the two. Under the control of the two awakening leaders, the turmoil quickly subsided and the awakening ceremony continued. No more golden spiritual weapons appeared in the previous classes, but a girl in black caught Ning Bai's attention. She was dressed in black, had cold eyebrows and eyes, a small, pointed face, an icy expression, and eyes like stars. She gave Ning Bai a feeling that no one should get close to her. This woman gave Ning Bai a strange feeling. He had the urge to sign a contract with this girl. Ning Bai was extremely confused. Could this be the compatibility between the controller and the spiritual weapon that the teacher had talked about before? Only when the compatibility reached more than 50% would there be an obvious feeling. But this girl only has a silver-level spiritual weapon, and Ning Bai is in a dilemma. This is his first spiritual weapon, and he can't just contract it casually. This is related to his future growth rate. Although he now has 2 contract positions, if the contract is terminated, there will be a 1-year backlash period, and he cannot contract a spiritual weapon for a year. Therefore, people will only contract after careful consideration, just like getting married. When the girl saw that she had awakened her silver talent, her eyes dimmed and she stumbled away. A figure in the crowd saw the result of the black-clothed woman's awakening, shook his head, and sighed, "What a pity. She has such a high talent, but she only awakened a silver talent. It seems that the third lady can't escape this disaster." It was Class 10's turn to awaken, and everyone's attention was drawn to it again. They all knew that it was now up to Class 10 to find a place. After all, only those with gold talent or above were eligible to participate in the matching conference in Base City 108. 2 women in the crowd were arguing with each other. One of them, a girl in yellow, challenged, "Luo Shui, this time I will definitely be stronger than you when you awaken. Then we'll just have to wait and see, Princess Taiping Lu Huer, the girl in blue replied jokingly. As everyone in front woke up, it was finally the turn of these two young ladies who bickered with each other every day. I'll go first, Sister Lu, you must surpass me. The girl in blue did not forget to tease the girl in yellow before leaving. You, Luo Shui, just wait for me. The girl in yellow stood there, stomping her feet and sulking, which was quite interesting. Luo Shui came to the awakening platform, with a little nervousness on her snow-white face. The two huge breasts on her chest kept rising and falling. She covered her plump white chest with her left hand, calmed herself down, then closed her eyes and slowly placed her right hand on the awakening machine. This action made the two people beside her laugh. This girl is usually fearless, but now she is like this. It's rare to see her like this. No, I have to take a picture as a souvenir. Then Yushi playfully took out his mobile phone and took a close-up of Luo Shui from all angles. At this time, Luo Shui was still unaware that her embarrassing scene had been captured on camera. With a flash of golden light, she successfully awakened her gold-level talent. Looking at the golden light on the machine, Luo Shui finally felt relieved. She adjusted her expression and then walked down slowly. Lu Huer, who was standing by, immediately lost his composure when he saw his old rival awaken his golden talent, but he still pretended to be calm and walked forward. It was even more outrageous when this person awakened. He prayed to God for protection right on the stage, which stunned Fengyichen and Yushi on the side. This pair of enemies really look alike. Of course, Lu Huer did not escape Yushi's capture. Finally, he placed his hand on the awakening machine. A golden light emerged, and Lu Huer's heart finally settled down. He placed his hands on the exposed chest and said slowly, "Fortunately, it's not worse than that guy, otherwise I would be laughed to death." At this point, the awakening ceremony has been completed, with 1 gold weapon controller, 1 epic weapon controller, and 3 gold spirit weapon controllers. Now all the gold awakeners stay. The others can disband on their own. You can sign contracts with each other, but you must work hard to sense in your heart and find the spiritual weapon that best suits you. Several people with golden talents walked onto the stage amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. Then 2 of them took the 5 people out of the school and headed towards the city hall. Everyone please be quiet. The school is now starting to match spirits. Those who are willing to match can stay. If your family has a better choice and you don't want to match, you can leave now. Only a small number of people left. Some of them had already arranged contract partners at home, and some went back to strengthen their sensing abilities and choose the most suitable spiritual weapons. Without exception, those who left were children whose families had a certain amount of wealth and status. The girl in black sat on the ground with her hands on her knees in a daze. She couldn't help but think of her mother. She felt that she had failed her expectations and that she was a waste. Then she prepared to stand up and go back to accept her father's arrangements. Suddenly a figure stood in front of her. It was Ning Bai. He followed the feeling in his heart and came. He bent down and stretched out his right hand to the girl, then said gently, "Can you make a contract with me?" The girl looked up and saw Ning Bai with a sunny face. Suddenly, she felt an urge to make a contract with the boy in front of her. It was the sword in her body that was shaking. The girl understood that this boy was the most suitable contract partner for her, but she couldn't, because she was not qualified to make a contract with others. "Sorry, I can't make a contract with you." The girl left the school after saying this, but her back looked a little depressed. Ning Bai looked at the receding figure and smiled bitterly. The first invitation he mustered up the courage to make was rejected. Looking at the various people in front of him, Ning Bai left the school and went home. Many people invited Ning Bai, but he rejected them one by one because he did not feel that there was anyone in the school that he had a connection with. Chapter 4 Li Chanyue. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Xiao Bai, wash your hands. The meal will be ready soon. You can eat later. Today we have your favorite chicken legs. A middle-aged woman stuck her head out of the kitchen, smiled at Ning Bai, and then started to get busy again. Xiao Bai, how was your awakening ceremony today? A middle-aged man with a haggard face and white hair walked out of the room. Ning Bai didn't say anything. He was still thinking about the contract. If he couldn't sign the contract, no matter how good his talent was, it would be useless. At this time, he didn't hear what his father said at all. The man thought Ning Bai had failed in his awakening, so he patted his shoulder and said with concern, "Son, don't be sad. It doesn't matter if you fail. You can still cultivate spiritual power and become a great hero in the future." Ning Bai, who was thinking, came back to his senses immediately and smiled bitterly when he heard his father's comfort. It seemed that they had already determined in their hearts that he would not be able to awaken successfully. Dad, I've awakened, and I'm a silver controller. It's okay, even if you awaken the white. What did you say? You awakened the silver talent? Ning Jiming was about to comfort him, but he reacted halfway and said in shock. It's true, Dad, I have awakened the silver talent. Ning Bai could only continue to confirm with Ning Jiming. Mom, please cook a few more dishes today. My son has awakened his silver talent. I'll get a few bottles of my treasured wine. Let's celebrate today. Seeing his happy father running to the room to get wine like a child, Ning Bai's heart suddenly warmed. Although he had traveled through time, he had always been loved by the parents of this body, and he had long regarded them as his own parents. Seeing his parents made Ning Bai more determined to sign the contract for the spiritual weapon. If he couldn't become stronger, he couldn't protect his parents and couldn't give them a safe and happy life. This was a dangerous world, and strength was the only basis for everything. As the mother brought the dishes and the father brought the wine to the table, the family sat neatly at the table. Ning Bai, tell us about the awakening of your school. The two asked Ning Bai curiously. His parents did not watch the live broadcast on TV. They were also at work today. Just like Ning Bai's original world, his parents were just ordinary workers who had to go to work every day to earn a meager income. In this world, there is no such thing as idle people. There is no help for those in need or the weak. Here, you have to rely on yourself for everything. There are many ordinary people like Ning Bai's parents. As long as they don't have even inferior talent in the 12-year-old test, they are destined to be ordinary people, and spiritual energy cannot enter their bodies, just like those immortal cultivation novels about whether they have spiritual roots. Then Ning Bai told his parents what he saw and heard at school, just like telling a story. The two listened with great interest and laughed from time to time. His mother kept picking up food for the father and son. At this moment, the picture froze to form a happy family portrait. Xiao Bai, you said you don't have a contracted spiritual weapon? The two of them suddenly raised their voices and asked. Yes, there is no spiritual weapon suitable for me in the school, so I want to go out and look for a spiritual weapon that suits me at night. Ning Bai explained his idea to the two of them seriously. No, the city is not safe either. We ordinary people should stay at home at night and cannot risk going out. But the graduation performance will begin tomorrow. If I don't have a contracted spirit weapon by tomorrow, I won't be able to participate, join the Spirit Weapon Association, and enjoy the treatment of a spirit weapon. The parents beside him fell into deep thought. Although they wanted to say that they didn't care, seeing their son's yearning eyes, they knew what Ning Bai wanted. Then the father stood up and said solemnly, Son, you have grown up and have your own ideas and pursuits. We agree with your ideas, but you must pay attention to your own safety. Ning Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the two would not agree. He had just planned to sneak out at night, but fortunately the two agreed. Xiao Bai, even though you've become a device controller, you still need to be careful at night. Sometimes small monsters can sneak into the city that even the city defense forces don't notice. You must be extremely careful. If you encounter a monster, run away immediately. Father, I understand. I will pay attention. Then the family started today's dinner. The dishes were very rich and several people drank some wine. Ning Bai only drank a little wine because he had something to do in the evening. However, his father drank quite a lot and poured it directly on the table. Then I left home under the care of my mother. It was almost dark at this time, and there were not many people on the street. Many shops were closed, of course, those shops with strong financial resources were still open. Ning Bai kept searching on the road. At night, it was basically the awakened ones who were outside. There were also people like Ning Bai who did not have a contract and came out at night to look for suitable contract partners. Hello, would you like a friend contract? A beautiful but slightly weak and sickly beauty asked. Ning Bai looked at the woman's age and knew that this was not the person who awakened today. She was probably the one whose contract was terminated. The contract can be terminated, but it will take a year to repair it before the contract can be signed again. You are the spiritual weapon whose contract was terminated, right? The woman was silent for a moment before she replied, Yes, I was the spiritual weapon whose contract was terminated last year because he had a better option. Ning Bai understood that if there was a better contract partner, the controller would be happy to change the spiritual weapon, but it would be difficult for the spiritual weapon whose contract had been terminated to sign a contract again because they had been marked with a broken hexagram pattern on their arm. Seeing that the young man recognized her identity at a glance, the woman wanted to leave immediately. She knew that once someone knew her identity as an abandoned person, they would not sign a contract with her, because she was only a bronze-level spiritual weapon user. Without a contract, no one would want her whether she joined the mercenaries or the city defense army. She also did not have the ability to go out into the wild alone, so she mustered up the courage to come out and find someone to sign a contract with. Seeing the woman in black about to leave, Ning Bai stopped her with one sentence, "I am willing to sign a contract with you." The woman seemed to have heard something impossible and turned around tremblingly. "Are you really willing to sign a contract with me, even if I am an abandoned person?" Ning Bai showed a sincere smile and said, "I do. I don't care about your identity as an abandoned person." A charming smile blossomed on the woman's face, and she stretched out her fair little hand to Ning Bai. "Hello, my name is Li Chanhua, please give me your guidance in the future." Ning Bai also reached out and held the warm little hand tightly. "Hello, my name is Ning Bai, and please give me your guidance in the future." The two of them cast long reflections under the light on the side, as if witnessing this beautiful scene. Little did they know that many years later, the two of them would create a brilliant and wonderful legend. Then, a burst of light erupted, and the contract was established. A complete hexagram pattern appeared on Ning Bai's body, and information about the spiritual weapon came to his mind. Ning Bai murmured, "Dongwang Bell? Is it the Dongwang Bell I'm thinking of?" The reason why Ning Bai wanted to sign a contract with Li Chanhua was probably more out of empathy. He had been abandoned before, but his talent also had a slight connection with Li Chanhua. Ning Bai only sensed this after the two shook hands. Now that he knew that Li Chanhua's spiritual weapon was the Dongwang Bell, Ning Bai was also confused, but also had a little more anticipation. Afterwards, Ning Bai told Li Chanhua that he would go to participate in the graduation assignment tomorrow, and now the two of them should practice their cooperation in actual combat. Li Chanhua nodded. She understood that once she signed the contract, she had to cooperate well, otherwise it would be embarrassing if there was no compatibility at all. Then Ning Bai impatiently pulled her to an open place. Li Chanhua's hand was tightly held by Ning Bai, and her face turned slightly red. You would have thought that the young couple was impatient. Chapter 5 Chaos Clock, Surprise. The two stood facing each other. Ning Bai looked at the shy Li Chanhua in front of him and nodded at her, indicating that she could start. Li Chanhua nodded, then shouted Chaos Bell softly, and then Li Chanhua's body burst into a white light. Ning Bai was dazzled by the dazzling light and couldn't open his eyes at all. After a while, the light gradually disappeared, and only an ancient bell as tall as a person was seen floating in the air, giving people a sense of dignity and mystery. Looking at the familiar clock in front of him, Ning Bai was ecstatic. It really is the Chaos Clock. God blesses me. Seeing Ning Bai's happy expression, the big bell that Li Chanhua turned into also vibrated continuously, making a clanging sound. The Chaos Bell couldn't be made of bronze only. Something must have happened. Ning Bai didn't continue to think about it. He closed his eyes and sensed the Dongwang Bell with his heart. Suddenly Ning Bai opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he shouted, "Get up!" I saw the Dongwang Bell slowly rising, and soon it had flown into the air. At this time, the Dongwang Bell was surrounded by purple light, and it looked as sacred and dignified as an emperor on earth. Ning Bai began to control the spiritual weapon to attack, only to see the Dongwang Bell falling straight to the ground, causing the ground to sink, and waves of sound surrounding it. Li Chanhua, your spiritual weapon Dongwang Bell also has sonic attacks every time it suppresses the enemy, Ning Bai asked in surprise. People who have become spiritual weapons cannot speak, but they can communicate directly through contracts. I don't know. I don't have sonic attacks when I fight myself. Maybe it's because I have a contract with you. Ning Bai nodded. He really wanted to try the effect of this sound wave, but unfortunately there was nothing for him to try. It would be great if he could test it with a monster. Legendary Chaos Bell, how big of a surprise can you give me? I'm looking forward to fighting with you. Then the two of them continued to summon, control, retrieve, and practice. After an unknown amount of time, they stopped. The Dongwang Bell disappeared again and turned back into Li Chanhua herself. Ning Bai, you actually used your spiritual power to stimulate me for such a long time, and you are very skilled at it. You must be a genius with high-level spiritual power. Li Chanhua walked over happily and said to Ning Bai. Ning Bai touched his head and said awkwardly, actually, I'm just a low-level talented device controller with level 3 spiritual power. Of course, this was improved after I signed the contract with you. Before the contract, I was level 2-inch. Ah, then how can you have so much spiritual power to drive me? Even when I transform into a spiritual weapon to fight, it consumes a lot of spiritual power. Looking at Li Chuanyue's incredible expression, Ning Bai smiled mysteriously. Have you forgotten the degree of compatibility? After hearing what Ning Bai said, Li Chuanyue finally understood, but she was still puzzled. But the compatibility is not that exaggerated. I have seen others with a compatibility of 25, and it is not as exaggerated as ours. But you are only at level 3 spiritual power, and they are all at level 6 or above. Ning Bai didn't know the reason either. The only possibility was that the compatibility between him and the Donghuang Bell reached 50%. However, this 50% compatibility was not necessarily achieved even at the Spirit King level. It required daily training and adjustment to have a chance to reach 50% compatibility and become a true Spirit King weapon spirit. This discovery also made Ning Bai very happy. Is this the hidden power of the 7-color special talent? Then he told Li Chuanyue his guess about the 50 matches. When Li Chuanyue heard the word 50 contracts, she jumped up. What did you say, 50 contracts? This is the compatibility of the Spirit King level. How is this possible? I'm just guessing. It doesn't necessarily mean it has reached a 50% compatibility. We need a special instrument to test it to know, Ning Bai explained with a helpless smile. Li Chuanyue stared at Ning Bai like this, as if she wanted to see through Ning Bai, which made Ning Bai feel uncomfortable. He asked hurriedly with a strange look in his eyes, "Why are you looking at me?" It's scary. Looking at Ning Bai's frightened eyes, Li Chuanyue laughed. What are you thinking about? I'm just curious why you are different from others. Ning Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Li Chuanyue had some bad hobbies. Maybe you and I are destined to be together, that's why it's so special, Ning Bai joked. Maybe you're right. Making a contract with you might be the best thing I've ever done in my life. Seeing Li Chuanyue regain her confidence, Ning Bai raised the corner of his mouth. Donghuang Bell, I will definitely make you shine in this world. Let's go, it's getting late. We have to get up early tomorrow. Go back and have a good rest. From today on, you will stay with me. Li Chuanyue's face flushed. It had been less than a day since she signed the contract with someone else, so she had never interacted with other people. She felt a little unnatural when she thought about following a man forever, but she still nodded. After the weapon controller and the spirit weapon have made a contract, they need to stay together. Unless they reach the level of Spirit General, then they can separate, because the weapon controller at the level of Spirit General can summon his contracted spirit weapon instantly. If the spirit weapon owner reaches the level of Spirit General, and the weapon controller is still at the level of Spirit Master, then he cannot summon the spirit weapon from a long distance. Then the two separated here and went back to their respective residences. On the way, Ning Bai felt that the speed at which he absorbed spiritual power had become faster, so he was ecstatic. It seems that the girl's spiritual talent is not low. This is probably an advanced talent. Ning Bai quickened his pace. He planned to go back and practice hard, and strive to appear with a spiritual power level of level 5 tomorrow. In this era, you must show a certain level of talent and strength, otherwise it will be difficult to get resources. Just like Ning Bai did not reveal his extraordinary talent in school, so there was no good spiritual weapon to contract with him, while those who awaken to the gold level can participate in the contract conference of the 108 base city. This is the gap. So, tomorrow he decided to show his worth well so as to get strong training from the base city. He was really greedy for spiritual skills. This was a good thing that could not be bought. It was said that this thing was formed when the martial arts gained spirituality, when the spiritual energy revived. He also had another goal, which was to sign another spiritual weapon contract. If he couldn't get a good spiritual weapon contract by himself, he had to rely on his own talent to contract another spiritual weapon and increase his spiritual power cultivation speed to a higher level, so that he wouldn't be left behind by those chosen ones in terms of spiritual power. Before he knew it, Ning Bai had reached the door of his home. The lights in the house were still on, and his parents were sitting at the table, anxiously waiting for him. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the two immediately stood up and turned their gaze over. Seeing that it was Ning Bai, they were overjoyed and hurried over to hug Ning Bai in their arms. The three of them hugged each other like this, feeling very warm. There were so many things they wanted to say, but a hug was worth 1,000 words. He then told them that he had contracted a spiritual weapon. The two smiled with relief and felt proud of Ning Bai. After all, that parent didn't want his child to soar to the sky. After exchanging a few words, they all went home to sleep. Ning Bai was lying on the bed, very energetic. His mind was very active and he tossed and turned in bed. It was unknown how long it took before Ning Bai slowly fell asleep with a happy smile on his face. Chapter 6 Graduation Performance. The next morning, Ning Bai woke up naturally, had breakfast at home, and rushed to school. Seeing Ning Bai leaving, Ning Jiming asked Zhang Hongmei, who was cleaning the dishes, puzzledly, "Do you feel that Ning Bai seems to have become a little different?" "What's the difference? My son has become more positive and you're still complaining about this and that. Come quickly and help me clean up, or you'll be late for work." Yes, we have to go to work today." Ning Jiming reacted and hurried to help clean up. Ning Bai saw many classmates rushing to school on the road, and everyone had an excited look on their faces. Ning Bai soon arrived at the school. It was already crowded with people, not only students, but also many onlookers. Almost everyone in the base knew about this, so many people came to see the excitement, and sometimes people from other bases would come too. "Ning Bai, this way," a pleasant voice came into Ning Bai's ears. Ning Bai looked in the direction of the voice and saw Li Changyue in a green dress, standing elegantly in an open space and waving to Ning Bai. Ning Bai's eyes lit up when he saw Li Chanyue's outfit. It was completely different from the pitiful Li Chanyue yesterday. Today's outfit showed off her enchanting figure, but the green long skirt gave her a fresh and unworldly feeling. This pure and sexy feeling made Ning Bai unable to stop. Then Ning Bai walked towards Li Chanyue, causing the men present to. Many students present were looking at Li Chanyue with intense gazes, completely unaware of the murderous aura around them. Then, bursts of wailing rang out, startling them awake. They hurriedly apologized and explained to the girl next to them. Soon everyone quieted down because a ring rose in the middle of the playground, which stunned them. They had never known that there was such a big thing under the playground in their 3 years at school. At this time, a group of people were already sitting on the high audience stand. This was where the school leaders usually sat, and it was now full of people. Unfortunately, the people sitting here were no longer the school leaders that everyone was familiar with. There were all kinds of people sitting here, including soldiers in uniform, nobles in gorgeous clothes, and government leaders that the base city usually did not see. This is a battle arena that base city spent a huge amount of money to build. It has powerful repair and defense functions. It can be used by spiritual masters to fight, and it will not affect the audience outside at all. An old man with a shrewd look said proudly. The others looked at this great masterpiece in amazement, and all said respectfully to the old man, as expected of the foreman of the base city engineering and construction department, "Master Mo's work is truly extraordinary. No, this is what I should do. It's an honor for us Anhui people to contribute to the development of the base city. Now that everyone is here, I will inform the students that they can start preparing." The principal looked at everyone in the seats and asked politely. Everyone nodded, and then the principal picked up the radio microphone and began to announce, "The graduation performance is about to begin. Students, please be ready and gather around the stage. Each class, please assemble in an orderly manner and follow the teacher's instructions." Everyone who heard the broadcast began to look for their class team and went to the place where the teacher had gathered before. Ning Bai took Li Chanyue's hand and came to the gathering point of Class 8. Many people were already here, of course they were all familiar male classmates, and the female classmates were from other classes. The spiritual weapon users here all followed the weapon controllers, so the girls in the class were gone and followed the boys from other classes. This world is so cruel, and falling in love is based on their respective contracts. There are only about 10 people in the class. The fat boy Zhao Hao who called him to awaken is no longer here. He did not awaken successfully, so he is not here today. Only the weapon spirit masters who have awakened successfully are here, which makes Ning Bai sigh. As everyone gathered, the principal turned his gaze to a well-mannered man sitting in the middle. "Deputy City Lord, please personally announce the start of the graduation performance." The man nodded, picked up the microphone on the table, stood up, and said solemnly, "I declare the graduation performance of Anhui Base Awakening Middle School officially begins." There was a burst of applause at the scene. Every year's eye-catching graduation performance was what everyone looked forward to. After all, this was the new force of the base city in the future, and everyone attached great importance to it. As for why the city lord didn't come, it was because he had to escort people with gold-level talents to Hope City. Hope City was recognized as the strongest base city among the 108 base cities. Not only was the base prosperous, but it was also filled with powerful weapon spirit masters, and there were several powerful spirit king level masters. Every contract conference would be held there. After all, it was the safest place, with strong people in charge, and could fully guarantee the safety of these talented people. All weapon spirit users, please come up to the stage to draw lots. Only one representative is needed. Please don't tell the number to others. A man in military uniform was seen standing next to a large box. Then someone started to go up, and at the man's signal, they drew a square sign from the box. Then people continued to go up to draw number signs. Ning Bai also went up and drew a sign himself, 120, a very good number. After everyone had drawn, the man stretched and said, "I'm the referee for your performance. The system will randomly match numbers. When you see the number on the screen matches the number you drew, you can go on stage to compete. One lucky person will get a bye. Good luck to you all. There are 121 teams competing this time, and each person will have one chance to perform. Matching will begin now." A man in military uniform on the stage saw the man's lazy look and shook his head helplessly. This kid is as lazy as ever. He doesn't even know to pay more attention to good seedlings for the city defense army. It seems that I have to teach him a lesson when I return. A scroll appeared on the screen behind the random man, and two numbers appeared on the screen, 45 vs 89. Two teams of people walked out of the crowd and walked to the ring. Both sides clasped their fists in greeting, and then summoned spiritual weapons. The girls on both sides glowed and then turned into spiritual weapons. One of them was holding a knife and the other was holding a gun, ready for fighting. The referee above waved his hand and said, "Your fight is limited. Do not hurt anyone's life. You will be punished severely. If you admit defeat, please shout, 'I admit defeat.' Now you can start." The two nodded, then looked at each other eagerly. They knew that they had to show their talents in all aspects as much as possible, so that they would be noticed and have a good future. Everyone looked at the two people on the stage with anticipation, hoping for a wonderful showdown. Chapter 7: Ning Bai's First Battle. Then the names and talent levels of the two people appeared on the screen, including the information of the contracted spiritual weapon, which was clear at a glance. Both of them possessed bronze-level talents, but their contracted spiritual weapons were a sword and a spear, respectively. Clearly, the spear possessed a greater advantage. After all, an inch longer meant an inch stronger, often called the king of all weapons. However, this world was no longer what it once was. This was a world of resurgent spiritual energy, where everything depended on spiritual power and talent. Soon the two of them engaged in battle, and the two spiritual weapons collided, creating intense sparks. Each of them used his own skilled swordsmanship and gunmanship. The school would teach students some basic combat skills and learn various weapons according to their own interests. These two people, one was a swordsman and the other was a gunman, so the spiritual weapons they chose after awakening were also swords and guns. Seeing the two people on the stage skillfully using their weapons, the principal was satisfied. These two children were really serious about learning what they learned in school. Soon the boy with the gun was at a disadvantage and was obviously not as calm as before. He was suppressed by his opponent's swordsmanship and could only defend himself with all his might. After a while, he could not hold on any longer and was knocked to the ground. Following the referee's announcement, the two spiritual weapons transformed into humanoid forms. The victorious party was beaming with joy, while the defeated party was filled with resentment. The girl looked at the fallen boy and said with self-blame, "I'm sorry, I held you back. If my spiritual power wasn't lower than the opponent's spiritual weapon, you wouldn't have lost." The man didn't say anything, but just left on his own. Seeing the man leave in disappointment, the woman's face became gloomy, and then she also left the ring. Later, the matching duels continued, and new spiritual weapons kept appearing, such as bells, pianos, flutes, pens, and so on. This stunned Ning Bai. It turned out that there were so many kinds of spiritual weapons, which made Li Changyue beside him chuckle. At this time, there was a boy on the field holding a small golden bell in his hand. He kept shaking the bell, and the boy holding an iron rod on the opposite side was bewitched and had no power to resist. He jumped to the stage obediently, and then won the competition easily. The boy looked very proud. Several people on the stage were also amazed. One of them sighed, "This kind of spiritual weapon is really domineering. Spiritual weapons of the same level are completely powerless to resist it. Even spiritual weapons of a higher level will find it extremely difficult to deal with it. It's a pity that this thing is only useful in the early stages. Once you reach the spirit master level, the power of this spiritual weapon will be greatly reduced." Spirit masters already have a certain resistance to mental attacks, so when facing ordinary spiritual weapons, this kind of spiritual weapon will no longer have an advantage and will be suppressed by ordinary spiritual weapons. Another old man also commented. The constant matching and fighting made everyone feel refreshed. After all, the battle between weapon spirit masters was not something that ordinary people could see. Moreover, these spiritual weapons also opened everyone's eyes and broadened their horizons. These people also watched with great interest. Of course, there were not only onlookers at the scene, but also many forces recruiting talents, such as the local strength of the Anhui base, and people from various weapon spirit universities were inspecting. Only base cities with strong strength would have weapon spirit universities. Base cities with medium rankings like Anhui Base City only had high schools and no universities at all. After participating in the graduation performance, everyone will be registered by the Weapon Spirit Association and can receive the treatment of a weapon spirit, which is the treatment that ordinary people pursue throughout their lives. The Weapon Spirit Association is just a registration agency, an organization used to improve the welfare of weapon spirits and to provide for their basic living. Joining a suitable force is the necessary path for all weapon spirits. Time passed quickly, and most people had already participated in the performance. Soon Ning Bai saw his name appear on the screen. He then looked at Li Changyue, and then the two walked forward hand in hand. As Ning Bai and the other person came onto the stage, Ning Bai's opponent also came onto the stage soon. Ning Bai was not very familiar with him, but this person seemed to be from class 10, the aristocratic class. Several people on the stage checked the information of the two people, but they were all surprised to see Ning Bai's information. After all, Ning Bai only had low-level spiritual power talent, but he awakened the silver talent with level 2 spiritual power. Everyone thought that this boy was good and wanted to recruit him. After all, silver was already rare, and above that was the gold-level genius. But when everyone continued to read on, they all shook their heads. This kid is destroying his own future. How could he contract a bronze-level spiritual weapon? Then everyone stopped paying attention to Ning Bai, thinking that he would definitely lose this battle. The two began to summon spiritual weapons, and saw Li Chanyue's graceful body burst into dazzling light, and then an ancient bell appeared. The opposite side was not far behind, and a long spear appeared, with murderous aura. The opponent took the first step and rushed towards Ning Bai with a long spear in his hand, with unstoppable force, which made Ning Bai frown. Donghuang Bell, suppress him. Ning Bai waved his hands, and the ancient patterns on the surface of the bell lit up slightly, then it rose from the ground and crashed into the rushing man. The man was a little surprised to see such a big clock. It was the first time for him to see such a big clock. He dodged it by relying on his own ground movement skills, which were bought for him by his family at great expense. Everyone present was amazed to see the man easily dodge Ning Bai's attack. It seemed that this man was no ordinary person. Ning Bai's face was solemn as he watched the other party easily dodge his attack. The other party was not an ordinary student. He had also learned body movements, which were things that were not taught in school. So Ning Bai had to be careful in this battle. Without waiting for Ning Bai to continue, the man with the spear still rushed towards Ning Bai. Ning Bai hurriedly called back the Donghuang bell to resist. This made the man confused. How could the spiritual weapon be called back so quickly? And this was not a small spiritual weapon, it was a big one. Everyone thought that Ning Bai had no chance this time. They felt that Ning Bai was too inexperienced and let his bulky clock move too far away from him, making it easy for him to be ambushed by a nimble opponent. However, the scene of Ning Bai blocking the attack left everyone stunned. They couldn't believe that Ning Bai could summon the bell to his front again at such a fast speed. The people on the platform were also very surprised, but they looked at Ning Bai thoughtfully. The deputy city lord in the middle suddenly said in surprise, "I didn't expect that there would be such a compatible combination among the students this year. The compatibility is probably over 30. After hearing the deputy city lord's words, the others looked at Ning Bai on the field in shock. You know, a compatibility of more than 30 is a level that most spiritualists don't have. For a spirit master who has just made a contract and hasn't reached the level of a spiritual user, a compatibility of 10 is normal. A compatibility of 30 is something most people wouldn't even dare to think about. No wonder this child contracted a bronze-level spiritual weapon. It turns out it's because of the compatibility. That's not a big deal. With such a high degree of compatibility, even a silver spiritual weapon would be no different." An old man explained. The others also nodded, thinking it made sense. Now they began to pay attention to Ning Bai again, thinking that Ning Bai was a promising talent. But at this time, Ning Bai had no idea that he had been analyzed by a group of people for a long time. He was still competing with the man. Ning Bai, through the perfect coordination between himself and the Dongwang bell, resolved the man's attacks again and again, making the man unable to use his strength and feeling angry. In the end, Ning Bai used this strategy of only defending and not attacking to wear the man down to death. The man looked at Ning Bai with gritted teeth and left the ring. Ning Bai then won. Ning Bai and Li Chanyu both breathed a sigh of relief after they stepped down. They had no skills at all and only won the victory by relying on the hardness and size of the Dongwang bell. Fortunately, the two of them had a high degree of compatibility, otherwise they really could not have defeated the man with superb skills. Ning Bai's battle also attracted the attention of countless people. After all, people who know the business can see that Ning Bai can't do anything but exhaust the man to death. This requires a very high degree of compatibility, so Ning Bai was also included in the list of people that many forces are vying for. Chapter 8. The performance is over and all parties are recruiting. After Ning Bai's performance ended, several more people came on stage and finished their battle. At this time, everyone's performance had ended, and it was time for the leaders to speak and comment. So everyone present was not in a hurry to leave. They knew that the most exciting moment had arrived, and those who had just performed victoriously were all looking forward to it. I declare this year's graduation performance officially over. From now on, you are all qualified weapon spirits, and you will contribute your part to the survival of mankind. The students in the audience responded loudly. They were full of vigor and passion, so everyone was very excited. Even Ning Bai felt a little excited. The leaders on the stage nodded in satisfaction when they saw this scene. It seemed that the efforts of the base city over the years were not in vain. Everyone, come out and take a look at the good boys in my Anhui base. Do you like any of them? The deputy city lord suddenly changed the subject and spoke to the large audience below the stage. It was just a very calm sentence, but everyone heard it clearly. Congratulations to Deputy City Lord Bai Yuan for breaking through to the Spirit General level and adding another great general to Anhui. Yes, congratulations. Luckily, we were assigned to the Anhui base this year, otherwise we would have missed Brother Bai Yuan's charm. Several welcoming voices were heard, and then several Lingy figures landed steadily on the leadership platform. Others stood up and gave their seats to these people. Afterwards, several people sat down as a matter of course. The only one who did not give up his seat was the deputy city lord. This made some people who did not understand the rules very confused, while those who were familiar with the rules were very excited, as they knew that their opportunity had come. I didn't expect that only 3 of the 10 great universities of humanity would come this year. Back then, Anhui was also full of geniuses, and every year there were 10 great universities. Now it has fallen to this point. Brother Bai, it doesn't matter if other schools don't come, as long as we come, it's fine. Yes, our Starlight Academy, Eternal Academy and Blue Sea Academy never give up on Anhui. Our dean said that we must recruit a quota in Anhui this year, regardless of whether our talent meets the requirements or not. This is my task. After hearing what the 3 people said, Bai Yuan also smiled and hurriedly thanked them. Brother Bai, you don't have to thank us. This is what you Anhui deserve. You send golden geniuses to the academy every year, and this year we even have epic geniuses. The academy values you very much. Bai Yuan then realized that the city lord had already sent them to Hope Bay City, and the 3 universities had already received the news, so they came so actively. Because all the geniuses in Anhui were sent to these 3 universities, and there were few geniuses in Anhui, other colleges generally would not come, and only these 3 universities would come to take care of Anhui. You've been watching for so long today, do you have any good prospects? The 3 of them looked at each other and laughed. It seems that Lord Bai understands us. There are indeed a few little guys that we like. Bai Yuan rolled his eyes at the 3 of them and said, you guys made such a high-profile appearance, how could I not see through your little thoughts? It's like this. The 3 of us all have our eyes on the kid whose spiritual weapon is a big bell. We hope to have a fair competition. After hearing the answers from the 3 people, Bai Yuan smiled knowingly, knowing that these old foxes had all set their sights on the child. No problem, I'll call the kid over now and see what his choice is. You guys go sit in the conference room first. Then, under Bai Yuan's instructions, the 2 people who were chatting with each other immediately received a notice from the school to go to the meeting room. The 2 were very confused and didn't know what was going on. Because the college did not recruit many people, many ordinary people were not aware of such a thing, and Ning Bai was among them. Soon they arrived at the door of the conference room. they saw the usually dignified principal standing anxiously at the door, waiting. He turned around to look at the two people standing there in a daze, and hurried over to say, "Hurry up, you two. There's a great opportunity waiting for you inside. Hurry in." Then the two of them were pushed into the conference room with confused looks on their faces. The principal even considerately closed the door. Ning Bai saw 4 people sitting at the long table. Of course, Ning Bai only knew the deputy city lord who had just given a speech on the leadership platform. He didn't know anyone else. Li Changyue stood a little behind Ning Bai with a well-behaved look on her face, like a young wife who depended on Ning Bai for everything. "Ning Bai, why are you still standing there? Come over and meet the teachers." Bai Yuan was the first to speak and break Ning Bai's awkwardness. Ning Bai then walked over quickly and greeted the people sitting there politely. "Ning Bai, greetings to the deputy city lord and the 3 teachers." Seeing Ning Bai's polite greeting, the 4 of them nodded slightly. At this time, Bai Yuan introduced their origins and purposes to Ning Bai. After understanding what happened, Ning Bai finally understood and turned to look at the 3 people who were looking expectant. Ning Bai knew that a silver-level student like him was not qualified to make requests to the 10 major universities. Only those with gold-level talents would be recruited by the universities with a large sum of money, so Ning Bai just asked a simple question. "Which college has the most single beauties?" "Ah!" Several people at the scene exclaimed. They looked at Ning Bai in shock, and couldn't believe that he would ask such a question. Bai Yuan on the side covered his face directly, not daring to look at the situation at the scene, while Li Chanyue's face changed behind Ning Bai. She glanced at Ning Bai again. He knows that Ning Bai is not such a person. After all, with such a beautiful woman in front of him, he did not do anything out of line. It is impossible for him to speak nonsense in such an occasion. He must have his own ideas. Then Li Chanyue suppressed her urge to ask Ning Bai. She wanted to wait until the matter was over before asking Ning Bai in detail. Ning Bai's heart was also racing at this moment. He was afraid that several people would treat him as a sex maniac and throw him out. Seeing Li Chanyue's calm face beside him, Ning Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. The 3 teachers coughed, their expressions strange. Then one of them came out and said with a longing look, "Speaking of single beauties, our Beihai College is the best. There are so many beauties there, there's even a ranking of school beauties, and there are even some extremely beautiful female teachers. The key is that they are all single." "Aren't they under contract?" Ning Bai asked doubtfully. The 3 of them smiled at each other, and then the teacher from Starlight Academy explained, "Actually, you can sign a contract at any time. It's just that some ordinary families can't make money or enjoy welfare benefits if they don't sign a contract to become a weapon spirit. So, the thinking of ordinary people like you has been fixed on signing a contract as soon as you awaken. In some large families or powerful circles, they generally do not let their children sign contracts easily. They will go through a long period of careful selection to find the contractor with the highest degree of compatibility. This will lay a good foundation from the beginning. Otherwise, if the degree of compatibility is too low and it is not suitable, it will lead to a significant drop in strength, and it will not be possible to become a true spirit king." After hearing the explanations of several people, Ning Bai finally understood that the spirit masters in this world had so much knowledge, and he was still ignorant and knew nothing. It seemed that he had to read more books in the future. Ning Bai pondered for a few seconds, then stated his choice: "I choose Beihai College." Chapter 9 reveals talent and shocks everyone. Suddenly, a voice appeared in Ning Bai's ears. "Boy, think carefully. The Blue Sea Academy is at the bottom of the top 10 academies, while the Starlight Academy and the Eternal Academy are both ranked high. It's not too late to regret now." Ning Bai, who was standing aside, was startled. Then, seeing the Deputy City Lord's expression, he realized that the Deputy City Lord was sending a message to him. This was a kind of telepathic transmission that only a strong man at the spiritual general level could do. At this time, the teacher of Beihai College said, "Ning Bai, have you really decided to choose Beihai College?" Everyone stared at Ning Bai, waiting for his decision. Li Chanyue on the side was also looking at Ning Bai nervously. "Yes, I've decided. I'm going to the Blue Sea Academy because I can still contract with a spirit weapon master." Hearing Ning Bai's answer, several people on the side disagreed. Knowing that Ning Bai was determined to go to the Azure Sea, they did not force him. After all, they were not gold-level geniuses. When Ning Bai finished speaking, several people finally reacted. "What did you say? You can also contract a spiritual weapon?" Everyone looked at the calm boy in front of them in shock. Even Li Changyue stared at Ning Bai with wide eyes, as if she was meeting Ning Bai for the first time. The teacher at Bai Hai Academy was the first to react. Ning Bai, congratulations on joining our Bai Hai Academy. We can go through the admission procedures now. I will ask the dean to upgrade your resources and benefits to that of a gold-level genius. The other two teachers on the side cursed the old fox in their hearts and said quickly, this can't be done like this, this is a genius with a double contract, we can't distribute him as usual. Why, you two still want to go back on your word? Ning Bai has already agreed to join our Bai Hai Academy. You can't say that. We didn't know about Ning Bai's talent before, but now that we know about his dual contract talent, how can we let him go astray and go to your Bisui Academy? That would be harmful to him. Your Bisui Academy is getting worse every year. There isn't a single decent weapon spirit user. They are all losers who have broken their contracts, and they get the least resources. If Ning Bai goes to your academy, his talent will be buried. The teacher of Bai Hai Academy looked at the two of them angrily, but was unable to refute, because Bai Hai Academy was indeed, as they said, getting worse year by year, and it was only supported by gold-level geniuses, but this was only in exchange for resources from Bai Hai, otherwise those people would have gone to other academies long ago, resulting in Bai Hai's resources being completely insufficient, and others had no chance to make a breakthrough. However, they could not anger the gold-level genius, because one of the standards for becoming one of the top 10 academies was to have a gold-level weapon spirit genius, a weapon spirit, not a single weapon controller or weapon spirit master. This regulation was issued by the Weapon Spirit Association. If any college fails to meet it, it will be notified by the Weapon Spirit Association to disband the college. Other colleges will probably be happy to do so that they can divide up the resources and students of the Blue Sea. Ning Bai, now that you've learned about Bai Hai, make your choice again. Bai Yuan emphasized solemnly. He didn't want Ning Bai to go to Bai Hai. Such a talent couldn't be wasted. Bai Hai's teacher has lost hope, while the other two teachers are confident of winning. Now it depends on whether Ning Bai chooses one of them. Unfortunately, Ning Bai's next words left everyone present dumbfounded. I still choose Bai Hai Academy, Ning Bai said this calmly. Of course, Ning Bai didn't say this to show off, nor did he go there simply for the girl. Ning Bai went to Bai Hai just to hide from others and develop better. The key is that there is a high-level spiritual weapon contract. Isn't this Ning Bai's paradise? As long as he keeps contracting spiritual weapons, he can become stronger quickly. As for all the problems in Bai Hai, they were not a problem in his eyes. The key was stability, so that the secret of his colorful talent would not be discovered by other people with bad intentions. You should know that talents can be plundered in this world, although the probability is only 1 in 10,000, but there are still people who take risks. The teachers at Bai Hai Academy were completely stunned and could not believe what they saw. It was not until the other two teachers left that they came to their senses. This was not a dream. Ning Bai was really going to join Bai Hai. Bai Yuan on the side snorted and left. Ning Bai must have made the deputy city lord very angry today. The three of them came to another lounge. While drinking tea, they discussed Ning Bai's matter. The two teachers showed regretful expressions. A genius with a double contract can't joke about his own future. The Blue Sea is not a good place. Bai Yuan on the side sighed with regret. Alas, this child belongs to me, and why, after all? If he can't make it in Bai Hai anymore, I will bring him back to train him. Brother Bai is so righteous. With you, Anhui Base City will surely prosper. The two of them clasped their fists in respect to Bai Yuan, and then the teacher from Starlight Academy said, since Bai Hai has already chosen one, we too must also choose one to report back. Can you please call these two people over, and we will each choose one? Okay, you guys go and rest and wait first, I'll make arrangements right away. Bai Yuan left after settling the two of them. At this time, Ning Bai and Li Changyue were still in the conference room. Bai Hai's teacher was beaming with joy. He was very satisfied with this trip to Anhui. He was able to recruit a dual contract genius for the academy. My name is Song Jiaming, you can call me Teacher Song from now on. I'll give you 1 day to take care of your own affairs. Gather here tomorrow and I'll take you to Bai Hai to meet you. Okay, Teacher Song, we understand. We'll leave first then. See you tomorrow. Song Jiaming nodded, indicating that the two could leave. He planned to contact the college and tell them the good news. Ning Bai then took Li Chanyue's hand and left the school. Li Chanyue was held by Ning Bai's hand until they were outside the school. Only then did she react and asked in disbelief, Ning Bai, have we really been accepted into the academy? This is the dream of countless high school students. Seeing Li Chanyua's cute and adorable look, Ning Bai couldn't help but scratch her little nose with his hand. It's true, we entered the Bihai College. Li Chanyua, whose nose was scratched, shyly took a step back. Her beautiful eyes carefully looked at Ning Bai, and her charming little mouth suddenly said, Ning Bai, thank you. Why should you thank me? Aren't we together? You are my contractor, and we are one. We prosper together and suffer together. Ning Bai looked at Li Chanyua sincerely with clear eyes, but after saying this, Ning Bai always felt that something was not right. Li Chanyua's face flushed red upon hearing this, and she lowered her head, almost burying it in those two huge breasts. Ning Bai, who was about to explain, couldn't help but blurt out, they're so big. At this moment, Li Chanyua was still thinking about what Ning Bai had just said. Suddenly, she heard Ning Bai's voice, which pulled her back to her thoughts. She raised her head and asked in confusion, Ning Bai, what are you talking about? Ning Bai's eyes were fixed on her chest, which made Li Chanyua react immediately. She slapped Ning Bai in the face and ran away. Ning Bai stood there alone with an embarrassed look on his face, touching his slightly red cheeks. This girl is really not gentle with her hands. Then he covered his face and walked home. Chapter 10 Farewell, Class Reunion. Ning Bai immediately informed his family about this matter after returning home. Ning Bai has been restless since then. His father Ning Junwei sent this matter to the Ning family group chat, and his mother Rin Lijuan sent this matter to the Rin family group chat. Afterwards, the family group kept ringing with messages. Ning Bai's father is the third child in the Ning family. He has an older brother and an older sister. Ning Junwei is the youngest in the family. Unfortunately, since their father passed away, the two of them have rarely interacted with Ning Junwei, because they are both wealthy people and look down on working people like Ning Junwei, thinking that they have lost face for their Ning family. When the people in the Ning family group chat saw Ning Junwei, who had not sent any messages, suddenly appear, they curiously opened the group chat to take a look, and then they were shocked. They immediately began to congratulate Ning Junwei. All those uncles and aunts appeared, which stunned Ning Junwei. He had always thought that these people had passed away, but he didn't expect them to show up today. On the other side, the Rin family group chat was also very lively, with people constantly praising Ning Bai. Ning Bai was overwhelmed when he saw that he was constantly at ed in the two group chats. He quickly blocked the group chats and told his parents that he would be leaving tomorrow. Son, this is your first time traveling far away, so you must have daily necessities. I will go to the supermarket to buy them for you now. Then Rin Lijuan left home in a hurry. Dad is going to buy some food now. Later in the evening, Dad will cook a big meal for you. I'll also buy some good wine. We, father and son, must have a few sips to see you off. Then Father Ning Junwei also left home. Looking at the empty room where he was the only one left, Ning Bai felt sad. After all, he had never left home before, and he didn't know when he would be able to return home after this long trip. Ding ding ding, a cell phone rang. Ning Bai thought it was a relative calling, but unexpectedly it was Teacher Joe calling. After Ning Bai answered the call, he heard a noisy noise, and then the familiar voice of Teacher Joe came out. Ning Bai, you kid don't check the class group after graduation, come here now, the address is East District Sanling KTV. Then the phone was hung up, and Ning Bai opened the class group that he had disabled messages from with a confused look on his face. Because there were too many messages in the group the day before his awakening, he was bored so he disabled them directly. Ning Bai entered the group chat and found the class reunion notice sent by Teacher Joe. Only then did he understand what was going on. Ning Bai also found an email from the Spiritualist Association. Dear Mr. Ning Bai, you have become a qualified spiritualist. You will receive monthly benefits from the Spiritualist Association, 5,000 spiritual coins and 1 spiritual stone. If your spiritualist registration level increases in the future, please continue to register with the association to receive even higher benefits. Spiritualist Association. Seeing the spirit coins and spirit stones, Ning Bai's eyes lit up. He had never seen so much money since he was a child. His parents' monthly salary was only 3,000 spirit coins, and spirit stones were the trading currency of weapon spirit masters. Ordinary people had never seen it. The exchange rate of 1 spirit stone to spirit coins was 1:10,000, but no one would exchange spirit stones for spirit coins. This was a complete waste of money. Normally, 10,000 spirit coins could not be exchanged for 1 spirit stone. Spirit stones were the cultivation resources that weapon spirit masters could absorb. Ning Bai was extremely excited to see so much more money in his account. The accounts here are all personal accounts. Everyone will have an account when registering their identity, which is bound to their own identity, so the psychic association can deposit the money so quickly. Ning Bai then sent a message to both his parents, saying that he was going to attend a class reunion and would be back around dinner time, and then Ning Bai went out. Teacher Zhou, when will Ning Bai come? I have to go to work. A chubby boy with an anxious look asked. Xiao Hao, I'm not saying anything to you, but you should have a good chat with your fellow weapon spirit users and deepen your relationship. In the future, they will just help you out, which is much better than you working so hard. This is called the ways of the world, and you still have a lot to learn. Zhao Hao could only nod helplessly and accept the teacher's criticism, but he was still extremely anxious. After all, this was a job that his father had found for him with great difficulty. Zhao Hao, Teacher Zhou, come over quickly and sing with us. Let's have a big chorus to commemorate our class as a whole. A lively and refined girl holding a microphone shouted to the two people in the corner. Wait a moment, Ning Bai hasn't arrived yet. We'll start the chorus when he arrives. You guys can just sing for fun first. After hearing what Teacher Zhou said, the others realized that Ning Bai had not arrived yet, so they nodded and started their respective singing sessions. However, there was one person who was not happy. He was another silver-level weapon controller in the class besides Ning Bai. He also signed a contract with a silver-level girl and became a true weapon spirit controller. He came here today just to show off, but Ning Bai had not come for so long, which made him feel that Ning Bai was trying to attract attention and demonstrate to him. Does Ning Bai think that he can be arrogant just because he has become a silver talent? Doesn't he know that there is a gap between silvers? When he comes, I will definitely teach him a good lesson, the man thought to himself. A few minutes later, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. Ning Bai arrived late, touched his head and said with an apologetic smile, I'm sorry, I didn't see the message in the group today. I'm sorry to have caused trouble for everyone. Yes, you have caused a lot of trouble. You have made so many of us wait for you. You are so proud of yourself, Ning Bai. A man in exquisite clothes came out and said sarcastically. Are you? Ning Bai looked at the familiar man in front of him but couldn't remember his name. This made the man furious. He gritted his teeth and looked at Ning Bai. How could you not recognize me? I am the only silver spirit user in the class besides you. Ning Bai looked at the man carefully, and then showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. It's you, I remember. The man looked at Ning Bai proudly, waiting for Ning Bai to tell him his name, but the next scene made him feel ashamed. Aren't you the ruthless guy who took a shit in the ladies' room? I remember now. You are a ruthless guy, no wonder you look familiar to me. Everyone was stunned when these words came out, and all eyes turned to the man. One of them said in surprise, this back figure really looks like the one who ran away back then. It really looks like that. Yeah, after hearing what Ning Bai said, I felt the same way. Like wool, this is clearly him. Those who had seen the man's back that year spoke out one after another, which brought back everyone's memories. Everyone looked at the man with strange eyes, even Teacher Zhou looked at him strangely. I don't even know your name yet, boss. I want to remember your name forever. Ning Bai did not forget to finish off the attack after seeing this. Ning Bai's question completely humiliated the man. He threw down the cup and left in a hurry, fearing that someone would stop him and ask him questions. Do you guys know his name? I want to get to know him, Ning Bai asked the rest of the students with a serious face. Tang Pao. The classmates shouted out the name with laughter in unison. The sound made Tang Pao, who had just walked out of the KTV, stagger and almost fall to the ground. He then sped up and fled from here. Ning Bai, come here quickly, come to me, a little fat man waved to Ning Bai. Ning Bai looked at the person who spoke, and his face immediately brightened up. He hurried over and said, Little fatty, how are you these days? Xiao Baizi, I'm not feeling well. I'm just an ordinary person and can only work as a laborer. I have to work the night shift at the factory later. Ah, you are so miserable. Ning Bai was shocked by Zhao Hao's words. After all, who would start working right after graduation? This is too hasty. The little fat man was also silent. He knew that he and Ning Bai were now people from two different worlds, and they were destined to have no intersection in the future, so he didn't know what to say. In the past, the two of them could talk about anything, but now he felt that he couldn't say it. It's okay, Zhao Hao. Aren't we friends? Friends should help each other. When I succeed in my cultivation and become wealthy, I'll let you be my financial ambassador. How about that? Ning Bai said, smiling and extending his hand to Zhao Hao. Seeing Ning Bai's palm, Zhao Hao suddenly seemed to understand. He stretched out his hand and held Ning Bai's hand together. You are right, we are still friends. Then my happy life depends on you, Ning Bai. Okay, it's a deal. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have returned to the scene in school, so innocent, so determined. Chapter 11 Farewell. Then Ning Bai and Zhao Hao joined their classmates' entertainment activities, and both of them showed joy on their faces. Teacher Zhou, who was standing by, was also very happy to see his students so happy. He immediately picked up the bottle of wine and walked over. He wanted to have a good drink with these brats to let them know how powerful he was. The whole private room started to get lively. Everyone no longer had class differences and started to communicate and have fun as normal classmates. Of course, our teacher Zhou pulled a bunch of male students to drink. This made the male students miserable. There was no one in their class who could drink well. Basically, a group of people were drunk by Teacher Zhou and were commonly called little party food by Teacher Zhou. As the empty bottles fell one by one, all the male comrades raised their hands in surrender. They really couldn't drink more than Teacher Zhou. He was like a big jar that could never be filled up. Fortunately, the girls in the class came over and invited the boys to sing, so they escaped Teacher Zhou's punishment. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and when they saw Teacher Zhou still drinking not far away, they couldn't help but shudder and quickened their pace to leave. Ning Bai, what kind of monster is Teacher Zhou? He can drink so much. My dad also likes to drink, but compared to Teacher Zhou, he is not even a little bit better. He is simply not a human being. Ning Bai rolled his eyes at Zhao Hao. You actually said Teacher Zhou was a scoundrel behind his back. Are you trying to save yourself? Have you forgotten the lesson from last time? Zhao Hao seemed to have thought of something terrible and immediately shook his head. He didn't want to go through the pain again, so he hurriedly pleaded with Ning Bai, please don't tell the teacher, otherwise I will die. Ning Bai chuckled, you look so scared, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. You won't say anything? A voice suddenly appeared in their ears. They were frightened. After looking at each other, they slowly turned their heads away and saw a drunk face looking at them curiously. Teacher Zhou, why did you come here suddenly? We were talking about Zhao Hao's embarrassing things, and he asked me not to tell anyone. Ning Bai talked nonsense seriously, and did not forget to wink at Zhao Hao, asking him to cooperate with him. Oh, yes, I told Ning Bai not to expose my past embarrassment. Teacher Zhou looked at Zhao Hao with interest and said, can you tell me? I'm curious too. This is not good. After all, it's Zhao Hao's embarrassing thing. Ning Bai said hesitantly, looking at the drunk Teacher Zhou. What's wrong with that? The teacher won't tell anyone anyway. What do you think, Zhao Hao? At this time, the drunk Teacher Zhou looked at Zhao Hao with a threatening look on his face, which made Zhao Hao feel uncomfortable. He wanted to slap himself twice. Why did he say such bad things about Teacher Zhou? Now he is in trouble. Zhao Hao looked at Ning Bai, and Ning Bai gave him a reassuring look. He then breathed a sigh of relief. After all, making up stories was Ning Bai's strong point. Teacher, let Ning Bai tell you, I can't say it. Zhao Hao hurriedly threw the pot to Ning Bai. Then Ning Bai began his performance, constantly telling something to Teacher Zhou. Zhao Hao, who was standing by, wanted to listen, but unfortunately he could hear nothing. In the end, he only saw Teacher Zhou looking at him with a strange look, then patted his shoulder and left. This made Zhao Hao very curious, and he hurriedly sought answers from Ning Bai. Unfortunately, Ning Bai just smiled awkwardly, made a few casual remarks and left, leaving Zhao Hao with a confused look on his face. Everyone come here, Teacher Zhou, you come too, let's sing a chorus as a class. It was the smart and lively girl who started to organize. Here it comes, I'll have 2 more sips. Teacher Zhou quickly drank the rest of the wine, then stumbled over. The students have already formed their formation and are waiting for Teacher Zhou. As Teacher Zhou takes his seat, everyone is present, except Tang Pao, of course. The song we sang today is The Most Beautiful Sun, a classic song from before the Reiki revival. I think everyone knows it. Sing, it doesn't matter if you don't know how to sing, just sing along with everyone else. Everyone nodded, and then the woman began to play. As the sound started, a familiar rhythm reached Ning Bai's ears, bringing back memories. It turns out that I also graduated singing this song. I really miss it. I didn't expect to hear this song again in this world. I will remember you, the most beautiful sun. Give me wings. Let me fly. Give me strength. You make me strong. Not afraid of getting hurt. because you are by my side. Your smile, your tears. It is the most beautiful sun on my road to realizing my dreams. It is the most beautiful sun on my road to realizing my dreams. As the last song fell, everyone's high school life came to a perfect end at this moment. Ning Bai also sighed with emotion, but his journey to another world had just begun. He would definitely stand at the top of this world and meet his classmates again. I will post the recording of the chorus in the class group. Remember to save it. I wish everyone success in their careers and the realization of their dreams. Let's meet again in the future. As Teacher Joe's blessings fell, the class reunion ended and everyone will go on to their own lives. Goodbye. 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 Soon everyone left the private room. The journey of life is full of gatherings and separations. No one can accompany you forever, and separation is the norm. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Ning Bai pushed open the door and found a table full of dishes, all of which he usually liked to eat. You're back, son. Come and wash your hands. We're ready to eat. Ren Lijuan walked out of the room and said with a smile, your father cooked all this himself today. You should really try his cooking skills. At this time, Ning Junwei came out of the kitchen and brought another plate of fruit. He looked at Ning Bai expectantly and said, son, come and try my cooking. Ning Bai nodded happily, then after washing his hands, he picked up the chopsticks and started to taste it. It was really delicious, comparable to some hotel dishes. Awesome, Dad, your cooking skills are really good, he quickly gave his father a thumbs up. Hearing his son's praise, Ning Junwei was also very happy and said, son, eat more. You won't be able to enjoy my cooking when you go to college. It's okay, Dad. I'll come back to see you as long as I have time. Ren Lijuan rolled her eyes at Ning Junwei after hearing this, and then said earnestly, son, study hard at school and don't worry about us. Your studies are your top priority. Don't listen to your dad and come back every day. If you want to eat, we'll go over there and cook for you. We can't waste your time. Yes, Dad will come over and do it for you when the time comes, you can just focus on your studies, Ning Junwei said hurriedly. I understand, Mom and Dad, I will definitely work hard to cultivate and become a powerful weapon spirit so that you can live a good life. Looking at Ning Bai's determined eyes, the two were extremely relieved. Their son has grown up. Don't just talk, come and eat some food. Eat this, son, it's good for your health. This is also very nutritious, eat more. Seeing that his bowl was already piled with vegetables, Ning Bai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but this was all the love from his parents, so he began to work hard. That night, Ning Bai received all the love from his parents. In a small room, two women were eating at the table in silence. Suddenly, a woman with a troubled expression interrupted the silence and said, Sister, I'm leaving Anhui tomorrow. The woman opposite her looked haggard, with dark circles under her eyes. It was obvious that she had been staying up late. Upon hearing her sister's voice, she stopped eating and looked at her sister opposite her in disbelief. Chanyue, you said you wanted to leave Anhui? Li Chanyue mustered up the courage to look into her sister's scrutinizing eyes and said, Yes, I found my contractor. Do you know what you are saying now? Have you forgotten the humiliation that man gave you? Have you forgotten what you promised your sister? Li Chanyue looked at her sister with a strong face and raised her voice, Sister, I know what I am saying now. I haven't forgotten the humiliation I felt at that time. I haven't forgotten all of this, but I don't want you to have such a hard time every day. Your haggard look every day makes my heart ache. I hope I can help you share all this instead of being a waste. As the words hidden in her heart were shouted out, Li Chanyue felt much more relaxed. However, Li Jihua, who was standing opposite her, looked at her with red eyes. Chanyue, I promised Mom that I would never let you get hurt again. I won't let the tragedy of last time happen again. This time, I must personally examine your contractor. If he's unqualified, I will terminate his contract, even if it means bringing an incident to the Weapon Spirit Association. Seeing her sister's serious expression, Li Chanyue felt relieved. Sister, don't worry and go for the test. I believe him. He is a man recognized by Beihai College. This sentence shocked Li Jihua. What did you say? He was accepted by Beihai College. This is a place that countless people are trying their best to get into. Yes, he was admitted to the Blue Sea Academy with silver-level talent. Li Chanyue proudly proclaimed Ning Bai's deeds. Seeing her sister's crazy fanboy look, she couldn't help but cover her forehead and said helplessly, Then why did he contract you, a bronze spiritual weapon user? I don't know either. Maybe it's fate. He knows that I am an abandoned person, but he doesn't despise me and he made a contract with me. However, the degree of compatibility between us is quite high, Li Changyue said happily. Is he really a good person, not a villain? Hearing her sister's words, Li Zhihua was also confused, but I have to meet him tomorrow. In that case, you have a better future, and I won't stop you. However, I still have to go see your contractor tomorrow. Thank you, sister, you are the best. Li Changyue happily ran to Li Zhihua and gave her a kiss. Girl, let me help you pack your things. Since you are going on a long journey, you need to pack your things properly. Li Zhihua showed a long-lost smile and walked towards the room. Then I'll come and help too, sister. Li Changyue quickly followed her sister's footsteps and walked into the room. The two of them kept playing and laughing in the room, whispering happily. They were such a warm pair of sisters, and a harmonious shadow picture appeared outside the window at night. Chapter 12 Meeting, Unexpected. Ning Bai was awakened by a ringing phone call at daybreak. Just as he was about to say something sweet, he suddenly saw that the caller's name was Li Changyue. He immediately perked up and answered the phone. Hello, Changyue, what's up so early? Okay, I get it, I'll be there. Bye-bye. After hanging up the phone, Ning Bai murmured thoughtfully, Li Chanyue's sister wants to see me? Ning Bai looked bewildered and then shook his head. Forget it, let's go. She can't eat me. As long as Changyue is on my side, that's all that matters. Ning Bai quickly finished washing up, explained to his parents that he was going out to meet someone, and then walked towards the place Li Changyue had just indicated. On the other side, Li Changyue and Li Zhihua had already arrived at the agreed place. At this time, Li Chanyue's eyes were still hazy, and it was obvious that she had not woken up yet. Li Zhihua, on the other hand, was in high spirits, dressed neatly and elegantly, looking like a typical career person. Sister, why did you set the time so early? I didn't even have a good sleep when you woke me up. And you dressed so formally, and even put on clothes that you don't want to wear, making me think you want to go on a date. After hearing the first half of Li Chanyue's words, Li Zhihua ignored her, but after hearing the second half, Li Zhihua's face flushed and he gave Li Chanyue a big ding-dong. Go to hell, Li Chanyue, what nonsense are you talking about? I dress so formally for the sake of our family's reputation. Otherwise, you want your sister to come out with panda eyes and embarrass our family. You are so disrespectful. Besides, I have to go to work, so of course I have to come early, otherwise I will be late for work. Li Chanyue touched her head and said seriously, Sister, don't go to work anymore. I have benefits from the Spirit Weapon Association. I will transfer all the money to you now. Then, after Li Chanyue's operation, Li Zhihua's phone suddenly made a sound. 5,000 spirit coins have been credited to your personal account. This action stunned Li Zhihua. He grabbed Li Chanyue's hand and asked with gritted teeth, Why have you never told me about this? Li Chanyue saw that her sister's face was not very good, so she immediately put on a sloppy look and said innocently, Sister, you didn't ask me. Li Zhihua rolled her eyes at Li Chanyue and didn't ask any further questions. However, she was sighing in her heart. She worked so hard to earn so few spirit coins, while her sister got so many spirit coins so easily. She felt a little unbalanced. Hey, Zhihua, it's you. What a coincidence to meet you here. A wretched man in a suit with a big belly suddenly came over and greeted Li Zhihua. Li Chanyue clearly saw the deep disgust in her sister's eyes, but she immediately hid it and put on a fake smile, responding to the visitor. It turns out to be Manager Zhang. Good morning, I'm waiting here for my sister's boyfriend so that I can check on her. Li Chanyue blushed when she heard her sister's words. Although she knew that her sister was just dealing with that person, she was still very happy to hear her sister say that. Manager Zhang looked at the graceful Li Chanyue standing beside him, his face immediately brightening. So this is your sister who has awakened the bronze talent, isn't she? She's such a beauty. I wonder if Zhihua would be interested in having a good relationship between my son and your sister. My son is also a bronze talented device controller, so the two of us could be a perfect match. What do you think, Zhihua? Hearing that this old man was starting to have ideas about her sister, Li Zhihua's hard-earned smile immediately disappeared. Manager Zhang, doesn't he know that my sister already has a boyfriend? The wretched man puffed out his big belly, then said nonchalantly, It's nothing, just a boyfriend, it's not a big deal. My son has many women, but as long as he's not married, it's fine. In fact, although the old man's son is a bronze-talented weapon controller, he has a terrible appearance and is very lustful. After the awakening ceremony, no weapon user has made a contract with him. He has been hanging out in places every day since high school and contracted syphilis at a young age. Although he was cured, he did not repent and even wanted to rape a bronze weapon user girl to threaten her to make a contract with him. However, he was a complete good-for-nothing and did not even know the difference between a weapon controller and a weapon user. He rushed forward and was beaten into a pig's head by the girl, which made his already ugly face even worse and extremely ugly. Li Jihua was fully aware of these things. When he saw this wretched guy shamelessly promoting his own son, he cursed this old man 1,000 times in his heart. "I'm sorry, my sister and her boyfriend are very loving, your son should find someone else." Seeing that Li Jihua had rejected his proposal so bluntly, Manager Zhang felt very embarrassed. He, a manager at that level, was actually rejected by a small employee. So he walked up to Li Jihua and threatened her, "Bitch, do you still want to do this? I only need one word to make you get out. If you know what's good for you, let your sister marry my son. We can still be a family in the future." Hearing the threatening voice of the wretched man, Li Jihua paused. It was very difficult for ordinary people to find a job now, and her current job was one she had gone through a lot of hardships to get. Seeing the silent Li Jihua, Manager Zhang showed a smug expression. He had used this trick to threaten many people, and it always worked. No one was willing to lose their job. Just when Manager Zhang thought he had Li Jihua under his control and was about to go further and make her his lover, a big slap suddenly hit him in the face, knocking him unconscious. "I'm telling you, old thing, there's no way. Your son doesn't look like a piece of shit. Doesn't he have any idea? He even thinks it's dirty to carry my sister's shoes. I quit. Get out of here right now." At this moment, Li Jihua directly burst out with years of resentment and cursed. Manager Zhang looked at Li Jihua in disbelief at this moment. How dare she scold me? Shouldn't she just send her sister over here obediently, and then sigh softly and pray for me? After a while, the man finally realized that he had been scolded, his son had been scolded as well, and he had been spanked. Touching his burning cheek, the man looked at the two sisters with a ferocious face. "None of you can leave today. I'm going to kill you two bitches and then sell you to a brothel. We are in the city, do you still dare to take action?" Li Jihua said angrily as he stood in front of Li Chanyue. "The captain of the city defense army on this stretch of road is my brother-in-law. You'll be in big trouble soon." The man then took out his cell phone and made a call, but no one knew what he said. Li Jihua wanted to pull her sister away quickly, but Manager Zhang's fat body blocked their way. He looked at them with a smile and said, "Where do you want to go? Let's wait until the city defense army arrives." Looking at the wretched fat man who was like a dogskin plaster and kept grabbing her sister's clothes to prevent her from leaving, Li Chanyue exploded, mobilizing her level 9 spiritual power, and knocked the fat man away. He fell against the wall and fainted. This made Li Jihua horrified. "Chanyue, run, go find your contractor." "Where do you want to run to? You are hurting people in the street. Do you still care about the regulations of Anhui Bay City?" Several soldiers in blue city defense uniforms appeared and blocked the two women. Li Jihua was about to explain, but the leading man didn't give her a chance to speak and rushed towards them directly. He had already used his spiritual power, and the two felt a strong sense of oppression. Li Chanyue hurriedly stood in front of her sister to offset the pressure, and Li Jihua felt relieved. The patrol teams in the city defense army are generally spiritualists, with only a small number of low-level weapon controllers and spiritual weapon users. This group of people are all spiritualists, and there are no men who have awakened the talent of weapon controllers. The man in the lead is the brother-in-law of Manager Zhang. He has good talent and has just broken through to the first level of spiritual user. As the man's powerful punch hit Li Chanyue's blocking arm, the man was knocked back several meters. Li Chanyue was a spiritual weapon user with spiritual power level 9. Although his spiritual power had not been completely converted to become a spiritual user, he was not someone who could be easily suppressed by a spiritual user who had not awakened his talent. This situation was inevitable. "I didn't expect that she is an awakened one. Come with me and suppress her." The man saw that he could not do anything to Li Chanyue, so he called on other city defense forces to prepare to attack together. Just as several people rushed towards Li Chanyue, a figure suddenly appeared beside Li Chanyue. "Dongwang Zhong, come out." Li Chanyue instantly turned into an ancient bell, knocking all the people who rushed towards her to the ground. They wailed incessantly. It would be strange if they didn't feel pain when using their mortal bodies to hit the extremely hard Dongwang bell. Are the city defense forces so arrogant now? They attack a weapon spirit user without asking the reason. They are so brave. Ning Bai looked at the people on the ground with a gloomy face. He really wanted to kill these bastards, but it would cause big trouble, so he suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and scolded them. The people on the ground were also shocked when they heard the voice, "Weapon Spirit Master?" They actually provoked a Weapon Spirit Master. Several people hurriedly climbed up while enduring the pain and apologized to the boy and girl in front of them. "Master Spirit Master, we were blind. We are so sorry." At this time, Li Changyue had transformed back into human form and whispered to Ning Bai, "The leading man is the culprit's brother-in-law. He was the one who took the lead in planning this." At this moment, Manager Zhang on the ground suddenly woke up with a big belly. Seeing that his brother-in-law had rushed over, he became more and more arrogant. Although the postures of his brother-in-law and others were not right at this time, he did not think much about it. He just wanted to take revenge on the sisters. "Brother-in-law, hurry up and help me catch these two women. They beat me up." Hearing Manager Zhang's sudden voice, Ning Bai and others' attention was attracted to him. They looked at the fat man on the ground and yelled jokingly, while the city defense soldiers on the side hated the fat man to death. At the same time, they even hated their captain. If it weren't for these two idiots, they would never have been able to provoke the Weapon Spirit Master. This is a big crime. Everything related to the Weapon Spirit Master will be directly intervened by the Weapon Spirit Master Association, not to mention taking action against the Weapon Spirit Master, which is a provocation to the Weapon Spirit Master Association. I originally wanted to let you go, but this fat guy is blind. If you want to blame someone, blame this fat guy. Ning Bai sneered, then took out his mobile phone and called the Weapon Spirit Association, and then told them the whole story. The operator on the other end exclaimed in surprise after hearing this, "What? Someone actually attacked a weapon spirit user? How dare they? Wait a moment, the association will send someone over right away and will punish them severely." Since Ning Bai's phone was in the expand mode, everyone around him heard it clearly and talked about it to several people. These people are so bold that they dare to attack the Weapon Spirit Master. Yes, you think you can act so arrogantly just because you are a city defense force. This time you have hit the nail on the head. I think they'll be in big trouble this time. The Weapon Spirit Association is no joke. And this fatty Jean, he usually bullies everyone, but today he dragged his brother-in-law into this. God has eyes. Hearing the constant discussions in the crowd, several people's faces turned pale. Manager Zhang also reacted and slumped to the ground with lifeless eyes. He really couldn't imagine that Li Changyue would actually have a contract with someone who was an abandoned person. He originally wanted to let his son make a contract and let his son become a spirit weapon user, but he didn't expect to fail here today. Then a Weapon Spirit Master came here with a group of people. They were the people from the Weapon Spirit Master Association. After they understood what had happened, they took these people away. The Weapon Spirit Master came over and asked Ning Bai for some information to complete his work. After learning Ning Bai's information, the person from the Spirit Weapon Association was about to leave when Ning Bai called out to him and asked, "I wonder what kind of punishment these people will receive." The man thought for a moment, then said, "They should be fined and sent out of town to mine for 2 years. Ning Bai thought about it. In fact, this was equivalent to a death sentence, because mining outside the city was no joke. There were often monsters and beasts coming to eat people, and the prisoners who went to mine would not accept the protection of the city defense forces, so the mortality rate was still quite high. But Ning Bai was unwilling to do so. He did not want to leave any chance of survival for the two of them. Ning Bai then told the man his thoughts, but he was very embarrassed after hearing it. "This is not a decision I can make. This requires approval from above." Ning Bai was silent for a moment, then took out the admission letter from Bai High College and handed it to the man to look at. This shocked the man. This was an admission letter from one of the top 10 colleges, and he didn't expect that the boy had been admitted. "Please wait a moment, I'll contact the association right away." The man's tone changed drastically. Ning Bai nodded, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. Is this the influence of the top 10 colleges? He was looking forward to the trip to the Blue Sea College more and more. Then the man quickly got consent to complete this small task, and hoped that Ning Bai would have time to visit the association and improve Ning Bai's welfare benefits. "Okay, thank you, but I'll be leaving soon. I'm so sorry." Ning Bai gave an apologetic look. "Okay, I'll tell the association." The man didn't force it. He exchanged a few polite words with Ning Bai and left. You're Li Chanyue's sister, right?" "My name is Ning Bai." Ning Bai touched his head and greeted Li Jihua. However, Ning Bai's dazed look made the two sisters smile. Li Jihua thanked Ning Bai, then placed Li Chanua's hand in Ning Bai's and said happily to them, "Then sister blesses you. I hope you can continue to walk in such a tacit understanding." Looking at Li Jiahua's hopeful eyes, the two nodded firmly, then looked at each other, both showing trust in their eyes. This moment was the beginning of their journey. Chapter 13 Teleportation Array, Arrival at the Blue Sea Base City. The two of them quickly went back to pack their things because the appointed time was approaching. Ning Bai looked helplessly at the large and small bags and piles of things in the room. "Mom, you are exaggerating. I'm just going to school, not moving." Ren Lijuan replied seriously, "Isn't this because I'm worried that you might be short of things when you're out? Buying them outside is expensive, so I've prepared everything for you now." Finally, at Ning Bai's strong request, they threw away all the other bags, leaving only a suitcase and a backpack, and then Ning Bai walked towards the school. Meanwhile, Li Changyue had already arrived at her destination. She brought a large bag, which looked at least half as much as Ning Bai's luggage. If Ning Bai's mother saw this, she would probably be puzzled. A girl only brought so little stuff. Soon Ning Bai also arrived at the school's conference room. When passing through the campus, both of them were talked about by students on the road. They were all wondering what these two people were doing with such a large pile of luggage. However, they were soon sent to class by the principal, who knew the situation. The two looked at each other's luggage with confusion, and they spoke at the same time in perfect tacit understanding. "Why do you carry so little luggage? Why are you carrying so much luggage?" Ning Bai looked at Li Changyue strangely and said, "Everyday clothes and daily necessities, isn't this normal? If I can't take them all, my mother can still give me 2 more bags." "Ah, so many. All my things combined are not this much," Li Changyue replied in confusion. This sentence made Ning Bai think a lot. He looked at Li Changyue deeply and said something to her seriously that made her confused. "You will have more things in the future, so you must be prepared." Li Changyue was about to ask Ning Bai why, when the door to the conference room suddenly opened and teacher Song Jiaming walked in. Seeing the two people arriving on time, he was very satisfied. "Since you are here, let's go. Follow me." "Okay, Teacher Song," they both answered in unison. Afterwards, Ning Bai and the other person followed Teacher Song to a medium-sized bus. As soon as Ning Bai got on the bus, he found that there were already several people sitting on it. They were all people Ning Bai was familiar with, including teachers from Starlight Academy and Eternal Academy, the man with a halberd who had fought with Ning Bai before and his contractor, and finally a combination of weapon spirit users whose spiritual weapon was a bell, the weapon spirit users who had killed their opponent in seconds before. "Old Song, you are finally here. We have been waiting for you for a long time." The teacher from Starlight Academy spoke first, but he did not mean to blame you. "Ha, you two guys could have gone ahead, but you had to wait for us. What are your intentions?" Song Jiaming stared at the two old foxes with a vigilant look on his face. The two teachers exchanged a glance, then walked over to Song Jiaming with a smile and sat down. One of them said, "Well, Old Song, we'd like to ask young Master Ning Bai, what's the upper limit for the second contract partner?" "Why are you asking this?" "I didn't ask this. What do you want to do?" Song Jiaming looked at the two of them puzzledly, then stood up and looked at them warily. In fact, the second contract of a double contractor is generally not affected by his talent level. When they are lucky, they can sign a spiritual weapon with a talent several levels higher than their own. When they are unlucky, they can only sign a spiritual weapon with a talent lower than their own. A double contractor like Ning Bai, of course, Ning Bai is in disguise here, has a talent of only silver, so the upper limit of the second contract should not be very high, so no one asked about Ning Bai's contract upper limit. But they had to report this matter to the academy when they returned. After all, he was a double contractor, and it was their fault that they did not fight for him. So they wanted to find out the upper limit of Ning Bai's second contract, and then go back to explain the matter clearly to prove that Ning Bai was not worth spending too many resources to recruit him, so they had no choice but to give it to Bai Hai. The two of them were really smart. After hearing their explanation, Song Jiabai glared at them, then came to Ning Bai and told him about the matter and asked about the upper limit of his contract. Ning Bai, who understood everything, fell into deep thought. Song Jiaming on the side thought that the upper limit of Ning Bai's second contract was very low, so he kept comforting Ning Bai. Little did he know that Ning Bai was considering how high the upper limit should be. He was afraid that if his upper limit was too low, he would not be taken seriously and would not get more resources. You know, the cultivation resources of weapon spirit masters are also very important, and if Ning Bai said the second contract was too low, he would not be able to find those high talent spirit weapon contracts. So after weighing the pros and cons, Ning Bai decided to take a gamble. Teacher Son, my second contract can contract an epic spiritual weapon. After hearing this, Song Jiaming felt that he was hallucinating and did not hear Ning Bai's words clearly, so he asked Ning Bai to say it again. Teacher Son, I said my upper limit is an epic spiritual weapon. Ning Bai saw Teacher Son's skeptical look, laughed in his heart, and emphasized it again. Song Jiaming quickly covered Ning Bai's mouth and cautiously looked at the two teachers not far away. He found that they were still chatting and didn't pay attention to the movement here. He breathed a sigh of relief and whispered to Ning Bai, epic is extraordinary. You can just tell those two teachers that you are the gold limit later. Ning Bai nodded as if he understood, then he and Teacher Song walked to the two teachers. The two teachers greeted Ning Bai warmly when they saw him. Teachers, Teacher Song has just told me about you two teachers, but my luck is still pretty good. My upper limit is gold. I'm really sorry, teachers. Ning Bai said this with an innocent look on his face. What, Wang Jin, why didn't you tell me earlier? The two teachers asked in surprise. You didn't ask either. After hearing Ning Bai's words, the two regretted it very much. They should have asked clearly before saying anything. Now they regret it very much. They will be criticized when they go back, and they probably won't get the bonus this year. Only Song Jiaming was laughing heartily. Only Ning Bai knew why this guy was laughing so happily. He was speechless about these old foxes. Li Changyue and several other students on the side looked at the teachers and Ning Bai in confusion. They didn't understand what was going on. They only saw the two teachers looking frustrated, while Bai Hai's teacher was very proud. Soon the car started, and in less than 10 minutes, Ning Bai and others arrived at an unfamiliar place. There were many city defense guards here, and many people were coming in and out. Seeing Ning Bai and the others' curiosity, Song Jiaming explained to them what this place was. After hearing Teacher Son's explanation, the two finally understood that this was actually a teleportation array. Ning Bai had never heard of this thing in his life, and neither had Li Changyue. It was not their fault. After all, this thing could only be used by those with spiritual weapons and dignitaries, and ordinary people were basically not qualified to know about it. After getting off the bus, everyone passed the inspection of the city defense forces at the gate, and then came to a huge purple hexagram of light. At this time, a group of people in front were already standing on the teleportation array. As the purple light of the hexagram of light radiated, Ning Bai and others saw that the people on it had disappeared. Now it was our turn. Song Jiaming walked forward with Ning Bai and Li Changyue. He took out 6 white stones and handed them to the staff beside him. Let's go to the Bihai base city. Okay, everyone please move to the teleportation array, I will teleport you right away. After receiving the spirit stone, the worker in the city defense army immediately went to the machine nearby and started operating it. By the time everyone arrived at the teleportation array, the man had already finished the operation and shouted, "We are now preparing to teleport to the Blue Sea base city. Please do not leave the range of the array. Anhui base city wishes you a safe journey and welcomes you to visit next time." As the light surged, Ning Bai and his companions disappeared. Ning Bai only felt his head was dizzy, and then the scene flashed, and he came to an unfamiliar place. He was still standing on the light array, but the layout of the buildings in front of him was completely different. Welcome to the Blue Sea base city, guests from afar, I wish you have fun. Teacher Song nodded to the staff next to the teleportation array, and then took the 2 curious babies to the Blue Sea Academy. Along the way, Ning Bai and the others were amazed. This place was not comparable to Anhui at all. The luxurious buildings, the bustling market, and all kinds of strange things dazzled them. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Song Jiaming stopped and called out, "We've arrived at the Bihai Academy you've been thinking about day and night." The two stopped and looked at the huge building in front of them. They were stunned. How big was it? At the gate, the 4 big characters Bihai College were vividly written on a huge stone tablet. The gate was supported by 2 big pillars, about 8 meters high and 15 meters wide. There was a picture of surging blue sea facing the sky on the building, which was daunting. Seeing the shocked looks on the two people's faces, Song Jiaming was also very satisfied. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He then prepared to take the 2 people to the office to register. This time he wanted to show off in front of that group of people. Chapter 14 Registration Trouble, Beautiful Principal. After putting their luggage in a special storage area at school, Ning Bai and the others followed Teacher Song to the registration area. This place was as big as a football field. Many people were already there, and there were also many equipment and instruments that Ning Bai had never seen before. Among them, several people of similar age to Song Jiaming came over. They greeted Teacher Song naturally, and Teacher Song responded happily one by one. This made several people a little unbelievable. This guy always had a sad face at this time before. What happened this year? He looks quite happy. Teacher Song, have you recruited any good talents in Anhui this year? Don't let it be like last year when you couldn't recruit anyone and had to find some unqualified guys to fill the numbers, a man said sarcastically. The other people were also watching Song Jiaming as if they were watching a show. They could see the scene every year. Song Jiaming was always ridiculed to pieces, and they also enjoyed watching it very much. As teachers, why don't you take good care of the new students? Registration will start soon, and then various ability assessments will be conducted. A man in a shirt came up to them and criticized them. Yes, Director Huang, let's prepare for registration now. The group of people immediately dispersed and returned to their own areas to wait. Only Song Jiaming stayed where he was and thanked the man. Director Huang, thank you for helping us out. Director Huang waved his hand and said, Teacher Song, I just did what I should do as the director of teaching. School teachers should focus on their own work tasks. I hope you will not let me down this year. Teacher Song clenched his fists and looked at Director Huang with a firm gaze. Don't worry, Director Huang, I will definitely not let you down this year. Seeing Song Jiaming's confident look, he nodded with satisfaction and said, Okay, I'm looking forward to the students you'll recruit this year. Director Huang then turned and left. He was going to start preparing to host the registration this time to see if there were any good talents in the Bai High Academy this year. This was a major matter that the principal had always been very concerned about. He could not be careless and bury the school's talents, otherwise the principal's anger would be no joke. In the principal's office, a mature and sexy blonde woman was reviewing a paper file, her face slightly flushed, her chest heaving. Her professional attire was no longer enough to contain her size, and it seemed as if she was about to burst out, making people anxious. The woman was extremely excited at this moment because she had received a phone report from a teacher. He said that he had recruited a genius with 2 contracts. Of course, this was not enough to make this knowledgeable principal so excited, but today she received news from the same teacher that this genius with 2 contracts could contract an epic spiritual weapon with the 2nd contract. How could she not be excited? You know, it has been many years since the Blue Sea has produced an epic spiritual weapon user. If the child could contract with a compatible spiritual weapon user, it is very likely that a spiritual king-level powerhouse would appear in the Blue Sea. Spiritual power talent can only determine the speed of spiritual power cultivation, while the awakened talent for controlling equipment and the level of spiritual equipment talent can largely determine a person's upper limit. If an epic-level contractor contracts with an epic-level spiritual equipment user, he can basically reach the level of Spirit King. Here refers to the pseudo-Spirit King very smoothly. If the degree of fit reaches 50 or more, he will be a truly powerful Spirit King who can turn the tide, basically the world's peak combat power. The exotic blonde beauty could no longer sit still and immediately got up and went out. She wanted to quickly recruit this student as she could not wait any longer, as this was the hope for the rise of Bai High. Registration had already started at the registration venue at this time. The teachers lined up in a long line and registered the students they recruited one by one. This was related to the bonuses later. The teachers were extremely active, and soon it was Ning Bai and Li Chanyue's turn. Song Jiaming also registered the information for the 2 in great detail. However, this only included the most basic talent information and identity information, and did not register Ning Bai's dual contract information. This would be explained later when the testing and scoring began. Just as Ning Bai and the others finished registering, a beautiful blonde suddenly walked in. She was wearing black stockings and hip-hugging pants, which perfectly showcased her perfect figure, making one's imaginations run wild. However, she also had a commanding aura that made it difficult to look directly at her. She was constantly searching for something in the crowd, and suddenly a smile broke out on her face, her lips curled upwards as she murmured softly, "Finally found you, Ning Bai." At this time, all the students were attracted by this blonde beauty. Some male students were so bold that they asked the teacher next to them directly whether this woman was a senior student in the school and whether she had been contracted. This scared the teacher nearby half to death. He quickly gave him a big ding-dong. "You want to die, kid? This is not someone you can afford to offend. She is the principal of Bihai College." The man was stunned. He could not accept that such a beautiful woman was the principal of the Blue Sea Academy. His love at first sight turned into a fleeting glimpse. However, when this action was seen by a woman next to him, she looked at the man with contempt, and then she was determined to terminate the contract with this hypocritical man. This man said he loved her just now, but fell in love with another woman in the blink of an eye. This made her completely unbearable. Soon, light flashed on the two of them, and a contract emerged, which soon began to break until the contract disappeared completely. The woman spat out a mouthful of blood and her breath became weak, which shocked everyone at the scene. You actually dared to break the contract? Do you know what this means? The man next to him finally reacted and looked at the girl who was vomiting blood in front of him with a shocked expression. I know that the person who takes the initiative to cancel the contract will bear all the backlash of the contract, and even risk a regression in spiritual power. But I know you won't agree to cancel the contract, so why don't I end it myself? The woman looked at the man in front of her stubbornly. The teacher beside him was also stunned when he saw what happened at that moment. Then he reacted and looked at the two of them angrily. You are playing with your own future. Now you two will be expelled from school and sent back bye-bye high. The two looked at the teacher in shock. They exclaimed, doesn't Bai High accept weapon controllers and spirit weapon users without contracts? A cold voice suddenly rang out, Bai High will indeed take in some weapon controllers and spirit weapon users without contracts, so that they can rematch their contracts, but the prerequisite for this is that they have decent talent and outstanding qualities. I wonder if you two have this prerequisite. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the blonde beauty from before had arrived here, looking at the two people who had just touched the contract with a stern look. The two men looked at the majestic beauty in front of them and did not dare to refute at all. In the end, they could only leave here in disgrace. This also sounded the alarm for everyone present. Even the declining Bai High Academy was one of the top 10 academies and not something that could be challenged by just anyone. Ning Bai was also surprised when he looked at the beauty in front of him. This woman actually made the colorful talent in her body produce a huge attraction. Could it be that this woman is still a spiritual weapon user and has no contract yet? Just when Ning Bai wanted to ask Song Jiaming, the woman had already walked gracefully in front of Ning Bai with her charming legs, and looked at Ning Bai carefully. However, this action angered Li Changyue, who stood in front of Ning Bai and looked at the blonde beauty vigilantly. Song Jiaming, who was standing by, was startled when he saw Li Changyue blocking the blonde beauty. He quickly stepped out to help. What are you two doing? This is Principal Shangwan, why don't you say hello? After hearing what Teacher Song said, Li Changyue was also confused. Looking at the beauty in front of her, her brain short-circuited. She actually regarded the principal as an imaginary rival in love. It was really out of line. Ning Bai was very surprised. He didn't expect that this woman was the principal. He didn't dare to think too much and hurriedly suppressed the attraction in his body. He didn't want to make a fool of himself and be regarded as a hooligan by the principal. Hello, principal. I'm Ning Bai, and this is my contractor Li Changyue. Changyue didn't know you were the principal. I'm sorry for any offense. Please forgive me. Ning Bai saw Li Changyue's embarrassed look and immediately spoke up to smooth things over for her. It's okay. I came here mainly to see you. Come with me, I have something to ask you. The principal said this expressionlessly and turned to leave. Seeing that the principal didn't care about this matter, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Ning Bai gave Li Changyue a reassuring smile, then followed the principal's footsteps and left, leaving only the blushing Li Changyue and the excited Song Jiaming. Chapter 15 Unexpected Test Results. Ning Bai looked at the graceful figure in front of him for an unknown amount of time, and finally followed the principal to an office. Ning Bai clearly saw the big words "Principal's Office" written on the wall. Ning Bai soon followed him in and saw the blonde principal sitting lazily on the office chair. Ning Bai didn't dare to sit down and just stood there, not daring to look at the attractive blonde principal. Looking at Ning Bai, who looked like a good student, Shangwan Mingxi was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He was so bold just now and kept glancing at her from behind, but now he turned into a good student in seconds. She said expressionlessly, "Sit down, I have something to ask you." Ning Bai quickly found a chair, sat upright on it, and waited quietly for the beautiful principal's questions. Can your second contract really contract an epic spiritual weapon? Shangwan Mingqian asked, staring at Ning Bai excitedly. Yes, my second contract can sign an epic spiritual weapon. Ning Bai also answered the blonde principal's question very sincerely. Shangwan Mingxi heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Ning Bai's positive response. She was very afraid that this was just a dream. She wanted to prove to her father all the time that she was not wrong and that she would definitely carry forward the Bai High Academy. However, Bihai had begun to decline and was about to be kicked out of the top 10 academies. She was about to give up. Ning Bai's appearance made her see the dawn of Bihai again. She believed that Ning Bai would definitely lead Bihai to higher peaks. Okay, I'll take you for a test later to let me see your other talents. Now I will position you as a genius level student of Bihai. You can enjoy genius level resources every month. However, my only requirement for you is to become stronger and make a name for Bihai at the freshman exchange meeting soon. Avenge Bihai's previous shame and let them know that Bihai will not fall. Looking at the resolute expression of the beautiful principal, Ning Bai decided to help her. He didn't care about the monk's feelings, but the Buddha's. After all, she valued him so much, and she was also a great beauty. Ning Bai had to show off. If Bihai went bankrupt, his happy life would be gone, and this was not what Ning Bai wanted. He was planning to stay in Bihai to practice, so he would definitely help. Don't worry, principal, leave it to me. Bihai will take the lead in this freshman exchange meeting. Ning Bai waved his hand and said proudly. It's good to have confidence, but don't be too arrogant. Other academies also have epic weapon controllers. Tomorrow is the contract conference, and I will let you go. Remember to contract an epic spiritual weapon at the conference to let them know how powerful I, Bihai, am. However, contracting an epic spiritual weapon depends on the contract degree. The compatibility measurement machine developed by the Spiritual Weapon Association will test the compatibility one by one. In the end, only the weapon controller and spiritual weapon user with the highest compatibility will contract. After hearing the principal's explanation, Ning Bai was delighted. What? Compatibility? Isn't this my strong point? Seeing Ning Bai thinking, Shangguan Mengshi thought that Ning Bai had no confidence in himself, because those who could participate in the contract conference were all geniuses. The geniuses of the 108 bases and the geniuses who did not have contracts in the academy would find their own suitable contract partners at the contract conference. This was a major event for the entire base city. In order to contract more suitable people and create more powerful people, it was also called the Genius Training Program. Ning Bai, don't be discouraged. You are also a genius who can contract an epic spiritual weapon. You are no worse than them. I believe that you can defeat everyone else in the contract conference and contract a spiritual weapon that suits you. Ning Bai, who was thinking about whether he should keep a low profile at the contract conference, was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he heard the beautiful principal's words. He smiled bitterly in his heart and said, "Principal, I'm afraid that I'm too pretentious and will scare people." "Principal, don't worry, I will definitely not let you down. However, I have some questions I want to ask you. I wonder if you can help Ning Bai solve them." This confused Shangguan Mengshi, this guy has questions to ask me? However, the principal did not refuse. He nodded at Ning Bai, indicating that he could ask. After seeing the principal nod in agreement, Ning Bai finally asked the question that had been on his mind, "Principal, do you have a contract?" Seeing Ning Bai looking at her with a confused expression, Shangguan Mengshi smiled sweetly and asked Ning Bai, "Why do you ask this question? Do you think I have a contract?" "Because I have some sensitivity to those who use spiritual weapons without contracts. Based on my personal feeling, I think you don't have a contract," Ning Bai said seriously. But this surprised Shangguan Mengshi. "What did you say? You can sense spiritual weapon users without contracts? Maybe it's because I still have a contract position, so I feel this way," Ning Bai said casually. There is some basis for saying this. People without a contract do have some sense of the contract. If the degree of the contract between the two parties is very high, this sense will be stronger. The contractors rely on this feeling to make the contract. After all, the contract degree testing machine is not available everywhere. Only the Spirit Weapon Association has it. Other places don't have it at all. Even the 10 major academies don't have this machine. Shangguan Mengxian thought, supporting her smooth chin with her hand. Ning Bai didn't want the principal to pay attention to this matter, so he reminded him, "Principal, it's getting late now. Can you take me to the test first and then arrange a dormitory for me?" Shangguan Mengxi checked the time and nodded. "Come with me. I'll take you to the testing ground. Don't worry about the dormitory. I've already arranged it. You'll have your own room. This is the treatment for a genius level student. There will be more benefits later. You can go to the Dean of Studies to apply. I'll notify him." Hearing that he had his own private room, Ning Baishi was delighted. "Then I can do whatever I want. Even if I bring Chanua here, it will be fine. While Ning Bai was still daydreaming, the principal had already brought Ning Bai to a separate room. There were various machines in it, similar to the ones in the registration office before, but with some extra things that were not in the registration office. There were only a few people testing it, and a few middle-aged men were watching from the side. Judging from their expressions, they should be very happy now. However, the footsteps of Ning Bai and the other man disturbed them. A middle-aged man was about to yell, but he immediately held it back when he saw the blonde mark. The other people also walked over with surprise on their faces. As they approached, several people greeted the beautiful woman. Principal Shangguan, I don't know what attracted you to this separate testing room. We were just about to report on the situation there. Oh, then tell me how the test results of this separate testing room were this year. Shangguan Mengshi found a seat and crossed her legs. Her agile legs were fully displayed in front of several people through the seductive black stockings. However, several middle-aged men did not dare to linger on her legs and hurriedly began to report the situation to the blonde principal. Principal, it's like this. These 6 students are talented students we each found. We brought them to this independent testing room for testing and found that their strength, speed, martial arts proficiency, and coordination with spiritual weapons are all very good. A man with sparse hair said excitedly. The students were also filled with pride, looking towards the beautiful principal, hoping to receive her praise and reward. However, the principal only nodded slightly without showing any significant expression. She then looked at the middle-aged men with scrutiny. That's far from enough. We must be talented enough to not be left behind by other colleges. Otherwise, Bai Hai will definitely be at risk of being expelled. Hearing this, several students looked at the blonde beauty in front of them in shock. They didn't understand why they were so outstanding but still couldn't get the principal's recognition. Several middle-aged men on the side lowered their heads dejectedly when they heard this. They knew what the principal meant. Looking at the students behind them with puzzled faces, several of them sighed. This was too harsh for these weapon spirit masters who only had silver talent. The opponent was a person with gold talent. This was simply an insurmountable chasm. Afterwards, they dismissed several students and looked at Shangguan Mengshi with worry in their eyes and said, Principal Shangguan, what should we do now? The High Academy cannot be destroyed by our generation. Let's arrange excellent resources and benefits for the previous students. The backbone of the academy still depends on them. As for the top geniuses, I have found the right candidates. We don't have to be threatened by Zhou Jian anymore. If he wants to leave, he can leave. We at Bai Hai will no longer give him more resources, only the resources of ordinary geniuses. The beautiful principal stated calmly. Have you really found a gold-level genius? Several men looked at Shangguan Mengshi excitedly. She didn't say anything, but just stepped aside, exposing Ning Bai behind her to everyone. Ning Bai was also confused at this time. Looking at the puzzled people in front of him, he greeted them with a smile. Several people came up to Ning Bai and kept observing him. Some even went so far as to sniff him with their noses. How could Ning Bai bear it? If the principal came in person, it would be fine, but he couldn't stand these uncles. He quickly dodged and hid behind Shangguan Mengshi, who was watching the show. Why are you running, kid? We just want to see your talent, several men said with puffs of their beards and glared. Why don't I just test it directly? That would be more intuitive, right? Don't you believe in our judgment, kid? We are. Before he could finish his words, the beautiful principal beside him waved her hand impatiently. Just test it directly, don't waste time, I'll call his spiritual weapon over later. Okay, principal, we will test him right away. Seeing that the principal had given the order, the few people dared not act rashly and started the test immediately. First they came to the strength testing machine. They explained to Ning Bai how to use it, and then Ning Bai punched the machine, and a 9 was displayed on it. This shocked everyone. When the spiritual power of this machine has not been fully converted, the maximum limit is 10. This guy can actually reach 9. Then they hurriedly took Ning Bai to test the other equipment again, which shocked everyone. Even Shangguan Mengshi, who was standing next to them, was a little surprised. Strength 9, speed 9, spiritual power conversion level 6, martial arts, basic swordsmanship, proficiency 9, mental power 9. When these data items were read out, everyone was shocked. What kind of divine talent was this? Even Ning Bai, who was standing next to him, was surprised. When did his talent become so good? But he immediately realized that this was the result of his colorful talent. It seemed that after signing the contract with the spiritual weapon, not only his talent in spiritual cultivation would become stronger, but also his talents in other aspects would become stronger. However, this was also due to the fact that Li Changyue, whom he had contracted, was a chaos bell, otherwise the bonus would not be so terrifying. The others didn't know about the 7-color talent. Ning Bai had such power at level 6 spiritual power. They only knew that such talent was comparable to the epic level. The epic level only reached a test result of 9 at level 10 spiritual power conversion. As for test results above 10, this machine had never encountered one since it was manufactured. The principal stood up at this time and looked at Ning Bai with shining eyes, like a tiger staring at its prey. You really gave me a big surprise, classmate Ning Bai, I will reward you well. Looking at the beautiful principal's seductive face and voice, Ning Bai didn't know whether he was happy or sad, because Ning Bai accidentally saw the pitying eyes of several people on the side. Chapter 16. The beautiful principal is no longer calm. Soon Li Changyue also came here. When she saw Ning Bai inside, her eyes lit up and she trotted to Ning Bai's side. Ning Bai gave her a reassuring look. Okay, now that your contractor has arrived, let's start testing the last item, the cooperation of the weapon spirit user. Several men on the side saw Ning Bai's contractor Li Changyue arrive and urged without stopping. Ning Bai nodded, took Li Changyue's warm little hand and walked to a small, closed room. When the two of them entered, the door was closed, and an intelligent voice suddenly appeared in the room. Do you want to start the weapon spirit test? Yes. Ning Bai and Li Changyue looked at each other and answered softly. The test begins now. If you need to end the test, please shout end. As the machine's voice fell, a person appeared opposite the two men. Without a word, this person rushed towards them, waving his fist. This scene was being played on the big screen outside. The beautiful principal and several others were watching. Ning Bai immediately shouted in a low voice, Donghuang Bell. Li Changyue on the side quickly turned into an ancient big bell under a burst of light, exuding a faint majesty, and quickly rushed towards the man. The man saw such a big bell but had no expression on his face, and did not seem to dodge at all. The two of them collided fiercely with each other, making a loud noise, but the man was not seriously injured. This surprised Ning Bai. This man actually relied on his physical body to resist the Donghuang Bell. Although the Donghuang Bell was just a bronze spiritual weapon at this time, Ning Bai knew that the Donghuang Bell was definitely not that simple. When the two separated, Ning Bai saw the shining metal exposed in the man's fist, and then he understood what had happened. It turns out this guy is a robot. No wonder he can withstand the Donghuang Bell. This metal is not simple. The people outside were shocked when they saw that Ning Bai's spiritual weapon could actually break the skin of the robot in the spiritual weapon testing room. You know, this robot is made of various precious metals, and no one below the spiritual master can break the skin. Even a spiritual master can only break the skin and cannot cause greater damage to the robot. Ning Bai can actually use the spiritual weapon to break the skin with his spiritual power at level 6. He is simply a monster. At this time, Ning Bai saw that the person in front of him was a robot, so he let go of his hands and feet and urged the Donghuang Bell to continuously attack the robot. In this way, the robot had no chance to fight back and was suppressed by the Donghuang Bell. Unfortunately, after a long battle, Ning Bai's spiritual power was exhausted, and the Donghuang Bell turned back into Li Changyue and could no longer maintain the form of a spiritual weapon. Ning Bai's application ended in time, the robot disappeared, and the door of the room opened. The two of them supported each other as they walked out of the room. They met several people walking towards them. They looked at them excitedly. One of them said happily, "Your cooperation is the best I've encountered in all these years. With only level 6 spiritual power, you can activate spiritual weapons so skillfully, and for such a long time. It's simply a miracle. You two are a perfect match." Hearing this, Li Changyue glanced at Ning Bai shyly. At this moment, she was very happy to receive recognition from others. Ning Bai also blushed as he looked at the shy Li Changyue. At this moment, the two seemed to feel each other's feelings. They held each other's hands tightly, like a loving couple. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy came from both of them, shocking the people present. Did you break through? The two nodded with a smile. Ning Bai is now a spiritual power level 7 weapon spirit user, and Li Changyue has also successfully reached the spiritual power level 10. They are only one step away from successfully converting their spiritual power, embarking on the path of spiritual power cultivation, and becoming a spiritual user. Congratulations, you are really amazing. You can both break through under such circumstances. This further proves that your compatibility is unprecedentedly high. Tomorrow I will apply to the Weapon Spirit Association to do a compatibility test for you. I want to see your true tacit understanding. Even in a relaxed atmosphere, the beautiful principal's tone was teasing and humorous, making people feel friendly but not dare to offend easily. Ning Bai immediately lost his composure when he heard about the compatibility test and said politely, "Principal, is this too much trouble for you? After all, this machine is not simple." The beautiful principal waved her hand proudly and said, "What's the big deal? They won't refuse such a small favor. Just take the test without worry." Her voice flowed like a spring, crisp and pleasant, but it also contained a firmness and decisiveness. Seeing that persuasion was fruitless, Ning Bai did not force it anymore. He just hoped that things would not be too outrageous tomorrow. Then, seeing that it was getting late and Ning Bai had to attend the contract meeting tomorrow, they stopped pulling Ning Bai and asked them to go back to the dormitory. Li Chuanyue's dormitory was also an independent room. Of course, this was also because of Ning Bai. The school would not interfere too much in the private lives of both weapon spirits. If the two parties had not reached the level where they could live together, they could live separately. If they could live together, they could move into the same house. Of course, only students with independent rooms had such treatment. Ordinary students lived in four-person rooms. If they wanted to live together, they could only find a house outside the school, but the price was not cheap. Ning Bai left with the beautiful principal's phone number saved in his hand. If the seniors in the school knew that Ning Bai had obtained the principal's personal contact information, they would be stunned. Ning Bai walked towards his dormitory without knowing anything. When they reached the fork in the road between the men's and women's dormitories, they looked at each other silently, and then went to their respective dormitories. It would be great if Chuanyue could live with me. Ning Bai was walking on the road with a fantasizing look on his face and a lewd expression on his face. Why are you grinning like an idiot? Are you coming in or not? The door will be closing soon. A rough voice shattered Ning Bai's sweet dream. It turned out that he had arrived at the dormitory door. Come in. Excuse me, uncle. I'll go in right away. Here's my ID. Ning Bai hurriedly handed his student ID to the uncle for inspection. So you are a freshman, no wonder. Go in quickly. Your room is over there. There are independent rooms over there. It seems that you are a talented student. Go quickly and don't come back so late in the future. The old man kindly reminded Ning Bai when he saw his identity. Okay, thank you, sir. I won't do that again. Bye. Ning Bai waved and walked towards his room. He soon arrived at his room. Looking at the luxurious single room in front of him, Ning Bai happily lay on the bed and enjoyed himself. This house was much better than his home. The facilities inside were also extremely complete. Ning Bai was very satisfied. His luggage was placed on the luggage rack. It seemed that the school was thoughtful enough to help him deliver it. Ning Bai finally felt relieved. He thought he could not change clothes today, so he began to pack. Meanwhile, Shangguan Mengshi, who had already returned home, was holding Ning Bai's photo in her hand. She was slightly dazed as she looked at the handsome boy in front of her. She couldn't believe that all this was true. The data Ning Bai had just tested flashed through her mind like a dream. She was extremely restless and couldn't sleep. Looking at a photo of a middle-aged man and woman hanging on the wall, her eyes became firm. Teacher, I will definitely protect Beihai College. Chapter 17 Contract Conference I. Early the next morning, Ning Bai came to the principal's office, and Li Chuanyue arrived a while later. Shangguan Mengxian looked at the time and found that it was almost 8 o'clock, so she took the two of them and disappeared from the office. When Ning Bai opened his eyes again, he found that he had come to the Blue Sea teleportation array again. The guards guarding the teleportation array immediately became alert when they saw someone teleporting directly towards them. This was a short-distance teleportation that only Spirit King-level warriors could use. After Shangguan Mengxi's figure appeared, they breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully said to her, "Greetings, Principal Shangguan." Shangguan Mengxi nodded in response, then led the two of them into the teleportation array. The staff inside also knew this great god, and hurriedly asked where they were going. They didn't mention any spirit stones at all, and quickly sent the three people away. This time the transmission took obviously longer. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Bai felt his feet had touched the ground. He then opened his eyes and saw that there were people all around him. "Dear guests who have been teleported here, please move out and do not block the teleportation array." Thank you for your cooperation. A broadcast voice kept playing. The beautiful principal pulled the two people and disappeared again. This scene shocked the people who saw it. That was the teleportation of the Spirit King. Yeah, but I don't know which boss it is. It's worthy of being the Hope-based city. I saw the powerful Spirit King as soon as I arrived at the teleportation array. It really lives up to its name. Everyone present was talking about it. Shangguan Munshi had already brought them to a gorgeous place. There were neatly dressed staff members here, and there were fully armed guards outside the door. The aura was powerful. Ning Bai couldn't tell what their cultivation level was, but he was sure that they were at least spiritual masters at the level of spiritual envoys, not ordinary spiritual masters or weapon controllers, spiritual weapon masters. Please show me your identification, a woman with a better-looking face asked politely. The beautiful principal threw out a blue token. The beautiful woman opposite was frightened and immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings to Ning Bai Hai." Shangguan Mengshi just calmly ordered, "Take them both to the lounge in the Bihai Base City." Then he turned around and said, "You two go to the Blue Sea Base City Lounge and follow City Lord Chen. I've already said hello to him. I have something to do. Don't let me down, Ning Bai." Ning Bai nodded, his eyes full of confidence. This was not difficult for him. He just had to restrain himself well. Seeing Ning Bai's confidence, Shangguan Mengshi left with peace of mind. "Dear guests, please follow me. I will take you to the lounge of the Blue Sea Base City," the woman said politely when she saw Shangguan Mengshi leave after giving her instructions. Then the two men followed the woman all the way. This journey was an eye-opener for them. They thought the Blue Sea was magnificent enough, but they didn't expect this place to be even more luxurious and huge. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Ning Bai and the other man were brought to the door of a room marked by Hai. The woman explained something to them and then slowly left. Ning Bai walked over and knocked on the door. The two waited quietly outside. After a while, the door opened and a mischievous head stuck out. It looked like a baby's face, pink and smooth. "Who are you? What's going on?" the woman's clear and sweet voice rang out. "We are also here to attend the contract conference. Please inform City Lord Chen. But our people from Bihai City have already arrived." The woman looked at Ning Bai with suspicion. Ning Bai had no choice but to move out the Bihai College. When the woman heard that it was Bihai College, she believed it and ran to inform City Lord Chen. Soon, a short old man came out. Although he looked very old, his bright eyes made people feel energetic. The old man looked at Ning Bai and Li Changyue outside the door amiably and asked, "Two little kids, I heard that you were introduced by Meng Qian?" "Yes, City Lord Chen, I am here to participate in this trial conference. This is my contractor Li Changyue." Ning Bai politely introduced himself and Li Changyue. Looking at Ning Bai in front of him, Chen Jianyun was very satisfied. Shangguan girl had told him about the talent of this little guy before, and now seeing this little guy with his own eyes, he was also impressed. "Great. It's a blessing for Bihai Academy to recruit a genius like you. Come in with me, Care, and pour them both some tea." "Okay, Grandpa, I'll go right away." "You two wait a moment." The voice of the mischievous little girl came again. Then the two of them followed him in, only to see 12 girls sitting in the room, without a single man. This surprised them very much. Doesn't this mean that there is no gold controller in the Blue Sea City? Seeing the expressions in Ning Bai's eyes, the city lord immediately said with a smile, "How surprised are you? A city like the Blue Sea Base City doesn't even have a single gold controller this year." "Yes, I am indeed surprised. Actually, this is very normal. Gold weapon controllers have always been rarer than spirit weapon controllers. We in Bihai are just unlucky. However, we have you this year. Although you are not from Bihai, you have already joined Bihai Academy in advance and can bring glory to our Bihai." The old man patted Ning Bai's shoulder at the end. "Your tea is here, drink it quickly, we are about to set off, it's almost time." The short girl brought over 2 cups of tea. "Little sister, you are so cute." Li Changyue, who was standing by, saw such a cute little girl and was about to touch her head, but unfortunately the little girl dodged quickly. "I hate it most when people call me little sister. I'm older than you. You should call me Sister Care," the lowly girl corrected with a puffy face. The two men sprayed out the tea they had just drunk. Looking at the little girl in front of them, they really couldn't imagine that this was a girl older than them. "It's all your grandfather's fault. You passed on to me the gene that makes me short. Now I'm as short as you. My life is ruined. The woman ran to City Lord Chen's arms and kept beating him. Who said that? You are a little Lolita, cute, forever young. Besides, your grandpa is here. If anyone dares to say you are useless, I will break his dog legs. Ning Bai and the others beside her also hurriedly comforted her. Yes, Sister Kair is such a cute little loli, how could she be useless? We love her so much. Chen Kair rolled her eyes, got off City Lord Chen, looked at Ning Bai and said, then tell me, who is prettier, me or Sister Chanyue? As soon as Ning Bai heard this, he felt something was wrong. He looked at Chen Kair with a cunning look on her face and realized that he had been fooled. He looked at Li Chanyue again and found that although her eyes were calm and she was not staring at him, her peripheral vision was always waiting for his answer. Ning Bai felt like he was struck by a sudden disaster. He just said something with good intentions, but he didn't expect to cause such trouble. No matter what he said, he would offend someone. He was caught in a dilemma. Just as the two women's gazes were fixed on Ning Bai, City Lord Chen finally spoke up. Alright, Kair, don't embarrass Ning Bai. He's sweating profusely. It would be bad if it affected his performance at the contract conference. Oh, Kair understands, but after the meeting is over, brother Ning Bai has to play with me. When Ning Bai heard City Lord Chen's words, it was as if he heard the sound of nature. He wanted to kowtow to the City Lord and express his gratitude. However, when he heard Kair's words, he felt uneasy. He felt that he would be unlucky if he was with this girl, but it was difficult for him to refuse. Sister Kair, we still have to study and practice in Bihai, so we don't have time to come out and play. How about I play with you when I have time in the future? Li Chanyue suddenly said. Kair's eyes met with Li Chanyue's in the air. Their eyes were sharp, making the atmosphere tense. Just when the two sides were still confronting each other, a broadcast suppressed this battle without gunpowder. All those who are participating in the contract conference, please go to the contract venue. We will start the contract conference on time. All participants in the contract meeting are requested to proceed to the contract meeting venue. The voice shouted 3 times in a row, and everyone became excited. The contract meeting finally began. It seems that Sister Chanyue likes brother Ning Bai very much. I won't tease him anymore. Let's go to the venue quickly. I also need to find my contracted person. Everyone nodded, and the other people in the house also took action. The whole building was moving, and everyone rushed to one place. At this time, in a separate room on the top floor, this room was obviously different from the other rooms. It was more magnificent and gorgeous. Nearly 20 people stood up. A middle-aged man sitting in the first seat said, "Go, let the other base cities see the strength and prosperity we hope for our base city." The man then stood up and walked out with the students behind him. Each of them had an expression of pride and honor on their faces, because they were the pride of Hope Base City. Chapter 18 Contract Conference Part 2. Ning Bai followed City Lord Chen and his party to a spacious place, which was already full of people. In the center was a huge platform with stairs leading to all directions. There were many drones hovering above recording videos. The edge of the arena had begun to show all sides of the arena. This kind of void projection technology gave the entire venue a sense of technology. There were dozens of seats on the VIP stand on the side, but they were all empty at this time. No one was present. Everyone was waiting for the start of this grand event. At this time, in addition to the participating students from various base cities, people had already started to enter the audience seats. Under the gaze of Ning Bai and the others, the huge audience seats were soon overcrowded. There were still voices of quarreling coming from the entrance. What? The place is full? How is that possible? The meeting hasn't even started yet. Many people have arrived early today, so it's normal that the conference is full before it starts. There is a large screen live broadcast here for you to watch. It only costs 500 spirit coins, and the seats are limited. Fuck, you are robbing me. It costs 500 to watch the live broadcast. Can't I go back and watch it? Do you want the base town to be black? The man left indignantly. I forgot to tell you that this live broadcast is under our full control. There will be no other live TV broadcasts, the staff member kindly reminded the man as he was leaving. The man who was leaving collapsed when he heard this. He could only turn around and buy a live broadcast position. He didn't want to come to the Hope Base in vain. After all, he followed the trading team across the wilderness and was leaving tomorrow. The time officially arrived at 9 o'clock, and everyone turned their eyes to the VIP table, only to see several figures suddenly appear there. They sat on the seats with a dignified look on their faces. After a while, the seats were full, and each of them exuded an unfathomable aura. Ning Bai saw that City Lord Chen on the side also disappeared in an instant and appeared on the seat, but it was one of the seats on the edge. He also saw the beautiful principal appear next to City Lord Chen, and looked at Ning Bai deeply. Chen Kair saw Ning Bai and Li Chanhua looking at the VIP counter curiously, so she took the initiative to explain to them the important figures there. The other people in Bai Hai saw this and came over to find out more. Actually, the bigwigs sitting here are all veterans of the Weapon Spirit Association. Only the top 10 base city lords and the principals of the top 10 colleges are qualified to sit here. The other 3 are internal members of the Weapon Spirit Association. This conference will assign these geniuses to the top 10 colleges for training. The outstanding ones can even be recognized by the Weapon Spirit Association and directly enter the Weapon Spirit Association for training after graduation. Ning Bai asked doubtfully, "What's the difference between the association's elders and internal staff?" The association was actually an organization established by 108 heroic weapon spirit masters back then. To date, their descendants have developed the association into internal and external parties. The external parties are the city lords or powerful individual players, while the internal parties are the descendants of the 108 heroes. There has been a subtle opposition between the two in recent years, because both sides are unwilling to let the other side dominate the Weapon Spirit Master Association. The internal parties believe that the association was created by their patriarchs and ancestors, and they should be in charge of it, while the external parties feel that the internal parties are too arbitrary and tyrannical. Finally, the two factions agreed to jointly manage it and established the Council of Elders. Any major issues are decided by voting by the elders. After hearing Chen Kair's explanation, everyone suddenly realized that there were so many differences here. There was even an internal family of weapon spirit masters, which they had never heard of. All students attending the conference, please come to the stage. The contract conference begins now. A powerful voice resounded throughout the venue, and everyone could hear it clearly. Ning Bai nodded to Li Chanhua, then walked onto the stage with a group of people. Soon everyone came up. Ning Bai estimated that there were about 1,000 people. Basically, there were people coming up from every base city. Everyone stood quietly in place, waiting for notification from above. The city lord and the principal at the VIP table all turned their gazes towards the 3 members of the Weapon Spirit Association family. The elder in the center spoke, "It's time to start the test machine." When the 3 people saw the old man in the center speaking, they immediately replied respectfully, "Lord Haichun, we will start the machine now." The 3 men gathered spiritual power in front of them, chanted spells continuously, and moved their hands smoothly. Soon, the 3 men condensed a blue light and hit the white platform below. A white ball of light appeared above the heads of each boy on the platform, and a red ball of light appeared above the heads of the girls. While everyone was still confused, a voice appeared in their ears, reminding them, "The white and red light balls have an inexplicable attraction. Controllers, don't move. Wait for your spirit weapon user to find you. When you approach the most suitable person, the red light ball will radiate and grow larger. Finally, when it merges with the white light ball, the contract will be considered a successful match. The rules have been made clear. Girls, go find the controller that suits you best. Boys, don't move." As soon as the words fell, a group of girls started moving. They moved at an extremely fast speed. The stage was extremely chaotic, and the big man on the stage was also carefully observing the situation below. "Lord Hai, I heard that your granddaughter also participated in the contract conference this year. This time you will definitely be able to find a suitable contractor," flattered a city lord standing aside. The old man was quite impressed by this and replied happily, "My granddaughter is very discerning. She said she will definitely find the most suitable one at the contract conference. I hope your descendants will show some mercy. You are being too polite. We have already instructed everyone to fight according to their ability, but they must not use too much force and ruin others' chances." Yeah. After all, it's not easy to activate this kind of machine. If the contract doesn't work out, it would be a huge loss. The others nodded politely in response. At this moment, Ning Bai's position on the stage was very awkward, as he was at the very end. This was basically the last place that people who used spiritual weapons would arrive at. Ning Bai wanted to move forward, but there were people cutting in line in front of him, so he was too lazy to move. Shangguan Mengqian had an ugly look on her face. She knew that someone was targeting her and didn't want Ning Bai to contract a good spiritual weapon. After all, Ning Bai was already a student of Bai High, so she had to be targeted, just like no one in Bai High City was targeted, because they were not yet from Bai High Academy, and they still had the opportunity to choose. The three elders of the Spirit Weapon Association sighed inwardly upon seeing this scene. The third daughter of the dignified Shangwan family is being targeted like this. It seems the other academies can't accommodate her. But soon, Huan Mengshi regained her composure, clenched her fists, and thought to herself, do you think he's just gold? I'm sure I'll win this time. How many epic good kids are there this year? The Lord of Haicheng suddenly asked. A middle-aged man wearing glasses quickly replied, there are 15 epic geniuses this year, 6 of whom are weapon controllers and 9 are spirit weapon masters. One of the weapon controllers has dual contract talents, and 3 of the spirit weapon masters have already awakened their innate spiritual skills. Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Sea City applauded and said, great! I didn't expect that our human race would have a double epic contract genius. This is a blessing for our human race. The others also applauded. They were also very excited. After all, City 108 had never been stable. This piece was created with lives. The monsters outside were watching covetously. The human race must continue to produce powerful people to shoulder this responsibility. This was the future of the human beings in City 108. Look, these girls with epic talents have already signed contracts. It seems they have quickly found epic contractors. They are so decisive, but this is also the right thing to do. After all, we know that this is the best result when there are not enough contractors. Only gold contractors can be selected slowly. Even if they can't catch up, they can wait until next year. Epic controllers are rare, so we must seize the opportunity. Everyone looked down and saw that 4 weapon controllers had successfully signed contracts, and 3 were still fighting for the genius with 2 contracts. The 3 of them directly transformed into spirit weapons and started a fierce battle. The powerful spiritual power fluctuations made no one dare to approach here, and the genius boy with 2 contracts looked at the 3 spirit weapon girls in front of him with pride. He enjoyed this state very much. The other 2 epic spiritual weapon users ignored this. After they passed the last epic weapon controller, they both shook their heads. This was not the fit they wanted, so they looked at each other, as if they had made some kind of decision, and then left the last epic weapon controller and continued to run to the back. This made the ignored epic controller look gloomy. He was epic in level, but he didn't expect these 2 people to ignore him. This made him feel extremely insulted. Fortunately, the 3 people fighting in front had already decided the winner, and one of them came here to make a contract with him, and his face looked a little better. The VIP seats and audience seats on the stage noticed the actions of the 2 epic spiritual weapon users and were shocked. The 2 actually gave up the epic contractor. These 2 girls are as bold as ever. In order to find the most suitable person, they have given up their contracts for several years. I think they will return disappointed again this year, said the principal of Tianyuan College regretfully. The persistence in their hearts is the most precious. They have a firm belief in becoming strong. As long as the contract is high, what does gold matter? Don't you think so, Principal Hua? Hai Lao grinned at the 2 girls who were running bravely, then turned to a hot and beautiful woman and said. Hearing Hai Lao's words, Hua Xiaoshuan smiled and replied, City Lord Hai is right. I don't object to their approach because this is also my idea. You young people are all ambitious and have aspirations. I am old, and I just hope that you can grow up quickly so that I, an old man, can enjoy my retirement. All the elders fell silent after hearing this. Hai Lao was a pillar of support. If he fell, who knew how much turmoil would happen in these 108 cities? It seemed that the situation would change in the future. Li Chanyue, who was in the audience, saw Ning Bai standing alone at the back. At this time, no girl with spiritual weapon had run to the back yet, and she couldn't help but worry about him. This was a major event that would affect his future. But Ning Bai was feeling lucky in his heart. Fortunately it was at the end, otherwise he would be pretending to be a big shot. He thought that he should play it safe first, even if it was gold, he would not lose anything, after all, he had more than 2 contracts, as long as he played it safe and developed. However, Shangwan Munshi broke his idea and pushed the conference to a new height. Chapter 19. Who is this? Suddenly, everyone present heard a shocking news. The last student at the edge of the stone platform is also an epic contractor. All participating spiritual weapon users, please pay attention and don't miss it. The elders at the VIP table looked at Shangwan Mingxi in shock. They knew it was her voice when they heard the voice just now. They were now confused. They had no idea about this because the news they had received before was only gold, but now it has turned into an epic. Shangwan girl, are you telling the truth? The little fellow you sent here can really form a contract with an epic spiritual weapon user? Hai Lao asked Shangwan Mengqian seriously. Mr. Hai, although Ning Bai does not have an awakened epic talent, he also has a rare dual contract talent. The second talent can indeed contract with an epic spiritual weapon user. Shangwan Mengqi did not dare to hide it again and revealed everything. Then why did you hide it before and not tell anyone about this? Looking at everyone's gaze, Shangwan Mengqi gritted her teeth and replied, it's because I'm afraid someone will target him. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's pupils trembled, and everyone showed a different expression on their face. They were surprised that Shangwan Mengqi would say this at this time. This put the Bihai Academy in the spotlight. There was no expression on Hai Lao's face at this time, but those who knew his temperament knew that this was a precursor to an explosion. Hai Lao just looked at everyone present calmly, which made everyone's heart tremble. I'm not dead yet, but some people can't hold back anymore. They even dare to blatantly interfere with the growth of the geniuses of the human race. Do they really think I don't dare to take action? A powerful aura was released, and all the elders felt a terrifying pressure, which shocked them. Emmy, you have made a breakthrough. The principal of Hope Academy said excitedly as he looked at the aura surrounding the old man. Everyone turned their eyes to the old man in the center who was awe-inspiring without being angry. They knew that Hai Lao's breakthrough would definitely shock the entire Spirit Weapon Association. The strength of a level 7 Spirit King had reached the pinnacle of human strength, enough to deter external creatures and stabilize the human race. No matter who is targeting Shangwan Mengqi, stop now, otherwise don't blame me for showing no mercy. The human race is about to usher in a turbulent era, you should wake up. All the elders lowered their heads and responded to Hai Lao respectfully. At this moment, earth-shaking changes took place on the stage. All the spiritual weapon users who had not yet signed the contract became excited when they heard Shangwan Mengqi's voice, and they ran madly to the back. The city lords below all turned their gazes towards the figure at the end. Anhui City Lord Yu Hao was shocked when he saw Ning Bai's face clearly. Isn't this the dual contract genius the Deputy City Lord Bai Yuan mentioned going to the Azure Sea? He's actually an epic. He was completely confused, but soon he began to feel ecstatic. Ning Bai was still from Anhui after all. Didn't that mean that Anhui had produced 2 epics this year? He was completely excited. Anhui was on the rise. At this time, Luo Shui and Lu Huar were carefully observing the changes in the red ball, but neither of them was satisfied. They were competitive and had to find a contractor who was more compatible with each other. Suddenly, they heard the news in their minds and were delighted. There is actually a hidden epic behind it, so they rushed back frantically. City Lord Chen on the stage was also looking at his granddaughter rushing towards Ning Bai with a mixture of laughter and tears, thinking to himself, I wonder what expression this girl will have when she reaches the end and sees that the epic contractor is Ning Bai. The 2 epic women also rushed to the rear. They also wanted to meet this unknown epic contractor and see if he was their type. So the audience above and the city lords below saw an unprecedented scene. All the spiritual weapon girls ran to the back. This was the first time they had seen such a scene in all the contract conferences they had watched for so many years. The scene was silent until someone shouted loudly, "Who is this?" Then the screen gave Ning Bai a close-up. At this time, he was still dozing there, not knowing that he was already on TV. Everyone looked at the boy on the screen, and they all had one question in their minds, what on earth are you doing here? There was hardly anyone here who knew Ning Bai. Only Anhui City Lord Yu Hao suddenly coughed twice in triumph, then stood up and explained, this is my student, Anhui. Didn't expect that, did you? What? The city lord screamed in shock. Yu Hao looked at the expressions of the other city lords and couldn't suppress his smile. Then the news spread quickly through the city lords, and everyone was stunned. They could never have imagined that this guy was actually Anhui's student, which made them feel very embarrassed. At this time, someone had already come to Ning Bai. Seeing the red light ball above her head getting brighter and bigger, she was ecstatic. This was the moment when her light ball was the biggest. She couldn't wait to go to Ning Bai and make a contract with him. Suddenly, an attack came from behind and she was pushed aside. A girl in a yellow dress came out. When she saw the huge changes in the light ball above her head, her face changed slightly, and then she pounced towards Ning Bai without any hesitation. Seeing the yellow-dressed girl's decisiveness, the old man on the stage nodded in satisfaction. The rest of the people with this level of compatibility must be decisive. It seems that this girl has learned her lesson. Unfortunately, the people behind him had all arrived. When they saw someone trying to get there first, they all took action, and their brilliant spiritual power hit the girl in yellow. The girl had no choice but to dodge. So everyone returned to the starting line again, looking at each other warily. At this time, the VIP guests above exclaimed, "How is this possible? The red light balls of all the spiritual weapon users are shining brightly. The contract degree is probably over 30. An expression of excitement appeared on Hai Lao's wrinkled face. This was the first time the old man showed such an expression. You must know that the old man has always had a blank expression since he appeared. This change at this time is enough to show that his mood is no longer calm. Whether it was the elders in the VIP room, the city lord below, or the audience in the auditorium, they all realized that Ning Bai was no ordinary person. They were all praying that their daughters or granddaughters would not mind signing a contract with Ning Bai. Even those who had already signed a contract regretted it, because the light balls they had signed were not as bright or large as his. The women with epic talents in particular felt that they had missed a great opportunity. However, the controllers were upset, and were overshadowed by Ning Bai's brilliance. They cursed this guy in their hearts. At this time, Ning Bai was awakened by a sound not far away. He opened his eyes and found that there were many beauties in front of him. He was confused. What was going on? Ning Bai didn't know that he had been sold out by the beautiful principal. However, when he saw the bright balls of light above their heads, Ning Bai knew that he couldn't survive any longer, so he gave up and just lay on the ground looking at the large group of spiritual weapon users in front of him. This was also a kind of enjoyment. After all, the girls in this world were really good, so he just regarded it as a feast for the eyes. The group of men watching the show looked at Ning Bai with jealousy. They wished they could throw Ning Bai away and let him lie there to be fought over by a group of proud ladies. Ning Bai didn't expect that just watching the show would attract the envy and hatred of countless male compatriots. Chapter 20 Brawl, Ning Bai's whereabouts. Soon, two spiritual weapon users with epic talents also arrived at the scene. They looked at the red light balls above their heads with curiosity. They wanted to see how compatible they were with this person. The light balls above their heads grew rapidly, and the bright red light covered the light of all the golden spiritual weapon users, just like two red suns shining on everyone's heads. A group of people looked at the two twin women in purple tight leather jackets with serious expressions. These were two ruthless people and were already senior sisters at the level of spiritual envoys. "Ning Bai, why are you here?" A crisp voice came from the crowd, and a cute little loli walked out. Ning Bai looked at the confused Chen Kei in front of him and laughed secretly. This girl must be shocked. She didn't expect that I am an epic contractor. Why can't it be me? Are you surprised or not, senior sister? Ning Bai looked at Chen Kei, who was stunned in front of him jokingly. Seeing Chen Kei, the little witch, being humiliated, he felt very relieved. All of you please disperse. He is our prey now, one of the purple beauties said calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, all the golden contractors were in an uproar. They shouted in indignation, "Are you two going to be enemies with all of us?" Another purple beauty looked at the group of people in front of her with disdain and smiled lightly. So what? A group of guys whose spiritual power has not been transformed. What qualifications do you have to compete with us? As soon as the voice fell, the aura of the two spiritual masters burst out, making everyone afraid. The woman in the yellow dress at the beginning saw how domineering the two were and immediately couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "Sisters, we can't just give up like this. There are only two of them. We can't be threatened by them. Let's drive them away together." Lu Huier and Luo Shui in the crowd couldn't help but feel nervous when looking at the situation in front of them. Could they really deal with these two epic geniuses? Those who felt hopeless or were more rational slowly left to look for other contractors, and only a few people were determined in their hearts. They wanted to fight and see the gap between themselves and others. Seeing that there were still dozens of people who hadn't left, the two purple beauties looked at the remaining people with sharp eyes. They were surrounded by spiritual energy and asked a few people, "Do you really want to fight with us? It's easy to get hurt. Then I just want to see the charm of my senior sister." Chen Kei stepped forward first. "I, Hai Fengtian, have never been afraid of anyone in my life. Today's fight is decided, count me in." The woman in yellow at the side took a step forward, unwilling to be left behind. The remaining dozens of girls also took a step forward with determination. Among them were Ning Bai's fellow villagers Lu Huier and Luo Shui. These two were also competitive and refused to give in. City Lord Yu Hao, who was sitting in the audience, was also worried when he saw these two girls trying to get involved without knowing their own limitations. Can't you just do what Wan Yu did and find a gold controller contract to save him some trouble? Hearing the yellow-clothed woman's identity, the Lan sisters were also shocked, but one of them immediately said, so she is Elder Hai's granddaughter. But we will not show mercy. Shu Qin, take action. I saw a beautiful woman in purple transform into a black sword, with yin energy surrounding her body. Everyone was forced to take a few steps back, looking at the powerful black sword in front of them with serious expressions. The remaining purple-clothed beauty slowly picked up the yin qi sword. The two matched perfectly and there was no backlash at all. This stunned the others. She could actually control the device, which completely confused them. The elders on the stage looked at the Lan sisters' behavior of controlling the weapon calmly. They had known about this for a long time. The Lan sisters were not ordinary weapon masters. They were twin weapon masters who could use each other's weapon without being counterattacked. This could be called an alternative weapon spirit master, a weapon spirit master composed of two weapon spirit masters. Emmy, your granddaughter is in danger. The Lan sisters have shown their true abilities. They are basically hopeless. Hai Lao calmly waved his hand and said, let this girl suffer a little, and see that there are people who are better than her. This is also a kind of training for her. The other elders also nodded. Only by fighting with geniuses stronger than themselves can one hone one's mind, and now is a good opportunity. Looking at the purple-clothed woman coming towards them with great momentum, several people burst out with their spiritual power and transformed into spiritual weapons. At this time, colorful light appeared on the scene, and various spiritual weapons appeared one by one. They burst out with brilliant light to resist the yin energy on the opposite side. The sword-wielding woman looked at the spiritual weapons in front of her with disdain, and with one hand she tightly grasped the long sword and swung it hard. A powerful dark sword energy was swung out, and it went towards the pile of spiritual weapons with unstoppable force. Before everyone could react, all the spiritual weapons were knocked away and fell to the ground. The light dimmed, and then they were beaten back to their original shape. Everyone had a look of disbelief on their face. They didn't expect that a group of them were killed by a single sword. How could these girls, who were already the pride of heaven, accept this? Ning Bai was a little surprised when he saw a group of people being killed by the two women with one sword, but he felt relieved after thinking about it. After all, they had different talents and cultivation, and the biggest difference was that they had swords held by someone, while they were just a group of spiritual weapons without anyone controlling them. The gap between them was already obvious. The dark long sword turned into its original form, and two beautiful young ladies in purple clothes walked towards Ning Bai with proud looks on their faces. It seemed that they were in a very good mood as they had finally found a suitable contract partner this year. The red balls of light above their heads merged into one, forming an unprecedentedly large ball of light that rushed towards the purple ball of light above Ning Bai's head. Soon, the white ball of light was swallowed by the red ball of light, and a text 50% compatibility appeared on it. Seeing this scene, the two sisters excitedly hugged each other and jumped up, while Ning Bai looked at the text on the ball of light with a sad face. The elders above also saw the number on it, and they all stood up excitedly. 50% compatibility, how is this possible? Doesn't it mean that as long as their spiritual power reaches the Spirit King level, they can directly become a true artifact Spirit King? Everyone's heart was restless. You know, there are huge differences between Spirit Kings. If a weapon controller or spirit weapon user without a contract cultivates to the Spirit King realm, it only means that he is extremely talented and can reach such a realm without a contract. You must know that both parties of the weapon and spirit have auxiliary cultivation bonuses, so people who do not have a contract are generally people with extremely high talents. They like to pursue ultimate perfection and are unwilling to settle for a contract to become a weapon spirit. Come on, let's make a contract. A woman in purple came to Ning Bai happily and said with a smile. Looking at the two beautiful twin sisters in front of him, Ning Bai couldn't tell them apart. He just said doubtfully, then who should I contract with? There are two of you. Just as one of the women was about to speak, the other quickly stopped her and whispered a few words in her ear before playfully asking Ning Bai, so, between the two of us, who do you choose? Looking at the two sisters in front of him who looked exactly the same, even wearing the same clothes, Ning Bai went crazy. Ning Bai, who already had difficulty making decisions, just gave up. He took out a spirit coin, threw it upwards, and quickly caught it. Then he looked at the puzzled twin sisters and explained, well, if the spirit coin is facing up, I will choose the left side. If it is facing down, I will choose the right side. Let God decide. The two sisters on the side laughed radiantly. Ha, you are really funny. I'm not kidding you, you can actually make a contract with both of us sisters. Ning Bai was stunned when he heard this. He really couldn't imagine that there was such a thing. However, when he thought about his own 7-color talent, which was also against the sky, Ning Bai was relieved. It seemed that the talents in this world were far more than he thought. Chapter 21. The contract is successful, the two sisters of the Lan family. Ning Bai looked solemnly at the two identical girls in purple before him, then extended his hand. Are you willing to become my contracted spiritual weapons? The two girls nodded happily, and then their cool little hands were placed on my palms. Then, a purple light burst out, and a purple 6-pointed light array appeared under the feet of the three people. Soon, the three people formed a contract, and a message appeared in Ning Bai's mind. Lan Shuqi, Young Sword, Spiritual Power Level 6, has awakened her innate spiritual skill Young /. Lan Shuqin, Yin Sword, Spiritual Power Level 6, has awakened her innate spiritual skill Yin /. The compatibility with the two has reached 50. The Yin and Yang swords can be fused into the ancient spiritual weapon Yin and Yang Sword. Afterwards, Ning Bai's physical parameters in all aspects were also comprehensively strengthened. Ning Bai, who had already reached the level of a spiritual envoy in terms of physical fitness, took off directly after being strengthened by the contract between the two sisters. All aspects of his physical data had reached the peak of a spiritual envoy. Even ordinary spiritual masters could not compare with Ning Bai, and his spiritual power cultivation directly broke through 2 levels and reached the spiritual power level 8. This time, Ning Bai reaped a lot of rewards. The two women also felt that Ning Bai was unusual. No one said that the contract could break through the spiritual power, but Ning Bai directly broke through 2 levels. The aura at this time made them feel that Ning Bai was already a senior spiritual user, and they were very confused. Looking at the two identical beauties in purple leather jackets before me, they were tall and slender, their jackets clinging to their bodies, outlining their graceful curves. Their waists were slender, almost slender, their legs long and straight, their lines flowing. Their skin was as white as snow, appearing even more delicate and tender against the purple jackets. Furthermore, they were a pair of exquisite twins. This contract was a direct match for two, and they could even fuse in battle. They were definitely winners in life. Soon, everyone found their contract partner, and all the controllers had completed the contract, but there were still some people who had not signed a contract. Among them were Qin Kair, Hai Fengtian, Lu Hor, Luo Shui, and others. They did not sign a contract because they were injured by the Lan sisters. The contract conference is now officially over. The 10 major college admissions ceremony will now begin. Everyone started to feel nervous. They were looking forward to where they would study in the future, but they were also afraid that it would not be satisfactory. The city lords below were also watching this scene with excitement. Their moment of judgment was finally coming. The city lord of Anhui was grinning from ear to ear. Their Anhui had become the biggest winner this year. The presidents of the 10 major colleges and universities appeared on the stone platform in an instant. They were distributed in 10 different places. At this moment, the aura of the powerful Spirit King was displayed in front of everyone at such a close distance. All students, please choose the college of your choice and then stand before the presidents of the various colleges. As the voice fell, everyone started to move. They already had their own plans, and soon these students who had thought it through were already standing in line. Undoubtedly, Hope College had the largest number of people, while the Blue Sea College had no one. Although many people go to Hope Academy and each person is allocated fewer resources, they all know that it is better than the resource scarce Bai Hai Academy. Moreover, the strength of Bai Hai Academy is also the weakest. For example, in terms of combat power at the principal level, Bai Hai is only a spiritual weapon user at the spiritual king level and cannot be compared with the spiritual weapon users and spiritual kings of other academies. They still have self-knowledge. Ning Bai looked at the beautiful principal and saw that there was no one in front of her. He shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the Bai Hai Academy was even worse than he had imagined. But it didn't matter. As long as he was there, it would be fine. Then Ning Bai walked slowly to the beautiful principal with steady steps and gave her a sunny smile. Shangguan Mengshi had already bitten her lip when she saw that there was no student in front of her. Suddenly, she saw Ning Bai's confident smile and she suddenly relaxed. Yes, I only have Ning Bai. Why should I care about others? 2 beauties in purple followed closely behind Ning Bai. They were the Lan sisters. Of course, they would not stay in Huayu Academy any longer, so they had just gone to greet the principal of Huayu. They were going to follow Ning Bai to study at Bihai. Is your Bihai so miserable that no one comes here? Asked Sister Shuchi in surprise. Ning Bai looked at the two sisters in front of him awkwardly and asked, are you Shuchi or Shuchin? I'm Shuchi, you big idiot Ning Bai, I've told you so many times, this is what my voice sounds like. Shuchi rolled her eyes and complained. This is how my voice sounds, remember it, Ning Bai, Shuchin on the side said seriously. Listening to the two guys' similar voices, Ning Bai was speechless. Who the hell can tell them apart? I'd better buy them some decorations later, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to recognize them for the rest of my life. Ning Bai could only nod helplessly, and then said domineeringly, Bihai has us, isn't it enough? Who else does the sea want? Don't you think you are incompetent? When the two sisters heard Ning Bai's words, they immediately puffed out their proud chests and said confidently, how is that possible? Who else can be better than us? You must be kidding. From now on, we will be the face of Bihai. Looking at the two people's big buns, Ning Bai couldn't help but sigh that they were so well developed. Even the size of their breasts was exactly the same. They were really a pair of top-notch sisters. Just when Ning Bai and his friends were laughing there, another figure came over. It was a guy who gave Ning Bai a headache. He jumped and skipped to Ning Bai's side. It was the quirky Chen Kaer. Seeing Chen Kaer, not only did Ning Bai's face darken, but Li Changyue in the audience also had a look of disgust on her face. As long as she whispered in Ning Bai's ear with a smug look on her face, little Ning Bai, sister is here at Bihai. Now I can come and play with you every day. No, auntie, I didn't provoke you, so why are you still relying on me? A peerless genius like you should go to Hope Academy. Why come to Bihai to ruin yourself? Ning Bai persuaded Chen Kaer in a low voice, not knowing that all his words had been heard by someone. A familiar voice suddenly appeared beside his ear. What did you just say? Can you say it again? Ning Bai turned his head tremblingly and found a beautiful face appeared behind him, looking at him with a smile. Ning Bai smiled bitterly, looked at the harmless beautiful principal, and explained, do you believe this is a misunderstanding? Oh, then I can also give you a good beating, and then tell you that this is all a misunderstanding, don't you think so, classmate Ning Bai? Shangwan Mingxi's voice at the end made Ning Bai feel deep malice. Principal, I was wrong. Please let me go for the sake of me bringing honor to the school. Ning Bai immediately knelt down under the beautiful legs of the beautiful principal, pleading. This scene attracted the attention of everyone on the stage. They looked at Ning Bai, who was holding Principal Baihai's legs and shouting, in confusion. Chapter 22 Enrollment, Fighting. Aware of the gazes of everyone around him, Ning Bai remained undaunted and continued to hug the beautiful principal's long legs. Shangwan Mengqian was trembling all over, like a volcano about to erupt. She stared at Ning Bai at her feet expressionlessly. How long are you going to hold me like this, Ning Bai? Seeing that the beautiful principal was about to explode, Ning Bai hurriedly let go of her legs, quickly stood up and stood like a good student. Principal, I will help you recruit people right away, just wait for my good news. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Bai quickly disappeared in the crowd. Leaving everyone in a daze, Lan Shuqin tugged at her sister's sleeve in confusion. Sister, why do I feel like our contractor is a little unreliable? Lan Shuqi looked at Ning Bai's disappearing figure and nodded. I think so too. Soon the incident subsided, and the students continued to choose their favorite schools, while Ning Bai was moving among the crowd. He was thinking about how to get people to go to Bihai, otherwise if he returned empty-handed, the beautiful principal would definitely not forgive him. Suddenly, Ning Bai saw a familiar figure. He was talking to his contractor at the moment. He heard every word of their conversation clearly. Feng Xiang, why do you always want to go to Bihai College? That college is at the bottom of the list. Xinger, you don't understand. When you reach the epic level of talent, resources are no longer the most important. What's most important is what suits you. The Azure Ocean Academy's Song of the Rising Azure Ocean is the spiritual skill we need most right now. Your spiritual weapon, the magic harp, only has this top-level musical instrument spiritual skill that can unleash your full potential. Other academies simply don't have musical instruments of this level. This is something I've been thinking about for a long time. Looking at Feng Xiang's determined eyes, Zhou Qinger gradually understood. She nodded slowly and smiled brightly. Then Feng Xiang, let's go to Bihai College now. Just as the two were about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. You are going to Bihai College, then I will take you there. I happen to be familiar with the place. Ning Bai, why are you here? Zhou Qinger looked at Ning Bai in front of her with confusion. She had regretted it before and wanted to make a contract with Ning Bai, but after spending some time together with Feng Xiang after making a contract, she felt that he had made the right choice and Feng Xiang was the most suitable man for her. I'm here to help Bai Hai recruit people, and I happened to meet you guys on your way to Bai Hai. Feng Xiang, we're from the same hometown, and it's just right that you can keep each other company when you come to Bai Hai. Ning Bai explained awkwardly. Ah, you are also from Anhui? Feng Xiang exclaimed in surprise, looking at Ning Bai. Yes, I saw you during the awakening ceremony. Feng Xiang and the other person were confused at this time. They didn't expect that the biggest winner of this contract conference would be the Anhui people. They were a little confused. Afterwards, Ning Bai happily took Feng Xiang and the others towards the Blue Sea, but they met a group of uninvited guests on the way, who blocked Ning Bai and his companions' way. You must be Ning Bai. Long Aoquan looked at Ning Bai with a gloomy expression. He was the epic device controller who was ignored by the Lan sisters. Ning Bai frowned at the group of people who came with ill intentions. What do you want? If not, don't block me. I'm very busy. Do you dare to compete with me? Neither of us will use spiritual weapons, let's have a fair fight, Long Aoquan shouted with a fighting spirit in his eyes. He wanted to prove to his contractor that he was no worse than Ning Bai, because he saw his contractors yearning for Ning Bai, so he couldn't bear it anymore and directly challenged Ning Bai to prove himself. Of course, he also had some brains and stipulated that spiritual weapons were not allowed to be used. He knew that the twins of the Lan family were not easy to mess with, so he only challenged Ning Bai in a one-on-one fight. He was confident that he could defeat Ning Bai by using only his own strength. Looking at the man in front of him, Ning Bai emphasized strangely, "Do you really want to fight me?" Long Aoquan thought Ning Bai was scared, so he smugly comforted him, "Don't worry, we're just sparring, I won't hurt you." Ning Bai looked at the man in front of him who insisted on fighting him in a duel. Ning Bai had no choice but to agree, thinking to himself, "Brother, it was your own request, you can take care of yourself." After Ning Bai contracted with the twins of the Lan family, how strong the physical bonus was, Ning Bai himself did not know, but he knew that it was more than enough to deal with someone who had not even reached the level of a spiritual messenger. Afterwards, the two came to a deserted place, and their duel attracted many people to watch. After all, it was a famous epic duel between geniuses, so it was still worth watching. Even the principals who had been standing still were secretly watching. This kid, isn't he going to recruit students? Why is he competing with others? Shangwan Mengshi also noticed Ning Bai. Feng Xiang, who do you think will win between the two of them? Zhou Qinger looked at the two figures and suddenly asked. Feng Xiang didn't answer immediately, but kept scanning the two of them, and finally shook his head. I'm not sure who will win, but I know Ning Bai will definitely not lose. Why do you say that, Feng Xiang? Zhou Qinger asked curiously. I just observed the two of them and found that Ning Bai's body is strong and powerful, his walking posture is steady, and his body is sturdy and powerful. On the other hand, Long Aoquan's body is obviously not as strong as Ning Bai's. Most importantly, I just sensed a dangerous aura from Ning Bai. What? Ning Bai actually made you feel dangerous. You have already reached level 10 in spiritual power. You are only one step away from successfully transforming your spiritual power and becoming a spiritual user. He is only level 8 in spiritual power. How is this possible? Zhou Qinger exclaimed. That's absolutely right. I have only felt this feeling from Long Aotian. Ning Bai is not simple. Long Aoquan is going to be in big trouble. Feng Xiang looked at the high-spirited Long Aoquan on the field with a pitiful face. Ning Bai, I will let you know what a genius is, not someone like you who relies on luck to make a fool of himself. Looking at the smug Long Aoquan in front of him, Ning Bai was speechless. Looks like I have to teach this guy a lesson later. I want him to be less arrogant and get slapped in the face. Ning Bai acted decisively and instantly rushed towards Long Aoquan. His speed shocked the people watching the show. This speed was probably faster than that of the spiritual messenger. When Long Aoquan saw Ning Bai's speed, he immediately became alert and quickly took a defensive posture. After Ning Bai arrived in front of him to attack, Long Aoquan continued to resist Ning Bai's punches and kicks. Ning Bai's foundation was still too poor. He had not received systematic learning. These moves were not worth mentioning in Long Aoquan's eyes and were broken by Long Aoquan one by one. Ning Bai, if you want to defeat me with just these inferior attacks, it would be a pity. You are doomed to fail. Looking at the relaxed Long Aotian in front of him, Ning Bai knew that he completely suppressed Long Aoquan in every aspect of his body, but his fighting style was too immature and could not be compared with the children of such a big family. He had to study hard when he went to Bai Hai, otherwise he would suffer. However, the most urgent task now was to find a way to defeat this guy. Then you can't do anything to me, what's the point of being so arrogant? Hearing Ning Bai's rogue words, Long Aoquang smiled secretly and began to secretly accumulate strength. He wanted to give Ning Bai a surprise and let him know how powerful he was. The two of them fought back and forth, leaving everyone speechless. This is how you fight. You're making people sleepy. Suddenly, when Ning Bai continued to attack Long Aoquang, the corner of his mouth rose. Ning Bai, you've been fooled, and all the spiritual power in his body burst out, and he punched Ning Bai's attack. His punch contained a terrifying golden light, as if a golden dragon was attacking Ning Bai. At this time, Ning Bai felt a huge danger, but he could not retract his fist, so he could only fight against Long Aoquang. Everyone watching the fight shouted out two words in fear: spiritual skill. Only those who know the Long family know that they have a spiritual skill that can be practiced during the spiritual power conversion period, the Rising Dragon Fist. However, this can only be called a pseudo-spiritual skill, not even as good as a bronze-level spiritual skill, but it is also an extremely powerful thing during the spiritual power conversion period. The two fists soon collided with each other. Ning Bai felt a powerful force coming at him, and his body flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground, with his clothes torn. Long Aoquang revealed a satisfied expression. He had finally defeated Ning Bai and proved himself. Just as he was about to look at his contractor, a voice suddenly rang out, "Oh my god, it hurts so much. Didn't you say you would show mercy?" Long Aoquang turned his head blankly and saw Ning Bai touching his right hand with heartache as if nothing had happened. He had just been punched by Ning Bai, and the fist was the most painful. Fortunately, Ning Bai had a strong body and sufficient spiritual power, so he was not injured. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been groaning in pain on the ground. What, exactly, are you, a monster? Why are you fine? This is the Rising Dragon Fist that was powered by all my spiritual power, Long Aoquang said tremblingly, pointing at Ning Bai. Because I am Ning Bai. Let's consider this round a draw. I will go back and study hard and then teach you a lesson. Ning Bai said this and left, leaving Long Aoquang standing there in a daze. What are you two still daydreaming about? It's time to go. Oh, here it comes. Feng Xiang and Zhou Qing'er finally reacted and quickly chased after Ning Bai. Chapter 23 60% Compatibility. Everyone present was stunned by the scene before them. Is this still the spiritual power conversion period? He can withstand the spiritual skills as if nothing happened. It's too outrageous. The elders in the VIP seats gasped when they saw the scene. This child's body is already comparable to that of a peak spiritual master. Even a novice spiritual master may not be stronger than him. It seems that Principal Shangguan has found a good seedling. This is really amazing. Hai Lao's eyes kept scanning Ning Bai, and after a while he suddenly spoke, Ning Bai is a key protected genius in the 108 cities. We must not allow human traitors and foreign races to kill him. I feel that this child will be the terminator of this era. He will definitely lead the people of the 108 cities to a new height. Everyone was shocked when they heard Hai Lao's serious voice. They had never seen Hai Lao evaluate a student in this way. In all the years of the contract conference, this was the first time that Hai Lao valued someone so much. They began to re-examine Ning Bai, the genius, because he was a genius valued by Mr. Hai and was definitely extraordinary, so they did not dare to neglect him. Old Hai, why don't we transfer Ning Bai to Hope College? I'm afraid they won't be able to teach such a talented child if we leave him at Bihai College. Furthermore, foreign races are eyeing us humans covetously. We must ensure the safety of every genius. Bihai's strength worries me. The mayor of Tianyuan-based city said with a worried look on his face. Hai Lao looked at the lord of Tianyuan city and said casually, "Don't play tricks in front of me. Just do your job well. You don't need to worry about this." The man could only give up in disappointment, thinking to himself, it seems that I can't suppress Bai Hai this time, I can only act according to the circumstances. Ning Bai had already brought Feng Xiang and Zhou Qing'er to the territory of Bai Hai Academy. Shangguan Mengqian was secretly happy to see that Ning Bai brought an epic-level weapon spirit master. This time, Bai Hai Academy finally stood up. Soon all the students were selected. Since Feng Xiang and the others arrived, no one had come to Bai Hai Academy, but Shangguan Mengqian was already satisfied. We will now begin rewarding the base cities that cultivate talents. Please invite all city lords to the stage. Then the city lords below, with faces full of anticipation, hurried to the stage. Their resources for this year were coming, and among them, City Lord Yuehao was the most proud. The city that obtained the most resources this year was Anhui Base City, which was rewarded with spirit stones, a number of spirit coins, 3 gold-level spirit skills, a number of spirit potions, other basic resources, and so on. Second place, Hope Base City, rewards, 2 gold-level spiritual skills, spiritual stones, etc. The third place winner, Flower Language Base City, will be awarded with a gold-level spiritual skill, etc. The fourth place, Starlight Base City, will be awarded 3 silver-level books, etc. Soon all the city lords were delighted to hear about the material rewards from the base. These were the resources they had been waiting for so long. With these resources, they could develop rapidly and reach a new level of strength. Soon, all the principals took their students away from the stone platform, but the people from Bai Hai did not leave. Shangwan Mengshi teleported Li Changyue to Ning Bai's side and said, "Didn't I promise to test your compatibility before? Now let's get started." After saying that, Shangwan Mengshi gestured to the 3 internal elders. The 3 people who saw the gesture immediately nodded, then gathered a small amount of spiritual power again and hit it into the ground. Then, a ball of light appeared above Ning Bai and Li Chanyue's heads again, and the 2 balls of light instantly merged into one. A sentence slowly appeared on the ball of light, compatibility 60%. Suddenly, several figures appeared beside Ning Bai and Li Chanyue. They were the elders on the stage. Even the principals of the 10 major colleges came one after another. When they saw the magical number, everyone showed a shocked expression. Hai Lao just waved his hand, and a magical energy shield appeared, and the outside world could no longer see this place. "The contract conference has ended, please leave immediately." After doing all this, Hai Lao looked at Ning Bai and Li Chanyue excitedly. The other elders also stared at them, which made Ning Bai and Li Chanyue get goosebumps. Ning Bai couldn't help it, so he looked at everyone and said, "What's wrong with you? Don't look at us like that. We are scared. Our hearts can't take it. Do you know what a 60% match means?" Hai Lao said excitedly. Ning Bai asked blankly, "What does it mean?" Everyone knows that a Spirit King weapon spirit user with a 50% compatibility is a true Spirit King. A 60% compatibility has already surpassed the Spirit King level, a level we humans haven't reached. Even the first batch of weapon spirit users, the 108 heroes, were only Spirit Kings and didn't reach a 60% compatibility. And you two have actually broken that record and pushed the compatibility to 60. After hearing the old man's explanation, Ning Bai finally understood that he was the founder. However, Ning Bai had his own ideas in his mind. He suspected that this was the credit of the Chaos Bell. It's a pity that this girl's talent is only at the bronze level. If she had gold level talent, you would definitely have the opportunity to surpass the Spirit King and reach a new height. Hai Lao shook his head and said regretfully. Ning Bai disagreed. He knew the power of the Donghuang Bell. He was sure that this was the legendary Donghuang Bell. He didn't believe that the Donghuang Bell was made of just bronze. Everyone was also extremely regretful. They didn't expect that Li Chanyue was just a bronze spiritual weapon. Seeing everyone's disappointed expressions, Li Chanyue's face also dimmed and she lowered her head, but a warm hand suddenly held her little hand tightly. Li Chanyue looked up and saw Ning Bai looking at her with a smile on his face. He gave Li Chanyue a reassuring look. Li Chanyue looked into Ning Bai's eyes and nodded. She no longer lowered her head and showed a confident smile. In fact, Ning Bai and Li Chanyue have a 60% compatibility, and there is a special function. Ning Bai can't figure it out for the time being, but he feels that this will change the pattern of human beings. Soon, Hai Lao left with a large group of elders. The principals of various colleges and universities also prepared to leave with their students. However, in a dark room, dozens of people were watching the scene of the contract conference. After everyone left, the surveillance screen slowly closed. A masked man in black on the first seat suddenly said, "Capture this man and his weapon spirit." Several black-robed men below said respectfully in unison, "Yes, sir." Then everyone disappeared, leaving only the black-robed man above. He suddenly laughed, and as he laughed, his voice turned into a monster like Roar and Howl, a human genius. 60% compatibility, I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 24 Return to the Blue Sea, the Academy is shocked. Soon Shangwan Mengshi brought Ning Bai and others back to the Bihai base city through the teleportation array. They were on their way to Bihai College. This was everyone's request. The beautiful principal was going to teleport them directly back to Bihai, but Ning Bai and others wanted to familiarize themselves with the streets and take a stroll, so the current scene happened. However, Ning Bai soon realized that this was not a good thing. He saw Li Changyue, Chen Kai, Zhou Qing'er, and the Lan sisters wandering around the streets, while Ning Bai and Feng Xiang were left aside. The streets are full of vendors setting up stalls, selling decorations, strange items picked up outside, monster meat, monster spirit cores, spiritual potions, and everything in between. Compared to the stalls before the peace, the stalls now are more lively, and those who have shops are more standardized businesses, all of which are industries controlled by rich, powerful people. Do you think this necklace is pretty? Chen Kai picked up a green necklace and put it on, then turned around and said happily to a few people. It's pretty good, this color suits you very well. Really? I really like this color. Boss, pack this for me. Boss, I want the red one, pack it for me too. Give me 2 of these purple ones, and pack them for us sisters. Several people were happily buying necklaces. Looking at the exquisite necklaces, Li Changyue showed a hint of envy in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared and she ran over to mingle with the 4 girls. Soon the 4 of them put on their necklaces and set off again. The necklaces on their bodies sparkled, and coupled with their beautiful faces, their elegant and noble temperaments were revealed. Passers-by on the road kept their eyes on the 4 women for 2 more seconds. The 4 of them had happy smiles on their faces. They looked at Li Changyue, who didn't buy a necklace. Zhou Qing'er asked in confusion, "Changyue, why don't you buy a necklace? It's so beautiful." Just when Li Changyue didn't know how to answer, a voice suddenly came from behind her. "Changyue just wants me to buy it for her." "Changyue, take a look at this color, do you like it?" Everyone looked back and saw Ning Bai walking over with a sky blue necklace. Li Changyue saw this beautiful necklace and smiled happily. "I like it very much." Ning Bai personally put on this sky blue necklace for Li Changyue, making the already beautiful Li Changyue instantly look like a pure and holy lotus. It was a perfect match. The girls on the side were instantly unhappy. The Lan sisters took off their necklaces and angrily threw them into Ning Bai's hands. "It's not fair. We are your contractors too. We want it too." Looking at the 2 exquisite purple necklaces in his hands, Ning Bai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so the 2 girls naturally let Ning Bai put them on themselves. However, Ning Bai clearly felt that their bodies were trembling when he helped them put on the necklaces, and they were not calm in their hearts. Zhou Qing'er also asked Feng Xiang to wear it himself. Everyone was very happy, except Chen Kai, who looked at the people present with anger in her eyes. She despised this group of people for bullying her for not having a contracted person. Soon, they arrived at the main gate of Bihai College. They saw a large crowd of people gathered there, holding flowers and holding up banners that read "Welcome Bihai Tianjiao." "They are coming, hurry up and act." A man with sharp eyes saw Ning Bai and others approaching and shouted hurriedly, "Welcome all the heroes of the Blue Sea to return triumphantly." A loud and powerful voice resounded through the sky. Hearing the voice, several people immediately looked over and saw a group of people at the door holding a banner and looking at them with a smile. "Welcome to Bihai." Then there was a burst of cannon fire, salutes and flowers kept falling from the sky, and a few people were surrounded by a group of people like stars. The team walked towards the campus in an orderly manner. They were extremely excited because their Bihai finally stood up and made a name for themselves this year. The beautiful principal sitting in the office at this time looked at the picture on the screen and smiled for the first time in a long time. Looking at Ning Bai's face, she whispered, "Ning Bai, thank you." The seniors on campus also came to join in the fun. They wanted to witness the demeanor of this generation of geniuses to prevent themselves from being blindly confronted, as these were the big guys they could not afford to offend in the future. An uninvited guest came to a sparsely populated bamboo forest in the school. Her face was somewhat similar to Shangguan Mengxian, but she didn't have blonde hair. She had black hair that reached her waist. She wore a white shirt and a black miniskirt, but her expression was rather indifferent, giving off a feeling of keep away from strangers. "Third sister, are you ready? Sister is here to take you home." The woman disappeared as soon as she finished speaking. This was the ability of a spirit king to teleport, and this woman was also a spirit king. In a fresh and elegant room in the school dormitory, a quiet girl wearing glasses was reading a book. Suddenly, messages kept coming on her mobile phone. She frowned and picked up the phone. She saw that they were all news videos about Bihai Tianjiao. She clicked on them and saw several people in the video. When she saw Li Changyue, the spiritual weapon in her body suddenly vibrated, which surprised the woman. She suppressed the movement in her body, stood up and left the room. Soon they arrived at the principal's office. The beautiful principal had been waiting there for a long time. Looking at Ning Bai and the others, Shangguan Mengqian suddenly said seriously, "From today on, you are all students of Bai High. I will allocate more resources to you, but you must be talented, shut up the others in the academy, and get good results in the upcoming 10 colleges competition." "Yes, principal, we will definitely work hard." Everyone answered in unison with confidence. Feng Xiang, this is the spiritual skill, the rising tide of the Blue Sea. I know you came to the Blue Sea because of him, right? I will pass it on to you now. I hope you will not disappoint me. Feng Xiang and Zhou Qing'er were very excited and hurriedly took the spiritual rubbings of the spiritual skills. Ning Bai, you have dual spiritual weapons, so I selected 2 spiritual skills that are most suitable for you. One is the bell-type soundwave spiritual skill 9 Revolutions Bell Thunder, and the other is the sword-type spiritual skill Yin Yang Flipping Sky Sword. Among them, the Yin Yang Flipping Sky Sword requires Yin and Yang attributes to practice, which is just suitable for you. This is also an incomplete gold-level spiritual skill. I suspect that when it is completed, it will be a powerful epic-level spiritual skill. Ning Bai's eyes lit up when he heard the last part. You should know that epic spiritual skills are not something that the 10 major academies have. Only the Spirit Weapon Association has them. Only the true geniuses of the Spirit Weapon Association are qualified to learn them. Even the elders cannot easily learn epic spiritual skills. Chen Keier, who was standing by, saw Ning Bai's expression and immediately laughed at him. It's just a broken spiritual skill. Why are you so excited? You'll only have a golden spiritual skill for your whole life. You're just saying the grapes are sour because you can't eat them, Sister Keier. Ning Bai looked at Chen Keier with a playful expression. Humph, my grandfather also has gold-level spiritual skills, I'm too lazy to tell you. Okay, I will make it up to you after your contract is successful, Chen Keier. Shangguan Mengqian comforted with a smile. After hearing this, Chen Keier gave Ning Bai a defiant look, which made Ning Bai confused. Why is this girl staring at me every day? Okay, the dorms are ready for you. Remember to check your phones. If you don't have your luggage, you can ask your family to ask the city lord to send it to you. Meet at the playground at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I have arranged a teacher for you. Don't be late. Then the principal ordered everyone to leave, and everyone started to busy themselves with their own things. After Ning Bai and the others left, Shangguan Mengqian suddenly looked at the corner of the room, and saw a figure suddenly appear in the corner. Long time no see, my dear sister. Chapter 25 9 Turned Bell Thunder. After coming out, several people were making phone calls. They were asking their families to send their luggage. Only Ning Bai and Li Changyue had already packed. Looking at the busy people, Ning Bai did not disturb them. He prepared to take Li Changyue to practice 9 Revolutions Bell Thunder. Although he heard that one cannot practice spiritual skills before reaching the level of a spiritual envoy, Ning Bai still wanted to give it a try. After all, his physical strength was far beyond that of a spiritual envoy. Looking at the school sign, Ning Bai brought Li Changyue to the practice room, which was managed by a middle-aged female teacher. When she saw Ning Bai and Li Changyue, she recognized them immediately and greeted them with a smile. Ning Bai and Li Changyue, you guys just came over to practice as soon as you entered the Blue Sea. The principal gave us spiritual skills. Since I don't have classes today, I came here to practice, Ning Bai explained enthusiastically. The spiritual skills given by the principal himself can only be gold-level spiritual skills. This power is quite great. This requires going to a high-level room. The cost of a high-level room is 1 spiritual stone per hour. However, since you are an epic-level genius, you can enjoy 4 hours of free time per day. Do you want to use your welfare privileges, classmate Ning Bai? Ning Bai was stunned when he heard the price of 1 spirit stone per hour. He only had 1 spirit stone at the moment, which was a benefit from the Spirit Weapon Association. Fortunately, he had the benefit, otherwise he would have been left with nothing. So he replied, I have the permission. The middle-aged teacher immediately operated the equipment, then handed Ning Bai a key and said, this is the room key with the room number on it. The high-end rooms are all on the 3rd floor. There are time records inside. If the time is up, you will be automatically excluded. You can call me in the room system to renew in advance. You can also call me if you have any questions. What the teacher didn't know was that these 2 guys had not yet reached the level of spiritual envoys, otherwise he would definitely not let them in. Okay, thank you, teacher. Let's go in first. Then the 2 said goodbye to the teacher and entered the practice room. There were many rooms in it, and people were coming in and out from time to time. However, Ning Bai's destination was the third floor, so he didn't look carefully and went straight to the third floor. There was no one here, but there were people practicing in several rooms. Ning Bai also came to the door of his room, and then took Li Changyue into the room. A strange world appeared in front of Ning Bai and Li Changyue. Looking at the endless white space, they were stunned. When Ning Bai and the others were still confused, a machine voice came out, "Welcome to the training room. Since this is your first time entering the training room, the system will explain the training room to you. The training room is built with space technology and is a place specifically for weapon spirit practitioners to practice spiritual skills. The space here is large enough that attacks will not cause damage to the room. There is also a continuous supply of rich spiritual energy, allowing weapon spirit practitioners to practice spiritual skills with confidence. You can call me if you have any needs, and I will serve you. The above explanation does not count towards the time. The timer starts now." As the voice fell, a timing panel appeared in the space, and the time now displayed was 3 hours 59 minutes and 40 seconds. After seeing the time, the two immediately took action. Ning Bai took out the spiritual rubbing of the 9 revolutions bell thunder and placed it directly on his forehead. Then it turned into a ray of light and entered Ning Bai's mind. 9-turn bell thunder, using a bell as a guide, imitates heavenly thunder. This is a sonic mental attack. 1 turn is the beginning, and 9 turns are the extreme. After the 9 turns are completed, it can attract the 9-day divine thunder, destroying everything. I saw an old man and a large bell suspended in the air. The old man waved it 9 times, and the bell rang with a deafening sound. After 9 consecutive rings, a thick purple thunder appeared in the sky and rushed down. Then the picture disappeared. Ning Bai opened his eyes and recalled the scene just now. Ning Bai's blood boiled. Is this the 9 revolutions divine thunder? But Ning Bai now has a doubt: who created these spiritual skills? The strength of the old man in his mind is definitely much stronger than that of the Spirit King. Is he still alive now? Ning Bai shook his head. This kind of thing was beyond his imagination. He should just concentrate on practicing his spiritual skills. Time in the training room couldn't be wasted. "Changyue, are you ready? Let's start now." Li Changyue nodded, then quickly transformed into the Dongwang bell, and a large ancient bell appeared in front of Ning Bai again. "Imitate the sound of thunder for me," Ning Bai shouted to the sky. After a while, the sky was covered with dark clouds and thunder was heard continuously. Ning Bai nodded in satisfaction and began to practice according to the spiritual skills. In the principal's office, a beautiful woman who looked somewhat like Shangguan Mengshi sat opposite Shangguan Mengshi. She lazily lifted up her legs, exposing her snow-white legs to the air. Her black miniskirt did not even reach her knees. Fortunately, her legs were crossed to cover her private parts, but it still made people think about it. "Shangguan Yu, what are you doing here?" Shangguan Mengshi looked at the sexy woman warily. "Of course it's Dad who asked you to come home for a blind date. He's been wanting you to give him a grandson with ancient-level talent as a controller for a long time. This time, the Shenyuan family is joining forces, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. How could he not be anxious? I'm here in person. He's willing to marry me to someone else?" Shangguan Mengshi looked at her sister in disbelief. Do you know what conditions the Shangguan family offered? A life-extending potion and a king spirit potion. These are the things he has always dreamed of. Do you think he would be reluctant to part with you? Don't you know who he is? We are just his pawns. Looking at Shangguan Yu's excited face, Shangguan Mengshi also felt gloomy in her heart and no longer had any illusions about her nominal father. Tell him that I will go back after I have arranged Bai Hai's affairs. Don't make things difficult for my mother, otherwise I would rather die than obey you, Shangguan Mengshi said to the woman expressionlessly. I understand. I'll tell him. But I want to spend a few days at your Bihai Academy. I don't think you'll refuse. It's up to you, as long as you don't cause trouble in Bihai. Shangguan Mengshi said unhappily and left the room, leaving the woman sitting leisurely on the chair. In the training room, Ning Bai kept trying the 9-turn bell thunder, and finally succeeded when the time was almost up. A deafening bell sounded throughout the space, like thunder. Ning Bai jumped up in surprise. This was the first time he succeeded after practicing for more than 3 hours. He finally found the trick. It was worthy of being a gold-level spiritual skill. It was really difficult to practice. In the remaining 15 minutes, Ning Bai succeeded without a single failure. He finally got started and reached the level of the first turn bell thunder. At this time, Li Chanyue's spiritual power was also exhausted and she could no longer maintain the form of the Donghuang bell. Seeing Ning Bai's happy expression, Li Chanyue was also extremely happy. The two of them finally mastered this gold-level spiritual skill. Then the time was up and the two were pushed out of the room by a force. At this time, Li Chanyue was so tired that she fell asleep. The two of them greeted the teacher at the door and supported each other to leave the training room. What they needed now was rest. Not only were their spiritual energy exhausted, but their bodies were also exhausted. So Ning Bai took Li Chanyue directly to his room and dormitory, put her on the bed to rest, and he fell asleep on the sofa. A figure suddenly appeared beside Li Chanyue. She stared at Li Chanyue for a long time, not knowing what she was thinking. Then she turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Chapter 26 First Lesson. Ning Bai opened his eyes in a daze. He seemed to have had a very long dream. In the dream, he was in another world. Unfortunately, he could no longer remember what the world in the dream looked like. After checking the time, Ning Bai hurriedly got up and went in to wake Li Chanyue. Li Chanyue, who was still half asleep, was startled when she saw Ning Bai appear before her and exclaimed, "Ning Bai, why are you in my room? Take another good look at whose room this is." Li Chanyue saw the unfamiliar rooms around her and realized that the bed she slept in was not hers. Then she realized that this was not her room. She looked at Ning Bai in confusion. Ning Bai had no choice but to explain to her what happened after they practiced spiritual skills yesterday. Li Chanyue then remembered that she was so tired that she fell asleep as soon as she left the house. She looked at Ning Bai with a slightly red face, feeling a little embarrassed. "Hurry up and gather, we're going to be late." Li Chanyue then realized that she had to attend her first class today and she couldn't be late, so she hurried into action. Soon the two arrived at the gathering place and were relieved to see that the teacher had not arrived yet. "Why are you two here just now? What did you do last night?" Chen Kr saw the two of them looking flustered and joked with a playful smile on her face. The others also looked at the two of them in surprise, as if they wanted to see some clues from their expressions, but unfortunately they could not see anything. Ning Bai looked at the group of people with a dark face. Li Chanyue hurriedly explained, "Ning Bai and I practiced spiritual skills yesterday, so I overslept today." "What are you guys imagining? Have you started practicing the 9 Revolutions Bell Thunder book that the principal gave you yesterday?" Seeing everyone's surprised looks, Ning Bai said calmly, "Because I happened to have nothing to do yesterday, I went to practice with Chanyue." "Is there any problem?" Zhou Qing'er replied in surprise, "Golden spiritual skills are very difficult to practice. Only spiritual masters can practice them. Otherwise, you will know nothing. How dare you practice them without becoming a spiritual master?" "I was wondering why it was so difficult to practice. I was exhausted yesterday," Ning Bai complained. "You can't be saying that you succeeded in your practice yesterday." Several people exclaimed as they looked at the two in shock. Looking at the shocked looks of the others, Ning Bai decided to keep a low profile for now. "I've only found some ways, but I haven't succeeded in cultivation yet." Chen Kr breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I knew it. You haven't even reached the level of a spirit envoy yet, so how could you possibly succeed in your cultivation?" Looking at Chen Kr's expression, Ning Bai and Li Chanyue both laughed in their hearts. If this guy knew that Ning Bai and the others had succeeded in their cultivation, he would probably be mentally broken. Suddenly a voice came, "It seems that you are all quite punctual, no one is late." A man and a woman appeared in front of them. The man was dressed in white, looking elegant and graceful, while the woman was dressed in red, looking enchanting and fiery. Ning Bai and Feng Xiang were shocked to see the two of them. They exclaimed, "Why are you here? Oh, do you two have any opinions about us? You can discuss it with me in detail." The woman in red said while looking at the two of them with a smile, but this smile made the two of them shudder. No, we are just very surprised to see you two here." After hearing Ning Bai's explanation, the woman nodded in satisfaction and did not continue to question the two. Ning Bai and Feng Xiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that this woman was not easy to mess with. "From today on, I will be your combat instructor. My name is Feng Yichen, and she is my contractor, Yu Shi. We are now both spirit generals and spirit masters at the level 1 level." After hearing Feng Yichen's introduction, everyone was stunned. Spirit General, such a young spirit. General. Looking at the stunned eyes of the crowd, Yu Shi said proudly, "Brother Yichen, although he only has a gold-level talent, he is very talented. It only took Brother Yichen 2 days to master the gold-level spiritual skills. Chen Kair's eyes were dull as she said, 2 days. I remember my grandfather spent 5 days just to get started with the golden spiritual technique. The others were also extremely surprised. Ning Bai and Li Changyue looked strange because they had only practiced for 4 hours yesterday and it was done. Feng Xiang looked at the man in white with a determined look. I will definitely surpass you. Your task now is to run 10 laps around the school to practice your fitness first. Feng Yichen said. After hearing this, several people thought it was a small matter. Although the school was very big and the circle was very long, as a genius, this distance was not a problem. However, the next sentence poured cold water on them. My request to you is that you cannot use spiritual power. When Yushi heard Brother Yichen's request, an expression of as expected appeared on her face. I knew why Brother Yichen would assign them such a simple task. Looking at the dull eyes of the crowd, Feng Yichen remained unmoved and left with only one sentence, Cherie, they will teach you how to supervise. Ning Bai hurriedly grabbed Li Changyue and the Lan sisters and ran away. Feng Xiang followed closely behind, pulling Zhou Qing'er with him. Only Chen Kair, who was still confused, stayed where she was. Suddenly, she saw Yushi's half-smile. How could Chen Kair dare to stay? She hurriedly shouted and chased after them, wait for me, you ungrateful guys. Li Changyue and the Lan sisters asked Ning Bai as they ran, Ning Bai, do you know this new teacher? Ning Bai then explained the origins of the new teacher. Everyone was extremely surprised. They did not expect that such an excellent teacher was also from Anhui. They became more and more curious about Anhui, which could produce so many geniuses. Zhou Qing'er on the other side exclaimed, what teacher is your brother? Shoo, keep your voice down, don't let others hear it, Feng Xiang reminded hurriedly. He didn't want to become known to everyone. What are you whispering about here? Why don't you run faster? The slowest runner will have to do one more lap. A pleasant voice suddenly appeared in the ears of several people, and they saw a red figure floating in the air looking at them. It was Yu Shi or someone else. Everyone hurriedly sped up and ran. They didn't want to add another lap, so Chen Kair behind was dumbfounded. She saw the figure in front of her speed up and disappear again. She had finally caught up with the figure, which made her very angry. She should have run earlier. Now she was behind the last one, which made her very upset. The classmates on the road were talking about the people running. They recognized that they were the famous geniuses of the school. Among them was a girl with glasses who was leaning against a thick tree trunk, reading the book in her hand intently. Her long hair fell on both sides of her shoulders like silk, gently brushing against the pages of the book, contrasting with the surrounding green leaves. Her eyes were focused on reading through her glasses, and she would occasionally turn the pages gently, as if exploring the mysteries within. The breeze rustled the leaves, but she remained unperturbed, still immersed in the world of the book. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Only she and the book formed a peaceful and beautiful picture. She suddenly closed the book, and saw the words detailed explanation of divine artifacts on the cover. The woman looked at the people running below and murmured, divine artifacts, is there really anyone who can make a contract? After an unknown amount of time, they were already exhausted from running, but there were still 2 laps to be completed. Ning Bai's physical strength could not bear it anymore, and Li Changyue and the Lan sisters were also struggling to hold on. Zhou Qing'er behind him might be in poor physical condition, so she was being supported by Feng Xiang while running. Feng Xiang's face was also grim now, but his eyes always revealed a spirit of not admitting defeat. As for Chen Kair behind him, since she was not a spirit master, she had reached her limit. She had fallen to the ground exhausted, and Yu Shi sent her to the lounge. In the last lap, although Ning Bai was very tired, he could still hold on. However, Li Changyue and the Lan sisters could no longer hold on, so he carried one of them on his back and supported the other 2 with his hands and began to move forward slowly. His face was flushed and sweat was pouring down his forehead. The students standing by were also shocked when they saw this scene. Is this the cultivation method of a genius? They felt a little odd. Yu Shi, who was hiding above, nodded at Ning Bai's actions and said, this kid's physique is really good. He can even lead 3 people forward. It's really amazing. Then she looked at Feng Xiang behind her. His face was pale as he struggled to move forward. He had lost consciousness and was only relying on his willpower to move forward. Yu Shi murmured, as expected of your brother, he has such terrifying willpower. Shangguan Mengshi, who was in the principal's office, was also looking at the people on the screen with satisfaction. These people did not disappoint her. Ning Bai didn't know how long he had walked, but he finally reached the end. Looking at Feng Yichen not far away, he smiled slightly and said, "Teacher, we are done." Feng Yichen came to Ning Bai and the others in an instant, took out 4 bottles of medicine and handed them to Ning Bai. "This is a nourishing and strengthening medicine. Take it now, it will benefit you a lot." Ning Bai distributed the potion to several women. They looked at each other and then drank the green potion in one gulp. They felt that the fatigue in their bodies was slowly disappearing, and the cells in their bodies became active. A refreshed feeling filled their bodies. Then they opened their eyes in surprise. They felt that their physical strength had increased a lot, and their bodies had begun to absorb spiritual power from the outside world again. This meant that the saturation of their body's spiritual power had actually increased. Suddenly, Ning Bai and Li Chuanyue's bodies shook, and a spiritual power gathered towards them. This surprised Feng Yichen, who was standing by. These two people have actually broken through their spiritual power level. Chapter 27. Both advance. Changes in the chaos clock. Ning Bai quickly opened his eyes. He didn't expect that this potion could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only did it increase his physical strength, but it also allowed his spiritual power level to break through to level 9. It was really worth it. Seeing that more and more spiritual power was gathering around Li Chuanyue, Ning Bai understood that Chuanyue was about to break through. Moreover, she was different from Ning Bai. She only broke through 1 level of spiritual power. Her spiritual power was converted into a spiritual user, so it would take her a little longer than Ning Bai. "You're awake. You should protect her well. I'll go see Feng Xiang and the others first." Feng Yichen left a word and disappeared. Ning Bai nodded, then sat aside to look after Li Chuanyue. He felt that this time with the breakthrough, Chuanyue would give him a big surprise. "Yichen, you're here. Feng Xiang tried too hard and is now unconscious. I was just about to send him to the lounge." Looking at Yichen who came, Yushi explained worriedly. Feng Yichen looked at the unconscious Feng Xiang with a complicated expression and said, "Go ahead. Remember to tell the teacher in the lounge to give him this bottle of medicine when he wakes up." Zhou Qinger, who was standing by, said worriedly, "Let me go over too. I want to take care of him." Feng Yichen nodded and handed her a bottle of medicine. "Remember to take it." Then he nodded to Yushi and left. Yushi also took the 2 of them to the lounge, leaving only a large group of onlookers talking. Li Chuanyue felt that she was in a chaotic space. Suddenly, a big bell appeared in front of her. A bell sound that resounded through the heaven and earth woke her up. She opened her eyes and saw the big bell was still there. Only Ning Bai was looking at her with concern. "Chuanyue, you're awake. Congratulations on your breakthrough to become a spiritual master," the Lan sisters said happily. Ning Bai also looked at Li Chuanyue with envy. You know, the minimum requirement to go out of the city and into the wild is to be a spiritual user. He actually wanted to go out of the city to see the outside world. Although it was safe in the city, it was not the life Ning Bai wanted. Li Chuanyue suddenly looked at Ning Bai in shock and exclaimed, "Ning Bai, I seem to feel that my spiritual weapon, the Chaos Bell, has undergone some changes. It seems to have become a divine weapon." When these words were spoken, several people were shocked. The twins of the Lan family were stunned. They stared at Li Chuanyue in amazement. Ning Bai hurriedly checked the information of the contractor Li Chuanyue. When he saw the changes above, Ning Bai was stunned. Contractor, Li Chuanyue, Spirit Envoy Level 1, Spirit Weapon, Dongwang Bell Divine Artifact, also known as Chaos Bell, Innate Spirit Skill, Chaos Space. He hurriedly approached the 3 women and said to them, "You must not expose this matter, otherwise we will be dead. Those powerful people will not let us go." Li Chuanyue and her twin sisters nodded in horror. They also knew the seriousness of the matter. After all, the artifact was a spiritual weapon that had never appeared in this world. "What are you whispering about here? Go back and rest for a while, and then come back to gather in the afternoon." A figure suddenly appeared beside the 2 of them. It was Feng Yichen. The 4 of them were also startled, but they breathed a sigh of relief when they found that he hadn't heard the conversation. Ning Bai said speechlessly, "Teacher, you're going to scare people to death. We were just talking in private. Don't show up like this suddenly in the future." Feng Yichen thought about it and felt that it made sense, then nodded. He reminded them of their afternoon classes and left. After Feng Yichen left, Ning Bai led Li Chuanyue and the others to an empty playground. Li Chuanyue transformed into the Dongwang Bell, an ancient bell that stood quietly in the air, shimmering with a mysterious light. Ancient runes engraved on the bell seemed to tell of the passage of time. The bell, turned upside down, resembled a sleeping giant, emitting a terrifying aura. Suddenly, the Dongwon bell shone brightly, and a bell sounded, dong. The sound was like the sound of nature, resounding through the sky. Everyone in the academy heard this magnificent bell sound, and the lingering sound lingered for a long time. Ning Bai was startled by this sudden change, and hurriedly urged the Dongwon bell to return to its original form. Then Ning Bai pulled Li Changyue and others away quickly. After a while, a figure appeared here. It was the beautiful Principal Shangguan Mengshi. She looked around here in confusion. She was very curious about the sound of the bell just now. It was so powerful and shocking. After a while, many students and teachers also came here, but were dismissed by Shangguan Mengshi. She stood there alone thinking, when suddenly a beautiful figure appeared in front of her and said in surprise, "Your Bai Hai is actually full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers." The voice just now was definitely not simple. It could make a strong man at the Spirit King level feel shaken. It must be at least at the Spirit King level. I really made the right decision to come to Bai Hai. It's really interesting. Then the figure disappeared. A girl wearing glasses was walking slowly along the campus road, carefully flipping through a book explaining the divine artifacts. Suddenly, she stopped flipping through the pages, her face filled with shock. She murmured, "The Dongwon bell, the most powerful of the 10 divine artifacts. I never thought that woman's spiritual weapon was actually the Dongwon bell. No wonder it made such a big splash right after her awakening. The culprits of all this have already arrived at the school cafeteria. They have already prepared their meals, and the meals are free. You just need to swipe your student ID card. This is also a welfare benefit of Tianzhou." The four of them sat in a corner and breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that no one noticed them. The bell just now scared them to death. Fortunately, Ning Bai reacted quickly, otherwise he would have been caught red-handed. "What happened just now, Changyue? Why did the Dongwon bell make a sound?" Li Changyue also looked puzzled and said, "I don't know either. At that time, I felt a strong sense of excitement, and then the bell rang, as if it was the Dongwon bell ringing by itself." Ning Bai knew that there was no real reason for this matter, so he could only give up in frustration. The key now was to keep this matter secret, otherwise it would be troublesome. Lan Shuqin and Lan Shuqi couldn't wait to ask, "Changyue, are you really a divine weapon?" Seeing the two people's expectant eyes, Li Changyue nodded and said, "Yes, I am now a divine weapon." "Ah, but how can Ning Bai contract a divine weapon? This is unscientific." Lan Shuqin looked at Ning Bai in confusion. As soon as these words were spoken, the three women all turned their eyes to Ning Bai. They felt as if they had discovered another incredible secret, which made them surprised and happy. Looking at the sharp eyes of the women, Ning Bai knew that he could no longer hide it, but fortunately they were all his contracted parties, so it was no problem to expose them. So Ning Bai told them something that refreshed their cognition again. "In fact, I not only have the talent for dual contracts, I can also contract more spiritual weapons, and ignore the level of spiritual weapons and spiritual power." "What?" The three women screamed, attracting the attention of everyone in the cafeteria on the first floor. Looking at the gazes around them, several people began to lower their heads to eat. After everyone's gazes had dispersed, they dared to raise their heads and looked at Ning Bai, who was gnawing on a chicken leg with a calm face. They could not believe this shocking news for a moment. But they soon became excited. Their contractor was so powerful. The two sisters of the Lan family were very glad for their choice, and Li Changyue was happy for Ning Bai. Regardless of whether Ning Bai had such a natural talent or not, she would always follow Ning Bai. The four people at the table were eating non-stop. On the one hand, they were really hungry and the food was delicious. On the other hand, it was to digest the shocking news that came one after another. Ning Bai also began to feel anxious. He wanted to become stronger and wanted strength. Only in this way could he protect himself and the people around him. Chapter 28: Li Chanyue's Strange Sensation. Soon, the few of them left after eating their fill. They also brought food for Fengxiang and the other two, and prepared to visit the three people in the lounge. When they arrived at the ward, the three people inside had their eyes closed. It seemed that they had just taken a nourishing and strengthening medicine and were digesting it. This made Ning Bai sigh that the person who developed this medicine was truly a genius. Soon the three of them opened their eyes in surprise. They also discovered the great benefits that this potion brought to them. Their physical strength was greatly improved. "How's it going? Didn't today's training disappoint you? This potion is pretty good, isn't it?" When they heard the sound, they immediately looked towards the door, only to see Ning Bai and the other four slowly walking in. When they saw the food in their hands, they were very happy. They had been hungry for a long time, and after taking the potion, they were even hungrier. Now they were very greedy when they saw the food brought by the others. Feng Xiang hurriedly got out of bed and took the takeaway boxes from several people, then distributed them to Zhou Qing'er and Chen Kei'er. This made Ning Bai laugh and cry. It seemed that these people were really starving. Feng Xiang ate his meal in big mouthfuls and replied in a slurred voice, "Today's training and potion were good, but a little tiring." Zhou Qing'er, who was standing by, saw Feng Xiang's behavior and immediately couldn't help but remind him, "Don't talk while eating, or you'll choke." Feng Xiang nodded obediently and even started to chew his food slowly. It seemed that he still took Zhou Qing'er's words seriously. "The teacher informed us that we will gather at the old place later in the afternoon. Don't forget it. We will go back first." Looking at the harmonious look of the two people, Ning Bai smiled and reminded them. Then Ning Bai and his companions left the lounge. While walking on the road, Li Chanyue kept feeling that something was attracting her. She had a strange feeling, so she told Ning Bai about it. Strange feeling? After hearing Li Chanyue's explanation, Ning Bai stopped and thought. Suddenly Ning Bai said, "I think it's the feeling of the Dongwang bell. Why don't you try turning into the Dongwang bell and see if you get any other feelings?" "Okay, I'll try it now." Then Li Chanyue transformed into an ancient big bell. Li Chanyue, who transformed into the Dongwang bell, passed the message to Ning Bai. "Ning Bai, the induction is getting stronger and stronger, in the northeast direction." Ning Bai carefully checked the direction and found that the northeast direction Li Chanyue mentioned was the girls' dormitory. This made Ning Bai very confused, and he decided to investigate it carefully. "Chanyue, can you try to become a little smaller? This is too conspicuous and easy to be discovered." Ning Bai looked at the big clock in the air and suddenly had an idea. Hearing Ning Bai's idea, the three were stunned. They had never seen any spiritual weapon that could become bigger or smaller, but Li Chanyue also began to try it. Under the surprised gazes of several people, the Donghuang bell instantly shrank from a big bell to a mini bell and fell into Ning Bai's palm. The Lan sisters gathered around in shock, looking at the small clock in Ning Bai's hand. They were in disbelief, but they quickly came to their senses, because Li Chanyue was a divine weapon, which was enough to explain all these strange phenomena. Ning Bai was also very surprised. He just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect that the Donghuang bell could actually change its size. This made Ning Bai think of the mythical Baizhang Donghuang bell, the huge bell that was like a pillar supporting the sky. Ning Bai then held the Donghuang bell in his hand and began searching like a navigator. They quickly walked towards the northeast and soon saw the outline of the girls' dormitory. A warning sign stood in front of everyone, "Girls' dormitory, no boys allowed." Looking at the warning sign in front of him, Ning Bai's face was filled with black lines. Who wrote this? I don't remember there was such a thing on the first day I came here. Lan Shuqin recalled, "This seems to be done by Chen Kei'er." Ning Bai directly pushed down the warning sign and walked in. With the constant guidance of the Donghuang bell in his hand, Ning Bai finally found the final destination, a big tree. Then Li Chanyue changed back to her original form and stared at the big tree in front of her in a daze. Ning Bai and others also looked at the big tree in front of them in confusion. They thought it was just an ordinary big tree. Just when they were at a loss, a voice came from the tree, "We've been waiting for you for a long time, Donghuang Zhong." Then a quiet girl wearing glasses and holding a book in her hands gracefully landed in front of everyone from the tree. Ning Bai and the others were surprised when these words came out. They looked at the girl in front of them warily. "How did you know about the Donghuang bell?" The girl adjusted her glasses and said calmly, "Not only do I know that her spiritual weapon is called Donghuang bell, but I also know that Donghuang bell is a divine weapon." Ning Bai looked at the quiet and elegant girl in front of him with a gloomy face. "Who are you? How did you know this secret? You ran all the way here to find me, don't you know who I am?" the woman asked back. This question confused Ning Bai. He looked at the girl in front of him again and asked, "Could it be that you are the one who has been attracting the Donghuang bell?" Li Chanyue was also carefully sensing the girl in front of her. She found that she had a strange feeling with the girl at this time. She was sure that it was the girl in front of her who attracted her here. Seeing the confused looks in Ning Bai and Li Chanyue's eyes, he wondered if they really didn't know the secrets of the artifacts, so he asked, "Do you know the rumors about the 10 great artifacts?" 10 divine artifacts? Several people exclaimed. They had never heard of such a thing before. You mean, there are 10 divine artifacts in this world? Ning Bai looked at the girl in front of him excitedly, because he suddenly thought of the 10 ancient divine artifacts of Blue Star together with the Donghuang Bell. Of course, the Donghuang Bell, Xianyuan Sword, Pango Axe, Demon Refining Pot, Haotian Tower, Fushi Harp, Shinong Ding, Kongtong Seal, Kunlun Mirror, and Nuwa Stone, these 10 artifacts all exist in reality. Legend has it that when these 10 artifacts appear, a magical door will open, the woman explained with a little excitement. Hearing these familiar names of artifacts, Ning Bai was also very excited, but Ning Bai was puzzled. How do you know these things? Of course, I learned it from books. There's nothing you don't know from reading books. If you come across something you don't know, it must be because you haven't read enough books. Ning Bai looked at the girl in front of him. He felt that this guy must be a nerd. He looked at the girl jokingly and said, "Then let me ask you, why can I contract a divine weapon? Didn't you say you read a lot? Please explain it to me." Hearing Ning Bai's question, the woman pondered for a long time and said, "I'm not sure about this. Maybe I haven't read enough books." Ning Bai looked at the woman's serious answer and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Even if you read more books, you can't answer this question for me." The woman looked at Ning Bai puzzledly. "Why?" "Because this is my secret, it won't be in the book." Looking at Ning Bai's confident look, Qin Linghui was confused. For the first time, she began to doubt her grandfather's words. Isn't reading a panacea? Chapter 29 Qin Linghui, Kunlun Mirror. Looking at the girl's bewildered expression, Ning Bai said, "How about this, let's make a deal. You tell me why Donghuang Zhong is attracted to you, and I'll tell you my secret. What do you think?" After hearing Ning Bai's words, the girl was in a dilemma. "Grandpa told me not to reveal my identity, but I want to know his secret. What should I do?" Suddenly, the girl had a flash of inspiration, as if she thought of something, and said to Ning Bai, "I agree to trade with you. Grandpa didn't say that encountering a divine artifact would expose one, so this shouldn't count. After all, Grandpa has never encountered other divine artifacts." Then the two men approached each other and exchanged secrets. When they heard the news they wanted, they looked at each other in shock. Their eyes were dull and they pointed at each other in disbelief. "You are actually the divine weapon, Kunlun Mirror. You can actually ignore the level contract artifact." Li Chanyue on the side also understood. It turned out that the other party was also a divine weapon. No wonder the two had always been in touch with each other. Now the mystery was finally solved. Ning Bai had a bold idea at this time. He wanted to contract all the divine artifacts. No one in the world could accomplish this, only he could do it. He wanted to see what the secret of the divine artifact was. However, the most urgent task now was to transfer the spiritual power to the spiritual user. Only when he became the spiritual user would he have a new contract position. Qin Linghui looked at Ning Bai with a complicated expression. She didn't expect that Ning Bai had such an incredible talent. She couldn't imagine how powerful Ning Bai, the contracted artifact, would be in the future. Ning Bai came to the girl and whispered, "Actually, I can still contract the artifact, but it will take some time. I will come to find you when the time comes. Wait for me." Ning Bai was about to take the others away to gather, when suddenly the girl shouted, "My name is Qin Linghui, what's your name?" Hearing the girl's voice, Ning Bai's mouth curled up, and then he responded loudly, "Ning Bai." Afterwards, several people left the place, leaving Qin Linghui alone, looking at their backs with excitement. "Grandpa, I can finally become a weapon spirit user." They quickly arrived at the gathering point where Feng Xiang and his companions were already waiting. Strangely, the teacher had arrived early, causing Ning Bai and his companions to rush over. Seeing that everyone was present, Feng Yichen threw a ring to each of them and explained, "This is a spirit ring. It is a storage space developed through spirit core and spacefolding technology. It is also the largest space. Inside are some resources given to you by the Academy. You only need to use spiritual power to open it and view it." Looking at the ring in front of them, everyone hurriedly put it on their hands. This was a good thing, and it was the largest space ring. One of them required hundreds of spirit stones, and it was in short supply. When everyone opened it to check, they saw that there were thousands of spirit stones inside, and there were also many potions and books. Everyone was also shocked. Not to mention other things, a few thousand spirit stones was already a huge sum of money, not to mention the potions and books, which were also extremely precious things. It contains basic combat techniques, wilderness survival techniques, detailed explanations of wild creatures, and other books. You must read and study them carefully when you return. Several people nodded. What Ning Bai lacked was combat skills and some knowledge. This was the gap between Ning Bai and other geniuses. Now that he had these books, Ning Bai would definitely read them carefully, study hard, and lay a solid foundation for himself. Now, I will fight you. I will suppress my cultivation to be the same as yours, and Shuri as well. Male students, look for me, and female students, look for Shuri. Next is your actual combat phase. Then Fengchen and Yushi walked to the opposite sides. Ning Bai and Fengxiang looked at each other, and then followed Fengchen, while the female classmates also followed Yushi in the opposite direction. Fengchen looked at the two of them calmly. Who will go first? Ning Bai took the first step forward. Let me go first. The spiritual power fluctuation on Fengchen's body immediately dropped to the level of spiritual power 9, the same level as Ning Bai. He waved at Ning Bai calmly, which reminded Ning Bai of a joke from his previous life. Looking at Fengchen's expressionless face, Ning Bai took the initiative and rushed towards Fengchen. Looking at Ning Bai's figure, Fengchen shook his head and kicked directly. Ning Bai fell to the ground instantly and had no time to dodge. Are you always so flawed? Ning Bai looked at Fengchen, who was calm in front of him. For the first time, he felt that he was not up to the standard. When he fought with Long Aoquang before, although he had poor combat skills, he could suppress him with his physical body. But now when he met Fengchen, he felt deeply powerless. Fengxiang behind him was also looking at his brother solemnly. He didn't expect that his brother's combat skills had reached such a level that Ning Bai was defeated in less than one move. Come on, both of you. Learn from every lesson and pay close attention to my movements. You still have a lot to learn. Ning Bai stood up immediately. The two looked at each other, then joined forces to rush towards Fengchen, forming a two-sided trap. They attacked Fengchen quickly with punches and kicks. Looking at the incoming punches and kicks, he was not panicked at all. He easily blocked the attacks of the two with a tricky posture, and then swept sideways. The two flew backwards to the ground again, but they were not discouraged and continued to stand up and rush forward. The same thing happened to the girls. Everyone was beaten up by Yushi. A strange scene appeared on the playground, as if they were being beaten on purpose. Everyone had bruises on their faces. Only the girls were better off, as they were not hit in the face. Ning Bai and Fengxiang were both almost beaten into pig heads. I don't know how long it took, but only Fengchen and Yushi were standing on the playground with a leisurely look on their faces, while everyone else had fallen to the ground and was wailing. Today's training ends here, we will continue tomorrow. The two left after leaving this place. Ning Bai sat up with difficulty and couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the people lying on the ground. They were like dolls being played around by the two men and they couldn't do anything to them. However, Ning Bai gradually became familiar with this style of fighting. Although he got beaten every time, he grew very fast. He now felt that he could beat 3 times his previous self. Afterwards, they dragged their exhausted bodies to the lounge. The medical teacher inside was also shocked when he saw their appearance. What's wrong with you guys? You fought like this, you really don't want to die. Not only boys fight, but girls too. Come over here and apply the medicine. Afterwards, several people lay down in the ward, and the medical staff applied medicine to them. The whole room was filled with howlings from the pain. If you didn't know, you would have thought they were going to have amputations. Xin Linghui in the dormitory waved her hands, and the images of Ning Bai and others appeared. Seeing their appearance at this time, this quiet girl couldn't help laughing. Chapter 30 Men in Black. At night, Ning Bai was lying on the bed reading a book on combat skills. After the actual combat training with teacher Bai Tianfeng, he now had a great enlightenment. It turned out that only actual combat was the only truth to test himself. He was now beginning to master the skills in the book. Just when he was still reading a book engrossed, a figure suddenly appeared in Ning Bai's room. Without saying a word, he grabbed Ning Bai with one hand, and saw that he was unable to move. The man in black was also very satisfied and prepared to leave directly. It seemed that the mission was very successful. You are so brave to arrest people in my Bai High Academy. The beautiful blonde principal suddenly appeared in front of Ning Bai with a gloomy face. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Bai felt that the shackles on his body disappeared and he could move. He quickly stepped back. The man in black was obviously a master of the same level as the principal, and he didn't want to die young. Shangguan Mengshi, you can hardly protect yourself, and yet you still come to meddle in other people's business. The low voice of the man in black came out. Who are you and why did you attack Ning Bai? The man in black said slowly, it doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you can't stop us today. How long are you going to watch the fun, 8th protector? Shangwan Munxi's face darkened and she looked around the room vigilantly. She didn't even notice that there was another person hiding nearby. This was trouble. She was afraid that she could not stop the two Spirit King level powerhouses. Although these two were only pseudo-Spirit Kings and not weapon Spirit Masters, she would definitely not be able to protect Ning Bai if the two of them took action. Ning Bai was also panicked when he heard this. He was about to leave, but it was too late. A man in black had appeared beside him, looking at Ning Bai jokingly. "Where do you want to run to, kid? Come back with us obediently, or you will suffer physical pain." Seeing that Ning Bai had been captured by the men in black, Shangwan Mengxi's face turned grim. "What is your purpose? Release Ning Bai. I can exchange him for spirit stones and treasures." Hearing this, they both burst into laughter. "Shangwan Mengxi, it seems you are still too naive. We in the Beast God cult don't need these things. What we want is the entire 108 human cities. Can you give it to us, Shangwan Mengxi?" Shangwan Mengxi was shocked when she heard the name of the Beast God cult. This was an anti-human force. How dare you, the Beast God cult, come to the Blue Sea Academy to snatch people? Aren't you afraid of being liquidated by the Weapon Spirit Association? What's the Weapon Spirit Association? When our Beast God arrives, all 108 cities of yours will be destroyed. Seeing the two people's crazy look, Shangwan Mengxi couldn't help but curse inwardly, a bunch of lunatics. Ning Bai also felt that he was doomed at this time. These people were just a bunch of lunatics. They refused to listen to anyone and wanted to destroy 108 cities. They were really perverted. Ning Bai felt heartbroken. His beautiful life had just begun. "Just stay here. I'll take this little guy back to report." Shangwan Mengxi was about to stop her when a figure blocked her way. "Miss Shangwan, your opponent is me." Looking at the man in black who was as sticky as a dogskin plaster, Shangwan Mengxi could no longer bear it and exploded. She transformed into an ancient stone mural floating in the air. A ray of moonlight poured down, covering the man in black. The man in black felt that something was wrong and wanted to leave immediately, but he tried for a long time and failed to tear the space to leave. He still stayed in the same place. He panicked. He felt that if he did not leave the range of the moonlight, he would surely die. He roared, and his black clothes shattered. A body that shocked Shangwan Mengxian appeared before her. His face was covered in hair, his eyes were bloodshot, and his body no longer had any human features. He looked like a monster, as if his entire body had mutated. At this time, the man in black had completely lost his humanity. He attacked frantically, but unfortunately it was of no use. The moonlight stood completely still. As the moonlight continued to fall, after an unknown amount of time, the monster stopped moving. The monster's body quickly turned into moonlight that sprinkled on the ground and disappeared. The mysterious stone wall in the sky also turned back into the appearance of Shangwan Mengxi, and then she continued to chase in the direction the man in black had escaped. At this time, Ning Bai finally came to the outside of the city as he wished and saw the wild world, but he was in tears at this time. He felt a tragic feeling of dying before achieving his goal. He now wanted to see the principal appear in front of him. The man in black suddenly sensed something and muttered, "That useless old 10 has actually fallen. But the mission has been accomplished, so his life doesn't matter anymore." Just as the man in black was about to rush back, a beautiful woman in a black short skirt suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way. "Sorry, this road is blocked." Ning Bai, who felt like he had lost all hope in life, looked over immediately when he heard the voice, and saw a black-haired beauty in a short skirt appear in front of him. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Ning Bai was very excited. He thought the principal had come to save him, but Ning Bai, with his desire to survive, did not notice that the woman had black hair, not blonde. "How could you appear here?" The man in black pointed at the heroic woman in front of him with trembling hands. The woman looked at the man in black with disdain. "If you put this guy down now, I can let you go." Seeing that the woman didn't take him seriously, the man in black roared with an ugly face, "Do you really think you can defeat me? You are just a spiritual weapon user without a contract. How can I be afraid of you?" Just as the man in black was about to attack in a rage, he suddenly calmed down and looked at the woman in front of him with evil eyes. This look made the woman frown. She suddenly sensed something and quickly disappeared. A big knife appeared in her original position. Another man in black came out. The difference between this man and the previous one was that there was a black dragon on his clothes. He slowly stroked the big knife and said regretfully, "What a pity, you found me, Shangwan Yu. Ning Bai was completely stunned. Shangguan Yu, who is this? The black-clothed man holding Ning Bai captive said respectfully. This subordinate greets the 5 venerables. The mission has been accomplished, and the 3 spiritual weapons targeted have also been successfully captured. Ning Bai's face darkened upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that not only had they captured him, but they had also set their sights on his spiritual weapon. Could it be that they had discovered his secret? However, Ning Bai quickly dismissed this idea. If they had known the secret, they wouldn't have captured the Lan twins. Shangguan Yu, I wonder if the head of the Shangguan family will be furious if I take you back. The woman looked at the man in front of her with a cold face and said, You can try. Then a silver spear appeared in the woman's hand. Looking at the spear in the woman's hand, the man in black said disdainfully, How can a spear without spirituality compare to my tyrant sword? We'll have to try it to find out. Prepare to die. The woman said, then rushed forward with a spear in hand. The two kept fighting in the air, their figures moving from place to place, and Ning Bai was dazzled. The woman used her superb marksmanship to continuously attack the man in black, but all her attacks were blocked one by the man in black. How can this kind of mortal weapon compare to a spiritual weapon? You really won't cry until you see the coffin. The woman looked at the man in black in front of her with a serious expression. Her hands were already shaking. This was the backlash from the collision of the spiritual weapons just now. On the other hand, the man in black was fine. The difference between the two could be seen at a glance. After all, spiritual weapons had bonuses. The knife held by the man in black was at least a silver-level spiritual weapon. If the fight continued, the woman would have no chance of winning. A figure suddenly appeared here. It was the beautiful principal who had rushed over. She attacked unexpectedly and directly repelled the man in black who was watching the show on the side and rescued Ning Bai. This happened in an instant. The knife-wielding man in black looked at Ning Bai being rescued with a gloomy expression, cursing in his heart, useless, can't even keep an eye on one person. Ning Bai, are you okay? Shangguan Munshi looked at Ning Bai worriedly and asked. I'm fine, thank you, principal. Ning Bai responded after surviving the ordeal. The woman in a short skirt beside him breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Ning Bai being rescued. Third sister, have you notified the Weapon Spirit Association? Shangguan Mingshi nodded, and then the two of them looked at the men in black opposite them vigilantly. What they had to do now was to hold these two men back and wait for help to come and take them down. Looking at the two men who were confident of victory, the knife-wielding man couldn't help but sneer. Do you really think the people from the Weapon Spirit Association can come over? They are busy taking care of themselves, you should worry about yourselves. These two women are really top-notch. It seems I can change my taste today. An obscene voice suddenly came out, and another fat man in black appeared. I have met the 4 venerables. Old 4, you're still so slow. The fat man in black said with a lewd smile, I just found some nice women in the city. It took a little time, but it's not a big problem. I came just in time. Hearing this, the two women looked at the fat man in black in front of them with disgust. This guy actually harmed innocent people in the city. Even the man in black with the knife had a black line on his face. This guy was really a pervert. He even thought about finding women while doing the mission. He was really unreliable. Okay, let's act quickly, otherwise something might happen if we delay. The leader can't wait any longer, urged the late man in black. When he heard the word leader, the fat man in black trembled all over and immediately stopped being casual. Several people stared at Ning Bai and the two women with a fierce look. At this time, there was chaos in the Bihai city. A fierce battle was taking place in the sky. 3 middle-aged men from the Weapon Spirit Association were fighting with 3 men in black. The ground was in a mess and everyone was fleeing. This level of battle was a disaster. Grandpa, something big happened at the academy. Ning Bai and Li Chanyue were captured by the men in black. Chen Jiangyun was shocked when he heard this, and immediately understood that the target of this group of men in black was Ning Bai and his group. The attack on the Weapon Spirit Association and the residents of Baihai was their strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain, but it was also an open conspiracy, so they had to take care of it. They could not let them destroy Baihai City. At this moment, a city defense soldier hurried in to report, City Lord, bad news. A large number of men in black are frantically attacking residents in the city. Leading them are 3 Spirit King-level warriors. The city defense forces are unable to stop them and have suffered heavy casualties. Requesting the city lord to intervene. Chen Jiangyun's expression was uncertain, but he finally sighed and shouted, "All soldiers, follow the city lord to defend Bihai City. The remaining city defense forces, you guard the city lord's mansion." "Yes, city lord," the remaining soldiers shouted. Watching her grandfather leave, Chen Kair collapsed to the ground. She could hardly imagine that such a terrible disaster had happened in Bihai City overnight, and the mastermind behind all this was Ning Bai. That night, the entire Bihai City was in an uproar. Weapon spirits kept coming out to fight with the men in black to protect ordinary people. Everyone was in panic. Bihai City was in danger. Chapter 31 Beast God Cult Headquarters. The woman in the short skirt put away the silver spear. The two women looked at each other and nodded. Then they both shouted, "Do it!" Shangwan Mengshi once again transformed into a beautiful stone wall, while the woman transformed into a fiery red spear. The two took the lead in attacking, and the moonlight and flaming spears were aimed at the two of them respectively. Seeing the two people transformed into spiritual weapons, the man in black did not dare to be negligent. A black whip appeared in the hand of the fat man in black, and an evil aura also diffused out. Looking at the flaming spear rushing towards him, he swung the whip directly, and saw the whip constantly wrapping around, and soon wrapped around the flaming spear, and continued to confront each other in the air. A burst of flames and dark spiritual power continued to erupt, but it was obvious that the whip was better, and the spear was obviously restrained, making it difficult to escape. This long whip of mine was refined by a spiritual weapon user with gold-level talent. In addition, it is constantly nourished by women's blood every day. Its power is no longer comparable to that of ordinary gold-level spiritual weapons. Its compatibility with me is also getting higher and higher. And with the blessing of my spiritual power of level 3 Spirit King, how can you, a spiritual weapon user who is not a spiritual weapon user, resist it? Even if you are an epic spiritual power user of level 4 Spirit King, you will be helpless, haha. On the other side, Shangwan Mengshi was also in a stalemate with the knife-wielding man. The knife-wielding man kept waving his sword. Looking at the moonlight that was still slowly gathering around him, the man's face was shocked. "You don't have an epic talent, you have a legendary spiritual weapon. How is this possible?" Shangwan Mengshi did not respond to the man, but the moon goddess picture in the air continued to burst out with stronger moonlight. Unfortunately, the man in black with a knife was not someone to be trifled with. He kept waving the knife, and the moonlight could not get close to his body at all. The two men fell into a stalemate. After an unknown amount of time, the flame on the red musket gradually weakened and stopped spinning. It slowly fell to the ground and turned back into a beautiful woman in a short skirt. Her face was pale, blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth, and she looked at the man in black in the distance with an unwilling look on her face. The fat man in black was relieved to see the woman being beaten back to her original form. His spiritual power was almost exhausted, but when he saw the woman's graceful figure, he walked towards her with a lewd smile on his face. Looking at the wretched man in black walking towards him, Shangwan Yu's face was filled with forlornness. "Am I, Shangwan Yu, going to stop here?" Just when Shangwan Yu was about to understand herself, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. "If you let them go, I will go with you, otherwise I will commit suicide here." Ning Bai held a dagger to his neck with a determined look on his face. Seeing someone blocking his good deeds, the fat man in black immediately said gloomily, "Boy, do you really think I dare not kill you? How dare you stop me from doing good things?" As he said that, the man was ready to swing the whip to kill this ignorant boy. Suddenly, an angry voice shouted, "Fourth brother, you want to kill us both, right? This is someone personally appointed by the leader. He needs to be alive. Why don't you stop?" This voice woke up the furious fat man. A terrifying figure appeared in his mind. He shuddered and immediately put away the whip, then turned his attention back to Ning Bai. Looking at the black-clothed fat man with a complicated expression, he said coldly, "Don't think about imprisoning me. As long as I feel the fluctuation of spiritual energy, I will commit suicide." Seeing that his intentions were discovered, the fat man looked at Ning Bai with a gloomy face. When the two of them were confronting each other, the fat man's face suddenly changed drastically. After a while, he said reluctantly, "I agree to your request. As long as you go back with us, we can release these two people." Shangwan Mengshi and the man with a knife, who were in a stalemate on the side, also stopped fighting. They also walked over. Seeing Ning Bai standing with a knife, Shangwan Mengshi's eyes turned red and her nose was sore. She held back her tears and looked deeply at Ning Bai, the lowly figure. She wanted to stop all this, but she knew that she couldn't do it. This was the best choice. Principal Shangwan, thank you so much for taking care of me these days. I'm very happy in Bai Hai. It's a pity that I can no longer bring honor to Bai Hai. I'm sorry. And this beautiful sister who looks so much like Principal Shangwan, thank you so much for coming to save me. This time, I will protect you. The two could no longer hold back their tears. For the first time, they felt protected. This feeling was unforgettable for them, but they could no longer change it. Goodbye. Ning Bai smiled and waved to the two of them. Seeing Ning Bai disappear, the two men collapsed to the ground, staring at the sky with lifeless eyes. A drizzle began to fall from the sky, and they could no longer tell whether the water on their faces was tears or rain. At this time, the men in black in the Bai Hai city also retreated one after another, leaving behind the Bai Hai city with corpses everywhere and the cries of those who had lost their loved ones. Everyone's face was filled with gloom. At this time, the Lord of Bai City told the people of the Weapon Spirit Association the real intention of the man in black. The three people were shocked after hearing it and rushed out of the city. A series of rescue operations are underway in the city. Chen Kair and her parents are also constantly rescuing the wounded in the city, but what they don't know is that a bigger crisis is brewing. Outside the city, a wolf watched the whole scene. After the three members of the Weapon Spirit Association left, it retreated stealthily into the bushes and disappeared. Ning Bai couldn't see anything at this time. His eyes had been carefully sealed by two people. After a dizzying moment, he felt his feet touch the ground, and then he could see again, but it was pitch black around him and he still couldn't see anything. Suddenly he felt the contract in his body tremble slightly, and he was delighted. It seemed that Li Qianyue and others were there. Then Ning Bai followed the sensation and came to the location of the three people. He called out to the three people softly, but unfortunately no one responded to him. So Ning Bai could only touch it based on the contract's induction, and soon Ning Bai touched a soft spherical object. Ning Bai reacted and quickly retracted his hand. His face turned red, knowing that he had touched something he shouldn't have touched. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a cell phone, and hurriedly took it out, but found that there was no signal at all. Ning Bai turned on the flashlight in disappointment, and then he could see the women clearly. After checking the women, he found that they were fine, just lying on the wall unconscious. Ning Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Ning Bai began to check the surrounding environment and found that this was actually a closed room. There was nothing here, only an iron door. However, the spiritual power of several people had been imprisoned, and the iron door could not be opened. So Ning Bai planned to wake up the girls first, and then they would all work together to find a solution, otherwise they would all be killed. He didn't think it was fun to be captured by others. At this time, in a large conference room, there was a portrait of a black dragon and a large screen hanging on the wall. People kept appearing in the room, and soon 9 people were seated in the conference room. Only the last seat and the first seat were empty. No one spoke, they all sat quietly waiting. After an unknown amount of time, the door to the conference room opened, and a man in a black robe walked in. This man was wearing a black dragon mask. When he came in, all the people in black stood up and bowed, saying, "Welcome, Master." When the black-robed man sat down and waved his hand, the other men in black sat back down. However, none of them dared to look directly at the black-robed man in the first seat until a deep voice rang out, "Did you bring the target back?" The knife-wielding man spoke first, reporting to the leader, "The target has been brought back and is now locked up in room 1. Only the 10 guardians have been sacrificed." Hearing this, the black-robed man nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, you completed this mission well. The venerable level reward is a bottle of mixed beast potion, and the guardian level reward is a silver spiritual weapon. In addition, find someone among the believers to replace the 10th person." "Thank you, Master." Everyone was very excited when they heard this. These were good things. As for the guy who died tragically, no one cared about him anymore. They just needed to find someone else to replace him. Prepare the spiritual objects you have collected from the sect. The target person has not yet reached the level of a spiritual user. Use the resources of the sect to upgrade him to a spiritual user. "Yes, Master, we will prepare now." After hearing this, several people immediately stood up and left. In the end, only the man in black robe was left in the meeting room. "I'm really looking forward to this refining. What kind of surprises can 60% compatibility bring? Ha ha ha." Chapter 32 Promoted to Spirit Envoy. When the 3 envoys from the Weapon Spirit Association arrived following the trail, they were shocked. The place was in a mess, with corpses of monsters everywhere. Blood had dyed the ground red, and the blood was constantly flowing with the rain. In the middle stood two figures whose bodies had been dyed red by blood. Principal Bai Hai, is that you? The two figures who heard the voice turned around and saw the people from the Weapon Spirit Association coming over. They moved in front of the three people with excited expressions and said, "Do you know where the headquarters of the Beast God cult is?" The three were startled, and the middle one spoke up. "The Beast God cult has always been an evil force that our Weapon Spirit Association is hunting down, but we haven't been able to find their headquarters, so they've been daring to act right under our noses." After hearing this, the two girls lowered their heads dejectedly. They were powerless. It was really ironic that these two proud daughters of heaven were saved by a junior with their lives, while they could do nothing. "Excuse me, has Ning Bai been taken away by the Beast God cult?" After hearing this, the two people turned their eyes to the person who spoke. Seeing the calm expressions of the two women, the man felt a little embarrassed. He was about to speak when an unexpected voice reached everyone's ears. "It seems that the Beast God cult really didn't lie to us. A great battle really took place in the Blue Sea City. There are actually 5 Spirit King level powerhouses here. God is really helping me, ha ha ha. I saw that the surroundings were full of monsters, led by a handsome man, and beside him were 5 men with cruel faces, who were staring at the 5 people with murderous eyes. The 3 Spirit Kings of the Spirit Weapon Association had grim expressions on their faces. This damn Beast God cult actually colluded with the demon beasts to harm us. How cruel." The two women also looked unhappy when they saw this scene. The matter of the Beast God cult had not been dealt with yet, and now another monster force came to interfere. This was simply adding fuel to the fire. "Principal Bai Hai, you two should recover your spiritual power first. The 3 of us will buy some time for the 2 of you." As they spoke, the 3 of them looked at each other and the spiritual weapons in their hands emerged. A golden energy shield emerged, protecting the 2 women. Then the 3 of them rushed towards the 6 people in the lead. Looking at the 3 people who rushed over without knowing their own limitations, the handsome man in the lead nodded to the 5 people beside him. Then the 5 people rushed out and transformed into 5 huge monsters and rushed towards the 3 people. Soon the 3 people were fighting with the 5 Beast Kings. The leading man looked at the energy shield in front of him with disdain, then threw a punch, and the energy shield broke instantly, revealing 2 women who closed their eyes to recover. The 3 people who were being suppressed by the 5 beasts also sensed the destruction of the energy shield, and looked at the 2 women anxiously, wanting to go over to help, but their own situation was not optimistic and they had no ability at all. As if sensing something, the 2 women opened their eyes and stopped recovering. They saw the man looking at them teasingly, not taking them seriously at all. So he didn't make a move. "You're awake now, which is just right. I see that you two are also the pride of the human race. I love to conquer talented women of the human race. As long as you become my women, I can spare your lives." The 2 men's faces turned cold when they heard this, and they immediately transformed into spiritual weapons and rushed forward. Seeing the attacks of the 2 men, the man had no expression on his face, but raised his hands and blocked a spiritual weapon with one hand. The fiery red spear was stopped by one hand and could not move forward. The moonlight in the sky was also blocked by one hand, and the moonlight was suppressed and disappeared as soon as it appeared. Soon the 2 were beaten back to their original form. They flew backwards to the ground with extremely pale faces, but they were not cowardly or afraid at all, because they thought of that tall figure again. "I'll give you one more chance, surrender or die." The 2 men didn't respond, but just stared at the sky with determined expressions. It was unknown what they were thinking. This made the expressionless man show anger for the first time. "Well, since you don't want to live, I will grant your wish." Just as the man was about to shoot the 2 men to death, a voice suddenly resounded through the sky, "Surly Wolf King, how dare you!" Suddenly, a dazzling flash of light passed, and then, like a ghost, a burly figure slowly emerged from the air. He was tall and imposing, like an unshakable mountain, conveying an aura of strength and majesty. His muscles were defined and powerful, each one seemingly imbued with boundless explosive power. His skin had a healthy tan, radiating a unique charm. At his side was a noble lady with a kind face. Everyone's attention was drawn to the man in the air. They looked at him in shock, unable to believe that he would appear here. "Shangguan Yuntian, how could you be here? This is impossible." The man glared at the group of demons. "You little rascals, you dared to hurt my daughter? You're really courting death." The noble lady beside them quickly dodged and came to the 2 women's side with concern. "Mingxi, are you okay? We are late and let you suffer." The man nearby saw this and thought to himself, What a great opportunity. He quickly rushed towards the three women with a smug look on his face. The man in the sky sneered at the man's intention, and the lady also saw the man attacking her and the others. She shouted angrily, "Thief, you are courting death." The woman instantly transformed into a pair of hammers and kept hitting the man. The man soon couldn't resist and hurriedly retreated, looking at the hammers in front of him with a gloomy face. He didn't expect that the other party's contractor could force him to retreat. This was something he never expected. The three people on the side had already been beaten to the ground and vomited blood. They were no match for the Beast King, and it was rare for them to hold on until now. They no longer had the strength to fight. Seeing this, the man in white was also delighted and hurriedly ordered, "Come here quickly and follow me to fight this guy." Then the six Beast Kings stood together and stared at the man in the sky, but the man was not panicked at all, as if he was waiting for something. "Shangguan Yuntian, no matter how powerful you are, you can only temporarily avoid the sharp edge of our six Beast Kings." Hearing this, the man in the air slowly descended and stood in front of the three women. He looked at the six Beast Kings in front of him calmly, but there was no fear in his eyes. "Come on, I'll be waiting for you." Looking at the strong and fearless man in front of them, several beasts were puzzled. They were afraid that the other party was cheating. At the level of Beast King, their lifespan was already very long, so every Beast King cherished his life very much, so no Beast King dared to take action first. The two sides stared at each other for who knows how long, and the six beasts slowly retreated. They were still worried about a trap. After all, humans' lifespans were not as long as theirs. They only needed to outlast the strong humans, and there was no need to take risks. Seeing the beasts leave, the burly man and the lady breathed a sigh of relief, but Shangguan Mengshi and Shangguan Yu did not see this scene. At the Beast God headquarters, Ning Bai had been taken alone to a pool filled with spiritual liquid, and then thrown in rudely. Ning Bai was about to curse, but he suddenly felt a strong spiritual power. Looking at the milky white liquid in front of him, he felt that the spiritual power had become liquid, and there was not only spiritual power in it, but also other powers. Ning Bai only felt that impurities were constantly discharged from his body. The spiritual power in his body became more and more pure, and he hurriedly closed his eyes and began to absorb the medicinal power in the pool. At this moment, a pair of eyes looked at this scene with an ugly expression. Wow, so many precious spiritual medicines were given to this kid, just for the breakthrough of the spiritual user. What a blessing, but you can only enjoy this for the last period of time, huh? After an unknown amount of time, Ning Bai felt his body relax. He opened his eyes in surprise. He had actually broken through to the level of a spiritual user. Looking at the dried-up pool, Ning Bai stood up, stretched his muscles, and felt full of strength. But he soon realized, the other party used so many spiritual pressure treasures to improve his spiritual power, there must be a purpose. I have already reached the level of spiritual envoy now, so doesn't that mean I am one step closer to death? Just when Ning Bai was still regretting, a figure suddenly appeared, and then Ning Bai lost consciousness. Chapter 33, Evil Weapon Refining Method. When Ning Bai woke up again, he found himself tied up. Beside him were Li Chanyue and the Lan twins. They were in a brightly lit room filled with instruments. There were also corpses of various humans and monsters in the incubators, connected to countless tubes. They were shocked. What kind of hell was this place? They suddenly felt a chill. Just as they were looking around, the door of the room opened and a figure walked in. It was a man in a black robe wearing a dragon mask. He came in front of Ning Bai and others. "Welcome to my laboratory. I will show you a magical experiment, but this experiment requires your participation. Aren't you honored?" Ha ha ha. Hearing the man's crazy words, several people's faces became solemn. They were now certain that this man was a madman who studied taboos. Ignoring everyone's expressions, the man suddenly pulled out an ancient book and reminisced. "You know, it was this book that gave me hope. I used to be just a poor wretch without any awakened talent, mocked and bullied every day, only able to do the most dangerous missions for the least pay. But since I got this book, I founded the Beast God cult and became a figure everyone fears. Do you know how excited I am? You hypocritical senior executives say that this is just a crooked way of doing things, but you still secretly come to me to trade this sacred method. It's really ironic, Ning Bai. In fact, many people have already set their sights on you, but they are too timid to take action. Only I have no scruples, so you fell into my hands. You are the first person with a 60% compatibility that I have seen in all these years." After hearing the black-robed man's constant explanation, the others finally understood the purpose of their arrest. It turned out to be a 60% match. Ning Bai was secretly shocked. No wonder so many people looked at him unnaturally at first. He took a deep breath. Then the black rogue man suddenly took out an axe, gently stroked it, and said to himself, "This axe was originally from an epic spiritual weapon user, but after I separated it, it didn't fit in well with me, so I couldn't use it well. Today, I hope it can be used by me." The man in black robe waved his hand, and a huge furnace suddenly appeared in front of them. Then he waved his hand and threw Ning Bai and the others into the furnace. Then he began to add various potions and even the blood of monsters into it. Then the man closed the furnace and started to light it. Soon, a raging fire was burning under the furnace. Looking at his masterpiece, the man in black robe was extremely satisfied. He must succeed this time, then he would become the first spirit king holding an epic spiritual weapon with a 60% compatibility and stand at the pinnacle of humanity. Ning Bai and the others were in great pain inside, constantly being burned by the flames. Gradually, everyone's consciousness was slowly disappearing. Just when everyone was about to lose consciousness, Li Changyue suddenly shone with light, and a large ancient bell suddenly appeared, protecting everyone. The surrounding flames were kept out, and a purple light shone on the few people. The restraints in their bodies were released, and their bodies began to get better. Then the three of them opened their eyes, and were shocked by the scene in front of them. Lan Shuqin looked at the mysterious bell above in shock. "Donghuang bell, it was the Donghuang bell that saved us." Just as a few people were about to speak, the stove was opened and an axe was thrown in. It was the axe that the black-robed man had held before. Suddenly, a thought came to Ning Bai's mind: "You have now reached the level of a spiritual master and can use the chaotic space. Hide inside. I want to absorb the power of this spiritual weapon without a host." Ning Bai looked at the Donghuang bell above his head in shock. "Who are you?" "Me? You can think of me as the consciousness of the Donghuang bell." Ning Bai was shocked when he heard the words in his mind, but he still obeyed the words of that consciousness and communicated with the Donghuang bell. His spiritual power burst out, and then he shouted softly, "Chaos space." Then a colorful gate appeared, and Ning Bai hurriedly pulled the confused twins of the Lan family and rushed in. After Ning Bai and his companions left, the colorful gate disappeared, leaving only the ancient big clock in the air. "Their strength is still too weak. I can't send down too much power yet. Fortunately, that kid has a 60% compatibility, otherwise I think I wouldn't have a chance. However, absorbing the power of this spiritual weapon should be enough. I didn't expect that this kind of weapon refining method would spread to this world." At this time, Ning Bai and the other two had arrived at a purple foggy space. There was nothing here but a purple fog. Ning Bai looked at the space in front of him and thought to himself, "Is this the chaotic space?" Several people felt at ease. This space gave them a great sense of comfort. Their bodies kept breathing in the purple mist. After an unknown amount of time, the purple mist gradually became thinner. Ning Bai suddenly felt the changes in his body. His silver talent seemed to have been upgraded and directly reached the epic level, which made him ecstatic. Although constantly contracting spiritual weapons can increase the ordinary talent bonus, the difference between epic and silver is still quite large. His current bonus is a terrifying 50%. Compared with the 20% bonus of epic talent, he is already far ahead. Now let him pick up the spiritual weapon and fight with an epic weapon spirit master of the same level. He is directly 30% stronger than the other person. After Ning Bai broke through to the level of spirit envoy, the number of his contracts reached 4, so he could contract with 4 more spirit tool users. With a 10% bonus for each spirit tool user, he would get a 40% bonus. With this crazy bonus, it was common for him to fight against opponents of higher levels. On the other side, the twins of the Lan family directly transformed into spiritual weapons. The 2 swords burst out with brilliant light, which scared Ning Bai, who was standing beside them. He hurriedly checked what was happening to the 2 sisters. Seeing that they had transformed into spiritual weapons, he was also confused. He used the contract consciousness to call out to the 2 sisters, but they did not respond. Only the 2 swords were quietly suspended in the air, emitting a dazzling purple light. So Ning Bai hurriedly checked the contract information. Ning Bai was frightened again. Lan Shuqin spiritual power level 7 spirit weapon in sword epic level ancient level sleeping evolution. Lan Shuqi spiritual power level 7 spirit weapon young sword epic level ancient level sleeping evolution. Looking at the already extremely thin purple mist in front of him, he was stunned and asked, "What on earth is this thing? It's so incredible?" At this moment, a voice appeared in this world: "This is the energy of chaos, the energy of ancient creation. It has infinite possibilities. Our artifacts were born in chaos. Only then did Ning Bai realize how precious this thing was. Looking at the purple mist that had been almost consumed, Ning Bai felt heartbroken. I've refined the axe. You can leave now. I'll control your body and activate the chaos bell. Are you ready? Ning Bai was shocked when he heard this. That's not possession, I won't die. Don't worry, I'm just borrowing your body. I'm just a chaos bell consciousness, how can I possibly take over someone else's body? Ning Bai thought about it and felt that it was right. He was waiting to die anyway, so he might as well let him take him out. So he quickly agreed. The black-robed man outside was looking at the stove with burning eyes, not knowing that his spiritual weapon had been swallowed up, and he was destined to get nothing. Chapter 34, Battle. The bell rings across the world. Seeing that the time was up, the man in black robes could not wait to open the furnace and shouted, "Come out, Mountain Axe." But there was no response from inside the furnace. The man in black robe looked inside the furnace in confusion, and saw a big bell appear in front of him. The man in black robe was shocked and quickly retreated. The furnace exploded instantly, and a large, ancient bell emerged. Looking at the bell in front of him, the man in black robe was shocked. What the hell is this? Ning Bai's figure suddenly appeared from the clock, but Ning Bai at this time was no longer Ning Bai. He had no expression on his face and his eyes were slightly golden. Boy, you're not dead. How is that possible? What happened? My experiment can't have failed. Ning Bai saw the crazy look of the man in black robe, but his expression did not change at all, and he did not respond. The big bell above his head just rushed towards the man in black robe. Looking at the huge clock in the sky that was getting closer and closer to him, the man in black robe said with disdain, "Boy, you actually have the guts to attack me. I don't know if you are brave or stupid." The man in black robe waved his hand casually. He thought that the broken bell would be repelled far away by him, but the bell was not affected at all. It moved forward to the top of the man in black robe. A golden light emerged, and an absurd sense of death suddenly appeared. He felt that if he was covered by this light, he would be dead. He hurriedly burst out with all his strength and broke out of the shackles of the golden light. He looked at the big bell in front of him with a gloomy face. Ning Bai was not surprised to find that his attack had failed, and then he shouted softly, "Big!" The huge bell above his head kept getting bigger, and Ning Bai flashed into the interior of the bell, sitting in suspension, with golden light shining all over his body, like a living Buddha. The bell soon became too big to fit in the room, and then it rushed upwards, breaking all obstacles in an instant, and the bell rushed out of the beast god headquarters unimpeded. The man in black robe had an ugly look on his face. The nest he had worked so hard to build was destroyed by this kid. Although he didn't know why this kid was so powerful, he would not let it go. Just as the big bell in the air was about to leave, 10 black shadows appeared and surrounded the big bell. They looked at the big bell and Ning Bai in front of them in surprise. They really couldn't understand what was going on. Get started. This guy is too weird. He must be hiding a big secret. We must take him down. 10 figures of Spirit Kings suddenly burst out with their power, like 10 lights in the darkness. The surrounding monsters retreated in fear, and soon the area within dozens of miles became quiet. There were no more monsters here. In Bihai City, Chen Jianyun and Shangwan Yuntian were talking. Suddenly, they looked shocked and appeared in the air in an instant, looking in a certain direction with serious expressions. The 10 spiritual kings had already begun to attack the bell frantically. The bell was shaken and on the verge of collapse, but Ning Bai, who was sitting cross-legged inside, remained calm and kept his eyes closed. He was not affected by the attack from outside at all. The man in black robe found that although the bell was shaking, it was still standing. He immediately shouted, "Everyone must not hold back, strike with all your strength to destroy this bell." "Yes, master." Spiritual energy gathered around all the men in black. The venerable level men in black summoned their spiritual weapons one after another. The black-robed man took out another epic spiritual weapon, and the other guardians took out their own signature spiritual skills. For a moment, the sky was full of light, and a violent explosion occurred at the big bell, which was covered by thick fog. The men in black looked at the center of the smoke. Although they felt that this kid could not survive, they were still careful to prepare for a check. After all, this kid was very weird. Soon the smoke dissipated, revealing a large bell floating dimly in the air. Ning Bai inside was already in a miserable state, with scars all over his body and his clothes torn, but he still kept his eyes closed. The man in black robe was surprised and happy when he saw this scene. He was surprised that this guy could withstand the attacks of 10 of them, and he was happy that this guy was not dead. He could study this strange guy carefully. He was sure that this big bell must be a spiritual weapon above epic level, and it might even be a legendary artifact. He looked at the big bell greedily. At this moment, Ning Bai suddenly opened his eyes, with golden light shining brightly in them. He shouted softly, "Sound!" Suddenly, the dim Donghuang bell blazed with a brilliant golden light. Instantly, the entire world seemed illuminated by this dazzling light. Then, a soul-shaking bell rang out like thunder, resonating through the sky and reaching every corner. This bell seemed to possess infinite power, breaking through the constraints of time and space and echoing between heaven and earth. The men in black covering their ears and screaming at the sound of the magnificent bell, all of them instantly fell to the ground without a trace of life. Only the man in black robes was still struggling to resist. His black dragon mask had already cracked, revealing a terrifying face that looked neither human nor inhuman. He shouted frantically, "I will not lose, I won't." He slowly took out a bottle of strange potion and drank it quickly. He shouted wildly, his body seemed to be torn by an invisible force. The black robe shattered in an instant and fluttered down like a butterfly, revealing a terrified body with countless monster-like claws and monster heads growing on his body. It was like a crazy mutation, a completely deformed mutation. In the end, he has completely escaped the category of human beings, and his entire body has become a combination of monsters, composed of various monster bodies. This huge monster was madly moving away from the big clock in the center. Every time it walked a certain distance, a part of its body would fall off. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the sound of the clock finally disappeared. The monster's body was covered in green liquid and was in tatters. Then it fell to the ground, and it was unknown whether it was alive or dead. Everyone in City 108 was awakened by the sound of the bell. The Spirit King level warriors all looked in one direction. In the mountains in the wild, all the monsters were so frightened by the sacred sound of the bell that they dared not move. Even the Beast King looked in one direction with a terrified expression. At Bihai Academy, the Kunlun mirror within Qin Linghui's body trembled continuously. She stared into the distance in shock. This is the Donghuang bell. Shangguan Mengshi and Shangguan Yu heard the familiar bell again. They ran out of the room quickly and looked in the direction of the bell with joy. "Is it you, Ning Bai?" Countless ancient beings were awakened by the sound of the bell. They looked towards the direction of the bell with solemn expressions and murmured, "Donghuang bell, are you back again?" In the Spirit Weapon Association, several old figures suddenly appeared. They looked in the direction of the bell in surprise. "Our 108 city is saved. The bell is ringing. The bell is ringing. This is the bell of salvation." Countless people rushed towards the direction of the bell, the whole world trembled, but our culprit Ning Bai fell to the ground, and the Donghuang bell disappeared. "Kid, this time we've exhausted the power of the Donghuang bell. You won't be able to summon it for a month. Take it easy, you better take care of yourself." Before this consciousness left, it glanced at the two swords behind Ning Bai, and finally shook its head. A purple light penetrated into the two swords, and then turned into a shadow and left. Chapter 35 Tai Chi Yin Yang Sword. "What? You want to go find the bell?" "No, it's too dangerous." "I don't agree." Seeing their father's disapproving look, the two girls told Shangguan Yuntian that the bell might have been caused by Ning Bai. This shocked Shangguan Yuntian. He looked at his two daughters seriously and asked, "Do you have any evidence?" So the two girls told the story that the same bell had rung in the school before, and Ning Bai's spiritual weapon was also a bell, with a 60% degree of compatibility. Shangguan Yuntian and Bai Qingxue exchanged glances after hearing the two women's explanations. Shangguan Yuntian then spoke, "Since, as you said, this was Ning Bai who caused the commotion, we need to rush over as quickly as possible. He might be using the bell to locate us so we can rescue him." If Ning Bai heard this, he would probably roll his eyes at him. "You really have a lot of imagination." Then several people set off, but Shangguan Yuntian informed the Shangguan family of the news before leaving to ensure that everything was safe. And there was another person following behind them. It was Qin Linghui who was using the Kunlun mirror. She kept using the spatial ability of the Kunlun mirror to follow the few people closely. Ning Bai was still lying there motionless as usual. At this time, the monsters that were scared away found that the terrifying aura had disappeared, and they returned one after another. When they came to the accident site, they smelled the tempting smell and soon found what they wanted, which was the body of the man in black. "You know, this is the body of a Spirit King level." They scrambled for the body frantically, and countless bloody battles took place at the scene. Soon the winner was decided. The 9 ferocious beasts roared and declared their sovereignty. The other monsters retreated one after another. They set their sights on Ning Bai, who was standing aside, and surrounded Ning Bai. They were ready to share Ning Bai and have a good meal. Just as a group of monsters were rushing towards Ning Bai, the 2 swords beside him suddenly flew into the sky. The sword energy was so strong that they instantly killed all the monsters that were flying towards him. Then, 2 swords, one yin and one yang, floated on Ning Bai's left and right, shocking the other villains. All the monsters retreated in fear, and soon all the monsters disappeared. Just as the 9 beasts were about to eat, an arrogant voice rang out, "How dare you beasts enjoy the corpse of the Spirit King? Why don't you leave now?" Suddenly, a short man with shifty eyes appeared. He looked at the corpse of the man in black in front of him with surprise. If he could eat all the corpses of so many Spirit Kings, he would definitely be able to break through 2 levels in a row. He looked at the 9 ferocious beasts below with disdain. "Why don't you get out of here? Do you want me to do it myself?" A black tiger roared and charged towards the man, seemingly unwilling to give up this great opportunity. The other beasts looked at the tiger in surprise, while the short old man looked at the tiger charging towards him with cold eyes. "I didn't expect you to disobey the Beast King's orders. Who gave you the courage?" The man punched the tiger, sending it flying hundreds of meters away and crashing heavily onto a hill. The tiger bled profusely and soon died. The other ferocious beasts saw the tiger's miserable end and fled in all directions in a hurry. Just as the short old man was about to go down and enjoy his meal, several figures arrived. It was the Wolf King and his wolf brothers. Seeing the short man in front of him, they jokingly said, "Mole King, what are you doing here all by yourself?" Upon hearing the sound, the short old man immediately looked up at the sky in alarm. He saw 6 figures looking down at him from above. He thought to himself, "Why are these guys here too? I should have been less greedy and taken a corpse away first. I was careless. I came here to see what happened here. I found 9 corpses of powerful Spirit Kings. I'm going to take 1 corpse and give the rest to you. I'll bring the corpses to you now," the short man said flatteringly to the beasts above. Then, when he was about to make a move, an attack suddenly pierced through the ground in front of him, and then a voice rang out, "Get out, or you will die." The short man said with an unpleasant expression, "You are so domineering that you didn't even leave any soup." The leading man said disdainfully, "You're worthy, just because you're the most worthless beast king of our demon tribe?" Several people on the side also looked at the short man with ridicule. The man's face was gloomy, but he could do nothing but leave in disappointment. After seeing the man leave, several people began to collect the 9 bodies. The man in white, who was in the lead, asked in confusion, "The bell should have erupted around here. Where is it? Boss, look, there's another human here." Hearing his companion's words, the man hurried over and saw a pale young man lying on the ground. He didn't seem to be dead, but just unconscious. This guy should know what happened here. When he wakes up, I'll ask him. "Take this kid away, we are going back." Just as a Beast King was about to take Ning Bai away, 2 long swords shot out, and the sharp sword energy forced him back. This made several people immediately alert, and they looked at the long swords floating in the air in confusion. The leading man then laughed and said, "I didn't expect that we would encounter such a treasure on this trip. This sword can actually protect its master, and its level is not low. Congratulations, big brother, for winning the supreme treasure. Your strength will surely increase greatly." "Yes, I think this sword is a perfect match for big brother." "Yes, with this magic sword, Shangwan Yuntian is no match for big brother." Several people started to flatter, and to be honest, they really knew how to flatter, and they hit the nail on the head. Hearing the flattery of his brothers, the Wolf King became arrogant, with the corners of his mouth raised to the sky, and he couldn't suppress it. The Wolf King waved his hand and said proudly, "Okay, you guys step back, and I will personally subdue the pair of spirit swords." The Wolf King pushed with both hands, and saw the heavy pressure released on the 2 swords. The 2 swords kept vibrating and humming, constantly resisting the pressure, and the sword energy kept overflowing, but unfortunately they could not break free at all. Just as the 2 swords were about to be suppressed, they erupted in a dazzling purple light. Then, a black and white sword appeared, its blade gleaming with a mysterious light. The surrounding colors gradually faded, leaving only the 2 pure tones of black and white. These 2 colors intertwined, like a flowing Tai Chi diagram. Black and white flow across the blade, creating a unique rhythm. The black is deep and steady, as if imbued with boundless power. The white is bright and pure, like a holy light. Their interplay blends and echoes, imbuing the blade with a mysterious and ancient aura. Seeing such a magical scene, everyone looked at the sword excitedly. They knew that this sword was definitely a treasure and was very likely a legendary artifact. Ha, I, the Heavenly Wolf King, am truly blessed with great fortune. This sword will belong to me from now on. Just when the Wolf King was preparing to use all his strength to subdue the magical Yin Yang sword, several figures appeared in the sky again. They were Shangguan Yuntian and others who had arrived late. Shangguan Munshi and Shangguan Yu rushed over anxiously. When they saw the familiar face on the ground, they burst into tears of joy and immediately rushed towards Ning Bai. Shangguan Yuntian, who was standing by, frowned when he saw that his two daughters were so excited about the same man. The noble lady beside him also looked at the two girls in surprise. She knew that the two girls had never been interested in men, but they were so excited about a young man. This made her very curious about the young man. Lord Sirius, we are truly destined to meet again. Seeing the few people slowly landing on the ground, the handsome face of the Wolf King was also ferocious. It's always this guy who ruins my plans. Now at the critical moment when I am trying to subdue the magic sword, he actually comes to disturb me again. Damn it! When the two women saw Ning Bai's miserable face, they looked at Sirius King and his group with murderous intent. They thought that it was Sirius King who beat Ning Bai like this. Poor Sirius King had his good deeds ruined and had to take the blame. At this moment, the Wolf King completely exploded. His eyes were red as he roared, Shangguan Yuntian, do you really think we are afraid of you? Let's end this today. Just as the two sides were on the verge of a fight, a voice suddenly came from the sky again, it seems we are not too late. Long time no see, old friends. Chapter 36 Gather together and fight. Several figures appeared in the sky, divided into two groups. One group was the elders headed by the Lord of High City. Among them were the lords of various cities and unfamiliar faces. They were looking warily at the group of people opposite them wearing revealing clothes. It's been a long time since we last met, Tiger King. But we are not friends. I wonder what your tiger tribe is making such a fuss about today. The leader had a lush chest of tiger hair and a long beard. He smiled at the old man and said, That's wrong, Hai Lao. We've fought so many times that I've long considered you a friend. I've always hoped to coexist peacefully with your 108 cities. A man beside Hai Lao angrily said, You monsters are so cunning. You feed on us humans and have killed countless of our compatriots. Yet you claim to be our friends. You are so shameless. You have taken on our human form, but you still can't change the beasts in your bones. I saw a group of people with their hair standing up, roaring fiercely. They looked at the group of humans opposite with ferocious eyes, wishing they could eat them alive. The fierce man in the lead looked at the man who had just spoken expressionlessly and said, I just don't know whether your mouth is hard or my claws are hard. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere between the two sides immediately became tense, the surrounding spiritual energy continued to fluctuate, and everyone was ready to go. The Wolf King and others below also tensed up when they saw the situation above. Shangguan Yuntian's face also became serious when he saw this scene. He fell into deep thought, and finally he gritted his teeth and made a decision. The old man in the sky suddenly frowned and glanced at the people below. However, this action did not escape the sight of the leading man. He saw his body flash and left his shadow on the spot. Hai Lao on the side did not dare to fall behind, and rushed down in an instant. The two kept fighting in the air, and the surrounding spiritual energy was in turmoil, like two streams of light constantly colliding in the air. The two landed calmly and looked at each other in surprise. The rough man was the first to say, I didn't expect you to break through, too. It's the same with you. If I hadn't broken through, I'd be in danger of dying today. The Wolf King and his men came running over, brothers of the Wolf clan, greetings to the Tiger King. The man looked at them with a playful expression and said, Lord Wolf, I wonder why the beast kings of your wolf tribe have gathered here? The Wolf King spoke in a serious tone, of course it's for the honor of the monster beasts. For the future of the monster beasts, my wolf clan has no choice but to do it. Look, this sword is the treasure I present to you. Although the Tiger King knew that this guy was talking nonsense, when he saw the mysterious long sword surrounded by the yin-yang pattern in front of him, greed filled his eyes. This was definitely a treasure, and he must get it. Hai Lao was also shocked as he looked at Ning Bai on the ground and the long sword beside him. Isn't this Ning Bai from the contract conference? How come he appears here, and what's going on with this long sword? A series of questions appeared in his mind. Shangguan Yuntian came to Hai Lao's side and saw Hai Lao's shocked look, so he secretly explained Ning Bai's situation. Hai Lao's eyes immediately changed in a particularly wonderful way. He looked at Ning Bai, who was unconscious on the ground, with a complicated expression. Then he flashed in front of Ning Bai and picked him up. Seeing this, the Tai Chi Yin Yang sword on the side immediately turned around and stabbed at Hai Lao. This scene was unbelievable to the people present. This magic sword was actually protecting this guy. Who was this unconscious human being? Everyone immediately realized that this human had a big secret. Hai Lao hurriedly tried to communicate with the spirit sword, but there was no response and it was still attacking Hai Lao, so Hai Lao had no choice but to let Ning Bai go. After all, this spirit sword could not be suppressed in a short time, and he still had to deal with so many enemies who were eyeing him covetously. Hand over this human and I'll let you go, otherwise none of you will be able to leave. As soon as he finished speaking, more and more monsters came out of the surrounding woods, quickly surrounding the place and staring at the people inside with ferocious eyes. Everyone looked at the army of monsters in front of them with serious expressions. This was a serious matter. Even a powerful spirit king would have a headache with so many monsters. Hai Lao looked at the demon beast army in front of him with a determined look. I will not hand over any of my human race's geniuses. If you want to fight, then fight. We will fight to the end. The rough man was not surprised to hear this and shouted, "Boys, come on." Countless armies of monsters were rushing towards the crowd frantically. The Spirit King in the sky had already started a fierce battle. The terrifying forces kept colliding in the sky, and energy fell from time to time. A gap was blown open in the dense monsters, but it was soon filled by the later monsters. They swarmed forward as if they were risking their lives. Just as Hai Lao was about to take action, a voice stopped him. "Hai Lao, let's not get involved in this kind of battle. Let's go up and have a good time." Hai Lao glanced at Shangguan Yuntian and the others, then disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, the rough man also disappeared, and the two of them soon appeared in the sky. Shangguan Yuntian murmured anxiously, "Why hasn't he come yet?" "Shangguan Yuntian, today let us brothers learn from your great skills." As soon as the words fell, 6 people rushed over. They instantly turned into 6 giant wolves, roaring and rushing towards them. Bai Qingxue, who was standing by, saw the spiritual energy gathering around Shangguan Yuntian and quickly placed her hand on his shoulder, whispering, "Husband, you can't do it. Let us block it first." Then the 3 women transformed into spiritual weapons and rushed forward. Shangguan Yuntian, who stayed where he was, clenched his fists. He hated himself for letting his wife and daughter fight while he was like a useless person. The leading white wolf looked at the helpless Shangguan Yuntian behind him with wise eyes. He seemed to understand something, so he opened his mouth and asked tentatively, "Shangguan Yuntian, are you a loser who needs a woman's protection, huh?" Veins popped up on Shangguan Yuntian's face, but he still didn't do anything. However, the expression on his face betrayed him, and he was no longer calm inside. "Ah, brothers, this guy is just a bluff. Today we will kill Shangguan Yuntian and become famous." The 2 women who turned into spiritual weapons were also shocked, but they had no time to think about it because the battle had already begun. The 3 of them were struggling against the 6 beast kings. Fortunately, Bai Qingxue had been helping the 2 women in bearing most of the pressure, otherwise the 2 women would have collapsed long ago. Shangguan Yuntian, standing by, saw his wife and daughter losing ground. He could no longer bear it and wanted to move forward to grab his wife's heaven-shaking hammer and fight alongside them, but his wife sent a message to him again, "Don't use your power. I will explode myself and clear the way for you." Shangguan Yuntian looked at the heaven-shaking hammer with red eyes. He regretted very much why he had to use drugs to force a breakthrough. Such a situation would not happen now. The noblewoman's voice could be heard from the heaven-shaking hammer, "Mengshi, you heir, retreat and take good care of your father." The children were shocked when they heard this and wanted to stop the lady, but unfortunately they had been knocked back by the sky-shaking hammer. Only the sky-shaking hammer rushed towards the 6 wolves without hesitation. "Mom, don't. Auntie Shui. Qingxue, come back." The 6 giant wolves also reacted and retreated in fear. They knew the other party's intention to self-destruct. Chapter 37 Ning Bai's death? Suddenly, a faster shadow flew by, and a mysterious sword appeared in front of the sky-shaking hammer, blocking the forward force of the sky-shaking hammer and calming the spiritual power in its body. Luckily, I made it in time. It really gave me a scare. When everyone heard the sound, they saw Ning Bai lying on the ground with sweat all over his head, looking at the heaven-shaking hammer with a look of relief. In the tense atmosphere, several people rushed towards the sky-shaking hammer like a gust of wind. This separation between life and death made them feel the fragility and preciousness of life. They ran, desperately rushing towards the hammer of heaven, with only one belief in their hearts: never let such a life and death separation happen again. At this moment, Bai Qingxue was also looking at the divine sword in front of her with a confused look on her face. I didn't expect that this sword could easily block me, and even gradually eliminate my violent spiritual power. Mom, are you okay? How could you do such a stupid thing? Looking at her daughter in front of her, Bai Qingxue couldn't help but shed tears. Then she saw her husband and Meng Qian coming over, and they all hugged each other tightly. The wolves were incredibly surprised to see the divine sword and the awakened Ning Bai. This boy was actually the master of the divine sword. Looking at the reunited people, the Wolf King's eyes revealed a cruel smile. Go reunite in hell, Wolf Claw. They saw a huge claw coming towards them with overwhelming power. It was too late when they found out. Seeing the claw coming at them quickly, they gathered all their spiritual power and prepared to resist. However, this scene was extremely ridiculous in the eyes of the Wolf King. It was impossible for them, the few remaining soldiers, to block his wolf claw. Ning Bai suddenly appeared before them, Tai Chi Yin Yang sword in hand. His 7-colored talent's power was immediately apparent, granting a 50% damage bonus. He swung the mysterious black and white sword with all his might, his inner spiritual energy erupting. Ah! Tai! She! Yin! Yang! Slash! Ning Bai's face paled, and he fell to the ground. The noble woman behind him quickly hugged him. With his last consciousness, Ning Bai felt himself sinking into a soft ball. A gigantic Tai Chi Yin Yang diagram appeared in the air, spinning continuously. It instantly obliterated the powerful spiritual claw, then charged towards the 6 wolves with undiminished force. They wanted to retreat, but they were suppressed and unable to leave quickly. Seeing this, the Wolf King was horrified. Use all your strength. This attack is not simple. 6 spiritual power shields instantly blocked the front, but in front of the yin-yang diagram, their defense was insignificant and was quickly broken by the yin-yang diagram. It instantly appeared in front of several people, with a momentum that would not stop until it killed them. The wolves looked at the yin-yang diagram in front of them with grim expressions. They roared angrily and began to resist with their bodies. Blood kept flowing out, and their originally clean and beautiful fur was now stained red with blood. Then there was a howl, and a giant grey wolf fell to the ground first. 6th brother. Several wolves looked at the corpse on the ground with red eyes. Suddenly, another figure could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground with a bang. This made the wolves completely crazy. The hair on their bodies stood up, their eyes were bloodshot, and their bodies became much bigger. However, there was no consciousness in their eyes anymore, only endless killing. This was the talent of the wolf clan, violent. They howled madly, constantly using their bloody bodies to fight against the yin-yang diagram. Soon all the wolves died, leaving only a white wolf covered in blood. It was the Wolf King. The blood on his body was all his brothers. At this time, the yin-yang diagram completely disappeared. He knelt on the ground, looking at the mutilated bodies of his brothers on the ground. A wolf howl resounded through the sky, and everyone's attention was attracted. All the spiritual energy continued to gather towards the Wolf King. His injuries were constantly recovering, and his aura was constantly increasing. Hai Lao shouted, "Stop him quickly, this guy is about to break through." The big tiger on the side was surprised. This guy actually broke through with this. What a deep brotherly love. The women who heard the sound immediately rushed towards the giant wolf in the air. Unfortunately, the Wolf King suddenly raised his head, looked at them with hatred in gloomy eyes, and said, "It's too late, you will all die." A burst of spiritual power burst out, and several people were knocked to the ground in an instant. The Wolf King ignored the seriously injured people and walked slowly towards the fallen Ning Bai, his eyes full of hatred. "You are the one who killed my brothers. You know, even though I, the White Wolf King, am a villain and afraid of death, I love my brothers more. You actually killed them all in front of me. I will send you to die with them now. Die." The Wolf King raised his huge front paw and stomped hard at Ning Bai. A look of satisfaction and ferocity appeared on the Wolf King's face, as if he had already seen Ning Bai being trampled into a pile of minced meat. Soon the huge wolf's paw stepped down. Shangguan Mengxi and Shangguan Yu cried out in pain. Shangguan Yuntian and Bai Qingxue slowly closed their eyes. They regretted their incompetence, and in the end it was the child who took on everything. The wolf's paw slowly raised up, and saw a ruin under his feet. Only 2 swords, one black and one white, were lying quietly in the ruins, and Ning Bai's body was nowhere to be seen. The Wolf King laughed crazily upon seeing this. "Ha, you are finally dead. Brothers, I have avenged you. Let me keep these 2 swords for you." He saw the 2 swords slowly falling into the wolf's claws. He looked at the 2 swords greedily. The treasure finally fell into his hands. All the people who were still fighting in the sky stopped. They stared at the Wolf King below with complicated expressions, because this guy had reached this realm before them and left them far behind. "Lord Sirius, hand over the sword." At this time, the Tiger King had slowly landed. He looked down at the Wolf King and said. Seeing the Tiger King's self-righteous expression, the Sirius King trembled and closed his eyes. Just when everyone thought that the Sirius King would obediently hand over the sword, he suddenly opened his eyes and cursed, "Who do you think you are? This is what my brother paid for with his life. I tell you, Tiger King, I kowtowed to you because I was doing it for my brother. Now my brother has sacrificed his life for this. Who do you think you are? You don't deserve it." Everyone who heard this was stunned. They looked at the ferocious Wolf King in disbelief. Is this still the timid Wolf King? The most unbelievable thing was the Tiger King. He was waiting for this guy to flatter him and offer him the treasure, but he didn't expect to get such a big slap in the face. He looked at the Wolf King in front of him with a confused face. "I'm done with you guys. Play however you want." The Wolf King said this and then disappeared. Everyone then reacted. Hai Lao and Tiger King chased after him, and a group of people followed closely behind. No one paid any attention to the dead Ning Bai. It was extremely desolate. Only a few people from the Shangguan family stared blankly at the huge footprint. Shangguan Munshi and Shangguan Yu rushed into the ruins of the footprint. They kept looking for Ning Bai, but no one responded to them at all. 4 people sat quietly in the footprint pit, their faces blank, as if overwhelmed by memories. Each person's eyes were unfocused, as if staring into the distance, but seeing nothing. Chapter 38 Contract with Qin Linghui. In a dim cave, a pale man was lying on the ground motionless. Suddenly, footsteps were heard and a figure suddenly walked in. It was the bookish girl Qin Linghui. At this moment, her eyes were full of sweat and she was holding a pile of wood in her hands. Soon she piled the wood next to the man, took out a lighter, and a flame began to burn slowly, illuminating the faces of the 2 men. Looking at the unconscious man, Qin Linghui muttered to herself, "I don't know what kind of monster you are, you can actually kill the Beast King." Seeing that there was no signal on her cell phone, Qin Linghui looked worried. This was the wilderness, full of dangers, and now she couldn't contact anyone. It was really bad luck. Recalling the terrifying moment before, Qin Linghui was also terrified. She secretly watched the battle from the side and saw Ning Bai killing everyone until he fell unconscious on the ground. At the last moment, she used the spatial ability of the Kunlun mirror to rescue Ning Bai, whose life was hanging by a thread. If she had made any mistake, not only Ning Bai would die, but she would also die. Fortunately, she successfully rescued Ning Bai without anyone noticing. She has already given Ning Bai a potion to restore his spiritual energy. Now she is just waiting for Ning Bai to wake up. She just needs to ensure that this place is not discovered by monsters. Qin Linghui was feeling bored and was about to take out a book to read, but suddenly she saw Ning Bai's quiet face. She wanted to observe Ning Bai carefully to see what was different about him from others. Ning Bai suddenly felt itchy at this moment, as if something was moving around on him. He suddenly grabbed the culprit with one hand. Just when Ning Bai was feeling proud, a scream suddenly sounded and there was a sudden pain on his face. Ning Bai was immediately awakened by the pain. He opened his eyes in a daze, only to see a red little face in front of him, looking at him with shame and anger. Ning Bai also suddenly felt something and looked at his right hand. He saw that his right hand was tightly holding a soft object, and Qin Linghui was holding his right hand tightly with both hands, trying to make it leave her sacred place. Ning Bai's face immediately flushed, and he quickly let go of his right hand. He apologized awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I don't know why this happened. I just woke up." However, Ning Bai did not get a response from Qin Linghui, but his face felt hot as if he had received a big slap. Looking at the big slap marks on both sides of Ning Bai, Qin Linghui could no longer hold back and laughed out loud. Seeing Qin Linghui, who had just been angry and hit him, suddenly smiled, Ning Bai couldn't help but sigh. Women are really unpredictable creatures. Seeing Ning Bai looking at her doubtfully, Qin Linghui quickly stopped smiling and said to Ning Bai with a serious expression, "Do you know how sinful you have been? You have defiled me." "Ah, I didn't. I was like this when I just woke up. Ning Bai looked at Qin Linghui with an innocent face. He was sure that nothing had happened between him and her. Qin Linghui looked at Ning Bai shyly and said, "You just pinched me here. Grandpa said that this place cannot be touched by men, only by your husband. So you haven't defiled me." After hearing her words, Ning Bai felt that it made sense. That place was indeed not allowed to be touched by men, but Ning Bai always felt that it was unfair to him. He encountered this kind of thing as soon as he woke up. In fact, what he didn't know was that Qin Linghui was also to blame for this matter. Because she bent over and kept checking Ning Bai, her two big things kept moving around on Ning Bai, so this happened. However, Ning Bai would never know about this until he died, because Qin Linghui would definitely not expose her embarrassing things, so Ning Bai was definitely to take the blame. Seeing Ning Bai's silent expression, Qin Linghui's eyes turned smartly, and then she raised her voice and said, "You have to go with me to see Grandpa." "Ah, that's not good, I don't know you well enough." Although Ning Bai thought that this nerd was good looking, he felt that it was too fast. He wasn't even 20 years old yet, and he already had to meet his parents? Qin Linghui blushed. "Oh, what are you thinking? I told my grandfather about you, and he just wanted to see you." Ning Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, but Qin Linghui asked again, "Ning Bai, do you still remember what you said to me?" Hearing this, Ning Bai remembered his original promise. He looked at Qin Linghui sincerely and stretched out his right hand. "Would you like that?" Looking at the outstretched right hand, Qin Linghui stretched out her right hand with joy and said, "I do." The two looked at each other directly, with smiles on their lips. A purple light shone on them, and soon the contract was established. The two looked at each other with surprise. Qin Linghui excitedly sensed the connection with Ning Bai. Is this what it feels like to be contracted? At this time, Ning Bai's spiritual power level continued to increase, and soon reached the third level of spiritual master. Is this the charm of the artifact? A piece of information was also passed to Ning Bai's mind. Qin Linghui Spirit Envoy Level 9, Spirit Weapon Kunlun Mirror Artifact. Talented Spiritual Skill Space Teleport Compatibility 60% achieved unknown. Seeing this, Ning Bai couldn't help but think of Li Changyue. She has a 60% compatibility with him, and now it's also 60% with Qin Linghui. Could it be that the degree of the contract with the artifact is also 60%? Is this the power of the colorful talent? Ning Bai shouted, "Kunlun Mirror." Qin Linghui quickly transformed into an ancient mirror, exuding a mysterious aura. Perhaps forged from some unknown metal, its surface shimmered with a faint light, like stars glimmering in the endless darkness. The edges of the mirror were inlaid with delicate patterns, intricate, as if telling of the vicissitudes of time and the accumulation of history. When Ning Bai gazed into the Kunlun mirror, he seemed to be able to travel through time and space, glimpsing scenes from the distant past. The images in the mirror were blurry and distorted, creating the illusion of being in another world. Looking at the mirror in his hand, Ning Bai couldn't help but sigh. Is this the legendary artifact Kunlun mirror? Ning Bai activated his spiritual power, and a scene soon appeared in the mirror. It was exactly the scene outside. The monsters could be seen clearly in it, and the slightest movement outside was also extremely clear. It was even better than a surveillance camera. Soon, the Kunlun mirror transformed into Qin Linghui again. "Well, I'm awesome, right?" "That's impressive, but were you spying through the mirror?" Seeing Ning Bai's suspicious expression, Qin Linghui hurriedly said righteously, "How could I possibly peek? I just like reading. Who would do such a thing?" Humph. Ning Bai thought about it and felt that it made sense. This girl wouldn't peep at others, not knowing that she had already been peeped at many times. "By the way, Ning Bai, where are your contractors?" Hearing this, Ning Bai's face darkened. Alas, Changyue is seriously injured and can't be summoned. Lan Shuqin and Lan Shuqi are dormant and can only exist in the form of spiritual weapons. I don't know where they are now. Did you see my sword when you rescued me? This was the first time she had heard that a spiritual weapon could be like this. However, when she heard about the situation of the Lan family twins, she was shocked and said, "Those two swords are them. They were taken away by that big wolf." Ning Bai was also extremely surprised when he heard this. "I didn't expect that my sword was taken away by the big wolf. I thought it was taken away by Hai Lao or the tiger." Afterwards, Qin Linghui told Ning Bai what happened next, which shocked Ning Bai. This Wolf King was so awesome that he actually dared to challenge the two major camps. But Ning Bai was not worried. When the two woke up, he could directly summon them through the contract. This was the charm of the 50% compatibility. which allowed Ning Bai to use the abilities of the Spirit King even though he had not reached the Spirit King level. Alright, let's get ready to leave. With the Kunlun Mirror's observation capabilities, if we're careful, we'll be able to get back soon. Shi Linghui nodded, and then the two of them left the cave. Chapter 39. Two dogs barking at each other. The two relied on the surveillance function of the Kunlun Mirror to constantly avoid the monsters. Fortunately, Shi Linghui was knowledgeable and familiar with the map, otherwise Ning Bai would definitely not be able to go back. Soon the two of them arrived at the place where the big fight took place. Seeing this dilapidated place, Ning Bai couldn't help but sigh. This place left him with deep memories. Of course, they were not good memories, but painful lessons. Ning Bai shook his head and said to Qin Linghui, "Let's go, let's continue on our journey." Qin Linghui nodded, and then the two of them continued on their journey. As for Shangguan Mengshi and others, they left here because the Shangguan family finally arrived. Now the Shangguan family is also in danger. The news that Shangguan Yuntian has problems with his cultivation has spread all over the place, and everyone is looking at the Shangguan family with covetous eyes. At this time, someone from the Xianyuan family came again, which made Shangguan Yuntian very happy. After all, the two families had been friends for generations. "Master Shangguan, I heard about your accident and asked me to come and help the Shangguan family." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yuntian hurried over to greet him with a hearty laugh. Thank you so much, Patriarch Xianyuan. I'll definitely host a grand banquet someday and invite Patriarch Xianyuan over for a chat. The middle-aged man suddenly changed the subject. However, the Patriarch has a request. I wonder if Patriarch Shangguan agrees. Shangguan Yuntian immediately sensed something was wrong when he heard the visitor's change of tone, so he asked with a smile, "I wonder what Patriarch Xuanyuan's request is?" The man glanced at Shangguan Yuntian sideways, then slowly spoke, "The head of the family means that the Shangguan family will respect the Xianyuan family from now on." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere at the scene immediately turned cold. Shangguan Yuntian looked at the man in front of him with a gloomy expression. He had not expected that the Xianyuan family would be so heartless and take advantage of the situation to rob him. Get lost. Go back and tell Xianyuan Shixian that he can forget about it. My Shangguan family will never be enslaved. Looking at Shangguan Yuntian's fierce eyes, the man couldn't help but take a few steps back. Although he knew that the man in front of him was already disabled, he was still scared and quickly left the Shangguan family. "Yuntian, the Xianyuan family has shown their fangs now, we must be careful." Looking at his wife approaching, Shangguan Yuntian's eyes suddenly softened. "Qingxue, aren't you recovering from your injuries? Why are you here? What kind of injury could I have?" Those two girls are the ones who need to recuperate. They are still sad about that kid Ning Bai. Alas! Speaking of Ning Bai, the lady couldn't help but feel sad. The brave young man appeared in Shangguan Yuntian's eyes again. He bravely stood in front of several people and saved the lives of his entire family. He was obviously the child who needed help the most, but unexpectedly, he protected them instead. Gently holding by Qingxue in his arms, he said solemnly, "Qingxue, cheer up. We should be stronger now. We have to support this family." The two hugged each other and cried, their vision becoming more and more blurred. Ning Bai, who was on his way, sneezed. He touched his nose and continued on his way following Qin Linghui in front of him. "Ning Bai, how on earth did you defeat so many beast kings? They are beast kings as powerful as spirit kings. Even if you have a divine weapon, it's impossible to kill them directly." Qin Linghui, who was on her way, felt bored, so she asked the question she wanted to know most. Hearing this question, Ning Bai behind him couldn't help but smile bitterly. He remembered the familiar purple power in the Tai Chi Yin Yang sword. When he held the sword, he felt a familiar purple aura. It was the same power as the Chaos Bell consciousness. Because of this power, Ning Bai could burst out with powerful strength and suppress those wolves. But Ning Bai didn't intend to say this. "In fact, I have a magical power that can rival the Spirit King." "Really, Ning Bai?" Seeing Qin Linghui staring at him with those big, cute eyes, Ning Bai couldn't help but reach out and touch her tender little face. "I was just kidding, silly." Qin Linghui was also stunned when she felt the warm masculine scent lingering on her face. She didn't expect Ning Bai to attack suddenly, but she didn't feel any disgust in her heart. Instead, she felt a hint of joy. Seeing Ning Bai walking away, Qin Linghui hurriedly caught up with him and said with a puffed face, "Ning Bai, you are so good. I came to you with an honest question, but you treated me with disrespect. You've read so many books, yet you're still so silly and naive. I'm teaching you a lesson, you can't be too naive. After hearing what Ning Bai said, Xin Linghui thought for a moment and made a move that Ning Bai couldn't do at all. Ning Bai, thank you, I learned another lesson. Seeing Qin Linghui's sincere gratitude, Ning Bai was also convinced, this child has really been ruined by studying. He must have been sold and is still helping others count money. But luckily he met a good person like Ning Bai. Just as the two were laughing, a beast roar suddenly appeared in front of them, and a big black dog with drooling appeared in front of them. Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on the surrounding monsters? Xin Linghui tugged at her skirt awkwardly, not daring to meet Ning Bai's gaze. Well, I was so busy asking you questions that I forgot to look. Ning Bai covered his face with a frown and said, come over now, we have to prepare for battle. Soon Xin Linghui turned into a gorgeous mirror. Ning Bai held the Kunlun mirror in one hand, and his whole body was shining. Mirror image, go. The mirror suddenly became the same size as the black dog, and then the mirror's surface began to blur. Under the confused gaze of the big black dog, a black dog that looked exactly like it walked out of the mirror. The two dogs looked at each other, and they found that they were exactly the same as themselves. At this time, the black dog barked a few times at the mirror image, woof, woof. But the mirror image was not willing to be left behind and immediately opened its mouth, woof, woof. Ning Bai on the side was also watching this scene in surprise. He didn't expect that the Kunlun mirror would be so interesting. The Kunlun mirror had transformed back into Qin Linghui. She hurried to Ning Bai's side and asked in surprise. The mirror image you summoned is actually more real than mine. Is it because of the contract? Hearing Qin Linghui's doubts, Ning Bai glanced at her and explained, don't you know that a weapon spirit user is much stronger than a single spirit weapon user? I know, but I haven't made a contract, so I don't understand it very well. But yours is obviously too strong. Even a weapon spirit user wouldn't have such a huge bonus. Seeing Qin Linghui pondering seriously, Ning Bai explained to her, that's because I'm the one who made the contract. Have you forgotten how special I am? Qin Linghui stopped thinking immediately after hearing this, nodded, looked at Ning Bai and said, yes, you are a monster, my knowledge does not apply to you at all. That's it, don't use your book to speculate about me anymore. After hearing Ning Bai's words, Qin Linghui nodded hurriedly like a chick pecking at rice. Ning Bai was very satisfied. Who could not love such a cute and obedient good student? The two of them just sat there and watched the two dogs fighting. Xin Lingxue had to release a small version of the Kunlun mirror to pay attention to the safety around her, while Ning Bai cheered for the two dogs and was very leisurely. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, you two seem quite relaxed. You can find fun even in the wild. Chapter 40, A Makeover. Suddenly, an old man appeared in front of the two of them. Ning Bai was startled and looked at the mysterious old man who suddenly appeared with vigilance. Grandpa. Qin Linghui happily ran over and hugged the old man. Hearing Qin Linghui's words, Ning Bai asked in surprise, Grandpa? Yes, this is my grandpa. The old man's eyes kept looking at Ning Bai in front of him. After a moment, the old man slowly withdrew his gaze, a kind smile appeared on his face, and he opened his mouth and said in a slightly hoarse but still loud voice, my friend, you are really talented. Linghui has been talking about you in my ear a lot. After saying this, he gently stroked his beard on his chin, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Looking at the kind and benevolent old man in front of him, Ning Bai couldn't help but touch the back of his head, feeling a little embarrassed. But the old man immediately thought of something and looked at the two of them with a serious expression. Ning Bai, Linghui is the Kunlun mirror artifact. You have to be careful in the future. You now hold two artifacts and have such a heaven-defying talent. Each of these secrets can shock the entire 108 cities. You must not be discovered. The 108 cities are not as good as you think. You must always be vigilant. Grandpa, I understand. I will be careful. Hearing the boy's name, the old man was delighted. It seemed that this boy was quite sensible. The old man's serious words also made him alert. This was the first time that someone spoke ill of 108 cities to him so seriously, and he was a little wary of 108 cities. Grandpa, why did you come here suddenly? Is there anything else besides Jian Ning Bai? Hearing his granddaughter's words, Xin Hao patted her head and said, what a clever little girl. I came here not only to see you two, but also to tell you something. Ning Bai, do you know how big an impact this incident has? Aren't there no casualties among our human race? Are all the dead people from the demon race? Hearing Ning Bai's words, the old man shook his head. This is not the most important thing. What's important is you. You shocked the entire Weapon Spirit Association, you shocked the entire 108 cities. This is beyond their understanding, they will not tolerate it. Ning Bai immediately reacted after hearing this. Grandpa, you mean that I can't go back now? Of course we have to go back, but not now. I've already made arrangements. Coincidentally, you've already signed a contract with Linghui, so you can go back with me as my grandson-in-law, back to Chini Base City. Your current identity is just an ordinary weapon spirit user who goes out of the city every day to hunt monsters. I will throw you two into the wilderness of Chini Base City later. You two can come back after dark. I have already arranged everything. After the old man finished speaking, he handed Ning Bai an ID card, and with a wave of his hand, Ning Bai's face changed, becoming a strong and powerful face, tanned by the sun, with bronze skin. From today on, you are Mo Hei, a veteran hunter who spends every day in the wild. Seeing that he looked exactly like the person on the card, Ning Bai was shocked and asked, Grandpa, how did you do that? Qin Linghui on the side was also curious about Ning Bai's sudden face change. The two of them looked at Qin Hao expectantly. Looking at the expressions of the two, Qin Hao said helplessly, this is a spiritual skill that your grandmother developed. She was planning to amuse you, but I didn't expect to use it today. Hearing this, Qin Linghui looked at her grandfather excitedly. Really? Grandma is amazing. I've read so many books but still can't create a spiritual skill. I didn't expect Grandma to come up with one so easily. I have to go back and ask Grandma for advice. Seeing that Qin Linghui's desire for knowledge had returned, Ning Bai and the old man looked at each other and showed helpless expressions. This girl is really a bookworm. Okay, Linghui, when I get back I'll ask Grandma to write her summary in the book for you, and you can read the book directly when you get home in the evening. Hearing Grandpa's words, Qin Linghui's eyes lit up. Grandpa, you are so kind. Then take us away quickly, and then you can quickly notify Grandma. The two dogs on the other side were still barking at each other. Ning Bai on the side was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He quickly withdrew the power of Kunlun realm, and one dog disappeared immediately. Only the black dog was left, looking at the disappearing dogs around it with stars in its eyes. Its dog brain was not enough now, and it could only bark fiercely at the empty place, woof woof, woof woof. Then the old man waved his hand, and the three of them disappeared, leaving behind only a big black dog beast that looked suspiciously like a dog not far away. Soon Ning Bai felt his feet touch the ground, and then he opened his eyes. An unfamiliar place came into his sight. It was all red, and a heat wave hit him. Ning Bai immediately felt thirsty. Seeing Ning Bai's shocked look, Qin Linghui smiled and explained to Ning Bai, this is a unique environment in our Chini Base City. Alright, you and Ning Bai will explain. Linghui slowly. I'm ready to leave. Ning Bai and Qin Linghui nodded, waved to the old man, and then the old man's figure disappeared in an instant. Seeing that Ning Bai was sweating profusely, Qin Linghui hurriedly picked up her sleeve to wipe the sweat off Ning Bai's face. Ning Bai smelled the fragrance of a young girl, which made his heart beat faster. It was not until the girl took her hand away that Ning Bai reacted. Then let's go hunt monsters. You're familiar with this place, so you can lead the way. We'll hunt a few monsters first, but we can only hunt those below the level of fierce beasts, not fierce beasts. After hearing Ning Bai's words, Qin Linghui thought for a while, and then began to lead the way. Feeling the heat under his feet, Ning Bai observed the surrounding scenery curiously. There were basically no trees here, only hot rocks and sand. Just as the two of them were moving forward, the sand underground suddenly sank in. Ning Bai hurriedly pulled Qin Linghui back, looking vigilantly at the sand in front of them that was constantly sinking. Soon a big scorpion crawled out from the sand and rushed towards the two people. It was obvious that this guy had regarded them as food. Qin Linghui was about to take action when Ning Bai hurriedly grabbed her and said, this guy is a ferocious beast. He's beyond the standard. Don't waste your energy. Let's just leave. Qin Linghui finally realized after hearing this. This guy was not the target of the mission, so let him go. Space teleportation. With Ning Bai's light shout, the two of them disappeared in an instant. Now with the improvement of strength and extremely high degree of contract, Ning Bai can already use their power without summoning spiritual weapons. For example, although Chaos Bell and Li Chanyue are asleep, Ning Bai can still activate the Chaos Space, but it consumes more spiritual power. When the two appeared again, they came to a valley where many monsters were wandering around and resting, and there were also many people squatting and waiting. The appearance of the two men interrupted the tranquility here. All the monsters roared angrily, and the people hiding on the side immediately ran out angrily. The number of monsters was not something they could handle. Now they cursed the two people who suddenly appeared in their hearts and disrupted their plans. Now they just hoped that the two people would die in the monsters' mouths. Everyone quickly urged their spiritual power to escape, and only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the monster behind them stopped chasing. The monster must be chasing those two people. They are dead. A group of people looked at the entrance of the valley with a sneer. They haven't come out yet. They must have been eaten by monsters without leaving anything. Chapter 41 Lessons. Seeing a group of monsters rushing towards them, Ning Bai and the others were not in a hurry. There was not a single ferocious beast among these monsters. The highest was a fierce beast, that is, the spiritual master level. With Ning Bai's current strength, and holding a magic weapon, he could fight against ordinary low-level ferocious beasts. In this situation, the worst that could happen is that if he couldn't win, he would just run away through space. Ning Bai immediately leaned his back against the mountain, and then all the spiritual power in his body burst out. The spiritual power in Ning Bai's body was also flourishing. Because the number of contracted spiritual weapons was increasing, Ning Bai's spiritual power storage was already very terrifying, directly comparable to the peak spiritual masters. Qin Linghui beside him also instantly transformed into an ancient mirror. The pressure of the artifact instantly swept across the whole place. They looked at the object in the air with fear. Although they did not know what it was, the fear in their bones kept reminding them to retreat. Looking at the retreating monsters in front of him, Ning Bai thought to himself, it seems that the divine weapon has a great suppressive power on monsters that are not as fierce as ferocious beasts. If that's the case, then I will finish you off in one go. The spiritual energy in Ning Bai's body poured into the Kunlun mirror, and the Kunlun mirror shone brightly. Brilliant golden light balls kept flying out of the Kunlun mirror. The monsters that were oppressed and could hardly move were trapped by the light balls. The scene was instantly bloody and the monsters kept roaring, but unfortunately, the only thing that greeted them was the big golden light ball. Soon the two saw all the monsters falling to the ground, and Ning Bai breathed a sigh of relief. The Kunlun realm really consumed a lot of spiritual power, and this wave consumed more than half of his spiritual power. Ning Bai, you are so powerful, you have so much spiritual power, you can actually burst out so many attacks continuously, even I have consumed a lot of spiritual power, and you are not embarrassed or nervous. Qin Linghui on the side looked at Ning Bai in surprise. No spiritual user could release that wave of attacks without any expression on their face. I told you to stop asking about me. My level is beyond your imagination. Qin Linghui instantly turned into a little fangirl. She just liked exploring things beyond the books, and Ning Bai was just a character who transcended the books. She looked at Ning Bai as if she was reading a wonderful book. Stop being dazed. Go pack up your things quickly. Put away the valuables and keep the spirit cores separate. Then the two of them began a large-scale sweep. Fortunately, Qin Linghui was well read and knew where the valuables were, so the two of them quickly dealt with a large number of corpses. Qin Linghui was also very excited. After all, this was the first time she killed monsters by herself and made money. Soon the space rings of the two were filled with the body parts of monsters. Ning Bai prepared to find a cool place to rest and wait quietly until dark. Just as the two were about to leave, Qin Linghui discovered a pile of white fruits. They immediately walked over. Ning Bai couldn't figure out what was going on, so he looked at Qin Linghui, waiting for her answer. Qin Linghui looked at the white fruit in front of her in surprise. It's actually the white flame fruit, and it's a spiritual fruit that can significantly compress the spiritual energy in the body. It's said that there's a certain chance of gaining a certain degree of fire resistance. I didn't expect there would be such a complete fruit tree here. After listening to Qin Linghui's explanation, Ning Bai also felt that this thing was a good thing. He had a bold idea, and just when he was about to implement it, an arrogant voice came over. I didn't expect there would be such a perfect white flame fruit tree here. God is really helping me. Brothers, our chance to make a fortune has come. The man looked at the fruits on the tree greedily, not taking Ning Bai and the others seriously at all. His younger brothers also ran towards the fruit tree with their mouths watering. Wait, we found this tree. Ning Bai's voice reached everyone's ears, and they all looked at Ning Bai as if he were a fool. However, when they saw the extremely pure Qin Linghui standing beside them, they immediately stared at Qin Linghui with shining eyes and a lustful look on their faces. Boy, give your contracted beauty to the brothers for fun, and I will forget your rude words just now and let you go. What do you think? The leading man looked at Ning Bai jokingly, but his eyes were always scanning Qin Linghui. It was the first time he had seen such a top-quality product, so he said such words. However, he would not let the two of them go back alive. After all, this was the Baiyin fruit tree, and this information had to be kept secret. Ning Bai, who was standing aside, saw a group of men around looking at Qin Linghui. His face was gloomy. This group of people had offended him, and their only fate was death. Ning Bai appeared in front of the leading man at an extremely fast speed and punched him. The man then reacted and looked at his lower body with a dull look. Blood was already flowing there. He could no longer feel his good brother below and only felt a chill. Ah, ah! A scream echoed through the valley, and he hurriedly grabbed the place where he was bleeding. The younger brother at the side was about to go over to help when he saw a shadow flash by. Everyone covered their pants and screamed. For a moment, the valley used for hunting monsters was filled with echoes. Ning Bai then appeared beside Qin Linghui with an expressionless face. Seeing what Ning Bai did, Qin Linghui looked at the fierce man in front of her with a dazed look, but her heart was as sweet as eating honey, because Ning Bai did this because of her. Ning Bai, we should get rid of these people. They are a nuisance to Qini City. This is just a good thing for Qini City. Hearing that Qin Linghui had the same idea as himself, Ning Bai was relieved, because he was afraid that Qin Linghui could not stand the killing. Unexpectedly, the two of them had the same idea, so Ning Bai did not wait any longer and quickly stabbed everyone a few more times. He did not walk slowly to the fruit tree until everyone was dead. Chaos space. With Ning Bai's light shout, a mysterious chaotic gate immediately appeared in front of the fruit tree. The chaotic gate continued to approach the fruit tree, and soon the entire fruit tree disappeared in Qin Linghui's shocked gaze. Feeling the rich aura of the chaos bell, the Kunlun mirror in her body kept humming, as if cheering for the appearance of the chaos bell. Fortunately, the chaotic space soon disappeared, and the Kunlun mirror in Qin Linghui's body finally calmed down. Ning Bai, sweating profusely, breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally done it. This had directly sucked away his spiritual energy. However, seeing the fruit tree flourishing in the chaotic space, Ning Bai was also satisfied. That's right, Ning Bai's goal was to move this tree directly into the chaotic space. However, seeing the dim and lifeless chaos bell beside him, Ning Bai sighed and said, "Chanue, get well soon." Ning Bai, is this the magical and powerful chaos bell that can actually hold an entire tree? Seeing Qin Linghui couldn't stop talking, Ning Bai hissed, "Don't make a fuss. Stay calm and take a deep breath." Qin Linghui on the side immediately covered her mouth carefully, but her little eyes still looked at Ning Bai excitedly. Looking at the hopeless Qin Linghui, Ning Bai could only give up and said, "Let's go, find me a cool place, and we'll stay wherever it's cool." Chapter 42, News of Ning Bai's Death. In the Weapon Spirit Association, a brightly lit conference room was already full of people, but they were vaguely divided into two factions, the left and the right. The leader of the left was none other than Hai Lao, and on the right was a middle-aged man with an imposing bearing, and next to him sat the expressionless Shangguan Yuntian. The man in the first seat smiled and clasped his fists, saying, "Emmy, have you recovered the sword?" Hai Lao shook his head and said, "The Wolf King's speed increased greatly after his advancement. We didn't catch him, but the demon tribe also returned empty-handed. After all, the Wolf King has broken up with the Tiger tribe, so this is also good news." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. A level 6 Beast King monster was no joke. Fortunately, they had broken up with the Tiger tribe. "But I have a question for you, Mr. Hai?" Hai Lao's cloudy eyes looked at the man. The man's gaze remained unmoved as he continued to ask, how could Ning Bai, a mere newly promoted spirit envoy, have killed 5 Beast Kings of the Wolf tribe in a row? I wonder if Hai Lao can explain this. When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. Those who knew Ning Bai had frozen expressions. Is this still the student who had just experienced the contract conference? Feeling the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Hai Lao said slowly, "It is true, and I saw it with my own eyes." When Hai Lao really confirmed this, the people at the scene seemed to have a brain short-circuit, because they had never taken this matter seriously, but now that Hai Lao personally said it and confirmed it, they found it a little difficult to accept this fact. Even the leading man was stunned. Only Shangguan Yuntian beside him was lost in memories. The young man's high-spirited face appeared in his mind again, and a long-lost smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the silent crowd before him, Hai Lao spoke again with regret, "Ning Bai was such a shining star at the contract conference. I didn't expect that was only a small part of what he revealed. No wonder the beast god cult wanted to capture him. It was our incompetence and lack of attention to him that led to the tragic death of such a genius. Alas! If he could grow up, he would definitely be the pillar of the human race. What a pity! The people below were also talking about it. Some of them felt sorry for Ning Bai, while others felt that Ning Bai brought it upon himself. He should not have revealed all his secrets, so that the Weapon Spirit Association would have protected him. Listening to the voices around him, Shangguan Yuntian sneered inwardly, what a bunch of hypocrites, only concerned with their own interests. Even if Ning Bai revealed his true talent, he would probably be schemed to death by you guys. I suggest that we publicize Ning Bai's glorious sacrifice and let all city lords sound the alarm. We must never let this happen again. Let the geniuses of the 108 cities see what a true genius is. They should learn from Ning Bai and take care of Ning Bai's hometown. Seeing the man beside him who was filled with grief and indignation, Shangguan Yuntian snorted coldly, it's just false sympathy when the cat cries over the rat. The others also nodded in agreement, and Hai Lao also nodded. The man looked at Shangguan Yuntian with a smug look on his face and said, everyone, I, Shenyuan Shixiang, have something to announce to everyone. Seeing the man's cunning eyes, Shangguan Yuntian knew that this guy was about to take action, and his expression became nervous. As everyone knows, the head of the Shangguan family is no longer able to move and is now like a useless person. Therefore, for the development of our Weapon Spirit Association, I suggest that the Shangguan family's transcendent status in the Weapon Spirit Association be abolished and their resources be reduced to the same level as those of ordinary families. Only in this way can the fairness of our Weapon Spirit Association be reflected. As soon as these words came out, Shangguan Yuntian looked at the man beside him with blazing eyes and shouted, Shenyuan Shixiang, who gave you the courage to say such outrageous words? My Shangguan family has been an indispensable part of the Artifact Spirit Association since ancient times. How can you drive them away with just a word? Brother Yuntian, please calm down. What I meant was to demote you to an ordinary family, but I didn't say to drive you out of the Weapon Spirit Association. Don't talk nonsense. Seeing Shenyuan Shixiang's elegant face, he said gloomily, everyone knows that the internal affairs of the Spiritual Artifact Association are jointly managed by our two families. Now you are kicking me, the head of the Shangguan family, out. Are you planning to cover up everything with your Shenyuan family? The group of people on the opposite side seemed to be watching a show, while the group of people inside had complicated expressions, because this was related to their future situation. After all, the changes in the top management would have a great impact on them. Of course, there were sorrows and joys. The families that had already defected to the Shenyuan family were overjoyed, while those that had not were also very nervous. After all, the Shangguan family had already fallen. Just as everyone was enjoying the melons, a voice that surprised everyone appeared. I think what Patriarch Shenyuan said makes sense. The Shangguan family no longer has the ability to manage it. Shenyuan Shixiang was drinking tea leisurely, as if he was not surprised at all that Hai Lao would speak, but the others were looking at the old figure in shock. They didn't expect that Hai Lao would actually interfere in internal affairs. Shangguan Yuntian felt a bolt of thunder appear in his mind. He turned his head and looked at the expressionless old man in disbelief, and then saw Shenyuan Shixiang joking beside him. He knew that he had lost, and the Shangguan family had lost. With the support of Hai Lao, their Shangguan family was finished. He walked out of this disgusting meeting room with a look of dejection. He had never expected that Shangguan Yuntian would end up like this. He should not have forced himself to break through to the 7th level of Spirit King. As a result, his spiritual power is now disordered and he is like a useless person. He looked up to the sky and roared, unfilial son, Shangguan Yuntian, you have brought shame to our ancestors. Watching the Shangguan family's exit, everyone sighed in their hearts. The powerful Shangguan family actually ended up like this. Is this the consequence of losing power? Everyone couldn't help but clench their fists. The Shangguan family, who received the news, gathered together immediately. Their faces looked grim, and some even cried. Bai Qingshui on the side immediately said seriously, everyone, don't let your imagination run wild. Just wait for the head of the family to come back. The aura of the Spirit King was revealed, and everyone quieted down. On the other hand, news about Ning Bai was spreading in every street and alley of 108. Whether it was television or news networks, the name Ning Bai dominated the news. Everyone was looking at Ning Bai's story in confusion. The geniuses who had participated in the contract conference were shocked when they heard the news. This is a true genius. Looking at Ning Bai, who had competed with him at that time, Long Aoquang couldn't help but sigh, is this the real you? Killing 5 beast kings in a row. A man standing nearby who looked particularly like Long Aoquang remained silent upon seeing the news, but his heart was filled with turmoil. Is this still a human being? In a room at Bai High Academy, several people were looking at the news in front of them with tears on their faces. The news was about Ning Bai's deeds. Ning Bai, is he really dead? Chen Kair looked at the TV in panic. She couldn't imagine that the little boy who always got at odds with her was actually dead. She ran outside frantically with tears in her eyes. Sister Kair. Zhou Qinger, who was standing by, was stopped by someone just as she was about to chase after him. Let her be. Even though these two bicker every day, Sister Kair really likes Ning Bai. She has already treated Ning Bai like a younger brother. Feng Xiang also looked at the TV with red eyes and said, Ning Bai, I will definitely work hard to become stronger, and then avenge you. This kind of thing is not your turn to take action. Ning Bai is my student, I will personally cut off the head of the Wolf King. Feng Chen on the side clenched his fists and had a sharp look in his eyes. Yu Shi beside him was also filled with resentment. In Anhui City, everyone who saw the news was stunned, not only the people in the city lord's mansion, but also Ning Bai's classmates. They looked at the news in disbelief. When Rin Lijuan saw the news of Ning Bai's death, her eyes turned black and she fainted. Ning Junwei rushed her to the hospital. Seeing his wife who was breathing normally, he couldn't help but open his mobile phone and clicked on Ning Bai's news. Seeing the smiling photo of Ning Bai, he couldn't hold it back anymore and kept sobbing. Such a man who never shed tears in his life kept crying in the ward. Chapter 43. My name is Mo Hei. At this time, Ning Bai was lying under a rock and sleeping soundly, completely unaware of what was happening outside. Hey, don't sleep anymore, it's getting dark, we're ready to go into the city. Ning Bai slowly opened his eyes and saw a small face appear in front of him. It was Qin Linghui. Wake up, stop shaking, or you'll feel dizzy. Ning Bai stood up quickly. The temperature around him was no longer as hot as before. He stretched and said, let's go home. Along the way, Ning Bai kept emphasizing to Qin Linghui, wait, you must remember, I am not Ning Bai, I am Mo Hei. I know. You've said it so many times, Mo Hei. Soon the two arrived at the city gate. There were lights everywhere, illuminating the surrounding darkness. There were already many people queuing up here to register. Hey, Tietue, you guys have a great harvest today. You hunted so many beasts, and even killed a ferocious beast. It's really not easy. The sweaty burly man quickly responded with a smile, no, it was just luck. Let's leave this beast for the city defense brothers to eat with their wine. The man calmly took out a wild boar, placed it in front of the city defense inspector, and said with a smile. The man's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he said seriously, go in quickly. Afterwards, they happily walked into the city gate. The others pretended not to see them and went about their business. Ning Bai asked doubtfully, is Qini City really that dark? Qin Linghui whispered in Ning Bai's ear, even the city lord turned a blind eye to the transactions here, which is considered as tacit approval. Ning Bai nodded as if he understood, and then it was their turn. However, they did not take out their space rings, but just used the same portable space bags as ordinary people. They did not want to attract attention. The inspector saw Ning Bai throwing out several bags. He checked them in surprise and then he was shocked to find that they were all filled with the key parts of ferocious beasts and their spirit cores. He put down the bag with a greedy look on his face, looked at the two people and said, who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? My name is Mo Hei. This is my first time out of town hunting. This is my ID card. The man looked at Ning Bai's ID card, then came to Ning Bai and whispered, boy, do you know the rules here? Ning Bai calmly threw a beast's corpse over, but the man shook his head and said, you are such a fool. You only gave me so little out of so many things. Ning Bai looked at the man expressionlessly and said, then what do you want? The man whispered greedily, I want half of your harvest. Qin Linghui, who was standing by, saw the guy's huge mouth and immediately became red with anger. How could you do this? What's the difference between this and robbery? Everyone around looked at the two of them jokingly. It seemed that the two of them were being targeted by the city defense forces. Now there was going to be some fun. I'm just asking you to give it to me. If you don't even think about getting through this door. The man stood there fearlessly. Ning Bai suddenly smiled at him and said, do you know that you will get beaten for being so arrogant? Hearing Ning Bai's words, the man laughed out loud, I am a city defense soldier, how dare you attack me? Ning Bai turned around and looked at Qin Linghui beside him and said, look, there are such cheap people everywhere. Stay away from them, or they will dirty your eyes. Ning Bai appeared in front of the man in an instant, and kicked him dozens of meters away. He fell to the ground and his life or death was unknown. How dare you attack the city defense forces? You're so brave. Come on, let's take this guy down together. Soon a group of people rushed forward, and the people around thought that the boy was dead, but soon they were stunned, only to see the city defense army. They fell to the ground one after another, but the man stood there spotless. This idea is difficult, we can't handle it, reported immediately. Looking at the vulnerable city defense troops, Ning Bai couldn't help but sigh. I once wanted to be a city defense soldier, but I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Let's go into the city. Soon Ning Bai took Qin Linghui's little hand and walked into the city gate with a swagger. Qin Linghui was surprised and said, "Aren't you afraid that the city lord will cause trouble for you?" Although Qini City is backward, the city lord is also a powerful spirit king. Ning Bai was also shocked when he heard this. You know, the city lord of Anhui City has not reached the spirit king realm. This place is even more dilapidated than Anhui, and the city lord is actually a spirit king. This makes Ning Bai puzzled. What are you afraid of? We have a legitimate reason. Those guys are too greedy. Even if the city lord comes, it won't be enough. Besides, isn't your grandfather here? It's not a big problem. Qin Linghui couldn't help but glare at the end, saying, You guy, you just met my grandfather and you're already trying to curry favor with him. Ning Bai said seriously, Your grandfather is my grandfather, and besides, your grandfather wouldn't want to see us being bullied, right? Just as the two were walking and talking, a figure suddenly blocked their way, and a powerful aura of a spiritual general poured out instantly. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in Qini Bay City? Ning Bai and the others were completely unaffected by the pressure from this spirit general level warrior. Ning Bai took a step forward with ease and said, My name is Mo Hei. The city defense soldiers at the city gate just now demanded half of my gains before letting me enter the city. I'd like to ask, is Qini City full of hooligans? Seeing the relaxed look on the man's face, the visitor was slightly surprised. This man is clearly just a spirit envoy. How could he possibly withstand the pressure of a spirit general? At this time, in a room, two old men were drinking and eating happily. There was a display screen in front of them, which showed the scene of Ning Bai and others. Hey, old Qin, this guy is Ning Bai. He's really not at ease wherever he goes. Luckily, we changed his identity for him, otherwise he would have been exposed in a minute. That's why I sent this brat to Qini City so you can teach him a lesson. The old man suddenly looked serious and whispered, This kid is the owner of the artifact. Could he be the one who saved City 108? Xin Hao also stopped and said, If that legend is true, then he is the most suitable person. Alas, there is no time left for City 108. Once that seal completely disappears, it will be a disaster for us. As they talked, the two of them looked up at the sky. They seemed to see the light golden protective shield in the sky. This protective shield enveloped the entire 108 cities, but the energy was becoming increasingly thinner. Something from the outside world kept hitting the energy shield. Although it could not be broken, the golden light of the energy shield was obviously dimmed. After hearing what Ning Bai said, the man did not respond to Ning Bai. He just said, Fight me. If you beat me, I will help you solve this problem. If you lose, you have to confess your guilt. It seems that this man has placed Ning Bai on the same level, but he doesn't know that Ning Bai is really a spiritual messenger and has not hidden his cultivation at all. Seeing the man ready to go, Ning Bai did not hesitate and hurriedly summoned the Kunlun mirror. Then Ning Bai's spiritual power poured in, and in an instant, a person who looked exactly like the man walked out of the mirror. Everyone was shocked. This was the first time they had seen such a strange trick. They thought it was just an illusion. The man also thought it must be an illusion. He rushed over with a disdainful sneer. He was ready to suppress this impostor directly. Old Qin, your granddaughter's Kunlun mirror is truly remarkable. I've never seen such a 100% illusion technique before. Seeing the old man's surprised expression, Xin Hao smiled and said, This is because of the contract with Ning Bai, which is why it has such power. The previous Linghui copied only half of its strength. It seems that divine weapons also need someone to control them to become more powerful. Unfortunately, there are very few people in this world who can contract divine weapons. Hearing the old man's regretful words, Xin Hao just smiled slightly and did not tell him that Ning Bai could also contract other divine artifacts. He was preparing to give his old friend a big surprise. Chapter 44 The Truth of the World. Seeing two identical people in front of them, making the same moves, fighting continuously, the other spectators exclaimed that it was exciting, but the man fighting was speechless. He had previously thought that everything was just a trick of the man in front of him, but he didn't expect that after actually fighting with this imposter, he even suspected that this person was the real him, because the other party's moves, timing, and habits were exactly like him. Ning Bai sat leisurely on the side, thinking to himself, this guy is far worse than that big black dog beast back then. He only consumed less than half of my spiritual power. You know, Ning Bai used up more than half of his spiritual power on that big black dog back then. However, Ning Bai was thinking about a question: could he release the big black dog again to kill the opponent directly? He felt that the two of them would probably not be able to determine the winner after fighting for a long time, so Ning Bai prepared to try out the use of the Kunlun mirror. Ning Bai's body trembled, and spiritual power instantly poured into the Kunlun mirror. The Kunlun mirror shone brightly, and a vortex gate appeared in the mirror again. A huge monster walked out and roared, scaring the onlookers nearby and making them retreat one after another. The surrounding city defense soldiers also sat at attention. The big dog saw the two fighting figures and rushed over instantly to join the battle. The man saw a ferocious beast rushing towards him and his face turned grim. He was about to surrender, but was slapped several meters away by the big black dog's paw. Then the big black dog and the fake man disappeared. A group of city guards rushed over and helped the man lying in the rubble out. The man looked grim, but when he saw Ning Bai, his eyes were full of fear. Well, I won, so I'll fulfill your promise. At this time, a figure collapsed on the ground on the city wall. He was the arrogant city defense soldier. He wanted to see these people being suppressed by the deputy city lord, but he didn't expect that even the deputy city lord was not his opponent. He already knew his fate. The man shouted grimly, "Bring that man here. I want to execute him myself." Soon the man was dragged over. His eyes were lifeless and his body was shaking. Only when he saw the deputy city lord's face did he regain some composure. "Deputy city lord, please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again." The man had no expression on his face, but he thought to himself, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not having eyes. You've run into a tough guy. Throw him into jail, and then send him out into the wild to mine. Then the man was dragged away by the city defense forces with a dead look on his face. Everyone knew that this was basically the same as death. Xin Linghui hurriedly grabbed Ning Bai's hand and said, "Go home quickly, I want to read Grandma's inspiration book." Ning Bai was so confused by this little girl that he said helplessly, "Okay, you lead the way and we'll go now." Xin Linghui's eyes lit up as she pulled Ning Bai and prepared to leave. The other city defense troops also made way for them, fearing that they would provoke the two again. The man beside them suddenly stopped Ning Bai and the other man and said, "Wait a moment." The other onlookers were about to leave when they heard this, and they all looked at the show with a look of anticipation. Could there be another unexpected event at this moment? Ning Bai looked puzzled and asked, "Why, do you still want to fight?" The man swallowed hard, waved his hand, and said fearfully, No, little brother, you misunderstood. It was the city lord who sent a message, inviting you to come over for a chat. As for this young lady, you can leave now." Xin Linghui, who was standing by, immediately became alert when she heard this. Why did Ning Bai go alone? Seeing the two men's suspicious looks, the man hurriedly said, "The city lord said that this was your grandfather's order, so as not to delay your reading." Ning Bai and Xin Linghui finally realized that it was Qin Hao's idea. Xin Linghui finally felt relieved and said to Ning Bai, "Then I'll go back to read first. You can go by yourself." Then, Xin Linghui disappeared in a flash, and Ning Bai followed the man to the city lord's mansion. In a room of the Weapon Spirit Association, Xianyuan Shixiang was sitting leisurely. Suddenly, the door opened and a familiar figure walked in. It was Hai Lao. Hai Lao said expressionlessly, "Where are my things?" Thank you so much, Mr. Hai. Otherwise, it would take a while to bring down the Shangguan family. This is what you wanted. Take a look." Xianyuan Shixiang saw a scroll in his hand and threw it to Hai Lao. Hai Lao did not take it immediately, but used his spiritual power to carefully check if there was any tampering on it. He took it in his hand after the inspection was completed. He slowly looked at the words on it with excitement in his eyes, and then calmed down in an instant, took the scroll, and prepared to leave. Xianyuan Shixiang, who was standing by, saw Hai Lao about to leave and suddenly said, "My Xianyuan family is about to marry the Dongfang family. I hope Hai Lao will do me a favor." Hai Lao paused for a moment, said nothing, and then left in a hurry, leaving only the smug Xianyuan Shixiang in the room. Ning Bai quickly arrived at the city lord's mansion and was taken into a room. Two old men were drinking wine and looking at Ning Bai with smiles on their faces. "You're finally here. Should I call you Mo-hei or Ning Bai? Ning Bai was shocked when he heard this, and looked at the strange old man warily. Xinhao, who was standing beside him, finished his glass of wine and laughed. Ning Bai, it's okay. I told him your identity, and he also arranged Mo-hei's identity. After hearing Xinhao's words, Ning Bai clasped his fists with gratitude and said, "Thank you, Lord Qimi City, for your help." Ning Bai is very grateful. That's so strange. Just call me Old Ming. Your grandpa Qin and I have been friends for many years. His business is my business. At this time, Xinhao shouted, "Come over quickly and eat together. These are all specialties of Qini City. Ordinary people can't eat them." Ning Bai soon joined the dinner, but when he saw the scorpion meat, snake meat and other poisonous insect meats on the table, Ning Bai immediately stopped eating with his chopsticks. This is the specialty, it's really special. However, the two did not force it, and just talked to themselves. Since the revival of spiritual energy, human life has undergone tremendous changes. The sudden appearance of weapon spirit masters, spirit weapon masters, weapon controllers, and spirit beasts has made the world no longer peaceful. Humans were no match for the monsters and eventually came to this tiny place. 108 weapon spirit heroes suddenly appeared and built 108 cities to block the ferocious monsters from the outside world and protect the last humans. Suddenly, General Ming looked at Ning Bai and asked, "Do you know where these 108 heroes came from?" Ning Bai was surprised when he heard this and asked, "Are you saying that these 108 heroes are not from our world?" That's right. Everyone has always believed that these 108 heroes are the sparks of our humanity. In fact, these 108 people are not humans from our world at all. They are too powerful. At that time, spiritual energy had just revived, and it was impossible for us humans to have such powerful spirits. So they can only come from other worlds. The two old generals looked at Ning Bai and found that Ning Bai was not surprised. Instead, he accepted the answer very smoothly. The two were also very confused, but they didn't know that Ning Bai had also traveled through time, so he was not surprised. But Ning Bai was surprised. Then how did you prove this answer? The two exchanged a glance, and Elder Ming smiled and said, "Ning Bai, you may not quite understand what a Spirit King level 8 weapon spirit user is. At this level, one can already discover some special things. People at this level will sense that this world is rejecting them, and their spiritual power is completely inadequate for a Spirit King level 8 weapon spirit user. As long as they make a move, this small world may be damaged. This is why this world only has Spirit King level 7, and no Spirit King level 8 masters." Ning Bai pointed at the two of them in shock and said, "Then you two elders are also?" "Yes, both of us are Spirit King level 8 warriors, also known as the Ascension Realm, which means we need to go to a higher level world." Such explosive news hit Ning Bai's cognition one after another. He stared blankly at the two kind-looking old men. Seeing Ning Bai's expression, they were very satisfied, so Qinhao said earnestly, "Ning Bai, I told you so much, but we discovered that the barrier created by the 108 heroes is about to disappear." Ning Bai suddenly looked up at the sky with shock on his face. Although he couldn't see anything, the Donghuang bell in his body suddenly trembled. Ning Bai didn't notice the movement. Then he looked at the two elders seriously, waiting for their next words. "If there are number 108 heroes this time, then you are the only one who can do it, because you are the one and only divine weapon contractor." Seeing the serious looks of the two elders, Ning Bai felt a great deal of pressure for the first time. After all, this was a matter of such importance. So he smiled bitterly and said, "But I'm just a spiritual messenger." "Ha, a spirit envoy can kill a spirit king. Doesn't this prove that you are extraordinary?" Although Ning Bai wanted to say that it was not his power, he did not dare to really speak out the mysterious consciousness and could only smile awkwardly. Deep inside the Weapon Spirit Association, which is considered a forbidden area of the Weapon Spirit Association, 3 pairs of eyes suddenly opened, and soon 3 old figures gathered together. "It's been 100 years. Why hasn't the envoy arrived yet? The protective shield can't hold out for much longer. It's no use. When the 3 of us reached the 8th level of Spirit King, the envoy didn't come to guide us. It seems something has gone wrong. It seems the envoy can't come. We can only rely on the sound of the bell for salvation." The 3 of them quickly agreed, looking for the bell of salvation, but unfortunately the envoys didn't leave any detailed information about the bell, so they had no idea where to start. So they set their sights once again on the place where the bell rang last time, and they were ready to go in person. Undercurrents surged in the 108 cities, and a raging storm was about to come. Ning Bai suddenly thought of his parents, classmates, and teachers. Their faces kept appearing in his mind, they must be very sad to hear the news of my death." A tear fell quietly. Chapter 45. Looking back at old friends, entering the blue sea again. In the wilderness, the Wolf King transformed into a human form, holding Ning Bai's Jian sword and Jiang sword in his hands. He waved the swords in his hands excitedly, and it was obvious that he was quite satisfied with these two swords. Suddenly a voice was heard, "King Sirius, long time no see." A masked man in a black robe suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking at the black-robed man in front of him, the Wolf King asked doubtfully, "Beast God cult leader? I never thought that the famous Sirius King would remember a small character like me. I am truly honored." The Wolf King was surprised and asked, "What on earth happened to your Beast God cult?" The man in black robes did not answer, but only said one sentence, "I have a great plan. If you want revenge, follow me." Watching the black-robed man gradually disappear, the Sirius King couldn't help but think of his brother's tragic death and his own miserable life. His eyes became firm and he followed him. Soon the Sirius King also disappeared. In Qini City, Qin Linghui was happily researching the spiritual skill Thousand Illusions. Next to her was an old lady whose face was full of wrinkles but gave off a lively look. She looked at Qin Linghui with a doting look on her face. "Grandpa Qin, I want to go back to Anhui and Bihai." Qin Hao was watching TV nearby. Hearing Ning Bai's words, he nodded and said, "Have you thought about it? Are you really ready?" "I've made up my mind. Even if I'm MOHE, I'm going to go. This is a promise I owe to Principal Shangguan. I want to use the identity of MOHE to visit those who are worried about me." Qin Hao stared at Ning Bai and said, "Okay, remember, don't reveal your identity, Ning Bai, otherwise all your relatives will be implicated." "I know. I won't joke about the lives of my loved ones. One day, I, Ning Bai, will appear in front of everyone openly." After Ning Bai finished speaking, he seemed to remember something, and suddenly a pile of white fruits appeared in his palm. "This should be helpful to you and Grandma. This is the portion for Mr. Ming, and please pass it to him." Looking at the fruit in front of him, Qin Hao was puzzled. Although it was extremely precious, it was useless at their level. However, seeing Ning Bai's kindness, he kindly accepted it. Ning Bai saw the old man accept it expressionlessly, and he knew that the old man didn't take it seriously, so he reminded him, "Grandpa Qin, why don't you try one?" Qin Hao was also stunned when he heard this, then he smiled and agreed, "Ning Bai is thoughtful, then Grandpa Qin will eat one." Qin Hao, who thought it was just like eating candy, was immediately shocked. The spiritual power that had been stagnant in his body for many years actually loosened up, and the spiritual power became a little more refined. He looked at Ning Bai in front of him in shock, and then looked at the white and purple Baiyan fruit in his hand. "How is it, Grandpa Qin, is my spiritual fruit delicious?" Ning Bai looked at the shocked old man with a smile. This was a fruit that had been nurtured by a chaotic spiritual weapon, how could it be an ordinary product? However, Ning Bai did not expect that his action would delay Li Chuanyue's awakening again. "What kind of fruit is this? It's definitely not an ordinary white flame fruit." Seeing Grandpa Qin's puzzled look, Ning Bai said with an enigmatic expression, "This is a secret." In fact, Ning Bai had already eaten a lot of it last night, and he found that this fruit was very different. It might not be appropriate to call it the white flame fruit anymore. It should be called the white purple flame fruit. He is now a level 5 spiritual user. Of course, he also left a lot for Qin Linghui, which should be enough for her to break through to the spiritual master realm. By then, the combat power of the two of them will definitely be able to reach a higher level. Ordinary spiritual weapons are always lower in level than the controllers, but Ning Bai is different. He can use high-level spiritual weapons as long as his spiritual power is sufficient. The white-purple flame fruit continuously compresses and refines Ning Bai's spiritual power, and his spiritual power becomes more and more powerful. It is like a fruit tailor-made for Ning Bai. Ning Bai left alone. He didn't take anyone with him. He wanted to visit his relatives and friends alone. Soon Ning Bai arrived at Anhui Base City through the teleportation array. This was where his dream began. Seeing that Anhui was more prosperous and lively than before, Ning Bai's mouth corners inadvertently rose. As he walked, Ning Bai saw a familiar house. He slowly walked up and saw the familiar house number. Ning Bai knocked on the door tremblingly. After waiting for a while, the door opened and a haggard face appeared in front of Ning Bai. It was Ning Bai's mother, Ren Lijuan. When I saw this familiar face, I wanted to take it off immediately and recognize her, but I couldn't do that. "Hello, who are you?" After calming down, Ning Bai asked, "Is this Ning Bai's home?" Ren Lijuan asked sadly. Yes, are you also Ning Bai's friend? Ning Bai also reacted immediately. Yes, my name is Mo Hei, I am Ning Bai's good friend, and I came here specifically to see him this time. Come in. When Ning Bai walked into the door, he smelled a strong scent of incense. He saw a figure squatting on the ground burning paper money. It was Ning Bai's father, Ning Junwei. He looked very decadent. When he thought that it was because of him that his parents became like this, he couldn't help but blame himself. The Ning army guard on the ground adjusted his expression when he saw Ning Bai coming in. He smiled and said to Ning Bai, "Thank you for coming to see our Ning Bai. Ning Bai will definitely be very happy to know that he has so many friends visiting him." Ning Bai held back his tears and turned his face away. He was afraid that if he kept looking at his parents, he would not be able to control himself. Looking at the black and white photo frame surrounded by flowers, it was a photo of Ning Bai taken in high school. Ning Bai looked a little green at that time, and was smiling happily. Ning Bai began to kneel down and burn incense for himself, but he was actually kneeling to his parents. He kept kowtowing. The two people on the side also noticed Ning Bai's abnormal behavior and hurried over to hold Ning Bai back. "Kid, what are you doing? Why are you ruining yourself?" Looking at his panicked parents, Ning Bai wiped his eyes and said, "I'm sorry, I really lost control of my emotions and caused you trouble. Child, Ning Bai is blessed to have a friend like you, but he himself is not blessed, alas." Suddenly, Ning Bai saw an autograph book that was already full of names. Zhao Hao, Zhou Ming. Familiar names appeared on it. He kept looking down, and the names of Chen Keier, Feng Xiang, and others also slowly appeared. Seeing the last few names, Shangguan Mengqian, Shangguan Yu, Bai Qingxue, and Shangguan Yuntian, these four people reminded Ning Bai of that scene again. Finally, he secretly left some things, then slowly walked out the door, his eyes gradually becoming firm. After leaving home, he came to a remote little house. A woman was staring at a portrait in a daze, her eyes red. He slowly walked up to the woman and said, "Actually, parting is for a long-awaited reunion." When the woman looked up, there was no one in front of her, only a few spirit coins in front of her. She continued to look at the photo, which showed Li Chanyue and Li Jihua hugging each other. Ning Bai didn't know how long he walked before he finally arrived at the teleportation array. He looked back and then walked into the teleportation array without hesitation, but his eyes were full of memories. In the blink of an eye, Ning Bai arrived at Bihai College and went straight to his dormitory. The items inside were neatly arranged without a trace of dust. The familiar feeling made him unable to help but lie down on the bed. Seeing several people sweating on the playground, Ning Bai smiled slightly, then his figure disappeared, and then appeared in the empty principal's office. After sitting for a while, he disappeared again. "Mo Hei, right? Welcome to Bai High Academy." Chapter 46, Showdown between freshmen from the top 10 colleges. Principal Shangguan said he had to go back home for something, and he hasn't returned yet. The freshman competition is coming up soon. What should we do? I saw an old man walking back and forth in the room with an anxious look on his face. Then we're the only ones organizing this event. Let's first determine the participants and then decide based on the competition. After hearing this, the others calmed down and nodded. This was the only way. Soon after, Bai High College issued a notice: Bai High freshmen who wish to participate in the 10 freshman showdown, please come to the Academic Affairs office to register. If there are too many people, a qualifying competition will be held, limited to 10 groups. 2 weapon spirit masters count as one group. When the students of Bihai College saw the news, they gathered around, including Feng Xiang and others. They went to the Academic Affairs office to sign up without hesitation. Seeing the few people leaving, Ning Bai also came out and registered using the identity of Mo Hei. Soon most of the time had passed, and the old men in the vice principal's office were having a headache because the number of people who registered was less than 10 groups, only 8 groups. They were still thinking about the competition rankings, but they were really overthinking it. Now they can't even get everyone together. An old man sighed and said, "Since no one is participating, let's just have 8 groups. We can't force them." There was only a deep sigh in the office. Shangguan family, at this time. Shangguan Yuntian said to his 2 daughters sternly, "Mengshi, you must leave the Shangguan family immediately. It's no longer safe here. Go to Bihai College. It's one of the top 10 colleges after all. The Xianyuan family can't reach that far. Mengshi, I actually placed your mother in Bihai City because I was afraid that she would be discriminated against in the Shangguan family. I'm sorry, Mengshi, I wanted to marry you into the Xianyuan family because I wanted to protect you, because I no longer have the strength to protect my family and you. Shangwan Mengshi looked at the address handed to her and couldn't help but shed tears. It turns out that we have wronged our father. He has always used his own methods to protect our family and us. Shangwan Yu asked tremblingly at this time, what about you and mother? Your father and I will jointly defend the dignity of the Shangwan family and will not escape. I saw a beautiful figure walking in. You better leave quickly. The future of the Shangwan family depends on you. The woman pushed the two out of the door with both hands and the door closed quickly. Looking at the closed door, the two kowtowed 3 times to it and left the Shangwan family with reluctance. Xianyuan family. Xianyuan Shixiang looked at his daughter expressionlessly and said, Biyun, what is the matter that brought you here to see me this time? A girl with ice in her eyes and an extremely calm face asked with a firm face, what did you do to my mother and Aunt Nangong? Hearing this, Xianyuan Shixiang's face turned cold, but soon returned to normal. Your mother is just an ordinary person of low status, but since she gave birth to my daughter, of course I sent her away to be well taken care of. As for the Xianyuan family, she has no right to return. When is it your turn to worry about your Aunt Nangong's affairs? She is my contractor, what else can I do to her? However, his expression did not escape the smart eyes of the girl in front of him. She was sure that something must have happened to Aunt Nangong, but she did not say anything. Just like usual, he didn't say anything and walked out with a cold face. She arrived at a room, and immediately a beautiful young girl came over and asked anxiously, Sister Biyun, how is it? Did father tell us where my mother is? No, I just feel that my father has become abnormal. He has been staying indoors for the past few days. I suspect that Aunt Nangong's disappearance is related to him. The girl who heard this looked at the girl in black in disbelief. How could you say that about my father? Even if he treated you badly, you can't frame him like that. How could he lay hands on his own wife and his contracted partner? Looking at her excited sister in front of her, she shook her head helplessly and left. It was she who asked her to ask, and now it was up to her whether to believe it or not. As she walked along, she felt as if a force was about to burst forth from her body. This feeling had grown stronger since she had heard the bell last time. She didn't know what to do, but she didn't want to ask the family. Instead, she thought of the boy who had applied for a contract with her at Anhui High School. She thought to herself, he should have become a qualified weapon spirit user by now. At the Bihai Academy, it was already dark. 2 figures appeared in the principal's office. They were the Shangwan sisters, but their faces turned cold. Shangwan Yu spoke first, someone has been here before. The door is locked. Only spirit kings can enter. Who is it? First of all, we can rule out the Xianyuan family. They don't need to send anyone here because they know that the 2 are at the Shangwan family and there is no need for them to come here. The 2 of them thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out, so they had to give up. However, they also increased their vigilance. The protagonist of the incident, Ning Bai, was sleeping soundly in his new dormitory, which was a triple room, but his other 2 roommates were cultivating their spiritual powers at this time. However, the school conference room was brightly lit at this time. Shangwan Mengxian looked at the roster in her hand and frowned. Why are there only 8 groups participating? Principal, the students think it's embarrassing, so they refuse to go. Seeing the helpless looks of the elders, Shangwan Mengxi also lowered her head and sighed, and couldn't help but sigh, if only you were still here. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Let me introduce you to a new colleague, Shangwan Yu, a spirit king who is even more powerful than me. He will be the vice president of our Bihai Academy from now on. As soon as these words came out, several people looked at the long-legged beauty standing beside them who looked somewhat similar to the principal. They were overjoyed. That's great. Having such a master join Bihai is a blessing for us. Yeah. My Bihai college will surely flourish. Seeing everyone talking at once, Shangwan Yu nodded and disappeared into the room. Seeing Shangwan Yu leave, Shangwan Mengxi explained, okay, I've already greeted everyone. There will be a duel for freshmen from all 10 colleges tomorrow. Let's stop here for today. Everyone go back and rest early. The next morning, Ning Bai came to the designated location to gather. Everyone was already there, and he was the last one to arrive, but as long as he didn't exceed the time limit, it would be fine. Looking at the beautiful principal in front of him, Ning Bai was also touched. He didn't expect that she had returned to the Bihai Academy again. Alright, everyone, follow me into the teleportation array. This time, the competition will still be held in Hope Base City. I hope you will give it your all, no matter what the outcome. Hearing the principal's passionate words, everyone shouted in response, win glory for Bai Hai, go all out. Shangguan Mengshi nodded with satisfaction. The result was not important. This was exactly the spirit she needed. Ning Bai, also known as Mo Hei, who was standing by, suddenly said, I believe Bai Hai will definitely achieve good results this time. Looking at the strange boy in front of them, everyone was confused because they were unfamiliar with this person. Fortunately, Shangguan Mengxian said, Student Mo Hei, I'll give you some good wishes. Only then did everyone know that this classmate's name was Mo Hei. Soon a group of people came to this prosperous base city again, Hope Base City. When they arrived at the scene, people from the 10 major colleges had already arrived. When they saw the number of people in Bai Hai, they couldn't help but show sarcasm on their faces. Before, Ning Bai made Bai Hai steal the show, but now, look, they can't even produce 10 decent teams of contestants. Feeling the teasing gazes around them, the group looked unhappy, but fortunately a voice diverted everyone's attention away. There are 100 teams competing this time. We'll eliminate half of them first through a free-for-all. As soon as these words were spoken, the presidents of the 10 major colleges were all confused and puzzled. What was going on? They had not received any notice. This is the competition model recognized by Shenyuan Shixiang and Hai Lao, the top leaders of the Weapon Spirit Association. Shangguan Mengshi immediately sensed a deep conspiracy, which was clearly directed at Bihai College. They wanted to humiliate Bihai and then punish them. The other principals also reacted and glanced at Shangguan Mengxian out of the corner of their eyes. They knew that this rule was aimed at Bihai, or rather, at Bihai's principal Shangguan Mengxian herself. But Shangguan Mengxi had no choice, and she had no ability to refute, because that would only be asking for trouble. The contestants in the rest and waiting room also looked at Bai Hai's people with strange expressions, because they were the easiest persimmon to pick on. Feng Xiang and his men all looked grim. In this situation, there was no chance for them to conquer the Blue Sea. They were extremely angry. A steady voice suddenly appeared in the ears of the Bai Hai students, and everyone looked at the leisurely man in shock. Just go ahead and fight, and leave the rest to me. Chapter 47. The powerful Mo Hei made everyone stunned. Soon everyone was on a big arena. It was the first time in so many years that everyone had seen a brawl between 100 people. They all looked at the arena with anticipation. Falling from the ring is a loss, and surrender is also a loss. The match ends when only 50 contestants remain on the stage. Now I declare the game begins. Soon everyone saw a chaotic brawl. Someone had already fallen off the stage. The Bihai Academy was in an even worse situation. Only Ning Bai, Feng Xiang, and 3 others were left. The gap between the others was too big and they were no match at all. You guys, Bai Hai, just go down quickly and stop wasting time. All the people from the 9th-ranked Tianyuan Academy gathered together, and each of them was a weapon spirit master. They stared at the 4 people and forced them into a corner. Looking at the few people in Bai Hai before him, the leader said to himself, don't blame us for being cruel. This is a death order from the principal. Save the 9th and take down Bai Hai first. Feng Xiang took out an ancient zither, quickly got into position, looked at Chen Kair and Mo Hei and shouted, the situation is critical now. You two hold them off. I want to let these guys know that my Bai Hai Academy is not to be trifled with. Chen Kair took the lead in attacking and instantly turned into a fan. She waved it fiercely, and there was a whistling sound. Before several people could react, they were blown back several steps by the strong wind, looking at the fan in the air with a little surprise. When Feng Xiang saw this scene, his fingers kept moving, and the sound of a piano resounded throughout the arena, attracting everyone's attention. Feng Xiang closed his eyes tightly, his face calm, his fingers kept moving, and pleasant piano sounds came out from his fingertips. But the 10 people on the other side were not feeling well. They did not find such a beautiful sound pleasant at all. Instead, they had severe headaches. The 10 people all covered their heads and screamed on the ground, but Feng Xiang had no intention of stopping, and the music continued. Those who knew the subject were also shocked when they heard this song. This is the song of the rising tide of the Blue Sea from the Blue Sea Academy. How is it possible that this child has successfully practiced this song? The 9 principals on the stage were also looking at Shangguan Mengxian in shock, but Shangguan Mengxian had no expression on her face. She just stared at Feng Xiang and the others. When the people around saw the miserable state of the 10 people, they put away their little thoughts and left the place. This was not something they could afford to offend. Soon, several people shouted the word surrender with difficulty, and Tianyuan Academy was taken down by one person. Principal Tianyuan on the stage had a grim expression on his face. He hadn't expected that 10 people could defeat 4 people. This was a complete loss of face for him. After a while, the song stopped. Feng Xiang opened his eyes, his face pale as he murmured, "Bai Hai is definitely not the last one." After saying this, he fell to the ground, and the Guqin beside him also turned into Zhou Qinger's figure and fainted on the ground. "Thank you for your hard work, leave the rest to me." Ning Bai helped the 2 men up with an expressionless face, and then sent them to the referee. Looking at the number of people on the stage, Ning Bai found that there were still 60 people on the stage. He felt that he had to end this farce quickly to avoid being targeted again. So Ning Bai moved at an extremely fast speed at the edge of the ring. People near the edge of the ring only felt a black shadow passing by, and then they left the ring inexplicably. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, he counted the number of people quietly with the corner of his mouth. When it reached 10, he immediately returned to his original position and greeted Chen Kair with a smile. Chen Kair was about to ask where this guy had gone when a voice appeared in everyone's ears. "This elimination round is over. The remaining students will continue to participate in the subsequent duels." This made Chen Kair completely confused. She looked at the dark-skinned boy in front of her in disbelief and said, "Hey, did we pass?" "Yeah, we're so lucky, thanks to Feng Xiang and the others, otherwise we Bai Hai would be dead." Hearing Hei's words, Chen Kair was very excited, but she suddenly looked at Ning Bai with a strange expression and said, "Hey, what did you mean by that sentence before?" "That was just to encourage you to fight with all your strength and give you some confidence." "What? Do you think I'm a big shot? I'm just a spiritualist who doesn't even have a spiritual weapon." Hearing Hei's words, Chen Kair also chuckled, "That's right, you are just a spiritualist who doesn't even have a spiritual weapon, but you are not afraid at all. We are the ones who are inferior." "Thank you, Hei. We are all teammates. Besides, I didn't do much. It was you who beat me." Ning Bai supported the weak Chen Kair back to the locker room. The teammates inside were cheering excitedly for this rare victory, and Shangwan Mengqian also showed a long-lost smile. Everyone was cheering for Feng Xiang and the other 2, but Shangwan Mengqian called him aside and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm just an ordinary student who only wants to win for Bai Hai. Principal, don't worry that I have any ulterior motives." The boy looked out the window with a smile on his face, as if recalling something. After hearing this, Shangwan Mengqi was stunned for a while, then looked at Hei with a complicated expression, and finally left slowly. Soon everyone received the news about the next match. They looked at the news expectantly, but their faces turned ugly, because both opponents were epic geniuses, and Hei's opponent was actually the genius with 2 epic contracts, Long Out Yen. Shangwan Mengqi couldn't help it and disappeared in an instant. When everyone saw Principal Shangwan disappear, they all looked depressed. It seemed that the other party would not give them any chance to survive. However, only Hei's expression remained unchanged, his pupils moved slightly, as if he was thinking about something. The time came and we soon arrived at the arena. It was still crowded with people and the atmosphere was as lively as ever. Everyone saw that Principal Shangwan had already come to the stage, but her face did not look very good. "There are 25 duels this time. I hope everyone has received the list. I now announce that the first match is Bai Academy Spirit Weapon Master Chen Kair Spirit Master Level 3 vs Hope Academy Spirit Weapon Master Feng Wenjie Spirit Master Level 4. The people from Bai Academy were startled. What was going on? They were targeting us right from the start. Inside a luxurious room, several middle-aged men each embraced a revealing beauty. Their hands wandered constantly, but their eyes were fixed on the scene on the duel field. Seeing the first team from the Bai Academy appear, they immediately smiled and said, "Master Xian Yuan, are you satisfied with this?" Xian Yuan Shixiang rubbed the woman in his arms fiercely, then laughed heartily, "Well, you did a great job, from now on, stay with my Xian Yuan family." The middle-aged men didn't care about the women in their arms and hurriedly pushed them away. They bowed to Xian Yuan Shixiang and said, "Thank you, Master Xian Yuan." Xian Yuan Shixiang waved his hand and continued to look at the field. At this time, Chen Kair had already arrived at the ring and saw a man with a look of disdain walking up. Chen Kair took the initiative and instantly transformed into a big fan. She planned to take advantage of the opponent's carelessness and blow him out of the ring. Seeing that the opponent did not move, she was overjoyed. She burst out with all her spiritual power, the fan shone brightly, a gust of wind filled the ring, and soon went towards Feng Wenjie. He slowly threw out a purple gourd. When the strong wind reached him, the purple gourd instantly burst into purple light, and all the wind was sucked in. The scene instantly became calm. When Shen Kaer saw that her strongest attack was easily broken by the opponent, she jumped off the ring helplessly. The audience at the scene also cheered. They hoped that the genius of the academy did not disappoint them and won the victory effortlessly. Students from other colleges also looked serious when they saw this scene. This Hope College is really as strong as ever. Everyone had lost hope. They didn't think Mo-hei could defeat Long Outyen, the double contract genius who was even stronger than the previous one. Next match, Beihai Academy Mo-hei Spirit Master Level 5 vs Hope Academy Long Outyen Weapon Spirit Master Level 6. Soon they arrived on the stage. Long Outyen was followed by two proud girls. He did not summon the spiritual weapon directly, but looked at the dark-skinned boy opposite him jokingly with the girls. The audience on the stage also burst into laughter. This guy is just here to join the fun. He doesn't even have a spiritual weapon. A spiritualist actually comes to participate in the competition. No one was optimistic about Mo-hei. Even Shangguan Mengqian closed her eyes. There was only one exception, a girl in black, who looked at the figure on the stage with a puzzled look. This feeling cannot be wrong. It's him. Doesn't he have a contracted spiritual weapon yet? The girl stared blankly at the man on the stage who was being laughed at by everyone. Just as Long Outyen was about to say something, he felt something was wrong and hurriedly clasped his fists to block. Soon he felt a huge force hitting his arm, and then he felt dizzy. In the eyes of everyone, they only saw Mo-hei appear in front of Long Outyen in an instant, and knocked Long Outyen to the edge of the ring with one punch. The scene was completely silent, as if time had stopped at this moment. Only the people in Beihai were ecstatic. They screamed and called out that name. Mo-hei, Mo-hei. Shangguan Mengqian's pupils dilated as she looked at the scene in disbelief. Is this Mo-hei? The crowd gradually cheered. They were impressed by one person. At this moment, everyone was shouting, Mo-hei, Mo-hei, Mo-hei. The two contractors also reacted and instantly transformed into spiritual weapons to guard Long Outyen. Long Outyen finally came to his senses and looked at Ning Bai in shock. You, what kind of monster are you? I'm Mo-hei, just an ordinary person. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Bai disappeared instantly, which made Long Outyen immediately alert. He wanted to control the spiritual weapon to protect its master, but it was too late. A familiar face appeared in front of him, and soon he felt himself flying out. Long Outyen defeated. There was a burst of cheers at the scene, and people kept shouting, Dark Horse, don't be black, Dark Horse, don't be black. Ning Bai staggered and almost fell down when he heard this. Who came up with this? Only a group of dazed principals were left on the stage. The scene was boiling. This was definitely the most exciting competition they had ever seen. Hey, don't mess around, I'm afraid of heights. I saw several people from the Beihai Academy rushing onto the stage frantically and lifting Ning Bai up high. Ning Bai wanted to cry but had no tears, and could only be thrown up again and again by the crowd. Chapter 48 The Weapon Refining Method reappears, the secret of spiritual skills. Long Outyen, who was lying on the ground, was helped up by the two women. He looked dazed at this moment, as if he had not yet recovered from what had just happened. Prepare to start the next round, please wait for the next round. Hearing the referee's voice, everyone immediately ran down with the dizzy Ning Bai in their arms. They only put Ning Bai down when they reached the Beihai rest area. Mo-hei, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Even Long Outyen was easily defeated by you. Feng Xiang looked at Ning Bai with envy, but there was a hint of unwillingness to admit defeat in his eyes. Yeah, now those guys' faces have changed. Chen Kaer smiled as she looked at the contestants from other academies, who were looking at Beihai with complicated expressions. Seeing everyone looking at him excitedly, Ning Bai felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart, bringing honor to the school. The main reason is that Long Outyen is too conceited, otherwise it would be hard to say who would win. But the crowd didn't care at all. They just said, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that you won. The next game has now begun, with Eternal Academy and Starlight Academy taking the field. The contestants from these two teams fought back and forth, unlike before where the fight ended quickly, which made people witness a wonderful battle. Ning Bai also watched other people's fighting styles and techniques intently. This was a good opportunity for him to learn. Shen Yuan Shixiang, however, was furious in the room. He threw the woman in his arms to the ground and stared at the live broadcast screen with a gloomy face. A bunch of useless people, they can't even do such a small thing. Several men nearby were also terrified and hurriedly explained, Master Shixion, there's something strange about this kid. Even a spirit king wouldn't be able to match his speed. He's just a spiritualist who doesn't even have a spiritual weapon. We doubt this guy is a newcomer to the Blue Sea. After hearing this, Xianyuan Shixiang fell into deep thought, but he did not think about whether Mo He was a new student in Bai Hai. This was not important. What was important was that he suspected that this kid had a treasure or a secret in his hands. You guys go out and arrest Ning Bai right now, saying this guy violated the rules of the game. I don't need to teach you this, right? Hearing this, several people quickly responded, understood, let's do it right away. Soon, several people disappeared, leaving only Xianyuan Shixiang lying quietly in the room. Just as everyone was watching the next game, several figures suddenly appeared in the sky. The Spirit Weapon Association has discovered that there are many suspicious points in Mo He's competition. We are going to bring him back to the Spirit Weapon Association for investigation. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone started talking about it. Shangguan Mengqian suddenly stood up and shouted angrily, "You are going too far. Principal Shangguan, please be careful with your words. Our Spiritual Weapon Association will not target anyone. We are just following the rules. Ning Bai's performance in this competition is completely beyond the level of a spiritualist. It's extremely unreasonable. We need to investigate thoroughly." Everyone also thought of Mo He's identity as a spiritualist, an ordinary spiritualist. How did he defeat the weapon spiritualist? Everyone also wanted to know the reason. In the Bai Hai rest area, everyone was filled with indignation. Is it true that Bai Hai can only lose and not win? Ning Bai on the side also frowned as he looked at the people from the Weapon Spirit Association in the air. He didn't expect that the other party would be so shameless and come to pick a fight right after the game ended. Student Mo He, please come and walk with us. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Mo He, some were worried, some were happy. Ning Bai stood up expressionlessly. Just as he was about to speak, a figure appeared in the air. Let's leave this matter at that. Mr. Mo He, please continue your competition. Several people immediately looked at the person who came and found an old man standing with his hands behind his back. They were shocked. Emmy, why are you here? Aren't you in seclusion? Hai Lao snorted coldly, if I don't come, what will become of this freshman competition? Go back and tell Xianyuan Shixiang not to cross the line. The 10 great academies are not his place to meddle. A few people wanted to say something, but when they saw Hai Lao's sharp eyes, they immediately dared not speak and left in a hurry. You guys continue with your game, don't worry about me. When everyone heard Hai Lao's voice, they finally reacted and hurriedly began to announce the next battle. Ning Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was just about to summon Kunlun Realm from a distance and run away. Kid, your name is Mo He, right? Come out for a moment, I have something to talk to you about. Ning Bai's heart tightened. Could it be that he discovered my true identity? He felt uneasy, but after thinking about it, he walked out of the rest area and went outside. An old man was sitting leisurely under a tree. When he saw Ning Bai coming out, he waved his hand and motioned him to come over. Ning Bai hesitated for a while, then slowly walked over and sat next to the old man. Hai Lao looked at Ning Bai with admiration and said, Mo He, what a dark horse. He even defeated Long Outyen. It was just a coincidence. Long Outyen was too careless. I am just a low-talented spiritualist. Ha, you are still so humble. A spiritual master can be on par with a weapon spirit master. Doesn't this prove that you are a genius? After hearing Hai Lao's words, Ning Bai remained silent and could not refute. Seeing Ning Bai speechless, Hai Lao was silent for a while and then said, I have a way to let you possess the spiritual weapon. Ning Bai was shocked when he heard this. His eyes met Hai Lao's and his whole body shook. Seeing Ning Bai's expression, Hai Lao didn't say anything more. A scroll appeared out of thin air in his hand, and he handed it to Ning Bai. He looked at the scroll in his hand in disbelief. Is a spirit weapon a person or a weapon? Can it be divided into two? Through my continuous research and experimentation, I finally found a way to separate the two. That's weapon refining. Through weapon refining, the essence of the spiritual weapon can be refined out, and then re-refined with some other materials to recondense the spiritual weapon. This way, talent is no longer so important. They can freely use spiritual weapons of any level, so that there is no longer only one person who controls the weapon, and everyone can control the weapon. Even so, humans and spiritual weapons have a certain degree of compatibility. If you want to improve the compatibility, you only need to find a spiritual weapon master with a very high compatibility. Refining him and his spiritual weapon master together into a spiritual weapon can greatly improve the compatibility. There is even a certain chance of obtaining the same compatibility as the refiner. However, the only flaw of this method is that the host will die the moment the spiritual weapon is separated. This is too cruel, so use it with caution. Seeing this, Ning Bai was certain that this was the weapon refining method that the leader of the beast god cult had used on him. He didn't expect that Hai Lao also had such a thing. Ning Bai returned the scroll to Hai Lao and stood up. Hai Lao, this thing is not suitable for me. Hai Lao should find someone else. I, Mohe, would not bother to harm an innocent life. Seeing Mohe's disgusted look, Hai Lao suddenly laughed and said, "Boy, it seems that you have a great character. If it were an ordinary person, they would have given up long ago. Few people can resist the temptation of such a great opportunity. Ebi, what are you doing?" Seeing Ning Bai's puzzled look, Hai Lao explained, "Actually, this thing is just used to test you. After all, it's a huge temptation for people like you who don't have spiritual weapons." "Test me?" Ning Bai looked at Hai Lao in confusion. Hai Lao also stood up, looked at the sky in the distance and said, "Yes, I am testing you, because I need your help with something. Do you know where the spiritual skills of our 108 cities come from?" Ning Bai shook his head. He had thought about this and asked about it, but no one could explain it to him in detail. In fact, our spiritual skills are all obtained from a broken space. That space is unstable and cracks may appear at any time. Our Spiritual Weapon Association loses many lives every year for spiritual skills. However, through our research and experimentation over the years, we've come to a conclusion: the lower the level, the less likely it is for someone to trigger a spatial rift. For example, weapon spirit masters are more likely to trigger a spatial rift, while weapon controllers and spirit weapon masters are relatively better. Spirit masters are least likely to trigger a rift, and so far, this space can only be entered by spirit masters and below. After hearing Hai Lao's explanation, Ning Bai finally understood why he came to him. He was a spiritualist, fast, and he also defeated Long Outyen. If he wasn't the best candidate, then what was he? Mohe, are you willing to do me a favor, and do the entire 108 cities a favor? Hearing this, Ning Bai cursed the old fox in his heart, but Ning Bai also wanted to see what the so-called space was like. Anyway, as Hai Lao said, it would not be easy for him to die if he went in, and he still had many ways to save his life. "I promise you, Hai Lao, but after I come out, I want to choose a spiritual skill first. In addition, you have to give me an original golden spiritual skill as a reward, not a copy." After hearing Ning Bai's words, Hai Lao fell silent. Both requests required a huge amount of money, which made it difficult for him to make a decision. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and agree. But Hai Lao made up his mind that if this kid didn't come up with something good, he would get nothing. "Then it's a deal. Don't worry, Hai Lao, I will definitely bring back precious spiritual skills for the 108 cities. Then I'll take your good wishes. I will inform your principal when the time comes. Go back. As expected, no one can be your opponent. Bai Hai will be the champion of this session." Then Ning Bai left this place, and only Hai Lao was standing there. He suddenly took out the refining scroll with a complicated expression. Chapter 49: The Final Victory. Bad news from Dongyuan Base City. Soon, when Ning Bai returned to the Bai Hai rest area, the competition was over. Now there were only 25 people left competing for the first place, and the rules of the competition had also changed. Enter the final qualifying round. Taking into account the college qualifying round, everyone will start competing as a whole college until all the members of one college are eliminated. Among them, all the people from Tianyuan Academy have been eliminated and ranked at the bottom: Xingwang 3, Yongheng 2, Beihai Academy 1, Hope 5, Lingfeng 2, Mingyang 2, Shinkong 3, Jinglei 3, Huayu 4. Hope vs. Flower Language. Starlight vs. Shinkong. Eternity vs. Spirit Wind. Yin and Yang vs. Thunder. Blue Sea Buys. As soon as the match information came out, everyone was surprised that Bai Hai was given a bye. However, they were not envious. After all, they had been targeted in 2 games before. It was probably Hai Lao's way of compensating Bai Hai. Ning Bai felt good after seeing this information. The feeling of being a bye was really comfortable. He immediately closed his eyes and rested. He had almost read it all before, so there was no need now. Seeing this, Chen Kei hurriedly leaned over to Ning Bai's ear and whispered, "Hey, why did you close your eyes? Why don't you take a good look at their background? There's nothing much to see. This year's champion is none other than Bai Hai. Just wait and cheer." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in Bai Hai turned their eyes to look over, but Ning Bai remained indifferent and closed his eyes to rest. Zhou Qing'er whispered in Feng Xiang's ear, "Why do I feel like classmate He is drifting?" Feng Xiang said seriously, "Don't worry about him. Whether we win or lose, it will all be his credit. Bai Hai has already stood up." Just like that, the results came out very quickly. Hope, Starlight, Spirit Wind, and Thunder One, and the other students entered the loser group to compete for the remaining places. Then there was a halftime break, waiting for the college students who had just fought to recover. A large number of spirit stones were specially used on the scene to promote their recovery quickly. It was really generous. The spiritual energy at the scene suddenly became denser. Ning Bai also felt the change in the spiritual energy. His body cells also became active, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy, which shocked the people nearby. Hey, didn't you go on stage? Why are you still absorbing spiritual energy? Hearing the voice from the side, Ning Bai's face was bright. "I like spiritual energy, just like eating, you can eat more when you are full." Everyone was completely confused. How could this spiritual energy be compared to food? I have never heard of anyone who can absorb spiritual energy when it is full. Wouldn't his body explode? In fact, Ning Bai took the opportunity to take the white-purple flame fruit and purify his spiritual power so that he could catch up with this wave of spiritual power, otherwise he would feel that he had lost out. At this time, everyone who had recovered on the field opened their eyes, and they had completed their adjustments. Ning Bai also opened his eyes immediately so that others would not notice that he was also absorbing spiritual energy. The competition information has appeared, but Ning Bai is not so lucky this time and is directly assigned to Hope College. The lucky one this time is Starlight Academy, and what remains is the duel between Lingfeng and Jinglei. Everyone is now excited. They want to see if He is really a dark horse this time and can surprise everyone again. The first person to appear at Hope Academy was Ning Bai's old acquaintance Long Aoquan. Ning Bai had fought with him before, but because of his poor foundation, the fight ended in a draw. Now the two met again. Hey, I'm not as arrogant as my annoying self just now. I will treat you as a real opponent. Long Aoquan walked up fully armed, looking like a warrior in golden armor, with only a pair of eyes exposed. Seeing this guy's appearance, Ning Bai was also confused. Could this guy's spiritual weapon be a suit of armor? Seeing Ning Bai frown, Long Aoquan immediately became arrogant. Hey, there's nothing we can do. No matter how fast you are, you can't knock me off the stage unless you can break through my defense, huh? Long Aoqian, who was in the audience, twitched his mouth slightly when he saw this scene. The audience is also looking forward to seeing whether the dark horse He can create another miracle and give everyone an exciting moment. Looking at Long Aoquan, who looked like a tortoise shell in front of him, Ning Bai seemed to be thinking about something. He disappeared again in an instant, and everyone was looking for him. Hai Lao in the dark was also very satisfied with this instant disappearance. When Long Aoquan saw He disappear, he was also very nervous. He kept comforting himself in his heart that the other party had no possibility of breaking his defense. Suddenly he felt as if he had become a little higher. Just as he was about to check, his vision suddenly blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he was already high in the air and still falling. "Brother, have a safe trip. I saw He standing on the ring and waving at me." The corners of Long Aoquan's mouth kept moving as he cursed out all the most unpleasant words he had ever known in his life. But Ning Bai below couldn't hear what he was saying at all. He just saw that the corners of his mouth were moving so fast that air was leaking out, and air was constantly pouring into his mouth. Hey, I want. Before he could finish his words, a big hole appeared on the ground, and Long Aoquan was dizzy and dazed, with no scars on his body. It seemed that it was really a turtle shell. It took a lot of effort for several people from Hope Academy to lift this guy out of the pit. Hey, don't be so arrogant, let me take on you. I saw a man from Hope Academy jumping out and rushing up aggressively, looking quite impressive. However, just as he stood firm, he was punched back by Ning Bai, and was caught quickly by the Hope Academy student behind him. Hey, if you have the guts, let me go up and set up the formation, then we can fight. You're just sneaking up on me. Okay, I can wait for you. Hearing this, the man was overjoyed and ran to the stage in a hurry. As long as he was not the same as the guy just now, it would be fine. Soon the man ran up and saw Ning Bai with his eyes closed. The man walked towards Ning Bai quietly, feeling very excited. As long as he succeeded, he would become famous. He walked to Ning Bai's side, and before the other party opened his eyes, he smiled sinisterly. Hey, you are too stupid, get out. He swung his long sword, and an astonishing aura emerged, and he slashed towards Ning Bai madly. The referee on the side was ready to rescue people, but suddenly Ning Bai opened his eyes full of teasing, and his figure quickly disappeared. The man saw Mo's figure in front of him suddenly disappear, and suddenly realized something, and was about to turn back. A cold voice appeared beside his ear. Since you want to chop me so badly, I'll let you try it too. The spiritual power in Ning Bai's body surged wildly, and the power of space became stronger and stronger. The man appeared directly at the position where Ning Bai was just now. This happened in an instant, and only Hai Lao saw it clearly. He looked at the high-spirited figure on the stage with a shocked expression. When everyone reacted, the referee rushed to rescue people, but it was too late. The man was instantly chopped and sent flying, and the big knife also realized what it had done and instantly turned into a human form. She had a dazed expression, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground unconscious. The referee caught the man in an instant. There was a huge scar on his body with blood constantly flowing out. He was no longer breathing. The whole audience was shocked. This was the first death in the freshman competition. How dare you, Hey, to kill someone? Do you still take us seriously? The principal of Hope College roared, and the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became tense. He killed himself. The knife was his, and he was the one who delivered such a powerful blow. What does it have to do with me? The principal of Hope College looked at Ning Bai with a sullen face and said, "What a smooth-talking boy. Let's see if you can still speak after I catch you." Wait. A figure suddenly appeared. It was Hai Lao. I saw it all. That student wanted to attack Hey but failed, and ended up suffering the consequences. No one else can be blamed. Killers be killed. The principal of Hope Academy wanted to say something, but was glared at by Hai Lao, so he sat back down. Hai Lao also sat down on the seat and took charge personally. Do you hope there's more competition in the academy? Come on up. Hearing this, the remaining two people looked at each other, then lowered their heads and dared not go forward. The referee sighed upon seeing this, and then announced that Bai Hai was the winner. Ling Feng behind was of course no match for Jing Lei and was quickly defeated. In the end, Bai Hai, Jing Lei and Xing Kong competed for the top 3 spots. Jing Lei and Xing Kong directly suggested that they fight for the second and third positions. They would not fight with Bai Hai anymore, and just let them fight. So Bai Hai directly became the champion. Shangwan Mengqian had a dreamy look on her face. Her dream for so many years had come true so easily, and it was realized by a spiritual person. We won, we really won. I knew Hey was a big shot. Bullshit. Is that what you said at the beginning? You said he was a scoundrel. Ha, that's not important. The key is that we won. Let's think about how we should celebrate tonight. A group of people were happily chatting in the Bihai rest area. Suddenly, Hai Lao's face changed drastically. Dongyuan Base City has been attacked and is surrounded by monsters. Even the teleportation array has been destroyed. The situation is not optimistic now. Give orders to all weapon spirits above the spirit general level to prepare to depart for Dongyuan Base City. Spread the news to other base cities immediately and rush to rescue. Soon the news spread, and the principals all looked solemn. Dongyuan Base City, the easternmost base city of the 108 cities, is now filled with densely packed monsters under its walls. Have you found out who destroyed the teleportation array? I want to see who among my human race has defected to the demon race. Report to the city lord. This is the footage captured by our surveillance camera. 2 figures, one black and one white, appeared on the screen. The white figure held 2 swords, one black and one white, in his hands and kept waving the swords. The surrounding city defense soldiers kept falling down, and the black figure slowly followed the white figure, and soon the 2 left the screen. They are not from Dongyuan City. Send the video to other base cities and find out the identities of these 2 traitors. Yes, City Lord. In a remote little house in Dongyuan City, 2 figures were sitting cross-legged. The concealment potion you developed is amazing. Even my demon beast can sneak in. The man in black robe didn't say anything, but just kept looking at a yellowed book. Didn't you say you would help me modify these two swords? How's your research going? The black-robed man closed the book and said in a hoarse voice, the two swords exhausted their spiritual energy and damaged their foundations during the battle. So now they can't even be considered spiritual weapons. Only their hardness remains. I've been searching through books for so long, and now I have a clue. The white-robed man's face lit up with joy. What's the solution? Since the sword has lost its spiritual energy, we can use something else to replace it, such as demon energy. Chapter 50 Support from all sides. The city defense formation is broken. Congratulations to Behi College for winning first place in this competition. This year, Behi College will receive 30% of the resources allocated to the top 10 colleges, and the remaining colleges will receive a decreasing amount based on their ranking. Dongyuan City has been attacked by monsters. The situation is critical. Please return immediately. With one broadcast announcement after another, everyone knew that Dongyuan City had been attacked. They were shocked because the monsters had not attacked the 108 cities for many years. They did not expect that they would suddenly attack Dongyuan City. Shangguan Mengshi quickly came to Bai Hai and his group and said, "The situation is urgent now. Come back to the academy with me immediately." The presidents of the 10 major academies will also be involved this time. Time waits for no one. Everyone nodded, and soon they arrived at the teleportation array. Many people had already gathered here, and they were the ones who volunteered to go to Dongyuan City for rescue. After Ning Bai and others arrived at the academy, Principal Shangguan disappeared, and everyone was no longer in the mood to celebrate. After all, the base city being attacked by monsters was a big deal, and they were very worried. In Hope City, the Weapon Spirit Association held another meeting. The leaders were Hai Lao and Shenyuan Shixiang, but everyone's faces looked unhappy at this time. All 108 cities have city defenses left behind by the 108 heroes. No monsters can get in, so the only possibility is that a traitor has appeared, and the traitor is currently hiding in Dongyuan City. At the end of his speech, Hai Lao directly used his spiritual power, and the aura of a level 7 Spirit King instantly swept across the entire venue, and everyone was terrified. Shenyuan Shixiang on the side hurriedly comforted him, "Hai Lao, don't worry. The most urgent thing now is to rescue Dongyuan City. It won't be too late to find the traitor after we repel the monster." After hearing this, Hai Lao restrained his breath, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The level 7 Spirit King was truly extraordinary. Suddenly a voice came, "Report, news from Dongyuan City, the traitor video has been found, but it requires the mayors of each city to identify it. Upload the video, and then send it to all the city lords of the 108 cities." "Yes." Then the man quickly came to the conference room and projected the video. Then a picture suddenly appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw the man in white and the man in black robe in the picture, their faces changed, because they were very familiar with these two people. How is this possible? How could that guy get in? He's a monster. Hai Lao also frowned as he looked at the two people on the screen. These two people are the participants in Ning Bai's incident, the leader of the Beast God cult and the White Wolf King. And the sword in the White Wolf King's hand is Ning Bai's sword. Hai Lao was shocked. "Oh no, we have to leave now. These two are not ordinary Spirit Kings. If they take advantage of the opportunity to attack, Dongyuan will be in danger." Everyone nodded, and everyone disappeared in an instant, leaving the entire conference room empty. At Behi College, Ning Bai had already returned to the dormitory. He was about to call Qin Linghui when suddenly Qin Linghui called him first. Ning Bai also answered the phone with a puzzled look on his face, and then an anxious voice came out. "Ning Bai, the Heavenly Wolf King and the leader of the Beast God cult are both in Donghua City. Your spiritual weapon is also in the hands of the Heavenly Wolf King. He has also killed many people with those two swords." "What? No, I want to go to Dongyuan City and take my spiritual weapon back." Ning Bai immediately became angry when he heard this. Grandpa said that if you want to go to Dongyuan City, you must go as Ning Bai, and you must not reveal Mo Hei's identity. Ning Bai was stunned when he heard this, but he quickly understood Grandpa Qin's good intentions. "I understand. I won't use the power of Kunlun Realm." "Then you have to be careful." Then the phone was hung up. "Oh, my dear granddaughter, don't worry. That kid is very smart. Besides, there are so many Spirit Kings there, including your Grandpa Ming. This kid will be fine." After hearing what Grandpa said, Qin Linghui's face looked better. In Dongyuan City, the streets were full of city defense troops. Two figures kept dodging and they soon arrived near the Dongyuan Weapon Spirit Association. Is Dongyuan City's defense formation really inside this? The man in black robe didn't say anything, just nodded. Okay, for the sake of demonic energy, I'll do this. At this time, in the basement of the Weapon Spirit Association, two old men opened their eyes and looked in one direction with sharp eyes. Old woman, prepare to fight, someone is coming in. Just as he finished speaking, the door above suddenly opened up and two figures suddenly flashed in. Who are you? How dare you break in here? The White Wolf King looked at the two people in front of him in surprise. I didn't expect that there would be such a hidden world under the Spirit Weapon Association. Go ahead and take care of them. As soon as the words fell, a white figure rushed over, which startled the two men. It instantly transformed into a long stick and started hitting the newcomer. The sword of the Wolf King blocked it. He looked at the old man cruelly and swung the sword in his other hand to stab the old man again. The old man stepped back hastily, looking at the man in white in front of him with a grim expression. Spirit King level 6, how is this possible? Nothing is impossible, old man, you'd better die obediently. The man kept swinging his swords, attacking the old man at an extremely fast speed. Crazy thunder stick technique. The old man roared angrily, and there seemed to be thunder coming from the long stick. The old man waved the stick frantically, and with extremely mysterious postures, he kept blocking the man's swords. The two fought back and forth. The Wolf King was extremely angry. He was a level 6 Beast King, but he couldn't defeat this level 5 Spirit King in a short time. As the fight continued, the old man shouted with trembling hands, "No, you are not a Spirit King. A Spirit King cannot have such great strength. You are a Beast King. Old man, you just realized it now, wait for death." The old man had just fought with the man and found that the other party was not only strong, but also had two extraordinary swords. His own spiritual weapon was almost at its limit and his spiritual power was about to be exhausted and return to its original form. The old man was no longer able to fight. Looking at the spiritual sword stabbing towards him, he said bitterly, "It's my incompetence that I can't hold this formation." Then a sword came and the old man fell to the ground. The spiritual weapon beside him instantly turned into a human form, and then because of the huge backlash caused by the death of the contractor, he fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Looking at the corpses in front of him, the man instantly opened his wolf mouth and swallowed both of them into his stomach. The man in black robe behind him walked slowly inside. Outside Dongyuan City, several Beast King leaders stared at Dongyuan City quietly. They did not launch an attack, as if they were waiting for something. Tiger King, how long do we have to wait to get to the ground? Are we just trying to scare humans? The human city has formations left behind by former heroes. If we go there, we will only suffer heavy losses. The gains will not outweigh the losses. We just need to wait for an opportunity. Hearing Tiger King's words, several Beast King leaders beside him looked at him in shock. Could it be that Tiger King has a way to deal with that formation? Just as Tiger King was about to answer, he suddenly felt something. His face lit up with joy, and he turned around and said, "Now the time has come. It's time for us to attack." Several people were overjoyed, looking at the city in front of them, with cruel smiles on their faces. All the demons, charge at me. Dongyuan City will be taken today. Chapter 51 The Crisis in Dongyuan City, the upgraded strongman intervenes. As the orders of several Beast Kings were issued, the monsters below rushed towards the city frantically. These densely packed monsters roared madly, and the scene was extremely spectacular. The people on the city wall swallowed their saliva and pretended to be calm, saying, "It's okay. We have the power left by the heroes. The monsters can't rush us." But what happened next shocked everyone. The monsters came to within 30 meters of the city gate, and they did not suffer any attack. The city lord was also stunned at this time. It was the first time he had seen such a situation. He had no idea that the city defense formation had already been destroyed. Under the Weapon Spirit Association, there was only ruins and debris everywhere. The entire underground was constantly collapsing, and two figures hurriedly slipped out. After a while, the entire Spiritual Weapon Association collapsed instantly, and the people nearby were shocked. Soldiers, prepare for battle. With the city lord's roar filled with spiritual power, the entire Dongyuan city was boiling. Afterwards, a large number of monsters began to attack the city walls and climb up the walls, but the city defense forces were not pushovers either. The spiritual cannons and spiritual guns on them continued to output and attack the monsters. The monsters were instantly suppressed by the firepower and could hardly get close to the city walls. But soon more monsters rushed forward, and waves of monsters rushed forward, and then kept falling down, and the ground under the city wall was full of corpses and blood. Remember that this kind of spiritual weapon can only kill wild beasts and injure ferocious beasts, so soon the ferocious beasts also mixed in and began to charge, and even the vicious beasts began to sneak in. The beast kings above are also beginning to get restless, waiting for the orders from the leaders. You all go too, destroy this city for me, and don't spare a single person. The dozens of beast kings below were instantly overjoyed and rushed down. The lord of Dongyuan city below saw the beast king rushing down from above, his face full of despair. He knew that there was no hope for Dongyuan city at this moment, and he just wanted to take a few more people with him before he died. When several beast kings were about to charge, the lord of Dongyuan city did the opposite and rushed out directly. The city defense troops nearby were shocked when they saw the city lord rushing towards a group of beast kings. City lord, no! Several beast kings felt something was wrong, so they slowed down, wanting to see what was going on and wait for other beast kings to charge first. The spiritual power around the lord of Dongyuan city suddenly became violent, and the spiritual power nearby was slowly gathering. The beast kings also felt something was wrong and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Suddenly, a huge sound was heard and a ray of light burst out in the sky. Everyone couldn't help but cover their eyes. The group of monsters below were also affected, and a gap appeared in an instant. The Tiger King and other leaders above also had gloomy expressions when they saw this scene. This damn human was causing them so much trouble before dying. Soon the light disappeared, and the sky was silent. For corpses fell from the sky, and the remaining beast kings retreated far away. They had ugly faces and were filled with fear. If it weren't for those 4 unlucky guys blocking them in front, their end would not have been much better. The corpses of the 4 beast kings were quickly collected. These were precious meats, which made the monsters below envious, but they did not dare to move at all, because the ones who collected the corpses were the beast kings. Now, eat all the humans inside. Don't let any of them escape. Following the Tiger King's roar, all the monsters rushed forward even more frantically, and dozens of beast kings who survived the disaster also rushed towards the city wall with vicious looks on their faces. They wanted to take revenge on this group of humans. The city defense troops above saw this and hurriedly attacked with spiritual weapons, but unfortunately it was useless to the beast king. They were in despair. Just when dozens of beast kings were about to reach the top of the city wall, 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of the beast kings. They waved their hands, and dozens of beast kings flew backwards. Retreat quickly, or you will die. A majestic voice appeared in the ears of everyone on the battlefield. The beast kings on the monster side were shocked. They looked at the 3 old men in front of them in horror, feeling that these 3 men were unfathomable. The Tiger King was shocked and looked at the 3 people with horror, slowly uttering 3 words. Ascension Realm. Several demon leaders on the side looked at the Tiger King in confusion and asked, "What realm is the Ascension Realm?" The Tiger King trembled and said, "The Ascension Realm refers to those who are above the Spirit King level 8. What? All the Beast Kings looked at the 3 old men in front of them in shock. Doesn't that mean any one of these 3 is stronger than the Tiger King? They immediately wanted to retreat. This was not someone they could provoke, otherwise their lives would be in danger. "Senior, we will retreat now, please give us a way out." Hearing the Tiger Kings begging for mercy, everyone in the city looked at the 3 old men in the sky in shock. The serious king and the man in black robe who were hiding in the city carefully concealed their breath, fearing that they would be discovered by the 3 old men. "Why are you leaving? They're just 3 old guys. We're here to help you deal with them." I saw 3 figures falling from the sky and slowly floating in front of the 3 elders. The Tiger King behind him was overjoyed, greetings to the 3 adults. Seeing the Tiger King's respectful look, the other Beast Kings did not dare to be negligent and immediately followed the Tiger King in bowing to the 3 people. The monsters on the ground also felt the noble aura and crawled on the ground, not daring to move. The 3 of them didn't look back, but just nodded slightly. "You 3 old fellows actually showed up as well. Do you really want to start another war between the human and demon races?" The 3 strange-looking old men exchanged a glance and suddenly burst into laughter. "A big war? If it weren't for the help of those 108 people, your race would have been wiped out long ago. So what? Even if the 108 seniors are not from this world, they are still human. Humph, your human lifespan isn't as long as our demon lifespan. How can you 3 old fellows compare to the 3 of us? The three old men of the human race waved their hands and three spiritual weapons appeared beside them, emitting a terrifying aura. The atmosphere between the six people had reached its peak. Just as they were about to take action, another group of people appeared. They were none other than the Spirit King Masters of the Weapon Spirit Association, led by Hai Lao. When they saw the six people standing in a tense situation in the air, they were also shocked. They could not sense the breath of these six people at all, so there was only one possibility, that their cultivation was very high. Shen Yuan Shixiang and a middle-aged man among them excitedly said, "Ancestor." Two of the three old men turned around and nodded in satisfaction when they saw the two men. I didn't expect that my descendants would still recognize me. How rare. Hai Lao and the other people in the group were also looking at this scene in shock. These three unfathomable old men were actually the ancestors of the Xian Yuan family and the Nangong family. Just when Shen Yuan Shixiang was feeling very proud, a rough voice dragged him down to the bottom. Where are the descendants of my Shangguan family? Why haven't they come? Chapter 52, Big Melee, Looking for the Two Swords. Everyone who heard this turned their eyes to Shen Yuan Shixiang. The three old men also noticed the abnormality in the crowd, so they turned their attention to Shen Yuan Shixiang. Shen Yuan family boy, do you know why the Shangguan family didn't come? Shen Yuan Shixiang only felt that a powerful gaze was looking at him. He seemed extremely weak and all his details were seen clearly. Just when the atmosphere at the scene was extremely tense and Shen Yuan Shixiang was sweating profusely as he thought about what to say, someone else came here. The people on the monster side looked unhappy because they were no longer at an advantage. The number of the other side was no less than theirs. The advantage they had accumulated was gone. Now they could only rely on the three adults. Shangguan Mengshi was also confused when she saw the scene. Wasn't it said that Donyuan City was in danger? Why was it so quiet now? The monsters didn't move. However, she discovered three strange old men in front of her, one of whom she felt familiar and friendly for some reason. Are you a child of the Shangguan family? The old man also sensed something and suddenly looked at the confused Shangguan Mengxian with a kind face. Shangguan Mengshi was also staring at the old man at this time, and asked uncertainly, "Grandpa, are you?" The old man didn't answer, but just looked at the sky with the vicissitudes of life. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. How is the Shangguan family? After hearing the old man's words, she was sure that the old man was an ancestor of the Shangguan family. She looked at the old man with joy, but tears flowed down her face involuntarily. So Shangguan Mengshi cried and told the old man what had happened to the Shangguan family in recent days. The old man frowned when he learned about the situation of the Shangguan family, and then looked at the old man next to him. He saw that the old man's face was full of embarrassment. He did not expect things to turn out like this. The descendants of his eldest brother were actually bullied by his own descendants like this. Are you guys done yet? You're actually discussing family matters right in front of us. How arrogant. The three great monsters on the side couldn't stand it anymore and directly ordered the monsters below to start charging. We'll talk about this later. Now, all of you should pay close attention to me and stop all the monsters. Dongyuan City cannot let a single monster escape. Yes. All the spirit kings present were shocked and began to deal with the monsters. Dozens of spirit kings and beast kings began to fight, and the monsters and spirit masters and generals below also started a new round of confrontation. The entire battlefield was in chaos, with spiritual power fluctuations everywhere. The old man looked at the spiritual weapon in his hand and sighed, "Old friend, we are going to fight side by side again." Then the six figures disappeared, and no one knew where they went to fight. In Dongyuan City, after feeling the six auras disappear, two figures appeared stealthily. They were the serious king and the man in black robe. What should we do now? But the man in black robe did not respond to him, but just stood there blankly without moving, because a voice suddenly came from his mind. The Wolf King looked at the black-robed man in front of him with confusion and said, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Say something." The black-robed man finally reacted and said slowly, "We have an important thing to do now, and that is sacrifice and killing." The Wolf King looked at the black-robed man in front of him in confusion. He felt that there was something wrong with the black-robed man, but he couldn't put this feeling into words. Why are you still standing there? Do you still want the magic energy? Hurry up and do as I say. Hearing the evil spirit, the Wolf King took action and left the place instantly. Soon, screams were heard nearby. Seeing this, the man in black robe nodded in satisfaction, and then began to prepare for the sacrificial ceremony. The outside world was still unaware of the massacre in Dongyuan City and was still in the midst of a fierce battle. At this time, Ning Bai also secretly rushed here. Looking at the battle not far away, Ning Bai took a deep breath, and then began to sense the contract with the Lan sisters. He wanted to find those two guys. Suddenly Ning Bai opened his eyes and said, "I found you." Then Ning Bai's figure disappeared. In a wilderness far away from Dongyuan City, there are constant earthquakes, and all living things have long since fled from this horrible place. The ground was full of big holes, the spiritual power was extremely violent, and 6 people were fighting fiercely in the air. With every attack, the surrounding space was shaking and a little unstable. This world can't bear the battle we're fighting. Do you want to destroy it? The old man who claimed to be the ancestor of the Shangguan family suddenly shouted. The 3 great demons saw that the space around them was becoming unstable, so they stopped. Okay, let's not fight anymore. Let's just stay here. No one is allowed to interfere. Let those little guys decide the outcome on their own. Okay. The 3 elders immediately agreed after hearing this. The moment Ning Bai entered Dongyuan City, a strong smell of blood came out. Ning Bai suppressed the feeling of nausea and kept looking around. He looked around with red eyes. He seemed to have come to hell on earth, with blood and broken corpses everywhere. Suddenly thinking of the 2 people in the city, his eyes turned cold. He stood up and slowly walked towards the place where he sensed something. In a square full of corpses, the Wolf King stood aside with a knife in his hand, while the man in black robe was constantly carving something on the ground. Not well yet? Hearing the impatient voice of the Wolf King, the man in black robe ignored it and continued doing his own thing. After an unknown amount of time, the man in black robe stood up and looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. A huge and strange image symbol appeared under his feet, all carved out in blood, making it look eerie. The arrangement for the sacrifice is finally complete, but there's still one thing missing. Hearing this, the Wolf King came over in surprise and said, "What are you missing?" "I'll find it for you. What's missing is your body." As soon as these words were spoken, the Wolf King's face changed drastically and he hurriedly wanted to retreat. "Can you escape? You'd better give up your body obediently." I saw several black lines appearing on a man in a black robe, quickly trapping the Wolf King and making him unable to move. The Wolf King wanted to use his spiritual power to break free, but the spiritual power quickly disappeared into thin air when it touched the black lines. It had no effect at all. He was scared. "Who are you and why do you have such power?" The man in black robe did not answer, but slowly took off his black robe, revealing only a ball of black energy inside. "Isn't this the demonic energy you've been thinking about?" This scene shocked the Wolf King. This was no longer a human, nor a monster. "You'd better become a sacrifice to the demon clan. This is your honor." The Wolf King was instantly wrapped in black fog, and screams were heard from inside. After a while, the sound disappeared, and only 2 long swords fell to the ground. Ning Bai, who was in the dark, was stunned when he saw this scene. The Wolf King was crushed to death so easily? Use blood to summon the Demon King. As the black robe murmured, the blood-colored symbols on the ground seemed to come alive, and soon the entire blood map burst into dazzling bloodlight. The blood of the entire Dongyuan city continued to gather here. The body of the Sirius King was also thrown over and was soon absorbed by the blood formation and turned into ashes. Suddenly, an extremely evil gate appeared in the air. Even the spiritual energy began to retreat, and there was no spiritual energy around. Ning Bai swallowed and looked at the black-robed man looking at the bloody gate fanatically. His attention was drawn to him, so Ning Bai quietly controlled the movement of the 2 swords through the contract. Just when the 2 swords were about to reach Ning Bai's hands, a voice scared Ning Bai half to death. "Human boy, do you think this demon can't see you? How dare you play tricks in front of me?" Chapter 53: The Destruction of Dongyuan City and the Despairing Demon Emperor. Ning Bai immediately retracted his sword and ran away in an instant. A moment after Ning Bai's figure disappeared, a black attack came to the place where Ning Bai had just hidden, destroying all the cover here. The black-robed man looked at the empty place in confusion, wondering, "It's just an ant, how could it possibly dodge my attack?" But looking at the dark gate in front of him, he put the matter behind him. At this time, Ning Bai was constantly using space teleportation to escape frantically, fearing that he would be caught by the terrible monster. It was not until he reached the top of the city wall that he dared to look back. He was relieved to find that the other party was not chasing him. "No, we have to inform everyone quickly." So Ning Bai shouted, "Oh no! A demon has appeared in the city. Everyone who was fighting heard Ning Bai's voice. When they saw Ning Bai's face, they were shocked. Hai Lao looked at the man on the city wall in shock. How is this possible? Isn't he dead? There were many people like Hai Lao, and even the people from the demon clan looked at Ning Bai in confusion. When Shangwan Mengshi saw that familiar face, tears couldn't help but flow out of her eyes and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. This was the boy she had been dreaming about day and night. Ning Bai, what kind of demon were you talking about? Hai Lao was the first to react and asked hurriedly. Then Ning Bai slowly told everyone what he had seen and heard, and everyone was surprised after hearing it. Are you saying that everyone in Donyuan City was sacrificed, and they call themselves the Demon Clan? Ning Bai nodded seriously. Everyone, why don't we stop fighting and go see what this demon tribe is? After hearing Hai Lao's suggestion, Tiger King was silent for a while and ordered to stop the attack. Okay, let's go see what the so-called demon looks like. Just as a group of people were about to enter Donyuan City to find out what was going on, a terrifying energy wave suddenly came. Ning Bai also felt something was wrong and immediately moved away from Donyuan City. Suddenly, a black light swept across the entire Donyuan City, and the entire Donyuan City began to collapse instantly. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. How much power must be needed to destroy a city in an instant? Everyone became more wary of this demon and stared straight ahead. The moment Donyuan City was destroyed, the 6 ascenders who were on a truce in the distance sensed it, their faces changed drastically, and then their figures disappeared in an instant and rushed to Donyuan City. The people of the entire 108 cities felt that the heaven and earth were shaking, as if something was broken. Oh no! There's a breach in the protective shield of this small world. Qin Hao looked up at the sky with a grim expression and found that the original protective shield was missing an energy source. Donyuan City still hasn't been defended? At this time in Donyuan City, the 6 ascenders also arrived at the scene, and their faces were gloomy as they looked at the demonic energy that was constantly condensing in Donyuan City. The sky also gradually turned dark, stained with a layer of black, and from time to time there were terrifying sounds coming from the sky. The 3 great demons were puzzled when they saw the changes before their eyes. What is this black fog? Isn't the outside world ruled by us demon beasts? Ha ha ha, my demon clan is about to descend, why don't you surrender quickly? 2 dark figures suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Their faces were blurred and covered by a layer of fog, and their bodies were emitting a black gas. Everyone felt very uncomfortable, and the spiritual power in their bodies was constantly rioting. What the hell are you? The 3 old men looked at the 2 people in front of them with serious faces, and it can be seen that they are very wary. You are such an ignorant bunch. Take a good look at the sky. You are just frogs in a well. The outside world is all the demons' territory. If it weren't for this protective shield, you would have been conquered by us demons long ago. When the 3 great demons heard this, they were shocked and said, impossible. The outside world is our demon clan's territory. Hearing this, the 2 men couldn't help but laugh. Demon clan, you said that group of beasts were conquered by my demon clan a long time ago, and now they are all my demon clan's running dogs. How dare you be so rude? The 3 great demons could no longer bear it and rushed forward. They mobilized all their strength, and this time the space was no longer unstable. Looking at the 3 people rushing towards him, the man in black robe stepped aside and said respectfully, Demon Emperor, please take action to deal with these ignorant guys. The man who reminded Kiba nodded, then took a step forward and sneered. He stretched out his ink-black right hand and swung it suddenly. In an instant, a giant hand condensed by black power appeared out of thin air, and with a fierce momentum, he slapped the 3 people in front of him fiercely. The 3 people stared at the rapidly approaching hand in horror, their eyes filled with despair. They tried to dodge, but found that their bodies seemed to be frozen, unable to move. At this critical moment, veins bulged on the foreheads of the 3 men, and they instantly transformed into 3 huge monsters, fighting against the Black Hand. However, the power of the Black Hand was too strong, and the efforts of the 3 people seemed so pale in front of it. The 3 huge monsters were actually suppressed by a single hand and retreated step by step. It was unknown how long it took before the Black Hand slowly disappeared. The 3 monsters looked at the dark man with an indifferent expression in horror. Everyone present gasped in shock. What kind of strength was this? You have to know that those 3 big monsters were only level 9 beast kings, and yet they were almost suppressed by the man with one hand. They were not opponents of the same level at all. The man was a little unhappy when he saw that his attack did not knock down the men. Then he struck out with his palm again, and this palm was more powerful than the previous one. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. They all burst out their spiritual power and continuously attacked the Black Hand, but the effect was minimal. So everyone had to fight desperately. All the monsters transformed into monster beasts, and all the humans summoned their spiritual weapons and used their strongest attacks. After a flash of light, the scene was reduced to ruins. Everyone was lying on the ground, and several ascenders were vomiting blood. Forget it, let's quickly deal with you. I want to completely break the barrier of this world and let the demonic energy in completely. Everyone looked at the man in despair as he slowly condensed a black attack. The demons regretted immensely why they came to attack Dongyuan City, otherwise they would not have brought out such a terrifying guy. Go to hell, you bunch of ants. At this critical moment, the Kunlun mirror contract in Ning Bai's body suddenly flashed, and the Kunlun mirror suddenly appeared beside Ning Bai. Ning Bai felt that time around him had stopped. A strange voice suddenly rang out in Ning Bai's mind. I didn't expect the demons to invade so quickly and have already arrived in this small world. Who are you? You don't even recognize me? You still use my abilities every day. Ning Bai was stunned when he heard this, and suddenly exclaimed, You are Kunlun Mirror. How clever. It seems you must have encountered the Donghuang bell. Ning Bai nodded, and the sound of the bell at that time came to his mind. This time, I have to borrow your body to drive this demon back, otherwise your little world will be corroded by the demonic energy in an instant. Ning Bai nodded, then looked at the Kunlun mirror in front of him sincerely. Please save this world. Chapter 54, The Light That Travels Across Time and Space. Then a white light from the Kunlun mirror entered Ning Bai's body, and then Ning Bai's eyes turned black and he lost consciousness. The space at the scene began to flow again, and everyone started moving again, still in the same state as before, but only one person noticed the change. Why did I feel like the space was still just now? Was it an illusion? The man covered in black mist looked around vigilantly, but unfortunately he found nothing. The black-robed man beside him saw the Demon Emperor looking around, so he asked in confusion, Demon Emperor, are you looking for something? I feel like there's a strong person nearby. After these words were spoken, the man in black robe also became nervous. The guy who could make Lord Demon Emperor so nervous must also be an Emperor-level strongman. May I ask which powerful person has come? Please show yourself. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd on the ground looked around excitedly, and a glimmer of hope appeared in their eyes again. Ning Bai, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Shangguan Mengshi saw Ning Bai fall to the ground, and hurried to Ning Bai, hugged him in her arms, and shouted anxiously. Suddenly Ning Bai opened his eyes, slowly broke free from Shangguan Mengshi's warm embrace, and slowly stood up. Shangguan Mengshi was very happy to see Ning Bai wake up, but she felt a sense of strangeness. She called softly, Ning Bai? But Ning Bai ignored her and just walked straight forward. Suddenly, a dazzling mirror appeared in front of him, emitting strong golden light. Everyone was stunned by this scene. They looked at Ning Bai and the mysterious mirror in front of him in confusion. Only Ming Changsheng knew that the mirror was the legendary artifact Kunlun mirror, but he didn't know what Ning Bai's current situation was. Even if it was a divine artifact, it would be impossible to defeat that guy. He stood up with difficulty and shouted, Ning Bai, what are you going to do? Don't be impulsive. Everyone looked at the thin figure walking forward, their faces filled with bitterness. Unlike everyone else, the burly dark-skinned man looked at Ning Bai in the mirror in front of him with serious eyes. He felt a strong sense of disgust mixed with a hint of fear. He stared at the man who was walking towards him and the mysterious mirror in front of him. Who are you, and why are you afraid of even the demonic energy? Ning Bai didn't answer him, but just walked forward quietly. Everyone was shocked to see the fearful look on the man's face. They couldn't help but wonder, could Ning Bai be the powerful man that guy was talking about? At this moment, everyone turned their eyes to Ning Bai. Ning Bai slowly stopped and fixed his eyes on the dark man in front of him. This is not the place for you. You should go back. The dark man's face darkened when he heard Ning Bai's words, Your Excellency, you are so arrogant. As he spoke, the man took the initiative to attack, and a black fist that was even more powerful than before slapped Ning Bai. Everyone swallowed and looked at Ning Bai worriedly. Ning Bai didn't look at the huge palm in the sky, but just raised his hand slightly, and the mysterious mirror in front of him slowly grew larger, and then hung above Ning Bai's head. A golden light shot out from the mirror, and the black hand disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. Ning Bai solved the man's attack so easily that his figure instantly became taller in the eyes of everyone. Everyone looked at the figure in shock. Only Shangguan Mengshi suddenly shed tears. I am so useless, this time it's you who protected me again. The man saw that his demonic attack was so easily resolved. His face turned grim and he was shocked. That is definitely the power of time and space. After reaching the Emperor level, one can comprehend the power of his own rules. What he comprehended was a trace of devouring rules, so his demonic energy can devour the opponent's spiritual power. He no longer had the will to fight, he just wanted to leave this place. This human was simply not someone he could match, and he can only deal with him when a powerful person from the tribe came. The man suddenly retreated and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. This action confused everyone. The demon who was so high-spirited just now was actually scared by Ning Bai and fled without a fight? The man in black robes standing by was also confused as he watched the demon king disappear without a trace. He also reacted and hurriedly followed him to escape. Ning Bai did not chase after him, he just closed his eyes. The Kunlun mirror in the air continued to absorb spiritual power. A powerful aura swept out, and the sacred light illuminated the earth. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Bai suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of golden pupils. He was surrounded by long rivers of time and space, and he kept entering the mysterious mirror. At this moment, the mirror burst out with a powerful light, and two figures appeared again in the light. They looked at everything around them in confusion. The two men immediately burst out with all their strength, and black demonic energy continued to pour out, trying to drive away the light, but the light did not seem to weaken at all, and their demonic energy slowly disappeared. Soon, the demonic energy on both of them disappeared, and their true faces were exposed in front of everyone. Two faces that looked similar to humans appeared, but there was a strange black line on their faces. How is this possible? You actually have such power. Even saint-level masters might not be able to do this. Who are you? The man looked at Ning Bai with an expressionless face in disbelief, as if he could see through Ning Bai. Ning Bai ignored it and just waved his hand. A dark passage appeared in the air, emitting a cold aura. Under the shocked gazes of the two men, they were wrapped in light and thrown into a black passage. Then the passage disappeared and everything became quiet. Ning Bai suddenly looked up at the sky. He waved his hand and a golden beam of light burst out from the mirror in the air, shooting straight into the sky and instantly dispelling the darkness in the air. When the view moved to the top, I saw that the thin protective shield had solidified again and became even stronger. Ning Bai's face was pale at this time, and the Kunlun mirror fell down dimly, turning into a small mirror in Ning Bai's hand, and then disappeared. Hurry up and get stronger, we don't have much strength left. Ning Bai had a terrible dream. He found that everyone had been demonized. There was no more spiritual power between heaven and earth. All the spiritual weapons were dim and there was no light in the sky anymore. Suddenly, Ning Bai fell to the ground, unconscious. Shangguan Mengshi hurriedly ran to Ning Bai and hugged him in her arms, looking at this magical boy with worry. She never wanted to lose this boy again. Everyone looked at the unconscious Ning Bai with complicated expressions, but there was one person who looked at Ning Bai with greed on his face. Shenyuan Shixian looked at the unconscious Ning Bai with fiery eyes. That must be a divine weapon, I want to get it. In a place full of darkness, a dazzling light suddenly appeared. The surrounding darkness quickly retreated. After a while, the light disappeared, leaving only two figures that survived the disaster. What a terrifying power of time and space, it can easily break the barrier of the demon world and send us back. No, this matter must be reported immediately, so that the rest of the demon tribe will be careful of this person. What Ning Bai didn't know was that he was about to become famous in the demon world and become a powerful being feared by all the demons. Chapter 55 Fame. In the Battle of Dongyuan City, a name was remembered by everyone. Now no one does not know this name. It was this name that saved the 108 cities and drove out the devil. At Bihai College, Feng Xiang and his group were eating in the school cafeteria. Their faces were all filled with excitement because they received the news that Ning Bai was not dead. Ning Bai, this brat, really deceived us. He actually saved the world without telling us. Yes, an existence that even the bigwigs of the Spiritual Weapon Association couldn't face was actually defeated by Ning Bai. This kid is such a freak. The other students in the academy were also discussing Ning Bai. They didn't expect that the academy had such a great person. They were very glad to come to Bai Hai. Maybe they could meet this legendary figure of Bai Hai in the future. At this moment, in the principal's office, a figure disappeared in an instant, leaving only bursts of fragrance. In Xini Base City, Xin Hao was also shocked when he received the news about Ning Bai. Lao Ming, are you telling the truth? Oh, I saw it with my own eyes. Ning Bai, holding the Kunlun mirror, was like a god, beating the demon so hard that he had no chance to fight back. The old woman beside him was extremely worried. How is Ling Hui now? The Kunlun mirror seems to have entered Ning Bai's body. Ling Hui should not be worried. As long as Ning Bai is fine, Ling Hui will slowly recover. Elder Ming recalled the situation at that time and then spoke slowly. Ning Bai is now in a dangerous situation. I don't know how many people are targeting him. It's time for us to take action. Xin Hao also nodded. Ning Bai now needed support to deter those who had evil intentions. Anhui, the city was bustling with activity at this time, and everyone was cheering in the streets. Ning Bai is from our Anhui city. I never thought that such a hero would emerge from our Anhui city. Yeah. Ning Bai's relatives are still in the city. We should go and thank them properly. I heard that the city lord brought a large group of people to visit Ning Bai's parents. Everyone was talking about it constantly, and everyone was extremely proud because Ning Bai was their fellow villager. Ning Bai's hometown was already crowded at this time. The stairs and downstairs were full of city defense troops. At the door, City Lord Yu Hao and Deputy City Lord Bai Yuan greeted Ning Bai's parents with a smile and kept thanking them. Ning Bai is truly a true dragon. When I first met him, I thought he was no ordinary person. I never thought he would have reached this point now. Yes, I was the one who sent him to the Azure Sea Academy. It seems my vision was not good enough. I didn't discover this real dragon. Ning Bai's parents were also very excited and said, City Lord Yu, Deputy City Lord Bai, we just hope that Ning Bai is safe and sound. We never thought that he would fake his death to hide it from us, and now he has done something so drastic. Is the child okay now? We were so worried. The city lord supported the two of them and explained kindly, don't worry, with the people from the Spirit Weapon Association here, the child will be fine. The two nodded and breathed a sigh of relief, feeling extremely proud. We brought many gifts for you, you must accept them. We in Anhui are where we are today because of Ning Bai. Since we too can't meet him, we can only express our gratitude to you two elders. Ning Junwei and Ren Lijuan hurriedly said, City Lord, you are too polite. Since Ning Bai is from Anhui, these are what he should do. In the end, the two had no choice but to accept their kindness, but they regretted it afterwards. They saw a steady stream of things being transported into their home, and the house was almost full, so they left. In a small room, a woman looked at a photo with an excited expression. Chinua, since Ning Bai faked his death, you should still be alive. I miss you so much. Just when everyone was shocked by Ning Bai's situation, Ning Bai was lying unconscious in the hospital. The hospital was full of people from the Weapon Spirit Association, who were guarding Ning Bai. At this time, there were 3 old men standing in the room. They looked at Ning Bai, who was unconscious on the bed, with complicated expressions, trying to find something from Ning Bai. Unfortunately, they found nothing and could not see anything at all. What do you think of this young man? One of them thought for a moment and said, this boy gives me nothing but mystery. The other man looked at the unconscious Ning Bai with a deep gaze and spoke slowly, even the 108 heroic ancestors back then were not so extraordinary. This boy is either extremely gifted, or... But we have investigated this young man many times. His passive spiritual power is just that of a spiritual user. According to the information from the Weapon Spirit Association, this young man is just better in talent, not so extraordinary, but... From other sources, we know that this young man was able to suppress several beast kings at that time. This is enough to prove that this young man has a mysterious and powerful power within him, and it is very likely a precious treasure. After hearing what the two said, the old man in the middle pondered, I suspect his power is related to that magical mirror. As soon as these words were spoken, several people stared at Ning Bai on the bed. They wanted to know where the magical mirror was. Such a powerful treasure should be kept in our hands, not in the hands of this young man, lest it be taken away by others with ill intentions. The other two also nodded. They also felt that such a heaven-defying treasure should be kept in their hands, not in the hands of a student. Just as they had discussed and were about to begin examining Ning Bai's body, bursts of noise came from downstairs. Why don't you let us in to visit the patient? He is my student. Can't I even visit my own student? Sorry, this is a rule from above. We are sorry too. The two sisters Shangguan Mingxi looked at the guards of the Weapon Spirit Association who were blocking their way with grim expressions. Let them in, a voice was heard. The guard finally breathed a sigh of relief and extended his hand to the two of them, inviting them in, please come in. The two looked at each other and then walked in. Soon they arrived at the room and saw Ning Bai lying on the bed. The two of them lay beside Ning Bai, looking at the familiar face on the bed with joy, revealing inexplicable emotions for a moment. This guy is really lucky in love. He even seduces the teacher. And they are a pair of top-notch ladies. Is this a teacher-student relationship or a sister relationship? Only the ancestor of the Shangwan family had a dark expression on his face, because he sensed that both of them were members of his Shangwan family, and he didn't expect why they both fell in love with this kid. As members of the Shangwan family, how can you be so unrestrained? You two are so heartbroken over a young man. How shameless. The two of them were suddenly awakened when they heard this, their faces slightly red. They looked at the old man in front of them embarrassedly. Greetings, ancestor. Do you really like this guy? Hearing the ancestor's direct words, the two women's faces turned red, but they did not escape and nodded gently. They didn't want to miss it again. The powerless feeling of missing out was so devastating. Okay, I'll give you a task. This kid has a powerful treasure, a mirror. As long as you can get this kid to hand over the mirror, I will agree to your request. Otherwise. After leaving these words, the three elders left without giving the two a chance to refute. The two women then realized that this so-called ancestor just wanted to get Ning Bai's treasure through them, and their faces turned ugly. They thought that with the ancestor, the Shangwan family would be better off, but they didn't expect it to be like this. They looked at Ning Bai with firm expressions, as if they had made some kind of decision. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in the room. I told you, someone will covet the Kunlun mirror. Chapter 56, All parties are surging. Suddenly, several figures appeared in the room. They were Qin Hao and others. The two women looked at the people who suddenly appeared with nervous expressions. It was obvious that these people were not ordinary people. Qin Hao looked at the Shangwan sisters and said, Don't be nervous. We are not bad people. We are friends with Ning Bai. Hearing Qin Hao's words, the two women relaxed a little, but were still a little vigilant. Seeing the two people's still vigilant eyes, Qin Hao ignored them, walked to Ning Bai's bed, and began to check Ning Bai's physical condition. This kid is really showing off, getting himself into this state. Elder Ming and the others nearby also walked over with concern, looking at the unconscious Ning Bai with complicated expressions. Okay, there's no time to sigh. Those old guys are not easy to deal with. We have to take Ning Bai away quickly. After hearing what Master Ming said, several people nodded, thinking that it was not advisable to stay here for long. Qin Hao looked at the two women and said, Are you willing to go with us? The two women looked hopeful, but their expressions darkened again. Looking at the hesitant expressions of the two, Qin Hao instantly understood the interests involved and did not force them. You two take good care of yourselves. Now that Ning Bai is missing, those old guys will definitely not let you go easily. Then Qin Hao and his companions took Ning Bai out of the room. The two of them looked at the empty bed in a daze. What? You said the people in the ward are missing? The three people's faces changed drastically when they heard the news, and their figures disappeared immediately. Only a man with an ugly and frightened look was left. The three of them looked at the empty bed in the room with grim expressions. Then they turned their attention to the two Shangwan sisters, who were closely involved in this matter. The Shangwan family's ancestor said gloomily, Tell me, what exactly happened? The atmosphere in the entire room suddenly became depressing. At this time, Ning Bai had been taken back to Qini City. Qin Hao gently placed Ning Bai on the bed and slowly walked out of the room. I didn't expect this kid to be able to unleash such a powerful force. It's simply a miracle. When a few people heard Mr. Ming sigh, they also came over. They also wanted to know what happened at that time. As Elder Ming continued to narrate, the expressions of several people gradually became more interesting. So, Ning Bai should have unleashed the power of the Kunlun artifact. Qin Hao nodded, then slowly said, Ning Bai is the variable of this world. He can use the power of the artifact. Now we have to protect him well. After hearing the analysis of several people, Kong Huaqin was relieved. It seemed that Ling Hui had exhausted her spiritual power and fell into a coma just like Ning Bai. The Xianyuan family was in high spirits at this time because their ancestor was still alive. Everyone in the Xianyuan family rushed back to celebrate for the ancestor. I don't allow you to slander our father like this. An angry voice suddenly came from the room. Xianyuanya looked at the black-dressed girl in front of her excitedly. Xianyuan Biyun, you slander your father just because he treated you badly. It's really chilling. Even if he treats you badly, he is still our father. You can't slander him like this. You only know how to defend that so-called father, but you don't know what he has done. Shen Yuanbian sneered. For his own benefit, he can do anything and sacrifice anyone, including his family. No, that's impossible. Father has always been an honest and kind man. He would never do such a thing. That's just the surface, you see. Shen Yuanbian said disdainfully. Anyone who truly knows him knows how hypocritical he is. Do you have any evidence? If you don't have any evidence, don't talk nonsense here. Shen Yuanjing asked angrily. Evidence? Shen Yuanbian laughed. You actually need evidence for your biological mother's life. You are really an ungrateful person. After saying that, she turned and left, leaving Shen Yuanjing with a dull look. Standing aside was a man with a strong build, like an iron tower, who looked at everything in front of him with calm eyes. There was no emotion in Shen Yuanbian's eyes. She just stared at the man in front of her and ignored Shen Yuanya beside her. She just wanted to hear a word from the man in front of her. Just as Shen Yuanjing was about to continue chattering, the man finally said, "Don't mention this matter anymore. I will ask my father myself." After saying that, the man left the room. Shen Yuanjing, who was standing by, stared blankly at the departing figure and murmured, "How could it be, brother?" Shen Yuanbian looked at the burly figure walking away, a happy smile appearing on the corner of her mouth. Although her elder brother had always hated her, she understood that he had the same doubts as she did about their mother's sudden departure. She is now very sure that her mother's disappearance is related to her father. What she has to do now is to prepare for her own escape and survive to avenge her mother. She used these two people just to make sure. She knew that her eldest brother would definitely be imprisoned, or even suddenly disappear like her mother. Goodbye, Shen Yuan family, goodbye, the cage I've been in since I was a child, I'll be back. After packing up her things, the girl took one last look at the huge building, then turned and left, disappearing into the crowd. Brother, we too won't get involved in your family affairs. Just solve it yourself. After saying that, the two old men left the room instantly, leaving only the old people of the Shangguan family and Shangguan Munshi and Shangguan Yu. Do you two know what a stupid thing you've done? The old man's gloomy voice appeared in the room. Shangguan Yu pulled Shangguan Munshi behind him and knelt down in front of the old man. Grandmaster, I like Ning Bai, and I sent Ning Bai away privately. Shangguan Munshi also knelt down immediately. Grandmaster, I was the one who sent Ning Bai away. It has nothing to do with my sister. Watching the two men fighting over it, the old man shook his head helplessly and said, Why bother? That kid has already contracted the spiritual weapon, why bother trying to get it? We are willing. We both owe him too much and don't want to miss it. Even if we can't sign the contract, so what? The two answered in unison. Looking at the two men lying on the ground with determined faces, the old man sighed and said, Forget it, forget it. You two should go back and reflect on your mistakes. You have completely disgraced my Shangguan family. Then he waved his hand and several people disappeared into the room. Among the demon clan, the Tiger King stood respectfully below, and the other king-level demon beasts stood respectfully at the back, because the three great demons sat above them, their momentum was as great as a rainbow. However, the three great demons were filled with worry at this time, because they knew that the Demon Clan's base camp had been destroyed by the Demon Clan. The outside world was no longer the Demon Clan's paradise. Where should their Demon Clan go? Now our only way to survive is to leave this world. As soon as these words were spoken, all the demon kings trembled all over and looked at the three great demons sitting on the throne in disbelief. The outside world is dark and desolate. Send the demon lord's order, all powerful demons gather and prepare to forcibly break through the world's protective shield. An order spread throughout the entire dark world, and undercurrents began to surge in the world. Countless greedy and evil eyes turned to the bright world protected by the protective shield. Chapter 57 Awakening. In a hazy purple world, an ancient mirror hovers in mid-air, its appearance both mysterious and magnificent. Its surface, smooth as ice, reflects the surrounding scene with clarity, as if it can see through everything. The surrounding purple gas wrapped around the mirror like a cocoon, and the mirror body slowly absorbed the purple gas, as if a baby was greedily sucking its mother's milk. The dim mirror body began to emit a faint sacred light, but it was inconspicuous in this purple space. After an unknown amount of time, a hazy figure appeared, her graceful figure looming in the purple mist. Li Chanyue felt like she had a very long dream. In the dream, she saw the origin of the world, the evolution of all things, and the destruction of the world. She felt as if she was there herself. Looking at the purple world before her, she couldn't help but reach out and touch it, muttering, "Is this my chaotic space? What a strange feeling." After feeling the purple space for a while, she shook her head and said, "Forget it. I've been asleep for too long. I'd better get out quickly. I don't know how Ning Bai is doing. I wonder if he has forgotten me after all this time." After saying that, she began to use the contract to call Ning Bai, but Ning Bai did not respond to her. Her expression instantly became nervous. She knew that something must have happened to Ning Bai. Xian Yuan family. At this time, Xian Yuan Shixian looked at his eldest son Xian Yuan Yaolong with a gloomy face. His eyes flashed and his hands behind his back were clenched into fists. Looking at his father's grim expression in silence, Xian Yuan Yaolong knew that the situation was the same as his third sister Xian Yuan Bian had guessed. "My mother is not missing, but it is related to my father." Thinking of this, Xian Yuan Yaolong's whole body went limp, and his upright body drooped down. The atmosphere in the room was extremely depressing. Neither of them spoke, but the expressions on their faces were extremely rich. Xian Yuan Shixian's expression changed for a long time, and it seemed that he had figured it out. His face calmed down, and he said indifferently, "Yaolong, you will stay here from now on. Your father will prove this to you later." After saying that, Xian Yuan Shixiang left with his hands behind his back, but the door of the room was tightly closed, leaving Xian Yuan Yaolong crying in the room. "This is a shameful secret. You are too soft-hearted, Xian Yuan Shixiang." A low voice suddenly came out. Xian Yuan Shixiang ignored it and just continued walking forward. However, from his clenched fists, it was clear that he was not calm at the moment. Although Xian Yuan Shixiang would do anything to achieve his goals, he could not bring himself to kill his only son. The Xian Yuan family was still decorated with lights and lanterns, and no one knew that a big change had taken place in the Xian Yuan family. It's not just the Xian Yuan family, there are also the Shangguan family and the Nandong family. The status of these three families has also risen because of their ancestors. Of course, the Xian Yuan family is an exception, because they have reached the peak. But it's different for the Shangguan family and the Nandong family. These two families were forced into a corner, but now they have finally turned over and don't have to be afraid. "Grandmaster, Meng Qian and you are ignorant and have caused you trouble. It's my fault for not disciplining them properly. Please forgive me, Grandmaster." Shangguan Yuntian knelt on the ground, lowered his head and said nothing. The old ancestor above looked at Shangguan Yuntian below with an expressionless face, not knowing what he was thinking. The room was extremely quiet, no one spoke, until Bai Qingshua's arrival broke the silence. Seeing her husband kneeling on the ground with his head bowed, Bai Qingxue also hurriedly pleaded with the ancestor, "Ancestor, Ning Bai has saved our Shangguan family many times. Our Shangguan family cannot be ungrateful." Bang! A handprint appeared on the table above. The old man slowly stood up and looked at Bai Qingxue below with unfriendly eyes and said, "So you mean to say that I, the ancestor, am ungrateful and my eyesight is blurry, right?" Shangguan Yuntian, standing by, was horrified. He seriously pulled his wife behind him and hurriedly explained, "Grandfather, please calm down. Ning Bai has saved us several times, and the outside world knows about it. If you imprison him, wouldn't that lead to gossip from the outside world? Please think twice. Humph, how could this old man not know the truth behind this? I still need you to teach me." The old man returned to his seat of honor, took a sip of the tea on the table, and then slowly said, "Do you know why that young man was able to unleash such powerful strength?" The two people below breathed a sigh of relief, and after hearing the ancestor's words, they also started to think. After all, they were not at the scene and knew very little. "We don't know, please enlighten us, ancestor." The two looked at the ancestor curiously. They were also curious about how Ning Bai defeated the terrifying demon. After all, the last time he fought against several spirit kings, he relied on that magical sword. They knew that the sword could not help Ning Bai defeat a more powerful demon. "There are 3 of us plus the 3 demon kings, a total of 6 ascended beings. We are no match for that demon in a single blow. He must be at the emperor level. And that kid was able to expel the demons so easily. The difference is enormous. Only a heaven-defying treasure can do that." After saying this, the old man looked out the window with deep eyes, leaving only the two people below in shock. "This kind of treasure is not only for me, but everyone present can see that the boy has something that defies the heavens." The two men shuddered, looked at each other, and looked at the ancestor with surprise and said, "Ancestor, you mean to say that you want to protect Ning Bai and make those villains retreat?" The old man put his hands behind his back, smiled and nodded. I knew that guy had a close relationship with our Shangwan family, so I wanted to help him, but I didn't expect those two girls to mess things up. The two of them then understood the relationship and felt extremely ashamed. Alright, let's leave it at that. Since that guy has left, I don't have to worry about him anymore. The rest is up to him. But, the old man walked up to Shangwan Yuntian and looked at him carefully. Ning Bai, Ning Bai. In the space of consciousness, one sound after another kept ringing in the space. The sleeping Ning Bai slowly opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. Where is this? Am I already dead? He looked at the vast expanse of white around him in confusion, with a lonely expression. Suddenly the familiar voice came again. He kept looking for the source of the voice, but couldn't find it. Outside, Liang Fong was taking care of Ning Bai. Suddenly, she saw Ning Bai's fingers move slightly. Her face turned over with joy and she hurriedly called a few people over. In the space of consciousness, Ning Bai suddenly discovered that there was a trace of purple air emerging, and it was no longer a single white color. After an unknown amount of time, the entire space was filled with purple. Ning Bai became excited. This was a familiar feeling. It was the Donghuang Bell and Li Chanyue. Ning Bai's body was also undergoing earth-shaking changes. His originally exhausted spiritual power was now like the moistened earth. Spiritual power was slowly being generated in his body, and accompanied by a hint of purple, which moisturized Ning Bai's entire body. The spiritual power instantly enveloped Ning Bai's entire body. Several people who came from outside after hearing the news looked at Ning Bai, who was wrapped in spiritual power, in front of them in shock. They had never seen such a situation. A person with exhausted spiritual power could recover such full spiritual power in such a short time. Soon, the spiritual power disappeared and all returned to Ning Bai's body. He slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, chaotic space. Li Chanyue smiled palely, so brilliantly, because he woke up. Finally, I get to see him again. Chapter 58. I'm showing my cards. Ning Bai opened his eyes and looked at Qin Hao and the others gathered around the bed. He touched the back of his head and asked, Grandpa Qin, what are you doing? You are truly blessed, you woke up in just 2 days after your spiritual energy was depleted. Old Ming smiled and stroked his stubble, looking at Ning Bai as if he were a monster. Seeing Ning Bai's puzzled look, the careful Liang Fong noticed it and explained to Ning Bai what happened after he fell into a coma. So, I'm in a very bad situation right now. All the weapon spirits in the 108 cities know that I'm carrying a treasure. Ning Bai's face looked grim. After all, he had been hiding for so long, and now he was exposed in an instant. This was unacceptable to him. He didn't want to attract attention because of his size. My dear son-in-law, why are you panicking? The Weapon Spirit Association doesn't know where you are and they won't be able to find you for a while. All you have to do is seize the time and become stronger. Elder Ming on the side smiled and consoled him, Old Qin is right. Now that things have come to this, the only way is to show our strength and scare them. This is the right way. Suddenly, Ning Bai's frown relaxed and an excited smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Liang Fong hurriedly comforted him, Child, are you okay? Don't scare me. Everyone gathered around anxiously to check if there was something wrong with Ning Bai's brain. What are you talking about? I was just thinking of something happy. What are you guys imagining? Ning Bai hurriedly broke free from Liang Fong's arms and looked at them speechlessly. Ning Bai thought for a while and then summoned Li Chanyue out. Qin Hao and the others already knew that the Kunlun mirror was in his body, so there was no need to hide this matter from them. Li Chanyue, dressed in a turquoise robe, appeared before them, her figure lithe and graceful, like a fairy descending to earth. Her face was pure and elegant, her skin white as snow, and her eyes were as bright as stars, with a faint purple light flashing through them. As soon as Li Chanyue came out, she saw Ning Bai lying on the bed. She excitedly threw herself into his arms and the two hugged each other. The two didn't speak, just hugged each other quietly, greedily smelling each other's scent. Although Qin Hao and others had many questions, they smiled knowingly when they saw this scene, and left the room one after another, leaving the two of them alone. The two snuggled together and began to tell each other about their experiences, but it was mainly Ning Bai who was talking, while Li Chanyue stared at Ning Bai with her charming big eyes. Hearing that Ning Bai had experienced so many life and death moments, Li Chanyue couldn't help but clench her hands. So, I have another sister, and she's a senior from Bihai College. Ning Bai looked at Li Chanyue's face without showing any displeasure, and couldn't help but wonder, Chanyue, aren't you angry? Li Changyue stood up and walked to the window, looking at the sunny street outside and smiled. If it were the past, I would definitely be very angry, but not now. Only after experiencing it can you understand. After saying that, she turned around, the sunlight shining on her beautiful cheeks, making her look like a goddess. Besides, you're not just any ordinary person. You're a genius who can contract everyone. If I'm so petty as to not let you sign, that would be really mean. Looking at the well-educated and well-mannered woman in front of him, Ning Bai couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is the life in another world that I dream of. Suddenly, she thought of something and asked, that strange mirror in the chaotic space is that senior sister Qin from Bisui Academy, right? Ning Bai nodded and said to Li Changyue in a mysterious tone, her spiritual weapon is the Kunlun mirror. If I'm guessing correctly, your two spiritual weapons have quite a connection. No wonder I always feel a sense of familiarity when I see that mirror, as if we are old friends who haven't seen each other for a long time. Hearing Chanyue's words, Ning Bai's heart skipped a beat. Could it be the same as I thought? Just as Ning Bai fell into deep thought, trying to figure out the connection. Ning Bai, where are the Lan sisters? Why don't I see them? Ning Bai finally reacted after hearing this. He hurriedly took out the two swords and began to communicate with them, preparing to summon the two people out. Ning Bai called out through the contract for a long time, but there was no response. He felt strange and thought that the two were still asleep. He did not take it seriously and prepared to put away his sword. But Li Changyue, who was standing by, had a flash of purple in her eyes and stopped Ning Bai. Let me try. Seeing Li Chanyue's confident look, Ning Bai was puzzled, so he handed her the Jian sword and Jian sword, and then looked at her with curiosity. Li Changyue, who took the sword, immediately realized that the two were snoring. She covered her face with a smile, clenched her hands tightly, and a strange power was transmitted into the two swords. Ning Bai seemed to hear a bell sound, and then the two swords began to vibrate, and then two beautiful figures appeared. They were Lan Shuqin and Lan Shuqi. I felt like I had slept for a long time, but was suddenly woken up by the sound of a bell. Yes, I heard a bell too. Looking at the two people's confused expressions, Ning Bai and Li Changyue laughed secretly. The elder sister, Lan Shuqi, was the first to react. Seeing Ning Bai and Li Changyue standing nearby, she became excited and quickly pulled her sister, saying, Shuqin, look over there. Two familiar figures came into view, and her eyes couldn't help but become moist. The two of them ran towards Ning Bai happily like children and threw Ning Bai to the ground. Calm down, you two. I can't breathe. Ning Bai was sandwiched between four huge balls, feeling both happy and uncomfortable. Hearing Ning Bai's difficult cry for help, the two finally reacted, a blush appeared on their faces, and they hurriedly let go of Ning Bai. Cough, cough. Ning Bai coughed a few times before he recovered. It seems that women can really kill people. Okay, let's go out. Li Changyue on the side suddenly spoke loudly. Ning Bai was just about to ask Li Changyue why she was speaking so loudly when a sound suddenly came from the contract, and he finally reacted. He glanced outside the door speechlessly, then gave some instructions to the Lan sisters and Changyue, and walked out of the room with a few people. The moment the door was opened, four figures were seen standing outside. They were Qin Hao and the other three who had left before. They felt itchy after leaving, so they all came to Ning Bai's door to wait, and of course, eavesdropped outside the door for a while. Looking at the four serious old men in front of him, Ning Bai covered his face and thought to himself, it turns out that no matter where you are, people love gossip. Well, it's like this, Ning Bai, we're worried about your health, so we turned around and came back to check on you. Qin Hao spoke first, breaking the awkward atmosphere, and the others nodded quickly after hearing it. Elder Ming smiled and looked at the Lan sisters and Li Changyue beside him. He asked knowingly, Ning Bai, why don't you introduce these girls to us? Ning Bai took a deep breath, looked at the women beside him, and gave them a reassuring look. I'm laying my cards on the table. I'm actually a genius, and they're all my spiritual weapons. Chapter 59, Flower Appreciation. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. It was obvious that they had never heard such arrogant words. After a while, Qin Hao laughed out loud, good, you really are worthy of being my good son-in-law. I thought your contract with Linghui was already amazing, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated you. Liang Fong looked at her son-in-law in front of her and found him more and more pleasing to the eye, with a face full of kindness. The old couple Ming on the side were filled with regret. Why didn't they have a daughter? Ning Bai, are they also artifact-level beings? Elder Ming asked the question that everyone wanted to know. Everyone looked at Ning Bai excitedly, waiting for his answer. Amidst everyone's expectations, he nodded. The moment Ning Bai nodded, several people looked at Li Changyue and the Lan sisters with fiery eyes, which made the three women feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, the old people quickly shifted their gaze back to Ning Bai. Qin Hao and Ming Changsheng exchanged a glance and laughed. I never thought that we would meet such a genius before we reach old age. God is truly merciful. Ning Bai, listen carefully. You must break free from the constraints of this world and let us see the splendor of the upper realm. Seeing the longing eyes of the two elders, Ning Bai nodded solemnly and said, Don't worry, I also want to see what the hometown of the heroes of 108 cities is like. Everyone couldn't help but look up at the sky, wanting to push aside the clouds to see what the scenery was like above. Walking on the busy street, Ning Bai felt that the strength in his body had reached the level of a spiritual master. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that his hard work was not in vain. There are more contract positions now, so I can continue to improve my strength. Ning Bai knew that his opponents were now at the Spirit King level. Only by constantly contracting spiritual weapons could he grow rapidly. If he practiced step by step, it would take an unknown amount of time to reach the Spirit King level. Time waits for no one. Ning Bai, we want to go back and see our family. The Lan twins looked at Ning Bai expectantly, hoping that he would agree. Li Changyue, who was standing by, couldn't help but think of the hard-working figure, and she was extremely yearning for him. But when she thought of Ning Bai's current situation, she immediately abandoned this idea. Just when Li Changyue was about to open her mouth to remind the Lan sisters, Ning Bai suddenly held her little hand. A warmth came from the palm of his hand, and a calm and firm voice came out. It's okay, don't make those who miss you suffer. These words were not only spoken to Li Changyue, but also to the Lan sisters, and even more so to Ning Bai himself. Then our first stop is Lan's. You two should quickly think of something delicious and fun to eat there. Upon hearing this, Lan Shuqin immediately began to introduce herself. It seemed that she was a local. Lan Shuqi looked at Ning Bai with gratitude, and there was a hint of other meaning in her eyes. For the first time, she felt that in addition to talent, the other qualities of the contractor were also extremely important. Flower Language City is a city full of the fragrance of flowers. Every household grows flowers. This is a tradition passed down since the founding of the city. Legend has it that the hero of this city is a woman who loves flowers, so it was named Flower Language City. So it attracted a lot of people, and people from other cities wanted to immigrate here. The people here are very kind, casual and elegant. Of course, there is one most important reason. There are many beauties in Huayu City, so many people call Huayu City the City of Beauties. That's right, today is an important day in Flower Language City. It's a flower viewing competition, and there's something exciting to watch. Ning Bai looked at Lan Shuqin's excited face and was speechless. Admiring flowers, what's so exciting about that? Seeing Ning Bai and Li Changyue looking confused, Lan Shuqi explained to them. What? The flowers in the flower viewing competition are actually beauties. Are you guys so fancy? Li Changyue looked at Lan Shuqi with a confused look on her face. She didn't expect that the so-called flower viewing would be like this. Seeing the two people's shocked expressions, Lan Shuqin also looked extremely proud. All right, stop staring blankly. We can go over there now and feast our eyes. Soon the two were pulled away by the Lan sisters. There is a square with various colorful flowers, which makes people feel like they are immersed in an outdoor sea of flowers. In the center of the sea of flowers, there are dozens of beautiful women in flowery clothes standing. Of course, floral clothes are not made entirely of flowers. Flowers are only a small part of the clothes, which serve as a foil. However, this also makes people's eyes bright and fresh. This year's flower viewing competition is truly a feast for the eyes. I heard even the beauties from the Flower Language Academy are participating. Is this true? That's the Flower Language Academy. They're actually here to participate in the flower viewing competition. This is the first time. This is absolutely true. I heard that the people from Flower Language Academy couldn't find a contract with a controller, so they plan to use this conference to find a suitable husband. Listening to the voices of the crowd, Ning Bai and his companions became interested and prepared to watch the flower viewing competition carefully. Then, they found a seat. Ning Bai took out a bunch of snacks, and they began to sit there leisurely, watching the show and eating melons. On the other side of the crowd, several students from the Flower Language Academy were watching the figure in the center of the sea of flowers. They couldn't understand why a senior who was so famous in the academy would participate in such an event. I hope senior sisters Yili and Lin Xian can find a good man. A petite girl clasped her fingers together and muttered to herself. Suddenly, a voice from the broadcasting station rang out. I now announce that the Flower Language City Flower Appreciation Competition has begun. The rules remain the same as before. Contestants, please begin selecting flowers. After the broadcast ended, a large group of men walked out of the crowd, young and old. What was outrageous was that Ning Bai also saw an old man with white hair running in excitedly. Looking at the crowd below who were like animals, Ning Bai and Li Chingyue frowned and asked, what kind of woman would come to participate in the flower viewing competition? They really don't understand this behavior. In their opinion, these men are not worthy of the women in the center. At this time, Lan Shuqi whispered secretly, I once heard the principal say that those who participate in the flower viewing competition have a chance to inherit the legacy of the founder of Flower Language City. After hearing this, the two men finally understood the purpose of the women below. It is true that women are as good as men. Among the dozens of women standing in the center of the square, two of them impressed Ning Bai deeply, because Ning Bai felt that he had a high degree of compatibility with these two people and had a certain sense of connection. At Flower Language Academy, a charming woman was standing by the window, her eyes fixed on the central square. She took in everything, her eyes filled with worry. I wonder if Lin Xian and Yili can get what they want. After a while, the woman came to her senses. She stretched, and her devilish figure was fully displayed in the sun, but unfortunately no one saw this scene. Two women in the field tensed up. They were Yili and Lin Xian from the Flower Language Academy. They were different from the other women, as they came here for the inheritance. Due to their legendary talents, no controller had been able to contract with them for many years, so in order to become stronger, they searched for information everywhere. Finally, the principal gave them a hidden secret. Legend has it that the female hero is also an uncontracted spiritual weapon user, but her strength ranks high among the 108 heroes. Chapter 60 Take Action. Ning Bai, who was watching the show, saw that the group of men were heading straight to the center, without any flowers along the way. He looked at Lan Shuqi puzzledly and asked, aren't we going to pick flowers? Why are they all running to the center? Seeing Ning Bai's puzzled expression, Lan Shuqi beside him quickly laughed and said, you don't think the flower selection on the broadcast is really a flower selection, do you? He finally understood, after all this time, he's just too naive. Soon the flowers were selected on the scene, and each flower had someone choosing it. However, Yili and Lin Xian had the least number of people behind them, with only one person each. These two people were obviously not good people. They drove away everyone else, which is why the current situation happened. Lu Shuawang, I knew you wouldn't miss this opportunity. Wang Jinliang, aren't you here too? The aura of the two men behind the two women was revealed, and the others on the side could not help but step back. The two men looked at the people around them with disdain, because they were just a group of ordinary people, or spiritual masters with a little cultivation. The sense of superiority of the two men came up at this moment. Yili, who was in the front, saw the two people behind him and said with an unpleasant expression, haven't you two already contracted spiritual weapons? Why are you still interfering? Lu Shuawang and Wang Jinliang exchanged a glance, revealing smug smiles. Then they slowly said, who stipulated that weapon spirits cannot participate in this competition? Brother Wang is right. The two of us came to participate in the flower viewing competition for your own good. Everyone knows that you two are the two most beautiful girls in the academy, with extraordinary talents. Even ordinary geniuses cannot contract with you. But now you have fallen into depravity and come here. Lu Shuawang glanced at the people around him with disdain as he spoke, then sneered, you're all a bunch of trash here. You're not even qualified to be compared with the two of you. Lin Xian looked at the two of them with disgust and said, you two don't need to worry about our affairs. Leave now and don't get in our way. The two laughed heartily upon hearing this. You're still too naive. We won't waste such an opportunity to see her. Yeah, you two are giving these losers a break, why not give us a break? After all, we are classmates. After saying that, the two of them revealed extremely obscene looks, which kept moving over Yili and the others' delicate bodies, giving them goosebumps. Students from the Flower Language Academy in the crowd also saw Lu Shuawang and Wang Jinliang above, and they angrily scolded the two for being shameless. Classmates, you are wrong. They are trying to retain these two people to prevent the academy from losing two geniuses. Two plain-looking, flashily dressed women walked over from the crowd and looked at them with smug expressions. Why don't you two take care of them? You actually let them come here to cause trouble. A younger man looked at the two women indignantly. Ha ha, little brother, why are you so excited? She's not your woman. The other woman said jokingly, oh, little brother, you want to be a flower protector. The boy had no chance of winning against them, and soon his face turned red, looking at a loss. At this time, a figure stood out and stood in front of the boy. You two have gone too far. You are not welcome here. Please leave. Looking at the expressionless man in front of them, the two women couldn't help but step back in fear and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Thank you, Senior Bai. You are so handsome. The boy clapped excitedly, with stars in his eyes. It seemed that he had become a little fan. The man in white looked at the boy in front of him, a smile on his face, and said, Want to be as mighty as you, Senior? Then practice hard. The boy looked at the man with a determined gaze, Senior, I will definitely become as strong as you. Hearing the boy's words, Bai Dengyun smiled bitterly and shook his head, and a handsome figure emerged in his mind. I wonder what his current strength is. How big is the gap between us, Ning Bai? A woman with a gentle face gently held the man's hand and looked at him with scorching eyes. Dengyun, let's work hard together. Bai Dengyun looked at the woman in front of him, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he nodded heavily. Hatch. Ning Bai, who was eating melon not far away, sneezed. He touched his nose and said, Who is thinking about me? Those two guys are so shameless. They actually secretly participated in the competition and kept thinking of all sorts of crooked ways. They are truly scum of the academy. After hearing what the two said, Ning Bai and Li Changyue hurriedly asked what was going on and prepared to watch some fun. Lan Shuqin complained, it's because of those two guys who coveted the beauty of the senior sister that they shamelessly came here to treat ordinary people. After listening to the two people's explanation, Ning Bai also understood. It turned out that these two guys wanted to take advantage of the situation and came to the flower viewing competition to interfere. Li Changyue, who was standing by, saw that Ning Bai had no expression on his face. As he continued to watch the show, she leaned her head against Ning Bai's side and asked carefully, Why don't you make a contract with these two? I heard that they both have ancient spiritual weapons without contracts. Ning Bai, who was watching the show, suddenly felt a fresh smell coming, and then heard Li Chanyue's words. He shook his head and said, I have other candidates. Li Chanyue nodded half-knowingly. She couldn't imagine that the person Ning Bai wanted to contract with was Shangguan Mengqian, the principal of Bihai College. Suddenly Ning Bai spoke again, but I think these two guys are also very unhappy, we can give them some benefits. When the three women on the side heard Ning Bai's words, they all leaned over to see how he would act. Ning Bai said mysteriously, Chanyue has to take action in this matter, like this. Then, through the conspiracy of several people, a plan against the two was born. The flower viewing competition is going on as usual. All the flowers cannot move, and the flower protectors have to pick them. Lu Shuoan was about to pick flowers when he suddenly stopped. The expression on his face kept changing, from confusion and ferocity at first to fear and ecstasy in the end. He turned around to look at Yili, licked the corner of his mouth, and said enthusiastically, So that's how it is, I will make you willingly become my woman. Everyone in the square was constantly searching for the flowers they wanted, but unfortunately they were dazzled by the vast sea of flowers and had no idea where to go. They could only pick flowers based on luck. Looking at the group of people's hands working smoothly, Lu Shuowang's mouth corners began to curl up, and he started to pick flowers in a swagger. Soon he picked 10 flowers and confidently returned to the flower submission area in the center of the square. There was an identification machine here. He put all the flowers into the machine and stood aside with confidence. Soon a voice came from the machine, Lu Shuowang picked 10 target flowers and passed the level. Hearing the sound of the machine, everyone at the scene looked at Lu Shuowang in shock. You know, this kind of target flower cannot be seen, it can only be seen by luck, no matter how strong the cultivation level is. Now this guy found 10 flowers in less than a few minutes, which made everyone unbelievable. Just when Lu Shuowan was enjoying everyone's attention, a voice snatched away his halo. Wang Xinliang picked 10 target flowers and cleared the level. Their eyes met in the air, and at this moment, a sentence rang in their minds, This is your biggest stumbling block. The two of them trembled, clenched their fists, and stared at each other fiercely. At this moment, they only had eyes for each other. Good friends for life. At the Flower Language Academy, Hua Xiaoshuan watched the video of the flower viewing competition with bright eyes, wondering what she was thinking. In the city lord's mansion, in a reception room, the content of the flower viewing competition was also being broadcast, and two people were drinking tea in the room. The two of them looked at the picture on the screen and fell into deep thought. But our culprit had no idea what a big surprise he was going to create. Chapter 61. Two Unlucky People. Ning Bai, what on earth did you do? Why were they able to find the target flower so easily? The two sisters of the Lan family couldn't help but gasp when they saw the scene in the center. They stared blankly at Ning Bai, who was smiling beside them. I just gave them a little cheat. Looking at the two people in the center who were confronting each other, Ning Bai's mouth corners also showed a slight curve. It seems that these two people are very smart. Li Chanyue, who was standing aside, crossed her arms over her chest, showing off her graceful curves, as if she was enjoying the show. The first level is mainly to help the flower girl of your choice find 10 target flowers to advance. This shows the advantage of having more people, except for the troublemaker Ning Bai. The second level is also about finding flowers, but here there are not only target flowers, but also elimination flowers. This level is for elimination and also for fate, and then you can reach the third level. Time passed by minute, and the time for the first level was about to end. Those who had not found 10 flowers became anxious, not only the flower protectors, but also the flower girls in the center. If they did not find them all, their flower viewing competition would be over. Several teams of flower girls had not yet assembled, while the others who had gathered breathed a sigh of relief and began to watch the show. When you have completed a task and others have not, people tend to feel very proud. When they look at those who have not completed it, they think that their performance is very poor. However, they do not realize that when they themselves failed to complete it before, they were also as anxious as those people. A man was sweating profusely as he searched for flowers, but none of them were the ones he wanted. This made him emotionally collapse little by little, and he angrily threw the flowers to the ground. Soon a voice came over the radio: anyone who destroys flowers in the flower viewing competition will be disqualified and taken away by the city guards to be punished. As soon as he finished speaking, several figures came to the man and subdued him. They were the city guards. The man finally reacted and looked at the flowers on the ground. He panicked and shouted, "I didn't mean to do that. I was just too anxious and dropped the flowers. Please let me go, sirs." After hearing this, the men just sneered. They didn't say anything, but took the man away forcefully. Everyone knew that this man would definitely not end up well, because the flower viewing competition was of great concern to the city lord. If this guy dared to cause trouble there, he would definitely not end up well. Just as the man was taken away, a voice came on the announcement: "Time is up, the first round is over, those who have not gathered, please leave." Soon, several flower girls and several men left the square dejectedly. It seemed that they would not be able to participate in the flower viewing competition here. Now begins the second stage. Fate has determined everything. Lu Shuowang looked at Wang Junliang beside him with a sinister smile. "I have the Shangxian to help me. What can you use to fight me? I will be the last one laughing in this match." The two of them walked towards the sea of flowers tacitly, their minds filled with scenes of their own triumphant success. In their opinion, with the help of the immortal, they were sure to win the competition. Ning Bai wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking a little tired. He thought to himself, "It seems that using two artifacts at the same time is still quite strenuous. I need to improve my cultivation quickly. I am still not good enough as a spiritual master." In the square, the crowd has started to move, but they are obviously not as fast as in the first level. After all, there are elimination points in this second level, and they can't just rush in like they did in the first level. They began to think carefully. However, Lu Shuowang and Wang Junliang had no such concerns and started to work directly without any pause. The people in the crowd were talking about the two of them. They really couldn't imagine how the two of them were looking for flowers. This was something that even the powerful Spirit King couldn't do. Bai Deng Yun looked at the two people above in shock. He said in disbelief, "When did these two guys become so talented?" In his opinion, these two guys are scum in the academy, with the lowest qualifications, and they like to bully the weak and fear the strong. Now they can do things that even the powerful Spirit Kings can't do, which makes him puzzled. What the crowd didn't notice was that several figures had already arrived here, secretly observing the two people in the field in the dark, trying to find out what was so strange about these two people. Outside the world's protective shield, it was pitch black. The endless darkness seemed to swallow everything. The evil energy spread like a tide, filling the air, making people feel suffocated and depressed. There were mountains of bones piled on the ground. These bones were dry and fragile, as if they had been eroded by a long time. Surprisingly, however, a host of new plants sprouted from these skeletons. These plants were vibrant and lush, yet their forms were unusual and completely different from ordinary plants. Some resembled twisted vines, entwined together to form strange patterns. Others resembled giant mushrooms, emitting a faint glow. Suddenly, several black shadows appeared in the sky. They were all shrouded in black fog and their bodies could not be seen clearly. They were only seen slowly looking at the protective shield emitting light not far away. Is this the power of a divine weapon? Even after so many years, it can still make me feel so excited. A black shadow suddenly spoke. The other black shadows also looked at the light not far away with fear. This power posed too great a threat to their demon clan, so they had to be careful. Humph, it's just an unconscious force. With the power of several of our demon kings, plus that thing, this protective shield will be broken within 3 days. That's right, we have that thing, so we don't have to be afraid of the power of the artifact at all. The other black shadows also calmed down, as if they had taken a reassurance pill. The humans inside prepared to tremble and welcomed the arrival of the demons. No one knew about the changes in the outside world, and the small world was still running as usual. However, since the last incident in Dongyuan City, the monsters had quieted down, and more people were going out to gain experience. As night fell, a woman dressed in black wandered alone through the wilderness. Her eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, as if wary of something. Although the outskirts of the city were now safer than they had been, danger still lurked around every corner, and the slightest misstep could easily lead to death. The woman clutched a sharp sword, its blade gleaming with a cold light, as if ready to respond to any emergency. Her gaze was sharp and resolute, revealing an unyielding and courageous aura. Despite her petite figure, her posture appeared upright and confident, exuding a unique charm. She raised her head, revealing a cold and beautiful face. She looked in one direction with confusion, muttering to herself, "What on earth is that?" Flower City. At this time, Lu Shuowang and Wang Jinliang kept moving and picking flowers. They had picked a lot of flowers, but they did not submit the flowers. Instead, they continued to pick flowers on the field. The others looked at the two of them angrily but dared not say a word, because these two people would sometimes snatch their flowers, but they did not dare to provoke them. After all, they were contractors at the level of spirit generals and were not people they could afford to provoke. Soon the two of them glanced at the sea of flowers, nodded with satisfaction, then stopped and looked at each other, as if they had seen the other's miserable exit, and both couldn't help laughing. Then the two of them put all the flowers into the machine and waited confidently for the machine's report. The audience present were also looking at the machine excitedly, even the few people in the dark were staring at it intently. Only Ning Bai and a few others were covering their mouths and laughing. Elimination cost 100%, target cost 0, extremely bad luck, this person is not suitable for marriage. Elimination cost 100%, target cost 0, extremely bad luck, this person is not suitable for marriage. As the two voices came out, the whole audience was shocked, and the two of them stared at the machine in a daze. Over the years, the machine has never given this answer. Everyone is stunned. What kind of luck is this? Are all the flowers eliminated? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. This kind of luck is unmatched. I have never seen such a funny joke in my life. Today really opened my eyes. These two brothers are really the best of the best. We all need to stay away from them from now on. They are unlucky. Don't let them get infected. Yes, everyone go back and inform everyone, so that everyone at home can be careful. Everyone was talking at once, all kinds of words coming one after another. The two people who couldn't bear the blow fell to the ground with their eyes black. The two were soon dragged away, but they became the laughingstock of Huayu City after dinner. The competition continued, and then the remaining people began to pick flowers. However, because the flower protectors left, Yili and Lin Xian had to go on stage alone. However, this was exactly what they wanted, and they were secretly happy in their hearts. In the end, everyone was surprised to find that all the remaining flowers were the target flowers, and everyone passed the level successfully. Everyone was shocked when they found that the two guys had picked all the discarded flowers. They couldn't hold back their laughter and burst out laughing. This is a strange person, haha. Chapter 62 Exposed. Soon, everyone completed the flower picking task, and everyone was very excited because this was the first time that every flower girl failed to pair up successfully. In the past, the pairing was completed in the second level, but this time, some flower girls had no one in front of them, while some flower girls had several people in front of them. Now we begin the third stage, the blessing of the flower language. However, due to the current special circumstances, the free choice will begin, and the decision will be made by the flower girl. As for the flower girls who don't have a flower protector, you have two choices, one is to withdraw from the flower viewing competition, and the other is to choose a partner from the audience. As the voice fell, the crowd at the scene began to get excited. They had not expected that even the audience could participate in this flower viewing competition. The atmosphere at the scene reached its peak. Yili and Lin Xian slowly stepped forward, looked at each other, and then answered with a firm look in their eyes, "We are willing to choose from the crowd." After hearing the two women's answers, the audience cheered and began to fantasize about being selected. Okay, now let's start choosing. Seeing things develop to this point, Ning Bai and others were also quite interested. They wanted to see what the two would choose. Countless people in the academy who admired the two girls rushed here upon hearing the news, hoping that they could be the lucky one. The two women's eyes kept scanning the crowd. No one knew what they were thinking. They just tried their best to show their perfect sight to the two women, as if they were choosing a concubine on the spot. After an unknown amount of time, the two turned their heads to look at each other, and then nodded. Then they both pointed in one direction and said at the same time, "I choose him." Everyone looked in the direction of the finger, and saw a man and three women there. It was obviously not a woman, so it could only be the man in the middle. The man at this moment had not reacted yet. He looked at everyone in confusion as they looked at him. That's right, the man was Ning Bai. He was watching a show, but he didn't expect that he would become someone else's show. Hua Xiaoshuan looked at the man in front of her in surprise. "I didn't expect Ning Bai to be here." The eyes of Huayu City Lord and the other man were slightly excited. They looked at Ning Bai as if he were looking at a treasure, with greed revealed on their faces. It's like searching for gold everywhere, but it's easy to find. I didn't expect this trip to Flower Language City to yield such a reward. Everyone who knew Ning Bai was shocked. They frantically passed the news back, and soon the news that Ning Bai was in Huayu City became known to everyone. A storm was about to sweep across Huayu City. "Are you two sure you want to choose this guy together?" The two nodded. This was something they had planned long ago. They had no intention of committing themselves to anyone and had already thought of a way out. "Okay, I now declare that this young man has been successfully matched. Please come on stage to participate in the next third round." As the announcement was made on the radio, everyone looked at Ning Bai enviously, killing two birds with one stone. "Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to make a decision without even asking me?" Ning Bai stood up and looked at the two women below with cold eyes, his face full of displeasure. His voice, with a hint of coldness and majesty, resounded throughout the entire scene, like a thunderclap, shocking everyone present. Everyone stared with wide eyes, staring blankly at the aloof figure. They originally thought that the man would excitedly accept this opportunity, but they didn't expect Ning Bai to be unwilling. This obviously made the people present unable to understand. The whole place was silent, and only Ning Bai's voice echoed in the air. Ning Bai's eyes were like a sharp sword, piercing through the bodies of the two women below, making them feel unprecedented pressure. The three women on the side also noticed Ning Bai's anger and looked at the two women below with unfriendly expressions. Although the Lan sisters were classmates and had wanted to help the two before, these two people actually set their sights on Ning Bai, and they no longer had any good feelings towards them. The person on the radio didn't expect Ning Bai to be so unwilling, so they quickly announced to Yili and Lin Xian, "This young man doesn't want to, so you two are not paired." Upon hearing this, the two men excitedly shouted, "Impossible! How could he possibly refuse? He must have said something wrong out of sheer excitement." Looking at the two people's incoherent language, Ning Bai shook his head and frowned. "I said, I don't agree. I look down on you. Do you understand now?" These words resounded in the ears of the two women like thunder. Their eyes became dull, their legs softened, and they both collapsed to the ground. The two girls have always been the pride of heaven, and have always been the center of attention wherever they go. Now Ning Bai's words have made them confused, and they simply cannot accept this contrast. In their hearts, Ning Bai should be very grateful to accept this opportunity and then help them complete the last stage of the flower viewing competition. A graceful and elegant woman quietly looked at the two women in the field. Her plump and round curves seemed to contain endless temptation and charm. Her breasts were tall and straight, rising and falling like two mountain peaks, exuding an irresistible feminine charm. Her skin was as delicate as snow, with a slight luster, making people want to touch it. But the people around him stayed away from him because this person was Hua Xiaoshuang, the principal of Huayu Academy, a powerful spiritual king. Then she sighed, her body slowly disappeared, and then appeared in the center of the square, blocking the two women. "What happened today was wrong on the part of my two students. I apologize to you on their behalf." Then the woman bowed her head slightly to Ning Bai and apologized. Her action instantly revealed the surging waves on her chest to Ning Bai. Ning Bai's old face turned red, his heart was in a panic, and he quickly turned his eyes away. He said somewhat embarrassedly, Principal Hua, you don't have to do this. You are a senior, and I am just a junior. This behavior is really embarrassing for me. The beautiful woman stared at Ning Bai with her eyes piercing, and said solemnly, you are not a junior, you are a hero, you saved all of us, you are worth it. She said this not only to Ning Bai, but also to Yili and Lin Xian, in order to protect them and prevent them from provoking the man in front of them. Everyone looked at the man in front of them in surprise, wondering who he was. Even Principal Hua was so polite to him. Suddenly, Hua Xiaoshuang frowned, her eyes kept checking around, then she sighed and said, what is coming has finally come, you shouldn't show up. Ning Bai looked around calmly and said indifferently, who can hide from their eyes? Unless we go to the wild, we might as well confront them. After all, I am a hero, so they won't be ungrateful. Hearing Ning Bai's indifferent attitude, Hua Xiaoshuan looked at the man deeply, then disappeared in the center of the square with the two women. Ning Bai, you really made it hard for us to find you. A voice seemed to come from the distant sky, yet it carried an irresistible power. This voice was filled with majesty and dominance, making people tremble. I saw several streams of light rushing towards this place from a distance, and the man leading them was Shenyuan Shixiang. Ning Bai watched this scene expressionlessly, but he was not panicked at all. He only felt endless mockery. He felt that he was really blind at that time and saved a group of ungrateful people. He felt that it was not worth it for himself. It seems I still can't be a good person. Just consider it a lesson I paid for. Chapter 63 The Terrifying Shenyuan Shixiang. Brother Ning, please come with us. Shenyuan Shixiang looked at Ning Bai with fiery eyes. The others dispersed, forming a vague encirclement. All other ordinary spectators had been dismissed, leaving only Ning Bai and a few others in the entire square. Master Shenyuan, I haven't done anything wrong. Where are you taking me? Shenyuan Shixiang patiently explained, Nephew Ning Bai, please don't misunderstand me. You are a hero who defeated the devil. We are here only to ensure your safety, so that some villains won't plot against you. Ning Bai looked at Shenyuan Shixiang deeply, with a firm and calm light flashing in his eyes, and then he slowly said, since you said that I defeated the devil, then my safety, do I still need you to guarantee it? At the end, his voice suddenly became very loud, like a thunder exploding in everyone's ears, shaking them all. Everyone looked at Ning Bai in shock, not knowing what kind of power this was. Only Shenyuan Shixiang's eyes showed even stronger greed, but it was quickly hidden. My dear nephew, you definitely didn't defeat such a powerful demon by your own strength. After all, you are only a spiritual master now. After saying that, he stared at Ning Bai, as if he wanted to see an expression of panic and tension on Ning Bai's face. But he was disappointed. Ning Bai had no expression and just looked at him quietly. This time, Shenyuan Shixiang brought so many people here because he was afraid that Ning Bai had a backup plan. After all, the scene of suppressing the Demon King with ease that day was deeply imprinted in his mind. Without knowing Ning Bai's background, he absolutely did not dare to confront him. Shenyuan Shixiang slowly walked up to Ning Bai and said amiably, my dear nephew, you must know that the world is not at peace right now. The demons have been eyeing our 108 cities covetously and have been harming our geniuses. They will definitely be extremely wary of a prodigy like you and will try all sorts of means to strangle you. We, the Weapon Spirit Association, will never tolerate such a thing happening. Please consider the future of the human race and return with us, little friend Ning Bai. Looking at the old man in front of him with one hand behind his back, bending down to beg him, Ning Bai sneered in his heart. He is really an old fox. Suddenly, a group of people came over from all around the square. They all knelt down in front of Ning Bai and shouted. Please Ning Tianjiao, for the sake of the human race, go back. Go back. More and more people came to the square, and they followed suit, shouting. The Lan sisters and Li Changyue looked at the people kneeling on all sides. These little girls had never seen such a scene before and were suddenly at a loss. They all looked to Ning Bai for help. Shenyuan Shixiang raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at Ning Bai with a playful look. It turns out that old Ginger is still wiser. Ning Bai cursed in his heart. Just when Ning Bai was in trouble, three old men in the Weapon Spirit Association were arguing. Why did you allow Shenyuan Shixiang to capture Ning Bai? A thin, white-haired old man sighed and said, Brother, don't you understand? The demon race in the outside world has been annihilated, and the human race in our 108 cities is in imminent danger. We have to face the invasion of demons from the outside world at any time, so we must get the treasure and protect the people of 108 cities. A burly old man in the first seat stood up and slowly walked to the thin old man with an excited expression. But that boy is our savior after all. What difference does what you do to those monsters make? The thin old man was silent for a while, then his eyes became firm. I will take responsibility for this matter alone. It has nothing to do with my elder brother and second brother. The burly old man shook his head, left a few words, and then left the room with a sigh. Don't hurt that kid. Watching his eldest brother leave, the old man who had been silent all this time walked up to the thin old man and said, "Third brother, take care of yourself." Then the old man also left the room, leaving only the thin old man sitting quietly in the room. Sheeny City, it's as hot as ever. This kid, I told him not to go out, but he insisted on going out. Shi now paced around with a look of disappointment, and Liang Fong was also very anxious, with a sad face. Ming Changqing suddenly pushed the door open and came in, sighing, "That brat has everything planned out. Only if he shows up will his family and friends be safe." After hearing this, everyone fell silent. They knew that this was Ning Bai's inevitable fate. Xin Hao was the first to stand up and break the silence. "In that case, we old guys can't just sit there and wait for death. Yeah, it's been so long since I've really fought anyone. It's time to go out and stretch my body." Then the figures of several people disappeared in the room. In Huayu City, the city lord was quietly looking at the center of the square in a secluded place, his eyes full of pride, and he was very satisfied with his achievements. "Why are you all gathered in Flower Language Square? Leave immediately. This is the burial place of Flower Language heroes. Are you trying to be disrespectful?" Suddenly a voice resounded in the square. The people below were startled and fled. Soon the square was empty. The lord of Huayu City in the dark directly spat out a bunch of garbled characters. He looked in the direction of Huayu Academy and his face turned green. Xianyuan Shixiang also frowned and looked in a certain direction. The Lan sisters looked at Ning Bai in surprise and said, "It's the principal. The principal hasn't forgotten us." Ning Bai nodded and his expression calmed down. Fortunately, Principal Huayu came to the rescue, otherwise he would have been in a passive position. "President Xianyuan, I still feel that the outside world is more suitable for me. I don't want to be constrained. I will protect myself well, so I won't bother you with any worries." Just as Ning Bai was about to teleport away with the women, he felt an obstruction and they remained where they were. He looked at Xianyuan Shixiang who was not far away. The other party just crossed his arms and looked at him with a smile. "I have ordered people to set up a formation here. Only entry is allowed, no exit." Seeing Xianyuan Shixiang's fearless look, Ning Bai threatened, "Aren't you afraid of death? Do you think you are stronger than the devil?" "Ha, of course I'm afraid of death. But, you don't have that ability now. Am I right, little brother Ning Bai?" As he spoke, Xianyuan Shixiang's mouth turned into a sinister smile. He no longer concealed his feelings, and his full malice was overflowing. A chill rose from the soles of his feet and quickly spread throughout his body. Ning Bai's pupils dilated and he stared at Xianyuan Shixiang. Xianyuan Shixiang ignored Ning Bai's gaze and just walked towards Ning Bai step by step. "Okay, the game is over. It's time to go, Ning Bai." Chapter 64 Battle. The Lan sisters and Li Changyue stood in front of Ning Bai, looking at Xianyuan Shixiang who was slowly approaching with vigilance. Ning Bai came back to his senses and looked at the women in front of him, the fire in his eyes lit up again. "Even if I don't have that power, having them is enough for me." Li Chanyue's body shone brightly, and she instantly transformed into a giant bronze bell. This bell was ancient and simple, engraved with mysterious runes, and exuded an ancient and solemn aura. It is like a towering mountain, standing between heaven and earth. As spiritual power continued to flow in, the big bell in the sky burst out with brilliant light, like a dazzling pearl hanging in the sky, emitting a dazzling brilliance. "Long time no see, old friend. I have to trouble you again this time." Looking at the Donghuang bell in the air, Ning Bai had a smile on his lips, and that smile seemed to contain endless expectations and confidence. However, the next moment, the smile disappeared without a trace, replaced by a face distorted by anger. Veins popped up on his face, and then Ning Bai let out a deafening roar. "Ah! Ring it!" The roar exploded in the air like thunder, carrying unparalleled power and determination. With this roar, the Donghuang bell seemed to feel Ning Bai's anger, and the light on the bell became stronger and stronger, as if it had reached its limit. Clang! A deafening sound spread out, and the sound was like a real shock wave, cracking the surrounding buildings. Xianyuan Shixiang, who was standing right in front, was the first to feel this terrifying energy. His face changed slightly, and a big sword instantly appeared in his hand. He held it horizontally in front of him, forming a yellow energy shield, and then his body kept retreating. The other people around also summoned their spiritual weapons to resist the bell sound, but the bell sound still made them feel pain and their faces turned grim. What level of spiritual weapon is this? It's so terrifying? Everyone looked at the big clock in the sky in shock. Becoming a spiritual master is still too much of a stretch. If I could reach the spiritual general level, it wouldn't be so difficult. Ning Bai shook his head, looked at the people around him, and then set his gaze on the Dongwang bell again, muttering, "Then let me go crazy again." Xianyuan Shixian was the first to react, suppressing the sound of the bell and rushing towards Ning Bai. Ning Bai ignored it and focused all his energy on himself. He mobilized all the spiritual power in his body, which quickly gathered together to form a powerful energy vortex. However, this process was not easy for Ning Bai. His face turned extremely pale, as if it had lost all its blood. His body also began to tremble and sway, as if he would collapse at any moment. But at the same time, his eyes became more and more crazy, full of determination and firmness. Then he sent all the spiritual power in his hand to the Donghuang bell in the air. The bell body instantly burst out with brilliant purple gold light, and a dangerous aura spread out. "Let them feel the bell of the world, ah!" Ning Bai roared, his voice filled with endless anger and determination. As he finished speaking, a bell sound even more powerful than before emanated from the Donghuang bell. This bell sounded like a huge bell, melodious and loud, carrying an irresistible power. Clang! It seems to have the power to penetrate everything and make people's souls tremble. Everyone felt an invisible pressure, as if the whole world was shrouded in the bell at this moment. Xianyuan Shixiang, who had already touched the corner of Ning Bai's clothes, frowned, and all the spiritual power in his body immediately gushed out, forming a spiritual power shield in an instant. He saw Ning Bai's cold smile, and then he felt nothing, instantly drowned out by the powerful bell. Ning Bai's eyes went black and he lost consciousness. The Donghuang bell in the air also shrank instantly and turned into a stream of light and entered Ning Bai's body. At this time in Huayu City, everyone was trembling and hiding in their homes. They heard the bell of their souls and were terrified. Some people with weak wills were even stunned by the bell. The sound of the bell just now actually made my soul tremble. What a great power it is. However, this bell sound and the voice before. Hua Xiaoshuang stared at one direction with a serious expression, not knowing what she was thinking. Several elders nearby came over and asked, "Principal Hua, what is going on? This isn't something you should know. Disperse. Maintain order among the students in the academy and make sure nothing goes wrong." Hua Xiaoshuan left a few words lightly and disappeared. "Yes, Principal." Several old men responded quickly and then left in a hurry. Deep underground in the square, a suspicious voice rang out, "This bell sound, could it be?" At this time, two figures suddenly appeared in Huayu City. They stayed for a while and then rushed in one direction in an instant. That was Huayu Square. "Ning Bai, are you okay? Don't scare us." "Sister, the most urgent thing now is to find a safe place to heal Ning Bai. We can't stay here for long." The two nodded and were about to carry Ning Bai away. A thin old man suddenly appeared in front of them, stopped them, and pointed at Ning Bai with his old hand. "You can go, but he can't." Looking at the old man who suddenly appeared, the two knew that he was not simple. They instantly transformed into the real body of the spiritual weapon, ready to catch him off guard. I saw two swords, one black and one white, intertwined together, forming a yin and yang tai chi diagram, stabbing towards the old man. The old man did not move, but looked at the yin-yang sword tai chi diagram in surprise, and could not help but sigh. I never thought I would see such a magical weapon in my lifetime. Then the old man waved his hand, and the yin-yang diagram disappeared instantly. The two swords were knocked dozens of meters away, and then returned to their original form. The two women fell into a coma. The Tai Chi yin-yang sword, which had killed several of the Wolf King's men, was no match for the old man. I didn't expect this boy to have such talent that he could actually contract such a spiritual weapon. The old man squinted his eyes and looked at the unconscious Ning Bai, wondering what he was thinking. After a while, the old man sighed and said, forget it. This is the Xianyuan family's business. I have long stopped interfering in family affairs. Everything will be settled on its own." Just when the old man wanted to take the three people away, two figures blocked his way. They were Qin Hao and the other man who had arrived late. The old man looked at the two people in front of him in confusion. "Who are you two? How could you have reached the realm of ascendance?" Xin Hao and the other man didn't respond. They just looked at the old man sarcastically and said, "It doesn't matter who we are. What matters is this how you, the Weapon Spirit Association, repay your lifesaver?" The old man snorted coldly, "I have my own principles for doing things. It is not the turn of outsiders to teach my Weapon Spirit Association how to do things. Although you two are also ascended beings, you are only at the 8th level of Spirit King. It is best not to meddle in other people's affairs, or you may lose your lives." Xin Hao and the other man looked at the old man with cold eyes and said, "We too would like to learn from him." The old man's spiritual power began to surge, and the aura of a level 9 Spirit King swept out. He looked at the two of them with cold eyes. Court Death. Chapter 65 Mysterious Light. Xin Hao and Ming Changsheng retreated rapidly, with light flashing in their hands, and each of them showed their own spiritual weapon. Xin Hao saw a guqin in his hand, while Ming Changsheng held a brush in his hand. Looking at the spiritual weapons in the hands of the two men, the old man showed a disdainful smile on his face. "Just relying on these two small auxiliary spiritual weapons, you want to challenge me? You're so naive and don't know your place." His voice was full of sarcasm. With that, a long black staff suddenly materialized in the old man's hand. He gently stroked the staff, as if communicating with it. As he moved, the staff began to hum, emitting a low, vibrating sound. A powerful aura emanated from it, carrying with it an immense wildness and domineering aura. At this moment, a pleasant sound of piano music came into his ears. The sound seemed to have magical power, making people feel a little tired. However, the old man was not fooled by the sound of the piano. Instead, he frowned slightly and looked alert. He quickly stretched out his fingers and waved them lightly in the air. In an instant, two streams of spiritual power shot out from his fingertips and quickly entered his ears. The piano music that had been lingering in my ears suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. However, at this moment, dense words appeared in the air, and the entire air was dyed black by ink, surrounding the old man. Xin Hao glanced at Ming Changsheng, nodded slightly in response, and then he plucked the guqin in his hand again. This time, the sound of the strings became more urgent, like an approaching storm. Every note was tense and urgent, making people's heart beat faster. This set of combos was completed in an instant, and soon the old man was surrounded by ink words all over the sky, and the rapid sound of the piano appeared in the old man's ears again. The old man's voice rang out in a deep voice, "The Ascendant's full force is no longer something this world can bear. Do you really want to attract demons from the outside world like you did before?" Ning Bai was the one who repaired the world's protective shield. "Don't you think it's ironic to say this?" Looking at the mocking eyes of the two men, the old man knew that today would not end peacefully, and he sighed inwardly. Then he looked at the surrounding text with a cold gaze. "We can only make a quick decision to reduce the pressure on the world." After he finished speaking, the mad stick in his hand emitted a dangerous aura and took on a black light, enveloping the old man and isolating even his voice. "Let me finish you off with one stick." A dark vortex of spiritual energy burst out from the stick, and the old man struck the words in front of him with the stick. Ming Changsheng, sensing the old man's terrifying power, changed his expression and shouted, "Attack with all your strength." Xin Hao on the side nodded and plucked the strings faster and faster. The surrounding airflow was cut by the sound of the piano and rushed towards the old man madly through the words, "Kong Yu Qinin, go." Ming Changsheng followed closely behind, waving the brush in his hand continuously, and the words in the air were rapidly condensed. Soon, all the ink words in the air gathered into a ball of black ink, and then were quickly outlined in the air. In an instant, all the ink in the air formed a huge Shin character, emitting infinite pressure. Ruijin, suppress. As the two of them attacked with all their strength, the space in Huayu City began to become unstable, but fortunately there was a layer of golden protective shield, so the space would not collapse for the time being. As the ink text cage disappeared, the old man's figure was revealed. At this time, the old man was completely black and his appearance was completely unrecognizable. The stick in the old man's hand also became a little bigger, and an energy shadow appeared behind it, and a huge black stick appeared. A crazy stick. The three forces came into contact instantly, and a terrifying wave was generated. Soon a huge sound broke out, and a huge shockwave swept around. All the nearby buildings and houses collapsed instantly, leaving only ruins. Everyone in Huayu City felt a heart-pounding energy surging past them. Those who were a little closer were directly thrown hundreds of meters away, and their life or death was unknown. Is this the battle between strong men? Ning Bai, what kind of person are you? He looked at the light of the explosion with longing. Most of the students hid in their rooms out of fear, not daring to come out, for fear that they would be affected. Wang Zhenliang and Lu Shuowang felt this terrifying pressure and their bodies trembled. They no longer had the high spirits they had in the flower viewing competition. Lin Xian and Yi Li also turned around at this time, looking at this terrifying power. They trembled as they looked at the principal beside them and asked, "Is that Ning Bai fighting?" They looked at the principal nervously. Although they couldn't believe this fact, they couldn't help but ask. Hua Xiaoshuan looked at the two people in front of her who were terrified, shook her head, and sighed, "It doesn't matter whether it is true or not. What matters is you. Don't lose your original intention." The two nodded as if they understood, then turned to look at the place where the explosion occurred, wondering what they were thinking. Alas, is there really a way out for the human race? Hua Xiaoshuan couldn't help but sigh softly. At the explosion site, the smoke and dust cleared, and a huge crater had been blown open in the center. Xin Hao, covered in wounds, was lying beside Ning Bai, protecting him. Ming Changshang was also covered in blood, his face pale. They looked around cautiously, but unfortunately they didn't see anyone. "Are you looking for me?" The two men's faces changed drastically. Ming Changsheng was about to turn around when he suddenly felt a sharp pain. His body flew backwards and fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. Changsheng. The ruby pen turned into a woman, hugging Ming Changsheng nervously. "Old Ming." Xin Hao stared at Ming Changsheng in the distance with red eyes. "Don't worry, I will be careful with my blows. He won't die." The old man walked towards Xin Hao and the others step by step, watching everything with cold eyes. "Is this what you want?" People who overestimate their own abilities always think they can be heroes, but they never think about the consequences. Soon the old man walked up to the two of them, looked down at Xin Hao and the unconscious Ning Bai, pointed at Ning Bai and said mockingly, "He could have avoided death, but your appearance made me change my mind. This is the consequence." Xin Hao's eyes were dull and his hands were clenched into fists. "Well, it's time to take you back to face your consequences." Just as the old man was about to take action, a ray of light suddenly rose from the ground. The light was so dazzling that it seemed to be able to penetrate everything. Everyone present was attracted by the light. They felt a gentle breath and their wounds seemed to be healed a little. "This is..." The old man looked at the light in the sky in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. The breath of 108 heroes. Chapter 66. I'll take care of it. At this moment, a melodious, clear and pleasant voice was heard. This voice seemed to have a unique magic that could penetrate people's hearts and make people feel relaxed and happy. Immediately afterwards, a mysterious and charming figure slowly walked out from the light, as beautiful and charming as a fairy descending to earth. The first thing that catches your eye is the pair of long and straight legs, as white as snow, with beautiful lines, which makes people fall in love with them. As their gaze shifted, they saw a long white dress, as pure as a snowflake. It clung to her curves, showcasing her slender waist and ample breasts. Her figure was flawless, like a meticulously crafted work of art. When she fully appeared in front of everyone, a sacred and dignified aura came over them. Her eyes were deep and bright, as if they could see through everything. Her lips were slightly raised, revealing a subtle smile that made people feel both friendly and awe-inspiring. Her hair was as soft as silk, gently brushing against her cheeks, adding a touch of mystery. "Xian Yuan Dian, I haven't seen you for many years, and you are still so reckless," the mysterious person said with a smile, with a hint of ridicule and helplessness in her tone. Upon hearing this, the old man's body trembled, and he fell to his knees on the ground, looking at the sacred figure in the air with excitement. "Junior Xian Yuan Dian, greetings to the Lord." The woman who heard this shook her head and said, "You are not my descendant. I have never accepted any descendant in this world. The 108 adults are our adoptive parents. We have always regarded you as our ancestors." Xian Yuan Dian on the ground immediately shouted excitedly, forget it, it's up to you now." Xian Yuan Dian on the ground immediately cowed out excitedly, "Thank you, sir. Go back, you don't need to interfere in this child's affairs anymore." The woman's ethereal voice came out, but there was a hint of majesty in her tone. After hearing this, Xian Yuan Dian wanted to say something, but looking into those deep eyes, he quickly lowered his head and dared not refute. Then the old man looked at the unconscious Ning Bai with reluctance, and then disappeared in front of everyone. The mysterious woman looked at the people on the ground, then waved her hand lightly, and 3 white light balls sank into the bodies of the 3 people. After doing all this, the light on the woman's body dimmed a little. Xin Hao felt that his injuries had been mostly healed. He looked at the mysterious woman in front of him with shock and said excitedly, "Thank you, hero." Ning Changsheng and Ning Bai, who were standing by, also woke up slowly. They looked around nervously. But they only saw Qin Hao looking respectfully at a mysterious woman, and the two were also very confused. What's going on? Qin Hao saw that the two of them looked dumbfounded, so he hurried over to them and explained things to them. Then Ning Changsheng also looked at the mysterious woman respectfully, and Ning Bai looked at the woman in front of him, his heart trembling, not because of the other person's appearance and temperament, but because he felt a mysterious throbbing. Feeling both scared and excited, Ning Bai looked at the mysterious woman in front of him at a loss. However, this scene looked different in the eyes of Qin Hao and Ning Changsheng. They saw Ning Bai staring at the woman as if he had never seen such a beautiful woman before. Qin Hao immediately pulled Ning Bai's clothes. Ning Bai finally reacted and touched his hair awkwardly, saying, "Sorry, I was so engrossed in watching." Qin Hao and the other man rolled their eyes at him, thinking to themselves, "He's a big shot, what on earth do you want to do? Are you trying to kill yourself?" Just as they were still worried about this, a clear and pleasant voice rang out, "You two should go back. Remember not to reveal my information to anyone." The two of them were stunned when they heard this, and a thought came to their minds, could it be so? Qin Hao and the other man knelt down and begged, "Please have mercy, sir. This boy is ignorant and has offended you. Please spare his life." The woman covered her face and smiled, "You two are overthinking it. I just have something to ask this young man. You can leave without worry. With me here, nothing will happen to him." The two of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, sir, we'll leave now." Qin Hao and the other man gave Ning Bai a reassuring look and left. It seemed that they had great respect and trust for this mysterious woman. Looking at the mysterious and sacred woman before him, Ning Bai thought to himself, "Is this one of the legendary 108 people? I wonder what you want from me, sir?" The woman did not answer Ning Bai, but kept looking at Ning Bai, making Ning Bai feel uncomfortable all over. Fortunately, the woman only looked at him for a moment before looking away and saying, "Do you know who I am?" Ning Bai replied cautiously, "I heard from Elder Qin that you were one of the heroes who led humanity to establish the 108 cities." The woman turned around and looked at the flower language city beside her. She couldn't help but fall into memories. 108 city, what a distant memory. 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. This place of suffering has changed so much. Then she looked up at the sky again, her eyes cold. These annoying things actually stretched their hands here. Ning Bai also looked up at the sky in confusion, but could not see anything, but he knew what the woman was talking about. Suddenly, the woman looked at Ning Bai and said seriously, "Are you willing to leave this world with me?" Ning Bai looked at the woman in front of him with a confused expression. He was a little unable to react for a moment. The contrast was a bit too big. "Do you mean leaving this world?" Ning Bai asked back in confusion. "Yes, this world can't hold on for much longer. The demons will soon break the protective shield, and all living things in this world will be devastated." Hearing the woman's answer, Ning Bai's face turned pale. He looked at the woman excitedly and said, "Aren't you a hero? Is there no way to save this world?" Seeing Ning Bai's excitement, the woman sighed and said, "The passage to this world has been cut off. We have no other options. This is just a spiritual clone I left behind. All 108 heroes have left behind clones, and they should have awakened by now. They will also take some people away from here." Ning Bai looked at the woman with a gloomy expression and said, "What about the remaining group of people? Are we just going to watch them die here?" The woman didn't say anything, just sighed. Many people's faces appeared in Ning Bai's mind. Along the way, he met all kinds of people. Although he was afraid of death, he was more afraid of loneliness. When he was on Blue Star, he was like a lonely little sheep, staying at home all day, isolated from the outside world. Although his life seems peaceful, he longs for true friendship and warmth deep in his heart. However, fate always likes to play jokes on him and puts him on an unexpected journey through time. After arriving in this mysterious world, he discovered that he was not alone. Here is a group of like-minded partners who are brave, enthusiastic, and full of energy. Together they explored unknown territories, faced various challenges, and grew together. These new friends not only gave him strength and support, but also taught him how to care for others. Here, he felt unprecedented happiness and satisfaction. Despite facing many difficulties, he firmly believed that as long as everyone worked together, they could overcome everything, because they had a deep friendship as a solid backing. This pure friendship made him realize that what matters most in life isn't material wealth or status or power, but the people who accompany us through thick and thin. So no matter what setbacks and difficulties he encounters in the future, he will move forward without flinching, because he knows he has a group of trustworthy friends behind him. Ning Bai turned and left, his voice ringing in the woman's ears. My purpose in becoming stronger is to protect the people around me. I will use my strength to protect this world. Since you don't care, then I will take care of it. Chapter 67. The storm is coming, danger. Looking at Ning Bai's back, the woman shook her head, then waved her hand gently, and a ray of light flashed by. Ning Bai, who was far away, suddenly realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. He saw a white light appear in front of his eyes, and then his eyes went black and he fell backwards. A white shadow appeared behind him and slowly caught the unconscious Ning Bai. It was the mysterious woman. Forget it, I'll leave this seat to your family. After a gust of wind, only dust was left on the ground, and the two people had disappeared. After the mysterious woman left, an unknown amount of time passed before the ruin suddenly shook, and a man covered in mud stood up from it. Looking at the place where the woman left, the man couldn't help but tremble all over, as if he had encountered something terrible. Who on earth is she that actually scares me so much, like a natural sense of oppression? The man gently waved his right hand, and a powerful spiritual power instantly emerged. The mud on his body seemed to be shaken away by an invisible force. As this spiritual power flowed, his body gradually became clean and tidy, and his clothes, which were originally stained with dirt, also looked brand new. A familiar face came into view. It was the Xianyuan Shixiang from before. He had hidden his aura, so no one noticed him. They all thought Xianyuan Shixiang was dead. Even the mysterious woman did not notice that there was still someone alive here. A sinister and terrifying voice appeared. She was one of the 108 people back then, and she was the best among them. Her power is very powerful in suppressing demonic energy. However, now that they can no longer control this world, there is nothing to be afraid of. We just need to stay away from them and wait for the opportunity. Xianyuan Shixiang nodded, then said in a serious tone, I hope you will keep your promise and protect my Xianyuan family. Don't worry, if you become my weapon refining disciple, those demons won't dare to embarrass you. They'll even treat you like a guest of honor. After hearing the voice in his mind, Xianyuan Shixiang's expression relaxed. He then glanced at Huayu City and disappeared. At the same time, great changes took place in City 108. The powerful and high-ranking officials in the entire City 108 were in an uproar because they had seen the legendary hero. Go and bring all the geniuses in the city. Then an order was issued in all cities, and all families, schools, and weapon spirit associations began to frantically search for geniuses in the city. Of course, Flower Language City is an exception, because the mysterious woman had already left Flower Language City and ignored them. The Shangguan family, at this time the ancestor Shangguan, frowned, and below him were the newly returned Shenyuan Dian and the ancestor of the Nangong family. The three of them gathered here again. You mean, that kid killed Shenyuan Shixiang? The two looked at Shenyuan Dian in disbelief. When I arrived, there was no trace of Shi Xiong at the scene. The old man shook his head and sighed. Shangguan Yan looked at his brother, whose face was covered with vicissitudes, and could not help but sigh. It seems that boy really can't be underestimated. Even such a big shot took action for him. You shouldn't have allowed him to cause trouble for that kid. Ancestor Nangong on the side couldn't help but speak. Yeah, this is all the result of my wishful thinking. Seeing Shenyuan Dian's repentant look, Shangguan Yan hurriedly changed the subject and said worriedly, this time, all those big shots have come out. I don't know if it's good or bad. Nangong Patriarch on the side asked, has any news come out now? Shangguan Yan shook his head. They just need to find a genius right now. They won't see anything else, not even us. It seems there must be something hidden behind this matter. We must make plans early. The demons from the outside world are watching us covetously, while the heroes from the upper realm are ignoring us. Big brother, second brother, the 108 cities need us to take the lead now. Shenyuan Dian and Shangguan Yan were shocked when they heard this. They had actually guessed it, but were unwilling to face it. However, someone said it in front of them, so they had to face this problem. Shangguan Yan was silent for a long time, as if he had made up his mind. Third brother, you go contact the demon tribe. Second brother and I will go find that adult and ask him clearly. The two nodded, and then Patriarch Nangong disappeared in the room. The remaining two looked at each other, smiled, and then walked out of the room. In a quiet room, the light was dim and quiet, as if time had stopped at this moment. A man in black sat quietly on an exquisite chair, his figure as steady as a sculpture. He sits upright and dignified, his legs slightly apart, his hands resting lightly on his knees, as if blending in with his surroundings. His eyes are closed, yet reveal an inner alertness and concentration. His breathing was steady and deep, each inhale and exhale natural and harmonious. His body was relaxed yet powerful, his muscles defined, revealing the toughness and endurance of long training. His face was calm, expressionless, yet radiating an invisible majesty and confidence. Suddenly he opened his eyes and said lightly, "You two are very brave. You actually hid under my nose." A terrifying aura burst out. Then two figures appeared in the room. They knelt down hurriedly with fear in their eyes because they felt the man's terrifying power, which was not a power they could understand. "Greetings, sir. We are the juniors Shangguan Yan and Xianyuan Dian and are sorry for coming here without permission. Please forgive us, sir." The two men bowed respectfully to the man above them. The man above slowly opened his eyes, a deep light gleaming in them that seemed to penetrate the soul. He glanced at the two people below, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Get up," the man said softly. His voice was low and magnetic, which made people feel awe. Shangguan Yan and Xianyuan Dian quickly stood up and stood where they were, not daring to move at all. "I already know why you two are here. Since it has come to this point, it doesn't hurt to tell you." After hearing what the man said, the two were overjoyed. They thought they would have to go through a lot to get the answer, but they didn't expect to get the answer they wanted so easily. They were also extremely excited. "Thank you, sir." The man waved his hand gently and said, "No need to thank me, you have the right to know about this matter. Actually, this is just a spiritual clone I left behind. Of the original 108 people, each city had a spiritual incarnation. They have all awakened now because we have noticed that the demons outside are preparing to break the shield. This world is about to be invaded by the demons." The two men looked grim when they heard this. Although they had guessed the truth, they still didn't expect that time would be so tight. "Sir, is there really no other way?" The two men looked at the man in front of them with grief and anger and asked. The man shook his head. "We are just an incarnation. The passage to the upper world has been closed. No one can go down to the lower world. All we can do is take away some of the fire of this world. How many people can you bring with you, sir?" Shangguan Yan looked at the man in front of him hopefully. 5 people is the limit of this spirit body." After hearing the man's answer, the two men were deflated, knowing that the situation was irreversible. "We both understand. Thank you for telling us, sir. We will take our leave now." The man nodded and closed his eyes again, and the two left the room. After the two left, a deep sigh was heard in the room. When will this tragedy of the human race end? Chapter 68 Mutation. The demon clan, at this moment, gathered here a large group of demon beasts, staring at the uninvited guest in front of them with eager eyes. This person was none other than the ancestor of the Nangong family, Nangong Yongcheng. He ignored the monster in front of him, looked at the mountain behind him and said directly, "Several great monsters, would you like to have a chat?" The sound instantly resounded throughout the entire mountain, and all the monsters roared solemnly and were terrified. A powerful voice immediately rang out, "Dao Yu, just come to the top of the mountain." As soon as this voice came out, all the monsters instantly quieted down, as if they had found a backbone. Nangong Yongcheng nodded, then disappeared in an instant, leaving only the confused monsters. When Nangong Yongcheng arrived at the top of the mountain, there were already 3 figures waiting there. They were the 3 great demon ancestors of the demon clan. "Why are you coming here instead of enjoying your life in one of your 108 cities?" Nangong Yongcheng stared at the 3 demons with burning eyes and asked, "I just want to ask, how are you demons going to deal with the coming disaster?" The big demon on the left looked at Nangong Yongcheng unkindly. "What does that have to do with you humans?" The big demon on the right also spoke up. "For so many years, we demon beasts and you humans have been at loggerheads, hunting each other. We know what you want to say, but it is impossible for the 2 races to coexist peacefully. But now the world has reached a critical point of life and death. If we don't do something, extinction will be the only thing that awaits us." Seeing Nangong Yongcheng's anxious expression, the big demon in the middle suddenly asked, "Have you received any news?" Nangong Yongcheng then explained the information he knew to the 3 demons. "What did you say? The demons will break the protective shield soon?" The 3 people's faces changed drastically. The leading demon thought for a moment, then said, "So what are you going to do? Your so-called 108 heroes won't care about your life or death at all. I came here to discuss this with you. Since the higher realm can't save us, we have to find a solution ourselves." We can't just sit there and wait for death. Do you know the mysterious bell that trapped your demon race in the outside world? Hearing Nangon Yongqing's words, the three great demons couldn't help but feel a trace of fear, as if there were bells echoing in their minds. Of course we know. Back then, our demon race was strong, while your human race was weak. 108 weapon spirits from the upper realms came and repelled us. They even built 108 cities that you humans rely on for survival. The most important of these cities is the mysterious bell. The leading demon finally reacted and looked at Nangon Yongqing excitedly. Are you saying that the big bell is still in this world? Nangon Yongqing nodded and asked, didn't you hear the bell before? The few people who heard this reacted instantly, and soon the bell that resounded throughout the world appeared in their minds. Alright, let's get started now and try to find the bell of salvation before the protective shield is broken. Then the entire demon clan began to move. Nangon Yongqing nodded with satisfaction, then clasped his fists to a few people and left. Xini City, City Lord's Mansion. Xinhao, Ming Changsheng and the others looked at the mysterious woman in front of them respectfully and asked, I wonder what brings you here, sir? Are Ning Bai's parents here with you? The woman asked the two of them expressionlessly. The two men were shocked when they heard this, and they looked at the woman in front of them with suspicion. Xinhao was the first to ask, excuse me, sir, where is Ning Bai now? The woman looked at Xinhao leisurely, not knowing what she was thinking, but Xinhao felt tremendous pressure in these few seconds, and cold sweat broke out on his body. Fortunately, the woman didn't continue to look. After looking away, she replied, he's fine, you don't have to worry, but now it's you who should be worried. Xinhao and his companions looked at the woman in front of them in confusion, not knowing what she was talking about. This world is about to fall into a catastrophe. I plan to take Ning Bai and his family away from this world. As the woman finished speaking, several people stared blankly at the mysterious woman in front of them who was sacred and dignified. Looking at the incredulous looks of several people, the woman ignored them and just walked out. You can leave together if you want, but there are only 2 spots. Soon the woman disappeared, leaving only 4 people in a daze. Just when the whole world was in turmoil, a dark shadow came to the edge of the world. This person was Xianyuan Shixiang, who had been hiding. A black shadow also appeared beside him, and the surrounding spiritual energy retreated. A sinister voice rang out from the shadows, this group of people actually want to escape. What a fantasy! I will make sure that no one in this world can escape. Xianyuan Shixiang on the side was looking at the protective shield of the world in front of him with curiosity. He wanted to see how this guy broke through this energy and spread the news. Suddenly, a black jar appeared in the phantom's hand. He opened the jar with heartache, then tilted the jar and slowly poured it out. A stream of black liquid flowed out, and when the liquid came into contact with the energy shield, a sizzling sound was heard. Then Xianyuan Shixiang was shocked to find that the black liquid was actually slowly corroding the powerful energy shield. Although it was very slow, the energy shield was gradually becoming dim and thinner, visible to the naked eye. Seeing that the energy shield was almost broken, the phantom hurriedly put away the jar, then quickly shot out a black gas to rush out of the energy shield, and then the energy shield quickly and slowly repaired the hole. This energy shield is truly powerful. This is the corrosive liquid I use to refine weapons. It can corrode ordinary spiritual weapons directly. I didn't expect that this energy shield would consume so much corrosive liquid before it could dissolve. Xianyuan Shixiang looked at the jar in the phantom's hand in surprise. Just when he was about to ask, the phantom had already put the jar away. Disciple, this is my signature skill, and it's not usually passed on to others. Xianyuan Shixiang quickly knelt on the ground. Master, I will do my best to honor you. Ah, fine, as long as you work for me wholeheartedly, I'll pass on this corrosive liquid to you. Xianyuan Shixiang's old face was excited when he heard this, but his eyes turned cold the moment he stood up, but no one noticed the scene. Soon the two of them hurriedly left this place, but this world was in trouble. The outside world was still pitch black, and the sun in the sky was a blood moon. There was no distinction between day and night here. A figure shrouded in black fog suddenly stood up, and after a while, he let out a creepy laugh. He, people from the upper realm? If that's the case, don't even think about escaping. Afterwards, several more black shadows came, and then they quickly left, but they all held a black compass in their hands. The search for geniuses in the 108 cities has come to an end, and all the geniuses have been sent to the hero's place in each city. Among them were geniuses like Long Aoyan and Long Aoquan, who were familiar to Ning Bai and had all participated in the contract conference. Then the heroic clones began to select from the crowd. Xini City. Sir, we don't want to leave. The mysterious woman looked at the four people in surprise. She didn't expect that they would reject her place, but she just looked at them again and nodded. In that case, I won't force you. You can do as you please. Then, a powerful force burst out from the woman's body, rushing straight into the sky, as if a hole was about to be opened in the sky. Xin Hao and his companions below looked at the woman in the air and shouted, "Please tell Ning Bai to avenge this world in the future." The woman's soft hair was constantly fluttering, and powerful spiritual power was constantly surging around her. After hearing what the few people said, she nodded slightly. Everyone saw the wonders and strange phenomena outside. They walked out of the room and looked at the energy column shooting straight into the sky in surprise. 108 energy pillars made the whole world tremble. Soon, energy vortices began to form at the top of these energy columns, with lightning and thunder, as if it was the end of the world. But just as the energy vortex continued to expand, a black gas suddenly gushed out from the vortex, and soon the black gas contaminated the entire energy column. 108 black energy columns appeared in the sky, and the scene was extremely strange. When the mysterious woman saw the black gas spreading towards her, her eyes fixed, and then she gave up the output of energy. The vortex disappeared, and the energy column also disappeared. Then the woman waved her palm in disgust, and the black smoke floating in the air disappeared instantly. The woman's face looked grim, her figure seemed much weaker, and her eyes were cold. Damn the demons! They actually have a mole in the human world. Chapter 69 Gathering. Xin Hao and the others below were also confused when they saw this. They asked cautiously, "Sir, what happened?" The woman didn't say anything, but just waved her right hand, and three figures appeared beside her. They were Ning Bai and his parents. "We can't get out. The demons outside have blocked the passage." Everyone who heard this changed their expressions, revealing anxious and lonely looks. If even this person couldn't get out, then their chances would be even slimmer. The woman looked at Ning Bai, who was being supported beside her, and said with a complicated expression, "It seems that we can only rely on him this time." City of Hope. The man in black, who had always had a calm expression, showed anger for the first time, and then he called Shengwan Yangshuanyuan Dian over. When the two came to the room, they saw the man in black with a bad look on his face. Their expressions tensed, knowing that something big had happened. The two men didn't say anything, just stood there quietly, waiting for the man's next words. After an unknown amount of time, the man's expression gradually calmed down and became serious, and a faint voice of a man was heard from inside the room. "The road to the upper realm is blocked. Someone has revealed this to the demons." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room instantly turned cold, making people extremely uncomfortable. The two men knelt on the ground instantly. They knew that the man was suspecting them. Because they were the ones who knew the situation and had the highest cultivation level, they were the most suspicious. "We too have absolutely no second thoughts about the human race, please understand." Their serious voices echoed throughout the room. But it soon became quiet. The man above did not respond, but just looked out the window, wondering what he was thinking. "The Donghuang Bell, the Bell of Salvation? I wonder if it can fight against the demons." The man shook his head, then looked at the two people below with a cold look in his eyes. "You two must quickly find the demon clan's traitor in City 108. A fierce battle is about to begin." "Yes, we will definitely find this scum." The two men left the room with gloomy faces. In the wild, in a forest. A man in black robe looked at the energy column slowly dissipating in the air, his face expressionless, and no one knew what he was thinking. A sinister voice laughed loudly, "Ah, no one can escape." Hearing this voice, a trace of resentment flashed in the man's eyes, but it quickly disappeared, revealing a strange smile. "Yes, these high-ranking figures have also suffered this day." The terrifying and evil laughter echoed in the woods and did not dissipate for a long time. Shini City. No! With a loud shout, Ning Bai woke up from the bed, his head covered in cold sweat. Looking at the scene around him, he hurriedly got out of bed and ran outside. The moment he opened the door, the people at the table outside looked at him in surprise and confusion. Ren Lijuan stood up hurriedly and walked towards Ning Bai, shouting, "What's wrong with you, kid? Why are you going out without clothes? You're already grown up." Hearing this, Ning Bai looked at himself in nothing but his underwear, his old face turned red, and he hurried back, then closed the door and leaned against it, a warm smile appearing on Ning Bai's face. Everyone present was amused by this kid and became more active. Soon, Ning Bai put on his clothes, walked out of the room again, and came in front of everyone. He asked doubtfully. I remember being attacked by that woman, and now what is happening? Xin Hao and the others then explained what had happened. After listening, Ning Bai was surprised and asked, there's a traitor. The entrance is sealed? Yes, the passage was almost formed, but then a demonic energy appeared and interrupted it. Ning Bai felt mixed emotions after hearing this. He was both worried and happy. He was happy that he stayed and did not run away alone, but he was worried about his family. By the way, that lady asked you to go find her when you wake up. She has something to tell you. She is waiting for you on the rooftop of that building. Xin Hao reminded. Ning Bai nodded, gave them a reassuring look, and left. When I arrived at the rooftop of the city lord's mansion, I saw a graceful figure standing by the wall. Because the wind was so strong, her white robe was fluttering and her long black hair was blown into the air. She was leaning on the railing with both hands, looking into the distance. At this moment, the figure slowly turned around, revealing a beautiful and ethereal face, like a fairy descending from the earth. Her eyes were clear and bright, with a hint of sadness and worry. You're here, the woman said softly, her voice clear and pleasant. Ning Bai nodded, then walked to the wall and looked at the scenery in the distance. Do you blame me? The woman next to him suddenly asked. Ning Bai was also taken aback. He hadn't expected the woman to ask this. He thought for a moment, then replied, it's not that I blame you. After all, you not only took me with you, but also my family. You've done the most you can. If I blame you, I'd be ungrateful. There's an old saying that goes, he who knows the times is a hero. I think I know the times pretty well. Hearing Ning Bai's words, the woman was also stunned, and chuckled, I can't tell, you are quite sincere. Ning Bai touched his hair embarrassedly and said, actually, I am also a person who is afraid of death. Who wants to die when they can live? You are quite free and easy. I thought you would say something righteous. The woman said with a smile, smoothing her hair by her ears. Someone who takes advantage of others after getting good treatment might actually say something like that. Ha, what you said is interesting. The two of them chatted back and forth, like two friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. After an unknown amount of time, the woman changed the subject and asked, do you want to save the world? I want to. Ning Bai blurted out without thinking when he heard the woman's words. The woman was slightly stunned when she heard Ning Bai's words. She asked doubtfully, agree so quickly? If you don't think about it, this might cost you your life. There are people behind me who must be protected. Otherwise, there will be irrelevant people behind me. Look how fast I run. At the end, his tone became leisurely. Okay, since you said so, I feel relieved and can take you to meet them. The woman smiled mysteriously. Ning Bai asked doubtfully, who are you meeting? You'll know when you get there. As soon as Ning Bai finished speaking, his eyes went dark and the two of them disappeared in an instant. In Hope City, underground, it is brightly lit and presents a different world. I didn't expect there would be such a place under your Hope City. I saw dozens of figures gathered inside, and the number was still increasing. The leader was the man in black. This was built by the people of Hope City. It has nothing to do with me. The man in black explained expressionlessly. Calculating the time, they should be here soon. I'm quite curious about that boy. Yes, after all, it takes a lot of effort to become the master of that big bell. You have to know that none of the 108 of us could conquer that big bell. Just as everyone was still discussing, there was a flash of light and two figures appeared in front of them. It was the woman and Ning Bai. Welcome here, contractor of the Donghuang Bell. Chapter 70 Promotion, Planning. Ning Bai opened his eyes immediately after hearing this and found that the surroundings were full of people. Each person made Ning Bai feel unfathomable, because each of them was like an ordinary person, which made Ning Bai shudder. He looked at the mysterious woman beside him in confusion, wanting to know what was going on. These people are the heroes in your history textbooks. Seeing Ning Bai's gaze, the woman smiled and explained. After hearing this, Ning Bai looked at the people around him with a scrutinizing gaze. He looked for a long time and finally said something seriously. Are these all extras you found? A group of people were calmly waiting for Ning Bai's shocked look, but after waiting for a long time, they heard these words. Everyone's face turned black and they were so angry. Can you speak, kid? Are you polite? Everyone cursed in their hearts. The woman beside him didn't expect Ning Bai to say such a thing, and couldn't help laughing. Extras, please stop making me laugh to death. The woman's sacred and dignified image disappeared in an instant. She smiled coquettishly, and her big breasts kept shaking. Kid, open your eyes and take a good look at who the extras are. If you weren't so young, I would have beaten you up a long time ago. A hot-tempered man came out and looked at Ning Bai with a bad face. Okay, it's normal that the young man can't see how deep my expectations are. Don't blame him, just blame us for being too strong. A plump fat man came out to smooth things over. This was said just right, and everyone nodded in satisfaction. It not only raised the level but also eased the awkwardness. Okay, Ning Bai, stop talking nonsense. They are indeed the 108 heroes. We are all spiritual clones now. It's normal that you can't see it. After hearing the explanation from the woman next to him, Ning Bai nodded. Do you still remember what I said to you before, Ning Bai? Ning Bai nodded and said with a firm expression, remember, I want to save this world. Everyone nodded in satisfaction when they heard this. It seemed that they had found the right person. The man in black looked at Ning Bai gently and said, boy, summon the Dongwon bell. Ning Bai nodded. Although he didn't know what they were going to do, he still summoned the Dongwon bell. A mysterious big bell instantly appeared in front of everyone, ancient and mysterious. When everyone saw the Dongwon bell, a long-lost look of amazement appeared on their face. This clock is still as stunning as ever. Yes, and I seem to feel even more powerful. I feel so too. It makes me feel a little bit pressured. Everyone looked at the big clock and talked about it. Everyone looked at the big clock with longing. Ning Bai saw that everyone had strange looks on their faces, so he couldn't help but lean towards the woman beside him and asked quietly, what's wrong with them? Why do they look weird to me? The woman was startled by the masculine scent that reached her ears. She then took 2 steps back and explained, they all wanted to contract this clock in the first place, but they didn't expect you to be the one to do it. Now they're reminiscing and sighing. Ning Bai was stunned after hearing this. He didn't expect that these people wanted to contract the Dongwon bell? Then why can't they sign a contract? Is it because they don't have enough talent? The woman was also stunned when she heard this. She looked at Ning Bai and slowly explained, their talents are all top-notch, and contracting artifacts is no problem for them. That's why they are curious why they can't contract this big bell. Ah, it turned out to be like this. Ning Bai looked at everyone around him in shock. So they're really sorry about this clock now. Ning Bai suddenly turned around and asked, then why do you have no expression? Because I don't need a spiritual weapon? The woman smiled indifferently. Ning Bai fell into deep thought after hearing this. Looking at the crowd around him, he thought of a serious problem. These people were alone and had no spiritual weapons. Are you still weapon spirit users now? Weapon Spirit Master? What a distant title. I haven't heard of this title in many years. Back then, when we descended to the mortal realm to save humanity, we were indeed Weapon Spirit Masters. But after so many years, this path of cultivation is no longer suitable for us. We have created another path of cultivation. Weapon cultivators are also called weapon maintainers. Ning Bai looked puzzled and asked, the one who raises the weapon? That's right, just as the text implies, nourish the spiritual weapon within your body. Ning Bai's worldview collapsed. He couldn't understand it at all. He looked at the woman in confusion. Actually, it's normal that you can't understand, because you haven't experienced that kind of pain. When your realm can no longer advance, and you can only slowly wait for death, you will try every possible way to change. Actually, you are quite similar to us back then. You will soon discover this problem, and then you will understand. Ning Bai nodded, and at this time the others also withdrew their gazes and focused their eyes on the man in black. The man in black looked at Ning Bai seriously and said, young man, our plan is to help you use the Dongwon bell to its full potential. We will gather all our strength on you and let you fight the powerful demons alone. Are you willing? Ning Bai is willing, thank you all seniors. Okay, your spiritual power is still too low. We will help you improve it. We will use the original power of our spirit bodies and will not disrupt your foundation. Just follow me. Ning Bai nodded, then glanced at the woman beside him, and followed the man away. Looking at Ning Bai's back, the woman murmured, I hope you can survive, Ning Bai. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Bai followed the man in black to a remote room. There was nothing there except a milky white puddle. Go down. This is a trace of original spiritual power drawn from each of the 108 of us. It will be of great benefit to you. Remember to absorb it well. How much you can absorb depends on your ability. Ning Bai nodded and was about to go down when he suddenly thought of something and said to the man in black beside him, "Could you please find Shangguan Munshi and Shangguan Yu?" The man in black nodded without asking Ning Bai the reason. Then Ning Bai walked into the puddle, sat cross-legged, and felt a sense of spiritual energy floating around. The man in black looked for a long time, then left silently. Ning Bai entered the puddle and felt a gentle energy flowing into his skin, and his whole body began to turn red. No, this power is too strong. I can't absorb much. Come out, Dongwang Bell, Kunlun Mirror, Yin Yang Swords. Then one person and the 4 spiritual weapons began to absorb the energy inside at the same time, and the milky white liquid in the pit gradually became thinner. Time passed minute by minute, and Ning Bai was the first to open his eyes. A powerful aura emerged from his body, which was the aura of a spiritual general. Now that I'm a spirit general, we can continue the contract. I will definitely win this time. Chapter 71. A different Ning Bai, the demons are coming. After a while, the 4 spiritual weapons instantly transformed into human shapes, and 4 beautiful figures appeared in front of Ning Bai. Even Qin Linghui woke up. This spiritual liquid is really a good thing, Ning Bai couldn't help but sigh. When the girls saw Ning Bai, they walked up to him with smiles on their faces and looked at him with joy. That's great, Ning Bai, you're okay. It's so great. We thought we would never see you again. The 2 sisters of the Lan family ran to Ning Bai excitedly. Li Chanyue, who was standing by, looked at Qin Linghui and said gently, "Sister, thank you for protecting him for so long." "Sister, you're joking. Isn't this what we spiritual weapon users should do?" After saying that, the 2 of them smiled at each other, held each other's arms, and walked towards Ning Bai like a pair of good sisters. Ning Bai was extremely happy to see all his contractors gathered together. He was also very impressed by how he had grown from a waste to where he is today. "Well, we don't have much time, there's a big battle waiting for us." The girls nodded, then followed Ning Bai obediently, and they left the place together. In the outside world, the entire 108 cities were in an uproar. Because of the order of the Spirit Weapon Association, everyone was looking for the traitor of the Demon Clan. Unfortunately, there is no news and they have no way to find it. This is just venting people's anger. Damn it, who is this guy? How dare he betray the human race? Shang Guanyan slammed the table in anger. He was able to pass the news out without anyone noticing. His methods are quite clever. Yeah, I really can't think of anyone who would betray the human race. Nangong Yongcheng, who was standing by, suddenly asked, "Brother, I heard that the master took away the 2 little girls from your Shangguan family?" Shen Yuan Dian also looked at Shang Guanyan curiously, wanting to know what was going on. That gentleman didn't say anything, and I'm not quite sure what's going on. Shang Guanyan shook his head. Shen Yuan Dian and Nangong Yongcheng were thinking about something, but they didn't say it out loud. In fact, the only person related to the 2 girls was that boy. They all guessed it, but what puzzled them was why that adult wanted to help him. Therefore, they did not dare to jump to conclusions now, but only made vague guesses in their hearts. However, the 3 of them all breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts, because with the help of 108 heroes, their hope was undoubtedly greater. They even felt a little grateful to the traitor, but they didn't dare show it, as that would be courting death. Underground Palace. When Ning Bai came out with a few women, everyone present was stunned. They looked at Ning Bai and the women in surprise, because Ning Bai came alone, that was beyond doubt, but now so many people came out, it was a bit intriguing. "What are they doing?" the man in black asked first. "They are all my contractors." Although they had already guessed the truth, they were still shocked when they heard Ning Bai say it himself. They looked at the man in front of them with complicated expressions, wondering what he was thinking. "I didn't expect you to be so well hidden. Now you can actually give us such a big surprise, little friend Ning Bai." Even in the upper realm, it is extremely rare to have so many spiritual weapons. Of course, it is not that they cannot have so many spiritual weapons, but because the gains do not outweigh the costs. With more spiritual weapons, more resources will naturally be spent, and more time will be required. Of course, Ning Bai doesn't have such worries. As long as he continues to contract spiritual weapons, he will continue to become stronger, and there is no need to worry about the degree of compatibility. His spiritual power is also far beyond that of ordinary people, and he can control multiple spiritual weapons. It's really rare for young friend Ning Bai to have so many spiritual weapons contracted. However, I still want to advise you that the value of spiritual weapons lies in their quality, not their quantity. A person's energy, resources, and spiritual power are limited. Too many spiritual weapons will only restrict your development. The mysterious woman at the side also spoke up. He's right. You in the lower realm think that having many spiritual weapon contracts is a good thing, but it's not true. This will only bury you. After hearing the two people's explanation, Ning Bai looked at everyone with a strange expression. He was different. He was a waste. If he didn't continue to contract the spiritual weapon, he would never have a chance to succeed. Now he was asked to give up the contracted spiritual weapon, he would not do it. I feel pretty good. I think contracting multiple spiritual weapons will help increase my strength. Seeing that Ning Bai still refused to listen, the woman patiently explained, you don't understand. Although you can now use multiple spiritual weapons to defeat those with a single spiritual weapon, this is only temporary. When your cultivation level reaches a higher level, you will find that it is just a burden. After hearing this, the women couldn't help but tremble. They were ready to terminate the contract with Ning Bai. Although they were reluctant, after being persuaded by so many senior masters, they also felt that this was the best choice. Who says that having a large number of spiritual weapons is necessarily a wrong path? I, Ning Bai, don't believe it. I will prove it to you. Ning Bai's firm voice came out. Facing so many seniors, he was still not afraid. The women behind him were also slightly stunned when they looked at the man in front of them. They didn't expect Ning Bai to directly refute these people. Everyone present looked at Ning Bai and shook their heads, thinking that this kid was hopeless and insisted on taking that dead-end path. The woman glanced at the stubborn Ning Bai and said, then go and try it out. Then you'll understand our good intentions. Suddenly, the expressions of everyone present changed, and they all looked up into the sky. Oh no! They are already destroying the energy shield. We have to hurry. Everyone nodded, then turned their gaze to Ning Bai and said, are you ready to accept our power? Ning Bai nodded, and the women behind him also nodded with firm eyes. Originally, I planned to pour all my strength into you in Dongwang Bell, but it might be a bit too much for you to bear. But now, you have 4 spiritual weapons, and each one is of a high level and can bear our power. Boy, look carefully, this is our strength. As the words fell, a mysterious light emanated from everyone. Soon Ning Bai could no longer see their figures, and could only see a ball of light circling in the air. Then the lights rushed towards Ning Bai. The light was so dazzling that he couldn't help but close his eyes. The women behind him also closed their eyes, and all the light quickly entered their bodies. They seemed to see the stars in the universe, and felt that the whole world had become simpler, and the level of life seemed to be different. Ning Bai looked at himself radiating light in an unreal way, muttering to himself, is this what power feels like? Suddenly Ning Bai's eyes turned cold and he looked up at the sky. He saw a crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and then it slowly got bigger. The dark world appeared in front of everyone, as if it was the end of the world, which made people terrified. At this moment, countless black air rushed in and the entire sky darkened. Ah, humans, your shell is finally broken, tremble. And you rubbish from the upper realm, you can't escape. Chapter 72, Contract between 2 women, Wish comes true. This voice was heard by all humans in the 108 cities. They looked at the black curtain in the sky with fear. This was a scene they had never seen before. People always have a sense of awe for unknown things. Not only ordinary people, but even those with spiritual cultivation were afraid. Some people even ran away frantically in the factory, wanting to leave, but it was futile. As information spread through the internet, they soon gave up the idea, because the scene was the same in all 108 cities, and there was no Pure Land at all. The Weapon Spirit Association also hurriedly issued orders, which made people feel a little more at ease and prevented riots. Open the underground shelter now and send all ordinary people inside. Weapon spiritualists below the level of spiritual masters are also to enter the shelter to be responsible for its stability and safety. The rest of you will defend the city and eliminate the invaders. Yes, sir. Shang Guanyan looked at the dark sky outside with worry inside. I wonder if the 108 cities can survive this time. Don't lose heart, big brother. We were able to survive 100 years ago when we were ordinary people. We can definitely survive this time. I believe that the 108 adults will save the 108 cities again like they did back then. Shang Guanyan nodded when he heard this, his eyes becoming firm. That's right, we will definitely get through this. At this moment, a voice was heard, and then a figure appeared beside the two of them. Brother, I'm back. The demon tribe is approaching us. Let's join forces to fight the invasion. Alright, let those invaders come and let them know that we are not to be bullied so easily. All the cities were on high alert. There was no one outside, even the monsters had disappeared. In the underground palace, a voice suddenly resounded underground. It was someone calling his name. After hearing it, Ning Bai showed a long-lost smile. Ning Bai, it's really you. He saw two beautiful figures not far away staring at him blankly. The women on the side looked at the two women curiously, with expressions as if they were enjoying the show. I told you Ning Bai wouldn't let Principal Shangguan go. Who is that person next to him? Why does he look so much like the principal? Li Chanyue had never seen Shangguan before, so she asked the women beside her. Sister Chanyue, that's Principal Shangguan's sister, Shangguan Yuyo. I heard that she has been captured now. The enthusiastic Lan Shuqin said hurriedly. After hearing this, Li Chanyue turned her head and looked at them, only to see that the three of them were hugging each other. Long time no see, Principal Shangguan, and this Senior Shangguan. I wonder if you two are willing to sign a contract with me. Ning Bai looked at the two women with a smile. Hearing Ning Bai's words, the two women were stunned and looked at Ning Bai in confusion, not knowing what he was talking about. What are you talking about, Ning Bai? How can you still make a contract? You have already made a contract with them. Do you want to terminate the contract with them? Shangguan Mengshi looked at Ning Bai seriously. Although they really wanted to be with Ning Bai, they would not agree with Ning Bai doing such a thing. Moreover, they were all students of Bai High College, students of their own college, which made them look at Ning Bai with serious expressions. Looking at the two women's eyes, Ning Bai smiled helplessly. What are you guys imagining? How could I possibly abandon the spiritual weapon? What I meant is that I can still continue the contract. The two were stunned when these words came out. They looked at Ning Bai in disbelief and asked, You said you can still continue the contract and don't need to cancel it? Looking at the two people's cute looks, Ning Bai couldn't help but smile and said, Yes, two beauties, I didn't lie to you. I can contract you. The two people's eyes suddenly became moist. They had never thought that this day would come. It was just a fantasy that existed in their dreams. Why are you crying? You two are adults, don't you want to? Ning Bai looked at them and joked. Then I'll find someone else? Ning Bai pretended to leave with a playful expression on his face. You dare, the two shouted in unison, with a hint of tension and anxiety in their voices. Then, they quickly grabbed Ning Bai's ears and twisted them hard, causing him to scream in pain. He tried to break free, but the two held on tightly, preventing him from escaping. Seeing this scene, the women on the side couldn't help but burst into laughter. They thought this scene was very funny, especially seeing Ning Bai's embarrassed look when the two women grabbed his ears. They found it even more funny. You two, please give me some face. There are so many people here. Ning Bai begged, hoping to get some sympathy and help. However, the two women remained unmoved and continued to pull his ears. We are all family, there is no need to save face. Besides, the two of us are your predecessors and teachers. Isn't it our duty to educate you? Shangguan Mengshi said proudly, seeming to be very satisfied with her behavior. Shangguan Yu also agreed, Yes, you are our apprentice now, we have the right to teach you a lesson. The tense atmosphere at the scene also became cheerful, and everyone's face was filled with happy smiles. Two beauties, are you willing to become my spiritual weapons? Ning Bai said gently as he looked at the two queens in front of him. The two nodded, and then two rays of light appeared between the three of them. The contract formation also slowly appeared, and the contract was quickly completed. The women on the side looked at them worriedly and asked, Is it really okay for Ning Bai to do this? Didn't the seniors say that having too many contracted spiritual weapons is not good? Since Ning Bai did this, he must have his reasons. We don't have to worry. Li Chanyue comforted. Shangguan Mengshi Spiritual Artifact Moon God Map Ancient Spiritual Artifact Spirit King Level 5. Shangguan Yu Spiritual Weapon Fire Cloud Spear Epic Spirit Weapon Spirit King Level 6. The contract information of the two women instantly appeared in Ning Bai's mind, and there was a sense of connection between them. The powerful strength of the two was also displayed in front of Ning Bai. After all, he was just a spirit general, and they were already spirit kings. Feedback after the contract soon appeared. Ning Bai felt that his spiritual talent had improved again. The spiritual general cultivation that he had just been promoted to loosened up again, and directly rushed him to the 5th level of spiritual general. The spiritual power vortex in his body and his physical strength were greatly improved. As expected, constantly contracting spiritual weapons is my ultimate path. My path is completely different from theirs. This is my own path. As the number of contracted spiritual weapons increases, Ning Bai can feel the power of the colorful talent more and more. He believes that as long as he continues to make contracts, he will become the pinnacle of this world. Moreover, the spiritual weapons contracted by him also benefited unknowingly. The cultivation speed of each person was improved, and even the level of the spiritual weapon was improved. Moreover, he discovered a surprise, which he could use to give his opponent a big surprise and make it one of his trump cards. This also gave him a little more confidence in facing the demons. Come on, let them see our power. Chapter 73 Despair. Soon, darkness enveloped the entire world, and endless darkness surged like a tide, as if to swallow everything. In the pitch-black night, countless dark shadows quietly emerged. They were like ghosts, emitting a creepy aura. Along with the appearance of the black shadow, a sinister laugh and a low roar were also heard from the darkness, as if countless demons were spying on the world in the dark, ready to attack at any time. Only the city was filled with light, and the formation appeared quietly, blocking all the black fog outside the city. The army of monsters outside kept roaring at the darkness, as if warning the creatures in the darkness. Prepare for battle, this may be the last battle of the demon race. Following the orders of the three great demons, all the demons went crazy and rushed towards the figure in the darkness. The creatures in the darkness roared unwillingly and then rushed out. When their figures appeared, this scene made both the monsters and humans swallow their saliva. This is also a demon beast? I saw that the group of black shadows looked exactly like the monsters, but they were covered with black mist and had no spirituality at all. Even their eyes were black, and there was only killing in their eyes. A bunch of beasts actually dare to resist us. Enjoy the power of the demons. A black figure looked at the demons below with disdain. Soon, the two sides began to meet and fight each other, using the same fighting style. However, the black monsters, that is, the demonized monsters, called monsters for short, are completely insensitive to pain. Even if their bodies are broken, they will still fight. This makes many monsters rub their hands in despair, because the fighting instinct in their minds is to tear the enemy apart, and the enemy will die and not move. But the enemies in front of them were different. They were killers infected by evil spirits. Even if they had broken arms and legs, they were still moving. This puzzled the monsters with low IQ. The three great monsters at the back looked at the scene in front of them, their eyes almost bursting with anger. These guys had actually turned their monsters into such a horrible appearance, which was simply too much bullying. A door suddenly opened in the city behind, and many people rushed out, ready to support the monster. Fierce battles broke out at the gates of every one of the 108 cities. This was the first time that humans and demons worked together to resist foreign invasion. Many young talents showed their prowess in the battle, including Ning Bai's acquaintances, Feng Yichen, Feng Xiang, Chen Keier from the Bihai Academy, as well as Long Outyan, Long Aoquan, and others. These geniuses who had competed with Ning Bai in the past all shone brightly in the battle, because they were geniuses themselves, but they were overshadowed by Ning Bai's brilliance. Now is the time for them to break out. These humans are so desperate that they dare not cry until they see the coffin. They even dream of fighting against the demons. And those beasts are also seeking death. In the sky shrouded in demonic energy, several figures were leisurely watching the show. They liked to watch the struggling ants below from high above, and sometimes they would even play with them to make them feel despair. Why don't those guys take action yet? Are they waiting for us to kill these ants? One of the black shadows asked in confusion. I don't seem to sense their presence. Do you guys sense it? The others sensed it and shook their heads. Are they hiding? Another dark shadow asked. Since they won't come out and are acting like cowards, I'm going to break into the city and go find them. A burly black shadow was seen leaving. The others didn't move. They just watched the shadow leave quietly. They didn't want to be the first to stand out, but they were happy to see someone stand out. Flower City. A fierce battle was also taking place here, and the ground was littered with corpses, most of which were from monsters. As time went by, humans found it increasingly difficult to circulate their spiritual energy. The surrounding demonic energy was slowly suppressing their spiritual energy, and each of their actions became slower and slower. But when they discovered it, it was too late. Many weapon spirit masters were strangled to death, their weapons fell to the ground, and they fell into coma. All weapon spirits, listen up. Fight for half an hour and then return to the city. No lingering battles. As the order was issued, most people began to retreat, and only a few were still fighting. Among them was a girl in black who was waving a long sword and constantly killing demons. She was Shen Yuan Bian, who came to Huayu City following her intuition. There was a hint of calmness on her face, and her immaturity faded away. It seemed that she had experienced a lot. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared above the city. He looked down with disdain, a bunch of ants. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly descended and appeared above the battlefield. Then a strong pressure swept across the entire battlefield. All the people and beasts who were fighting let out a scream, fell to their knees and were unable to move. Some of the weaker ones bled from all 7 orifices and were killed on the spot. They looked at the black shadow in the air with fear, as if they had encountered a great terror. Even those strong men at the Spirit King level were unable to move. Both humans and monsters wondered, who is this? The man landed on the ground leisurely and said towards the direction of Huayu City, there are 2 more people with decent strength. Come out. Although the man was just speaking normally, his voice reached everyone's ears and made people tremble. Inside the city, 2 old figures walked out from the Flower Language Academy and the Weapon Spirit Association respectively, looking outside the city with serious eyes. Soon, the 2 old men appeared outside the city. People who knew them were surprised because both of them were deceased and they had been hiding in the city. 2 old fellows who are trying to survive, let me send you off. The cruel voice of the Black Shadow was heard. The 2 old men looked at each other and quickly left in another direction, as if they were preparing to run away. The shadow didn't react, just watched the 2 figures disappear, then shook his head and said jokingly, "Can you escape?" Everyone only saw the black shadow sway for a while, and then 2 explosions were heard, splashing up countless dust. Then the shadow returned to its place, and in the eyes of everyone, the shadow man seemed not to have moved. Everyone heard a powerful explosion not far away. They felt a jolt in their hearts, realizing that it was the 2 seniors who had just caused the explosion by self-detonating. These 2 old fellows actually did this to me. They really deserve to die. A gloomy voice came from the black shadow. Then he looked at the Flower Language City in front of him and smiled contemptuously. What a fragile human being. Disappear. The black shadow waved his hand, and the demonic energy in the air began to roll. A large black palm condensed and slowly fell towards Huayu City. A shadow covered the heads of every person in the city, and then it slowly grew larger. Everyone's faces instantly became ugly, and all the weapon spirits felt the taste of death at this moment. Hua Xiaoshuan looked at the black hand in the air in despair. As the principal of Huayu City and one of the powerful spirit kings, she was like an ant. Yili and Lin Xian were watching all this in shock. They had become numb and collapsed to the ground, no longer having the high spirits they had before. Bai Dengyun hugged the woman beside him tightly, waiting quietly for this moment to come. Others were fleeing frantically, shouting and crying. In the face of death, nothing mattered. The girl in black watched all this calmly, muttering, "Is it finally over? My miserable life." Chapter 74, First Battle with the Demon Emperor, the terrifying Ning Bai. Just as the Shadow Man was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared. Looking at the black giant palm that kept falling, he summoned a big bell that fell in front of him, and then pushed it out with a palm. Go, Dongwang Bell. Everyone in the city suddenly felt the pressure on their bodies eased and they could move normally. They were pleasantly surprised and looked up at the sky in confusion. Look, there's a person in the air, and there's a clock, one of them shouted first. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned their eyes to the sky, and saw a figure in white standing under a giant black palm, motionless. There was also a big bell above its head, emitting a dazzling purple gold light, which was constantly getting bigger. Is this the immortal who came to save us? A young female spiritual weapon user asked infatuatedly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone excitedly shouted towards the figure in the air, "Immortal, immortal, immortal." Everyone's face was filled with excitement. When people encountered irresistible disasters and death, if one person stood up, he would become the god of the people. Hua Xiaoshuan looked at the figure in the air and felt that it was a little familiar, but she couldn't remember it. Yili looked at the figure and asked in confusion, "Why does he look so much like that annoying guy?" "Yili, what nonsense are you talking about? How can you compare an immortal with that guy?" Lin Shen looked at the figure in the air with a crazy look on his face. "That's right, how could an immortal be related to that guy? I'm just imagining things." Yili shook her head, and then looked at the figure in the air excitedly. But one of them looked at the figure in the air with a complicated expression. "Is it him? Hearing the sound below, Ning Bai almost staggered, but fortunately he stabilized in time. Forget it, let them call you whatever they want. Soon the golden bell covered the entire city, and the giant black hand fell quickly. The moment the two touched, the sky and the earth changed color, the mountains and rivers shattered, and countless black cracks extended from between the two. These cracks are like the mouths of ferocious beasts, ready to devour all life and matter. People watched this scene in horror, their hearts filled with fear and helplessness. They knew that if the golden bell was broken, only death would await them. We must block it. Everyone was shouting in their hearts. The shadowy figure looked at the huge purple gold bell with a look of shock. This is a divine weapon. The shadow man became excited and looked at the big clock in the air greedily, and the black air around him began to churn. Ha, I didn't expect that I could have such a harvest this time. This trip is really worthwhile. This little spiritual general is really a waste of heaven's gift. Soon everything was calm. Everyone looked at the purple gold bell in the sky and saw that it was still there, with excited smiles on their faces. They were saved and they didn't have to die. However, the next voice made their hearts fear again, and they suddenly fell to the bottom. I didn't expect that you could withstand my power. It really surprised me. A black shadow suddenly appeared in the air, looking at Ning Bai in the air with a teasing look. Ning Bai looked carefully at the black shadow in front of him and found that he could not see anything. This guy was completely wrapped in black air and his face could not be seen. I'm curious what you demons look like. You ants are not worthy to see the faces of my people. Hearing this, Ning Bai looked at the shadowy figure in front of him calmly and said, Oh, then I must go and see it today. You're looking for death. Do you think you can challenge me with that clock? The shadow man's gloomy and angry voice came out. Ning Bai ignored him and just waved his right hand. The big bell instantly rose up and rushed towards the black shadow man. The shadow man roared, and the surrounding demonic energy gathered instantly, forming a huge demonic shadow, and then punched the bell. Ding! The punch hit the bell and made a loud sound. The sound kept echoing in the air, shocking people. This is the bell sound from before. Hua Xiaoshuan looked at the figure in the air in surprise, and an unbelievable thought came to her mind. The unknown girl in black in the crowd trembled all over when she heard this voice, not knowing whether she was excited or afraid. What on earth is this feeling? Why is the spiritual weapon in my body restless? Who is he? She looked at the figure and the big clock in the air in confusion. Ning Bai felt a tightness in his chest, and muttered as he looked at the demonic figure not far away, the demon emperor is truly powerful. If it weren't for the hero's power, I wouldn't have been able to hold on from the backlash just now. Forget it, the Donghuang Bell's killing power is still too weak. It's not a killing spiritual weapon, so it can't do anything to this guy. Afterwards, the Donghuang Bell disappeared and a woman in green appeared. Zhanyue, you assist from the side, I'll take the lead, the two of us will deal with this guy together. Good. Then Ning Bai put his hands together, and when he slowly separated them, two swords appeared in his hands, one black and one white. Ning Bai held the swords with both hands, and the yin and yang aura was revealed, and he rushed towards the demon shadow. The demon shadow looked at Ning Bai with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He sneered and waved his hand. Suddenly, a large amount of demonic energy surged out from his body, forming a huge demonic fog that surrounded Ning Bai. Zhanyue, who was standing by, was about to help when a big hand reached out to grab her. It was Moying's big hand. Li Zhanyue was shocked, and spiritual power surged around her body. She instantly turned into a big bell, and spiritual energy rippled around her body. The big hand was repelled by the power of the big bell and could not get close. The black and purple forces kept fighting in the air, but it was obvious that the demonic energy was stronger, and the spiritual light around the big bell began to dim. The shadowy figure also revealed a greedy look. This artifact belongs to me, haha. Suddenly a cold voice appeared in his ears. What are you thinking about, idiot? What followed was a long sword of yin and yang, which completely penetrated the demon shadow, and the power of yin and yang continued to wreak havoc in the demon shadow. The demon shadow looked down at the mysterious long sword on his chest and wanted to pull it out. The next second, the demon shadow's body collapsed completely. The demonic energy could no longer support this huge body, and the huge demonic energy drifted everywhere. As the evil shadow dissipated, the aura around the black shadow man became disordered, and the black air around him became thinner. He looked at the young man in white in front of him with shock and anger. Who are you? You know, his demonic clone cannot be destroyed by ordinary spiritual weapons, but it was destroyed by Ning Bai's sword, which made him shocked and angry. Then guess what? After saying that, Ning Bai rushed towards the black shadow again. The Donghuang bell on the side was not willing to be outdone, and a bell sound swept out. Before the black shadow could react, the bell rang. The black shadow was in a trance and the evil spirit stagnated slightly. But at this moment, the black shadow was shocked because a black and white sword appeared in front of him. "You forced me to do this, you ants." Chapter 75, Fierce Fight, Escape. The evil aura on the black shadow man disappeared in an instant, revealing his true face. He looked not much different from a normal human being, except that his eyes were purple, his hair was purple, and his lips were black. The biggest difference was his pointed ears, which gave him a unique look. If he were on Blue Star, he would probably be a fashionable man. Bang! Ning Bai frowned and stepped back when he saw that the Tai Chi Yin Yang sword was blocked by a black broadsword. The demon in front of him not only held a big knife, but also wore a piece of armor with demonic energy constantly flowing on it. At this time, the black shadow man looked like a dark warrior in armor. "You are proud enough to force this emperor to use magic weapons. Now prepare to die." Looking at the fully armed, demonic-looking man before him, Ning Bai thought to himself, this demon clan is truly difficult to deal with. No wonder those heroes chose to flee. Is this the power of an emperor? The man's figure disappeared in an instant. Ning Bai's face changed. He hurriedly swung the sword in his hand and chopped it towards the top of his head. The sound of weapons colliding was heard, and he saw a big knife above pressing down the sword tightly. Demonic energy gushed out and continued to rage around. Ning Bai held the long sword tightly, and the spiritual power in his body continued to flow into the long sword, blocking the big knife. The power of Yin and Yang also continued to flow out of the sword, constantly colliding and clashing with the demonic energy. The two forces formed a powerful airflow in the air. What a great strength! Ning Bai said in his heart as he held the opponent's big knife tightly. Li Chanyue, who was standing by, saw Ning Bai being hacked and could no longer bear it, so she threw the bell directly towards the man. When the demon man saw the big bell getting closer and closer to him, he had to give up Ning Bai and retreated. After all, the big bell was a divine weapon, and he didn't want to be hit head-on. Only after the demon man left did Ning Bai finally breathe a sigh of relief. He almost couldn't bear it just now, luckily Chanyue was there to help him. "Boy, I admire you very much. As long as you join my demon clan, I can spare your life." The man looked at Ning Bai and made an invitation to Ning Bai with admiration. "I refuse." But what he got was Ning Bai's rejection without hesitation, without even thinking about it. The demon man was stunned when he heard this, because Ning Bai's rejection was too straightforward. He looked at Ning Bai with a gloomy face and said again, "Boy, do you know what you are talking about? From a lowly human in the lower realm, to become a member of our great demon clan, this is something that many people dream of. You should know that there is no way for you to advance to a higher level in the lower realm. You either go to the upper realm or come to the demon clan. The passage to the upper realm has been sealed, so your only chance is to become a demon clan, which will not interrupt your path of cultivation." Hearing this, Ning Bai knew that what this guy said might be true, because there was indeed no one in the 108 cities who had broken through to a higher level, and the 108 heroes had also mentioned this matter briefly before, but all this was very far away for Ning Bai. However, he guessed that he might have his own way of breaking through, because his talent would show him the way. "It's mainly because I don't like demons." As soon as these words came out, the demon man instantly became furious. "You are looking for death. How dare you disrespect my demon clan?" The sword in the man's hand became increasingly darker, and the demonic energy around him became extremely dense. The figure of the demon man disappeared again, and Ning Bai put away his playful smile and became serious. Because the man's speed was too fast, Ning Bai could only catch a little bit with his naked eyes. He could only resist with all his strength and had no ability to dodge at all. The Donghuang bell on the side instantly came to Ning Bai's head and protected him. The disappeared man reappeared, frowning as he looked at the purple gold bell in front of him. This kind of defense was extremely powerful. If he tried to hit it head-on, the gains would outweigh the losses. He had to find another way. Ning Bai inside was also stunned. He didn't expect that Chanyue had covered him completely. He was even planning to seduce the man to attack him, and then let Chanyue attack. "Boy, are you planning to stay in here forever?" Ning Bai inside also smiled when he heard the man's words. "So what? You can't do anything to me anyway." "Oh, really? I wonder if these ants outside can hide in the turtle shell like you." The man's cruel voice came into Ning Bai's ears. Then the sound disappeared, leaving only a big bell in its place. Fuck, no moral ethics. Someone on the city wall was peeking in, wanting to know how the battle was going, but he could only see a large bell in the distance, but no enemy. Hey, that's strange, where did the devil go? The man touched his head in confusion. The others nearby were also confused and were looking for the demon man everywhere. Suddenly a voice appeared in their ears, scaring them out of their wits. Are you looking for me? Several people broke out in cold sweat, and some even urinated directly. Ah! A scream echoed through the city wall. You lowly creature, you actually defecated in front of me. The man looked at the corpse that was devoured by the evil spirit with disgust. Someone among the people nearby finally reacted and shouted, "Run!" Afterwards, everyone began to flee in panic, unleashing their spiritual power at full force. Although they were only low-level spiritualists, the speed at which they erupted was no less than that of weapon spiritualists. It seemed that death would unleash all of a person's potential. The demon man ignored them and just glanced at the crowd with contempt. A bunch of ants, be careful in your next life. Then several screams were heard, and everyone fell down directly, their eyes full of fear. Their bodies were bent and bleeding from all 7 orifices. This was the pressure of the emperor level. When the people in the city heard the screams, they immediately began to panic and fled everywhere. The scene became chaotic again, with cries and shouts everywhere. Everyone, calm down and go to the underground shelter in an orderly manner. Hua Xiaoshuan controlled people's emotions with the strength of the Spirit King level. With the help of a strong man, the situation became more stable. After all, the Spirit King was someone they couldn't afford to offend and was a threat to their lives. Suddenly, a powerful pressure descended, and everyone trembled. They could not move at all and could not control their bodies. Only the Spirit King could move with difficulty. Where are you going? That guy is hiding. You're going to die. The cold and indifferent voice appeared in everyone's ears, making everyone's nerves tremble. They shouted in disbelief, impossible. There's no way the immortal would abandon us. Impossible. People's psychological defenses collapse at this moment, the hope and faith in their hearts collapse, and people will fall into madness. Hua Xiaoshuang sighed as she watched this scene. It's better to leave, otherwise it would have been a fearless sacrifice. There was only a girl in black, looking firmly in a certain direction. There was no fear on her face, but rather a hint of excitement. Long time no see, Ning Bai. Chapter 76, Exposing Lies. Suddenly, the demon man seemed to notice something, turned his head and looked in one direction, with a smile on his face. Is it coming? It seems these ants aren't completely useless after all. At least they can be recycled. Ha ha ha. The people who heard this were stunned and had no idea what the devil was saying. Only a girl in black understood the meaning of this sentence. Don't you demons pride yourself on being arrogant? A familiar figure appeared in front of everyone, looking at the demon man in front of him with disdain. This is Ning Bai. People who knew him shouted in shock. Hua Xiaoshuan looked at the figure in front of her in disbelief. Although she already had some guesses in her mind, she was still shocked when she saw the person in person. Boy, although we demons are arrogant, we are not fools. Such a simple thing can force you out. Why should I ask for trouble and carry your big bell? As soon as he finished speaking, the man disappeared, leaving only a residual shadow in place. Ning Bai was shocked when he saw this, and called out a green plant, grass. No, we have to get rid of this guy quickly to prevent other demon kings from coming to support us. Ning Bai thought about it and made up his mind. Chanyue, use all your strength and do as I say. Then Ning Bai's spiritual power burst out, holding the Tai Chi Yin Yang sword. He looked around vigilantly. The people below were also looking around, but unfortunately they could not see anything. Be careful. Suddenly a crisp voice was heard. The moment he heard the voice, Ning Bai's eyes narrowed and he shouted, Chanyue, do it. After he finished speaking, a cold breath came over him. Ning Bai was startled and immediately turned around and swung his sword. The sword and the knife collided again, but this time the knife was obviously stronger than the last time. Ning Bai's hands trembled, and the powerful force continued to flow into Ning Bai's hands from the sword body. He looked at the man in front of him with a ferocious face. At this time, the knife was already in front of Ning Bai. He could already feel the demonic energy whistling in front of him, and his face was slightly painful. When the people below saw this scene, they clenched their palms and were extremely worried. Boy, if no one had reminded you, you would have met your death long ago. You really overestimate your own abilities. The man glanced at the crowd below and said with disdain. The girl in black in the crowd seemed to be looked at by a pair of terrifying eyes. Her face looked ugly and her body trembled. Hearing the words of the man in front of him, Ning Bai laughed instead of being surprised. "You are too happy too early." Seeing Ning Bai's eyes, the man was stunned, then retreated quickly, but it was too late. A huge bell instantly covered the two of them. People outside were also slightly stunned when they saw this scene, staring blankly at the big clock in front of them. Inside the clock, the man had an ugly expression on his face, but after a while, he returned to normal and looked at Ning Bai with disdain. "Thank you so much for providing me with such a good place. I didn't know how to capture you alive, but now you can't escape even if you have wings." Ning Bai didn't respond to the man, but just looked at him playfully, then slowly said, "Ring." Ning Bai's voice echoed throughout the entire bell and took a long time to dissipate. Then the bell began to shake, and the demon man looked at the bell walls around him vigilantly, with the demonic energy around him ready to go. Ding, ding, ding. 3 consecutive bell sounds rang out, echoing continuously inside the bell. The sounds echoed continuously in the bell and could not dissipate for a long time. When Ning Bai heard the bell, the corners of his mouth curled up and his face lit up with joy. As he expected, the bell inside was much louder than the one outside. He had made the right bet. The man's face changed instantly, and a large amount of demonic energy surged out of his body, forming a black protective shield that continuously blocked the impact of external sound waves. He felt that the bell sound this time was much stronger than the one outside, and it forced him to deal with it with all his strength. He stared at Ning Bai not far away, wondering what he was thinking. Looking at the gloomy eyes of the demon man, Ning Bai raised his middle finger at him, then quickly swung the Tai Chi Yin Yang sword at the demon man. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive sounds rang out, and all of Ning Bai's attacks hit the opponent's black shield. "How about we make a deal, kid? Let me out, I will leave here now and never harm the humans in this world again." The demon man resisted the attack while shouting to Ning Bai with an anxious look on his face. Seeing the panicked look on the demon man's face, Ning Bai heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like this time it worked, so he calmly looked at the man who was maintaining the energy shield not far away and said, "Do you think I can trust you? You were so shameless before." Hearing Ning Bai's words, the demon man hurriedly explained, "I am willing to swear by the way of heaven." Hearing the words of the demon man, Ning Bai was also stunned and asked in confusion, "Heavenly oath, what is this?" Seeing Ning Bai's puzzled expression, the demon man thought to himself, "It seems this kid isn't from the upper realm. He doesn't even know the heavenly Tao oath." He then slowly explained, "The heavenly Tao oath, as the name suggests, is an oath made under the witness of heaven. If you break your promise, you will be punished by heaven." Ning Bai looked at the demon man with doubt and said, "Is this true? Why haven't I heard of this?" Seeing that Ning Bai didn't refute him, it further confirmed what he was thinking, so he continued patiently, "It's natural that you don't know. No one in this world knows about the heavenly Tao oath, but what I said is all true. Besides, I didn't come here to risk my life. Now that my life is threatened, I still know what is more important than what is less important." Ning Bai thought about it and felt that it would be difficult to kill this guy now. Moreover, he, Li Chanyue and the Lan sisters had consumed a lot of spiritual power. Even if they forced this guy to stay, he would be covered in wounds. It would be better to let him go. Just when Ning Bai was about to ask this guy to swear a heavenly oath, he suddenly frowned, his expression changed slightly, and said to the demon man, "Okay, I believe you this time, you swear a heavenly oath now." Hearing this, the demon man smiled and said, "Okay, I swear now. I, Moyen, swear by the laws of heaven. From now on, if you break this promise, heaven will punish you." Ning Bai on the side also nodded with satisfaction, which made the demon man breathe a sigh of relief. Is it time to let me out?" The man looked at Ning Bai expectantly while continuously emitting demonic energy. "Do you think you can fool me since I don't know the oath of destiny?" Ning Bai looked at the demon man in front of him with a smile. The demon man remained unmoved. He looked at Ning Bai in confusion and said, "What do you mean? The heavenly Tao oath is genuine. I didn't lie to you." Suddenly, a clear and pleasant sound came from the bell, and a graceful light blue figure appeared beside Ning Bai. "The oath of heaven is indeed genuine, but it has requirements. It is said that only when you swear in the world where you were born will it be answered. Let me introduce you. She's the one who loves reading the most here. She's well read. Sorry, but she happens to know something about what you're talking about." Chapter 77 Ning Bai's Unique Fighting Method. The demon man stared at the two people in front of him with a grim expression. He had not expected that someone in this world would know about the heavenly oath and that it would be discovered. However, his expression remained calm and composed as he said, "Even if this heavenly oath fails, I am sincere and I will leave immediately." Just when Ning Bai was about to say something, Qin Linghui suddenly grabbed Ning Bai's hand and said slowly, "You don't have to waste time. I have already blocked your message." As soon as these words were spoken, Ning Bai and the demon man's expressions changed, and they all looked at Qin Linghui. She just waved her right hand, and a phantom mirror hung in the air, and then a picture appeared on it. The black-robed man was shocked when he saw that the demonic energy message he sent out was intercepted on the screen. Impossible. How could you possibly find out? You are just a spiritual weapon at the level of a spiritual general. He stared at the woman in front of him, wanting to know how his communication was discovered, but Qin Linghui did not say anything, but just waved her hand to remove the mirror in the air. Ning Bai on the side realized that this old silver coin had secretly kept a trick up his sleeve. He had been foolishly arguing with him for a long time and was almost killed by him. Thinking of this, he looked at the demon man in front of him with a bad look. Fortunately, Linghui's Kunlun mirror can see through his little tricks, otherwise I would be in big trouble today. Ning Bai said in his heart. Ning Bai, what should we do now? Qin Linghui came over and asked. Of course we have to use all our strength to kill him, otherwise we will be in trouble if he escapes. By the way, how is Anhui City now? Ning Bai suddenly thought of something and looked at Qin Linghui expectantly. Qin Linghui put her hands behind her waist and said with a smile, Ning Bai, don't worry. Principal Shangguan and Vice Principal Shangguan are over there. The situation is very stable. Those demons below the Demon Emperor are no match for them at all. Ning Bai finally felt relieved after hearing this. Before he came to Huayu City, he had already arranged for Qin Linghui, Shangguan Munshi and Shangguan Yu to go to Anhui City in order to protect the people of Anhui. After all, that was their hometown and the power there was very weak. If no strong people went there, it would probably be destroyed soon. Then the two of them set their sights on the demon man again, watching as he was still stubbornly resisting the bell, the demonic energy around him still thick. This guy is really difficult to deal with, but it's time to kill him. With the help of the sound of the Donghuang bell, we can go all out. Then an ancient mirror appeared, and a breath of time and space emanated from it, which shocked people. When the demon man saw this mysterious mirror, his face was shocked, because it was exactly the same mirror as the one described by the adult at the beginning. How is this possible? That's a powerful artifact that can send that adult directly back to the demon world. How could it appear here? The demon man was completely confused. He couldn't believe that such a powerful artifact was actually this woman's spiritual weapon. But he didn't have time to think about it. Ning Bai had already burst out with all his spiritual power, and the Tai Chi Yin Yang sword in his hand revealed terrifying fluctuations, and the Yin and Yang Chi continued to emerge and entangled with the sword body. The demon man's face became solemn when he felt this breath. Because he couldn't move himself, he needed to maintain the energy shield to resist the Donghuang bell, so he could only take this sword. Ning Bai's face was pale at this time. The outflow of a large amount of spiritual power made his body overwhelmed. Fortunately, a stream of spiritual power flowed out from the Kunlun mirror next to him and landed on Ning Bai, which made his face look a little better. After a while, the Kunlun mirror became dim and flew back into Ning Bai's body. You have a good rest, leave the rest to us. Then the spiritual power in Ning Bai's body surged again and split into two, one part went to the Donghuang bell, and the other part continued to flow into the sword in his hand. The sound of the bell grew louder and louder, and the sword became sharper and sharper. The two divine weapons continued to demonstrate their power, which shocked the demon man beside them. Can we still play like this? Because he had never seen anyone who could control multiple spiritual weapons and completely absorb the power of the spiritual weapons for his own use, this directly overturned his understanding. Just as he was in a trance, a violent sword energy rushed out. Tai Chi Yin Yang diagram. Along with Ning Bai's earth-shaking roar, the long sword in his hand seemed to feel the anger and determination deep in his owner's heart. The light on the sword became brighter and the power instantly reached its peak. Immediately afterwards, Ning Bai swung his sword without hesitation, and a sharp sword energy shot out like lightning. At the same time, a mysterious yin-yang diagram, exuding an ancient aura, once again appeared in the air. Compared with the previous ones, this time the yin-yang diagram appears more mysterious and terrifying, as if it contains endless mysteries and power. On the other side, the mysterious man also noticed the powerful force of Ning Bai's attack, and he knew that he could no longer hold back. So, he no longer suppressed the surging demonic energy within him, allowing it to burst forth like a flood. Meanwhile, the demonic blade in his hand, like a beast smelling delicious food, greedily absorbed the dense demonic energy around it. In an instant, the magic sword's momentum became more and more powerful, a strange light flashed on the blade, and a terrifying murderous intent continuously emanated from the blade. Faced with Ning Bai's powerful attack, a flicker of determination flashed in the man's eyes. He gripped the magic knife tightly, exerting all his strength to raise it high, and then fiercely slashed forward. With his movement, a black blade energy roared out, carrying the power of destruction, directly needing the yin-yang diagram released by Ning Bai. The powerful yin-yang diagram and the magic sword continued to clash. The yin-yang diagram continued to extinguish the evil spirit, just like a black hole, constantly spinning. The black and white poles seemed to be fused into one. The magic sword was dragged along the way bit by bit, and the evil spirit on the blade was also rapidly disappearing. How is this possible? I'm the Demon King. How could I possibly lose to a little brat? Ah! With the man's roar, the magic sword surged again, and the blade gradually turned blood red, once again competing with the yin-yang diagram. However, the man next to him looked listless, and it seemed that his blood and energy were burning. Then he looked at Ning Bai with a ferocious expression, murderous intent in his eyes. Boy, you've drained my blood and energy. There's no hope for your future path as a demon. I'm going to make you suffer a fate worse than death. However, these divine weapons of yours are enough to allow me to reach a higher level. This trip was worthwhile, ha ha ha. Looking at the man's madly complacent face, Ning Bai jokingly said, Aren't you getting complacent too early, old man? Now I have the bonus of the demon blood. As long as your spiritual power is exhausted, you will be at my mercy. If you still keep talking stubbornly here, you will suffer in the near future. Ning Bai suddenly closed his eyes, and 2 contract seals flashed on his body. In Anhui City, 2 beautiful figures were constantly slaughtering the surrounding monsters. Suddenly, they seemed to sense something, and then the spiritual power in their bodies continued to flow into the contract. Until the seal of the contract closed, the 2 continued to kill the monsters. Suddenly, Ning Bai's eyes opened instantly, and a powerful aura burst out, shocking the man who was confident of victory. Spirit. King. Level, how is this possible? Are you ready to die now? A pair of indifferent eyes stared at him. Chapter 78, Destroy the Demon Emperor and disasters will occur everywhere. The yin-yang diagram burst out with powerful yin-yang energy in the air, sweeping across the entire space, instantly obliterating the blood-colored devil knife, and then swallowing it in the man's horrified eyes. Then Ning Bai checked it carefully and finally breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was really dead this time. His legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground, his whole body feeling as if it had fallen apart. The aftereffects of using so much force were instantly apparent. The Donghuang bell also shrank instantly and turned into a human form. People not far away were shocked when they saw the big bell disappear, and they retreated one after another, fearing that the devil would appear again, but a girl in black rushed over. Come back, be careful of danger. Hua Xiaoshuang shouted worriedly. Unfortunately, the girl ignored her voice and continued running forward. Hua Xiaoshuang glanced in the direction of the girl, gritted her teeth, and then disappeared from the spot. Principal, what are you doing? It's dangerous over there. Several elders and classmates on the side shouted, but they didn't dare to go over and could only watch from where they were. Xian Yuan Biyun was running towards the figure, when suddenly, she was embraced by a hand. What do you want to do? We don't know what's going on over there yet. It's easy to get into trouble if you run over there. Seeing a beautiful woman carrying him back, Xian Yuan Biyun came to her senses and reminded him, What are you doing? The demon is already dead. Why are you carrying me back? Hearing the words of the girl in his arms, Hua Xiaoshuan was also stunned and stopped. What did you just say? You said the devil is dead? She asked the girl in front of her in surprise. Shen Yuanbian nodded, then broke free from Hua Xiaoshuang's arms and continued, Why don't you go and take a look for yourself and find out? Then Shen Yuanbian got up and left, continuing to rush towards that place. Hua Xiaoshuang, who was standing by, also reacted, took a deep breath, and chased after him. Ning Bai, someone is coming. What should we do now? Li Chanyue looked around vigilantly. Ning Bai, lying in Li Chanyue's arms, looked very happy and indifferent. Let them come, as long as they are not demons. But I'm afraid of them. Li Chanyue looked at Ning Bai with concern. Looking at the pretty face in front of him, Ning Bai couldn't help but kiss her. It felt very soft, so he quickly retracted his kiss. However, Li Chanyue's body trembled, and she stared at Ning Bai blankly. After a while, she smiled with satisfaction and couldn't help pursing her lips. The charm at this moment stunned Ning Bai. When he couldn't help but take action again, a voice woke them both up. "We're almost there, slow down, stand behind me, don't run so fast." Then a girl in black appeared in front of the two of them, followed closely by an anxious beautiful woman. When the beautiful woman came here and saw the two people below, she was also happy, because she did not see the figure of the devil, which meant that Ning Bai won. "That's great, Ning Bai, you really defeated the devil, it's incredible." Seeing the beautiful woman's breasts trembling, Ning Bai couldn't help but complain in his heart, "They are so big." Li Chanyue on the side looked at the girl in black with confusion. At this moment, their eyes alternated with each other, and expressions of confusion, surprise, and joy appeared on their faces. Ning Bai also saw this scene. Seeing the familiar girl in black, Ning Bai also remembered the girl's identity. Wasn't she the girl who rejected him at the high school graduation party? Why was she here? In Hope City, battles were raging everywhere. A large amount of demonic energy had enveloped the city. People could only see a few dozen meters outside with the help of the light in the city. In the air and underground, a large number of demonic creatures were constantly attacking the city. At the highest point in the city, several figures stood there watching all this. They were the three great ancestors of the Weapon Spirit Association and the three great demons of the Demon Clan. However, their faces looked unhappy at this time, especially the three old men of the human race, because they knew something very angry. The head of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Shixiang, might be a traitor. Because someone in the Xianyuan family discovered that Xianyuan Yaolong was imprisoned, and the place of imprisonment was in the lounge where only the head of the family could go. In addition, the second daughter Xianyuan Ya pointed out that the eldest brother Xianyuan Yaolong disappeared after he came back to find Xianyuan Shixiang. The most important thing was that the reason he was looking for Xianyuan Shixiang was that he suspected that his mother Nangong Haitang was killed by him. Everyone understood that all of this was related to Xianyuan Shixiang. Xianyuan Dian, who knew all this, was furious. He immediately guessed that the traitor was Xianyuan Shixiang, and he was 90% sure. "I didn't expect the problem to be here. You humans are unreliable. You can even betray your own race. What else can't you do? We demons are still better." Several powerful demons on the side looked at the three humans with sneer and ridicule. Shang Guanyan glanced at the enraged Xianyuan Dian, then turned to the demons and said, "Now that this has already happened, there's no point in talking about it now. Our top priority now is to resist the demons. Let's put aside the matter of finding the traitor Xianyuan Shixiang for now. We must work together to overcome this difficult time." However, he secretly thought in his heart, "Fortunately, my descendants did not marry into the Xianyuan family, otherwise something bad might happen. They would be worse than Ning Bai. Oh no! A high-level Spirit King-level monster has appeared." Several people looked towards the battlefield, only to see several terrifying auras appearing from behind. These auras were much stronger than those of ordinary Spirit Kings, and the demonic energy was also more concentrated. The few of them no longer hesitated. The spiritual power around them surged out, and their aura instantly became stronger. They rushed towards the several demonic shadows behind them. The people in the city were also shocked when they saw several people leaving the city. They didn't expect that even strong people like them would come out. It seemed that the enemy's strength was not simple. Many people began to worry and get scared, and could only pin their hopes on those ascenders. The entire 108 cities were being ravaged by demonic energy. Some of the weaker cities had already been destroyed and turned into a paradise for monsters. Monsters and humans were fleeing everywhere. Unfortunately, the outside world had already been shrouded by demonic energy. Even if they escaped from the city, they would lose their way and be eroded by the demonic energy. In the end, they would not be able to escape death and would be turned into unconscious monsters. "Bring up those human women." In a captured city, several human women were tied to the ground and then dragged mercilessly by monsters. "My good disciple, do you see this? This is the power of the demons. The humans in your 108 cities are no match for it." Shenyuan Shixiang, who was standing by, looked at the human in front of him who looked like a dead dog. There seemed to be a fire burning in his eyes, but it was quickly hidden. He looked at the shadow beside him with a fanatical look and complimented him. "Disciple is honored to follow master and become a noble demon. Please forgive my weak human identity and lead the way for me." Looking at Xianyuan Shixiang's respectful gaze, Yingzi nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that his cheap disciple was very conscious of the current situation, otherwise, he. No hurry, no hurry, let me teach you the art of refining weapons now, he. The shadow slowly approached the human women on the ground, and a sense of malice enveloped the embarrassed people on the ground. They were terrified and kept trying to retreat, but their bodies were completely unable to move. They looked to Xianyuan Shixiang for help, hoping to get help. Unfortunately, their gazes received no response, only a pair of indifferent looks. They instantly felt hopeless and looked at the man in front of them with hatred. If they were able to speak, they would have started to curse. Then several people were pulled into the room. Xianyuan Shixian looked at the demonic energy in the sky, then lowered his head and walked into the room, leaving only a soft sigh. Chapter 79, Sneak Attack and Leave. Are you, the girl from Anhui Middle School? Seeing that Ning Bai recognized her, a rare hint of joy appeared on the black-clothed girl's calm face, but it quickly disappeared. I didn't expect you still remembered me, it's incredible. Li Changyue, who was standing by, was also a little surprised to hear that the two knew each other. She didn't expect that Ning Bai actually knew this kind of cold and beautiful girl. As if sensing Li Chanyue's doubts and curiosity, Ning Bai began to explain how they met. Li Chanyue, who was standing by, also smiled faintly when she heard Ning Bai's explanation, but she was still very confused about the girl in black in front of her, because that throbbing feeling was not wrong. There was something about this girl that excited Dong Huangzhong. Ning Bai, come with us to the city. There are healing spiritual weapons and spiritual masters there. It's a good opportunity for everyone to thank you for saving their lives. Hua Xiaoshuang looked at Ning Bai with hope. Looking at the pitiful beautiful woman, Ning Bai couldn't bear to refuse and nodded. The healing spiritual weapon could just save him time. The girl in black had already walked to Ning Bai's side and held Ning Bai's left arm. On the other side was Li Chanyue. Feeling the softness from both sides, he was also a little distracted. The frightened people saw several figures appearing not far away, and they retreated timidly, looking at the figures that were slowly approaching with serious eyes. All spiritual beings and spiritual weapons with healing abilities come here. The demon has been defeated, and the hero needs healing. As Hua Xiaoshuang's voice appeared in everyone's ears, everyone's expressions became excited, and some even shed tears because they didn't have to die. Principal Hua, is the devil really dead? An elderly man asked Hua Xiaoshuang excitedly. Yes, the demon is dead. He was defeated by our hero Ning Bai. The sound spread throughout the entire underground shelter, and the name appeared in everyone's mind. Ning Bai. Ning Bai. After a few seconds of silence, fanatical shouts broke out, and the two words Ning Bai resounded throughout the city. Although Ning Bai had no expression on his face as he enjoyed the support of the two women, he felt extremely happy in his heart. You know, he was just an ordinary worker on Blue Star and had never encountered such a situation. This made his vanity maxed out. But what he didn't notice was that there was someone in the crowd staring at him with greed on his face. Soon several women came over, but what surprised Ning Bai was that there was an acquaintance among them. It was Yili, who had been at the flower viewing conference before. He didn't expect that she was a healing spiritual weapon. At this moment, Yili no longer had the arrogance she once had. She didn't dare to look Ning Bai in the eyes in the crowd and kept her head down, but she was still secretly observing Ning Bai with the corner of her eyes. While Ning Bai was still receiving treatment and recovering his spiritual power, Hua Xiaoshuang left because of something. Several young female spiritual weapon users gathered around and wanted to join in the name of treatment, but they were blocked by Xianyuan Biyun and Li Chanyue. They could only put aside their little thoughts and start treating Ning Bai. Some of their spiritual weapons can heal external injuries, some can restore spiritual power, and some can soothe the spirit. Soon Ning Bai felt warm all over, and the feeling of weakness and loss disappeared, and sleepiness came over him. Suddenly a bell rang. Ning Bai was startled, broke free from sleepiness, opened his eyes, and saw that he was in a dim room, with two women in front of him who looked weak. You two yellow-haired girls are trying to stop me. You really don't know your own limitations. Now get out of my way and I can spare your lives. Don't even think about it, old man. You're the lord of a city, but I didn't expect you to be so despicable. Li Chanyue looked at the old man in front of her with anger. She had never expected that someone would attack them, so she was tricked by the old man and taken to this remote place. Since you don't want to accept my toast, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless. After I deal with this kid, I will love you well, ha ha ha. At the end, the old man looked at Li Chanyue and Xianyuan Biyun unscrupulously, his eyes full of lust. You take Ning Bai away first, I will hold him back. Li Changyue pulled Shen Yuanbian behind her and said calmly. Shen Yuanbian looked at the girl in front of him with a firm look in his eyes. He was about to turn around and take Ning Bai away when suddenly a voice appeared in their ears. Old man, who gave you the guts to have evil thoughts about my woman? The two girls' faces lit up with joy and they turned around instantly, only to see Ning Bai standing behind them with his hands in his pockets and an expressionless face. When he saw the two girls turning around, he gave them a reassuring smile. The old man looked at Ning Bai in front of him with a face full of panic. How is this possible? I gave you a lot of psychotropic drugs, there is no way you can wake up? Old man, I'm curious, who gave you the courage? Was it Fish Leong? Ning Bai looked at the old man in front of him jokingly, not taking him seriously at all. A Spirit King level weapon Spirit Master could no longer pose much of a threat to him. Seeing that the situation was not right, the old man immediately retreated. He was not that stupid. This kid had even killed a terrifying demon. If he went up to him, he would be seeking death. Want to run? Have you asked me? Ning Bai looked at the old man with disdain, and then his figure disappeared on the spot. The old man was still congratulating himself for running fast, and thinking about how to take revenge on the boy in the future. Suddenly, his eyes widened, his pupils dilated, and he looked at a black and white sword that appeared in front of his chest. Old man, since you're here, just stay. It's a waste of spiritual energy to live anyway. Ning Bai glanced at the old man indifferently, then drew out his sword, turned around and disappeared, leaving only the old man's unwilling eyes. Then he fell to the ground and received his lunchbox. In the underground shelter, Hua Xiaoshuang followed the city guard in front of her and walked around for a long time. She immediately felt something was wrong. Are you leading me in circles? As soon as these words came out, the man in front immediately trembled, turned around and knelt on the ground, saying in panic, I'm sorry, Principal, the city lord asked me to do this, otherwise he would kill my whole family, I have no choice. Hua Xiaoshuang reacted immediately after hearing this, and her figure instantly disappeared from the spot, leaving only one sentence, you are afraid of him, but are you not afraid of me? Hua Xiaoshuang's voice kept echoing in the man's ears. His face was grim, but he soon calmed down and said to himself, that's impossible. Principal Hua is so kind, he won't kill me. Yes, I just need to admit my mistakes and cry my heart out. When Hua Xiaoshuang arrived upstairs, she was surprised to see Ning Bai and his companions lying down leisurely and eating, as if nothing had happened. This made her a little suspicious. Could it be that I guessed wrong, and the city lord didn't take action against them? Oh, Principal Hua is here. I wonder if you have finished your work. Ning Bai stood up and handed her a bottle of drink. Hua Xiaoshuang trembled when she heard this, and quickly asked, where is that guy? Ning Bai touched his head when he heard this, as if he had just realized it. Oh, you mean that guy? He insisted on thanking me for saving his life, saying he'd give his own life in exchange. He was so enthusiastic that I had no choice but to agree. Hua Xiaoshuang was stunned for a moment, then she burst into laughter, her delicate body trembling with laughter, and the two big breasts on her chest kept shaking. The two women behind him saw it and looked down at themselves, then looked at Ning Bai beside them. They saw that Ning Bai was staring at the other person's chest without blinking. Snort! With two light snorts, Ning Bai finally reacted and quickly looked away. Hua Xiaoshuang also noticed something was wrong and her face turned slightly red. Ahem, forget about that old guy. Principal Hua, I'm here to say goodbye to you. Hua Xiaoshuang was shocked. Are you going to leave Huayu City? Don't worry, Principal Hua. There shouldn't be a large number of monsters here. You should be able to handle them with your abilities. I have other things to deal with. After saying that, Ning Bai prepared to leave with the two women. Wait a minute, can you take my two students with you? Hua Xiaoshuang suddenly asked. Ning Bai turned around and looked at the beautiful young woman behind him, and said teasingly, I'm not running for my life. Besides, it's almost enough to take you with me. I'm too lazy to even look at those two. Hua Xiaoshuang was stunned for a moment and was about to say something, but the people not far away had already left. Suddenly, Hua Xiaoshuang's face flushed, and she thought to herself, is he hinting at something? Then he shook his head and said, what am I imagining? He's just a student. She looked at the shadow outside the city, then looked inside the city, and her eyes turned cold. It's time to deal with that guy, it's time to teach them a lesson. Chapter 80 Shen Yuan is born and comes to Hope City. What are your plans now? In an open space in the wilderness, several people were walking slowly. Although there was a certain amount of demonic energy, under the protection of the divine weapon, the demonic energy could not enter their bodies at all. Shenyuan Biyun was silent for a moment, then suddenly said with a firm look in her eyes, "The Shenyuan family is dead in name only, and I won't go back. I want to follow you. I want to ask what your spiritual weapon is?" Ning Bai suddenly asked. Li Chanyue on the side was also looking at the girl in front of her curiously. She also wanted to know what Shenyuan Biyun's spiritual weapon was. Seeing the expectant gazes of the two, Shenyuan Biyun, the always cold girl, actually revealed a hint of embarrassment. "My spiritual weapon is just a silver-grade sword, it can't compare to yours." She now knows that Ning Bai's talent is no longer comparable to hers, so she feels a little lost in her heart. Ning Bai, who was standing by, was delighted and asked hurriedly, "Is your sword a golden sword? What's its name?" Asking two questions in a row made Li Chanyue and Shenyuan Biyun very confused. They didn't understand why Ning Bai was so excited. "How do you know my spiritual weapon is golden?" Shenyuan Biyun asked in confusion. After receiving Shenyuan Biyun's personal confirmation, Ning Bai was overjoyed and asked, "Is your spiritual weapon called the Shenyuan sword?" Shenyuan Biyun was stunned. "I remember that I never revealed my spiritual weapon to anyone. How could Ning Bai know so much about it?" Seeing Shenyuan Biyun's expression, he knew he had guessed correctly and was filled with excitement. "This is the Shenyuan sword, my favorite artifact when I was a child." He calmed himself down, then solemnly explained to the two, "Actually, I've heard a little about the Shenyuan sword. It's one of the divine weapons, and it's the most powerful weapon among them, known for its strongest attack. Of course, Ling Hui told me all this knowledge. She's a complete nerd who knows everything about astronomy and geography." Li Chanyue then realized that this girl was also a divine weapon like herself. No wonder she always had a special feeling for her. "You said my spiritual weapon is a divine weapon. How is that possible?" "It's nothing special, just an ordinary silver spiritual weapon." Seeing Shenyuan Biyun's face full of disbelief, Ning Bai didn't continue to explain. He just stepped forward and stretched out his right hand. "Then are you willing to become my spiritual weapon?" Shenyuan Biyun was confused at that moment. She trembled with surprise and asked, "Can you really do this?" Ning Bai nodded, and at that moment a beautiful smile appeared on the girl's face, as if a flower had bloomed. The two approached each other, and when they held hands tightly, the contract was immediately established. A terrifying wave emanated from the girl, and Li Chanyue beside her also felt a throbbing of excitement in her body. A golden sword appeared in front of the two of them, giving people a sense of kingly aura, as if he was the king of swords, dominating the world. "Is this the strongest sword, the Shenyuan sword?" Ning Bai looked at the king's sword in front of him in shock. He was extremely shocked, but also extremely excited. All the swords in the world were humming continuously and flying into the sky, as if they were paying homage to a certain place. Even the Jiyin sword and Jiyang sword in Ning Bai's body broke out of his body and surrounded this golden sword, like a minister kneeling to the king. This is the surrender of 10,000 swords. At the same time, all the women whose spiritual weapons were swords looked in one direction in confusion. Their spiritual weapons were shaking. However, this feeling soon disappeared. Most people thought it was just a coincidence, but a few people were shocked and felt that this matter was not simple. "What a strange feeling, is this really my spiritual weapon?" At this time, Shenyuan was standing there in disbelief, staring at his own palm in a daze. Suddenly her hand was trapped in a warm palm, and she came to her senses, looking at the man in front of her with a slightly red face. "You are no longer an ordinary person. The Shenyuan sword is your spiritual weapon. It's time to give these demons a surprise." Ning Bai felt the power coming from his body, and his confidence increased greatly, and he also had a backup plan. In a pitch-black space, several figures suddenly opened their eyes, and a purple light flashed. The purple eyes in the darkness were chilling. "The aura of that guy Mo Yan is gone. How is this possible? No one in this small world can kill him. I think this big fool fell into a trap and killed himself." Several dark shadows were talking to each other, completely disdainful of the matter, with no sympathy on their faces. "Okay, now that the breath of the demon rock has disappeared, we must get to the bottom of this matter. People from my demon clan are not so easy to kill." A majestic voice was heard, and the demonic energy around them surged. Upon seeing this, the other black shadows shut their mouths and looked at the speaking figure with great respect. "Mo Hao, you must take Mo Meng and Mo Jia and investigate this matter thoroughly. Bring back Mo Yan and the murderer's body." A dark figure with purple eyes stepped out, bowed slightly, and said, "Yes, Lord Mo Yuan." Then the three figures disappeared from here, and the others also closed their purple eyes. The place became quiet again, but a petite figure sneaked away. However, this scene was seen by the leading black shadow, who just shook his head and did not stop it. Hope City, this once prosperous city, is now a thing of the past. Countless corpses are piled at the door, and the evil aura is so thick that people can't help but tremble. On the battlefield, Long Outyen, Long Aoquan, and other geniuses are still fighting hard. There is more determination on their faces, and they no longer have the mentality of students. War can indeed make people grow. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? I can never kill it all. Long Aoquan kicked a demon away, panting and complaining. The moment he spoke, a leopard demon appeared from behind and pounced towards Long Aoquan at a rapid speed. Long Outyen, who was standing by, was shocked when he saw this. Watch out behind you, Xiao Quang. Long Aoquan trembled all over and felt a foul odor coming from behind him. All the pores on his body stood up, but it was too late. Suddenly a shield appeared behind him and blew the demon away. He saved his life and cold sweat kept pouring out of his body. Why are you still standing there? The monster is coming again. Our time is not up yet. Hold on a little longer. The shield instantly transformed into a beautiful woman in yellow. It was Hai Lao's daughter, Hai Fengtian. Oh. Long Aoquan finally reacted, tightly grasped the magic weapon in his hand and continued fighting. Only the human and demon races here have strong auras. Let's start from here. A voice came from the empty dark space. Yes, Lord Moheo, let the two of us have some fun with these ants. Then the two shadows disappeared into the dark space and descended over Hope City, looking down at the city below with disdain on their faces. A terrifying pressure instantly swept across the entire scene. No matter whether they were humans, demons, or monsters, the pressure doubled and they all looked at the two black shadows in the air in horror. Chapter 81, Despair in Hope City, Ning Bai's helplessness. Who are those two people? They are so terrifying that their pressure is making it very difficult for us to deal with them. An old ancestor of the demon clan said with fear as he looked at the figure in the sky. Everyone shook their heads. It was obvious that these two people had come with ill intentions. Everyone retreat back to the city. The demon tribes should all retreat. As the two voices rang out, the battlefield was instantly divided and everyone retreated. Fortunately, there was pressure. Although it was inconvenient to move, the demons on the opposite side could not attack. Moreover, this pressure suppressed the demons even more. Most of them crawled on the ground and dared not move. Everyone retreated to the city behind like a tide, even the demons fled quickly, as if there was something terrifying. The two figures above were just floating quietly in the air, not attacking them, just watching the scene quietly. Ants are ants, they don't know what strength is. I wonder if that little mouse is hiding in there. It looks like we've all wet our pants since we came here. Ha ha ha. Shang Guanyin exchanged a glance with the others below, then nodded, clasping his hands respectfully and saying, I wonder what brings you to Hope City. We are currently under attack by monsters, and we hope you can offer us some assistance. We will reward you handsomely. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene instantly became quiet, and the two people above also fell silent, but soon burst into laughter. You humans are really funny. You've come to us for help just to save your lives. I guess you don't understand the situation. The monsters in your eyes are just our slaves. It's not a matter of whether you are really stupid or just pretending to be stupid, ha ha ha. The mocking voices echoed in the air, and most people heard it. Their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. The 6 ascenders were also trembling in their hearts, looking at the two figures in the air in disbelief, but their eyes were extremely dim. Such a strong man was so powerful just by his pressure, and they were definitely not able to contend with him. Even if it means death, our Spirit Weapon Association will never back down. Let me see what these two guys are capable of. Shen Yuan Dian's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in the air, holding a stick in his hand. He roared, and his spiritual power was fully activated. All the evil spirits nearby were repelled, and the murderous aura surged out of the stick, and he swung it quickly towards the two people in the air. Seeing that the two figures didn't move at all, Shen Yuan Dian was overjoyed. These two are so arrogant. If I hit them with all my strength, even if they don't die, they will be seriously injured. The 3 big monsters and the 2 people below were also looking at the sky nervously. They were also happy in their hearts that the other party did not dodge. Shen Yuan Dian was the strongest attacking among the 6 of them. The only shortcoming was that his movements were too slow and easy to dodge. Now that these two people did not dodge, it was exactly what they wanted. Soon the crazy stick was in front of the two men, but the next scene made Xian Yuan Dian unbelievable. He saw one of them gently holding the crazy stick in one hand and looking at Xian Yuan Dian silently. Although he couldn't see his face, Xian Yuan Dian knew that this guy must be laughing at him. Old thing, you really won't cry until you see the coffin. You actually dare to attack us. I don't know who gave you the courage. At the end, his voice suddenly became cold. Xian Yuan Dian was shocked and was about to pull back the spiritual weapon, but he couldn't move at all. He saw that the stick was instantly covered by demonic energy, and soon the stick became a magic stick full of demonic energy. How is this possible, crazy demonic stick, old woman? Xian Yuan Dian shouted angrily, holding the stick tightly. Even if the demonic energy was invading madly, he ignored it and just stared at the stick in front of him with red eyes. It seems that you really want this broken stick. Then I'll give it back to you. The shadow man let go of his hand calmly, but a cruel smile appeared under his face covered by the shadow. Xian Yuan Dian grabbed the stick anxiously, but suddenly a terrifying force came from the stick, and he felt a pain in his heart instantly, as if a warm liquid splashed on his face. He looked down and saw that his chest had been pierced by the stick. The evil spirit was still destroying his body. He smiled calmly, holding the stick even tighter. He turned his head to look at his eldest brother and third brother not far away, and he smiled with relief. Looking at his brothers who were shouting wildly not far away, scenes from the past emerged in his mind, like a timeline, constantly turning over in his mind, and finally stopped at the picture of the 6 people standing together under the peach tree to swear brotherhood. Then the picture gradually blurred, and the people closed their eyes forever, but they held the stick in their hands tightly. Second brother. Second brother. Looking at Xian Yuan Dian's body falling to the ground, the two men's eyes turned red, and they looked at the black shadow in the air angrily. The 3 demons behind them said anxiously, "Hurry up, this is not something we can handle. If we go, we will just die in vain." The 2 men ignored the voices behind them, and just looked at the 2 people in the air with hatred, and the spiritual weapons in their hands also emerged. "The 3 of us have already made a pact. We don't ask to be born on the same day, month, or year, but we do ask to die on the same day." Hearing this, the 3 demon tribe members were also worried. "Why are you humans so troublesome? You have to go and die. Well, we will run away first, and you guys can fight slowly." After saying that, the 3 demons prepared to run away. They were not prepared to die in vain. Even if all the demons died, they would be fine as long as they were there. "I say, you really don't take us seriously." A cold voice rang in the ears of several people, shocking them. "You ants actually dared to disobey us and even tried to escape. What a pipe dream." Then a strong demonic energy surrounded the few people. Several monsters attacked the black curtain frantically, but their attacks were completely in vain. Instead, their spiritual power was devoured by the demonic energy. Without new spiritual power replenishment, they became even more difficult. How is this possible? Who are they? The monsters were already scared. They originally thought that these people were just a little stronger, but now they felt that they were unfathomable and could be crushed to death at any time. They are teasing us and not taking us seriously at all. The demons were instantly furious upon hearing this. As ascenders, the strongest beings in this world, they were actually being treated like ants and toyed with at will. However, when they thought of the terrifying strength of those 2 people, they instantly lost their temper. "Okay, Magia, the game time is over. Let's send them on their way. We still have a mission to complete." The black shadow man who had not taken any action suddenly spoke. The shadowy figure nodded and was about to kill all of them when suddenly the shadowy figure behind him punched towards the space not far away. A figure hurriedly dodged while cursing. "I didn't expect there was a little mouse hiding here. It really surprises me. You should be proud of yourself for being able to hide under our noses for so long." 2 unfriendly eyes stared at the man who had just appeared. "Do you believe me if I say it was an accident? I was just passing by," the man explained innocently. Shang Wanyan, who was below, was also bewildered as he looked at the man, but soon shouted anxiously, "Ning Bai? Why are you here, kid? Run, this is not a place for you. Those 2 are unfathomable. Father-in-law, I also want to run away, but these 2 people don't seem happy about it." Ning Bai spread his hands. Just when the 2 wanted to continue talking, 2 black shadows on the side could no longer bear it and attacked directly. Ning Bai was instantly surrounded by demonic energy and soon disappeared without a trace, without even making a sound. You're just an ant, ruining my mood here and looking for death. Ma Jie glanced at Ning Bai with disdain. Shang Guanyan's old face flushed red, he couldn't bear it any longer, and rushed directly towards the demon's shadow, followed closely by Nangong Yongcheng. Looking at the two people rushing towards him, Mo Jie shook his head and said, "It's boring, dull. Be more careful in your next life." Then he waved his hand, and the terrifying devil's palm slapped towards the two people, but he turned around directly without even looking at the end of the two people. In his mind, these two people were already dead. "I say, father-in-law, if you can't fight, why are you showing off? You can't run away." Chapter 82, Tease the Demon Emperor, Fight. A helpless voice suddenly appeared, making the atmosphere at the scene suddenly become relaxed. I saw a figure standing in front of Shang Guanyan and Nangong Yongcheng, looking at the terrifying devil's hand. He didn't care at all, just waved his hand, and a large ancient bell appeared, blocking the devil's hand easily. "You are Ning Bai?" Shang Guanyan and Nangong Yongcheng looked at the figure in front of them in disbelief. The figure slowly turned around, and a young and familiar face appeared in front of the two of them. It was Ning Bai. "What's the matter? Don't you recognize me? Your spiritual weapon association has been looking for me." When they heard Ning Bai's words, their faces turned red. Although they did not give the order, and this was done by their second brother Xian Yuan Dian, they did not stop it. Now that they were saved by Ning Bai, they were both extremely ashamed. The two demons who were about to leave saw that the devil's palm was easily dissolved by the previous person. They frowned, and then saw Ning Bai's face, and they were shocked. "It's him! How is it possible that a mere general could dissolve my attacks time and time again?" Ma Jie's face looked ugly. Mo Ming, standing by, looked serious. "This kid is no ordinary guy. It seems he's the one we're looking for. He was able to kill Mo Yan and easily dissolve your demonic energy. He's definitely an emperor-level warrior." Then the two of them carefully looked at Ning Bai below, wanting to see what was so special about this human. Unfortunately, they could not see anything. They could only see Ning Bai's general-level strength. However, they had some guesses about the spiritual weapon that appeared before. "Okay, all of you step back. This battle is not something you can participate in." Shang Guanyan wanted to say something, but Ning Bai had already flown high into the sky, leaving the two of them with a dashing back view. "It was you who killed that waste Mo Yan." Mo Jie looked at Ning Bai in front of him proudly. In his heart, he looked down on Mo Yan, so the fact that Ning Bai was able to kill Mo Yan only made him pay a little attention. "Why, are you here to avenge him?" Seeing Ning Bai's fearful and helpless look, Mo Ming behind him became cautious, but Mo Jie was even more unhappy, thinking that this kid didn't take him seriously. "Boy, you're courting death. You think you're so great just because you defeated that loser Mo Yan, right? Today, I'm going to let you know that there are some people you can't afford to offend." A terrifying aura burst out instantly, the demonic energy roared wildly, the spiritual energy was suppressed to the point of difficulty breathing, and retreated one after another. The people of Hope City looked at the demonic figure in the sky in horror. This aura made people feel despair. Even Shang Guanyan and others below had solemn expressions and felt a deep sense of powerlessness. What level of power is this? Ning Bai, can he do it? Nangong Yongcheng swallowed and said nervously. "We have to do it no matter what. We can only trust him. No one can fight against these two demons. Besides, didn't Ning Bai kill one of their companions? I believe Ning Bai must be sure of his ability before he shows up." Looking at the demon emperor releasing his aura in front of him, Ning Bai narrowed his eyes. This aura was actually stronger than the previous one, but he also became stronger. "Boy, do you know the gap between us? If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I can still leave your body intact." Seeing Ning Bai's surprised look, Ma Jie was also extremely proud and felt very superior. Just when Mo Jie was about to say something, Ning Bai's figure had already disappeared. Mo Ming, who was behind him, fixed his eyes and shouted, "Mo Jie, you idiot, be careful of the other party." Mo Jie reacted immediately after hearing the voice and found that the boy in front of him had disappeared, and a sense of danger came over him. This feeling made him very unhappy. After all, he had always given this feeling to others, but today he actually felt it himself. "Damn, where did this kid go? Stupid." A voice suddenly appeared in his ears. He was about to turn around, but a force appeared instantly and he flew backwards in an instant. "Damn, this guy's armor is really hard. It hurts my hand." Ning Bai touched his fist lightly and complained. The people below were stunned. They didn't expect that Ning Bai could knock the black shadow away with just one move. Now they felt more hopeful. A sneak attack is not a good habit. Ning Bai's figure disappeared instantly, and another black shadow appeared where Ning Bai was just now. There was a strong demonic energy in his hand, and it was obvious that the sneak attack had failed. Ma Jia, use all your strength, let's attack together, this guy is not simple. The dusty demon Jia appeared again, but this time he didn't say anything anymore. I wonder if he was slapped in the face. Looking at the two people surrounding him from front and back, Ning Bai frowned. It seemed like it would be a tough battle. Boy, that was teleportation just now, right? This kind of spatial ability is rare. Mo Ming looked at Ning Bai in front of him meaningfully. So what? You didn't have it anyway. Hearing Ning Bai's reply, Mo Ming's eyes lit up and greed gradually emerged. Boy, if you hand over the treasure with spatial ability, I can let you live. Mo Jia, who was standing by, was immediately displeased when he heard this. Mo Ming, what are you talking about? How could we possibly let this guy go? Shut up. You've been following my instructions all the way. Have you forgotten what Lord Mo Hao said? Upon hearing this, Ma Jia immediately wilted. A majestic face appeared in his mind, and then he fell silent. You can think about it carefully. As long as you hand over that treasure, I can even let you join the demon clan and enjoy the rights of a superior person. Everyone heard the words of the shadowy figure and clenched their hands, fearing that Ning Bai would agree. You are Ning Bai, the #1 prodigy who defeated us. You must not agree to this. Everyone began to pray in their hearts, and those who knew Ning Bai looked deeply at the figure in the air. Oh, the benefits of being a demon are pretty good, working from 9 to 5, with 2 days off a week? Ning Bai looked at Mo Ming with anticipation. It made everyone's brain smoke. They looked at Ning Bai in confusion, not knowing what he was talking about. Mo Ming was also confused, but seeing Ning Bai was interested, he explained it to him and let him feel the superiority of the demon clan. Ning Bai touched his chin and nodded. It sounds good, but it doesn't have a 9 to 5 job with 2 days off. It's such rubbish, even dogs wouldn't go there. Mo Ming was quite satisfied at first, thinking that this boy was quite sensible and was ready to make him his younger brother. But then he heard some nouns that he didn't understand, and finally he even heard the word dog, which made him unable to hold back. Go ahead, Ma Jia, I want this kid to suffer a fate worse than death. Mo Ming ordered with gritted teeth. When Mo Jia heard this, he looked at Ning Bai cruelly. He could finally deal with this kid. The crowd below also breathed a sigh of relief. The fight finally started. That's all good. Come out, Donghuang Bell, Kunlun Mirror, Xianyuan Sword, Jin Sword, Jiang Sword. As Ning Bai's voice rang out, 5 spiritual weapons emitting a terrifying aura appeared around him. They were surrounded by purple air and slowly floated around Ning Bai. We have to make it quick this time. I'm counting on you. Chapter 83 Control Technique. Looking at the 5 rays of light around Ning Bai, the two were shocked. A huge sense of threat emerged. They immediately activated their spiritual weapons, and the demonic energy around them disappeared. The faces of the two were revealed, and at this time, both of them had vigilance on their faces. Looking at the magic weapons and armor in the hands of the two, Ning Bai murmured, "Have you shown your true abilities? It seems you're not stupid. Today I'll show you what a true controller is." Ning Bai waved his hand, and all the spiritual weapons around him flew out. The pressure of the magic weapons enveloped the entire audience. The people in Hope City below looked at the 5 rays of light in the air in shock. He actually contracted 5 spiritual weapons. Moreover, each spiritual weapon is above the epic level, not above the ancient level. I've had the good fortune to see ancient spiritual weapons before, but none of them had the aura as strong as these spiritual weapons. How is this possible? Ning Bai's spiritual weapons are all epic or above. Everyone's cognition has collapsed. Are they still human? The geniuses who were in the same class as Ning Bai were completely confused. They were thinking how awesome they were at that time, but they didn't expect that this big guy was not on the same level as them. The female classmates became even more excited and regretted why they did not choose Ning Bai. When the two demons saw the spiritual weapon flying towards them, their eyes fixed, because they could see that this was definitely a divine weapon, a rare treasure that could not be found in either the human or demon realms. They looked at Ning Bai with greed and envy. They couldn't imagine that a human could have such an opportunity. It was such a waste. If it were given to them, they would have already become a powerful demon. Demon tribulation, our chance has come. This guy actually has so many spiritual weapons, and they are of quite high quality. As long as we get these spiritual weapons and transform them into magic weapons, then we, ha ha ha. Ning Bai looked at the eyes and smiles of the two demons not far away and knew what they were thinking. He sneered, if you want his spiritual weapon, I hope you are lucky enough. Fierce collision sounds continued in the air. The two demons kept dodging and resisting the fast-flying spiritual weapons, but they were also in a very embarrassing situation. This is simply a magical skill. Fighting won't be so tiring in the future, and I can even do a sneak attack. The control technique is tailor-made for me. It's truly powerful. After he contracted the Xian Yuan sword, this spell suddenly appeared in his mind. He kept practicing this weapon control spell on the road, and it was probably only he who could practice this spell. First, he had to contract 3 artifacts, and secondly, there was the issue of compatibility, which required more than 60%. These two major thresholds directly blocked 99% of people. If the compatibility of all of Ning Bai's spiritual weapons had not reached 60% during this period, he would not have been able to use them. You must know that a compatibility of more than 50% is already the requirement for the Spirit King level, and 60% is the Emperor level strength. As time went by, the two demons no longer had the composure on their faces. They looked at the spiritual weapons around them in horror, which were still eyeing them covetously. What's going on? How can the spiritual weapon still have so much spiritual power after such a long time without anyone controlling it? That's right. How could a spiritual weapon be so powerful without its controller? We are Emperor-level masters, and we also have magic weapons. This is absolutely impossible. Mo Ming gritted his teeth and said to Mo Jia, you hold on to these spiritual weapons first. I'll go kill that guy, and these spiritual weapons will fall apart on their own. Hearing Mo Ming's words, Mo Jia immediately retorted, Mo Ming, do you want to kill me? You know that these spiritual weapons are not easy to deal with, but you let me stop them alone. You are taking advantage of me. If we continue like this, we will be in danger. I remember you have a magic pill. If you can hold me back for a while, I will kill that little bastard. How about you choose the spiritual weapon first? Mo Ming shouted anxiously while dodging the attack of the spiritual weapon. Mo Jia gritted his teeth and said, okay, I promise you, but I have to choose 3 spiritual weapons. Okay. Mo Ming's face looked grim, but he still agreed to Mo Jia's request. After getting Mo Ming's affirmation, Mo Jia no longer hesitated. He immediately took out a pill with rich demonic energy and threw it into his mouth in an instant. Boy, you've caused me to lose a precious magic pill, and you think you're so proud of yourself. Ning Bai looked at the two people in front of him speechlessly. They divided his spiritual weapon in front of him. He was not dead yet. Then a breath attracted Ning Bai's attention. It was the demonic tribulation who had just swallowed the magic pill. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot and his body was swollen. The surrounding demonic energy was constantly absorbed by him, and a strong breath emanated from him. When Mo Ming saw that Mo Jia's aura had reached the 3rd level of Demon Emperor, he was also shocked. He didn't expect that this magic pill was so domineering that it could directly improve his cultivation by 1 level. It seems that this guy Ma Jia is not simple. A magic pill of this level is not something that ordinary demons can obtain. It seems that we should stick to the agreement. Then he instantly broke out of the blockade of the spiritual weapon and rushed towards Ning Bai. The Devil's Calamity was tightly entangling the path of the 5 spiritual weapons. The enhanced Devil's Calamity had an aura of 1 man blocking the way for 10,000. Just when the two thought they had victory, Ning Bai chuckled, are you two really sure you can beat me? Seeing that Ning Bai was not afraid at all and was even looking at him playfully, Mo Ming felt a little worried. Could this kid have a backup plan? However, he quickly dismissed this unrealistic thought. This guy is definitely at the end of his rope, he's just bluffing. Boy, you are still pretending. Do you really think I am afraid? You are just meat on the chopping board, waiting for us to slaughter you. Ning Bai looked at the extremely proud Mo Ming speechlessly and shook his head, are all of you demons so stupid? Suddenly, Mo Ming's heart tightened and an ominous feeling arose in his heart. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. A big bell had already covered him. Ning Bai walked over to the big clock and knocked it, saying innocently, you only know how to stare at me and don't even look up at the sky. What can I say about you? Seeing this, Jia, who was standing by, cursed him in his heart, idiot, and then prepared to find an opportunity to escape. Ning Bai's spiritual power was also ready to go, ready to stop him. You two are useless. You actually acted on your own on such an important matter, and not only failed miserably, you are more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. A gloomy voice suddenly came from the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone couldn't help but look up, and saw a black shadow floating in the air. His face was covered with wrinkles, but his eyes were so sharp that people dared not look directly at him. The appearance of the purple-eyed old man made everyone feel depressed. They all lowered their heads and did not dare to look at the old man. Humph. You idiots, didn't I tell you not to act rashly? Now look how things are becoming more and more troublesome. The old man's tone became increasingly harsh, with anger flashing in his eyes. Jia said tremblingly, "Sir, calm down. We were also impulsive." "Shut up," the old man interrupted them. "Impulsive? Do you know how important this operation is to us? Your foolish behavior may lead to the failure of the entire plan. Master Moho, please forgive me, this kid is really weird, his spiritual weapons are all divine weapons, so we acted impulsively." The old man's face changed when he heard this. He looked at Ning Bai sharply, not knowing what he was thinking. He looked at Jia beside him with a little surprise. "Ma Jia, I didn't expect you to still have a magic pill. However, it's only a pseudo level 3. If it reaches level 3, this kid would no longer be your opponent. Please help us, sir. We are willing to seize the artifact for you." Ma Jia also understood the meaning of these words and immediately expressed his position. The old man nodded, then waved his hand, and all the spiritual weapons were repelled, and Jia breathed a sigh of relief. "Boy, hand over all the artifacts while I'm still in a good mood." The old man looked down at Ning Bai as if it was a matter of course. Ning Bai looked at the old demon in the air with fiery eyes, muttering, "Demon Emperor level 3? It just so happens that I also want to test my true strength." "Old man, it depends on whether you have the ability." Okay. I never thought a little human kid would dare to challenge me. He is truly ignorant and fearless." As soon as he finished speaking, a strong demonic energy rose into the sky. The old man was like a demon god, gripping everyone's heart. Chapter 84, Device Control 2, Golden Figure. The old man waved his hand again, and the demonic energy instantly condensed into a big hammer, rushing towards the Donghuang bell, ready to knock the bell in front of him away. However, there was no reaction when the demonic hammer hit the bell. The bell did not move at all. Instead, it rang out a shocking sound, pushing the old man and the demon back several meters. The old man looked at the big bell with a grim expression. He didn't expect that the bell was so strong. Although he didn't use his full strength, he only used 70% of his strength, but he still couldn't shake the big bell. Instead, he was knocked back. "Old man, let's have some fun." Xianyuan sword, Kunlun mirror, Jiyin sword, Jiyang sword, returned to their positions. As Ning Bai's voice fell, except for the Donghuang bell which remained in place, the other spiritual weapons returned to Ning Bai's side. The spiritual power around them surged, and they forcibly dispelled the evil spirits around them, like a ray of light in the dark night. The extreme Yin and extreme Yang sword first turned into a dazzling light and rushed into Ning Bai's body as quickly as a meteor. As the light merged, Ning Bai immediately felt a strange power surge within him. This power seemed to originate from the most fundamental yin and yang between heaven and earth, containing endless vitality and vigor, and carrying a deep and mysterious aura. He could clearly sense that his body was undergoing subtle changes. His original vitality became stronger, constantly surging from his body. At the same time, his mind became more focused, and his thinking became sharper and more active. This feeling made Ning Bai feel extremely wonderful, as if he had become one with nature and become the smallest but not negligible part of the universe. The aura in his body also surged rapidly, reaching the Spirit King level 4 in an instant. The Kunlun mirror followed closely behind and sank into Ning Bai's body. As this powerful force continued to flow into his body, Ning Bai felt as if he had merged with the entire universe, and the mysteries of time and space unfolded before his eyes. Every moment becomes clear and visible, and the past, present, and future seem to exist simultaneously in his consciousness. The flow of time is no longer a straight line, but a complex and wonderful vortex, which contains endless possibilities. He witnessed the changes of history, the rise and fall of civilizations, and the trajectory of countless lives. Every choice and every decision left a mark on time and space, affecting the direction of the entire world. He felt the weight of time and understood that time is not simply the passage of time, but a force that can be shaped and changed. Ning Bai's aura increased again, surpassing the Spirit King and breaking the cultivation level of this world, becoming the first Emperor-level Spirit Master in the small world. Ning Bai stared at his palm in a daze. Is this the power of the Emperor? The people below were also stunned. They didn't understand why Ning Bai's spiritual power kept increasing. Now he has surpassed these old guys and reached the realm they have been pursuing all their lives. How is this possible? There can't be a Spirit Emperor in this world. The old demon looked at Ning Bai in front of him in disbelief, his expression excited. Old man, don't talk nonsense. What's this of mine? Ning Bai raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the old man jokingly. Alright, old man, I don't have time to waste on you. Fight me and let me test your imperial power. As soon as he finished speaking, the Shenyuan sword beside him was already in his hand, and a feeling of dominating the world arose spontaneously, as if everything could be destroyed with a wave of his hand. The surrounding spiritual energy turned golden, and his pupils also slowly turned golden, and waves of powerful pressure continued to emanate from him. The humans below all felt a sense of worship, as if he were a king. They wanted to submit to him and dared not look directly at him. The demons were even more unbearable, as if they had encountered their natural enemy. The demonic energy around them was restrained, and they dared not act recklessly in the face of the golden spiritual energy. The two of them looked at Ning Bai in front of them in horror and retreated several steps. Who are you? Unfortunately, Ning Bai did not answer them, but his golden eyes looked at the two of them indifferently. Just as Ma Jie was still in shock, he suddenly felt a push from behind him and his face changed drastically. Ma Jie, just block it for me. I have to go back and report this important matter to Lord Mo Yuan. I will ask for credit for you. The old man shouted with a look of grief on his face, then turned around and ran away. Fuck me. Ma Jie was about to curse the old man, but his voice soon stopped. His body was split into two, but his eyes were fixed on the direction the old man left, and he died with his eyes open. Ning Bai's golden pupils looked at the direction the old man left, then he gripped the Shenyuan sword tightly in his hand and swung it forward. A golden sword energy appeared instantly and rushed towards the old man. Then Ning Bai came to the side of the Donghuang bell. With a wave of his hand, the Donghuang bell slowly shrank and returned to Ning Bai's hand. He gently stroked the small bell in his hand. Ha ha, the emperor is out, you kid is dead, hand over all the artifacts quickly. Imo Ming rushed out in ecstasy, looking down at Ning Bai below. The scene was completely silent, there was no fear of panic, only many pairs of playful eyes looking at him, and a pair of cold golden eyes that made his heart tremble. This guy was not a fool. He felt that the atmosphere at the scene was not right. Even the demonic energy around him had dissipated and the breath of the demonic calamity had disappeared. Without saying a word, he ran away without any delay. Looking at the rapidly flying Imo Ming, Ning Bai just waved the golden sword in his hand, another golden sword energy was slashed out, and then he turned and left. Under the gaze of a large group of people in Hope City, a huge explosion occurred in the distance, a mountain was flattened, and the demon disappeared. Everyone swallowed and looked at the golden figure in the sky in horror. In a territory unknown distance away from Hope City, a figure suddenly appeared. It was the fleeing Mo Yuan. The old man breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the guy did not chase him. Then endless resentment appeared in his eyes. As the king of the demon clan, he had never suffered such a great humiliation. He did not expect that he would be scared away by a young boy today. However, he was glad to know that all the demon clan members were dead at this time. When I go back and report this matter, I will ask Lord Ma Yuan to kill all the humans here, so that I can relieve the hatred in my heart. The old man's mouth gradually became cruel, as if he saw the scene of Ning Bai being tortured and begging for mercy. Just as the old man was daydreaming in his mind, a golden sword energy suddenly broke through the space, dispelling the surrounding darkness, and the evil spirit dissipated, appearing before the old man's eyes. This is... The old man wanted to say something in horror, but it was too late. The old man's body was instantly destroyed by the sword energy and disappeared from this world. Ning Bai in the air glanced in the direction of the old man, then slowly left. Shang Guanyin below wanted to say something, but Ning Bai's figure had disappeared. He could only sigh helplessly. He also wanted to ask where the two younger generations of the Shangguan family were. We won, we survived, is this real? I'm not dreaming. Ha, we won, it was Ning Bai who saved us. Following one person's exclamation, everyone became excited and cheered happily. Everyone remembered the golden figure deeply in their hearts. He became a mountain in the hearts of countless geniuses, a mountain that could never be surpassed. Many years later, a golden stone statue will appear in Hope City, becoming a hero known to all the people in Hope City, an object that everyone wants to surpass, and a legend that makes people's blood boil. Chapter 85: The Weirdness of Mahjong City. This device control technique is really powerful, but it's also really deadly. Ning Bai lay weakly beside a big rock with a pale face. But he's really handsome, with that look of arrogance that makes him look down on the world. Lan Shuqin and Lan Shuqi sat excitedly on the side. A figure in white also walked over and handed Ning Bai a bottle of Coke. Then he sat aside, propped up his head and thought, I didn't expect that we could become so strong, even stronger than my grandfather. What is the principle behind this? It seems that I haven't read enough books. Ning Bai, who was standing by, spat out the soda he had just been drinking when he heard this. He looked at Qin Linghui beside him speechlessly, thinking to himself, if you knew, you'd be awesome. Seeing this scene, Li Chuanyue was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Shen Yuanbian felt warm in her heart when she saw this harmonious scene. This was the life she wanted, not the cold and treacherous Shen Yuan family. Do you know this thing, Linghui? Ning Bai suddenly took out a dark crystal and observed it curiously. Qin Linghui, who was reading a book, was instantly attracted by this thing when she saw it. She immediately came to Ning Bai and looked at it carefully. What is this thing? Why does it feel weird? The aura makes me uncomfortable. Qin Linghui asked with wide eyes. Looking at the cute face in front of him, Ning Bai couldn't help but pinch it, then explained, these are the things that the demons dropped after they died. I picked them up and took a look. There are only 2 of them. One demon ran too far away. Then they are the same as monsters, with energy cores in their bodies. Li Chuanyue said in surprise. That's not entirely correct. Qin Linghui's voice came slowly, and everyone looked at her in confusion. In fact, not only monsters, but even us humans have energy cores. Shen Yuanbian asked in confusion, Sister Linghui, our weapon spirit didn't drop anything when he died. In fact, we also have an energy core in our bodies. It's where we store spiritual power. However, our bodies aren't as strong as those of the demon race, so this energy core isn't a crystal core like the demon races. Instead, it's a core called the Spirit Sea. When a person's life ends, the Spirit Sea will automatically disappear. It won't lock up the energy in the body like a demon core does. After we humans die, the spiritual energy in our bodies will be fed back into the universe. This was the first time Ning Bai learned about this kind of thing. He didn't expect that there were so many secrets involved. So, this thing is the energy core in the body of the demon. The demon core is still somewhat useful to us. After all, it's all spiritual energy, just a bit violent. I don't think we can use this thing. The women also nodded. This thing didn't look good, it was eerie and evil. However, Ning Bai had different ideas when he looked at the dark crystal core in his hand. He always felt that he could absorb this thing, but he did not act rashly. After all, this thing was a bit dangerous and he had to be careful. My current strength should be around level 5 of the Emperor class. I wonder if there are any stronger people among these demons. If their strength is just like this, then I don't have to hide. Just when Ning Bai was still thinking, a voice interrupted his thoughts. It seems like someone is coming. Qin Linghui was the first to remind. Is there anyone still outside now? It's impossible to survive out here, unless you can block the evil spirits like us. In the dark demonic atmosphere, a terrified woman was fleeing frantically, her clothes ragged and covered with scars. In the darkness behind, several black shadows were chasing the woman. They were none other than the demonized beasts and monsters. The woman's spiritual energy had long been exhausted, and she was now relying on her flesh to escape desperately. How could she compare to this group of monsters? Soon the woman felt a roar behind her, and they had come behind her. Just when the woman thought she was doomed, several figures suddenly appeared beside her. The darkness around her was no longer shrouded in darkness, but became bright. She even felt the presence of spiritual energy for the first time in a long time. When she was about to remind everyone to be careful, the demons had disappeared and the surroundings became quiet. Thank you so much for your help. The woman reacted immediately and expressed her gratitude to them. You're welcome, we just happened to be passing by here. Ning Bai explained casually. The woman saw the man talking, and the other women surrounded him, apparently with the man in the lead, which surprised her very much. Let's go, we still have to go. After saying that, Ning Bai walked forward without paying any attention to the woman behind him. However, several women beside him couldn't bear it, so they looked at Li Changyue, who had spent the longest time with Ning Bai. Li Changyue was extremely intelligent and naturally understood everyone's thoughts. She took light steps and slowly walked to Ning Bai's side. Just as she opened her red lips and was about to speak, Ning Bai raised his hand first and said with a smile, "My original intention was to hope that she could go forward with us. Do you really think I would be so cruel as to abandon her? If I did so, wouldn't it be the same as watching her die? I'm not that cold-hearted." As Ning Bai finished speaking, the people present were all slightly startled, then suddenly realized that they had misinterpreted his meaning. The woman's face, which had been gloomy and sad, instantly lit up with ecstasy, and her previous feeling of loss had long since disappeared without a trace. "You guys go and support her. Let's head to the city ahead to take a look at the situation and clean up these disgusting guys." Hearing that they were going to that horrible place, the woman excitedly said, "My benefactor, please think twice. That place is a hell, a dead city, and countless demons live there." The Lan sisters on the side comforted her, "Don't worry, sister. This is all a small matter for us. Just don't worry. We won't be stupid enough to die." Seeing the confident faces of the men, the woman finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that these men were hot-blooded teenagers who would rush forward recklessly and seek their deaths. Afterwards, she saw Ning Bai and others along the way, killing monsters with a wave of their hands, as if they were strolling around, which stunned her. It turns out they really are powerful, they are not joking, the woman thought to herself. Suddenly, the woman had an idea, her eyes filled with hatred. "I hope they can avenge our Meijiang city and kill those beasts." In this way, a group of people advanced quickly, and any monsters that blocked their way would die. Even the dark demonic energy in the air became thinner and no longer so dark. In Meijiang City, in a dark and gloomy room, there is a stove burning slowly, but the flame is black, which makes people shudder and feel daunted. "My good disciple, see this? This is the weapon refining technique that I have been studying for hundreds of years." A dark shadow standing next to the furnace shouted excitedly. Xianyuan Shixiang, who was standing aside, had his pupils dilated as he looked at the scene in the furnace. This was beyond his comprehension. He had also used this refining method to refine his wife. In his eyes, the refining technique he had come into contact with was only that taught to him by the leader of the beast god cult. Now, seeing the refining technique used by this shadow, it directly refreshed his cognition. The women, who originally possessed spiritual powers, now suffered a tragic turn of fate. All of them were brutally refined into terrifying magic weapons, their horror even worse than before. However, something even more terrifying was yet to come. These poor women did not simply vanish into thin air after being refined. Instead, under the erosion of the endless demonic energy, they gradually transformed into extremely evil demonic spirits. What does this mean? It means that not only do they have to endure the pain of torture in life, but they cannot find peace after death. Instead, they must continue to exist in this twisted and hideous form, becoming part of the soul of the magic weapon, obeying the control and manipulation of others. For these women, death might once have been a precious escape, but now, even this humble wish has vanished. Forced into an endless abyss of darkness, they have lost their free will and become cold, ruthless tools in the hands of others. This cruel reality is truly horrifying and chilling. Master is truly a god. He can actually create such a magic formula. I admire you. Seeing the shock and eagerness in Xianyuan Shixiang's eyes, Shadow was extremely pleased, so he said, "In that case, I will teach you the weapon refining method today." "Are you willing?" "Disciple is willing, please teach me, master." A shadowy voice rang out, "Come here, I will teach you the secret technique." Then Xianyuan Shixiang excitedly came to the stove and prepared to start practicing the magic he had just learned. Little did he know that the shadow behind him was looking at him strangely, with greed in his eyes. Chapter 86, The Regretful Xianyuan Shixiang Kills Humanity. When Ning Bai and his group arrived at the gate of Meijiang City, although they already had an idea in their minds, they were still stunned by the scene before them. There were corpses all over the ground, all over the city gate, and blood everywhere. A strong sense of oppression filled everyone's heart, and anger also grew. Seeing the corpse on the ground still being eaten, Ning Bai could no longer remain indifferent. With cold eyes, he said, "These beasts, it's time to send them to hell." Li Changyue and the others nodded, their faces full of anger. The body of the spiritual weapon was revealed in an instant, and 5 terrifying auras swept out. The demons at the scene kept roaring at the spiritual weapon. They looked at the spiritual weapon in the air with vigilance and horror. Although they no longer had the ability to think, they would instinctively feel the danger. Can animals be afraid too? Ning Bai sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Bai and others took action. The 5 great artifacts came out together, madly harvesting all the demons. Ning Bai also kept waving the Xianyuan sword made of spiritual power in his hand. Every time he swung the sword, he would take the lives of a large number of demons. When controlling the weapon, Ning Bai himself can also use part of the power of the spiritual weapon, but this requires his own spiritual power as support. The woman standing by was stunned. In the blink of an eye, all the demons disappeared. These are all his spiritual weapons? The woman was completely confused. The human corpses on the ground were all covered by the corpses of demons, making the place even more eerie. In Meijiang City, Xianyuan Shixiang, who was diligently learning the art of refining weapons, always felt that someone was looking at him with burning eyes. He knew it was that old guy, but he couldn't look back. What does this old guy want to do? Why is he looking at me? He wondered in his heart. While he was still in doubt, a gloomy voice came from behind him. My good disciple, have you comprehended the magic formula? My disciple has already comprehended most of it, but I'm still a little unskilled. Master, are you going to teach me how to refine weapons? Xianyuan Shixiang said in surprise. There's no rush. Let me see how your spells are progressing first. Otherwise, refining the weapon will just be a waste of time. Xianyuan Shixiang nodded and immediately began to use his spiritual power to activate the magic formula. However, what he did not notice was that a hint of cunning flashed across the shadow's face at this moment, and he was also reciting the magic formula with his mouth, but their mouth shapes were different, and it was obvious that the magic formulas they were activating were different. As time passed, Xianyuan Shixiang quickly completed the spell. Just as he was about to open his eyes, he suddenly felt dizzy. He covered his chest tightly and gasped for breath. A faint voice appeared beside his ears. My good disciple, do you feel very sad? Xianyuan Shixiang was shocked when he heard this, staring at the shadowy figure in front of him in amazement. Master, what's going on? I am loyal to you. Ah, my good disciple, since you are so loyal to me, I would like to borrow something from you. I wonder if you are willing. When Xianyuan Shixiang heard that there was still hope, he vowed, Master, please don't mention anything. As long as I have something, Master will take it. Hearing this, Shadow suddenly laughed out loud. Well, you are worthy of being my disciple. However, I will keep my word and only take one thing from you, never more. I don't know what Master wants. I don't have any valuables on me. I think Master would like it? Xianyuan Shixiang asked doubtfully. The shadow suddenly stared at him greedily and said, Master has taken a fancy to your body. I wonder if I, your disciple, can give it up and fulfill your wish? Xianyuan Shixiang, who had been smiling just now, immediately turned ugly. He now understood that this old man had been coveting his body for so many days. Master, you are joking, right? I am not young anymore, and I am a human. Don't you look down on the weak bodies of humans the most? He immediately said embarrassedly. In the past, I really didn't think much of your body, but after so many years, my soul essence is running low and I can't wait any longer. There is no corpse of the demon emperor in this world for me to occupy, so you are my best choice. Seeing that the old man had made up his mind, Xianyuan Shixiang felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly mobilized the spiritual power in his body and prepared to run away, but he soon discovered to his horror that the spiritual energy in his body had disappeared. My good disciple, do you want to activate your spiritual power? Xianyuan Shixiang was shocked when he heard this, and thought to himself, could it be that this old guy has sealed my spiritual energy as well? Don't think about it. I know you won't surrender, so I used a little trick, the same magic formula you just used. Xianyuan Shixiang looked at the shadow in front of him angrily. He didn't expect that after all his calculations, he still fell into the trap of this old man. But before that, I have to transform your body, otherwise it will be too fragile to accommodate my soul. Shadow glanced at the several magic weapons he had just refined. Xianyuan Shixiang finally realized that the weapon he had just refined was not for display to him, but was used to transform his body. He looked at the shadow in front of him with hatred, but also felt a sense of relief in his heart. It turned out that he was a loser from the beginning to the end. Soon he was thrown into a furnace filled with black flames. Without any spiritual energy, he quickly fell into a coma and was constantly roasted. With these magic weapons as a foundation, this kid's body should be able to adapt to me, and there is a certain chance that he will obtain a body with the strength of a demon emperor. Shadow excitedly put all the magic weapons into the furnace and began to refine them. On the other side, after Ning Bai and his companions entered the city, they were also attacked by countless demons, but under the attack of several powerful artifacts, these demons were quickly eliminated. The artifact seems to have a certain restraint on this group of demons. Ning Bai murmured. Wrong, it's not about restraining demons, but it has a certain suppressive effect on demonic energy and even the entire demon clan. Qin Linghui on the side corrected. Ning Bai was thinking in his heart, why doesn't the Tai Chi Yin Yang sword have such a strong restraining power against the demons? Is it because of the acquired upgraded artifact, or is it because? After taking a look at the women around him, he already had a vague guess in his mind. It seems that the legendary artifact with the same name as that in my world is a little different from the artifact in this world. The human trader you mentioned is just ahead, right? The woman said angrily, that's right. That scum actually treated us, the spirit weapon masters, as if we were weapons. I saw with my own eyes that my sister had turned into an extremely evil spirit weapon when she came out. No, it can't even be called a spirit weapon. It had the same aura as those monsters. Ning Bai was shocked. Evil weapon refining method, could it be him, not Xianyuan Shixiang? Never mind, we'll know when we get there. I want to see who it is. Then, several people rushed towards the building in the center. In a quiet space, shrouded in demonic energy and darkness, suddenly a pair of purple eyes appeared in the darkness. The aura of the demon origin has disappeared. Could it be those guys from the spirit realm? How can they possibly compete with the demon emperor now? Purple eyes murmured. Well, I don't want to play hide and seek with them anymore. It's time to use my absolute strength to show them what despair means. All demons, obey my orders. Kill all humans. It's time to end this farce. I don't know where that little ancestor has gone, but she has the treasures and seals bestowed by the third prince. No one in this world can do anything to her. I hope this little ancestor will come back soon when she's tired of playing. Several purple eyes suddenly appeared in the darkness, and the surrounding demonic energy began to ripple. A terrifying storm was about to sweep across the 108 cities. Chapter 87, Xianyuan Shixiang? The Fury of Xianyuan Sword. In the dark room, a figure suddenly stood up, but his limbs were rather stiff. He kept looking at himself, as if he was very satisfied. After this old man's refinement, this body has already reached the strength of an emperor. My good disciple, just go with peace of mind. I will make good use of your body. Suddenly, the figure stopped, he looked in one direction in surprise, a purple light flashed in his eyes. This is the Ning Bai in your memory. I didn't expect that even your daughter is here. She looks so young. Xianyuan Shixiang licked his lips and said greedily. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. This is going to make me take off. As long as I can capture this kid and seize the artifact in his hand, I will definitely become the overlord of the demon world. Just when he was still feeling smug, he didn't notice that a figure suddenly appeared in the room. I say, old man, what are you daydreaming about here? You're just a worthless person living a life of shame and despair. Suddenly a voice brought him back to reality. He quickly turned and stepped back, looking warily at the figure in the darkness, and asked, Who are you? You are not worthy of knowing who I am. Wait until you deal with those guys outside. After saying that, the figure disappeared. Looking at the disappearing figure, he fell into deep thought, but soon his eyes lit up and he had an idea. This is it. As a sound was rang out, the door was broken open directly, and some light from the outside came in, dissipating the darkness in the room a little. Ning Bai and his group were standing at the door. They were vigilantly observing everything inside, releasing their spiritual energy, ready to fight at any time. Suddenly, a figure rushed out. Just as several people were about to attack, the figure immediately said, I am not a demon, I am a human. Then a familiar face appeared in front of them, it was Xianyuan Shixiang. Why is it you? Ning Bai looked at the middle-aged man in front of him in surprise. Xianyuan Bian stared at the man in front of her, her eyes cold and without a trace of emotion. We are all human beings. I had no choice at that time. I wanted to borrow the treasure in your hand to fight against the demons. I never wanted to kill you. Xianyuan Shixiang explained hurriedly. Ning Bai had no expression when he heard this. It was unknown what he was thinking. After a while, he looked at Xianyuan Biyun and said, Biyun, you decide this matter. After all, he is your father. Seeing Ning Bai's encouraging gaze, Xianyuan Biyun took a deep breath and came to the so-called father. Biyun, I didn't expect you to be here too. Come on and help Dad explain something. Shut up, you are not worthy of being my father. You are a cold-blooded and heartless man who can even kill your own wife. All you care about is profit. Xianyuan Bian looked at the middle-aged man in front of her with red eyes. Damn it, I forgot that this guy is a bad person. This is going to be difficult. I must not fight with them, otherwise the demon will definitely reap the benefits. I don't want to die here just after being reborn. Xianyuan Shixian cursed in his heart. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Xianyuan Bian suddenly said, Go away. I'll spare your life today, and will sever all ties from now on. Ning Bai frowned when he heard this, but the frown soon disappeared because someone spoke, and several people spoke at the same time. I don't agree. Several people were also stunned and looked at each other who spoke. One was the woman they had rescued before, one was Li Chanyue, and the other two were the Lan sisters. Xianyuan Biyun was also stunned. She didn't expect so many people wanted to oppose her opinion. This guy is colluding with the demons. I absolutely will not let him go. Even if I die, I will kill him. This guy almost killed Ning Bai. We will never let him go, even if he is your father. The four people expressed their opinions at the same time and looked at Xianyuan Biyun with firm expressions. This made the girl helpless, and she looked at Ning Bai for help. Do you really want to let him go? Ning Bai just looked at Xianyuan Biyun calmly and asked. When Xianyuan Biyu heard this, she looked at Ning Bai, then at the sisters beside her, and finally set her sights on Xianyuan Shixiang. The middle-aged man smiled what he thought was an amiable smile. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Ning Bai glaring at him, so he gave up awkwardly. I decided. Just as Xianyuan Bian took a deep breath and was about to tell her decision, a pleasant voice suddenly appeared in the room. No need to make a decision, I will make the decision for you. This guy is not someone you know at all. He is just a dirty demon waste. Demon Black Flame, am I right? Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in the room, and everyone's heartstrings tightened, because this guy looked similar to the previous demon emperor, also wrapped in demonic energy and covered in shadows. Everyone quickly retreated away from the room, looking at the confused Xianyuan Shixian with puzzled eyes, trying to see if there was anything different about him, but they couldn't see anything at all. Don't believe the devil's lies. He's trying to instigate us and reap the benefits. In my opinion, we should deal with this devil first. He definitely has bad intentions. After hearing his words, several people also felt that it made sense, but Ning Bai rolled his eyes and said to the shadow, This guy said that we should work together to deal with you first. Do you have anything to say? Ning Bai's move made several people helpless. Xianyuan Shixiang's face turned green, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in the corner of his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. However, this scene was felt by the sensitive Xianyuan Biyun. Her spiritual weapon, the Xianyuan sword, was a sword of killing and was very sensitive to murderous intent. Xianyuan Bian immediately sent a message to Ning Bai and told him about this matter. Ning Bai did not turn hostile immediately after receiving the news, but instead observed the shadow man opposite, wanting to see what the other party would do, because he was not at all inferior to these two people. He had already sensed the strength of these two people, and neither of them had the cultivation level of Emperor level 5. You old thing are really shameless. You even dare to turn the tables. Believe it or not, I will kill you right now. The Shadow Man said, and his terrifying cultivation level was also revealed, Demon Emperor level 3. After feeling that the person in front of him was stronger than himself, Xianyuan Shixiang's face changed. He didn't expect that this guy was not an ordinary Demon Emperor, but a level 3 Demon Emperor. He immediately changed his mind. Brother Demon, please calm down. I was just being cautious, fearing the Spirit Emperor from the upper realm. Now that you're here, I don't need to hide my identity. The two of us can directly destroy these people. Hearing this, Ning Bai and others looked at the middle-aged man in front of them in surprise. They didn't expect that this guy was not Xianyuan Shixiang, but an old monster living inside. Xianyuan Biyun's eyes became even colder, and the murderous intent in her eyes could no longer be suppressed. She had not expected that the person she wanted to save was a demon that had occupied her body and had been deceiving her sympathy. It also made her make the wrong decision and made Brother Ning Bai uncomfortable. You, damn it! A terrifying aura descended, and everyone's eyes turned to Xianyuan Biyun, only to see a powerful golden light bursting out from her body, which was intimidating. Mo Hyun looked at the golden figure with an unpleasant expression. Isn't she a useless spiritual weapon? How could she possibly unleash such a powerful force? The shadow person also looked surprised. She didn't expect that this human being had such strength. However, this strength only made her eyes light up and did not pose a threat to her. A golden sword appeared in front of everyone, which was intimidating. The two demons also looked at the sword with fear, because they felt that the sword was very restraining to their demonic energy, which made them feel uncomfortable. At the same time, greed flashed in the eyes of both of them. They both realized that the spiritual weapon was of a high level and might be a divine weapon. But Ning Bai had a new idea at this time. He wanted to play the pig and eat the tiger and test their bottom line. Soon the Shenyuan sword slashed towards Shenyuan Shixiang demon black flame, and the golden sword energy illuminated the entire room, and the demonic energy retreated. My dear daughter, I never thought you would dare to attack your father today. You really have grown wings. As soon as these words were spoken, the Shenyuan sword burst out with a stronger murderous intent, and a stronger sword energy was slashed out. The golden sword energy was accompanied by a hint of blood red, making it even more murderous. Demonic energy surged out of Shenyuan Shixiang's body crazily, and a magic sword appeared in his hand. There was a strong resentment on the magic sword. It was the spiritual weapon that had been refined before. Now it had been refined into a magic sword, and there were the resentful spirits of those women on it. You are just a spiritual weapon, yet you dare to be so presumptuous as to challenge me? You are really overestimating your own abilities. Even if you are a divine weapon, what can you do? Chapter 88. Will you be my dog? I am the dignified demon emperor. Along with this deafening roar like thunder, an extremely terrifying aura burst out from Mo Hyun's body, and the magic sword in his hand instantly burst out with endless black light, as if to devour the entire world. Then, he swung the magic sword violently, and a huge and sharp sword energy whizzed out, rushing forward with the power to destroy the world. A dazzling golden sword energy burst through the air, fiercely colliding with the dark sword energy. In an instant, a dazzling light burst out from the sky, like the violent explosion caused by two stars colliding with each other. Golden sword energy and dark sword energy intertwined and tangled in the air, each determined to annihilate the other. They collided and cut each other, and each collision caused a violent tremor in the surrounding space, forming visible energy ripples that spread out in all directions. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the entire Meijiang city was swept by these two powerful forces. And the two sword energies continued to clash fiercely, neither of them willing to give in. But soon, the sword energy containing endless murderous intent attacked, and the darkness was instantly shattered, and the light red and golden sword energy surged towards the man below. Mo Hyun tightly grasped the magic sword in his hand, and demonic energy burst out of his body. Looking at the sword energy that was so close to him, he swung the magic sword in his hand with all his strength, blocking the sword energy. After a while, the golden sword energy disappeared. The Shenyuan sword above seemed to have run out of strength and stopped attacking. Zhou Shang's sword light also dimmed a little. Ning Bai knew that the little girl had exhausted her spiritual energy, so he shook his head and then sent a message to her, informing her of his plan. Sure enough, a spiritual weapon is at a disadvantage in fighting alone. It needs a controller. But I have the weapon controller technique, so I can hide behind the scenes and watch a good show. Ning Bai watched leisurely from below, not in a hurry at all. Mo Hyun looked at the motionless Shenyuan sword in the air and sneered, "You have no spiritual power left, right? How ignorant." He immediately rushed towards the Shenyuan sword in the air with the magic sword in hand, a smug smile on his face. He was ready to control the Shenyuan sword with one strike, and then run away to avoid being caught by the demon. As for the remaining treasures, he did not have the ability to seize them. After all, he was not strong enough now. When he was about to reach the Shenyuan sword, the magic sword in his hand was already ready, waiting to suppress this artifact sword and then run away. But soon he couldn't laugh anymore, as he saw the golden sword in front of him suddenly burst out with a powerful aura again and stabbed straight at him. He quickly swung his magic sword to resist, but was still no match for his opponent. He was forced back underground, his breath disordered. How is this possible? It's absolutely impossible. Mo Hyun shouted in disbelief. However, no one responded to him at all. The only response he got was a stream of sword energy, which was even stronger than before, because now it was the Shenyuan sword in the state of Ning Bai's weapon control technique. Huge explosions continued to occur, and thick smoke followed. Everyone looked at the place where the smoke was billowing curiously, wanting to know what happened to the man. Why don't you take action? This group of people is definitely not that simple. If you don't take action, I will run away. Hearing this, Ning Bai and the others looked at the shadowy figure not far away with vigilance. I say, as a senior of the older generation of the demon clan, you are so incompetent. It really brings shame to my demon clan. It turns out that it was the right decision to expel you from the demon clan. The shadow man did not take action, but began to sneer. This made Mo Hyan's face even uglier. Being kicked out of the demon clan back then was a pain in his life. He didn't expect that someone would say it to his face today. This was simply a slap in his face. At the same time, he had already put this guy on the kill list in his heart. However, thinking of his current situation, Mo Hyan said with a flattering expression, "Sir, I was possessed by a ghost back then. Now I have broken through the barrier of refining weapons and am preparing to return and present them to my clan, so that our clan can reach a higher level of strength and conquer the spirit world." The Shadow Man was also surprised when he heard this. I didn't expect this guy to actually break through. He's really a lunatic. But this is a good thing. Bring him back. Father will definitely praise me. After thinking for a while, he already had an idea in his mind. He no longer hid it, his aura was revealed, and a pair of mysterious and charming purple eyes appeared. The purple eyes were as deep as the night sky, flashing with strange light, as if they could see through people's hearts. Her eyes revealed an innate majesty and indifference that made people afraid to approach her easily. Her skin was as white as snow, with a hint of purple in its whiteness, which seemed to complement her eyes. Her face was delicate and beautiful, with a high nose bridge, rosy lips, and her long black hair that flowed like a waterfall, making her temperament even more noble and cool. She was dressed in a black robe embroidered with mysterious runes and patterns, exuding a powerful magical power. Her figure was graceful and elegant in every move she made. This scene stunned everyone present. They didn't expect that the shadow was such a beautiful woman. However, Mo Hyan's face changed, and he asked in shock, "How could you appear here? Why? Why can't I be here? This princess can go wherever she wants. It's not your turn to lecture me." The woman snorted coldly and said unhappily. Mo Hyan's heart tightened and he apologized quickly. This was not someone he could afford to offend at the moment. This was a little ancestor. Ning Bai also looked at the demon woman in front of him in surprise. He didn't expect that the person who came was actually a woman, and this person seemed to be of great importance. Even that guy had to bow his head. He was so unruly just now. This was worth Ning Bai's attention. "Are you going to surrender now, or wait for me to take action?" The woman said to Ning Bai and the others with cold eyes. "The fun has just begun, haven't you noticed?" The woman's beautiful face was also stunned, and then she found something wrong, because at this time there was not only a golden sword in the air, but also 4 other rays of light appeared, and their auras were all at the artifact level, which directly shocked her. The embarrassed Mo Hyan below also noticed this scene and stared at the sky in amazement. The woman who had been hiding in the back was also stunned and murmured, "So they are all his spiritual weapons." The demon woman suddenly reacted, staring at Ning Bai intently and asking, "Could it be that you are the mysterious person who killed my demon people before? It seems that having big breasts doesn't necessarily mean you're stupid. You're still quite smart," Ning Bai said jokingly. The woman's face turned cold. No one had ever teased her like this before. This guy was really bold. But then she thought of something, her face suddenly became excited, and she looked at Ning Bai with burning eyes. "This is the first time I've met someone as special as you. I suddenly had the idea of taking a slave. Would you be willing to be my dog?" Chapter 89 Demon Tribe Invitation. "I didn't expect you to have this kind of fetish, but I'm not used to being a dog for others, so if I have to be a dog, it should be you." 5 rays of light rushed towards her, surrounding her, and the spiritual energy around her also began to fluctuate. The witch was not panicked. She just glanced at Ning Bai calmly and said, "Do you think you can defeat me with just these few artifacts? I am different from those ordinary demon kings. I have the blood of the demon king." Mo Hyan, who was standing by, was shocked when he heard the words king-level bloodline, but a hint of jealousy and greed flashed in his eyes. "I don't know what king-level bloodline is. You'll know after fighting," Ning Bai said indifferently. Seeing Ning Bai's indifferent expression, Mozu's purple eyes turned cold, and the aura around him instantly burst out. A terrifying aura descended, and the surrounding demonic energy all moved towards him, as if they had found their master. The 5 spiritual weapons were not polite and launched an attack directly. Yuan took the main attack, Dongwon and Kunlun assisted, and the Jiyin Extreme Young Sword assisted on the side, forming a complete set of attack methods. However, they were no match for the witch. All their attacks were easily broken and could not cause any harm to her. Even the attack of Yuan's sword could not hurt her body at all. This surprised Ning Bai. He didn't expect that this witch was not only beautiful, but also difficult to deal with. She was completely in a different league from the previous demons. She could fight against opponents of higher levels. It was estimated that she had surpassed level 3 and reached the level of a level 5 demon king. In a city filled with corpses, several dark shadows were about to head to the next city. Suddenly, the leader seemed to sense something, looked in one direction, and said in surprise, "The aura of the king-level bloodline is from His Highness Ziyu." Then several figures disappeared instantly and rushed towards Meijun City. A new storm was about to begin. Mo Hyan, who was standing aside, looked at Ning Bai with a sinister smile and said, "Boy, you are very arrogant, let's see what you can do now." Looking at the bully Mo Hyan in front of him, Ning Bai shook his head and sighed, "Why don't you just stay put? You have to come out and make a name for yourself. You really deserve a beating." Mo Hyan's face turned ashen, as if he had been slapped in the face. He could no longer bear it and rushed directly towards Ning Bai. He wanted to let this kid know what despair and cruelty were. "Okay, come back, it's time to show your real skills." All the spiritual weapons disappeared in an instant, which made Mozu stunned. She then looked in the direction of Ning Bai and found that he was completely different at this time. He gave her a sense of danger. "Idiot, don't go over there." The beautiful woman's cold voice came out. Ning Bai curled up the corners of his mouth and sneered, "Sorry, it's late." Then he waved his hand, and a terrifying golden sword energy appeared instantly, and in the blink of an eye it came in front of Mo Hyan. Before he could react, his body had been split into two. His eyes were full of disbelief, and he died with his eyes open. Looking at the lifeless corpse, Mozu frowned and said to Ning Bai, "The gift for my father is gone, so I'll use you to repay him. It depends on whether you have the ability." Ning Bai chuckled and rushed towards the woman. The witch did not dare to be careless. A long whip appeared in her hand, and the magic armor also quietly emerged. It was obviously a higher level than the magic weapons of the previous group of demons. The long whip and the long sword kept colliding, but the long sword seemed to be restrained a little. Every time it was entangled by the long whip, every attack was restricted. This made Ning Bai very frustrated, as if his fist was hitting cotton, with no effect at all. "No, we can't go on like this, or we'll fall into the hands of this witch." Soon the Yuan sword in Ning Bai's hand sank into his body, a small bell emerged, and the sharp sword energy on his body disappeared. He was no longer sharp, but became calm and mysterious. "Since the sword doesn't work, I'll change it." This made the enchanting witch's eyes widen, and she looked at the man in front of her in shock. This was the first time she had seen such a move. The bells rang continuously, surrounding the entire Meijun city. The demons from the outside world heard the sound and ran away, not daring to approach Meijun City. Seeing this, Mozu thought to himself, "Who on earth is he? Why does he have so many divine weapons? And his fighting style is so strange and unpredictable." While she was still thinking, her vision suddenly went black, and then she entered a dark space. "You are distracted while fighting with me. You are really careless." Ning Bai clapped his hands, came to the side of Donghuang Bell, and gently knocked on the bell. But it was different inside. As Ning Bai knocked, it kept vibrating and waves of bell sounds kept echoing inside. Mozu's face changed, and she kept circulating her magic energy to resist the sound of the bell. However, this was only a temporary solution and not a fundamental solution. Her magic energy was severely depleted, and once her magic energy was exhausted, she would be defeated. Just when Ning Bai was about to release the weapon control technique, several black spots suddenly appeared in the sky and flew towards him at an extremely fast speed, followed by a monstrous demonic energy. It was obvious that they had no good intentions. "Boy, you actually dared to imprison His Highness Ziyu. You're so brave." Before anyone arrived, the angry voice had already resounded throughout the city. Ning Bai looked at the newcomers with a serious expression, because he felt that these people were all at the Emperor level, and the leader was actually at the Emperor level 5. Ning Bai couldn't afford to offend this lineup. One of them was about to go over and open the Donghuang bell, but was stopped by the old man in the lead, saying, "Don't touch the bell. There's something strange about it. To prevent His Highness from getting into trouble, let this boy do it himself." Another person stood up and said to Ning Bai in a haughty manner, "Did you hear that, human boy? Hurry and put that broken clock away from us, or we will be rude to you." This tone made Ning Bai very unhappy, and he directly said, "If you are so awesome, go turn on the clock yourself." You. The man wanted to say something, but the leader waved his hand. He could only glare at Ning Bai fiercely and then retreat. This young man is truly a man of great promise. He possesses such strength at such a young age. It's a waste of his talent to stay here. Why not come to my demon clan? I'm sure we can provide you with a wider world for you to soar. Several people on the side looked at Ning Bai in shock. They didn't expect that Lord Mo Yuan valued this kid so much and actually invited him personally. You know, joining the demon clan is a charity and invitations are rare. Now they actually saw it in a human boy. Ning Bai was also stunned. He didn't expect that this person didn't take action directly, but invited him to join the demon clan. This also made Ning Bai's mind active. After all, he couldn't do it now, so he might as well. It's not impossible for me to join you, but I have a few requests. The people behind him couldn't help it immediately and were about to come out to teach this kid a lesson, but they were immediately glared at and finally went back in disappointment. Young friend, please speak. Ning Bai thought for a moment, then slowly said, "The first thing is to let the humans here go." Upon hearing this, Mo Yuan fell silent and did not immediately respond to Ning Bai, which surprised Ning Bai. Is this matter difficult for the demons? Are humans a threat to them? After a while, the old man said, "How about this, my friend? I can't agree to your request for now, but I can make a compromise. We won't kill them. We will bring them back to the demon clan and then ask for instructions from above. Is that okay with you? I'm curious, why do you value us humans so much?" After hearing Ning Bai's words, several demons looked at each other, then smiled and said, "Don't you know about this?" Seeing the expressions of the demons, Ning Bai shook his head in confusion. He knew nothing. "Let His Highness out first, and then we will talk to you in detail." Mo Yuan pointed at the Donghuang bell beside him. Ning Bai thought about it for a moment, then put away the Donghuang bell without hesitation, then smiled and said, "Well, my sincerity is enough, isn't it? Enough for you, big head ghost." Then his body flew out in an instant, knocking down several houses and raising a large wave of dust. Just as Mozu was about to continue his pursuit, Mo Yuan beside him hurriedly stopped him and said, "Your Highness, please stop. This man is ready to join our demon clan. He was the one who released you." Mozu immediately became interested and asked excitedly, "Does this guy agree to be my slave?" Slave? Everyone present was surprised. Yes, this human is quite special. He was able to trap me, so I want to take him in. Hearing the witch's words, the people beside her were extremely envious, and they all thought to themselves, "Why not me? I also want to be your Highness's slave." A voice rang out from the ruins, "What the hell is going on? I agreed to the old man's request, not to be a slave." Ning Bai walked out speechlessly, then looked at Mozu with contempt. This woman was so cruel. Mo Yuan also explained, "Your Highness, it is like this." The demons on the side were extremely excited, shouting in their hearts, "He doesn't want to go, I do, choose me." Unfortunately, Mozu was too lazy to even look at them. She stared at Ning Bai and said, "Becoming my slave in the demon tribe is not something that everyone can do. It's much better than being a commoner like you've invited me to be. Think carefully about it, and don't come to me to beg for mercy in the future." Mo Yuan also explained, "Your Highness is right, your slaves are indeed better treated than this, you can reconsider it. Don't think about it. I won't be a slave. I am willing to accept the invitation of a commoner." Mo Yuan nodded regretfully, thinking that this kid had missed an opportunity. "Then let me tell you why we value the humans of your world so much." Chapter 90 Secret, Achieved, Retreat. In fact, the humans in your world are just their nourishment. They don't have weapon controllers, nor do they have spiritual weapon masters, let alone so-called weapon spirit masters. They only have weapon nurturers. After hearing what Mo Yuan said, Ning Bai was also stunned, and suddenly felt as if he had come into contact with some extraordinary news. Nourishment? The one who nourishes the vessel? He knew both words, and the latter was told to him by the 108 people. Speaking of which, the humans in your world are quite pitiful. They're kept in captivity like lambs, at the mercy of the slaughter every day. Yet, you don't know the truth and instead regard it as a source of pride, worshipping the executioner. Isn't that tragic? Their world has long been unable to produce weapon controllers and spiritual weapon users. There are only spiritual power users, which has caused their system to collapse directly. Those big bosses behind the scenes have come up with a solution: use you to promote the development of their spiritual power system. Ning Bai looked at the old demon and asked doubtfully, "Are you saying that we should use the people of our world to feed them and plunder our talents and abilities?" "That's right, that's what they think. Since they can't awaken, why not just plunder others? Plus, there are no strong people in your world, so isn't it a natural breeding ground?" Ning Bai fell into deep thought. He suddenly thought of the history of the 108 cities over the years and compared it with the old man's words. It seemed that everything made sense. Back then, they saved humanity, built 108 cities, and established a protective shield to isolate the demons. Wasn't it all for the purpose of protecting humanity and their farms? Suddenly Ning Bai felt a chill on his back, and suddenly remembered the last time they wanted to take him and his parents back to the upper realm. Fortunately, they were stopped by the demons. Otherwise, no matter how talented he was, he would have to give up, because what they wanted was talent. I have to say that the people in the upper realm are really evil. They figured out the method of nurturing weapons. Otherwise, my demon clan would have conquered their world long ago and would not have come to the lower realm to do these messes. The old man sighed. Ning Bai thought about it and felt that there was no need for the old man to lie to him. He should also go and confirm this matter, so he agreed to let the old man take humans to the demon clan. My second condition is to preserve the 108 cities and not demonize them. He didn't want his hometown to become a demonic land, and the demons certainly didn't have this kind of modern technology. He didn't want to live that kind of boring life, so these 108 cities had to be preserved no matter what. Before the old man could speak, the witch beside him said, "You don't need to tell me that. I like it here too. It's much more fun than the demon world." The old man nodded at Ning Bai, indicating that there was no problem. "The third thing is, if I go to the demon tribe, you can't restrict me. I don't want to be turned into a beast of burden." Although the old man didn't understand what oxen and horses meant, he understood it and said with a smile, "Don't worry, my friend. You have been invited into the demon tribe as a commoner, so you won't be treated as a slave. As long as you abide by the rules of the demon tribe will not restrict you. Instead, they will give you certain benefits to allow you to better develop and serve the demon tribe." "Okay, I don't have any more requirements. Happy cooperation." Ning Bai stretched out his right hand towards the old man in front of him with a smile on his face. The hand just hovered in the air, as if carrying some kind of expectation and friendliness. When the old man saw Ning Bai suddenly stretch out his right hand, he was stunned at first, and a hint of doubt appeared on his face. His gaze subconsciously turned to Mozu, who was standing beside him, his eyes full of inquiry, as if seeking her views and opinions. At this moment, Mozu was staring at Ning Bai with curiosity. She blinked her beautiful and mysterious eyes and asked, "Is this a ritual? Why do we do this?" Hearing the witch's question, Ning Bai explained slowly, "This is a very important etiquette that has been practiced here for a long time. It means that both parties can cooperate happily." After hearing what Ning Bai said, Mozu raised her eyes slightly, and her clear gaze like water fell on Ning Bai. After a brief pause, she nodded gently, and then gracefully stretched out her slender hands, which were as delicate and smooth as mutton-fat white jade, towards Ning Bai. Soon the two hands were clasped in the air, and both of them were shocked. Ning Bai felt that the witch's hands were so cold and smooth. Mozu had never had physical contact with a human man, but this time she felt a different and strange feeling. The demons behind him watched His Highness shaking hands with the human boy without letting go, their eyes full of anger. They wanted to kick the boy away and touch His Highness's hand themselves. The old man watched the scene with a smile and did not stop it. He was very optimistic about this human boy. When the two of them let go of each other's hands, Mozu suddenly said, "I still hope you will be my slave. You can come to me when you figure it out in the future." As she spoke, she threw a purple-black token to Ning Bai, and then disappeared. Ning Bai was also stunned when he saw the token in his hand, which was obviously made of unusual material. There was a faint scent of the witch on it. He shook his head and put it away, and would return it to her when they met next time. "Young man, do your best. His Highness's status is not ordinary. You have to work hard." Ning Bai was also confused when he heard this. What the hell is going on? "Kid, we're going to retreat now. Our demons will retreat soon too. Just talk it out with those people, or there won't be any bloodshed." Then he left with the envious demons. Do you really want to join the demon clan? Several women also changed back to their original forms and asked in confusion. You've heard the secrets of City 108, and I want to verify their truth. Joining the demon tribe is a good choice. Besides, we can't defeat them with our strength. But they massacred so many people in our 108 cities. Lan Shuqi said angrily. Ning Bai didn't answer her, but looked at Xian Yuan Biyun beside her and asked, do you think the same as her? Looking at Ning Bai's eyes, Xian Yuan Biyun was a little flustered for some reason. She was afraid that she would say something wrong and that he would bring up the previous wrong decision again. Her mind was a little confused and she just stared at Ning Bai blankly, not knowing what to say. Her younger sister, Lan Shuqin, hurriedly pulled her sister over and whispered in her ear, Sister, what's wrong with you? Can't you see that Ning Bai's eyes are not right? But those demons did kill a lot of people. The people of City 108 will never forgive them, and they will never agree to go to the demon clan. Seeing her sister being so kind at this time, Lan Shuqin was also worried, but she was her sister after all, so she had to correct her thoughts, otherwise Ning Bai would definitely have something against her, so she pulled her aside for some ideological education. Ning Bai on the side continued to stare at Xian Yuan Biyun and ignored the two sisters of the Lan family. Qin Linghui and Li Changyue looked at each other, understood each other's meaning, and then left together. However, they both knew in their hearts that Ning Bai had objections to Xian Yuan Biyun's idea, and this time would determine Xian Yuan Biyun's position in Ning Bai's heart. The surging evil energy that covered the sky and the sun gradually receded like a tide. The sky, once shrouded in darkness, began to light up again, bit by bit. At first, it was just a faint ray, struggling to break through the darkness from the distant horizon. Then, this ray of light grew stronger and stronger, piercing the thick haze like a sharp sword. As time passed, more light penetrated the clouds and shone onto the earth. The entire sky became bright and clear, as if the terrifying demonic energy had never appeared before. Two figures stood in the center of the city, and the sunlight shone on their faces, but the girl's face was full of blushes. She lowered her head and fiddled with the corner of her clothes, not daring to look at the man's eyes. Chapter 91, Surprise in 108 Cities, Surprise. But those demons make me feel very uncomfortable. They kill people wantonly and invade our homeland. Xian Yuan Biyun, with his head down, couldn't help it in the end and said what he was thinking. Ning Bai smiled indifferently and turned his head away without continuing to stare at the girl in front of him, which made the girl feel relieved. If it were me before, I would have the same idea as you, but now I've experienced so much and I've already understood one thing, this is how the world is. There's no deliberate right or wrong. Everyone has their own ideas. Before the demons invaded, I was constantly being pursued by the Weapon Spirit Association. I had no choice but to fake my own death, hide my identity, and stay away from home. All of this has made me realize that only strength can protect myself and those around me. The demons kill humans because we are weak. It's just like when we see an ant and accidentally step on it, would you take it seriously? Xian Yuan Biyun stared at Ning Bai blankly, stunned by his words, and couldn't help but think of her father, Xian Yuan Shixiang, again. I will only do meaningful things now. Even if I continue to resist the demons, so what? Will we all die here and be buried with everyone else? Then what's the point of all the strength I've worked so hard to cultivate? Isn't it just to protect my parents, my family, and the people around me? Now is the best option. Besides, those people will thank me for saving their lives when they find out. I hope you will think about it carefully. I don't want us to have a disagreement because of our different opinions. After saying that, Ning Bai turned around and left. He had said everything he needed to say. It was up to her whether she could understand it or not. If not, he would have to use Xian Yuan Biyu as a tool in the future. After all, how could two people who didn't even share the same ideas be together? Xian Yuan Biyun stood there alone, the sunlight shining on her beautiful face, but her eyes were dull, and no one knew what she was thinking. Ning Bai came to the place where Li Changyue and Qin Linghui were grilling meat. The two women were grilling meat with great concentration. When they saw Ning Bai coming, they smiled and then continued to busy themselves with the meat in their hands. You two are quite smart. You are here to grill meat leisurely. Ning Bai sat down opposite the two of them and said with a smile. We've seen everything you've done, haven't we? You taught us everything without us even realizing it, so we have no other ideas about this matter. This is the best choice. The three of them looked at each other and laughed. Such like-minded people are the most rare. Having someone who understands you is the best state. After a while, the Lan sisters came over, and the younger sister pushed the older sister over. Lan Shuqi was like a child who had done something wrong. She didn't dare look at Ning Bai, lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry, my idea was too naive." Ning Bai, who was standing aside, looked at Lan Shuqin and gave her a thumbs up. This girl was really good at changing her sister's mind so quickly. Ning Bai was a little curious and wanted to know how she persuaded Lan Shuqi. Ning Bai would never have thought that Lan Shuqin was using him to persuade Lan Shuqi. If he knew about it, he would definitely be in a dilemma. At this moment, Lan Shuqi looked at Ning Bai anxiously, thinking to herself, isn't he going to cancel the contract with me this time? Okay, just think it through. Kindness is based on one's own ability. If you don't have the strength to bear the consequences of kindness, then you are stupid. Several people nodded and couldn't help but think about what would happen if Ning Bai refused the invitation of the demon clan, but soon they didn't dare to think about it anymore. A fragrant smell of barbecue appeared, and everyone looked at the meat in the hands of the two women with greed. It was a pleasure to eat barbecue now. Just as everyone was about to start eating, a petite figure walked over. It was Xian Yuan Biyun. The confused and tangled expression on her face was gone. She smiled at everyone and said, "It smells so good. I wonder if there's any for me." "Of course there is, Sister Biyun." The girls happily pulled her to sit beside them. Seeing the harmonious and happy faces of the girls, Ning Bai felt warm in his heart. He hadn't felt this kind of feeling for a long time. He couldn't help but sigh that when he was on Blue Star, he was alone every day, but now he has so many beauties following him. "I will do my best to protect all of this and will not let them leave me." He then passed the message to Shangguan Mengshi and Shangguan Yu, and asked about Anhuai's situation. "Yes, the demons have retreated. You don't have to worry. You can tell the city lord about this and have him pass it on to all the cities. Also, tell them one thing." After Ning Bai exchanged greetings with the two beautiful principals, he ended the conversation, looked at the sun in the sky, and smiled for the first time in a long time. This world is really huge. I'm really looking forward to seeing what the demons are like. Anhui City, City Lord's Mansion. Principal Shangguan, are you telling the truth? The demons have really retreated? At this time, Anhui City Lord Yu Hao looked at Shangguan Mengshi in front of him with surprise. Yes. Shangguan Mengshi nodded. But there's one more thing I need to tell you. You need to convey this to the people in the other 108 cities right now. City of Hope. What, the demons really retreated? The old man Hai Jianjun said excitedly. Yes, that's what Lord Anhui said. Okay, please invite the two ancestors here immediately. I want to tell them the good news. Hai Jianjun said excitedly. However, apart from this matter, there is another piece of news from Anhui. Hai Jianjun was stunned, but after hearing the report, his excited face slowly calmed down, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Shini City. Okay, I knew that boy could do it. He is indeed my good son-in-law. Ming Changsheng rolled his eyes at Qin Hao and said, I know. He keeps talking about his son-in-law every day. It seems like everyone knows him. What's the matter? Are you jealous? If you have the ability, you can also give birth to a daughter. Looking at the two of them playing around, the two women beside them were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. They were already old, but they were still acting like children. Suddenly Ming Changsheng stopped and said in surprise, it seems that there is more to this matter. Now is not the time to be happy. Look. Several people gathered around and read a few words. After that, they were all silent. Finally, Qin Hao spoke up and said, let's take it one step at a time. After all, this is the decision made by that kid, and it's the best way to deal with 108 cities. The other cities that were not destroyed received the news. Everyone cheered wildly, greedily absorbed the spiritual energy, and looked at the bright sky with joyful smiles. The darkness has finally disappeared, and the light will last forever. It must be the god Ning Bai who saved us and the entire 108 cities. In Huayu City, everyone excitedly worshipped towards the sky. Hua Xiaoshuan looked at the sun in the sky in surprise and murmured, is it really you, Ning Bai? The entire 108th city was in an uproar. Everyone ran out of the city frantically and looked around. They found that all the monsters were really gone. The last trace of worry in their hearts disappeared. However, the top officials of City 108 were worried about one thing, how to explain it to the citizens. If the matter was not handled properly, they would be scolded to death, and it was very likely to cause a riot. Moreover, the official power in the city was weak, so this was simply adding insult to injury. All the top officials were in a dilemma. Hope City. After receiving concerns from other cities, Hai Jianjun immediately summoned all the senior officials of Hope City and the Weapon Spirit Association to discuss how to deal with the matter. If you have any good ideas about this matter, please feel free to speak up. After saying this, Hai Lao closed his eyes and stopped talking. Various discussions were heard from below, and some people even said that they should not reconcile with the demons, which was simply a disgrace to the 108 cities. Some even said that whoever did this should be arrested and executed, and that they had no right to make this decision on behalf of the 108 cities. Hai Jianjun's face became more and more ugly. Just when he opened his eyes and prepared to give them a good lecture, suddenly a terrifying aura swept through the entire meeting. Those who had just said that this was inappropriate were forced to kneel on the ground under the pressure, their faces full of horror. Since you are so good at talking, let you go and fight the demons. Shang Wanyan's indifferent voice echoed throughout the room. Please forgive us, ancestor. We are only doing this for the reputation of our 108 cities and for our compatriots who were killed by the demons. One of them shouted in grief and anger. Humph, you're so incompetent and yet you're still talking nonsense here, even slandering the hero who made this happen. Do you know that if it weren't for them, our 108th city would have been like an ant, crushed to death by them? Think carefully about how to pass this matter on intactly. Don't mess it up, or else the 108 cities will be wiped out, and you will be the sinners. Then the pressure disappeared like a tide, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief and dared not talk nonsense anymore. Two figures came to a hilltop where there was a tombstone, which was the tomb of Shen Yuan Dian. Second brother, the two of us are useless and can't help you get revenge. It took a young man to help you get revenge and kill those two beasts. You have finally avenged your great vengeance, but our crisis is not over yet. The future of City 108 is now in the hands of a young man, the very same one you wanted to capture. Isn't that surprising? It's really ironic that the three of us claim to be the guardians of the 108 cities, yet we can't do anything. Shen Yuan family, we will take good care of you. We will also help you find your unfilial descendant Shen Yuan Shixiang and have him confess his sins in front of you. Have a safe journey. In a forest, an ancient book was moving slowly, filled with a faint demonic energy, but soon the demonic energy was exhausted and fell to the ground. But what was strange was that there was a sound coming from inside. Damn it! You destroyed the body I worked so hard to build, and nearly made me disappear. Well, it's fate. I can only sleep. I hope someone can pick up this book, otherwise I will just fade away. Finally, the sound became smaller and smaller, and there was no black light on the book anymore. It became an ordinary book, lying there quietly. Chapter 92 Conflict, and Why Farce? Okay, it's getting late, we should set off. Ning Bai wiped the oil stains from the corner of his mouth and stood up. Several women also stood up meaningfully. The barbecue just now really whetted their appetites for a while, and they were really satisfied. Let's go back and see Mom and Dad first and introduce them to me. Hearing Ning Bai's words, the girls staggered and looked at Ning Bai blankly. They didn't expect that Ning Bai would take them directly to meet his parents, but the expression on everyone's face was different. Li Chanyue was surprised, yearning, and a little shy. She had long wanted to meet Ning Bai's parents, and she also wanted to bring her sister with her. She imagined the happy scene of a family reunion in her heart, and a happy smile graced her lips. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Xin Linghui was also curious and excited, because Ning Bai had already met her parents, and now all she had to do was meet Ning Bai's parents and elders, which was a natural thing to do. However, the Lan sisters and Shen Yuan Bian looked uncomfortable. They were caught off guard by suddenly meeting their elders, and they were very nervous, afraid that others would not like them. Okay, it's not some ferocious beast. Why are you afraid? Don't worry, my parents will definitely like you when they see you. Seeing the expressions of the girls, Ning Bai also comforted them. Then, several people rushed towards Anhui City, but they were all thinking in their hearts how to please the two elders they were about to meet. Outside of City 108, the demonic energy is still surging, and many demons are wandering and sleeping here. Several figures are gathering here, and they are none other than Mo Yuan, Mo Ziyu, and the other demons. The news has been reported, and His Majesty the Third Prince is very satisfied with our approach. Mo Ziyu said in surprise, I knew that my father would be very satisfied. The other demons were also very excited. It was a great honor to receive the praise of His Majesty the Third Prince. Alright, the passage will open tomorrow. We must keep an eye on those humans. There must not be any mistakes. Several people nodded. There must be no mistakes in this finishing work, otherwise all their previous work would be in vain, which they did not want to see. Your Highness Ziyu, where are you going? Mo Yuan asked in confusion when he saw Ziyu walking outside. I'm going back to the demon clan soon. I don't know when I'll be able to come out again, so I have to have some fun. You don't have to worry about me. I'll be back on time tomorrow. After saying that, the beautiful figure disappeared into the darkness. People in the 108 cities are actively involved in the construction, and spiritualists are also participating in it, speeding up the construction, and the appearance of the city is recovering bit by bit. Ning Bai and his companions also arrived in Anhui City. They walked slowly in the city and were very excited looking at the lively scene around them. It seems that Anhui City has not been breached and all the demons have been kept outside the city, so the buildings here are intact and there are relatively few casualties. Suddenly, a large group of people blocked their way. This surprised several people. They curiously asked the hurried passers-by, "What are you doing?" The man carefully looked at Ning Bai and the others, then asked doubtfully, "Don't you know about the two beautiful principals who saved Anhui? We've been hiding and haven't dared to come out, so we don't know much about it." The man suddenly understood what was going on and explained, "Hurry over there. You'll be able to see the two principals' stunning looks later." Then the man excitedly rushed into the crowd, no longer paying attention to Ning Bai and the others. What expressions would they have if they knew that the two beautiful principals were just your spiritual weapons? The mischievous Lan Shuqin at the side suddenly thought of something funny and spoke up. "Ha, this is a good idea. The sight of this group of people will surely be very exciting." Lan Shuqi also looked excited. The other women were also eager to make a move, and Ning Bai's face was full of black lines. "Everyone, please be quiet. Today's thank you party is held by all of us in Anhui. It is to thank the two heroes for saving our Anhui and the lives of all of Anhui. First of all, as the Lord of Anhui City, I would like to thank the two heroes here." The Lord of Anhui City bent his old waist and did not stand up until a few seconds later. "Secondly, I thank the soldiers and citizens who sacrificed their lives for the city." He bent down again, his eyes red. "Finally, I apologize to all the citizens. As the Lord of a city, I was unable to protect my citizens." Looking at the hunched body of the old man on the stage, the people below felt a lump in their throats for some reason, and they just kept clapping to try to suppress the warmth in their eyes. Looking at the old man on the stage, Ning Bai was lost in memories. He also came out of here and received a lot of favors from the city lord. He was wholeheartedly devoted to Anhui and constantly cultivated talented students for Anhui. Time flies by so fast. In the blink of an eye, the city lord who I once thought was out of reach has now become like a fragile old man. Just as Ning Bai was still sighing, the old man had already walked down, and two beautiful figures came up. They were Shangguan Mengshi and Shangguan Yu. Everyone present cheered. "Beautiful hero, beautiful hero." There was fanaticism in everyone's eyes, and the cheers from the audience kept rising, as if everyone in the city had come. Regardless of gender, they were all looking at the figure on the stage excitedly. However, the two women who came on stage had wandering eyes and kept looking for something in the audience, but after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find the person they wanted to see. At this time, Ning Bai and several women were standing in the crowd, looking at the two women above with a smile, because Ning Bai concealed his breath. "I don't want to be famous. I can't accept the looks of these people," Ning Bai complained. At this moment, an uninvited guest arrived at the scene. She looked at the crowd in confusion and murmured, "How did it disappear? I could still sense its presence just now." This person was none other than the Mozu who had escaped, but at this moment she had hidden the characteristics of the demon clan, with black hair and black pupils. She did not have the feeling of a witch, but gave people the feeling of a pure and royal sister. "He must be in the crowd. How can I find him?" Mozu thought, stroking his smooth chin. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and an idea came to his mind. "Since I can't find you, I'll let you come out to find me, hee hee." The two women on the stage also said some polite words and then prepared to leave the stage. They were anxious to find that guy. Suddenly, a sudden voice appeared, attracting everyone's attention. "I heard that these two heroes are very powerful, and I want to learn from them." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed and they looked at the woman in front of them with unfriendly eyes. In their opinion, this girl was here to cause trouble. The city lord frowned. He didn't expect that someone would dare to cause trouble. This was simply ridiculous. The two women were also stunned. They didn't expect that someone would challenge them. Go down, heroes cannot be provoked. Go down. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. Everyone shouted and looked at the woman with unfriendly eyes. In their opinion, this behavior was completely disrespectful. As a witch, Mozu didn't care about these people at all. She stared at the two women and said, "What do you think?" Seeing the aggressive attitude of the woman in front of them, the two women's faces turned cold. They knew that this guy was here to cause trouble and they couldn't escape. Then let's have a sparring match, but don't overdo it. Shangguan Mengqian stepped forward and said lightly. The woman looked at Shangguan Mengqi and shook her head, saying, "You two should come together." The two of them felt a chill in their hearts, and the spiritual energy around them began to circulate. What a big tone. He actually looks down on two heroes. Where does this arrogance come from? Yes, this woman looks absolutely beautiful, but her brain is not working well. In my opinion, she's just here to make a name for herself and ride on the popularity of these two beautiful heroes, just like those internet celebrities before. The people in the audience were talking and pointing at Mozu, but she heard it all clearly. However, she didn't care about what these ants said. She only cared about that one person. Just when the two sides were on the verge of a fight, Ning Bai in the audience could no longer sit still. Others didn't know who that woman was, but didn't he know? Stop. A figure instantly appeared between the three women. Chapter 93, An Unexpected Gathering, Ning Bai's Headache. The people in the audience looked at the sudden appearance of a strange man on the stage in confusion. They were completely confused. What was he doing here? However, those who knew this figure were all surprised. They looked at the figure on the stage in disbelief. Ning Bai, is it really you? This is Ning Bai, Zhaohao's high school classmate and childhood friend? Ning Bai, it's him, he's back, and that Chanyu. Everyone's attention was attracted by the figure that suddenly appeared. No matter whether they knew him or not, this guy appeared suddenly after all. When Mozu saw Ning Bai suddenly appear, the corner of his mouth curled up. It seems that his method is still very effective. Shangguan Mengqi and Shangguan Yu were delighted to see Ning Bai appear, but they carefully noticed the expression of the woman opposite them. It seemed that this woman also knew Ning Bai. You finally came out. Ning Bai looked at the witch in front of him and said, "You came up to the stage to cause trouble just to find me? Of course, it's your fault that your breath disappeared and I can't find you." As soon as these words came out, Ning Bai realized something was wrong. He looked at the witch suspiciously and asked, "You said you could sense my breath. What's going on?" Mozu said proudly, "Of course it's the token I gave you. It's mine." Ning Bai's face was full of black lines. After all this time, it turned out that there were locators on my body. Seeing that the two women looked unhappy, he couldn't afford to offend them, so he hurriedly explained, "This is Mozu from the Demon Clan." The two women were also shocked. They didn't expect that the woman in front of them was actually a demon. If the crowd below knew about this, they would be so shocked that they would all run away. Then you guys continue. I'll take her away first to avoid any problems. The two women nodded. They also wanted to end it quickly, but Mozu was not happy at this time. I've changed my mind. I won't leave. I want to fight with these two people. The witch looked at Ning Bai with a playful look on her face, her witch style fully displayed. Ning Bai looked at the witch in front of him with a big head and said speechlessly, "You are causing trouble. With your strength, do you still need to fight? I beg you, please go down quickly. If those people below can see your identity later, you will suffer." Just them? Mozu glanced at the crowd below with disdain. I didn't say that you are the one who suffers. We are going to the demon realm soon, so there is no need to cause any trouble. Ning Bai said helplessly. The two of them leaned against each other and whispered to each other. The crowd in the audience looked at this scene in confusion. What were these two people doing? Ning Bai, everyone below is looking at you. Shangguan Mengqi couldn't bear it anymore, so she sent him a message. Ning Bai was stunned, then turned his head and found a pair of big eyes looking at them curiously. Hello everyone, I am a guest. I wish you all a happy life and see you next time. After leaving this sentence, Ning Bai disappeared with Mozu. Is Ning Bai so good at having fun now? A slightly fat man laughed. But this guy's strength is really unfathomable. That's nonsense, isn't it? He was a celebrity in the entire 108 cities back then. Who doesn't know his name? But I guess he's not as strong as the two beautiful principals. After all, he's Ning Bai's predecessor. In the past, we would have definitely gotten together, but now that the disaster has just passed, all those shops have closed down, no one's open, and there's nowhere to get together. You're still thinking about this, you're lucky to be alive. Just as Ning Bai's acquaintances were talking about him, he brought the demon purple jade to a deserted place outside the city. Why don't you let go of your hand? How long do you want to hold it? Mozu looked at Ning Bai with a smile. Ning Bai finally reacted and quickly let go of his hand, but in his heart he sighed, the hands of this demon are really different from those of humans. He calmed down and asked, "Tell me, what do you want from me?" "Of course we have to play, otherwise there will be nothing to play when we return to the demon world," the witch said excitedly, blinking her eyes. "Play is fun, but why are you here? Our small place can't accommodate a big Buddha like you." The witch put her hands on her hips and showed a cunning look. "Of course I'm looking for you. Don't forget, you have joined the demon clan. Now you are considered half a demon. You have the responsibility and obligation to serve His Highness. Even though I'm half demon, didn't the old man say I don't need to be restricted by others?" The witch giggled, her laughter clear and pleasant, yet with a hint of cunning and arrogance. She said in a delicate voice, "That's right, you don't have to be restricted by ordinary humans, but that guy actually forgot to tell you something crucial. You can certainly look down on those ordinary demon clan leaders. However, I am no ordinary being. I possess the noble and incomparable royal bloodline, the highest bloodline among the demon clan. All ordinary demons must obey my orders when they see me, even a little human like you who just joined us." Ning Bai immediately felt a familiar routine. Wasn't this the same routine he used on Blue Star in his previous life? It was a typical recruitment scam. He didn't expect to encounter it again in this other world. "Okay, it's my bad luck. What do you need me to do?" The witch looked at Ning Bai, who had already accepted his fate, with a smug expression on her face. She then crossed her arms and thought, "There's nothing I need you to do for now. Just stay with me. I'll tell you when I've made up my mind." After saying that, the witch walked towards Anhui City. Ning Bai covered his face with his hands and said with a headache, "Are you kidding me? I brought you out just to let you go somewhere else, and now you run back." At this time, Ning Bai's home was bustling with activity. Several beautiful women came to visit, leaving the neighbors stunned. They thought to themselves, how lucky is the Ning family? So many beautiful women are crowding into their home? Behind, a large group of people were heading towards Ning Bai's home and saw the scene. The men were stunned and the girls were also extremely surprised. "What's going on?" "I remember this is Ning Bai's home," a silly boy asked in confusion. "Zhao Hao, you and Ning Bai are the closest. Do you know what's going on?" One of them pushed a little fat man next to him. Zhao Hao was speechless. He knew nothing. How could anyone tell him such private matters? It was brainless. "Don't overthink it, let's just go over and take a look. Maybe those beauties just went to the wrong place, and we can just go over and help them," a man wearing glasses said excitedly. The girls all looked at this guy with disdain. Who can't see his little thoughts? Don't you look at your own appearance? How can people like you? However, the boys were also eager to make a move after hearing these words. After all, it was the first time they had seen such a beautiful girl. How could they bear it at their age? They had not experienced the harshness of society and had no self-awareness. Just after this group of people left, another woman walked out from behind. She looked somewhat similar to Li Chanhua, but her face was extremely weathered, and several white strands could be seen in her hair. She walked towards Ning Bai's house with an excited expression. "City Lord, please slow down. Aren't you having difficulty walking? Why are you walking so fast today?" I saw two men carrying large and small bags in their hands, sweating profusely and complaining to the old man in front of them. "You know shit, this is Ning Bai, you don't understand." After saying this, the old man walked forward faster. The two rolled their eyes and could only follow silently. At this time, Ning Bai also came here, but he did not come here on his own initiative. He came here with Mozu. Ning Bai looked at the witch in front of him warily and asked, "What are you doing here?" Seeing Ning Bai's expression, the witch was delighted. "It seems we have come to the right place." Then she walked straight in one direction, completely ignoring Ning Bai's expression behind her, and the direction she was heading was Ning Bai's home. He now realized that this guy was coming for him. He was talking about having fun, but this guy was going straight home. I don't believe you. Never mind, it's just bad luck. I just hope this guy will be more normal. Then Ning Bai followed the witch towards the familiar house. But what he didn't know was that the place was already packed with people, enough to fit several mahjong tables. Chapter 94 Dinner. Dad, when do you think Ning Bai will come back? Ning Junwei's wife Ren Lijuan asked casually while cutting vegetables. However, at this moment she looked a little careless, her eyes drifting out the window from time to time. Hearing this, Ning Junwei, who was busy in the living room, quickly put down the work in his hands, ran to the kitchen, snatched the kitchen knife from Ren Lijuan's hand, and said anxiously, "Oh, dear, don't be distracted when cutting vegetables. What if you hurt your hand? You should go and have a rest. Leave these chores to me." As he said that, he gently pushed Ren Lijuan out of the kitchen. Ren Lijuan sighed helplessly and slowly walked to the sofa and sat down. She frowned and said to herself worriedly, "This kid is really something. He didn't even tell his family about all the things that happened. Now I don't know when he will come back. It really makes me worried." After saying that, he sighed heavily again. At this time, Ning Junwei poked his head out from the kitchen and said comfortingly, "You're just worrying too much. Our son has grown up, and he's so promising and capable. He will definitely have his own ideas and considerations. As parents, we just need to believe that he can handle everything, and try not to cause him any trouble." Ren Lijuan looked up at her husband. Although she was still worried, she nodded in agreement. However, the worry still lingered in her heart, difficult to dissipate. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. The two men's faces lit up with joy. They put down their work and hurried to the door to open it. The door opened, but to their disappointment, the person at the door was not the one they were thinking about, but a few strange beautiful girls. Ren Lijuan asked doubtfully, "Who are you looking for, or what's going on?" At this time, two familiar faces stretched out from the side. "Uncle and Aunt, it's us. It's Principal Shangguan, come in and sit down. We're cooking right now, so let's have dinner together. We both want to thank you for taking care of us these past few days. This is your friend, don't be shy, come in and sit down." Then the two of them warmly welcomed the girls in. The girls also found something wrong. It turned out that Principal Shangguan and the other two had become familiar with Ning Bai's parents, which made them feel anxious instantly. I foolishly thought that following Ning Bai was the best way at first. I didn't expect that Principal Shangguan and the other two had already made plans in their minds. The principal is indeed the principal. Their methods are not something that we students can understand. It turns out that the old ones are still the best. Qin Linghui looked at Shangguan Mengshi and Shangguan Yu with smiles on their faces and worshipped them in her heart. "Please take a seat first. We'll get busy first and we'll be ready to eat soon." Shangguan Mengshi and Shangguan Yu found cooking aprons and coats from somewhere, put them on, and then walked into the kitchen enthusiastically. "What are you doing? We can do all the work. You are heroes." Then the girls heard some talking in the kitchen, and then saw two elders walking out with helpless expressions on their faces. It seemed that Principal Shangguan and others had occupied the kitchen. "Uncle and Aunt, please come and sit down. I have good news to tell you. It's about Ning Bai." Lan Shuqin suddenly spoke in a mischievous tone. The two were also delighted and sat over expectantly. "Do you really know the news about my son? Actually, we are all Ning Bai's girlfriends." Lan Shuqin said something earth-shattering, and everyone present was stunned. The women did not expect Lan Shuqin to be so bold as to speak so freely. "Girl, please don't talk nonsense. There are so many beautiful girls. Our Ning Bai dare not delay them." Just as the women were about to retort, there was another knock on the door. Everyone was startled and then got up to open the door. "Zhao Hao, why are you here? Is there any news about Ning Bai?" Ning Junwei looked at the fat man at the door in surprise. Now it was Zhao Hao's turn to be confused. "Didn't Ning Bai go home? I just saw him at the thank you meeting." "What did you say?" Ning Bai returned to Anhui. Ning Junwei was overjoyed. Ran Lijuan suppressed her joy and said suspiciously, "But the child hasn't come back yet. Could you be mistaken, Zhao Hao?" "But, Aunt, the key point is that I wasn't the only one who saw it. Everyone at the scene saw it. If you don't believe me, ask them." Zhao Hao said and stepped aside. A large group of people suddenly appeared at the door, which startled the two elders. They asked in confusion. You all seem to be Ning Bai's classmates, right? Everyone nodded, and then said in unison, Uncle and Aunt, we have all seen Ning Bai. Suddenly, another voice came from the back of the crowd. You little bastards, what are you doing blocking the way here? Get out of the way. Then a familiar figure came over through the crowd. It was the City Lord Yuahao. City Lord Yu, why are you here too? Ning Junwei hurried over. Brother Ning, your place is quite lively today, with so many people coming to visit. Mayor, you are joking. They are just a bunch of kids. They just said that they met my Ning Bai. I didn't believe it. It's a good thing that you are here, Mayor. I want to ask you, is my Ning Bai really back? Ning Junwei looked at Yuhao expectantly. Oh, brother, Ning Bai is such a jerk. He didn't even tell you guys when he came back. It seems like I came at the right time today to tell you about this great news. After hearing the city lord's words, the two of them were filled with joy, but they secretly thought in their hearts, this brat, he doesn't even know how to go home. We're finally here. We're so tired. Suddenly, two figures came over panting, carrying large and small bags. Cough, cough. The two were just about to take a break when they heard a cough. They were startled and immediately held their heads high and chests out. Report to the city lord, we have arrived at our destination and will follow your instructions. The city lord nodded in satisfaction, then turned to look at the two elders beside him and said, this is a small gift from me, and it's also to celebrate the return of our unwise Tianjiao Ning Bai. This. Ning Junwei wanted to say something, but Rin Lijuan beside him gave him a look, and he understood it immediately. Then he said some polite words and accepted it. Everyone, don't just stand there. Come in and eat. The meal is almost ready. I'll go make a few more dishes. Seeing that she was both a beauty and the city lord, the students immediately agreed. However, the city lord said with an apologetic smile, Brother Ning, I have something else to do here, so I won't nag you anymore. It's quite lively having these kids around, so I'll go back first. It was difficult to keep the two of them. After all, the city lord was busy with official duties and the city had just been through a battle and needed the lord's attention. Dad, Mom, I'm back. This sudden shout was like a thunder, exploding in the silent corridor, instantly breaking the original peaceful atmosphere. Yuhao, who was about to turn around and leave, was attracted by the voice. He subconsciously stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a tall and handsome young man standing not far away with an excited look on his face, looking at this side eagerly. The young man's eyes revealed endless longing and joy, as if a wanderer, reunited after a long absence, had finally returned to a warm harbor. However, it wasn't just the young man himself who caught the eye. Beside him stood a graceful, captivating beauty. Her skin was whiter than snow, her eyebrows were as black as distant ink, and her eyes were as clear and moving as autumn water. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy descended to earth. Hearing their son's call, the couple, who had originally looked gloomy, suddenly opened their eyes wide, their faces lit up with surprise and joy. Son, you're finally back. We missed you so much, the mother cried, her eyes red and tears welling up in them. The father was also unable to hide his excitement. His lips trembled slightly and his feet involuntarily quickened their pace as he ran towards his son. In the blink of an eye, the three of them were embraced tightly. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and everything around them became insignificant. The parents held their son tightly with trembling hands, fearing that if they let go, he would disappear again, and the boy hugged his parents tightly, feeling the long-lost warmth and family affection. Mom, stop pulling my ears, it hurts. Ning Bai's sudden exclamation broke the silence. You little brat, it was all right if there were special circumstances before, but I didn't expect you to come back today and not tell us. If it weren't for City Lord Yu telling us, we would still be in the dark. Ning Bai also saw City Lord Yu standing beside him and gave him a kind smile. He then explained, I just wanted to give you a surprise. It's all my fault. I won't dare to do it again next time. You dare to do it again? Ning's mother glared at Ning Bai. He smiled awkwardly and shook his head, indicating that he didn't dare anymore. Then he looked at Yuhao beside him and said, City Lord, would you like to have dinner together? Ning Junwei explained, the city lord has official business to attend to, so we won't disturb him. Yuhao suddenly took out his phone and said loudly, you said that the situation over there has been resolved and I don't need to go there? Well, it just so happens that this city lord has a dinner party here, so this city lord won't go back. Yeah, okay. Then he put away the phone with an excited look on his face and said, Brother Ning, what a coincidence. My affairs here have been resolved, so I don't have to worry about them anymore. I can just have a meal with you guys. You don't mind, do you? That's great. We've been waiting for this opportunity. City Lord, please come in. Yu Hao looked at Ning Bai and said, today is a good day for Ning Tianjiao to go home. He is the protagonist today. Let him take the lead. I, an old man, don't want to steal the limelight from the youngsters. Ning Bai glanced at City Lord Yu meaningfully, but said nothing. Mozu on the side looked at this guy with disdain. As she held a high position in the demon clan, how could she not understand what this old man meant? The two elders also thanked the city lord, and then pulled Ning Bai in as the leader. However, surprisingly, Ning's mother also pushed Mozu in, making Ning Bai and her look like a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Ning Bai sensed what his mother meant and complained inwardly, Mom, this guy is a demon. Don't try to match people up with random people. If you're looking for a daughter-in-law, you should look among the people in the house. Ning Bai knew that tonight's dinner might not be very delicious. If he didn't handle it properly, he would end up in a miserable state. Chapter 95 Dinner Party Part 2. As soon as Ning Bai entered the door, he saw a large group of familiar faces. Needless to say, he had already sensed his spiritual weapon, and they probably knew he had arrived. Ning Bai only realized who the remaining large group of people were when he saw Zhao Hao. He thought to himself, why are these people here to join in the fun? Do I know them well? Ning Bai, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Zhao Hao rushed over and hugged Ning Bai's arm excitedly. Do you know how I've been spending this time? I've been looking forward to your return day and night. Ning Bai was also very excited when he heard this. It seemed that his friendship with his good brother was not in vain. However, the next sentence made Ning Bai feel very uncomfortable. The fat boy whispered, I've lost all the startup capital you gave me. If you don't come back, I'll be working like a slave for someone else. Ning Bai resisted the urge to kick this guy out and said through gritted teeth, I can't bear to use all these spirit stones. You've already finished them all. Didn't you tell me to start from scratch, so I just... The little fat man said innocently. Ning Bai rolled his eyes and thought to himself, I was just saying it casually, and you really started your own business? You don't even know your own weight. What are you two whispering about, you little bastards? Come over and give your mother a hand. Ning Junwei's voice came from the kitchen. Ning Bai glared at Zhao Hao, then hurried to the kitchen, and greeted the women by the way. Ning Bai is such a bastard. He has his cake and eats it too. He has brought back such a beautiful girlfriend, but he still flirts with other beauties. He is such a scumbag. It turns out that no man is a good person. A girl saw Ning Bai's behavior and said with disgust. The other girls also nodded, but the boys looked ashamed. If you say Ning Bai, just say Ning Bai. What do you mean by involving us together? However, they also mocked Ning Bai. He brought women back and still had ideas about those beauties. They must be extremely disgusted with Ning Bai now. Their chance has come, and the group of boys are ready to make a move. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he saw two beautiful figures. Ning Bai smiled and walked over. Thank you so much, both heroes. I will definitely thank you properly someday. Seeing Ning Bai smirk, the two women glared at him, but they suddenly felt nervous and shy in their hearts, because this made them feel the little romance between husband and wife. Little boy, you have to thank the two heroes. They have taken special care of us during this period. Mom suddenly said. I know, Mom. I will definitely thank the two heroes in the future. Ning Bai looked at the backs of the two women with a smile. While the people in the kitchen were busy, it was bustling outside. The women looked at Mozu opposite them with vigilance. They never thought that Ning Bai would bring this witch home. The city lord Yu on the side noticed something, so he hurriedly walked to a place farther away from the women and sat down. Only then did he feel at ease. His years of experience told him that these women were not easy to deal with, so it was better to stay away from them. However, those little devils were not so good looking and they kept moving towards that side. The city lord was speechless. These little bastards really brought shame to him, and why? Ladies, why are you here at Ning Bai's house today? We are his high school classmates. If you have any questions, feel free to ask us. Xin Linghui, Li Chanyuet, and Xin Yuanbiyu all noticed the eager gazes of the few people and frowned. However, they were Ning Bai's high school classmates, so they did not get angry. They just politely smiled back and said nothing. However, these guys took the women's smiles as a sign of goodwill, and became even more excited, thinking to themselves, beautiful women are smiling at us. It seems we have a chance. Several people began to show themselves off crazily, trying to win the favor of the beauties. This directly annoyed the women, so they changed their seats and stayed away from these idiots. Mozu on the opposite side couldn't help laughing. These guys were so funny. She had never seen such funny things in the demon clan. Ladies, let me tell you. These people didn't understand what she meant and even ran over to chat her up. This made the little witch Lan Shuqin unable to hold back. She suddenly stood up and said with a smile, I heard that you are very powerful. I would like to compete with you. After she finished speaking, a powerful pressure descended upon the few people. The men looked at the smiling beauty in front of them in fear and stepped back with trembling legs. Seeing that several people finally gave up, Lan Shuqin put away her pressure, slowly sat down, and took a sip of tea. These annoying guys are just dogskin plasters. They won't cry until they see the coffin. I have to give them a warning. Shi Linghui gave a thumbs up and said, Shuqin, well done. These people are so annoying with their chattering in my ears. I can't even read properly. Isn't it a bad idea to do this? After all, they are Ning Bai's classmates. Shen Yuanbian said worriedly. Li Changyue smiled and said, Ning Bai has just an ordinary relationship with this group of classmates. Didn't you see that he greeted the fat boy as soon as he entered the door? He didn't greet the others. After hearing what Li Changyue said, several people realized that Ning Bai had indeed ignored the group of people when he came in, and was only particularly enthusiastic towards a fat man. City Lord Yu, we have moved the table here, but we don't know how to put it? A voice suddenly came from the door. Yu Hao stood up when he heard the voice, thought for a moment, and then said, put the round one here, and the square one. Just as the table was set, Ning Bai suddenly walked out. Seeing this scene, his eyes lit up and he gave City Lord Yu a thumbs up. City Lord is really thoughtful. I was just about to go find a table, and the City Lord has already arranged it. This is no big deal. I just happened to have a table there, so I just had someone move it over. Ning Bai nodded. It was just right that he didn't need to look for him. The fact that City Lord Yu had served as the City Lord of Anhui for so many years was indeed worthy of the title. Then, dishes were served one after another. It was only because Principal Shangguan and his companions used their spiritual power that they were able to prepare so many dishes so quickly. If it were an ordinary chef, it would take at least until the evening to complete the preparation. Ning Bai, your family sitting at this round table symbolizes that your family is reunited today. City Lord Yu suddenly said with a smile. After these words were spoken, Ning Bai, Ning Junwei and Ren Lijuan were stunned and their eyes turned red. Thank you, City Lord. Several people looked at City Lord Yu with gratitude. Li Chanyue's eyes suddenly became moist. Just as she was about to get up, she saw a familiar figure at the door. At that moment, all her emotions surged out. She ran towards the figure quickly and threw herself into that person's arms. Chanyue, sister finally sees you. Li Chanyue hugged the person in front of her tightly, crying, Sister, it's Chanyue's fault. I made you worry. It's good that you're back. My lifelong wish is for you to live a good life. Now seeing your expression, I know that Ning Bai didn't lie. He did it. The woman suddenly looked at Ning Bai not far away. Seeing the woman in front of him, Ning Bai suddenly smiled, Sister Jihua, you're here. The woman and Li Chanyue walked hand in hand in front of Ning Bai and complained, you guys are either faking your own death or hiding away. It's too much for us to handle. Sister Jihua, I had no choice. I was forced by the situation. Later, I secretly left clues for you. Don't be angry. Ning Bai touched his head and looked at the woman in front of him awkwardly. You little brat, have you seen how ridiculous I am? The woman suddenly glared at Ning Bai. Ning Bai hurriedly explained, Sister Jihua, I swear to God, I didn't go in. I left all my things outside. The woman touched Chanyue's hair affectionately and said, Humph, I'll let you go this time for Chanyue's sake. Ning's parents beside him asked curiously, Ning Bai, this is? Mom and Dad, let me introduce you. This is my first contract partner after graduating from high school, Li Chanyue. Next to her is her older sister, Li Jihua. After hearing Ning Bai's words, the two were stunned. They looked at Mozu not far away, and then reacted. They looked at Ning Bai with a reproachful look, Stinky boy, you're telling us such an important thing now. We almost recognized the wrong person. Chanyue, Jihua, come over and sit down. It's all that brat's fault for not saying anything, otherwise we would have known each other a long time ago. Mother Ning enthusiastically pulled the two girls to sit down. Seeing the two of them talking enthusiastically with Chanyu, Ning Bai smiled helplessly. Forget it, I'll tell them later when we eat. They'll be here soon anyway. Lord Yuechang knew that Ning Bai had more than one spiritual weapon, but he didn't say it foolishly. He just glanced at the women not far away, wondering in his heart which one was his spiritual weapon. Afterwards, Ning Bai's family, a few girls, the city lord, Moziu, Zhao Hao and others sat at the round table, while the other classmates and the city lord's two followers, the two who moved things, sat at the square table. There were more than 10 people at each table. Soon everyone was attracted by the delicacies on the table, because these delicacies exuded a strong spiritual energy, and it was obvious at a glance that they were not ordinary food. However, Ning Bai did not move or make a sound, as if he was waiting for something. Everyone was puzzled. Ren Lijuan beside him said, "Son, who are you waiting for? Is there someone else coming?" Ning Bai smiled mysteriously, nodded, then smiled at the girls and gave them a look. Chapter 96 Dinner Party Part 3. The women were also stunned when they saw Ning Bai's eyes, but they soon thought of something and looked at Ning Bai with excitement. Soon, Ning Bai's mouth corners lifted up, revealing a smile. "Here I come." Then there were footsteps and voices at the door. "This place is really hard to find, finally we're here." 4 figures appeared in front of everyone. The 4 old men were Qin Linghui's grandparents and the lord of Ming City and his wife. When they came in and saw a group of people in the room, they were also surprised, but they soon found Ning Bai and Qin Linghui. They then breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately they had not come to the wrong place. "Seniors, long time no see. I didn't expect that you really succeeded. Even those adults couldn't do it, but you did it. You are really a genius." Several people looked at Ning Bai excitedly. "It's not completely successful, right? Don't we have to go there tomorrow?" Ning Bai spread his hands. "Grandpa, Grandma, Grandpa Ming, Grandma Hua, I didn't expect you to come too. I'm so happy." Qin Linghui also showed a smile on her calm face. She quickly put down the book in her hand and ran over. The 2 Shangwan sisters also looked at this scene with envy, and suddenly thought of their parents. They didn't know how they were doing. "Mengshi, look who's here!" Ning Bai suddenly shouted. The 2 dazed people immediately woke up, and then followed Ning Bai's gaze, only to see 3 figures at the door looking at them with a smile. Shangwan Mengqian covered her mouth and looked at a blonde woman in disbelief. This was the person she had always wanted to meet. "Mengshi, your mother can now enter the Shangwan family legitimately. The ancestor has agreed." Shangwan Yuntian looked at his 2 daughters lovingly. "Dad, Mom, this is great, our family can be reunited again." "Third sister, if you want to monopolize Dad, you have to ask me first." Shangwan Yu said proudly while holding by Qingshue's arm. "Ha, I was wrong, we are a family." Shangwan Munshi smiled and hugged Shangwan Yu again. The Moon City Lord's face was filled with excitement, because he happened to know these people, all of whom were bigwigs in the Weapon Spirit Association. He didn't expect that these girls were actually their descendants. "Isn't that the patriarch of the Shangwan family? I've seen him on TV before." "Really? You must have made a mistake. He's a real boss." "Yeah, why would the boss come to Ning Bai's house?" "I think I'm right. I've seen him before. This is the head of the Shangwan family, Shangwan Yuntian." The people at the square table were talking among themselves, with shock on their faces. The boys were sweating coldly because they had just flirted with this guy's daughter. Later, the Lan family also arrived, leaving only Shen Yuan Biyun's family. She thought to herself, "What am I still waiting for? I don't have any family anymore." As if sensing the gloom on Shen Yuan Biyun's face, Ning Bai walked over, held her in his arms, and whispered softly in her ear, "I didn't want to call them, but they insisted on coming to see you. They are downstairs now. Do you want to meet them?" Shen Yuan Biyun's body trembled, and she stared blankly at the man in front of her. For some reason, her eyes instantly became moist. "It's okay, I'm your home, don't worry." Everyone was staring at this scene in a daze. They were completely confused. Wasn't Li Chanyue his contractor? But Ning Bai did not explain. He just quietly hugged the girl in front of him and waited for her answer. "What needs to be faced must be faced, let them in. Sister Biyun, long time no see. Two figures, a man and a woman, appeared, and they looked at Xianyuan Biyun in surprise. Child, they have wronged you. Come back, the Xianyuan family is still your home. A kind old man suddenly appeared. Don't you think it's too late to talk to me like this at this hour? Sorry for the late delivery. I don't need it. The girl's eyes became firm, as if she had undergone a transformation. Shen Yuanya and Xianyuan Yaolong looked at the girl in front of them in disbelief, as if they didn't know her. Was this still the sister who had lived with them for so many years? Questions arose in their minds. Oh, old friend, it seems I can't help you. Shang Wanyan sighed. There is no doubt that Xianyuan Biyun now has a bright future. As Ning Bai's spiritual weapon, he will definitely reach a height that they can hardly reach in the future. If the Xianyuan family can have such a descendant, it will undoubtedly be a glory for the whole family. But unfortunately, she was unwilling to have anything to do with the Xianyuan family, which made Shang Wanyan extremely regretful. It seemed that the Xianyuan family did not have this blessing. The two people standing aside saw that even Patriarch Shangwan shook his head, and they also lowered their heads secretly. It seemed that the Xianyuan family could only rely on them in the future. Okay, now that you're here, take a seat. Hearing this, the two people from the Xianyuan family who were just about to leave were also stunned. They thought Ning Bai was not going to welcome them. Seeing that everyone was seated, Ning Bai suddenly stood up. It seems like the time is almost here, so I'll announce some news in advance. Those who can come here today are all Ning Bai's acquaintances and friends. I want to announce my relationship with a few girls. I guess everyone is very confused. That's right, these people are all my spiritual weapon users, and they will all be my girlfriends from now on. I invited all the elders to the scene today just to clarify this matter. The women all looked at the man in the middle happily, without a trace of jealousy in their eyes, only infatuation. This man had changed them. The city lord staggered and looked at the girls at the table in shock, and there were two heroes among them. Ning Bai's parents were also stunned and had not yet recovered. They really wanted a daughter-in-law, but this guy found several for them, and they were all gifted daughters. The people at the other table swallowed and asked, what did he just say? These beauties are his contractors? That's what they say. What kind of monster is this? Everyone is a mess. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Ning Bai didn't stop and continued speaking. Another thing is, I didn't defeat the demons. In order to ensure the future of the 108 cities, I reached an agreement with them. Originally, we were supposed to notify the top management of all 108 cities at once, probably tonight. But since everyone is here today, I'm going to give you a heads up. Tomorrow, all of us will go to the demon tribe. When these words were spoken, everyone's faces changed again, this time with a hint of fear, and everyone began to talk. Of course, many people already knew about this and didn't show much expression. Son, are you telling the truth? Seeing his parents' worried eyes, Ning Bai gave them a reassuring look. Mom and Dad, don't worry, I was the one who facilitated this matter. I have a plan in mind. If you don't want to, then I can't do anything about it. After all, our human race is weak. Young friend Ning, I would like to ask why we are asked to go to the demon tribe? Shang Guanyan suddenly asked the question that puzzled everyone. Others also looked at Ning Bai expectantly, wanting to know the reason. I can't tell you about this for now, but I promise they won't hurt you. Ning Bai said as he glanced at Mozu who was enjoying the food beside him. Forget it, there's no point in saying more now. On behalf of everyone in 108 cities, I want to thank you for saving 108 cities. Suddenly, everyone's cell phones beeped and the sound of a broadcast was heard outside. Anhui officials have now announced a major event. Please pay attention to all citizens. First of all, we would like to thank our great hero Ning Bai. It was he who saved 108 cities and fought bravely against the demons. When everyone was shrouded in darkness, it was he who broke the darkness. However, because the demons were too powerful, Hero Ning Bai did not want the humans of our 108 cities to die tragically, so he fought for a chance for us to survive. Tomorrow, we will head to the demon tribe. Please remember that if anyone is unwilling, they can refuse to go. We will not force anyone. Ning Bai smiled when he heard the broadcast. These people were really something. They even gave him a speech to compliment him. Everyone also opened their phones to check and saw the same messages on the broadcast. At the same time, broadcasts were heard in other cities, and everyone was excited. Now I hope the official will announce an. Now Bai Hai officially announced A. Now Huayu officially announces A. I've finished my story. Everyone, please feel free to start eating. Just tell me what you want to eat. I don't have much else here, but I have collected a lot of food. However, everyone was looking at one person, because she was the most special one. She completely ignored all these things and started eating as soon as she sat down at the table. But Ning Bai did not explain. He didn't dare to say it. If he said that this guy was a demon, the meal would probably be over. This night is destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 97. The dust has settled, and the crisis comes from the upper world. Ning Bai, it's Ning Bai, did you hear that? I'm not deaf, of course I heard it. It seems that we are destined not to be from the same world. If there is you, why is there Liang? Feng Xiang sighed as he looked at the starry sky. Ha, when did you become able to say such things? You have been reading books recently. A handsome and elegant figure suddenly appeared. Brother, aren't you envious? This is a hero who saved the world. I actually hope there is someone who can hold up the sky for us, otherwise, Everyone sighed deeply when they heard this. Why are you sighing? It's better to think about the good things. You will be able to meet that guy tomorrow. Chen Kair looked at them mysteriously. Several people looked at each other and laughed. Brother, don't even think about it. That guy is a monster. We can't compare to him at all. I have already eliminated him from the younger generation. Long Aoquan leisurely looked at his brother Long Aotian, who was in a daze. I, Long Aotian, have always been the most arrogant and proud person in the world since I was a child. I never expected to meet a freak like Ning Bai. I am really impressed. At this moment, all the geniuses shed tears secretly again. No one dared to compare with Ning Bai anymore. It was simply torture. However, some people think that Ning Bai is a coward who was afraid of death and actually defected to the demon clan. Ning Bai is nothing but a loser. He's not worthy of being called a hero. The demons killed so many of us and treated us like ants, yet he surrendered. What a coward! Yes, they are afraid of death and surrender to the enemy for the sake of their own lives. This is simply a disgrace to our 108 cities. We don't agree, we will never surrender. More and more people were mobilized and began to protest. My whole family was killed by the demons. I will never forgive them. Counting me in, my father also died at the hands of the demons. And me, my son and my wife were killed by those beasts. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became intense. They shouted and rushed towards the city lord's mansion. The city defense army did not dare to stop them. After all, there were too many people. Such protests took place in various cities, but Anhui City was calm and no one came out to oppose it, because Anhui City had not been breached. Those who opposed in large numbers were from the base cities that had been breached. Their homes had been destroyed, so they simply could not accept this result. City lords from all over the country were also troubled when they heard about the protest march, but they soon received news from the Weapon Spirit Association, and then the frowns on their faces instantly relaxed. Then another announcement was sounded in all the major cities, surprising the protesters. We won't force anyone who doesn't want to go to the demon tribe. This is all about voluntary participation, and we will never force anyone. Everyone was confused as to when the officials became so nice and easy to talk to. However, there were also some smart people who figured out the mystery, but they did not say it explicitly, and just implicitly withdrew from the protesting crowd. Those who were not smart or who hated the demons cheered, but they did not give up. Instead, they began to make demands. We agree to all your requests, as compensation to you. Hope Base City, headquarters of the Spiritual Weapon Association. Wouldn't that be too cruel? Hai Jianjun looked at the elder who was speaking expressionlessly and said, if you think it's cruel, you can go and reason with the demons and see if they will listen. The old man blushed and quickly lowered his head, not daring to speak anymore. The world has always been a place where the strong prey on the weak, it just hasn't happened to us. It seems you have already made up your mind, and I don't need to worry about it anymore. You have done a lot for our 108 cities. We can still handle this little thing ourselves. Shang Guanyan raised a glass of wine in his hand and expressed his gratitude. The others looked at the two in confusion, not understanding what they were saying at all. Ning Bai looked out the window at the darkness, listened to the noise outside, and couldn't help but sigh. Everyone has his or her own path. It's up to them to choose how to go. I just gave them another choice. Most of the people who were having dinner had worried looks on their faces, thinking about the news they had just received. This was obviously unacceptable to them, but no one dared to question Ning Bai. Soon, their cell phones started ringing, and their family members called and asked them to go back immediately. However, when they heard that they were having dinner at Ning Bai's house, the person on the other end of the phone immediately changed his tone and told them to eat more and that it was okay if they didn't come back tonight. Looking at their son talking so eloquently, Ning Junwei and the others couldn't help but feel proud. Their son had become a great hero, admired by countless people. This was something they had never dared to imagine before, but now it had come true. He also found so many good girls for them. Although they used to be very opposed to their son's promiscuity, their minds have changed now. Their son is able to contract so many good girls, which is a skill, and they are no longer opposed. In fact, Shang Guanyan had another question in his mind that he wanted to ask Ning Bai, which was how to explain to the 108 heroes. After all, they had a grudge against the demons, but you defected to the demons. But he didn't say it. Now was not the time to talk about it. In the upper world, inside a building full of technology. Now those demons have come down to the mortal world to wipe out the humans in the 108 cities. What a calculated plan. Aren't they just afraid that we'll use those ants to become stronger? This demon tribe is nothing more than that. If it weren't for the fact that our spiritual source realm couldn't awaken talents and spiritual weapons, this demon clan wouldn't be worth mentioning. Everyone, silence. Suddenly, an old man with a cane at the head of the group spoke, and the people below instantly quieted down. Before the avatars of the 108 Tiangang emperors dissipated, news arrived that several demon emperors had descended from the demon realm, including some mid-level demon emperors. The humans in the 108 cities were doomed. Everyone below frowned. It was obvious that this news was not friendly to them. Let's disperse. The affairs of the underworld are no longer something we can interfere with. Then the old man disappeared. Everyone looked at each other and left the room one after another. Soon the room was empty. Master, do you think these old guys will really believe it? A man with a cold face suddenly appeared. If Ning Bai were here, he would definitely recognize that this man was the man in black who was the leader of the 108 heroes in the cave. Jer, don't underestimate those old guys. They are all very shrewd. There must be one of their people among the 108 Tiangang emperors, otherwise they wouldn't have left so quickly. Thank you for your teachings, Master. I understand now. I will start investigating the traitor when I return. A hint of murderous intent appeared in Hong Jie's eyes. No rush, no rush. With those old guys clearing the way, we can relax a bit. After all, divine weapons aren't that easy to get. Are you sure the thing the boy contracted was a divine weapon? I'm sure that guy contracted with a divine artifact. When we transferred the power to him, we had already checked his body. Only a divine artifact could allow the contractor to have such a strong body and such a large spiritual sea. Besides, even we can't do anything to that bell. It's definitely not an ordinary artifact. It might even be more powerful than that one. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed in the old man's eyes, the look of decadence disappeared, and the spiritual power in his body began to fluctuate. Okay, since you've already made a backup plan, go ahead and do it. If there's any trouble, I'll help you solve it. We must get that divine weapon. Disciple, you know that although the lower realm has been blocked by the demons and cannot receive any information, we can issue simple instructions to our clones. As long as the blockade is lifted, we can descend in an instant and capture that kid. The old man nodded and looked at his disciples with satisfaction. Okay, I will create opportunities for you when the time comes. Don't let me down. Master, please rest assured. At the same time, other places were also planning. Ning Bai didn't know that his name had spread to the upper realm, and a large group of people were eyeing him covetously. In a warm and elegant room, a woman stood there quietly, like a blooming lotus, emitting charming light. Her skin is as white as snow, white and crystal clear, as if it could be blown away. Her face is delicate and beautiful, with facial features distributed just right on her face. Every detail exudes unparalleled charm. Her hair fell on her back like a waterfall, shining with golden light. She was tall and slender, and her two towering hills could not be ignored, pressing tightly against the woman. I don't know what happened to that guy. What a pity. Now all forces are coveting his artifact. Even if he didn't die at the hands of the demons, he couldn't escape the final fate. Sigh. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Miss, the family has sent a message asking you to seize the artifact. I got it. Tell those old guys that I will bring the artifact back and tell them not to worry about it. The woman's face showed an impatient expression. Yawn. What's going on? Who's thinking about me? Ren Lijuan walked in. Stinky boy, it's getting late. We're leaving for Dongyuan City soon. Hurry and get up. Ning Bai then remembered that he seemed to have drunk too much last night and it had caused trouble. The demon clan's passage is in the easternmost part, so the location was set in the easternmost city of the human clan Dongyuan City. However, it can't be called Dongyuan City anymore because the city has been destroyed. Ning Bai's eyes suddenly ignited with a raging fire, and his hands clenched into fists. One day, I will make sure no one dares to come here. Chapter 98 An Unexpected Surprise, Xiaovu. At the gate of Anhui City, Ning Bai smiled with satisfaction when he saw the dense crowds of people below. It seemed that there were still quite a lot of smart people. Seeing everyone looking at him, Ning Bai shook his head and said, City Lord, you make the decision. Leave when the time comes. No need to look at me. Lord Yuecheng nodded and passed the order down. Everyone, set off, activate the teleportation array. As the spirit stones continued to penetrate, the teleportation array glowed brighter, and soon the channel was completed. This was the channel leading to Lingfeng Base City, which was the closest surviving base city to Donyuan City. Many people have never ridden on a teleportation array, but they didn't expect to experience the feeling of being rich today. After all, this thing is a standard feature of rich people. Seeing that his parents were also eager to try it, Ning Bai smiled and said, sitting on this thing will make you dizzy. I can just take you there directly. You don't have to sit on this thing. Seeing the two people's puzzled expressions, Ning Bai smiled and explained, don't worry, it's definitely faster and more comfortable than this. Soon the dense crowd was almost at the bottom. When the city lord said hello to Ning Bai and was about to take his people into the teleportation array, a sound suddenly came from outside the city. Young friend Ning Bai, please wait a moment. Ning Bai was stunned for a moment, then looked at the three people at the city gate, and then realized, I forgot about them. The three of them bowed and clasped their fists towards Ning Bai, saying, please give our demon clan a chance. Why don't you go to Hope City? Why do you come to me? I'm just a student. Ning Bai crossed his arms and looked at them with a smile. These three guys wanted to sell out their teammates and run away when facing the demons. Ning Bai saw it, so he prepared to punish them a little. The three demons knew that Ning Bai was making things difficult for them, but they had no other choice. They had to bow their heads under the eaves and could only smile and say, my friend, you are joking. You fought for this opportunity. Who else can I ask if not you? Ning Bai thought about it and felt that these guys hadn't done anything wrong. It was the instinct of living things to fear death, and there was nothing wrong with what they did, so he prepared to let them get in the car. Wait a minute, my friend, we have something to give you. The big monster in the middle gritted his teeth and suddenly took out something. Seeing an exquisite little pot appear before his eyes, Ning Bai's heart was instantly shocked. This feeling couldn't be wrong. This is a treasure our demon race obtained when it was first born. It has been studied by successive rulers of our demon race, but unfortunately, no one has discovered its secrets. They only discovered that it is incredibly edible. Eat? Ning Bai was also stunned. Yes, this little pot has consumed a lot of our demon clan's food over the years, but we are sure it is a treasure. Now we will give it to you, my friend. Ning Bai was ecstatic, but he didn't show any expression. He just said lightly, since you are so thoughtful, then I have nothing to say. Get in the car and take you to the demon tribe to play. The monsters were overjoyed and hurried over with a group of monsters behind them. Thank you, my friend. Okay, go in quickly, it's getting late. Ning Bai was busy studying the small pot and had no time to pay attention to him. Ning Bai then said to Yu Hao, who was still standing at the entrance of the teleportation array, City Lord Yu, please send these guys over as well and let them produce the spirit stones themselves. Ning Bai, what is this thing? Why does that feeling come back again? Could it be? Li Changyue suddenly walked over and looked at the small pot in Ning Bai's hand in surprise. This feeling is very strange, just like when I first met Sister Changyue and Sister Linghui. Seeing Xianyuan Bian and Qin Linghui passing by, Ning Bai smiled mysteriously. This thing is related to you, so of course it will give you a strong feeling. Qin Linghui and Li Changyue gasped, looked at Ning Bai in shock, and said in unison, is this thing also a divine weapon? Ning Bai nodded. Although I don't know why this thing is in the hands of the demons, and not a human spiritual weapon like you, this thing is a genuine divine weapon. The three people looked at the small pot in Ning Bai's hand in surprise. It was hard to imagine that this ordinary small pot was actually a divine artifact. Okay, it's time for us to go. After all the demons and the Moon City Lord had left and entered the teleportation array, Ning Bai waved his hand and disappeared from the spot with his parents and others. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a strange place, surrounded by people. This Lingfang city is truly extraordinary. It's much larger than Anhui. It's worthy of being the base city of the 10 major colleges. The citizens of Anhui were also talking about this. After all, most of them had never been to Anhui, so this was normal. Okay, let's keep going. The people from the next city will be arriving soon. Don't block their way. Then everyone started walking, and Ning Bai fell at the end of the team, looking after the people of Anhui City to prevent any accidents. Other weapon spirit users or spiritual power users protected the crowd. How do you use this thing? Ning Bai first tried to feed him, putting some food, or daily necessities, or even spirit stones. It was really as the monsters said, this thing was really edible. Everything disappeared in an instant, leaving no trace. This aroused Ning Bai's curiosity. Were these things really eaten by this thing, or? So Ning Bai made a decision. He was going to contract this thing. Since this thing was a divine weapon, it should also be able to be contracted. Ning Bai did it as soon as he said it. He placed one hand on the small pot and began to contract silently in his mind. What's going on? Why do I feel so conflicted? He looked at the small pot in his hand in confusion, and suddenly something occurred to him. Could it be that this pot also has consciousness? However, since you resist me, I can only. Then, Ning Bai came over with a long sword in his hand, looked at the small pot on the ground and sneered, I don't know if you recognize the thing in my hand. Ning Bai looked at the still motionless Xiao Hu, and without hesitation, he swung the Xianyuan sword in his hand directly towards Xiao Hu. A buzzing sound was heard, and Ning Bai took several steps back with an ugly look on his face. I didn't expect this thing to be so hard that even the Xianyuan sword couldn't cut it. I just can't believe it. This time, Ning Bai used his spiritual power and walked towards Xiao Hu again with the Xianyuan sword in his hand. He still didn't believe it. Young man, wait a minute. Suddenly a voice sounded in his mind, which made Ning Bai stunned and look around vigilantly. Who? Young man, I'm in front of you. Ning Bai looked carefully in front of him, but there was nothing, not even a ghost. Young man, you could lower your sights a bit. Ning Bai was stunned for a moment, then his eyes kept lowering, and a familiar thing appeared in front of him. Are you this thing? Ning Bai looked carefully at the small pot on the ground, but found no clues at all. Kid, I won't tell you about the chopping you just did to me. I want to make a deal with you. Before this, I was curious about what you are. Ning Bai looked at the small pot in front of him with a leisurely gaze, wondering what he was thinking. Chapter 99, The World in the Pot, Playing Pig to Eat the Tiger. Boy, I am the spiritual wisdom born from this little pot over the years. To put it simply, I am the spirit of this little pot. Ning Bai's smile grew even wider. He excitedly looked at the little pot in front of him and said sincerely, I didn't expect you to be the little pot's spirit. I'm so happy. Please forgive me for any offense I just caused you. I won't argue with you over such a trivial matter. Not only that, I want to make a deal with you. Ning Bai was flattered. It's my pleasure. What kind of deal would you like to make with me? Ning Bai's words made the old man very satisfied and gave this guy a sense of ownership. I can let you control this treasure. You know this little pot is a treasure, a rare treasure. In exchange, you just need to do me a favor. Ning Bai immediately looked at the small pot on the ground with fiery eyes and said excitedly, Senior, please help me control this treasure quickly. I can't wait. I will do anything for you. Okay, kid, I don't think you're a bad person, so I'll tell you how to control this little pot. If you dare to lie to me, I won't be polite. Don't worry, Senior. With a treasure like this, I will definitely reach the summit. I will agree to any request you make. Looking at Ning Bai's impatient look, the old man was also extremely satisfied. This little pot recognizes its owner through blood. Please give me some blood and I will establish the connection for you. Ning Bai hurried over and hastily dripped blood onto the small pot. Ha ha ha, I can finally come out. It's been so many years, so many years. The excited and fanatical voice kept echoing in Ning Bai's mind, like a madman. Ning Bai's face changed drastically. Senior, what do you mean by this? What do you mean? You, a mere ant, think you can take over this little pot? This is mine. You'd better offer your body to me, or you'll suffer some physical pain. Come in now, ahahaha. Ning Bai was about to escape, but the small pot suddenly burst into red light, enveloping Ning Bai. A terrifying suction force appeared, and Ning Bai's figure disappeared in an instant. After a dizzy spell, Ning Bai quickly opened his eyes and found himself in a deserted place. Here it is? This is the world within the pot of this treasure. I came here by accident. I never expected this place to be a prison. It trapped me to death. Now only my soul remains. Ning Bai looked at the old man's soul that appeared in front of him and said speechlessly, "Then it's useless for you to trick me in." The soul looked at Ning Bai enthusiastically and said, "No, you are different. I can feel that this little pot seems to treat you differently. Moreover, your golden sword is a treasure that is no less valuable than this little pot. As long as I take over your body, I will have hope of making this little pot recognize its master. Even if it doesn't work out, I can still escape with the help of your golden sword. Boy, I have to thank you very much. When my soul was about to dissipate, I unexpectedly met you. It really is my destiny not to die." Ning Bai just looked at the soul's crazy screams calmly. There was no fear in his eyes, only a hint of mockery. "Old man, what was your cultivation level when you were alive?" Hearing Ning Bai's words, the soul was stunned for a moment, then sneered with a ferocious look on its face, "Boy, you know your death is approaching, so you are fearless. Since you've helped me so much, I'll mercifully tell you, this frog in the well, that I've reached the realm of the Demon King. This is a legendary realm. I'm afraid I'm the only one in the world who has achieved it." After hearing the old man's words, Ning Bai couldn't hold back any longer, and a smile appeared on his lips wildly. "What are you laughing at? Do you think what I said is ridiculous?" The soul looked at Ning Bai with an unfriendly face. No, I just thought of something happy before I died. I won't have the chance to laugh anymore." The soul always felt something was wrong when it heard this guy's answer, but it couldn't tell what the problem was. "Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. This kid has been acting strange since he came in. I can't waste time. I'd better act quickly." The soul waved its hand, and a terrifying demonic power emerged, instantly enveloping Ning Bai. Feeling the restraining force on his body, Ning Bai looked panicked and kept surging his spiritual power, but it had no effect. "Boy, don't waste your energy. Just cooperate with me." As he spoke, Hun Tian greedily rushed into Ning Bai's body and soon disappeared into the body. Ning Bai, who had just been panicking, had already calmed down. He grumbled, "This old guy talks a lot of nonsense. I have to accompany him in his performance. Now that he finally comes in, I'm exhausted. What a jerk. He just knows how to show off. I want to see what expression he makes later." The soul that entered Ning Bai's body instantly arrived at Ning Bai's sea of consciousness. Looking at the majestic sea of consciousness in front of him, the old man was also happy. "It seems this kid has excellent aptitude and foundation. I've picked up a great bargain. As long as I occupy this body, I will definitely reach a new height and live a new life. Hey, why are there so many spiritual weapons here? Doesn't this kid only have a sword?" In the center of the sea of consciousness, there were 3 glowing spiritual weapons floating: a bell, a sword, and a mirror. "You're so slow. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Ning Bai's figure suddenly appeared in the center of the sea of consciousness. Looking at Ning Bai's solid soul, the old man lost his composure. "How is this possible? You're a spirit general, not even at the king level. How can you possibly condense a soul? You're talking about this, isn't it easy to condense? Is it difficult?" Looking at Ning Bai's indifferent expression, the old man couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't accept an ant showing off in front of him, even if he was a genius. Then the old man's soul suddenly expanded and in an instant turned into a giant python, rushing towards Ning Bai. So this old thing is actually a python. No wonder its eyes look so weird. What a pity, this old man is just a spirit. Otherwise, if he had a body, we could have a full snake feast today. When the python heard Ning Bai's words, its pupils stood up and it looked at Ning Bai dimly, and its body moved faster. "Old man, stay here and stay here. This is my territory. Biyun, I leave it to you." Then the huge golden sword beside him soared into the sky, and the entire sea of consciousness turned golden. The python's face was shocked. He felt that his body was restrained by a terrifying pressure, and he felt extremely uncomfortable in this golden ocean. Just when he felt something was wrong and was about to leave the boy's sea of consciousness, he found that it was too late and his whole body was covered with golden sword energy. I refuse to accept this. I've endured this for so many years, only to be defeated by a brat. But it soon came to an abrupt end. He was annihilated by the golden sword energy, and countless soul fragments were scattered and absorbed by Ning Bai's sea of consciousness. I said this guy was here to give me experience, but I had to trick him into coming in and kill him. Ning Bai felt warm, his soul became more and more solid, and the sea of consciousness around him also expanded a lot. Ning Bai, who returned to his body, felt refreshed and in high spirits. Then he began to look around the desert, trying to find any clues. Suddenly, a call came from the blood. Ning Bai was stunned, then walked in one direction. Outside world. Where did Ning Bai go? Why hasn't he come back yet? Uncle and aunt, don't worry. Ning Bai has a personal matter to take care of. Let us go first. After hearing Shangguan Mengxi's words, the two felt relieved. Suddenly, a sad and angry voice came from the front. Shangguan hero, please take charge of our Anhui city. Chapter 100 The embarrassed Ning Bai, the desert lake. I saw a figure running over in a hurry. It was one of the two people who had helped the city lord move things when they went to Ning Bai's house. What happened? Shangguan, you came out. Something terrible has happened. We've had a conflict with the people from the city ahead. They're very powerful, and we in Anhui are no match for them. I received a notice from the city lord asking me to come to the rear to ask for your help. Shangguan, you frowned. How could there be a conflict? Everyone is fleeing now. There's no reason to fight. Shuqin, you two stay here to take care of your uncle and aunt, and we'll go take a look. Although they didn't know what it was, they couldn't just sit back and watch. Then Shangguan Mengxi and Shangguan Yu followed the man and left, heading to the front of the team. On the way, they also met the three big bosses of the demon clan. They also wanted to help, but considering their identity as demons, they did not take action. What's more, Ning Bai was behind the team, so it was not their turn to intervene. They were just watching in secret, and if the other party tried to kill them, they would come to the rescue. This would not be out of line and would also leave a good impression on Ning Bai. City Lord Yu, why bother? We just want to borrow some food and water. Yes, the 108 cities are connected by blood and are one family. We didn't bring enough supplies for the journey, so we wanted to borrow some from you. Don't worry, we will definitely return it. I saw dozens of people blocking the road ahead, and the two middle-aged men in the lead were looking at the people from Anhui City with smiles on their faces. However, the momentum of these 10 people made Yu Hao look ugly, because they were all spiritual generals, and the two leading ones were even powerful spiritual kings. It was obvious that they came prepared. Who would bring so many powerful people to borrow things? Lord Yu also contacted the mayor of the city in front, but failed to get through. This made him realize that this was a conspiracy, and it was probably condoned by the mayor. Anhui City did not suffer any attack, and there were basically no casualties. The buildings and supplies in the city were intact. Other cities suffered more or less heavy losses, so Anhui was targeted. After all, cities like Anhui, which are located in the back, do not have many strong people and are easy to control. Everyone, I'm so sorry, but the Wang family from near Shinkong City just came to borrow a batch of supplies from us. We really don't have that much. The two leading spirit kings' faces turned cold when they heard this, and then they threatened, when the Wang family comes to borrow, you will give it to them, but when our Qin family comes, we will not lend it to them. Do you look down on my Qin family, or do you think my Qin family is inferior to the Wang family? After he finished speaking, the spirit king's aura swept out, and everyone in Anhui City looked at the two people in front of them with unpleasant expressions. This was completely a case of using force to overwhelm others. Okay, stop talking nonsense, quickly take out all the supplies, we'll leave right away, otherwise. The Moon City Lord looked at the two angrily and snorted, what you're doing is robbery. I will definitely report it to the authorities. Please ask the Spiritual Master Association to seek justice. When the two heard this, they were not afraid. Instead, they looked at City Lord Yu with a joking look in their eyes, full of mockery. Stop talking nonsense and take out the things quickly, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. I want to see how rude you are. The sudden voice behind him brought a smile to City Lord Yu's face. He knew that with that person taking action, he didn't have to worry about this matter anymore. The two men squinted their eyes and looked at the two beauties who suddenly appeared. Their eyes lit up. They were so gorgeous. I wonder who these two beauties are, and what are your thoughts? However, the two were not idiots whose brains were obsessed with sex. They put away the desire in their eyes and first inquired about the identities of the two. Shangguan Mengshi and the other person ignored them and turned to the side of City Lord Yu to ask him about the situation before walking towards the two of them. Seeing that the two women didn't take them seriously at all, the two men felt a chill in their hearts, but they didn't get angry immediately. They were afraid that the two women were not ordinary people and they were afraid of hitting a wall, so they still greeted them with a smile. Are you from the Chun family in Shinkong Base City? The two men carefully observed the expressions of the two women, wanting to know if they had any faint expressions towards the Chen family, so as to judge their identities. But the two women had no expression on their faces, just looking at them quietly. It was obvious that they were people who had seen the world, and their speech was natural and their expressions were calm. Yes, I wonder who you two are. You don't need to know who we are. I advise you to leave immediately and tell your city lord to stop all these tricks, otherwise we will go visit our old friends in person. The two were shocked. They didn't expect that these two people actually knew the lord of Shinkong City. They must be people they couldn't afford to offend. Sorry to bother you two, we're leaving now. The two were also very decisive and did not drag their feet at all. They bowed their heads and apologized to Shangguan Mengshi and the others before leaving quickly. Shangguan Yu actually looked up to these two people. With such leaders in the family, the Chun family would definitely not be mediocre in the future. Thank you both for saving our Anhui again. I'm so grateful. City Lord Yu, this is just a trivial matter. After all, we are also part of Anhui, aren't we? City Lord Yu was stunned when he heard this, but being astute as he was, he quickly understood what the two women meant. He patted his forehead and quickly replied, yes, I am really getting old and confused. Since you are already young friend Ning Bai's spiritual weapons, you are of course part of our Anhui city. Shangguan Mengshi and Shangguan Yu smiled when they heard this. This old man is very sensible. The world in the pot. Ning Bai was leading the three women forward in the desert, sweating profusely. Let's take a break, this place is really hot. Ning Bai took out a few bottles of soda and handed them to the girls, then he started to show off. After gulping down a bottle, he felt better. Just as he was about to take out another bottle of soda, his eyes were involuntarily attracted by the scenery in front of him. I saw that the clothes worn by the three women opposite had been completely soaked with sweat. The originally brightly colored clothes were now tightly attached to their skin, outlining their graceful and charming figure curves. The soaked fabric seemed as thin as a cicada's wing, revealing the inner layer vaguely, inviting endless reverie. The beads of sweat that slid down the clothes were like crystal clear pearls, slowly flowing down their fair and delicate skin, sparkling dazzlingly in the sunlight. The scene of the woman, dripping with sweat and looking so beautiful, made him stunned for a moment, and the action of opening the bottle cap in his hand also stopped abruptly. The three women couldn't wait to open the soda in their hands, and then began to drink it greedily in big gulps. The gurgling swallowing sound seemed to express their extreme thirst and desire at the moment. When they tilted their heads back to drink water, their snow-white, slender necks stretched out gracefully like swans, exposed straight to the air. Sweat trickled down their fair skin, but this did not affect their beautiful and charming postures at all. On the contrary, those crystal-clear beads of sweat were like bright pearls, embellishing their skin as smooth and delicate as mutton fat jade, adding a touch of charming charm. Li Chanyue, who had just finished drinking, noticed Ning Bai staring at them with fiery eyes. She raised the corners of her mouth and even lifted her sweat-soaked clothes slightly, saying nonchalantly, "It's so hot." Ning Bai saw Li Chanyue's long white legs exposed, and her top was slightly pulled down, revealing a deep cleavage. Ning Bai instantly lost his composure. Although he had lived two lives, he had never experienced such temptation before and immediately felt that his second brother was not honest. He hurriedly bent down to cover his bulge. Qin Linghui and Shen Yuanbian also finished drinking the coke and felt refreshed. Then they saw Ning Bai sweating a lot for inexplicable reasons and his face flushed, so they hurried over. Ning Bai, are you okay? You don't look right. Yeah, why are you bending over like that? Isn't that tiring? Li Chanyue, who was acting like a troublemaker on the side, came over with a forced smile, looked at the two innocent girls and said, "Don't worry about it, this is normal. He will be fine in a while." The two looked at Li Chanyue curiously, wanting to ask for clarification, but she didn't explain. She just walked up to Ning Bai with a half smile and whispered in his ear, "Does it look good?" Looking at the mature and queen like Li Chanyue in front of him, Ning Bai thought to himself, "Just wait, I'll do it to you sooner or later. Watching you seduce me every day, I'll let you know what cruelty is, hee hee." Look, what is that? Xin Linghui suddenly pointed in a direction and said in surprise. Ning Bai didn't care about his second brother anymore. He stood up and looked in the direction she pointed. There was only a light blue lake standing in the middle of the desert, which was extremely strange. There was no green plants around it, but Ning Bai's feeling in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. It seems that is the key to this world in the pot. Chapter 101 The Source, the Truth. When the few people came near this clear lake, the heat in the desert seemed to disappear. Although the sun was still shining brightly in the sky, the few people no longer felt the heat, but instead had a cool feeling. What's going on? This lake can actually block the heat of the desert? Xin Linghui was puzzled and immediately took out a book to start looking up information. Looking at the strange lake in front of him, Ning Bai began to wonder, what's going on? Are they asking me to jump in? Looking at the bottomless lake in front of him, Ning Bai still didn't dare to do it, but the sensation was still in front, which meant that the place of sensation must be at the bottom of the lake. While Ning Bai was still thinking, Xian Yuanbian and Li Chainhui had already excitedly come to the lake, ready to watch their faces. Don't touch the lake water. Ning Bai was shocked when he saw the two people's actions and shouted hurriedly. But it was too late when the two heard this. They felt the coolness of the lake water on their hands, and at this moment, a vortex instantly formed on the water surface, sucking the two in. When Ning Bai arrived, the whirlpool had disappeared and the lake was still calm, as if nothing had happened. Ning Bai wanted to try to use the contract to pull the two people back, but the contract that had always worked was ineffective at this time. There was no response at all, as if it was blocked by something. Ning Bai could feel through the contract that the two people were under the lake, but he could not summon them back. I didn't expect that this lake could even block a divine weapon contract. It really is a strange place. There's no other way. I can only go down and take a look. Linghui, please stay in my body for a while. I'm afraid the lake water will separate us, and then we're doomed. Xin Linghui also realized the seriousness of the matter, nodded, and then turned into a ray of light and entered Ning Bai's body. Ning Bai took a deep breath, walked slowly to the lake, and reached his hand into the lake. A cool feeling came over him, and then a whirlpool suddenly appeared in front of him. Ning Bai wanted to use his spiritual power to resist, but it was of no use at all. He was caught in without any resistance. When he opened his eyes, a blood-red world came into his sight. The sky and the ground were extremely close, as if the water and the sky were connected. The sky was blood red and the ground was dark red. A depressing atmosphere enveloped Ning Bai, making him very irritated. Never mind, let's find Chainhui and Bian first. Ning Bai randomly began to sense the positions of the two women. Soon, Ning Bai felt their positions and began to rush in one direction. An old man looked at the two unconscious women on the ground and murmured, I didn't expect that someone as strong as you would seek out a host. Now even the last of your original power has been exhausted. As if they had sensed the old man's presence, ripples suddenly appeared on the two women's bodies, and two rays of light burst out of their bodies. They were the Xianyuan sword and the Donghuang bell. Looking at the two divine weapons, the old man didn't know what he was thinking of. He said with a sad look in his eyes, you were so powerful as divine weapons, but now you have fallen into this situation. It's really fate that plays tricks on us. Ning Bai also rushed here and was stunned by the scene before him. He looked at the old man with cold eyes. Who are you and what did you do to them? The old man turned around, put his hands behind his back, and looked at Ning Bai with sharp eyes. Contractor, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Ning Bai couldn't see through the old man in front of him at all. He seemed like an ordinary old man. This was terrifying. Ning Bai's strength was now able to compete with the emperor level, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even feel the old man's strength. Wait for me, what do you mean? The old man did not respond to Ning Bai's words, but just said to himself, speaking of which, you're Blue Star and we have quite a connection. Ning Bai trembled all over when he heard the old man's words. This old man actually knew Lan Xing. This was his biggest secret. My friend, don't panic. I contributed a lot to your arrival in this world. This news shocked Ning Bai again. He stared at the old man and asked, are you saying that my traveling to Blue Star was man-made? Don't be afraid. This is actually a good thing for you. On Blue Star, you lived at the bottom of society, and every day was unhappy. Now, aren't you living a very comfortable life here, my friend? The old man's words made Ning Bai's heart flutter. Yes, he lived like a dog on Blue Star. He had no money, no car, no house, and even no female friends. Those beautiful women looked down on him. Now that he has come to this world, he has everything. Those beauties that he used to think were high and mighty, he can now also have their affections, and there is more than one of them, and they are very passionate. Thinking of this, Ning Bai had to thank the old man, and he also came to terms with it. The other party was able to bring him through and give him such a strong talent. He must be a big shot. He couldn't resist anyway, so he might as well enjoy it. Then what is your purpose in bringing me into this world? The old man shook his head and glanced at Ning Bai, saying, your current strength is still too weak. Let's talk about it when you reach the pinnacle of this world. The top of the world? Ning Bai looked at the old man in confusion. That's the limit that creatures in this world can reach, or what they call God level. Ning Bai thought to himself, doesn't that mean this old man is even stronger than a god? Okay, then I'd like to ask about the relationship between you and this little pot. The old man looked at Ning Bai with a half smile and said, why, can't you recognize this thing, or are you trying to trick me? Looking at the old man's eyes that could see through people's hearts, Ning Bai felt weak and said awkwardly, Senior, are you the demon refining pot? That's right, I am the demon refining pot of your Blue Star mythology. They, like me, are also among the 10 legendary artifacts. When Ning Bai heard the old man say this, he finally confirmed his guess. It was not a coincidence that I traveled through time, it was not a coincidence that I awakened my talent, and it was also arranged that I could contract a divine artifact. There was a big hand that had been controlling my destiny. However, Ning Bai was not that angry. After all, he was just an unlucky guy in his previous life. If it weren't for them, he would probably be in no good situation now. I won't say any more about the rest. You just need to remember your mission and work hard to become stronger. I am different from them. I have accumulated a lot of power through constantly refining things from the outside world. It just so happens that you are here, and it is time for me to leave. The old man stretched out his right hand, and a small pot appeared in front of Ning Bai, exactly the same as the one outside. Boy, contract him. Ning Bai asked doubtfully, Senior, this is also the demon refining pot, then what about the world inside the pot that we are in now? Boy, this is formed from the energy I've absorbed over the years, and this one in my hand is the same type of seed as the artifact you contracted earlier? Seed? That's right, our 10 great artifacts have left seeds in this world, which is what you call spiritual weapon talent. The seed needs to be constantly nurtured by the host, which is why you have the profession of spiritual weapon user. Only women can nurture it. In order to cultivate people who can use the power of spiritual weapons, we also give men talents. In this way, a complete set of cultivation methods has emerged. As long as you awaken your talent and contract a spiritual weapon, you can start your complete cultivation. But you humans are quite intelligent. You've even discovered some spiritual cultivation talent and are taking the path of spiritual cultivation. However, you won't get far. You've only been slightly transformed by spiritual power. How can you expect spiritual roots to appear so easily? Ning Bai was also stunned when he heard what the old man said. Wow, it turns out that all the cultivation in this world was created by you guys. However, I must remind you that those guys in the upper realm seem to have done something extremely treasonous and angered the guy with the Kongtong seal. He directly used the power of the origin to seal the talents of everyone in the upper realm. I'm a little curious about how he could have provoked that guy to this extent. The old man gossiped while looking at the sky. Ning Bai then realized why they gave up the path of becoming a weapon spirit master. It turned out that this path was blocked. At the same time, he felt more and more that the upper realm was not a good place. Alright, enough small talk, let's sign the contract quickly, and I'll give you another chance. Chapter 102 Purple Chi enters the body, Ning Bai's determination. Ning Bai sat cross-legged, a small dark red pot floating in front of him. Remember, drip blood to establish a connection, and then introduce it into your sea of consciousness. Ning Bai immediately pointed his right hand at the index finger of his left hand, and then a few drops of bright red blood were squeezed out and sprinkled on the demon refining pot in front of him. However, the blood soon disappeared in an instant, and Ning Bai felt a faint connection appearing. Then, according to the old man's request, he carefully introduced it into the sea of consciousness. When the demon refining pot entered the sea of consciousness, the only remaining artifact inside, the Kunlun mirror, began to shake, as if cheering the arrival of this new partner. When the demon refining pot came to the side of Kunlun mirror, Ning Bai could already feel his power and could mobilize it more flexibly. At this time, the spiritual power in Ning Bai's body burst out instantly, directly breaking through the Spirit King and reaching the Spirit King level 6. This is the terrifying aspect of his talent. As long as he keeps making contracts, he will become stronger. Moreover, the contract is with a divine weapon, so the improvement will be even greater. Not bad, not bad, it's worthy of being a talent created by the combined power of our 10 divine weapons. It's really domineering. Ning Bai's breath gradually stabilized, his spiritual energy also calmed down, and his cultivation slowly stopped at the peak of Spirit King level 7. 2 rays of light suddenly shot out from the old man's left finger and quickly sank into the bodies of the 2 women on the ground. The 2 women's eyes also slowly opened. This creation still requires the help of the Chaos Bell. Let the Donghuang Bell release the chaotic space and release half of the chaotic purple energy. Ning Bai nodded, then immediately activated the Donghuang Bell, releasing the chaotic space and releasing a large ball of purple gas. As expected of the Donghuang Bell, it can actually produce chaos purple chi. It truly deserves to be ranked number 1 among divine artifacts. Today, I will integrate this chaotic purple energy with you. Don't panic later, I will take care of everything. Ning Bai nodded, his expression gradually becoming serious. The old man waved his hand, and the purple air in the air was instantly wrapped by a force and went towards Ning Bai, but soon the purple air broke free from its restraints and continued to dissipate into a ball. What a chaotic purple energy! It is indeed the most domineering power. It can actually break free from my power. It seems I have to be more serious. Soon, under the old man's more powerful strength, the purple air could not break free and could only be pressed into Ning Bai's body. The moment the purple air entered his body, a feeling of death came over him. Ning Bai couldn't help but want to escape and used the spiritual power in his body to expel the purple air. Boy, don't move, or you'll fail. The old man's voice rang in his ears, calming Ning Bai's mind. He swallowed, then relaxed his body and mind, no longer paying attention to this feeling. Boy, this opportunity is 1 in a million. Only those who have contracted the Donghuang Bell have a very small chance of successfully utilizing it. If you are not careful, you will die. However, you have met me, my boy. As long as you are determined, I will help you get this opportunity. Just as he finished speaking, Ning Bai suddenly felt a strange vibration inside his body. The ball of purple energy began to move freely within his body. It first shuttled quickly along the meridians. Wherever it passed, the meridians were shaken slightly by the impact of this powerful force. Then, the purple energy seeped into the flesh and blood, like a hot torrent, completely submerging every inch of muscle and cell. Ning Bai felt as if his body was about to burst. The intense pain was almost unbearable. His face quickly turned red, like a ripe apple, and the veins on his forehead bulged like tiny, serpentine green snakes. He was in excruciating pain, yet he had no way to stop it. Ah! Ning Bai screamed in pain. The women around him clasped their hands, looked at Ning Bai nervously and worriedly, and prayed for him. Boy, can you still hold on? I'm about to start the next stage, which will be even more painful. If you can't hold on, tell me now, otherwise there may be certain dangers later. Ning Bai slowly opened his heavy eyelids, only to see that his eyes were full of bloodshot, like a dense red spider web covering his eyeballs, which made people feel a palpitation. Senior, please continue. If you can't even endure this little bit of hardship, then what's the difference between me and my previous life? Hearing Ning Bai's words, the old man's eyes showed satisfaction and he nodded. Then the old man's pupils narrowed, and Ning Bai immediately felt the spiritual energy in his body surging, like a wild horse running wildly in his body. Ning Bai's face turned pale, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his breath became weak. The old man frowned when he saw this, and immediately cast a spell to seal the purple air, then looked at Ning Bai seriously. Boy, I made a mistake in judgment this time. This purple energy is too strong. Your body may not be able to withstand it. Your cultivation and physique are still too weak. The old man sighed and shook his head. Just as the old man was about to take out the purple energy from Ning Bai's body, Ning Bai suddenly stumbled forward and grabbed the old man's clothes, his eyes firm as he said, Senior, please continue, I want to give it another try. Kid, give up. Your body can't take it anymore. If you continue, you will definitely die. Ning Bai, let's not take this opportunity anymore. You're already very strong now, there's no need to risk yourself. Yes, it's too dangerous. We can come back when we are strong enough. The 2 women also ran over, supported Ning Bai, and persuaded him anxiously. Ning Bai was also stunned when he heard what the 2 women said, and then looked at the old man. Kid, forget it. This thing can only be refined before entering the mortal realm. If you surpass the mortal realm, you will have no chance of refining it. Seeing the puzzled looks of the few people, the old man explained again, the mortal realm is the realm below the emperor level here. Ning Bai closed his eyes, and his experiences along the way kept appearing in his mind, as if he understood something. Senior, is there still a chance? There's only a 10% chance. Failure means death, and I can't save you. Ning Bai's eyes suddenly turned firm as he said, I still want to try, I want to give it a try. Ning Bai, you. The two women were about to stop him, but Ning Bai's gaze stopped them from continuing. Without strength, I can't protect you. You are all divine artifacts, and everyone in the world covets you. My current strength is far from enough. I can't even resist the demons this time. Fortunately, they didn't mention the divine artifacts, otherwise. I know those guys in the upper realm have more tricks up their sleeves than these. They must have passed the news back to the upper realm, so I need strength. I have no strength, I can't protect the people around me, I live a cowardly life, I don't need such a life. Chapter 103, Destruction Before Construction, New Power. I hope to see a rising star. I hope you can persevere. I hope we can meet in person one day. After the old man finished speaking, he instantly lifted the seal of the purple energy and immediately started to operate it again. Ning Bai's eyes rolled back instantly, his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred, as if everything was getting further and further away from him. Boy, the purple energy will penetrate the spiritual power in your body. If you can withstand this step, then you can basically subdue this ball of purple energy. If you can't withstand it, your body will be instantly swallowed by the purple energy and turned into nothingness, without even a corpse left. Ning Bai didn't hear a word of these words, but just held on to the last bit of consciousness in his heart, like a faint light. As Ning Bai's life became weaker and weaker, the women also felt that the contract was becoming weaker and weaker, as if it was about to disappear. Ning Bai, hold on, don't fall asleep, we've been waiting for you. You promised us that you would never cancel the contract. Come on. The two women looked at Ning Bai, who was lying on the ground with a weak breath, with red eyes. Alas, this kid might. Outside, Shangguan Mengxian and the other girls suddenly changed their expressions and looked behind them. Is this a contract? Principal Shangguan, have you noticed it too? The Lan sisters also came over in panic. Something must have happened to Ning Bai. We have to go help him. In a space filled with purple flames, Ning Bai's naked body was constantly burned by the purple flames. He kept screaming, but it was of no use. As time went by, he found that his body was disappearing bit by bit and was burned to ashes. Is this the end of my life? No, I still have my family and my spirit weapons. I promised them that I would lead them to the end of the spirit weapon. His consciousness suddenly became clear and he was no longer in a daze, but his body was still slowly disappearing. The Kunlun mirror, which had been staying in Ning Bai's body, came to the place where the purple energy was, and burst out with power to continuously fight against the purple energy, but it was obviously no match for it and was quickly repelled, and its light dimmed. The primal purple chi is a heaven-defying gift. Even our divine weapons have to avoid its sharp edge. Even if you go in, it will be useless and you will only get hurt in vain. But the two ignored it and transformed themselves into a ball of light and entered Ning Bai's body. This kid is really... The old man shook his head, then sat down aside and waited quietly. A precious golden sword and an ancient bell appeared next to the Kunlun mirror, and the three divine artifacts began to attack the purple air again. The golden sword energy, the magnificent bell sound, and the light of time and space intersected around the purple air, but were quickly extinguished by the purple air in an instant. The old man outside suddenly realized something and muttered, I didn't expect this kid to have contracted so many spiritual weapons, but it's just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. For more rays of light appeared, they were the Jiyin sword, Jiyang sword, moon god picture, and red tassel spear. They also kept attacking the purple air, but all the attacks disappeared when they landed on the purple air. They were completely useless. Ning Bai, who was being burned by the purple fire, seemed to have noticed the arrival of the seven women. He opened his empty eyes, as if he saw them waving to him. As time passed, Ning Bai's body in the outside world was already burning with purple light. His body was slowly disappearing, and his legs had disappeared. Just as the purple light began to devour his waist, a black token suddenly appeared. The old man looked at the token in surprise. This is... Endless darkness erupted from the token, constantly devouring the purple light. For a moment, the invincible purple light was blocked by the darkness. I didn't expect this kid to have such an opportunity. He's really lucky. Demon, it's really a name that makes people feel nostalgic. But soon the purple energy gained the upper hand and began to devour the darkness. Let me help you. The old man's aura surged, and huge power instantly poured into the darkness. The darkness instantly expanded and entangled with the purple air again. You've wasted so much of my mana, you better fight for your dignity, boy. Ning Bai's body was still resisting the invasion of purple energy, but the resistance was getting weaker and weaker. Ning Bai was delighted when he suddenly felt that the power of the purple fire around him seemed to have weakened, and his consciousness recovered a little. If only my spiritual weapon could get here. When this idea came to his mind, he was also stunned. How can we get spiritual tools into this spiritual space? Ning Bai thought of something and did it immediately. He began to communicate the contract and wanted to try to summon the spiritual weapon. However, the contract did not react at all, like a stone sinking into the sea, without even a ripple appearing. Suddenly he thought of the degree of compatibility. His degree of compatibility with them had reached 60%. What would happen if he continued to improve the degree of compatibility? Ning Bai also had no idea. After all, there was still too little knowledge about the degree of compatibility. Even the upper realm probably didn't have a deep understanding of it. Then I can only try my best to comprehend the contract with my heart, hoping to find a way to deal with it. Just when Ning Bai in the consciousness space was communicating the contract, the 7 spiritual weapons had become dim and could only watch as the purple energy continued to erode Ning Bai's body. The 7 women felt unwilling, reluctant, but powerless, and felt lonely. Has the ending remained the same in the end? Suddenly, a familiar voice appeared in the minds of the women. No, the outcome is in our own hands, not controlled by others. Spiritual weapon that hears the call, return to my side. The light of the contract became brighter, and the 7 spiritual weapons disappeared in an instant. The compatibility with the Donghuang bell has reached 70%. The contract has been strengthened, allowing me to borrow a bit of the power of the ancient artifact, the Donghuang bell itself. The compatibility with the Xianyuan sword has reached 70%. The contract has been strengthened, allowing me to borrow a bit of the power of the Xianyuan sword itself, the divine artifact from the ancient times. The compatibility of the moon god diagram has reached 70%. The contract has been strengthened, allowing me to borrow a small amount of the power of the primordial immortal artifact, the moon god diagram itself. The compatibility of the Ji-In sword can borrow a small portion of the power of the primordial immortal artifact, the Ji-In sword itself. Compatibility of the extreme yang sword. The Tai Chi Yin Yang sword, a fusion of the two, can borrow a small portion of the power of the great Tao weapon, the Tai Chi Yin Yang sword itself. Ning Bai was also stunned when he heard the information that suddenly appeared in his mind. He didn't expect that compatibility had such a use. Hong Huang? It really is that place. Let's deal with this purple energy first. All the spiritual weapons were absorbed into Ning Bai's body, and the weapon control technique was fully unleashed. It was more powerful than the last 5 spiritual weapons. This time there were 7 spiritual weapons. The terrifying sword energy swept across the scene. Ning Bai, holding a golden sword, looked indifferently at the purple fire spreading towards him, his eyes narrowed. Shen, Yuan, 10,000 swords, slash. Suddenly, countless sword shadows appeared, and the entire space was filled with swords, which instantly gathered into the Shen Yuan sword in Ning Bai's hand. The aura of a king descended, and a shocking sword intent was slashed out, and the entire space was submerged in golden color. Break it for me. Chapter 104 Chaos Purple Chi is formed, entering the demon world. After the golden color disappeared, the entire space became quiet and all the purple flames disappeared. The purple energy in Ning Bai's body slowly went towards the spiritual sea in the sea of consciousness, but it was no longer aggressive, just as docile as the spiritual energy in Ning Bai's body. The old man outside was also stunned when he saw the purple flame on Ning Bai's body slowly dissipate. That kid succeeded. Then he waved his hand and sealed the token that had been emitting demonic energy. Conquering the primal purple chi. This kid has managed to pull off this opportunity. I'm a little envious. After a while, a trace of purple air began to appear on Ning Bai's body, and his lower body slowly grew out. After a while, Ning Bai's burned body returned to its original state. After a while, several women appeared and looked at Ning Bai in surprise. Ning Bai regained control of his body and felt the changes in himself with a look of shock. First of all, the spiritual sea in the sea of consciousness in the body increased rapidly, almost doubling in size. The size is already comparable to that of a peak emperor-level powerhouse. Secondly, it is his own body, which is extremely powerful. He now feels that his body is like a human-shaped weapon. He is afraid that ordinary emperors will not be able to do anything to his body. At the same time, his qualifications were also undergoing tremendous changes. His cultivation speed skyrocketed, and his cultivation level also reached the peak of the emperor level. Looking at the gentle purple air in the center of his spiritual sea, Ning Bai felt that all the pain was worth it. Boy, now that the chaos purple chi has been successfully refined, you still need to slowly explore the benefits of it. You already have the capital to stand proudly in the wilderness. After hearing the old man's words, Ning Bai was about to ask, but the old man did not give him a chance to speak. His figure quickly disappeared, leaving only a white light that entered the demon refining pot that had just been contracted into Ning Bai's body. Boy, this is a little spiritual energy I left behind. When your life is in danger, you can call upon the power of my original body. I'm very optimistic about you. I hope the next time we meet is in Honghuang. After the old man's voice fell, several people felt dizzy, and then they returned to reality, and the surroundings were still desolate. Ning Bai bowed deeply in one direction and said with a firm look, "Seniors, I will always remember your kindness. One day I will reach the peak and meet you again." Then he left with a few women and chased after the main force. Dongyuan City. The former city here has been covered by demonic energy. A broad and deep portal stands on it, and there are several demon figures around it. All these humans have arrived, but that kid hasn't arrived yet? Your Highness, I've already asked that group of people. Young friend Ning Bai was delayed by some personal matters. Come over immediately. His parents are already here. Mozu nodded then. Since the little thief's family was also here, there was no need to worry about the boy changing his mind. The densely packed humans looked at the demons in fear. These creatures that had terrified them before were standing before them so harmless. The human race's high-level weapon spirit association and many city lords also gathered together to discuss, with worried expressions on their faces. When will hero Ning Bai return? These demons are completely ignoring us. People down there are starting to complain. After all, no one wants to stand exposed in front of the vicious demons like this. Don't worry, young friend Ning Bai will be back soon. We just need to maintain order at the scene. Yes, there are a lot of people here now, and many people who are trying to take advantage of the situation have come out. We have to supervise and punish them properly, otherwise if they cause any trouble, it will be bad. After all, we are now. As the man spoke, he looked cautiously at the demons not far away, and several people nodded. Shang Guanyan glared at them and said, "Just take care of your own people. These things are not something you can worry about. Just wait for Ning Bai to come back." Suddenly, the space fluctuated, and the demons all looked towards an open space. The space was instantly broken, and several figures suddenly appeared. They were Ning Bai and his companions. Sorry to have kept you waiting. My friend, you are joking. This little time is nothing to my demon clan. My friend is more important. Ning Bai was also stunned when he looked at the old demon in front of him, but he thought of something and frowned, but soon relaxed. Then let's get started. I also want to see your vast demon world. After hearing Ning Bai's words, the demons also became proud. When talking about the demon world, they were full of pride. Okay, let's open the channel between the two worlds now. Mo Yuan took out the magic channel device and walked towards the dark portal, but Mozu on the side walked over with a twisted waist, looking at Ning Bai with suspicion. Why did the aura of the token I gave you disappear? I can't even sense it now? Ning Bai was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that the witch would ask this question, so he took out the token in confusion. It's not lost, why can't I sense it? The witch took the token and looked at it carefully. After a while, she frowned. Did you do anything? Why is there such a strange power up there? After hearing this, Ning Bai also began to observe, but he soon discovered that the strange power that Mozu mentioned was the power of Senior Lian Yahu. Although I don't know why the senior would take action against this token, Ning Bai knows that he will definitely not harm him. He must have his own ideas. Ning Bai said in his heart. Mozu wanted to break this power, but it was of no avail. This power was beyond her ability to contend with, so she could only give up and then looked at Ning Bai vigilantly. What kind of power is this? Ning Bai looked at the witch's serious expression and asked, Is this thing important? This is the last memory my mother left me, what do you think? Seeing the sudden sadness in the witch's eyes, Ning Bai's heart trembled slightly, and he looked deeply at the witch in front of him. The witch took the token and left without saying much, which made Ning Bai feel a little embarrassed and touched his nose. Looks like we have to find a way to solve this problem. Suddenly, a terrifying aura was heard, and the surroundings suddenly became dark. I saw that the door began to move, and there was like a black vortex inside, giving people endless imagination. Alright, the gate between the two worlds has opened. There are demons waiting for you on the other side. You can go in now. Ning Bai nodded, then passed the message to Shang Guanyan, and took the girls to his parents. That kid's cultivation has become even stronger. He actually has the aura of an emperor. It's incredible. A genius like this would be a child of destiny even in the demon world. His Highness Ziyu has a very good eye. I'm afraid the third prince will also be surprised. As more and more people came in, it was finally Ning Bai and his friend's turn. Looking at the grand gate in front of them, Ning Bai couldn't help but glance at the world behind him. Then he looked towards the gate expectantly, and suddenly there was a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. Demon world, I'm really looking forward to it. I hope it can satisfy my thoughts. Then Ning Bai took the girls and his parents into the dark portal and his figure quickly disappeared. After everyone went in, Mozuyu's eyes suddenly became cold. I can't see the mouse. It seems to be hiding very deep. Don't worry, Your Highness. There will be someone over there to pull it out of your body. Mozuyu nodded, then turned his gaze towards the direction of City 108, his eyes cold, leave no one alive. Then several demons also stepped into the door, and their figures disappeared in an instant. The door closed instantly and disappeared. All the demonic energy dissipated, and the nearby area became bright again, but endless demons crawled out from the ground. Chapter 105. Ning Bai has a strong desire to survive. At this time, 108 cities. Now that everyone in the city has left, these are our assets. An older couple was laughing excitedly on the street, looking around the city. Who said it wasn't true? You're a bunch of idiots. Why do you have to go to the demon tribe? We are smarter. A few figures could be seen here and there on the street, and each of them looked extremely excited. They happily played with places they had not dared to go to before, such as the city lord's mansion, the houses of dignitaries, and valuables they had not dared to touch. However, no one knows that their nightmare is about to come. A large group of demons are sweeping through the 108 cities at an extremely fast speed. When Ning Bai opened his eyes, he came to a bright place, which was different from what he had imagined. This is the place my demon clan built specifically for you. There is no demonic energy here, so you humans can live here without worry. Mo Yuan saw Ning Bai's puzzled look, so he walked over and explained to him. Come with me, the third prince wants to see you. After saying that, the old man walked forward. Ning Bai had no choice but to give up the idea of asking and followed him. He saw many demons on the way, but they were basically male demons. There were no female demons. They looked at Ning Bai with confusion, their eyes full of contempt. However, no one dared to come up and cause trouble. After all, this was the person brought back by Lord Moyuan, and they were not ordinary demons who could offend him. Father, please help Ziyu. I saw an enchanting figure hurriedly pushing open the door of a room, and inside there was a majestic figure explaining something to an elderly demon subordinate. The disturbed man simply gave the newcomer a doting look and waved his hand to let his men leave. What happened this time? Isn't the human world fun? Mozu pouted and walked over to the seat next to the man and sat down, then took out the token. Father, the token my mother left me has been sealed by a powerful force. Please help me unlock it. Mo Xianqing was stunned when he heard this. He took the token and found that there was indeed a strange power on it, which completely sealed the demonic energy on the token, making it look like an ordinary token. He looked at his daughter in shock and said, Ziyu, who took this token? Seeing her father's shocked look, Ziyu was also startled and asked in confusion, could it be that father can't even untie you? Mo Xianqing nodded and looked at the token carefully, but the more he looked at it, the more frightened he became. This power was definitely more terrifying than his own. You have to know that as the third prince of the demon clan, his strength was already at the top end of the demon clan. He has the cultivation level of a demon saint and a high-level bloodline. He doesn't even take ordinary saints seriously. But now he is helpless against a small token. It's really ironic. These words left Mozu stunned. Is that guy really that powerful? At this time, Ning Bai followed Mo Yuan to the real demon city. What surprised Ning Bai was that this place was just like a human city, with stalls everywhere, but the technology was quite backward, which was similar to what Ning Bai had imagined. It's humans. There are humans in the city. Everyone's eyes were on Ning Bai, with expressions ranging from curiosity to disgust to cruelty to disdain, but unsurprisingly no one dared to stop him. This is a more remote city of the demon clan. They rarely see humans. Of course, their cultivation is relatively low, just like some of the more remote cities in your 108 cities. After hearing what the old man said, Ning Bai realized that the strength of the surrounding demons was indeed relatively low, and their clothes were relatively simple, which was completely incomparable to Mo Yuan and the others. It seems that even among the demons, there are lower class people, and they are similar to humans. Afterwards, Ning Bai took light steps, following the demon in front of him, and soon arrived at the end of the city. The place was bustling with people, and among them stood numerous demon soldiers in neatly dressed uniforms. They stood tall and imposing, clearly akin to the city guards. When these demons saw Mo Yuan, they all made way for him, as if they held him in both respect and awe. Ning Bai's heart moved when he saw this. He immediately realized that what was before him was the demon teleportation array. After some twists and turns, he finally succeeded in standing in front of a magnificent building. The building towered into the clouds, imposing and majestic, like a towering mountain rising from the earth. Its huge door was tightly closed, giving people a sense of mystery. The walls were made of solid black rock, and the surface shimmered with a faint light, as if it contained endless magic. This is the fortress of the third prince of my demon clan. He is the one who wants to see you today. I have other things to do, so I won't accompany you in. There will be someone inside to guide you. After the old man finished speaking, he disappeared, leaving Ning Bai alone. Look, that brat is here, isn't he? I'll give him a good interrogation for you later. Mo Ziyu was also stunned when she heard the news that Ning Bai had come here. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but it quickly faded away. She frowned and asked, "Why is this guy coming here? Was it your idea, father? This boy is no ordinary person. He possesses several magical artifacts and is extremely talented. He deserves my father's attention." Mo Ziyu, who was standing by, showed joy on her pretty face when she heard her father's words, but she soon became worried again. "Report to His Majesty the Third Prince, the humans have been brought here." After a moment, a low and majestic voice came from inside the house, "Let him in." After receiving the order, the butler standing at the door responded respectfully, then gently pushed the door open and stepped sideways to make a gesture for invitation. At this moment, a figure slowly stepped into the room. It was Ning Bai. His face was solemn, and he took a deep breath, as if to encourage himself. Then, he gathered himself, reached out and pushed open the heavy door, and walked in with steady steps. As soon as you enter the demon's room, a mysterious and oppressive atmosphere hits you. The room was dimly lit, with strange magic patterns hanging on the walls, flickering with faint light. Sitting on the first seat was a man with an elegant face, but his purple eyes, purple hair, and pointed ears undoubtedly proved that he was a demon. There was an old acquaintance of Ning Bai next to him, Mo Ziyu. "Boy, Ning Bai greets His Majesty the Third Prince. Thank you for your mercy and for sparing the 108 cities." The man above did not answer, but just kept looking at Ning Bai. His deep eyes made Ning Bai feel uncomfortable, as if he was seen naked. He's already got a divine weapon at such a young age. He's truly a hero from a young age. As the man said this, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became tense. Ning Bai thought to himself, he really is here for the divine weapon. I wonder if my friend's artifact could be exchanged. I'm willing to pay a high price. The man above stretched, supported his head with his hands, and looked calmly at Ning Bai below. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking from his face. "I'm sorry, Third Prince, they are all important people to me, not objects." Suddenly, a terrifying aura appeared, and Ning Bai broke out in a sweat instantly. Fortunately, it was not directed at him, but it still made him tremble with fear. The spiritual power in his body began to prepare, and if there was anything wrong, he would teleport away immediately. "Boy, you are very brave. You actually dare to reject me." The witch on the side couldn't stand it anymore, so she hurried to the man's side, hugged his arm and said coquettishly, "Dad, don't scare him." The man glared at his daughter, then withdrew his threatening attitude from the room. It's true that girls cannot be kept at home when they grow up. "Boy, you are holding a divine weapon. If I hadn't suppressed the news for you, those old guys would have come and devoured you long ago." Ning Bai finally understood why no one came to bother him even though he had the magic weapon. It turned out to be because of the man in front of him. "Thank you, Third Prince. Although I don't know what he intends to do, at least he has no intention of robbing now, otherwise he would have done it long ago. This king has only one request of you, and that is to marry my daughter. After these words were spoken, Ning Bai looked at Mozu above with a confused look on his face. What was going on? The witch, who was always cold and indifferent, actually began to blush at this moment, and looked at Ning Bai from time to time. Boy, I'm just asking you if you agree or not, don't dilly-dally. Ning Bai asked cautiously, Your Highness, if I don't agree, it should be okay, right? The smile on the man's face grew wider, which made Ning Bai breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that this demon was also easy to talk to. I disagree, of course that's fine, but my mouth seems to have a poor appetite recently and wants to eat some living people, which is perfect. As he spoke, the man looked at Ning Bai with his dangerous purple eyes, which made him shudder. Your Highness, I think this is a very good idea. I fell in love with Ziyu at first sight, and I came here today with the intention of bringing this up. Seeing Ning Bai, his face changed immediately. The demon purple jade above looked at Ning Bai with disgust, but the man next to him was very satisfied. Hurry and pass on the order. Your Highness's beloved daughter will hold a grand wedding tomorrow. Be sure to invite all the powerful people in the demon world to attend the ceremony. Chapter 106, The Wedding, Excitement from All Directions. Ning Bai couldn't believe it when he saw that the decision was made so hastily. Are all demons so cruel? Okay, you can stay here for now. You can get married tomorrow. You can bring your relatives and friends over. Just tell the housekeeper. Then Ning Bai was pulled away. It all happened so suddenly that he had no time to react. Your Highness, do you really want to marry the young lady to that human? A dark shadow appeared in the room at some point and stood respectfully aside. I have my own arrangements for this matter. That kid is indeed not an ordinary person. You must make sure everything is arranged properly and don't let tomorrow's affairs get messed up. The black shadow nodded, then slowly disappeared into the darkness, leaving only the man sitting quietly in the first seat. It's true, the divine weapon on that kid is no ordinary divine weapon. It's the same one as back then. Origin Spirit World. Have you found out about that kid? Master, the humans in the 108 cities are not dead, they have all gone to the demon tribe. The tea in the old man's hand was instantly crushed by him, and the atmosphere around him became heavy. Teacher, please be patient. The consciousness of all 108 of us clones is still there. As long as we plan well, we can reach the demon world in an instant and capture that kid and bring him back. The old man poured another cup of tea and said slowly, It seems that the demon world has also discovered a divine weapon. However, we are not vegetarians. That boy definitely has a great opportunity. No matter how much it costs, we must bring him back. We can use that thing when necessary. Hong Jia was stunned, and suddenly remembered something terrible, and his heart trembled. Yes, I'll make arrangements now. Please prepare yourself, teacher. The demon world should be on guard against us. The old man nodded, and then the man disappeared into the room. The entire Origin spiritual world began to stir, countless old monsters came out of seclusion, and even began to recruit spirit raisers to prepare for the conquest of the demon world. Ning Bai also met several girls and their parents, and explained the situation to them. What, son, you want to marry a demon? I absolutely don't agree. Yes, son, look at all these beautiful girls waiting for you. How can you marry a demonic witch? The women on the side also looked at Ning Bai with resentment, waiting for his explanation. I have no choice. If I don't get married, they will kill us. I can only sacrifice myself. Seeing Ning Bai's helpless look, several people sighed. It is true that when you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. The demon realm also received the news, and everyone was talking about it with relish. I never thought the third brother would marry his daughter to a lowly human being instead of my son. How ironic. I want to see what this old fox has in mind. A burly demon man sat in the first seat with a cold expression, emitting a terrifying aura. Dad, we 5 clans are all of the same blood. I never thought that old man Mo Xianqing would come up with such a trick. He simply doesn't take the rules of my demon clan seriously. The man's eyes were filled with madness. Mo Ziyu's actions were undoubtedly like rubbing his face on the ground. He now hated the Mo clan to the core. Junior, don't worry, your father will definitely seek justice for you tomorrow. Interesting, I'm afraid there will be something interesting to watch tomorrow. I saw a beautiful woman lying lazily on the throne. The slightly raised corners of her mouth and the cunning glint in her eyes revealed a subtle evil aura. At this moment, the beautiful woman was supporting her head with one hand, while the other hand gently played with her silky hair. Her movements seemed casual, but in fact every detail exuded an indescribable charm, showing the charm of a demon beauty. What's the Mo family up to again? Come here, prepare a gift for me, I'm leaving for the demon palace tomorrow. Your Highness, this demon is clear. The majestic man sitting at the top waved his hand, and the old man below immediately shut his mouth. No need to say more, go prepare the gifts. Yes, Your Highness. Have you heard that the Lord of the Demon Palace is actually planning to marry Princess Ziyu to a human? This matter has spread throughout the entire demon clan. Who doesn't know about it? Now many of His Highness Ziyu's admirers are rushing to the demon palace just for that human. There will definitely be a good show to watch then. The one from the Blood Palace will definitely not tolerate this. That would be a slap in the face of His Highness. I don't know what that prince was thinking to do such a thing. The entire demon world went crazy and rushed to the demon palace, but they didn't know that there were 108 figures making plans in the dark, which just helped them divert their attention. These demons are such idiots. We attacked right under their noses, and they didn't even notice. Alright, get to work. The bosses are taking this matter very seriously, and we can't afford to make any mistakes. Everyone nodded and began to work hard. The humans in the 108th city of the human race have not had a good night's sleep since arriving here, and are constantly being searched by the demons. Ancestor, what should we do now? Life is very difficult for everyone. We don't know what these demons are going to do, and they won't give us any information. Hai Lao's brows were furrowed into a shape, and he was extremely worried. Let's keep waiting. Now that we've taken this path, there's no turning back. Now it all depends on Ning Bai. We can't talk to the demons at all. I hope he can still lead our 108 cities back this time. Everyone sighed when they heard this. This feeling of powerlessness made them feel worse than death. News has arrived about the hero Ning Bai. Everyone inside was delighted and hurriedly welcomed the person in. Our people heard the demons talking and said they have a grand event tomorrow. The daughter of the third prince of their demon clan will marry a human named Ning Bai. Everyone who heard the news was stunned. They all doubted whether this Ning Bai was the Ning Bai they knew. This was really too far-fetched. How dare this guy? With so many women waiting for him, he actually went off to marry a demon girl. Humph, this brat has probably forgotten all of us from 108. I knew why this guy came to the demon realm so boldly. It turns out he's already climbed up the ladder. What a mean person. Everyone was talking at once, saying everything they could, as if all the resentment they had accumulated during this period had burst out and was directed at Ning Bai. All of you shut up. It's a fact that they saved us. This is their private matter. You have no right to scold them. Shang Guanyan roared angrily with an explosive momentum. Everyone looked at Shang Guanyan in fear and shut their mouths. Having news about Ning Bai is good news. Ning Bai marrying a demon is also a good thing. It means he has more say in protecting us. If you keep making sarcastic remarks, don't accept Ning Bai's help. Find a solution on your own. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the people who had just spoken so arrogantly changed drastically. They all lowered their heads and did not dare to look Shang Guanyan in the eye. Looking at this group of guys, Shang Guanyan also felt a headache. If he had no ability, they would just cause trouble for him. Humph, disperse now. Go back and comfort the people. If you ever hear me say something like that again, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, Shang Guanyan flicked his sleeves and left. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and fled the place. Boy, I believe in you. You must bring the people from City 108 back to me. Chapter 107, Pressure from all sides, people coming from the upper realm. Ning Bai always felt something was wrong, but he couldn't put it into words. He had now reached the 9th level of Spirit Emperor, and was already considered a strong man. However, he realized the gap between the Emperor level and the Saint level after he met Mo Ziyu's father. The aura of his cheap father-in-law made him feel that his own strength was locked up, and his spiritual power was flowing very slowly. If that guy took action, he felt that it would be difficult for him to resist. Unless all the power of the spiritual weapons is unleashed and the power of Hongwan's body is borrowed, it will be possible to resist. However, Ning Bai is not optimistic about it, because as the master of a hall of the demon clan, that guy must have endless means. In fact, Ning Bai misunderstood the power of the saint level. Can this kind of palace master level saint level be compared with the ordinary saint level? It was also because the first saint level powerhouse Ning Bai met was Mo Xianqing, which dealt a blow to his confidence. In the demon palace, in a hidden room, two dark shadows walked in. Are you all ready? Don't worry, Dad. I've already made all the arrangements. I'm just waiting for tomorrow. Very good, it's time for my demon palace to rise. Tomorrow I will let the other 4 families know that my demon family is the true orthodox demon clan. The next morning, Ning Bai was taken away. He had to be dressed up so as not to lose face for their demon palace. When Ning Bai came out, the women's eyes lit up. They saw that Ning Bai was wearing a black brocade robe embroidered with mysterious runes and patterns, and it was flashing with a faint light. Beneath his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his handsome face was even more heroic and majestic. He seemed to have been reborn, emitting a charm that was hard to ignore. Ning Bai, you look so handsome today. Yeah, I didn't expect this dress to suit you so well. Ning Bai was also stunned when he heard the praises from the women. He looked at the brocade robe on his body, which was beautiful and noble. It was probably not made of ordinary material. The main hall of the demon palace was now filled with demons, who were constantly congratulating Mo Xianqing, who was sitting on the first seat. The atmosphere was lively and festive. At this time, a shout came from outside the door, attracting everyone's attention. Blood Palace, the second prince has come to congratulate with a great gift. Lingta, His Majesty the fourth prince has come to congratulate you with a great gift. Yogu, the fifth prince has come to congratulate you with a great gift. Palace, His Highness has come with a great gift to congratulate you. I didn't expect that the 4 major families of the demon clan would all come. This hasn't happened in a long time. I'm lucky today. This trip is worth it. Yes, the last time we saw the 5 major families gathered together was when we attacked the Origin Spirit Realm. How many years have passed? With the arrival of the 4 hall masters, the hall gradually became quiet. A burly man in dark red clothes suddenly looked at Mo Xianqing and said, "Third brother, what you did today was not fair. My old blood family wanted to marry your daughter. It would have been fine if you didn't agree, but I didn't expect you to marry your daughter to a human ant. You're slapping me in the face, old 3. The atmosphere at the scene instantly became depressing, and everyone turned their eyes to today's protagonist Mo Xianqing. Of course, some were worried, some were gloating, and more were of course just watching the show. But Mo Xian, who was sitting in the seat of honor, just took a sip of tea slowly, then cast his gaze over and spoke slowly. Second brother, you still have such a hot temper. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't give me an explanation for what happened today, I'm afraid your marriage won't go through. The burly man looked at Mo Xianqing with cold eyes, as if he was ready to attack him if they disagreed. Mo Xianqing instead looked at the other 3 families with a strange look in his eyes. I wonder what the other families think. The burly man was furious when he saw this. Mo Xianqing, you don't even take my blood photo seriously. Today, I want to learn from the Demon Palace Master's advanced tactics. The terrifying pressure swept across the scene, and those demons with low cultivation levels all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. This was a suppression of both bloodline and cultivation strength. Even the ordinary demon saints looked at the burly man with serious expressions, deeply feeling the gap between themselves and the 5 major families. Humph, Shuizhou, you're really arrogant to attack me on my territory. A similar holy aura was revealed, no less powerful than the one just now. The 2 auras kept clashing in the field, causing great harm to the surrounding demons. But how could they dare to say anything, because these were 2 big men? Just when the 2 sides were on the verge of a fight, the eldest prince of the Gong family, who had been indifferent all along, finally spoke. Third brother, we have no control over who your daughter marries, but if you want to marry the demon clan's king-level bloodline to an outsider, shouldn't you discuss this with us? Boss is right. The demon clan has an ancestral precept that no demon king-level bloodline can marry outside the clan. Anyone who violates this order will be killed. The cold witch in Lungta also opened her cherry mouth and began to accuse Mo Xianqing. There was only a graceful and charming witch leaning lazily on a luxurious chair. Her silky black hair was casually spread out, gently brushing against her snow-white skin, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. The witch narrowed her narrow, charming eyes, revealing an elusive cunning and playfulness, as if everything in the world were just a plaything in her hands. Her red lips parted slightly, revealing a captivating curve between her half-smile and half-smile, making one want to explore the secrets hidden behind this mysterious smile. At this moment, the charming witch was watching the wonderful show in front of her with a nonchalant attitude. It seemed that she had already known the development of the plot, but was waiting for the exciting turning point in the next moment with great interest. When Xu Weizhou saw that everyone started to question him, he looked at his old rival with a playful look on his face, wanting to see how he would end up. Everyone also looked at Mo Xianqing above. Facing the pressure from the three overlords, how would the Demon Palace cope? Ah, you guys are still so pedantic. No wonder you've always been suppressed by those humans from the origin spirit realm. Mo Xianqing, are you crazy? Do you know what you are saying? Mo Xianqing, I think your Demon Palace doesn't want to exist anymore. It would be better if my Blood Palace could take care of it. Third brother, don't challenge my patience. Looking at the three people's angry, shocked, and happy expressions, he shook his head. It seemed that these guys from the Demon Clan were just a bunch of mediocre people and there was no hope for them. However, he looked at the charming witch who was watching the show on the side. He saw that the woman was eating snacks with a nonchalant look. But when she saw his gaze, she gave him a charming smile. This girl must be a tough opponent, and her cultivation level is so high that even I can't see through it. Could it be that she has also achieved a breakthrough? The atmosphere in the hall was depressing, but they didn't notice that a pair of eyes had been watching everything quietly. Captain, these guys are still fighting among themselves. Even if these guys become demons, so what? They're still just as stupid. They deserve to be trampled upon by us. Okay, no need to say more, we just need to wait quietly for our human race's spirit saint boss to come. Everyone nodded and continued to hide. Just when the atmosphere among the demons at the scene reached its peak, an enchanting figure suddenly appeared between the two sides. She gently tucked the purple hair beside her cheek, and then slowly spoke. You're almost there, that's all. How can a leader take action? It would be a joke to the human race. Yu Ying, what do you mean? Are you going to help this guy violate our ancestors' teachings and go against us? Gong Tinghai looked deeply at the charming woman in front of him. That's not the case. I just wanted to remind you that there seem to be a lot more rats near the Demon Palace. As soon as these words were spoken, all the demons' faces changed drastically, and they looked at the Demon Palace master, Mo Xianqing, in surprise and suspicion. He immediately became the focus of everyone's attention again. Mo Xianqing sneered. Don't look at me. I, Mo Xianqing, won't collude with the human race to deal with you. If my guess is correct, they came from that lower world, and now they are finally beginning to surface. I've been waiting for them for a long time. Suddenly, a terrifying force erupted not far outside the Demon Palace, and even the demonic energy retreated, as if something terrifying was about to come out. Mo Xianqing, who had a calm expression just now, suddenly changed his expression. Oh no! It's the Origin Spirit Realm's intertime and space formation. Go and destroy it quickly, or those old guys will descend directly on the Demon Palace. Just when Mo Xianqing was about to take action himself, a jade hand blocked his way. It's too late, no need to go. Chapter 108 Ning Bai surrounded by warmth. Everyone, long time no see. Yes, after that battle, the five of us haven't seen each other for a long time. Ah, today is such a good day. I wonder if those five guys will be scared when they see us. Well, let's meet our old acquaintance. The five war gods have issued an order. The Origin Spirit Realm is fully prepared for war and has begun its attack on the Demon Realm. After Hong Jie conveyed the order, he looked at his team members eagerly. Brothers, our opportunity for Team 108 has arrived. Hearing Hong Jie's words, everyone's eyes became hot. They knew what it meant for the five great war gods to appear together. This was both an opportunity and a challenge. However, there was a sacred figure with a worried look on her face, and no one knew what she was thinking. Origin Spiritual World, Military. Have the five great war gods given their orders? In that case, then give the orders so the soldiers can set off. It's time to blow the horn of war. As the orders were passed down layer by layer, the Origin Spirit Realm instantly sounded the highest alarm, and everyone was free to join the battle against the Demon Realm. On the border city wall, a one-eyed man in military uniform stood alone on the towering city wall, his eyes fixed on the passage to the demon world in the distance. Report to the general, the order has been received to march into the Demon Realm. Ah, they're finally here. Listen to my orders, attack with all your forces, and let those demons and monsters see the power of us humans. The day I've been waiting for has finally arrived. Countless armies and weapon cultivators gathered and marched towards the passage to the demon world in a mighty force. Demon World, Border. This is the territory of the Blood Palace, so the border is also guarded by people from the Blood Palace. Guarding the passage to the human world is so boring. Yes, no human has entered this passage for many years. Two demon soldiers were eating by the wall and also started complaining. Today is the wedding of His Highness Mozu. It's a pity that it's our turn to stand guard today, otherwise I would have gone over to join in the fun. Come on, waiting for the daughter of heaven is not something that small fry like us can dream of. The demon soldier said indifferently, that's nothing, we are keeping Her Highness in our hearts. Even though we can't see Her Highness, we have the goddess in our hearts, hee hee. Another soldier who heard this gave a thumbs up and looked at his longing companions in front of him, and a word emerged in his mind. A dog licker. Suddenly, his companion's voice woke him up, brother, look. He turned his head nonchalantly to see what his little brother, who was always careless and had wild ideas, had discovered. When he turned his gaze, he saw that the gate to the human world not far away had burst into dazzling light at some point, and then countless figures walked out from it. Brother, am I seeing things right? It's the human race rushing over here. You read that right, let's report it quickly, or we'll be in big trouble. The two demons left quickly and in a hurry. Soon the news of the human invasion spread, and the entire border began to prepare for the invasion. Hurry and pass the message to His Majesty the Second Prince. The human race is here with ill intentions. The demon leader at the border also realized that something was wrong and hurriedly began to pass the message to his superiors. No need to go, they are already here. Everyone was stunned, then looked up into the sky. 5 figures appeared above the hall. How dare you, human, break into the demon palace and... A guard of the demon palace shouted angrily at the 5 people in the sky, but before he could finish his words, his body turned into a pool of blood. What a noise! How dare you come to the heart of my demon clan? Don't leave today, stay here forever. How could Mo Xianqing bear it any longer? Killing his men in front of him at the door of their lair was simply a slap in his face. What are you waiting for? These guys are here to fight. The other people also rose up instantly, standing far away from the 5 people, revealing a saint-level aura and constantly colliding with each other. All demons, retreat to avoid harming innocent people. Among the 5 people, there was a short old man who looked cruelly at the fleeing demons below. He waved his hand and slapped the crowd with a huge palm that covered the sky. Old ghost, you're looking for death. Mo Xianqing could no longer bear it, and the aura on his body was no longer concealed, revealing it. With a casual point of his finger, the big palm collapsed in an instant, but the remaining power continued to rush towards the short old man at the source. The old man hurriedly mobilized his spiritual power to resist, but he still underestimated this finger, which directly broke through his spiritual power and hit the old man hard. The old man was knocked back several meters, staring at Mo Xianqing opposite with a sinister look. Old man Wang, you've finally gotten yourself into trouble. You do bad things every day, an obese old man mocked. Shut up, fatty. It's not your turn to teach me how to do things. Several demons looked at Mo Xianqing with fear. They didn't expect that this guy had made a breakthrough. No wonder he didn't take them seriously before. Just as several people in the air were confronting each other, a figure sneaked out. Suddenly a voice startled him. My dear fiancé, where are you going? A beautiful face appeared before my eyes. It was Mozu who had been carefully dressed up. She looked even more noble and charming at this moment. Of course Ning Bai wanted to take advantage of the chaos to leave here. He knew very well that those big guys outside were coming for him, and staying here would be waiting for death, so he made a quick decision, put his parents into the demon refining pot, and prepared to run away. It's your highness Ziyu. I saw a powerful enemy invading outside and was about to go protect you. Mozu looked at Ning Bai in disbelief and rolled her eyes. This guy was lying with his eyes open. This was clearly the way out of the demon palace. Come with me, I know a way to the outside. Ning Bai was overjoyed. He didn't know the way at all and had been wandering around for a long time. He hurriedly followed Mozu with a smile. In this way, with someone leading the way, Ning Bai felt much more comfortable. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Ning Bai realized something was wrong. He felt like he was going around in circles and the surroundings were getting darker and darker. He grabbed the warm little hand of the enchanting figure in front of him and made it stop. Wait a minute, something doesn't seem right here, you must have gone the wrong way. Mozu turned around and looked at Ning Bai with a charming face. She slowly moved Ning Bai's hand upwards, and soon Ning Bai felt a magnificent place. He looked at Mozu in front of him in disbelief, wondering what was wrong with the other party. What are you doing? Now is not the time to be horny. Your life is at stake. Ning Bai wanted to take back his hand, but the woman's other hand held it tightly, holding the bun tightly, looking at Ning Bai with seductive eyes, showing her charm. Ning Bai's palms began to feel hot from the constant struggle and friction, and his mind began to become distracted. Why do I keep hearing the piano music? Is it an illusion? Just when Ning Bai was still confused, a warm body pressed down on him, and his mind went blank. The witch's body kept twisting on Ning Bai, and soon Ning Bai was trapped in two balls of warmth and could no longer speak. In the hidden room, two delicate bodies soon intertwined with each other, a scene of spring, accompanied by bursts of piano music. Chapter 109, Hit, Take Action. Who are you anyway? How dare you trespass into the demon palace? I saw a large group of demon soldiers surrounding them, including several demon kings. I'll leave these demons to you. I'll go in and search for Ning Bai's close relatives first. A holy woman in white in the crowd said something calmly and then disappeared. The leader of the demons was shocked. It was obvious that the woman was going after the group of humans. He hurriedly wanted to go in and stop the woman, but the people in front of him did not give him a chance and attacked directly, revealing their imperial aura. Damn, these people are all emperor level. Soon the two groups of people were fighting each other. At the same time, battles broke out everywhere within the demon palace's sphere of influence. The air was filled with imperial aura, and there was chaos everywhere. The demon civilians suffered heavy casualties. Today, let's kill them to our heart's content and show these demons how powerful we are. A demon king looked at those humans who were madly harvesting the lives of the demons with anger in his eyes. He attacked directly, but he was no match at all. He was killed in a few moves and even his soul was destroyed. Go and call the demon palace guards. We can't handle these guys at all. These guys are simply beasts. They don't even spare ordinary people who are powerless. One of the men sneered at this and harvested lives even faster. Soon the demons suffered heavy losses. Under the attack of the 108 Tian gang teams, ordinary demon kings could not resist. They were like a sharp sword, constantly reaping losses. Who are you? We are not from the demon tribe. We are just humans who were abducted by the demon tribe. Shang Guanyan looked at the mysterious woman in front of him nervously, because this woman killed the demons here with a wave of her hand, and her strength was unfathomable. I know. The woman responded faintly, then said nothing and closed her eyes. After a while, the woman suddenly opened her eyes, and a flash of golden light flashed in her eyes. Found it. This demon palace is really huge. We've been here for quite some time and haven't even reached the main hall yet. Captain Hong, do you think that guy is scared to death by the saint-level boss outside? Several figures were carefully exploring, and one of the men suddenly spoke in boredom. The leading man was also stunned when he heard this. He suddenly thought of the boy in the underworld and sneered. If that kid hadn't relied on our strength, he would have been killed by the demons long ago. But we also have to thank that kid. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the chance to hide our clones in those ants, enter the demon realm, summon our true selves, establish a cross-realm formation, and create such an opportunity for my origin spirit realm. At the end of the speech, Hong Jia couldn't help laughing. This strategy was simply a stroke of genius. Yes, the captain is right. That guy is really our benefactor. When we find him later, I must treat our benefactor well, ha ha ha. Ning Bai felt like he had entered a warm place, very crowded, constantly squeezing him, and a strange pleasure swept over him. I felt like I had lost something and ended up in this warm place. When he opened his eyes, a beautiful face appeared in front of him. It was the blushing demon Ziyu, who had a hint of mature charm on her body, which made people linger. Just as Ning Bai was about to speak, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Sorry. But Ning Bai could no longer listen. The headache made it impossible for him to think, and he soon fell into a coma. Looking at the pale man on the ground, Mozu gently stroked his cheek. Go to sleep, and when you wake up, everything will be over. A demonic mark suddenly appeared in Ning Bai's body, just like the spiritual weapon contract. No, this contract has been completely integrated and cannot be driven out. This witch is really vicious and cunning. I didn't expect that in a place like that. Recalling the scenes that happened before, the women saw everything clearly inside their bodies, but they had no way to stop it. A strange piano sound suppressed them and prevented them from taking any action. What should I do now? I knew this witch had bad intentions. I want to go out and chop her into pieces right now. We can't help now, and we don't know what this means. We can only take it one step at a time. A black shadow walked out from the darkness holding a guqin. Its gender could not be seen, and it was wrapped in a black robe. Ziyu, it seems the plan was successful. Ziyu nodded and stood up. My royal bloodline has entered his body. He will bear my mark for the rest of his life. The black-robed man had no expression on his face, he just stared quietly at the witch in front of him. It seems you really like him, you're willing to give your royal bloodline to this human. Ziyu ignored him and just held the unconscious Ning Bai and slowly left. The man in black robe watched Ziyu leave quietly, shook his head, and left as well. In the outside world, 10 powerful figures were fighting fiercely in the air. Fortunately, they went to high altitude, otherwise this demon palace would have become a ruin long ago. However, the 5 human war gods have the upper hand here, and are obviously suppressing the demons. Only Mo Xianqing and the hot-bodied Valley Master of Yogu can compete head-on, and all other demon palace masters are suppressed. The 3 demons of Gong Tinghai looked at the human war god in front of them in disbelief. They had already made a breakthrough, but only the 3 of them were still standing still. How could the usually arrogant lord of Gong Mansion accept this? As the chief prince among the 5 great princes of the demon clan, he had already placed himself in a high position. He did not expect that today not only he was surpassed by his 2 colleagues Mo Xianqing and Yuying, but even the 5 great war gods of the human clan also broke through and left him behind. You demons are just a bunch of trash. You were that way back then, and you are still that way now, haha. The old man in the lead looked at the demon clan jokingly and did not take them seriously at all. In his opinion, the demon clan would be destroyed in name only today, and the human army would surely flatten the so-called demon world. Suddenly, the angry Shuizhao's face changed and he looked at the 5 old men opposite in shock. You actually sent troops to invade the demon realm. How dare you? The demons looked grim when they heard this. They only now understood that this group of guys were obviously well prepared. Ha ha ha. You guys are a bunch of idiots. Haven't you realized yet? The 5 of us aren't here to play house, but destroy the demons in one fell swoop. Begin. In this battle, our 5 great war gods will reach the pinnacle of human history. The 5 demons looked at each other and nodded. Demonic energy rippled around them, and the blood in their bodies began to boil. An aura of mad demon that looked down upon the world continued to flow out of the 5 demons. The old man in the lead frowned when he saw the 5 people's aura surging. They had been studying this kind of demon bloodline for a long time, but knew nothing about it. Everyone, summon the spirit weapon. We must not lose this battle. Even if it's a demon, we will kill it. Chapter 110 The 9 Heavens God-Killing Spear appears. I want to see whether your demon bloodline is more powerful or our divine weapon is more domineering. When the weapons in the hands of the 5 war gods emerged, the demonic energy that was just surging suddenly calmed down. How is this possible? You absolutely cannot contract a divine weapon? Gong Tinghai looked at the artifacts in the hands of the 5 people in shock. Come to think of it, I have you, the demon clan, to thank for this. Mo Xianqing looked at the magic weapon in Wu Ren's hand, seemed to feel a familiar breath, and uttered a name in disbelief. Devil, Black, Flame. Oh, I didn't expect that the Demon Palace Master would know this name. This really surprises me. The old man was also a little surprised that Mo Xianqing could actually say this name. It's quite a coincidence. This guy happened to be hiding in a human. Unexpectedly, one of my 108 Tian gang members also took a fancy to that person. He split his soul into that human body and discovered this half-dead demon. That guy is simply a genius. Even I have to sigh in admiration. It's a pity that you demons are so blind. Ha 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 ha. After obtaining that guy's weapon refining experience, the 5 of us immediately tried it out. Unexpectedly, we actually achieved the creation of a divine weapon. Mo Xianqing's heart was bleeding. His daughter had told him about this matter, and he was planning to bring this demon back, but he didn't expect that he was killed by Ning Bai. He thought that the old guy had died, but he didn't expect. The other demons cursed Mo Xianqing in their hearts, saying that this guy was useless. Little did they know that he also had his own grievances that he couldn't express. Just go ahead and we'll send the entire demon clan to accompany you. When Gong Tinghai saw that face, he immediately burst out and rushed towards the guy, with a monstrous demonic energy rising into the sky. You're talking bullshit, my demon clan will never lose. The demon clan is his root and the most important thing to his master. How can it be destroyed in his hands? Even if it costs his life, he will raise the demon clan. Soon the two figures collided violently with each other, and the black and white lights kept colliding in the air. The furious demonic energy seemed to have the upper hand and suppressed the spiritual energy. The old man instantly distanced himself from the devil and hurriedly began to activate the magic weapon. Half of the old man's spiritual power was instantly absorbed, and the big knife burst into red light. The old man looked at the crazy Gong Tinghai with mockery, and then swung it fiercely. A blood-red broadsword slashed down in an instant, and the surrounding demonic energy dissipated instantly. A terrifying airwave swept across the entire venue, and everyone hurriedly mobilized their strength to resist the impact, and red light flashed in everyone's eyes. When the light disappeared, a huge crack appeared, and the surroundings were desolate. Gong Tinghai's figure lay quietly in the crack, motionless, with no breath. The old man holding the big knife looked at Gong Tinghai under the crack with disdain, slowly put away the big knife, and a trace of paleness appeared on his face. It seemed that the previous attack had consumed a lot of energy. However, it could not stop the arrogance and complacency on his face, and his enthusiasm for the artifact reached a new level. Everyone could feel that the space nearby had become weaker, and the power of the artifact had been increased to a new level. Shuizhao and Lang Mei looked at Gong Tinghai, who was lying on the ground without knowing whether he was alive or dead, with pale faces. Even Gong Tinghai could not withstand this force, let alone them who were weaker than him. The two demons began to retreat in their hearts. Why don't you take out your so-called magic weapons? I want to see if your magic weapons can withstand the attack of the divine weapons, ha! The five humans mocked the demons unscrupulously. In their eyes, the overall situation was already decided and these guys could no longer cause any trouble. Take out the two treasures your teacher got, and we can give you a quick death. That old ghost rebelled against the origin spirit realm just for these two treasures. I never thought he would use those treasures to create a race. It's incredible. So what? Now we are going to exterminate your clan. It's all in vain. The five of them talked about what happened in the past with a sneer on their faces. Shut up right there, you bunch of scum, how dare you talk about the teacher? An angry voice resounded through the sky. Mo Xianqing stared blankly at the cold figure, and his heart was touched. Junior sister. You messed up the demon realm like this, beat our senior brother half to death, and insulted my teacher. You deserve to die. The lazy and indifferent fifth prince, Shadow, had a ball of terrifying demonic energy in his hand. This ball of demonic energy was obviously different from ordinary demonic energy. It was purer, more domineering, and more demonic. Don't you want to see the magic weapon? I'll let you see it today. Use my demonic blood as a guide, show me. Nine Heavens God-killing spear. The sky had been covered by dark clouds at some point, and the entire demon world began to become turbulent. A terrifying aura descended, as if something terrible had appeared. Everyone looked up at the sky, swallowed their saliva, and trembled in their hearts. A sense of despair appeared in everyone's heart, and for some reason, fear took over the whole body. What is this? A gun with an extremely strange shape slowly appeared in the air. This weapon looks like it has the characteristics of a spear, but also has some appearance of a halberd, as if it is a perfect combination of these two weapons. The incredibly sharp spearhead gleamed with a chilling black light, like the fangs of a ferocious beast in the darkness, emitting endless murderous intent. And beneath it, like a common halberd, curved, sharp blades extended from either side, like the wings of a phoenix ready to take flight, imbuing it with a sense of sharpness and majesty. The entire weapon exuded a mysterious and powerful aura, instilling fear in the heart at the mere sight of it. The gun body is dark gold in color, with a black dragon hovering above it, making people feel intimidated. At this moment, Shadow was no longer the charming beauty. Her face was covered with black lines, and her purple eyes were red. She stretched out her right hand covered with black lines and tightly grasped the gun. It was like a real demon, standing in the air, becoming a great terror in this world. Mo Xianqing, Lang Mei and Shuizhao looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure in the air in shock and fear. Is this still the little sister we know? She feels like a real monster now. I'm about to piss myself. Mo Xianqing glanced at the blood photo with disdain, then looked at the figure in the air with a firm gaze. No matter what, she will always be our junior sister. She became like this for us. The two were stunned when they heard this, and their hearts were suddenly touched. A dusty past gradually emerged in their minds. That was when the five of them were still carefree. Yeah, time flies by so fast. Those little brats back then have now become giants in the demon world. I really miss the old days, when we first met and were so carefree. Seeing the joy of nostalgia on the two people's faces, Mo Xianqing secretly raised the corners of his mouth. It seems the old five of chaos are back. Suddenly, the three of them seemed to remember something and looked in one direction, which was the crack from before. It's bad, go save Big Brother. Chapter 111 The Mysterious Man in Black Robe. The five great war gods of the human race looked at the demonic shadow in the sky in horror. They had no intention of fighting anymore and had already begun to think of retreating. Retreat, this demon is no longer something we can handle. Just when the five people were about to run away, they suddenly found themselves surrounded, with terrifying demonic energy all around them. All five of you old ghosts should stay here. A demon-like figure slowly landed in front of them, looking at them cruelly. The old man in the lead had an ugly look on his face. He knew that he and his men could not escape, so he shouted, "Old ghosts, it's time to fight to the death. If you have any trump cards, take them out quickly. If you keep hiding them, we will be dead." The old man had seen a lot of storms and waves, so how could they be tricked into revealing their cards by just one sentence from old Ghost Wu? So, they were wary of each other and started fighting using the so-called magic weapons. The five people burst out with powerful spiritual power and used all their strength to activate the magic weapons in their hands. A power stronger than before appeared. The five people used all the power of the magic weapons in their hands, and the darkness of the sky was illuminated. Junior sister, can she resist this power? It should be possible. I believe in junior sister Yueying. The few people who rescued the half-dead Gong Tinghai from the deep ditch saw the powerful force in the air and swallowed. They were sure that they could not withstand this force, and they began to worry about the demonic shadow in the air. A huge amount of energy enveloped the demon shadow, and a heat wave swept around. Mo Xianqing and others hurriedly resisted. The demons and humans who were still fighting in the distance were also shocked by this huge wave. What kind of power was this? I felt even more in awe of the leader-level power. Is this the power of the saint level? 108 cities are where humans live. Humans who saw this power also gasped. It seemed like a natural disaster, so far away that it made people realize their own insignificance even more. But a fire was ignited in the hearts of those geniuses, a wildfire of pursuit of power. Deputy Captain, what on earth is this? Several of the 108 Tian gang also turned their gazes to the graceful woman in white standing beside them. Even when the woman saw this power, she showed no expression and remained calm. It should be that the five great war gods and the demon saint of the demon clan have started to fight desperately, otherwise there would not be such great power. Several people began to worry about the five great war gods and prayed for victory over the demons, but the woman had a deep look in her eyes, and no one knew what she was thinking, as if nothing could arouse her interest. Why is my heart trembling all the time? Is it because of the demonic energy rising into the sky? The woman in white gently covered her chest with her right hand, feeling her heartbeat closely. The demon hall also began to shake because of this force, and many buildings were overturned. Is this the power of the gods of war? Hong Jia and his group looked at the damaged buildings around them in shock and took a deep breath. At the same time, several people became extremely fanatical. This was the power they were pursuing, a terrifying power that frightened people. I must possess this power, and I want everyone to respect and fear me. Hong Jia kept shouting in his heart, and his desire for power reached the extreme. Hurry up and find that kid. If the teachers and the others are done beating him and we still haven't caught him, then forget about the reward. The few people just realized that the demon saints outside must be resisting stubbornly, and it will be over soon. They have to act quickly, otherwise. In their hearts, they never thought that the five war gods of the human race outside would lose, because this was their belief. In a secluded room, the sound of piano filled the air. Ning Bai was lying on the bed, his face pale and his brows furrowed. He was severely injured by my piano music. It seems that I hit him too hard before, and he is mentally traumatized. A man in a black robe stood by, holding a guqin upright and plucking the strings continuously. The soft sound of the guqin echoed in the room, making people feel relaxed and happy, and extremely pleasant to the ears. Why is this happening? Aren't you already able to control this piano? The black-robed man said calmly, this has nothing to do with me. This guy's mental resistance is too strong. I used all my strength on the guqin to break his mind. That's why he was mentally injured. If it weren't for your help, my music might not have had any effect on him at all. He's weird. Hearing the words of the black-robed man, Mozu's face showed a hint of pride, and she smiled and said, "Of course, he is the man I chose. Just don't fight with me." As he spoke, Mozu actually looked at the black-robed man beside him warily, blocking Ning Bai behind him. "Don't worry, I won't compete with you for a man. I will never like a man again in my life. Hurry up and wake him up. There are human claws coming from behind. We have to get out of here quickly, otherwise we'll be in trouble." Suddenly, Mozu was stunned, and then ecstatic. The man in black robe also looked at this guy in confusion, wondering what was wrong with him. "I have good news for you. We don't have to run anymore. The human race is doomed." The black-robed man walked up to Mozu, gently placed his hand on her forehead and touched it, and asked in confusion, "You don't have a fever?" Mozu hurriedly shook off the black-robed man's hand and said angrily, "What's wrong with you? Am I so unreliable?" The man in black robe looked at Mozu, then nodded affirmatively. "Forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you. My father just passed on the news to me." The man in black robe continued to play the piano. Without a doubt, he was telling them to run away quickly, but the face of Mo Xianqing appeared in his mind and he felt a pain. "Okay, let's go. I promised him that I would keep you safe." The man in black robe had put away the guqin and was ready to leave with Ning Bai on his back. But Mozu's next words made him stunned. "What are you thinking about? Father told me that Aunt Yuing, the fifth prince, summoned a magical weapon that scared those old humans half to death. She told us not to run away but to wait and see what happens." Hearing this, the man in black robe finally reacted and said awkwardly, "That's great. Then let's wait for those guys to come over. I want to see if their jaws drop when they see you, hee. I'm really looking forward to their expressions. Come over here quickly." Looking at Mozu's excited expression, his face turned dark under the black robe. "What kind of hobbies are these?" After a while, there was a sound outside. "Stand back, they're coming." The man in black robe pulled Mozu behind him and looked at the door quietly. The sound at the door suddenly disappeared, as if the sound just now was just an illusion. The black-robed man remained motionless, but his voice faintly spread out, "Everyone, since we are here, why hide?" After the black-robed man's voice fell, the door slowly opened, followed by an arrogant voice. "So there are only these two demons. I thought there was an ambush. What a waste of our time. Ah, these two guys thought we didn't dare to come in. How stupid. Yeah, you knew we were coming, but you didn't run away and you're still playing tricks here. It's ridiculous." The visitors were Hong Jie and others, who looked at the people in the room unscrupulously. Hong Jie also saw Ning Bai unconscious behind the two demons, and the stone in his heart finally fell. He finally found this guy. "Hand over the human boy behind you, and we can still let you go." Hong Jie gave orders arrogantly, not taking the two demons seriously at all. "Right, didn't you hear what Brother Jie said? Hurry up and hand that kid over to us. If we're in a good mood, we might let you go. Otherwise, you know the consequences, humph." Among them, several people set their sights on the hot Mozu. Maybe it was because she had been developed by Ning Bai, but now Mozu was even more charming, and with this touch of charm on her body, she was even more attractive to men. When the man in black heard what these people said and the dirty looks they gave him, he became furious. "You are really looking for death." Chapter 112: The Terrifying Golden Elixir and the Unlucky People. Outside world. After the explosion disappeared, the 5 war gods of the human race watched intently as the smoke slowly dissipated. After taking the full strength attack from the 5 of them, even if he didn't die, he would have been seriously injured. This demon shadow was too arrogant and didn't even dodge or evade. He really didn't take the 5 of them seriously. When everything calmed down, a dark red energy ball was seen hanging in the air. At this time, a series of shattering sounds were heard, and the dark red sphere crackled, and the entire sphere shattered in an instant, and a familiar figure appeared. How is this possible? There was no scar on the demon's body, and he was looking at them coldly. Suddenly, the demon's shadow moved. Before everyone could react, a cold light came first, and then a gun shot out like a dragon. The short old man on the far right had dilated pupils, and a demonic spear was reflected in his eyes. At the moment of life and death, the old man's desire to survive finally prevailed, and he placed the artifact in front of him to resist at an extremely fast speed. Bump! Everyone heard a sharp collision sound, and then found that their accomplice, Old Man Wang, the short old man, had flown out and hit the magic cloud created by the magic shadow heavily. How is this possible? The short old man looked at the spear on his chest in disbelief, and then looked at the long sword in his hand that had broken into two pieces with a distracted look. The divine weapon was broken. After the old man said this with difficulty, his hands loosened and the fragments of the artifact in his hands fell. He had already stopped breathing, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. The first god of war of the human race has fallen. Suddenly, white spots of light fell from the sky, and the old man's body slowly turned into light and disappeared. The blood-stained spear instantly returned to the hands of the demon's shadow, becoming even more powerful, and the murderous aura seemed to be tangible. The divine weapons in our hands are no match for that spear. If we don't show our true strength, do we expect to die like old man Wang? With Wu Bengquan's angry shout, several people finally reacted. First, the fat man who had previously argued with the short old man took out a golden pill, hesitated for a while, but still swallowed it with pain. The fat man's body suddenly burst out with powerful golden light, and even his body gradually became thinner, and his whole body was filled with explosive power. The aura instantly reached the peak of the saint level and was still rising, with an unstoppable momentum. But for some reason, it seemed as if there was a layer of restraint between heaven and earth. Although the power was extremely strong, it could not break through. In the end, it only reached the perfection of the saint level and then stopped. This is Fatty Zhao's golden elixir. I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Everyone looked at Fatty Zhao in front of them with fear. Now he couldn't be called fat anymore, he was a muscular man. Humph, why don't you take action yet? The other three old foxes tacitly kept silent and just smiled awkwardly. Zhao Peiyu ignored this group of guys and turned his gaze towards the demon shadow. He wanted to see how powerful the demon shadow was. As for those three old guys, we'll go and trouble them later. Holding the long sword artifact, he attacked instantly. The artifact was no longer so difficult in his hand, and he began to feel at ease. Endless sword energy slashed towards the demon shadow frantically. Several space cracks suddenly appeared in the demon world, emitting a faint aura. It seems that Zhao Peiyu has reached the pinnacle of this world through the golden core. He is truly domineering. He can actually improve people's cultivation so much. Several people looked at Zhao Peiyu above with envy, secretly regretting in their hearts that they should have snatched the golden elixir away at the beginning. The 5 demons below looked at the figure in the air in shock. That guy took a pill and reached the saint level? That golden elixir must be from that place. After hearing Mo Xianqing's words, everyone suddenly thought of a terrifying place in their minds. I didn't expect them to actually enter that place. They're truly courageous. No wonder they all achieved breakthroughs in their cultivation. That's how it is. Then junior sister Yu Ying is in danger. Everyone turned their eyes to Mo Xianqing. Third brother, I remember that master has 2 treasures. One is the magic spear used by junior sister, and the other one was given to you by master. Lang Mei nodded and looked at Mo Xianqing expectantly, hoping that he would use the treasure. Mo Xianqing looked at the 2 people's expectant eyes and smiled bitterly in his heart. He also wanted to, but he couldn't use that thing. At the same time, inside the demon palace. When the aura of the man in black robe was no longer concealed and was revealed, the arrogant expressions of Hong Jie and others disappeared in an instant, their mouths became O-shaped, and they looked like they were about to die. Ha ha ha, I knew these guys' expressions would be hilarious. They're killing me. Mo Ziyu behind him laughed so hard that tears came out. Several people were furious in their hearts, but they didn't dare show it on their faces. They could only look at the black-robed man in front of them in panic, almost crying. What the hell is going on? I came out to do a mission and actually encountered a saint-level expert. This is totally unrealistic. Hong Jie suppressed his fear, stood up, pointed at the black-robed man and said, "Don't be afraid, everyone. This guy must be a fake. Apart from those 10 people, there can't be any other saint-level people in this world. He must be fake." I see, no wonder it wasn't revealed before, but only revealed itself when we got closer. It turns out it's a fake. Yeah, I was wondering how this was possible. How could a saint-level expert suddenly appear? Luckily we have Captain Hong, otherwise we would have been fooled by this guy. Yes. After a while of thinking, all the problems were solved, and they looked at the black-robed man in front of them with unfriendly eyes. Brother Jia, how do you think we should punish them? They actually dared to deceive us. They are really asking for their lives. Just one word from you and we Before he could finish his words, the man discovered a serious fact: their captain was missing. Brother Jia, where have you been? Everyone, hurry up and look for him. Why is Brother Jia gone? These idiots are making me laugh to death, ha ha. The scene was extremely quiet, with only Mozu's laughter being extremely loud. The man in black robe crossed his arms over his chest and looked at them teasingly, his holy aura becoming even stronger. That guy used the sky-breaking talisman to escape a long time ago, you bunch of little cuties. Everyone was shocked, swallowed hard, and then immediately burst out all their spiritual energy and ran away. That guy has a trump card, so let him run away, and you guys just stay. The group of people had just turned their heads, and before they could move, their bodies were all pierced and they fell to the ground, but their eyes were full of regret and unwillingness. Is this the power of a saint? When can I be as majestic as you? The man in black robe shook his head and thought to himself, I'm afraid it's impossible in this lifetime. There are only so many saint-level people in this world, and it makes sense. It's not groundless. Okay, I'll protect you, you're still far away. Mozu snorted lightly, then turned and walked to Ning Bai, looking at the man in front of her with joy. TSK, who cares? I have him. Chapter 113. The confused Ning Bai in the messy crowd. The demon shadow thrust out with a gun, and countless gun shadows appeared. The moment the gun and sword met, the energy exploded instantly. The demon shadow was already rushing towards Zhao Peiyu with the Zhou god-killing spear in his hand, and the black cloud behind him was following closely behind, giving a very oppressive feeling. Do you think I'm still the fat guy I was before, huh? The aura of saintly perfection rushed up into the sky like crazy, and Zhao Peiyu, holding a divine sword, also rushed towards the demon shadow without any hesitation. The two continued to collide and fight in the air. Countless space cracks appeared, lightning, black holes and other natural disasters emerged one after another, just like the end of the world. As time passed, everyone felt that the demonic energy was getting weaker and weaker, and was no longer as terrifying as before. Oh no, Junior Sister's strength is almost exhausted. Mo Xianqing's face changed drastically. It was obvious that his demonic energy had been greatly reduced, and he was increasingly at a disadvantage in the collision with the opponent. The three old men of the human race showed joy on their faces, as this horrible thing was finally about to die. Little girl, my strength is almost exhausted, you'd better take care of yourself. I saw the magic patterns on the shadow's body gradually fade away and become much thinner. Now I could see the shadow's charming face clearly. She bit her beautiful lips tightly, and the magic gun in her hand burst out with powerful demonic power again, rushing towards Zhao Peiyu again. Seeing the opponent burst out with such powerful power, Zhao Peiyu's face was solemn, knowing that the opponent was going to fight to the death and make a final blow. He did not dare to be arrogant and burst out his last strength. The artifact shone brightly and collided with the demonic shadow. The sky suddenly darkened and exploded like a mushroom cloud. A figure flew out backwards and crashed heavily into the door of the demon palace. It was Ghost. The Zhou god-killing spear also fell to the side in a dull manner, but it was still full of murderous aura. Looking at Zhao Peiyu in the air, the demons felt disheartened. They had lost. You are truly worthy of being the god of war, Zhao. You defeated even this witch. You are truly the light of our human race. Seeing this, the three old men kept flattering Zhao Peiyu, but he ignored them and left directly, leaving only a sentence. The rest is up to you. The leader, Wu Benquan, narrowed his eyes and looked at the direction where Zhao Peiyu left, muttering, it seems that this guy was seriously injured. The old man with glasses also reminded, Old Wu, old Zhao has done a lot for our human race. Let's quickly go and destroy those guys from the demon clan and try to seize the demon world today. Hearing the warning in Lin Dexing's words, Wu Benquan put away his little thoughts, nodded, and several people headed towards the demon palace. Junior sister Yu Ying's injuries are extremely serious, even more serious than those of senior brother, and her king-level bloodline has also been completely burned out. Let's get out of here quickly. We are weak now, and the most urgent thing is to save the lives of our senior brother and junior sister. Just as they were about to take the two seriously injured people away, three figures stopped them. Run, where can you run to? The entire demon tribe will be wiped out by us soon, ha ha ha. Suddenly, Wu Benquan saw the terrifying magic gun on the ground. His eyes were filled with joy and he quickly used his spiritual power to pick it up. Mo Xianqing was shocked and wanted to stop it, but was repelled by the other two people on the side. He could only watch the gun slowly fly into Wu Benquan's hands, with an unwilling look on his face. Wu Benquan got the magic spear, but before he could be happy, a terrifying force appeared and knocked him back several meters. His figure trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the gun in the air with an ugly look in fear. Although there was no danger now, several people couldn't help but take a few steps back and stay away from him. The three demons breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the old ghost being defeated. It seemed that not everyone could wield this magic spear. Damn it, why? I'm stronger than that devil woman, why are you resisting me? Wu Benquan looked at the gun with a distorted expression and felt extremely angry. Old Wu, forget it. Let's deal with these guys first. Maybe we can use them to control this magic spear. After hearing this, Wu Benquan also reacted, and then looked at the five demons with a cruel gaze, and then looked at the unconscious shadow, his eyes full of fanatical greed. This gun is mine, no one can stop me. Seeing several people looking at them again, Mo Xianqing and the other two became nervous, because they were definitely no match for them. Just when the situation was tense, it was suddenly broken by a voice. Dad, are you okay? Mo Xianqing was shocked when he heard this. He looked towards the source of the voice and saw three figures looking at him anxiously. It was his precious daughter. Run as far as you can, the demons are finished. Wu Benquan saw a familiar face and was overjoyed. He shouted, it's like searching for gold everywhere, but now it's found without any effort. His figure disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of Mozu and others, and his big hand grabbed Ning Bai. But a black-robed hand blocked it and looked at him warily. Interesting. I didn't expect you to have reached saint-level cultivation. It seems you have a secret. Why don't you go back with me? Stop. Mo Xianqing desperately wanted to get rid of the old man in front of him and save his daughter. You're dreaming about going over there. You'd better stay here. The old man knocked him away with one blow and looked at him teasingly. Soon, after a few moves, the man in black robe was beaten to the point of vomiting blood, and the black robe on his head was also taken off, revealing a beautiful face, which was somewhat similar to Mozu next to him. Wu Benquan looked at the woman, then looked at Mozu beside him, and then looked at the crazy Mo Xianqing, with a smile on his face. He mocked, Mo Xianqing, you are really a hidden talent. You even raised a saint-level daughter. The old man looked at the two women with satisfaction, and a lustful look appeared in his eyes. These two witches are so tempting, and they are both very talented and powerful. I can take them back and make them my exclusive possessions, huh? The other two human war gods looked at this guy with disdain. At this age. Ziyu, run quickly, I'll help you hold this old bastard back. In the blink of an eye, a guqin appeared, and its eerie sound filled the entire venue. Wu Benquan suddenly felt a sense of threat, and hurriedly took action, slapping out with a palm, ready to kill the woman directly, not wanting her to continue bouncing and threaten him. The woman was knocked away in an instant, and the guqin in her hand fell to the ground. Feeling that the threat had disappeared, Wu Benquan finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued to move forward. What's this? Suddenly a confused voice sounded. After Ning Bai woke up, he became a little confused and had lost his memory. He only recognized Mozu. Looking at the guqin in front of him, Ning Bai felt a sense of familiarity, but he just couldn't remember it. However, this action shocked Mozu and Mozu, because they knew how domineering the guqin was. Except for Mozu, anyone else would be attacked if they touched it. Even Mo Xianqing didn't dare to touch it. Who is he and why? Just when Wu Benquan was about to waste no time and capture the three men together, the next scene stunned him. The magic spear that had been motionless just now suddenly moved, flew out, and hovered directly in front of Ning Bai, as if trying to please him. Everyone was stunned and stared at the scene. What kind of monster is this guy? Chapter 114 The Departure of Yushentu, Tears of Memory. Looking at the spear in front of him, Ning Bai was also stunned. He carefully stretched out his right hand to touch the gun body, and a feeling of pleasure came from the palm of his hand. Soon he held the guqin in his left hand and the spear in his right hand, which made Wu Benquan, who was standing beside him, dare not act rashly, because he knew the power of the spear. Ziyu, where is this and who are they? Seeing Ning Bai's confused look, Mozu knew that this guy had lost his memory due to his own piano music, and now he only recognized Mozu because of the contract in the Demon King's bloodline. The original plan was to plant a contract in this guy's body to control him, but I didn't expect. Ning Bai, run. That guy is here to catch us. Mozu was delighted to see Ning Bai calling out her name as soon as he woke up, but she quickly reacted and shouted to remind him to run away. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere at the scene instantly turned cold. Ning Bai looked at the old man not far away vigilantly, with spiritual power surging in his body, ready to take action at any time. Wu Benquan suddenly thought of something, the corners of his mouth suddenly rose, and his body relaxed. Boy, I forgot to tell you one thing. Your family and friends are now in my hands. You'd better behave yourself. Ning Bai was stunned. He looked at the wretched old man in front of him and asked doubtfully, "Wretched old man, what are you talking about? Isn't Ziyu the person closest to me? There's no such thing as family or friends." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at the innocent-looking boy in confusion, and then looked at Ziyu, wanting to know what kind of magic potion you had fed this kid. Boy, don't play dumb with me. I won't fall for it. Hurry up and surrender to me. Put down everything in your hands, or don't blame me for being ruthless. The old man stared at Ning Bai fiercely, which made Ning Bai very unhappy and he wanted to beat him up. However, he also knew that this old man was not easy to deal with and he couldn't defeat him, so he held back. He put down the guqin and spear, looked at Wu Benquan harmlessly, and indicated that he had done as he was told. Very good, that's it. The old man walked over proudly and reached out to pick up the spear on the ground. Soon everyone saw a figure flying out. It was Wu Benquan. He was repelled by the spear again. Several demons covered their mouths and laughed secretly. This old guy really won't cry until he sees the coffin. He has to get the gun. But they soon stopped laughing, as they saw Wu Benquan's accomplices, the other two old men, began to put pressure on them and attack them frantically. Old Wu, take care of these old guys first, then we can slowly study that gun. The dusty Wu Benquan nodded, glared at Ning Bai fiercely, and then rushed towards Mo Xianqing and others. What should I do? Father and the others are in danger. Mo Ziyu was extremely anxious, but there was nothing she could do. She could only look at the black-robed woman whose face had been revealed. That was her sister Mo Zihuan. Ziyu, you go first. You can't help here. I'll go help my father. After saying that, she gritted her teeth and rushed towards the battlefield, but it was obvious that she was holding on and looked extremely weak. She would only be seeking her death if she went there. Hey, such a beautiful woman shouldn't be rushed to her death. Mo Zihuan felt her delicate body being embraced by a pair of big hands. In a warm embrace, a strong masculine scent came over her. Let me go. You don't need to worry about my affairs. The one you should really worry about is Ziyu. Take her away from here quickly. After saying that, she was ready to break free, but Ning Bai was too strong and held her too tightly, causing her to hesitate for a long time without being able to get out. The friction between their bodies made her feel weird. Ning Bai was secretly happy in his heart. There was really something interesting. He doesn't care about that. After all, she is Ziyu's sister, and he can't just watch her die. She just held him forcibly and ran back. Mo Zihuan was completely unable to break free. You should know that Ning Bai's physical strength had reached a terrifying level after being strengthened by the chaotic purple energy. Mo Ziyu was also stunned when she saw her sister, who was so aggressive just now, being hugged back by Ning Bai. Looking at the dazed Mo Ziyu, Ning Bai didn't hesitate and just carried her on his back and ran away. Just like that, Ning Bai held a beautiful woman in each hand and prepared to run away. Mo Xianqing, who was beaten to the point of vomiting blood, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. The thorn in his heart was finally removed. You want to run? No way. Wu Benquan's eyes were always on Ning Bai and the others. When he saw that they wanted to run away, he immediately could not sit still. He knocked back Shuizhao in front of him with a palm, and then immediately wanted to chase Ning Bai. Suddenly a hand grabbed his shoulder. He frowned and shrugged, shocking the person so much that he vomited blood. Humph, you overestimate your own abilities. He sneered and was about to leave when suddenly a fist attacked him and Wu Benquan quickly stepped back to avoid it. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the embarrassed Mo Xianqing in front of him, his eyes full of murderous intent. Do you want to die so badly? I'll grant your wish. The artifact appeared in his hand, and terrifying power erupted instantly, slashing towards the figure in front of him. The surrounding air produced a sonic boom. At such a close distance, it was impossible to dodge. A cruel smile appeared on Wu Benquan's face, as if he had already seen this guy turned into a pool of minced meat. Warner, Dad has let you down. Live well. Teacher, it's my disciple who is useless and can't defend the demon realm. Mo Xianqing showed no fear and did not dodge. Instead, fire ignited in his eyes and he rushed towards the terrifying axe with a hint of relief on his face. No, Dad. Third brother. Senior brother. Looking at the women crying in his arms, Ning Bai felt ruthless and gently put the two women down, with a hint of determination in his eyes. Even though you don't know who I am, you are the only one I remember in my mind. So, I don't want you to cry anymore. An ancient mirror appeared quietly, and a familiar feeling came over him. Before he could think about it, Ning Bai's figure disappeared in an instant. Just when everyone thought that Mo Xianqing was doomed to die, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Controller, decision. 8 light balls surrounded his body and instantly rushed into Ning Bai's body. Only a golden sword was floating in front of him. Ning Bai, who looked like a sword immortal, held a golden sword in his hand, looked at the incoming axe, and faced it without fear. A powerful impact swept across the entire venue, accompanied by a dazzling light. Everyone couldn't help but close their spiritual eyes. Mo Xianqing was quietly waiting for death to come, but after waiting for a long time there was no movement. When he opened his eyes, a dazzling figure holding a golden sword stood in front of him. You can't die yet. She needs you. After saying that, the figure fell down, the light on his body disappeared, even the golden sword disappeared, and a familiar face appeared in front of Mo Xianqing. It's you. Ning Bai, how could you? Mo Ziyu and Mo Zihuan stared at the figure blankly, and everyone was also shocked at Ning Bai's sudden appearance. But soon Wu Benquan and his companions looked at Ning Bai on the ground greedily, because they saw the power of the artifact. Looking at the artifact axe with a little crack in his hand, the desire in Wu Benquan's eyes had turned into reality. He couldn't bear it any longer, and instantly appeared in front of Ning Bai. He kicked the annoying Mo Xianqing away, then grabbed Ning Bai's neck and slowly lifted him up. You are mine, ha ha ha. Wu Benquan, even if you catch him, you will never get the artifact. Mo Xianqing spat out a mouthful of blood, crawled up from the ground, and looked at the crazy Wu Benquan with mockery. You're a lost dog, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly? If this kid hadn't blocked that axe for you just now, you would have gone to see your damn teacher long ago. So what? You still can't get the artifact. You only deserve the garbage in your hands, forever. Before he could finish his words, he was hit by a punch and knocked to the ground. Several of his teeth fell out and he could no longer speak. Humph, you piece of trash. You dare to talk about me? You're courting death. Looking at the unconscious Ning Bai in his hands, the corners of his mouth raised and his eyes were full of greed. Old Wu, this guy obviously has more than one artifact in his body. When the time comes. Looking at the expressions of the two men, he knew what they were thinking, but he didn't care. This kid had a lot of spiritual weapons in his body, so he could just give them two to get rid of them. If they don't want to, then don't blame him for taking out good things to treat them. Thinking of that thing, he felt more confident. Don't worry, you two won't be missing. You help me protect the law, and I will extract the artifact from this kid's body. Looking at the unconscious Ning Bai in his hands, Wu Benquan laughed wildly and said, You people in the lower realm are really blessed. I don't know how many talents and spiritual tools I have extracted from you in the lower realm, but I have never encountered a divine tool. I didn't expect that I could try it today, ha! These beasts. Several demons looked at Wu Benquan angrily, and their minds once again emerged with what happened to them in the origin spiritual world when they were still human. A strange force appeared in Ning Bai's body, constantly moving, and soon came to the place where Ning Bai's contract was. The contract was constantly dissolving, but Ning Bai was still unconscious. The moon god picture in his sea of consciousness sensed something and wanted to stop it, but it was powerless. The master was unconscious and the spiritual power of the spiritual weapon was exhausted. Ning Bai, I don't want to, I really don't want to leave. The weak Shangwan Mengshi could only watch as the contract that belonged to her slowly disappeared. With the disappearance of the contract, the moon goddess picture was expelled from Ning Bai's body. Shangwan Mengshi fainted due to the double blow of physical and mental stress. Ning Bai seemed to have noticed the departure of the moon goddess picture, and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. These were instinctive tears coming from the depths of his memory. I seem to have lost something very important. What exactly, why? I can't remember. Chapter 115 10,000 Swords Surrender, Xian Yuan Sword appears. Ning Bai, whose neck was being strangled, suddenly tilted his head, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned extremely pale. An ancient spiritual weapon. This guy is truly extraordinary. I'm increasingly looking forward to what I'll find next. Mo Ziyu covered her mouth with difficulty, her eyes full of tears. She wanted to rush over and hug the suffering boy, but was held tightly by Mo Zihuan beside her. The others were also looking at this scene angrily. They had seen this kind of cruel and evil magic before, but they didn't expect to see it again now. However, they were still powerless to stop it. It was really ironic. Several people looked at the miserable figure greedily, as if they wanted to open the boy's body completely. Wu Benquan proudly continued to separate, and the power of nothingness entered Ning Bai's body again and began to dissolve the contract. This time the contract was obviously more powerful than the previous one, which made Zhao Peiyu even more excited. The stronger the contract, the higher the level of the spiritual weapon. Just now it was an ancient spiritual weapon, so this time it is a divine weapon. He worked hard to control the power of nothingness in his hands, and couldn't wait to witness the appearance of the artifact. The Xianyuan sword in Ning Bai's body suddenly shone brightly and broke through the air. Unlike the moon god picture, which was powerless, a golden sword energy emerged directly, and all the void power was instantly extinguished. You're looking for death. How dare you have any intentions towards me? The Xianyuan sword did not return to the sea of consciousness, but instead rushed out of Ning Bai's body. Wu Benquan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. The hand that was holding Ning Bai's neck also loosened. Ning Bai fell straight to the ground, but was dragged by a golden sword and kept suspended tightly. The sudden movement also made the other two people alert. They came to Wu Benquan and looked at the golden sword that suddenly appeared in surprise. Old Wu, what happened? How did you get hurt? Wu Benquan stood up tremblingly and looked at the golden sword not far away in horror. The domineering aura just now was released by this sword. This sword is not ordinary, we must be careful. The other demons also looked at the sword in surprise, but only Mo Ziyu recognized the golden sword as one of the spiritual weapons used by Ning Bai. At this moment, there was a sudden movement in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw that a sky full of long swords had appeared in the sky at some point, which was daunting. Everyone swallowed and looked at the magnificent scene in the sky in shock. Could this be the legendary 10,000 swords returning to their origin? Look, among these swords there are not only spiritual weapons, but also demonic weapons, and even a divine sword. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked over and saw that there was indeed a magic sword among the thousands of swords. However, Wu Benquan and the other two looked strange, because this sword was one of the 5 of their magic weapons, Zhao Peiyu's magic sword. How is this possible? That's a divine weapon, how could it be summoned? Could it be? The 3 of them once again looked at the incomparably noble golden sword, with a bold guess in their eyes that this sword was not a divine weapon, but an object more powerful than a divine weapon. While the 3 of them were afraid, they were also extremely enthusiastic in their hearts. If they could get this sword, then. However, the golden sword moved and slowly came to Ning Bai's right hand. When Jianbin came to his palm, Ning Bai's right hand suddenly moved and grasped the hilt of the sword. A golden light flashed across his face in an instant, and he opened his eyes. His golden pupils were indifferent, ruthless, and extremely sharp, making people dare not look into his eyes. Ning Bai, holding a golden sword, stood quietly in front of them, exuding a sharp sword intent. Boy, I didn't expect that I could extract a spiritual weapon from you. You were injured so badly, but you were still able to stand up. It's really not easy. However, you don't want to escape, but you stand in front of us so ostentatiously. Do you really think that you can scare me with this sword and those things in the sky? Wu Benquan looked at Ning Bai with disdain, not taking all this seriously at all. In his opinion, this guy was just taking advantage of the power of others and doing all this just to scare them. Little did he know that such tricks would only make them more eager to get the sword. No, he is not Ning Bai. Mo Zihuan, who has been controlling the Guqin for many years, noticed something. Under the influence of the Guqin, she has achieved great attainments in spiritual and soul aspects, so she found something wrong at a glance, because this person's aura was completely different from Ning Bai's. Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Isn't that Ning Bai? Mo Ziyu looked at Mo Zihuan beside her in confusion, totally not understanding what was wrong with her sister. Was she seriously injured and mentally hurt? Just wait and see, maybe we can be saved. Seeing that Mo Zihuan was mysterious and didn't want to explain to her, Mo Ziyu was helpless. The 2 people beside Wu Benquan had become a little more clear-headed. They were not completely blinded by the golden sword and also noticed some clues. Old Wu, there's something wrong with this kid. We should be careful. Old man Lin is right. We should be careful. Otherwise, we might capsize in the ditch. However, Wu Benquan was completely possessed by desire, his eyes filled with longing for the golden sword, so he could no longer listen. If you two are scared, just stay put. I'm going to take this sword. After saying that, he rushed towards Ning Bai eagerly, as if he was determined to win. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this scene, feeling uneasy and wanting to verify their thoughts. Seeing that Wu Benquan had already come in front of Ning Bai still did not move. He just looked at him indifferently with his golden pupils, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, but no one saw this scene. Wu Benquan looked at Ning Bai in front of him cruelly. His big hand was about to grab this kid, and he had already begun to imagine separating the golden sword later. Suddenly a flash of light appeared, and everyone's eyes were dazzled. Wu Benquan also blinked instinctively, but in that instant, he discovered that his right hand, which was grabbing Ning Bai, had disappeared, leaving only a neat arm. His pupils dilated as he stared at his right hand. A sense of fear instantly surged through his body, and pain followed. Ah! A loud scream resounded throughout the venue. He held his right hand tightly and continued to use his spiritual power to repair the wound. Everyone who heard the wailing also saw this scene. They saw Wu Benquan, who had been full of vigor and vitality just now, was now holding his right hand in a panic. His right hand had long disappeared. Where is my right hand? He searched for his right hand with red eyes. Even saint-level masters could not regenerate a broken arm. A broken arm meant that he really only had one hand. After a while, he found his severed right hand, but he was horrified to find that his right hand was at Ning Bai's feet, which made him tremble. He endured the pain and stared at the young man with golden eyes in front of him. In his eyes, Ning Bai had been possessed by a saint-level powerful man. You are not him. Who are you and why are you going against us? I don't care who you are, surrender now, or you will face the wrath of the entire human race, and there will be no place for you. After hearing Wu Benquan's words, everyone looked at him as if he were a fool. His two companions immediately sent him a message, trying to calm him down, but it was obvious that this guy was no longer listening. Seeing that Ning Bai didn't react, Wu Benquan thought that he had been frightened by him, so he waved his left hand to pick up his right hand, but after using his spiritual power for a long time, his right hand did not move. Ning Bai looked at Wu Benquan jokingly, and his body, which had been motionless, began to move. He slowly stepped forward with his right leg and stepped on the broken arm, which turned into a pool of blood. No! Wu Benquan screamed and looked at the pool of blood in grief. Ning Bai raised his foot in disgust, cleaned the sole of his shoe with his spiritual power, and also cleaned the ground by the way. Then he nodded with satisfaction. Hey, you so-and-so, I'm so sorry, I didn't see it. Chapter 116, The Saint Falls and the Human Race Retreats. The sudden voice brought Wu Benquan back to his senses. He looked at Ning Bai with a ferocious expression, wishing he could eat this little guy alive. His heart was bleeding. He would become a disabled person forever, which would greatly damage his dignity in the future. The demons were delighted to see this. The more proud that guy was just now, the more miserable he was now. Ning Bai is so bad, I like him so much. Mozu looked at Ning Bai with a crazy look on her face. Mozu on the side rolled his eyes and thought to himself, I told you this isn't Ning Bai. I want you dead. Wu Benquan couldn't bear it any longer and took out a broken Buddhist rosary in his hand. It was plain and looked like a piece of rag. However, Ning Bai's golden eyes fixed on the Buddhist beads. With the infusion of spiritual power, the Buddhist beads shone brightly, thunder sounded in the sky, and a terrifying aura emerged, which was obviously a power beyond this world. You're so proud of yourself for forcing me to take out this thing. This thing is on the same level as Fatty Zhao's golden core. Just wait for death. Even if you kneel down and beg me now, I will make you live a life worse than death. As the power of the Buddhist beads emerged, Wu Benquan became proud again and felt that he had control of the overall situation. I never thought these beads would fall into your hands. If those Buddhist monks knew about this, they would be furious. Ning Bai shook his head and looked quietly at the powerful Buddhist beads in the air. Although this Buddhist rosary is the original form, it is already damaged and incomplete. Otherwise, he really couldn't do it, but now, Soon, Wu Benquan poured all his spiritual power into the Buddhist beads, and a force that shook the heavens and the earth emerged. It seemed as if a crack was about to appear in the sky, it was so terrifying. Sword, come! Ning Bai just snorted lightly, and all the swords in the air rushed down. He also tightly grasped the golden sword in his hand, and a shocking sword intent quietly emerged. Looking at the Buddha's light shining in the air and the infinite power of the Buddhist beads suppressing him, there was no fear in his golden eyes, but instead a strong fighting spirit was revealed. Xianyuan 10,000 Swords Slash. Countless swords followed the Xianyuan sword in his hand and slashed out with unstoppable force. Sword energy escaped from the surrounding space from time to time, causing cracks in the space. Several demons and 2 humans also retreated quickly. They could not get close to this level of attack at all. It was completely beyond the limits of this world and even more terrifying than Zhao Peiyu, who had used the golden elixir to reach the saint level. You're going to die this time. You're really overestimating yourself. You actually dared to challenge me. Wu Benquan supported himself on the ground with one hand, breathing heavily. The previous attack had obviously overwhelmed him and his spiritual power had been exhausted. But it's a pity that we couldn't use the separation method to take out the spiritual weapon in that kid's body. We can only wait for a while before taming him. The spiritual weapon that is directly separated can be contracted immediately, or taken into the body for nurturing. If it is a spiritual weapon that appears after the death of the contractor, it will take a year to tame it. Everyone looked towards the center of the explosion, wanting to know what happened to the boy. When the smoke dispersed, a figure emerged from the dust, which shocked everyone. He was fine even under this kind of attack. What kind of monster is this guy? Ning Bai's clothes were torn and his body was covered with scars. In his left hand he was still holding a string of broken Buddhist beads, and in his right hand he was still holding a golden sword. His eyes were still indifferent and without any ripples. How is this possible? How could you possibly stop it? Wu Benquan murmured blankly, his whole body collapsed. Putting away the Buddhist beads, Ning Bai glanced at him indifferently, then ignored him and turned to the other 2 people beside him, with a flash of sword in his eyes. A terrifying sword-light flashed by, and the 2 men's eyes widened, as if they saw something terrifying, and then they fell straight down, and their breath dissipated. Then the 2 figures turned into light, dissipated the world, and gave back to the world. The spiritual saints fell, both of them. Everyone swallowed their saliva and stared blankly at the graceful figure, who looked like a divine sword master, intimidating. It's all right now, right? Ning Bai murmured. Suddenly, the golden eyes looked in one direction and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You run pretty fast, you're lucky. In a place far away from the demon palace, a figure suddenly appeared in the desolate sky. It was Zhao Peiyu, who had left earlier. He looked behind him with fear on his face, and found that the guy did not chase him, so he breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call. Luckily I ran fast, otherwise I would have died right there. That guy was terrifying. After defeating the shadow demon, he recuperated not far away, preparing to come out later to clean up the mess and reap the benefits. However, his artifact, the golden sword, suddenly vibrated and flew out of its sheath in an instant, which made him very confused. So he followed it and observed in the dark, which led to the scene just now. I didn't expect that even old Ghost Wu couldn't kill that guy even with the help of his Buddhist beads. He's truly a monster. No, we can't stay here for long. I have to hurry back to the Origin Spirit Realm to take charge of the situation and notify them to withdraw from the Demon Realm. Zhao Peiyu thought for a while, then left immediately and headed towards the Origin Spirit Realm. From now on, only one of the 5 great war gods of the human race is left. 5 went out, and only 1 returned. Wu Benquan was like a dead dog, full of regrets. Why did he come to the demon world? Why did he provoke this devil? It's because of my greed that I've ruined the Origin Spirit world. After saying this, the high-spirited old man couldn't help but vomit blood and fainted. Ning Bai did not attack this guy, but Jin Tong looked at the fierce spear, then looked at the Guqin beside him and showed a meaningful smile. Old friends, it looks like our plan is about to begin. Then he flicked his finger lightly, and a golden light penetrated into Ning Bai's body. Boy, I've restored your memory and resolved the contract that girl set for you. As for the rest, you can handle it yourself. We'll be waiting for you there. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden pupils disappeared and returned to their original state. The golden sword in his hand dimly entered Ning Bai's body, and Ning Bai slowly fell to the ground. Ning Bai. Mozu ran over and hugged Ning Bai tightly in his arms. Several people from the demon clan all came over, their faces full of joy at surviving the disaster. I never thought that my great demon clan would be saved by a young human. I am really ashamed. Hearing Mo Xianqing's words, Mozu immediately raised his neck proudly and said, Dad, don't belittle yourself. I told you my man is extraordinary, but you didn't believe me. Do you believe me now? Ha ha, my daughter is really amazing. The atmosphere at the scene was full of joy. The demons won a great victory and no one was killed. On the other hand, 3 of the 5 war gods of the human race fell, and 1 was half dead. The demons not far away also saw their own palace master and immediately trotted over. Reporting to your highnesses, all invaders from the origin spirit realm have evacuated. News has also arrived from the border that the enemy has withdrawn. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and then they realized that the war god who had eaten the golden elixir seemed to have known the outcome of the matter, so he made this series of arrangements. But there's one more thing, it's about the humans we captured earlier. Upon hearing this, Mo Xianqing's expression changed, and he immediately asked, what happened to them? The Demon King was also shocked. He didn't expect that the palace master valued the group of humans so much, so he hurriedly told the truth. They were held hostage by the spirit emperor of the origin spirit realm, and he specifically asked a person named Ning Bai to go to the origin spirit realm to find him, otherwise. The Demon King said this and looked at the palace master's expression. He found that something was not right with his expression and stopped talking. Mo Xianqing frowned, he didn't expect such a thing to happen. Forget it, since the other party is looking for Ning Bai, let's wait until he wakes up. Origin Spirit World. A graceful woman in white was staring out the window in a daze. Ning Bai, I'll be waiting for you in the spirit world. I look forward to meeting you next time. Chapter 117 Awakening, Anger. The next day, Ning Bai felt like he had a very long dream. He dreamed that he had lost his spiritual weapon, his cultivation, everything, and his relatives were strangled to death. This dream is so real. Ning Bai got up from the bed and looked at the surrounding environment. He found that the style of the surroundings was very simple, with only some basic furniture and not even a single electrical appliance. I thought, this isn't a human world, how could there be any technological gadgets here? The demons basically do not use human technological products because they don't want to. Suddenly Ning Bai too felt dizzy, as if something was pouring out. This is... After a long while, Ning Bai sorted out the memories in his mind, and everything became clear. You're such a mad woman. You actually set me up and made me your slave. Ning Bai thought about how he risked his life for that crazy woman, and he really wanted to give himself 2 big cunts to fight with. He almost died. Moreover, the other party even threatened him with his relatives and friends, but he didn't remember anything and didn't care at all. He was scared every time he thought about it, and he didn't know what happened to them. However, he guessed that the other party would not take action, because he had killed all the gods of war of the human race, and the other party should not be stupid enough to continue to cause trouble for him. However, this incident made Ning Bai angrier and angrier, and he felt even more resentful towards Mozu. Suddenly, he thought of something and ran out of the room in a hurry. Mozu, who was just about to come visit Ning Bai, ran over excitedly when he saw Ning Bai wake up. Ning Bai, you're awake. That's great. Seeing this guy, Ning Bai's eyes lit up and he asked hurriedly, do you know where the spiritual weapon that was stripped from me is? Seeing Ning Bai's anxious look, Mozu also understood his feelings. After all, it was his contracted spiritual weapon. Follow me, I'll take you there. Then Ning Bai followed Mozu, past countless demon guards, and came to a hidden room. There were more guards here, and most of them were emperor-level powerhouses, which shows the importance of this place. When the guards saw Mozu coming, they all saluted. However, when they saw Ning Bai standing beside them, they trembled and took a step back with a look of horror on their faces. Then the 2 of them entered the room smoothly, leaving only the guard outside with a cold sweat on his face. What's wrong with you? Why do you suddenly look weird and sweat so much? One of the guards noticed that his companion had a strange expression on his face and asked curiously. The guard carefully checked the doorway, confirming that Ning Bai and the others had already gone in. He then pulled his companion over and quietly explained, let me tell you, that human is a fierce god who killed the human race's war god. Even the palace master is no match for him. The man obviously didn't believe it and looked at him with suspicion. He thought that this guy had some mental problems. He actually said that the powerful palace master was no match for that human being. It was ridiculous. Seeing his companion's questioning eyes, he knew that his explanation was useless. After all, he had just seen it by chance yesterday and had no evidence at all. So he didn't continue to explain, but just sighed helplessly, hoping that these guys would not provoke others, otherwise. Ning Bai followed Mozu to a secret room. There was nothing in the room except 3 tables made of some unknown mineral, and each table had something on it. Mozu brought him to the table on the far right. On the table was the thing he had been longing for, the moon goddess picture. Ning Bai walked forward excitedly, stroked her gently, tenderness in his eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't protect you. As if sensing Ning Bai's arrival, a faint moonlight began to appear on the moon goddess picture. Soon, the entire moon goddess picture was emitting moonlight, illuminating the dim room. Principal Shangwan. Ning Bai called out softly, quietly looking at the picture of the moon goddess in front of him, tears flashing in his eyes. But there was no voice responding to Ning Bai. The moon goddess picture just floated quietly, without turning into Shangwan Mengxi's figure. Moziyu, who was standing by, saw Ning Bai's sad expression and couldn't help but say, "Father has examined this spiritual weapon." He said that the human host of this spiritual weapon was severely damaged because his spiritual energy was exhausted and the contract was forcibly broken. It is possible that. Maybe, what? Moziyu looked at the pale Ning Bai and said slowly, he might be in a coma forever, sleeping inside the spiritual weapon. To use a term from your human world, he's in a vegetative state. Ning Bai's legs collapsed and he knelt on the ground. He could not accept this fact at all. Shangwan Mengxi's smile kept appearing in his mind, but he could not catch it. After a while, Ning Bai slowly stood up and picked up the moon goddess picture in the air. He wanted to sign the contract again, but there was a resistance that kept appearing and he couldn't sign the contract at all. Moziyu explained, generally speaking, a stripped spirit weapon can be contracted immediately without any other conditions. If the contract can't be made, it's probably because the spirit weapon's host's willpower is too strong and they've been resisting. For a host like this who has fallen into deep sleep to still have such strong willpower, it's simply a miracle. Generally speaking, it's easy for a stripped spiritual weapon to be contracted by someone else, because their spirit has been severely traumatized and they won't put up much resistance. Some spiritual weapons hosts may even have their consciousness annihilated. Ning Bai trembled when he heard this, then put the moon god picture into the demon refining pot. He looked at Moziyu with a cold expression, "Take me to find that beast." Seeing that Ning Bai was in a bad mood, Moziyu hurriedly comforted him, "Ning Bai, calm down. I know this incident hurt you a lot, but..." Before Moziyu could finish her words, she saw Ning Bai's cold eyes, which made her heart tremble. How could he possibly look at me like that? Just when Moziyu was still in disbelief, Ning Bai's next words made her feel like she was falling into an ice cave. Moziyu, I don't want to be angry with you right now, nor do I want to tell you about your tricks on me. I just want to see that bastard as soon as possible. Seeing Ning Bai's indifferent eyes, Moziyu was stunned, as if she understood something. She pointed at Ning Bai in surprise and asked, "Could it be that you have recovered your memory?" Ning Bai ignored her and focused his mind on the world of the demon refining pot. He reported safety to his parents and told them that they would have to stay in there for a while as it was still very chaotic outside. Ning Bai's parents also knew that their son had a difficult life, so they didn't say much. They just told him not to worry about them and to just take care of himself. They were very relaxed here. Ning Bai had left a large amount of food and resources inside, so they didn't have to worry at all and could live in peace. Ning Bai, who had regained his composure, saw that Moziyu was still staring at him blankly, and he felt annoyed. Now he felt annoyed when he saw this woman. If he had not had physical contact with this woman, he would have wanted to beat her up. Ning Bai said impatiently, "As you thought, I have recovered my memory. Take me there quickly and don't try to fool me again." After saying that, Ning Bai was about to leave the room. When he reached the door, two rays of light suddenly rushed towards him, which scared him. He hurriedly urged his spiritual power to prepare to resist. But the two rays of light stopped in front of him, an ancient zither and a spear full of murderous intent. Moziyu, who was standing by, was also shocked when he saw this scene. Isn't this harp my sister's? Isn't this gun anti-phantoms? Why is it so? Chapter 118. Dump you and be with me? Ning Bai was also stunned when he saw the two spiritual weapons, and his mind was also confused. However, the induction in his body and the familiar appearance allowed him to guess the identity of the two spiritual weapons. However, don't these two artifacts already have owners? Why is this happening? He is completely puzzled. Ning Bai was too lazy to think, as he was filled with rage, so he simply opened the door and walked out, ignoring the two magical weapons behind him. Seeing this, Moziyu also followed him out, but she had already informed Mo Xianqing. However, the artifact behind him still followed Ning Bai, with no intention of stopping, which shocked the guards outside. Ms. Ziyu, what's going on? Why? Hearing the guard's words, Moziyu said calmly, "It's okay, I've already told my father about this matter, you don't have to worry." The guards finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly let him pass. Seeing the two people gradually walking away, with the two artifacts following behind them, the guards were also very curious, but they didn't dare to say anything, otherwise they would be in big trouble if they were heard. Only the guard from before, looking at Ning Bai's back and the two objects behind him, felt even more in awe of Ning Bai. Ning Bai followed Mozu to a dark and gloomy basement. After going down countless flights of stairs, Mozu stopped. A huge cage appeared in front of Ning Bai, covered with all kinds of runes, and it was obviously covered with formations. There is a disheveled old man in the cage, his limbs are tied with chains, and those chains are obviously not ordinary chains, there is a sense of sealing on them. What's funny is that this guy has no right hand, which makes the binding very asymmetrical and weird. When Ning Bai was observing the old man had already opened his eyes, and his weak body suddenly became energetic. He looked at the young man outside in horror and kept backing away, but the chains tied him tightly and he could not retreat even half a step. "Don't come over here, I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again, please let me go." The old man's trembling voice kept coming out from the cage, and he actually looked very pitiful. Mozu, who was standing by, secretly glanced at Ning Bai and thought to himself, "It's unbelievable that the leader of the 5 great war gods of the human race and the supreme ruler of the Federation is frightened like this by a teenager." However, there was no wavering in Ning Bai's heart. This old man must die because he had touched his reverse scale. Ning Bai slowly walked towards the cage, 1 step, 2 steps, and suddenly a golden sword appeared in his hand. A ray of golden light illuminated the dark underground cage, making it no longer so gloomy. However, Mozu and the old man's expressions changed drastically, and they looked at the man who was slowly moving forward in horror. "Don't be impulsive, Ning Bai. This old man is still useful. Don't you want to save those people from 108 cities?" With Mozu's shout, Ning Bai's figure finally stopped, and both of them breathed a sigh of relief. The old man's face was covered with cold sweat. He swallowed and looked at the figure and the sharp golden sword in fear. However, before he was crazy greedy, but now he was instinctively afraid. "Are you threatening me?" Ning Bai stared at Mozu with his sharp eyes, making him feel uncomfortable all over, as if needles were pricking his back. She calmed down a bit, then explained, "The people from City 108 were taken away by a woman named Yun Ning, who is the deputy captain of the 108 Tiangang team, and this old man is the direct superior of the 108 Tiangang team. If you think those people's lives are not important, you can do whatever you want. I won't stop you." Ning Bai stared at Mozu's purple eyes. Mozu was not afraid at all and looked straight at him. Just as the sparks in their eyes continued to clash, footsteps suddenly came from the stairs and several figures walked down. "Friend Ning Bai, what Ziyu said makes sense. You must not act on impulse." The visitors were none other than the leaders of the 5 major forces and Mozuan and the other 6. The one who spoke was the leader, the lord of the Demon Palace, who was also Mozu's father, Mo Xiancheng. When they walked all the way down, they saw the 2 magical artifacts behind Ning Bai, and their hearts were also tense, especially Mozuan and Yuing. They heard that their magical artifacts had run away with Ning Bai, so they followed Mo Xiancheng in a hurry. Their injuries had not healed yet. Wu Benquan inside also spoke with a strong desire to survive. "Yes, Yun Ning listens to me very much. If you just let me go, he will definitely release those humans." Suddenly a voice came into Ning Bai's ears. "Young friend, don't worry. We demons aren't that stupid. This old man has already been crippled. Even if we send him back, he'll just be a cripple. If you want to kill him, it'll only take a word." Ning Bai looked at Mo Xiancheng, who was smiling at him in surprise, and made a decision in his mind, and put away the golden sword in his hand. As the golden light disappeared, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, the golden sword had shocked everyone so much that everyone was a little afraid of it. "Dad, the contract I left in Ning Bai's body has disappeared." Suddenly a voice appeared in Mo Xiancheng's ears. It was Mozu's voice. She had just discovered it, which surprised her. Mo Xiancheng nodded and gave Mozu a reassuring look. Everyone left the dungeon and came to the outside world, and the 2 artifacts still followed Ning Bai like his younger brothers. After coming out, Yuing and Mozuan couldn't bear it anymore and walked towards Ning Bai. Looking at the 2 women coming, Ning Bai understood why they came and looked at the 2 artifacts behind him with a smile. "Friend Ning Bai, we too came here to ask why our artifacts have been following you." Yuing spoke first, and Mozuan looked at Ning Bai with curiosity, wanting to know the reason. The others also listened secretly, wanting to know what was going on. Ning Bai didn't intend to give them a good face, and just said lightly, "These are your things. How would I know why they followed me?" Take them away quickly. After hearing Ning Bai's words, the two were stunned. Then their faces turned red and they said awkwardly, "It's precisely because we can't take it away that we're asking for your help." Looking at the expressions of the two, Ning Bai finally understood. After all this time, it turned out that these two women were at their wits' end. Ning Bai was delighted. This way, he would have a reason to take the two artifacts away. He had felt it was a pity before because they were someone else's things. He didn't expect that they would come to him so soon. If you don't want a divine weapon that's delivered to your door, you're a bastard. Ning Bai looked at the two women jokingly. He had already made a plan in his mind. He would never give in or hand over the two artifacts, no matter how hard he tried. Besides, he didn't know how to get these two artifacts to leave. Ning Bai said seriously, "Is there a possibility that they feel you are not suitable and want to dump you and be with me?" Chapter 119, Domineering Artifact, Yun Ning as shock. As Ning Bai said this, everyone at the scene widened their eyes and stared at Ning Bai in shock. "What do you mean by that?" Yu Ying and Mo Zihuan looked at Ning Bai with unhappiness. The thing they were most worried about had happened. Ning Bai waved his hand, pointing at the two artifacts behind him and said, "Look for yourselves, I haven't done anything, but they still keep following me. Doesn't this mean they think you're not suitable and I'm more suitable?" The two women's faces turned pale. They didn't come here for this explanation. "Ning Bai, how can you return the artifact to us?" The two women looked at Ning Bai seriously. They now only hoped to pay some price to recover the artifact. Ning Bai looked at the two women impatiently and said, "I've already told you all this. I don't know how to get them to leave. How can I return it to you? If you have the guts, take the artifact away by yourselves. I can't do anything about it anyway." After saying this, Ning Bai crossed his arms and looked at them quietly, waiting for their decision. The two women looked at each other, then nodded, walked up to Ning Bai, and looked at the two magical artifacts beside him with anticipation. The spiritual power surged in the hands of the two women, and they slowly grabbed towards the magical artifacts, wanting to take them away. But when their hands approached the artifact, before they touched it, a force suddenly appeared and pushed the two of them away. Mo Xiancheng and others beside them hurried over and supported the two of them. "Yu Ying, Zihuan, are you okay?" The two shook their heads, then looked at the two magical artifacts with complicated eyes, feeling mixed emotions. The magical artifact that had followed them for so long actually pushed them away. It was like a child they had raised for many years, but suddenly the child didn't want them anymore and ran off with someone else. This would not be pleasant for anyone. The two of them were unwilling to believe in evil and wanted to try it again. They didn't believe that this magical weapon was so heartless. However, they were stopped by a figure. It was Ning Bai. "What are you going to do? Do you want to stop us from taking out the magic weapon?" The two women looked at Ning Bai with unfriendly eyes. Ning Bai shook his head and said slowly, "That's not the case. I just came here to kindly remind you not to try it next time. It might cause some other negative effects. If you get hurt, it won't be worth it, don't you think?" However, they did not take Ning Bai's words to heart. In their minds, he was a shameless villain who stole other people's artifacts. Soon the two tried again, and as expected, an accident occurred again. This time, the two magical weapons directly burst out with more powerful power, beating the two men to vomit blood. Ning Bai sighed helplessly, "If you don't listen to good advice, you will suffer the consequences." "What did I say? Let you." Before Ning Bai could finish his words, he was glared at by the two women. He stopped stirring up hatred and stopped talking. "Why don't we just forget about it for now? Let's think of a solution and make a long-term plan," His Highness Gong Tinghai advised. Yes, if you keep going like this you'll all end up in bed again." Shui Zhao on the side also spoke hurriedly. He really brought up something that was not relevant. As soon as Shui Zhao said this, the two women's faces turned green and they stared at Shui Zhao. If there were no other people around, they would have probably attacked him directly. However, the two women fell silent and stopped acting impulsively. If those two divine weapons were really going to fight, they would not rush over foolishly. Ning Bai was secretly delighted, but then said with regret, "It seems there's nothing you two beauties can do. I'll leave then." He now has a way to save Shangwan Mengshi in his mind. As long as he finds that thing, it will definitely be useful. Just as Ning Bai was about to leave, Mo Xianqing suddenly walked out, looked at Ning Bai quietly and said, "Friend Ning Bai, we can't take the artifact behind you, but I hope you can agree to one condition of mine." Ning Bai thought about it for a while, then nodded. 2 artifacts in exchange for 1 condition was acceptable. I hope you can unify the demon race and the origin spirit world, eliminate the grudges between humans and demons, and allow the 2 races to live in harmony. Ning Bai was stunned. He didn't expect Mo Xianqing to make such a request. He thought the other party would ask him to destroy the human race, or let them unify the human race. He didn't expect that the other party would ask him to unify the human and demon races, and let the 2 races live in harmony. Do you really think so? Ning Bai stared at Mo Xianqing uncertainly. Mo Ziyu and Mo Zihuan, who were standing by, became unhappy immediately when they saw Ning Bai's suspicious expression and questioned Ning Bai angrily. Ning Bai, what do you mean? Is my father a person with bad thoughts? Alright, it's normal for young friend Ning Bai to have such thoughts. I did have some crooked thoughts before, but after this battle, I found my former self again. I know what I need. Then he smiled and looked at the 4 fellow disciples beside him, with great satisfaction in his eyes. That's right, this is also the teacher's wish. It's because we have lost our nature that we forget the teacher's advice. This time, we must fulfill the teacher's wish and unify the demons and humans. Dong Tinghai looked at the sky with firm eyes, his tone unquestionable. I promise you, when I have the ability, I will help you complete this task. Ning Bai agreed without hesitation. This was not a difficult matter for him. At the same time, the origin spirit world was in a state of trepidation. Ever since only Zhao Peiyu returned, the entire human race learned a horrifying fact: 4 of the 5 great war gods of humanity had perished, and only 1 had escaped. The entire Federation was in an uproar. They were afraid that the demons would come and kill them, and everyone was terrified. At this time, in the federal headquarters, Zhao Peiyu was sitting alone in the first seat, which was once Wu Bengquan's seat. However, he did not feel any joy in his heart, but rather a little depressed. I don't know when that ruthless guy will come. I can't even sleep well now. Zhao Peiyu has now turned back into a fat man, but his cultivation has been stabilized. With the perfect saint-level cultivation, he is the undisputed number 1. However, it is of no use, because he is the only saint-level cultivator in the entire origin realm, so it makes no difference whether he is perfect or not. Zhao Zhanshan, Yun Ning has been brought here. Zhao Peiyu was overjoyed when he heard the report from his subordinates and quickly asked someone to bring her up. Quick, go and bring her in. After a while, a holy woman in white came to the highest hall of the Federation. Seeing Zhao Peiyu in the hall, she nodded slightly and said respectfully, Team 108, Yun Ning pays homage to War God Zhao. Zhao Peiyu stood up excitedly and asked, Are those people from City 108 really in your hands? The woman in white nodded lightly, looking at the suddenly excited Zhao Zhanshan with a little confusion. Could it be that her plan had been discovered? That's right, she took the people from 108 cities away just to protect them and prevent others from getting involved. While she was still thinking, a terrifying pressure descended upon her. She was instantly overwhelmed and collapsed to the ground, looking pitiful. Zhao Zhanshan, what are you doing? Zhao Peiyu angrily looked at the woman on the ground and said, What are you doing? Do you know that you have done something stupid? This will kill our origin spirit world. Hearing the serious words of the god of war above, she was confused. What did she do? Didn't she just bring back the humans from City 108? How could this happen? Hear this, god of war. It was Ning Bai who brought our federation back in defeat. It was Ning Bai who killed another human god of war. It was Ning Bai who made me flee back to the origin spirit realm overnight. It was him who made me unable to sleep or eat. The woman in white below was stunned, and a smiling face appeared in her mind. How is this possible? Chapter 120. Yun Ning is scheming, passing through the gate. Looking at the unbelievable woman in white on the ground, Zhao Peiyu finally felt better and balanced, and then he withdrew his pressure. Well, luckily you brought them back and provided them with good food and drink, otherwise we would be dead. Hearing what Zhao Peiyu said, the woman smiled bitterly. It turned out that she had always been a clown and others knew everything. But this actually made sense, which made the woman feel relieved. She couldn't help but look forward to meeting Ning Bai even more. No, I still have to prepare something, otherwise what if that ruthless person gets unhappy? Zhao Peiyu was so anxious that he was running around in circles, constantly thinking about how to please Ning Bai. This made Yun Ning below look confused. She had never seen the high and mighty god of war look so humble. Oh, I got it. If I use that thing, he should be interested. Zhao Peiyu suddenly thought of something and his face lit up with joy, but when he saw the woman in white staring at him blankly below, his face suddenly turned serious. Why are you still staying here? Are you waiting for me to treat you to a meal? Sorry, Lord God of War, I'm leaving now. Yun Ning finally reacted, quickly apologized, and then ran out embarrassedly. Yun Ning was very happy after coming out. He hurried to his own territory. As long as the Federation reached the level of spiritual emperor, it could obtain the territory granted by the state. For someone like her who was at the 9th level of spiritual emperor and the deputy captain of the 108 Tiangang team, the territory would be even larger, which was more than enough to accommodate the people from the 108 cities. You must know that the origin spirit realm is not the same as the 108 cities in the lower realm. Its area is hundreds of times larger. Such a large number of territories are of course managed by the spirit emperor, but the spirit emperor here must be a spirit emperor who joins the Federation. Welcome, the Cloud Emperor returns. Yun Ning returned to the territory without stopping and continued to rush in one direction. The guards were also confused when they saw their Emperor Yun in a hurry, because the direction Yun Huang was heading was not Yunqing, but the opposite direction. The spatial barrier of the origin spirit realm is much more stable than that of the lower realm. Even the Emperor-level strongman cannot break through the space and move, and can only fly. Soon, when Yun Ning arrived at a bustling city, a smile finally appeared on her face. The people below saw the figure in the air and exclaimed in surprise, "Look everyone, it's the Cloud Emperor coming." Really? The Cloud Emperor is here. Go out and take a look. Countless figures also put down what they were doing and walked out of the room excitedly. If Ning Bai was there, he would definitely find many familiar faces. Everyone, go ahead and get busy. I have something to do with Grandpa Shangguan and the others. Don't worry about me. After leaving these words, Yun Ning left with Shangguan Yan, Li Jihua and other people who were close to Ning Bai. What, Emperor Yun, you said you got news about Ning Bai? In a quiet forest, several figures looked at a woman in white with surprise. Grandpa Shangguan, just call me Yun Ning, there's no need to call me that. Hearing the woman's words, several people were flattered, but they didn't dare to call her that, otherwise the people outside would scold them to death. Moreover, this woman's strength was unfathomable. Even if Shangguan Yan broke through the emperor level, he would still be terrified in front of her. After this group of people came here, because of the spiritual energy, he had broken free from the shackles and achieved the coveted spirit emperor. At the same time, he thought to himself, no wonder Ning Bai is so evil. It turns out he has such a powerful teacher. If Yun Ning knew about this, she would definitely be in tears and laughter. She would not dare to be Ning Bai's teacher now. Yun Ning did not tell them that she was one of the 108 heroes of the 108 cities. She just lied to them and said that she was Ning Bai's teacher, so she rescued them, arranged accommodation for them, and protected them. Li Jihua, Shangguan Yuntian, Qin Hao, Ming Changshan, and other people who are related to Ning Bai are all there. They are all looking forward to getting news about Ning Bai and their daughter. Then Yun Ning told them that Ning Bai was safe and sound and would soon come to the origin spirit realm. However, she did not tell them about Ning Bai's killing spree, as she was keeping them on guard. Sure enough, after she finished speaking, they began to worry whether Ning Bai would be targeted and suppressed, and hoped that she would help Ning Bai. Don't worry, I'm Ning Bai's teacher. I will definitely help with this. Yun Ning quickly expressed her opinion, giving them a shot of adrenaline. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. With the help of Emperor Yun, that kid would surely thrive in the upper realm and grow up quickly. Seeing everyone's expressions, she knew that the effect she wanted had been achieved, and the teacher-student relationship was solidified. Soon, Yun Ning left happily. She was extremely happy today. She didn't expect that a boy from the lower world whom she valued so much would become a powerful person, and she just happened to have the upper hand. Ning Bai, who was far away in the demon world, didn't know that he had a beautiful teacher for no reason. Yawn. Ning Bai touched his nose and asked in confusion, "Why do I keep sneezing? Who is thinking about me again? Could it be that those two guys are still unwilling to give up and have ideas about the artifact, or is it that crazy woman Mozu?" But this time he guessed wrong. He would never have thought that there was someone else who was thinking about him. Ning Bai, who was flying, finally saw the border, a huge gate. Is this the gate to the human world that leads to the origin spiritual world? While Ning Bai was still observing the boundary gate, several figures walked over from the city nearby. Greetings, Lord Ning Bai, we have been waiting here for a long time. Ning Bai nodded. He knew without guessing that it was the person arranged by Mo Xianqing and others. Then Ning Bai followed them into the gate of the human world and disappeared. When the demons saw Ning Bai walk in, they hurriedly reported to their boss. Your Highness, that lord has already walked through the gate and left the demon realm. Got it. Thank you for your hard work. In the demon palace, Missouri Xianqing looked in the direction of the boundary gate, wondering what he was thinking. The moment he passed through the gate, Ning Bai had a strange feeling, always feeling that this gate was a little weird. A blue sky appeared before his eyes, which was much better than the dark sky of the demon world. He breathed in the spiritual energy greedily, and his cultivation felt a little loose. It's truly worthy of being the origin spiritual world. The spiritual energy here is truly incomparable to that of the lower realms. Suddenly, two dark shadows emerged from the door, carrying a guqin and a spear. Wow, you can actually come through. Ning Bai looked at the two magical weapons behind him in surprise. In fact, he had wanted to contract these two magical artifacts along the way, but he couldn't do it. It seemed like something was missing. This puzzled him because he had never encountered such a situation before. Forget it, never mind. I'll study it later. I can't escape anyway. Just as Ning Bai was about to leave, he suddenly felt a vibration in his body. Ning Bai was overjoyed and waved his hand. Several beams of light suddenly appeared and instantly turned into human figures. Ning Bai, we thought we'd never see you again. We're so glad you're okay. It was the spiritual weapons in their bodies that awakened, and they surrounded them in surprise, but soon they discovered that one person was missing. Ning Bai, where is my sister? Is she still not awake? Shangguan Yu asked in confusion. Everyone looked at Ning Bai, among them Xin Yuanbiyun seemed to know something, with a hint of sadness on her face. It's my fault. I failed to protect Principal Shangguan. I'm sorry. Ning Bai wanted to explain something, but his eyes became wet and he knelt down in front of Shangguan Yu. Shangguan Yu's face turned pale. He looked at Ning Bai lying on the ground in disbelief, and choked with sobs. What happened to her? She was stripped out by that old man, the contract between us disappeared, and now she is in a coma. Ning Baihua had just finished speaking when suddenly a slap appeared on his face, and an intense burning sensation instantly swept through his body. If you don't wake her up, I will never forgive you in my life.